a decorated general, framed by a petty villain and executed unjustly. Transmigrated to the immortal realm, he became the #1 cultivator in history, only to unexpectedly return to his youth during his heavenly tribulation. This time, returning with immortal arts, he will right all regrets. Old enemies with immense family power? In the eyes of a tribulation stage master, they are nothing but ants to be crushed with a wave of his hand. The college entrance exam changes destiny? A joke. I command my own destiny, I rule the universe. I'm back again? Long Chen stared at the familiar yet strange skyscrapers outside his window and the towering gray city wall at the edge of the horizon, his gaze as sharp as a blade. This was his second transmigration. In his previous life, he was a war hero of this world, the youngest one-star tiger general. Yet, he was framed by a treacherous villain, his merits stolen, and he was branded with eternal infamy, ultimately suppressed and executed by a coalition of 10 masters. After dying with grievances, he transmigrated to the cultivation world. With heaven-defying talent, he reached the 9th level of the tribulation stage within 100 years, becoming the #1 figure in the history of the long Yuan continent. But just as he forced open the gates to the immortal realm, preparing to ascend, he was caught in a space-time vortex and unexpectedly returned to his youth. The electronic clock on the wall displayed, Origin Star, year 089, June 15th. June 15th. A cold glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes. In half a month, on June 30th, Mom and Dad will die in a beast-tide attack on the city. In his past life, he had gone on a trip after his college entrance exams, dodging the disaster, only to watch helplessly as his parents were devoured by beasts while covering his escape. The powerlessness and regret from that moment tormented him for 100 years. Half a month is enough. Long Chen clenched his fists, feeling the potential within this young body. With a thought, the immortal breathing technique he created in his past life began to operate on its own. The thin spiritual energy in the surroundings surged into his body like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. My cultivation realm is gone, but the foundation of my immortal path remains, and my cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than it was in the cultivation world. A cold smirk appeared on Long Chen's lips. Xiao Yuhai, did you think killing me was the end? Just wait. This time, I will not only ensure you have no place to be buried, but I will also annihilate your entire clan. And Mom and Dad, in this life, I will protect you both. No one can touch you. He sat cross-legged. In just 1 hour, a light buzz emanated from his body, and an invisible wave of energy sent the clutter in the room flying. He had already broken through the limits of immortal and stepped into the first level of body tempering. First level of body tempering, comparable to a second-level war soldier in this world. It's not enough. Long Chen didn't stop, crazily devouring spiritual energy like a great whale drinking water. His body changed at a visible rate, his bones crackling, his muscle lines becoming more defined. His originally handsome face became even more chiseled, a domineering aura that looked down upon the world emanating from between his brows. As night fell and the sound of the front door opening came from the living room, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. In just a few short hours, he had broken through several levels, reaching the 9th level of body tempering. Dad, Mom. Seeing those two familiar yet weary figures, Long Chen's century of longing burst forth. He stepped forward and tightly hugged his parents, who were covered in dust after a day's work at the construction site. Yener, what's wrong? Is the pressure from the college entrance exam too much? His mother, Lin Yuyan, gently patted his back. Long Chen shook his head, smiling as he took the groceries from their hands. Let me cook. That night, a table of dishes, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, with knife skills and heat control worthy of a master chef, left Long Jin and his wife stunned. They could only attribute it to their son's hidden talent. Seeing his parents' happy smiles, Long Chen felt immense satisfaction. He had longed for this scene for 100 years. The next day, Long Chen went to school without a backpack, his hands empty. To him, the college entrance exam was already meaningless. Power was the only truth in this world. As soon as he entered the classroom, his transformed temperament and appearance immediately caused a sensation. Oh my God, are you Long Chen? How did you become so handsome overnight? His deskmate, the class beauty Lin Shiro, stared with wide, beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. At that moment, a mocking voice sounded, "Can being handsome get you a meal? Without power or backing, you're just trash." The speaker was Zhao Jingrui, a distant relative of the mastermind Zhao Yuhai who had framed him in his past life. He walked in with a few lackeys, a look of arrogance on his face. The one who spoke was his follower, Chen Lai. Our brother Zhao has already awakened a powerful ability and is a top student. How can you mortals compare? A useless pretty boy like Long Chen can only show off in front of women, Chen Lai continued to shout. The class fell silent. No one dared to provoke Xiao Jingrui. Long Chen remained expressionless. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he walked straight towards Chen Lai. What, you want to hit me in front of the teacher? Chen Lai raised his chin, unafraid. Slap! A crisp slap echoed. Chen Lai was sent flying, crashing against the wall and fainting on the spot. Trash! Long Chen spat out 2 words, as if he had just flicked off some dust. The room was dead silent. Even the English teacher who had just walked in was frozen in shock. You dare hit my man! Zhao Jingrui was both shocked and enraged. He pointed at Long Chen and roared at the teacher and the school leaders who had rushed over. A student who openly commits violence like this must be expelled and have his qualification for the college entrance exam revoked. This is my will, and my father's will. Faced with the Xiao family's power, the school leaders were silent as cicadas in winter. I object. The head teacher, Yang Yushi, ran over anxiously. Long Chen has always been a good student. There must be a misunderstanding. Humph, a mere teacher dares to interfere? Zhao Jingrui's face turned vicious, and he actually raised his hand to strike Yang Yushi. Stop! A graceful figure flashed by. Lin Shiro stood in front of the teacher, easily catching Zhao Jingrui's palm and forcing him back several steps. Zhao Jingrui, you want to hit a teacher? Zhao Jingrui's face turned livid. He hadn't expected Lin Shiro to have awakened an ability as well. He simply tore off all pretense, took a document from a school director, and threw it at Long Chen. This is the notice from the education committee. You're expelled. Now, get the hell out of the school. On the document, the red official seal was glaring. Yang Yushi and Lin Shiro's faces changed. Neither had expected the Xiao family to act so quickly. Heck, go ahead, report me, Zhao Jingrui gloated, scanning the crowd. His gaze finally landed on Yang Yushi's curvaceous figure, filled with predatory desire. Teacher Yang, you don't want to lose this job, do you? Just as Zhao Jingrui was reveling in his triumph, a figure appeared before him like a ghost. It was Long Chen. Zhao Jingrui just began to speak. Slap! Another resounding slap, heavy and powerful. Zhao Jingrui was instantly sent flying, crashing into the corridor wall, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Before he could even scream, Long Chen was upon him, stomping down with his foot. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the school building. Zhao Jingrui clutched his groin, curling into a ball on the ground in agony, cold sweat instantly drenching his clothes. His jewels were shattered. Every male present subconsciously shivered. Thud! Long Chen kicked again, sending the fainted Zhao Jingrui flying over 20 meters like a piece of trash. Expelled? Can't take the college entrance exam? Long Chen's cold gaze swept over the dumbfounded school leaders. Do you really think I care about any of this? An ant cannot fathom the height of the heavens. After speaking, he glanced at the shocked faces of Yang Yushi and Lin Shiro, nodded, and turned to leave, his figure resolute and aloof. To him, this was merely swatting a fly that was in his way. After leaving the school, Long Chen didn't go home but went directly into a primeval forest at the edge of the city. He knew that after crippling Zhao Jingrui, the Xiao family's retaliation would come swiftly. He stopped by a hidden mountain stream, but he didn't start cultivating immediately. Instead, he took out 2 buttons from his pocket, plucked from his parents' old clothes. Spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips as he carved profound and complex arrays onto the small buttons. This was the parent-child heart-linking talisman from the Immortal realm. If his parents encountered danger, he would sense it immediately, and the talismans could block a fatal blow for them. Only a fool would let his family become his weakness, Long Chen murmured to himself, quietly sending the protective talismans back to his parents' side. Only after doing this did he completely set his mind at ease. 9th level of body tempering, the foundation is flawless. Next, I will break through to the Qi refining stage. Long Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Once he broke through, his power would undergo a earth-shattering transformation. At that time, even if the entire Zhao family came for him, they would be nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs in his eyes. Just as he was immersing himself in cultivation, deep within the forest, a group of 5 people was cautiously making their way through. The old man leading them suddenly tensed up and shouted sternly, "Who's there? Show yourself." "What's wrong, old Chen? Are there people around?" the woman asked curiously. "Yes, and more than one. My ability is quite special, and my perception is very sharp. I won't be mistaken. They breathe lightly and move with stealth. These people are likely assassins from the Assassin Association. Miss, if I tell you to run later, you must run with all your might. Absolutely do not look back. Just go find the security team and have them protect you," Old Chen said solemnly. "What about you all?" the woman asked anxiously. "Don't worry, I won't die," Old Chen replied, looking ahead. "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 masked assassins suddenly rushed out from the bushes. 2 more flanked them from the sides. Old Chen drew a long knife from his backpack and slashed forward. Bang bang bang. he faced the three sharp daggers head-on with his own strength. The electric current on the knife stunned the three for a moment, but it was only a moment. The three beside Old Chen immediately defended against the two flanking attacks. "Now's the time, miss, run!" Old Chen shouted. The woman didn't hesitate and sprinted backward. As she was also an ability user, her running speed was extremely fast. Like a gust of wind, she quickly disappeared into the jungle. Not bad, the old guy actually has sea-level abilities. At that moment, a ghostly voice came from the forest. A figure in a black mask stepped out, sharp eyes fixed on Old Chen. The killing intent emanating from him made Old Chen squint his eyes. Buzz. With a surge of strength in his arms, he forced the three assassins in front of him back, staring intently at the opponent. He saw the iconic badge hanging in front of the other. The badge featured two crossed knives and a skull, surrounded by the elegant four characters of the Assassin Association. Below were two golden stars. Two-star assassin from the Assassin Association. You really are from the Assassin Association. Who put out the bounty? Old Chen asked in a low voice. I only care about killing, not who issued the bounty. You guys go chase that woman. If you can't catch her alive, then dead will do. Those four are my prey. Understood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 one-star assassins quickly disappeared in pursuit of the woman. If you want to catch the miss, you have to get past me first. Seeing this, Old Chen was about to rise to block them. Old man, you can't even protect yourself, and you still think about others. The two-star assassin appeared in front of him, instantly drawing his twin blades and striking down fiercely. Bang! Old Chen could only block with his knife. The other three bodyguards tried to chase after, but were immediately stopped by the two-star assassin alone. Miss, you must escape. Old Chen thought to himself, focusing on dealing with the two-star assassin. The woman ran all the way toward the city outside the forest. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh. You think you can run? In the next moment, 5 assassins surrounded her completely. 5 one-star assassins, they should all be below the battle body realm. But I'm only at the 5th level of the battle soldier realm. How can I fight? I can only fight with all I've got, the woman thought inwardly, drawing 2 blue long swords from her backpack. 1 against 5, and they were all at realms far beyond her own. It wouldn't be a certainty of death, but it was a guaranteed loss. However, it had come to this, and she could only give it her all. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. Even if I die, none of you will live, the woman declared. Haha, a mere 5th level battle soldier. What can a high potential ice soul ability do? An A level ability that hasn't grown is pitifully weak. One assassin sneered. Ha ha ha. The other assassins laughed heartily. Facing a 5th level battle soldier, they had absolute confidence. It was as if they were looking at prey, ready to take her life at any moment. I must say, the girls from the Lin family are all quite charming. Your sister is also quite charming, but too bad she's not part of the mission. First, let's subdue her. Before killing her, let me have a shut up, line up. To avoid prolonged dreams at night, the captain said to kill directly and prioritize completing the mission. Right, let's kill first and talk later. Exactly, even if we die, we can take advantage of. The 5 assassins spoke without any regard. They completely treated the woman's strength as if it were air. You all, I'll fight you. The woman bit her lip lightly, her face fierce with anger, tightly gripping her twin swords. She targeted one of them and charged forward. Wherever she passed, the surrounding grass and leaves froze for a second due to the low temperature. Kill. The 5 acted together. As professional assassins, their cooperation was extremely tacit. Moreover, they were only targeting one person. Naturally, they could perform perfectly. The woman instantly suffered multiple knife wounds. She was then kicked in the abdomen and sent flying. She slid far on the ground, struggling to stand up and looking at the 5 approaching her. These 5 have been trained into perfect killing machines. With their cooperation, against anyone below their level, it's almost an instant kill. If I hadn't forcefully used my ice spirit ability to form ice crystals to block the vital points on my neck just now, I would have already been killed by them. Am I really going to die today? Even if I die, I'll make sure you all suffer a bit too. As she thought of this, her pupils suddenly turned blue. The temperature around her dropped rapidly. The woman pressed her hands to the ground. Ice spikes rapidly spread towards the 5. She's using her ice spirit ability. Don't hold back, take her down. Understood. The 5 acted together, shattering the ice spikes while charging at her. However, the appearance of the ice spikes was extremely sudden. They caused quite a bit of trouble for them, even injuring them a few times. But the gap in their levels was evident. This little damage would only make the assassins more bloodthirsty. Ice spirit shield. The woman pushed her hands forward. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 assassins' short blades collided with the crystal-clear ice shield. The powerful force sent the woman flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. She was about to crash onto a large rock. With that kind of force combined with her severe injuries, hitting the rock would undoubtedly mean death. Just then, a large hand appeared behind the woman. It stopped her flight abruptly and dissipated all the force. It was Long Chen. He had been sitting cross-legged on top of the large rock, meditating. The area was surrounded by trees, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. It was perfect for cultivation. Yet, he was disturbed by this group of people. Unlike the typical heroic rescue scenes in dramas where the hero embraces the heroine, they shared a deep gaze while slowly descending, playing out a melodramatic scene. Instead, he simply pressed his hand against the woman's back to relieve her of the force, and they both landed together. Long Chen then stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the 5 in front of him. Thank you for saving me, but they are too strong. They are all assassins. You should run quickly, or it will be too late. The woman, dragging her heavy injuries, gasped as she looked at Long Chen anxiously. Although she was surprised that someone appeared to save her at this moment, she knew better that the opponents were too strong. Long Chen was so young, at most 18, which was tantamount to sending him to his death. Long Chen remained expressionless and silent. There's actually another person here. Since you've seen all this, then die. One of the one-star assassins said, not taking Long Chen seriously. Mainly because Long Chen was too young, and youth meant weakness. He couldn't possibly be there. Opponent. Let's go together and kill him. The 5 charged at Long Chen. It's over, I can't escape. The woman despaired. Disturbing my cultivation, then die. 5 leaves fell into Long Chen's hand. He then threw them all out. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the short blades in the 5's hands leaving gaps or breaking. A trace of blood appeared on their necks. Then, the 5's bodies fell forward weakly, their heads and bodies separated. The scene instantly fell silent. Hiss. The woman gasped in shock. 5 professional one-star assassins from the Assassin Association, all at the 9th level of combat, were instantly taken down. What kind of strength do you possess? Was that just leaves you threw? The woman stared at Long Chen in disbelief. She clearly saw him throw 5 leaves and then heads rolled on the other side. Standing at an angle, she could only see Long Chen's profile. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel admiration, especially since Long Chen was so tall and handsome, fulfilling all her fantasies of a hero. Long Chen merely glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Then he walked straight into the depths of the forest. Throughout, the woman had not seen Long Chen's face even once. As she watched him about to disappear into the forest, she hurriedly called out, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Lin Yunxi. What's yours?" Long Chen did not stop or respond, vanishing into the woods. Who on earth is he? So young, tall, and handsome. When did Donglin City have such a young genius? No, I must have my father investigate when I get back. I must personally thank him for saving my life. With that thought, Lin Yunxi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Cough, cough, cough. She spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, her face growing even paler, and she looked like she was about to collapse. Miss, are you alright? Old Chen appeared just in time to support Lin Yunxi. The others were on alert. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while. Fortunately, someone saved me earlier, otherwise I would have died. But he has already left. What about that 2-star assassin, Old Chen? Lin Yunxi asked. Our strengths are not far apart, and we both sustained some injuries. He probably thought you had been killed and chose to retreat. But unexpectedly, you were blessed. That's great, miss. Now that you're okay, I can relax. By the way, who was the one who saved you? We must repay him properly. Old Chen inquired. I don't know who he is or what his name is. I only saw his profile. But he was very young and handsome, definitely not over 20. Lin Yunxi recalled, still shocked by Long Chen's strength and age. What? How is that possible? A person under 20 who can kill a 1-star assassin? You must know that all 5 of them were at the peak of combat. Even if it was a sneak attack or a tough kill, that would still be an exceptionally rare genius. If we were to compare, his talent might not be lower than yours, miss, who has yet to fully consolidate the Ice Soul ability. Old Chen was both shocked and puzzled. Old Chen, it wasn't a sneak attack, nor was it particularly difficult. He killed them all with just 5 leaves, 1 strike each. Lin Yunxi said. What did you say? After personally inspecting the wounds on the bodies, Old Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. They died very quickly. The leaves had such great power. It seems his ability is quite special. It should be a plant-based ability. He can manipulate plants or something similar, which is why he could unleash such power with the leaves. His strength should still be at the combat level, but since this area is filled with plants, it's just his home turf. Old Chen analyzed seriously. Maybe. Lin Yunxi was non-committal. Such a genius should at least be someone of high status in Donglin City. How could he come to a place like this alone? Old Chen thought. Stop dwelling on it, Old Chen, let's hurry back. This place isn't safe. And let's investigate his information when we return. Lin Yunxi said. Yes, Mrs. Right, we must return immediately or the 2-star assassin might come back with others. Long Chen made his way deeper into the forest. He crossed over the iron fence marked as a forbidden area, until he arrived at a vertical cliff 200 meters high. This primitive forest is called the Balin Primitive Forest, covering an area marked on the map as 923 square kilometers. It presents an irregular circular shape. The center point must be this mountain. Long Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the river below. He glanced at the mountain across. The cliff, which was wide at the base and pointed at the top, resembling a grave mound. However, there was actually a lake at the summit. The mountain was just too high, and the peak was not visible beneath the clouds. The Huaming Mountain has an elevation of 3,800 meters. It is the highest peak near the city, and on clear days, you can even see the entire cityscape from here. The next few days will be cloudy, so if I break through the Qi refining stage here, it's remote and the most suitable. Thinking of this, Long Chen bent his knees and exerted force. He leaped across the 100-meter-wide cliff. He landed lightly on the opposite bank. Look over there, someone jumped off the cliff. One of the patrol officers on the boat below pointed into the air. Where is it? I didn't see anything. Nonsense, there's not even a ghostly shadow. Are you seeing things? Could it be that you saw a ghost? Damn, shut up, it's broad daylight, where would a ghost come from? Some people instantly became frightened. Don't forget, this is the Balan primitive forest, where any electronic devices will be affected. In some areas, there are even toxic gases. Every year, dozens of people come here for thrills, either going missing or dying. Whether there are ghosts is hard to say, but there are definitely things here. Alright, who can jump across a 100-meter cliff? It's getting dark soon, let's finish the patrol and go back to sleep. Yes, Captain. Long Chen made his way up to the mountain peak. Standing at the summit, he saw the lake at the center of the peak. It was about 10,000 square meters in size, surrounded by many trees, and the scenery was beautiful. Huaming Mountain truly deserves its title as a dormant volcano. It has not erupted for over 2 million years, with an eruption interval of about 3 million years. According to the eruption interval, even if a heavenly tribulation were to occur, it shouldn't erupt. I'll practice here and attempt to break through the Qi refining stage. The sooner I enter the Qi refining stage, the safer it will be. Long Chen leaped into the air and landed in the thicket. He sat cross-legged on a stone to cultivate body refining. Realm, upper 3 levels enhance physique, middle 3 levels temper bones and body, lower 3 levels comprehend spiritual energy. Qi refining stage, upper 3 levels absorb spiritual energy, middle 3 levels transform it into a sea of energy, lower 3 levels refine energy into a vortex. Long Chen was able to absorb spiritual energy from the very beginning. Naturally, this allowed his body refining realm to advance rapidly. He didn't even need half a day to break through to the 9th level of body refining. Therefore, what he needed to do now was still to absorb spiritual energy until he reached saturation and could sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. After all, Huaming Mountain was a primitive forest. The spiritual energy here was much more abundant compared to the city. This was also one of the reasons why Long Chen chose to cultivate here. Soon, several days passed. The day of the college entrance examination was approaching. Since Long Chen had already been expelled, he naturally could not participate in the exam. Of course, he had never thought about changing his fate through the college entrance examination. And since Long Chen's disqualification had already been set in stone, the homeroom teacher did not inform Long Chen's parents. Otherwise, Long Chen would really have to explain things to his parents. As for taking leave to accompany Long Chen for the exam, it was mainly because he couldn't take leave from the construction site. Moreover, Long Chen had previously informed his parents that he would stay at school to take the exam. It could be considered a kind-hearted lie. Once he broke through to the Qi refining stage, his family's fate would be rewritten. At the same time, in the class, besides Long Chen, there were 3 others who could not take the exam: Chen Lai, Zhao Jingrui, and Lin Shiro. Chen Lai had his face swollen and eyes blurred from being beaten by Long Chen, making it impossible for him to see the exam paper. He was still recuperating in the hospital. Zhao Jingrui had lost his Kuan Koan and was undergoing surgery to recover his AI Kuan. Lin Shiro had directly dropped out of school and vanished without a trace. 4 people were missing from the class for the college entrance examination. Waiting at the door for the students to finish their college entrance exams, the homeroom teacher Yang Yushi's mood was understandable. Lin Shiro is one thing, her family background is mysterious, and she was born winning at the starting line. Long Chen is such a pity, coming from an ordinary family and unable to take the exam. In the future, he will only have a high school diploma, and in this world, he can only work on construction sites to help support his family. His life will be ruined. He hasn't shown up these days. I hope he's hiding. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear the wrath of the Xiao family. Sigh. Shiro, I hope you can truly protect Long Chen. Yang Yushi murmured. Deep down, she was very concerned about Long Chen. In the distance, a Bentley with a pair of beautiful eyes was watching Yang Yushi. Then the window rolled up. The Bentley drove into a densely packed high-rise residential area. It was like a modern-day slum. The Bentley stopped, attracting many envious glances. The window lowered slightly. Passers-by could see the woman inside. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's the latest Bentley. It seems to cost over 5 million. That's not expensive. Houses around here easily go for over 5 million. Hee, we live in a slum, we have no choice. That Bentley is just a means of transportation, they might have dozens at home. Didn't you see the license plate? Just the plate is more expensive than the car. I really envy her, she looks like a high school student born with a silver spoon. Her gaze seems to look down on us. Where are the cattle and horses? I don't see any. Sigh, aren't we all just that? I just hope she doesn't owe my son his salary in the future. Miss, we're about to leave. Do you want to go up and take a look? The driver asked. No need, my uncle and aunt are working, and he's not home. I'll just take a casual look. The woman's voice grew softer as she spoke. Don't worry, miss, the master has sent someone to protect him. He should be fine. Your priority is to become a powerful ability user. Only powerful ability users are above others and can control their fate, the driver said. Let's go. After the woman finished speaking, the window closed. The car drove away. In the central industrial area, the Xiao Real Estate Group's landmark building stood tall. Even among a dozen high-rise buildings, the headquarters of the Xiao Real Estate Group still stood out. The building was shaped like a twisted donut, standing 399 meters tall. In the chairman's office on the top floor. Are you sure it can't be done in the future? It's fine, just do your best. If my son can't do it, your son will also be cut off from his lineage. Humph. Zhao Lixia, the current chairman of the Xiao Real Estate Group, snorted coldly and hung up the phone, his face dark as he looked out the window. He was nearing 50, tall and thin, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes from time to time. If it weren't for the patrols during the college entrance exam period and the Tai Lin dynasty's strict prohibition against disturbances, to rashly wipe out a whole family would bring unnecessary trouble. I have already wiped out your whole family, but now that I think about it, killing your family easily would be too cheap for you. I want you to wish for death but be unable to die, to live worse than death. Zhao Lixia held an A4 sheet of paper in his right hand. He looked at the photo and information of Long Chen's family on it. Long Chen, without any abilities, just a bit stronger physically, dares to beat my son like this. His parents work at the construction site of the high-rise residential buildings developed by my Xiao Real Estate Group. Working 12 hours a day for a monthly salary of 4,800, right? It's normal for people to die in high-risk jobs on construction sites. Zhao Lixia sneered, his gaze fierce, like an angry wolf. Knock knock. Chairman, old Zhou is here. The female secretary knocked on the door and stepped aside. Behind her came an old man with white hair, eyebrows, and beard. He looked to be around 70 years old. His beard was not long, but his gaze was resolute with a hint of ruthlessness. With a kind smile, one might mistakenly think he was a benevolent old man. Old Zhou has arrived. Please take a seat. Zhao Lixia gestured. The old man sat across from him. Even without Zhao Lixia's wealth, his presence was formidable. This was the confidence that came from strength. With power, even without money, one is still above others. No one dared to underestimate him. Director Xiao, let's get straight to the point. Who do you need me to kill? The old man said with a smile, as if murder was just part of his daily routine. After the college entrance examination ends tomorrow, around 7 in the evening, at the Huafu Tianqiong construction site, kill these 2 people for me. Use your most brutal methods to torture them, then throw them off the building. I will have someone handle the aftermath. Zhao Lixia tapped on the A4 paper where Long Jin and Lin Yuyan's names were written. What kind of strength do they have? The old man paused before leaving. The whole family of 3 are ordinary people, Zhao Lixia replied. Ordinary people are not worth my effort. 5 million per person deposited into my account. I kill for money. By the time the old man finished speaking, he had already vanished down the corridor. Don't worry, the money will be transferred immediately. Zhao Lixia signaled to his secretary. The secretary understood and quickly initiated the transfer. 5 million to kill an ordinary person. Isn't that too expensive? The secretary couldn't help but comment after completing the transaction. What do you know? He is Zhou Shatian, known as the Butcher of 100. He has personally killed over 100 people. And he is an ability user. 5 million per person is not expensive. Zhao Lixia said. What? 100 people? Then 5 million is indeed not expensive. The female secretary's mouth dropped open in surprise. 5 million to kill an ordinary person is very costly for others. But for Zhao Lixia, it was not much. In today's era, although the strong are noble, humanity's true enemy is the beasts. Random killings are publicly forbidden. Zhou Shatian is known as the Butcher of 100, and his reputation carries significant weight. During the 2 days of the college entrance examination in the Tai Lin dynasty, disturbances and killings are strictly prohibited. Once discovered, there will be no mercy. This is also why they plan to act after the exams tomorrow. At 6:50 in the afternoon after the college entrance examination ended, Long Jin and Lin Yuyan were working on the 79th floor of a super high-rise residential building. This building was designed to be 99 stories tall, with a floor height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters. The total height exceeds 250 meters. They had only reached the 79th floor, with another 6 months of construction left until completion. Nowadays, building construction is different from before. No matter how skilled you are, the salary does not exceed 6,000. Many college graduates struggle to find jobs and end up working on construction sites, carrying bricks and cement. A single brick could crush several college students. Oljin, you and your wife work a little harder and continue overtime until 8. The others can leave for the dormitory, the foreman said. The others quickly left. Work well, and I will apply for an extra 200 in salary for each of you, the foreman added, patting Longjin's shoulder with a meaningful look as he left. Thank you, boss, Longjin said happily. Earning money is not easy nowadays. An extra 200 a month adds up over a year. After the foreman left, Longjin looked at the message on his phone showing a deposit of 500,000. Good luck to you, the foreman hummed a tune as he took the temporary elevator down. Honey, should we call Yenner? I wonder how he did on the exam. We haven't seen him for a few days, Lin Yuyan asked. Let's not. Yenner has been under too much pressure lately. We agreed to wait until he finishes the exam to ask. We'll just work until 8. We'll be home by 9 at the latest. By the way, after work, let's buy some cooked dishes to treat Yenner well, Longjin said. Okay, I'll follow your lead, Lin Yuyan nodded. The first floor of the building was silent. A dark figure slowly approached. 15 million. To kill 2 ordinary people and capture 1 ordinary person. Another one must be brought back alive. Well, since the money is in place, even if they are not superpowered, killing them is fine, the black figure murmured. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Donglin City, Dongchuanmen Airport. Donglin City has 3 major airports, with Dongchuanmen Airport serving as a military-civilian dual-use airport. Of course, the other 3 airports are also dual-use. However, during peaceful times when there are no attacks from exotic beasts, civilian flights are more frequent. Dongchuanmen Airport is divided into the eastern and western zones. The eastern zone is the military airport, while the western zone is the civil aviation airport. Inside Hangar No. 9 of the Eastern Military Airport, a black Bentley with the license plate Leopard came to a stop. It should be noted that this is a military airport hangar housing various fighter jets. Under normal circumstances, ordinary vehicles are not allowed to enter. 2 people got out of the car, a driver and Lin Shiro. Miss, the master has important matters to attend to and cannot escort you, the driver said. It's fine, Lin Shiro replied nonchalantly. You must be Miss Lin. I am. Please follow me. A 3-star Air Force officer smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Shiro. 3 1-star officers followed behind him. The group walked out of the hangar. Miss Lin, we will dispatch 3 fighter jets to escort you. Moreover, one of the elders from the Elder Hall, Elder Yuan, will be arriving shortly to personally escort you and ensure your safe arrival, the 3-star officer said. Such a grand occasion? Even a powerful elder from the Elder Hall is coming to escort me, Lin Shiro was astonished. What kind of existence is the Elder Hall? It is the gathering place of martial power in the Tai Lin dynasty. Such high-level experts are rarely seen. She never expected that one would come to escort her today. Lin Shiro naturally felt flattered. At that moment, a fighter jet streaked across the sky and then landed steadily at the airport. It was an extremely sci-fi looking aircraft, similar to what is described online as a space fighter. It measured 40 meters in length and had a wingspan of 20 meters. The cabin door opened and a man clad in black battle armor descended the stairs, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that made one hold their breath. As his facial armor gradually retracted, a face in his 50s appeared. His gaze was resolute, carrying the demeanor of someone who had held a high position for many years. Elder Yuan, the 3-star officer and the surrounding soldiers involuntarily straightened their backs and saluted. Elder Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Lin Shiro. You are Lin Shiro, right? Top-tier A-level superpower, and your ability is special, with a slight possibility of evolving into S-level superpower. You have good talent. As long as you don't fall midway, you have hope of reaching my level of strength in the future. Welcome to the superpowered University of Hima City. Elder Wang extended his hand. Thank you, Elder Wang, Lin Shiro said, not daring to be negligent as she hurriedly shook his hand. In front of Elder Wang, she felt an unprecedented sense of pressure, almost suffocating. Speaking became somewhat difficult. This was normal. After all, Lin Shiro was a genius, not a powerhouse. By the way, I also graduated from the superpowered University of Hima City. This time, I will escort you safely, Elder Wang said. With a smile, he had high hopes for Lin Shiro. With a high superpower level and good looks, she was bound to achieve great things in the future. For an ordinary person, Elder Wang wouldn't even give a smile. Thank you, Elder Wang, Lin Shiro said. Let's go. Elder Wang walked ahead, and Lin Shiro followed closely behind. Everyone watched as the two boarded the fighter jet. The fighter jet then took off vertically, and after reaching a certain altitude, its dual engines emitted blue flames as it sped away. 3 fighter jets ascended to escort them, quickly disappearing into the sky. Looking at the city lights outside the window, Lin Shiro felt a bit reluctant to leave the city she had lived in for 18 years. The distance between cities in The Tailin dynasty is at least 1,000 kilometers apart. As for Donglin City and Haima City, they are approximately 6,000 kilometers apart. This distance will encounter quite a few flying exotic beasts. Moreover, due to your uniqueness, it is necessary to have fighter jets escorting for safety, Elder Wang said. So that's how it is, Lin Shiro nodded. The Tailin dynasty has 69 city fortresses scattered throughout its territory. With such a vast area, the cities are naturally far apart. As for the population, it has exceeded 5 billion. This is still due to the many deaths that occurred when the exotic beasts first appeared. Otherwise, the population back then would have surpassed 10 billion. Adding to that are the dozens of other empires that still exist. Currently, the global population exceeds 3 billion. The vast majority of land is controlled by exotic beasts. The oceans and rivers are even more so. And the sky is naturally the domain of the exotic beasts. However, fighter jets and commercial airliners fly relatively fast and are sturdy enough. Even if they are attacked, accidents are unlikely. By avoiding as indicated by radar, generally flying exotic beasts cannot catch up. Therefore, the sky is still relatively safe. This is also the main way to travel between cities. Mom and Dad are in danger. Long Chen almost sensed it instantly through the formation on his parents' buttons. She refining stage, break for me. Long Chen roared. More than half of the spiritual energy in the primitive forest was forcibly absorbed by him. Although Origin Star is lacking in spiritual energy, Long Chen's combat power is strong enough. He can forcibly absorb spiritual energy over a larger area. Therefore, at this moment, when such a vast amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by him, the spiritual energy accumulated in Long Chen's dantian reached saturation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky darkened, with thick clouds covering a radius of 100 miles. Boom, crackle. Thick lightning storms descended upon the earth. This scene was horrifying. At night, it appeared shockingly terrifying. Countless people in the city looked out their windows at this spectacle, all frightened by the sight. My God, what's going on? The weather forecast didn't say there would be a thunderstorm. Why did it suddenly start thundering and lightning? Hurry home, it's dangerous outside. I don't want to be struck by lightning. This is extreme localized weather, probably due to changes in airflow. The center of this lightning seems to be the North Forest Primitive Forest. They say the North Forest Primitive Forest is a forbidden area with patrol teams every day. Could there really be something unknown? Could it be a big shot in cultivation undergoing tribulation? Exactly, it's my golden core big shot breaking through. I'm still a Yuan old monster. Get lost. Have you read too many novels? Many powerful ability users in Donglin City quickly climbed nearby buildings. Standing on the rooftops, they watched the scene, their eyes filled with shock. Thunder. From nowhere, could it be? Even some experienced super strong individuals, who vaguely guessed, were showing unprecedented seriousness. Military fighter jets had already been dispatched patrolling the outer safety zone. All civilian flights were diverted to other airports. This flight route was designated as a temporary no-fly zone. All residents near the North Forest Primitive Forest were staying home to take shelter. Such matters didn't even require the patrol teams to remind them. Even those far away consciously hid in their homes, fearing being struck by lightning. After all, such things have happened before. It's a matter of probability. With so much lightning, even the smallest probability could lead to many being struck if caught in it. Who wouldn't be afraid? On the fighter jet, Elder Wang and Lin Shiro were also shocked, watching this scene. They happened to be flying at the edge of countless lightning strikes, right above the North Forest Primitive Forest. They witnessed this astonishing sight as if they were there in person. This scene is too terrifying. What on earth is happening? Elder Wang exclaimed, his eyelids twitching. Could it be? Suddenly, he vaguely thought of something. It must be extreme weather, but I've lived in Donglin City my whole life and have never seen anything like this. This is the first time. It feels like the end of the world. Elder Wang, what's wrong with you? Lin Shiro noticed Elder Wang's shock and fear as she spoke. His lips even trembled slightly, as if he had thought of something that terrified him. What exactly is happening, Elder Wang? Do you know what this is? Lin Shiro looked at Elder Wang, then at the lightning outside the window. Could it really be? No, it can't be. If a powerful ability user is breaking through, what kind of realm would cause such a huge impact? Even if it were that realm, it shouldn't be possible. Elder Wang muttered to himself. In the major fortresses of the Tailin dynasty, several pairs of long dormant sharp eyes suddenly opened wide. Soaring straight up 3,000 meters, they hovered in the air, looking towards Donglin City. What terrifying energy fluctuations! Could it be that a powerful being is breaking through? That's not right. Donglin City is just a small city, and there are no powerful beings of that level stationed here. The energy is still increasing, getting stronger and stronger. How is this possible? Bang bang bang. On the peak of Huaming Mountain, blue energy waves surged from Long Chen's body. By the ninth wave, the range covered a radius of 20 kilometers. It was like the pulse shockwave created by the explosion of a large electromagnetic pulse bomb. Boom boom boom. accompanied by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of blue lightning bolts descending. The Balan primitive forest became a sea of thunder and lightning. Every corner of the city could see it clearly. Even cities 1,000 kilometers away could witness the scene if the weather was good and visibility high. Boom boom boom. Then, dozens of heavenly thunders consecutively struck Long Chen. Come on, mere heavenly thunder is nothing to worry about. Long Chen was unafraid, treating it as if it were nothing. One must know how many heavenly thunders fell when breaking through in the long Yuan continent. It often also indicated the level of talent, strength, and combat power. Generally, reaching 7 thunders already made one a super genius disciple of a major sect. 8 thunders were extraordinary prodigies. 9 thunders were unparalleled, opening a new era. 9 thunders were a limit. Long Chen had been at that level before. That was how he could be absolutely invincible in the long Yuan continent. And now Long Chen had broken through the limit, welcoming the 81 heavenly thunders. Beyond the limit, there would naturally be unexpected gains. When the last one fell, the entire Balan primitive forest was almost completely covered. Everything in the primitive forest was utterly destroyed. The ground was charred black, stripped of a layer. Not a single tree was left standing. I've finally broken through the Qi refining stage. The ancient texts of the long Yuan continent record that even in the early ancient times, the maximum one could reach was 9 heavenly thunders. I have endured 81, making me the strongest in the history of the Qi refining stage in the long Yuan continent. Long Chen clenched his fist, explosive power radiating. The surrounding lightning slowly dissipated. Only a few bolts of lightning swirled around him, then gradually returned to calm and faded away. The lake in front of him evaporated, and the mountain peaks were shaved off by hundreds of meters. One must know that this mountain was composed of stone and granite. To shave off 100 meters, one could imagine the power involved. And this was merely the breakthrough of the Qi refining stage. To break through the Qi refining stage, the impact range is this vast, and the power is this explosive? Fortunately, I had the foresight not to break through at home, otherwise, at least 1 million people would have suffered. It seems the next realm can only be broken through in the wilderness beast area, but now is not the time to think about these things. In this direction, if someone wants to harm my parents, they will have to bear my wrath. Long Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. I can already fly with my sword in the Qi refining stage, but there's no time to draw my sword. I'll charge straight ahead. Thinking this, boom. Long Chen's foot stomped on the ground, his calves bending as he exerted force. Boom. The ground beneath collapsed, and the mountaintop, already scorched by heavenly lightning, crumbled once more. It shot towards the construction site of the Huafu skyscraper like a cannonball. As the saying goes, great strength brings miraculous results. Although the Qi refinement stage cannot fly on its own or control a sword, he is the strongest Qi refiner in the history of the long Yuan continent. His Qi sea is as vast and boundless as the ocean. As long as there is a sword, he can fly with it. Even without a sword, he can still achieve miraculous feats with sheer strength. Adjusting his position, he could smash down like a cannonball. Is it finally over? Lin Shiro on. The plane felt a lingering unease. This matter is far from simple. I must report to the higher-ups immediately. This is very likely a celestial phenomenon caused by a breakthrough of an ability user. If that's the case, it must be an earth-shattering super ability user. Moreover, if it's a lone ability user, we must do everything possible to win them over. This will be of great significance to my Lin dynasty. With this in mind, Old Wang immediately notified the higher-ups. He dispatched professionals to the North Forest for sample collection and analysis. He also instructed the escorting fighter jets to accelerate to Mach 2. It was 6,000 kilometers from here to the Sea Demon City. At Mach 2, they could arrive in about 3 hours without incident. After that, he would return to the North Forest immediately. As the heavenly thunder subsided, the ordinary people of Donglin City felt both exhilarated and relieved to have survived. Finally over. That was really terrifying. I need to go take a look tomorrow. I estimate the North Forest has been destroyed. Just a natural disaster, nothing unusual. Time to sleep. This matter is likely not ordinary. If it is as I suspect, what level of ability user could have broken through? It's hard to imagine. If it really is an ability user, Donglin City is going to be lively. Ordinary ability users watch the excitement, fearful yet unaware of the underlying dangers. Only a few super strong ability users understand the stakes involved. They speculate that Donglin City will no longer be peaceful. Meanwhile, on Longjin's side, the assassin Zhou Shetian was riding the elevator up. The elevator was slow, and with the high floors, it took quite some time to reach the top. However, the slow speed allowed him to witness the distant heavenly thunder from its appearance to its disappearance. What's going on? How could there be such a large area of lightning falling? But this isn't the time to think about that. I need to deal with these two first. With that thought, the elevator reached the top floor. He looked at Longjin and Lin Yuyan, who were tying rebar and finishing the cement floor. Zhou Shatian revealed a cruel smile. Ladies, your journey ends here. Zhou Shatian sneered. What? Who are you? What do you want? Longjin and Lin Yuyan turned to look, especially startled to see Zhou Shatian holding two sharp daggers. They jumped back, huddling together, holding a drill and a shovel for self-defense. Someone has offered 10 million for your lives. You can only blame your bad luck. But don't worry, once you're dead, your son will accompany you. Zhou Shatian displayed a cruel smile. 10 million for our lives? Who would spend so much money to kill us? Longjin was astonished. 10 million could barely buy one or two poorly located small apartments, but for a life it was certainly excessive. After all, compensation for work-related deaths was only 1,300,000 per person. Bang! Suddenly, at that moment, Longjin descended from the sky, lightly landing on the cement slab, making a low thud. He stood in front of Zhou Shatian, facing away from him. This sudden scene startled Zhou Shatian, who stumbled back a few steps. Who are you? Zhou Shatian's expression turned serious. He hadn't sensed Long Chen's presence in advance. That was terrifying. After all, he was a professional assassin. His abilities were of a stealth type. His perception was incredibly sharp, but he still did not sense Long Chen's appearance in advance, especially since Long Chen descended from the sky. He dared not be careless. However, looking at Long Chen's back, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Yener, how did you come here? Lin Yuyan, seeing it was Long Chen, couldn't believe it, and the next moment was filled with endless fear. It didn't matter if she died, but she couldn't let her son be involved. I thought it was someone else. You scared me. I didn't expect it to be you, kid. A mere ordinary person dares to act mysterious. What a stroke of luck, finding something without any effort. Looks like I can earn all 15 million today. Zhou Shatian sneered, licking his short knife with a sinister expression. To be honest, he was genuinely startled by Long Chen's entrance. Just now, he even thought about running away, but now he felt no fear at all. Long Chen was their son, also an ordinary person, posing no threat. Wait, Yener, how did you get up here? He's here to kill us. Hurry and escape. I'll deal with him. Yener, you must run. Go down the stairs. Long Chen shouted, not having time to think about how Long Chen arrived. He rushed forward anxiously, shielding Long Chen behind him, with a shovel pointed at Zhou Shatian. Long Chen's bare arms were covered in dust. Though not a very strong physique, he resolutely stood in front of Long Chen to block the danger. Hurry up, what are you thinking, Yener? As long as you are alive, that's all that matters. Run. Lin Yuyan rushed over with a drill, anxious. Seeing such parents, Long Chen couldn't help but feel moved. He recalled how powerless he was against the alien beasts in his previous life. His parents had said the same thing to him to ensure his safety. In the end, to attract the attention of the alien beasts, they called out loudly and were devoured. Scenes flashed through his mind. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. In this life, no one in heaven or on earth can harm you, Long Chen said firmly. What? Long Jin and Lin Yuyan were puzzled, not understanding Long Chen's meaning. Mom and Dad, just watch. This is the strength of your son now. Long Chen patted his parents' shoulders and stepped forward. A family should die together. But don't worry, the buyer wants you alive. I will kill your father first. Zhou Shatian hadn't finished his sentence. Long Chen's fingertips unleashed a blade of energy, and with a wave of his arm, buzz, a humming sound spread out. Then Zhou Shatian's head fell to the ground. His body staggered back a few steps, and his head hit the floor below. From a height of over 70 floors, even a forensic expert would vomit. But that wasn't the end. Where the energy blade passed, nothing could block it. Thud 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 thud. Not only were the four supporting columns on both sides neatly severed and crashed to the ground, 200 meters away, the super high-rise residential building that had reached 130 floors was also instantly cut off. It then slowly slid, making a piercing sound. Under the moonlight, the upper floors above 80 began to slide to the left. Boom! It crashed to the ground, creating a huge noise. The earth trembled slightly. Workers in the construction shed rushed out to see this scene. Each one was utterly shocked. My God, what's happening? I don't know, it's too scary. Why did the building collapse? It's over, something big is going to happen. The losses are huge. Quick, see if anyone was crushed to death. Notify all contractors for a meeting. Hurry. Damn. Longjin and Lin Yuyan couldn't help but curse, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, stunned into silence. At this moment, they were completely speechless. Only shock filled their hearts. It's actually much stronger than expected. Is this the Chi refinement stage after my 81 heavenly thunders? Long Chen thought to himself. Seeing the power of his own attack, Long Chen was surprised. He knew that after experiencing the unprecedented 81 heavenly thunders entering the Chi refinement stage, he would definitely be strong. But he didn't expect that when he actually made a move, he realized he had still underestimated himself. His Chi refining stage was powerful enough to overturn common understanding. His combat power was terrifyingly extreme. It was completely different from the previous notion that one realm equaled two realms on Origin Star. It had to far exceed that. Boom. Boom. It wasn't over yet. Another 125-story skyscraper collapsed 500 meters away. Boom. A 137-story building fell 800 meters away. It wasn't said to be over. It was just that all the super high-rise residential buildings at the Huafu Tianxiong construction site had collapsed. There were no more buildings behind. The airblade had no known destination. Such a commotion attracted the attention of many people from nearby communities. Some even thought there was an earthquake and hurried out of their buildings. However, due to the darkness, they couldn't see what was happening here. But they could guess that such a huge noise must be due to buildings collapsing. Moreover, many people, aided by the moonlight, had already seen that buildings had fallen. The specific reason was still unclear. The security and rescue teams were on their way. The power is so strong, I thought breaking through to the first level of chi refining could rival the second level of the third realm. A full-force explosion could rival the ninth level of the third realm. I didn't expect it to far exceed that. And that last strike wasn't even my limit. Thinking of this, Long Chen was extremely satisfied with his strength after the breakthrough. In the Origin Star realm, there were battle soldiers, battle bodies, battlefields, battle spirits. He now felt that he had far surpassed the fourth realm. This is simply as exaggerated as a movie. Yenner, you've become a superhuman? Long Chen turned to look at Long Chen, his face full of disbelief. Aside from awakening superpowers, he couldn't think of how Long Chen had become so strong. Yes, Yenner, you've awakened superpowers? Lin Yuyan also hurriedly asked. Mom and Dad, I haven't awakened superpowers. How should I put it? I belong to the group of cultivators. You should know about the cultivators in novels, right? They can fly with swords, traversing heaven and earth. I am much stronger than superhumans. For example, the highest level of superpowers is SS level, but if I were to compare, I have far surpassed SS level. In terms of strength, looking across the entire Donglin city, I can walk sideways. Long Chen did not hide from his parents that he was a cultivator. As for crossing over to the Long Yuan continent, that was something he couldn't say for now. Unless he was truly invincible on Origin Star. Upon hearing this, the two were shocked. Cultivators from novels? How strong must they be? No wonder they can casually sever several buildings. This is too exaggerated. As soon as the topic of cultivators from novels came up, Longjin immediately understood. Although novels were fabricated, the strength displayed by his son was very real. This point could not be faked. Anyway, as long as Yenner is strong, that's good, but Yenner, you have to be careful. Others are superhumans, while you are a cultivator. If others find out about your uniqueness, who knows if someone might take the lead and they would unite to dissect you for research. You can't be too careful. Lin Yuyan was proud of Long Chen's strength but worried about his situation. After all, standing out from the crowd would always attract the attention of petty people. Don't worry, Mom, the group of cultivators is completely unfamiliar to them. They will only think of me as a special superhuman. Moreover, it's absolutely impossible for them to kill me. Of course, you and Dad must not let anyone know that I am a cultivator. Long Chen said confidently and calmly. Different strengths, different experiences, and different realms of thought. He wasn't worried about so-called potential threats. The Longyuan continent was far more dangerous than here, where killing happened at any moment. You could be killed without even knowing it. He could become the strongest there, let alone in this relatively small area of Origin Star. He was not like other protagonists. Long Chen would never suffer setbacks in his life. Don't worry, Yenner, we will never speak of it. Only our family of three knows. Long Zhen and Lin Yuyan nodded seriously. Long Chen asked a few more questions about why they hadn't finished work yet. It was likely related to the contractor. Dad, Mom, I'll take you down. You go home first, I have some things to handle. You don't have to do this kind of work anymore. Let me take care of you. After Long Chen finished speaking, he bounced down the stairs with his parents, landing lightly on the ground. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan were stunned. They hadn't even reacted before they were already outside the construction site. It was more thrilling than a roller coaster. Then Long Chen disappeared into the night. Let's go home and prepare a meal for Yenner when she returns. My son is a super powerhouse. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan were filled with joy. They didn't dawdle and call a car to go home. However, at that moment, their spirits were vastly different from before. Just a few days ago, their son was a normal student preparing for the college entrance exam. Now he had become a true powerhouse. It felt like a dream. Although they knew something must have happened, Long Chen didn't say anything, and as modern parents, they didn't pry too deeply. Long Chen arrived in front of the assassin. At that moment, the assassin was already everywhere. However, the special phone in front of him was undamaged due to its cushioning. Long Chen opened it without a password. Inside were call records and a notification of 10 million received, along with another 5 million that had just arrived. Clearly, after killing Long Chen's parents, the next step was to deal with Long Chen. The matter wasn't resolved yet, but the money had already come in. Impressive. As expected, it's an assassin sent by the Xiao real estate group. Since you want to die, then not a single one of you will be spared. Long Chen had already guessed. Now he could confirm it. He opened the account balance. A total of 38,500,000. That's quite a bit of money, but what do dead people need money for? Long Chen smiled and transferred all of Zhou Shaishan's money into his own bank account. This phone was very special. At the moment of the transfer, it had already circled the globe. It turned into clean money directly, and there were no transaction fees. After all, this phone was worth over 5 million. Enough to offset a certain amount of transaction fees, specifically for assassins, honest to both young and old. Do. The phone rang, and Long Chen answered. Hello, old Zhou, how's it going? Have Long Chen's parents been dealt with? Remember to record a video. I want Long Chen to see it and regret everything he did to my son. The voice on the other end was vicious. Wait for me. Long Chen replied calmly. The voice on the other end was puzzled. Huh, that voice doesn't sound like old Zhou's? I must have misheard. Zhao Lixia hung up the phone without paying much attention. However, an uneasy feeling arose within him. It made him very anxious, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong at that moment. Long Chen left, and in the dim light of a distant street lamp, a bloodied Samsung Assassin Association badge was caught in the branches of a tree. Long Chen arrived at the office and saw the contractor anxiously making a phone call to the building subcontractor. 3 buildings have collapsed, and we still don't know the specific reason. Is a woman more important, or is the future more important? Hurry up and come. Before he could finish his sentence, the contractor's phone split in half. Terrified, he turned around to see Long Chen staring at him. Who are you? What do you want? The overweight contractor was terrified. You've received quite a bit of money, haven't you, since you participated in dealing with my parents? Then you can go die. Long Chen flashed in front of him. Slap. A hand struck him to the ground. The contractor covered his battered face. Your old Zhen's son? How could you be so strong? I'll give you money, 50,000. Just let me go. Please, I have a wife and a daughter who just finished the college entrance exam. They are still waiting for me to come home. I beg you. Come on, let me sweep you. I'll give you 50,000 yuan, just don't kill me. I am innocent. I have no idea what has happened between us. The foreman trembled as he took out another phone. As a result, his phone flew directly into Long Chen's hand. The messages inside hadn't been deleted. Received 500,000 from Xiao Real Estate Group. Very well, then your whole family can go die. Long Chen sneered. Dad, what happened outside? Why are there so many workers out there? By the way, Dad, I performed really well today. I'm sure I can get into the best university in Donglin City. Honey, I brought you your favorite dumplings. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. A middle-aged woman in her 30s, dressed in a form-fitting black dress and high heels, entered with an 18-year-old girl. It was the foreman's wife and daughter. Don't be fooled by the foreman's shortcomings. His wife and daughter were indeed quite beautiful. A lovely wife and a beautiful daughter, a happy family of 3, envied by others. Hurry up, you all get out, hurry, the foreman shouted in fear. It's too late. Long Chen waved his finger, and a blast of air shot out. Buzz. The 2 women fell to the ground. If anyone else had seen this, they would have taken advantage. No. Tears streamed down the foreman's face as he cried pitifully. Long Chen casually waved his hand, and they were silenced before they could scream. Long Chen remained untainted, coldly watching everything as if he had done nothing. To become an accomplice for 500,000, then I will kill your whole family. Long Chen's eyes showed no emotional fluctuation. He transferred 5 million from the foreman's personal account to his own through that special phone. Long Chen vanished in a flash. A worker pushed the door open. Ah, there's a dead person, the boss is dead. The worker screamed in terror and ran outside. Long Chen's phone had the foreman's home address. It just so happened to be on the way to Xiao Real Estate Group. Long Chen nimbly leaped between the tall buildings. He also threw the foreman's elderly parents and mother-in-law out of a 50-story building. The father-in-law had died early, escaping a calamity. Since you participated in moving against my parents, there's only one way out for you, dragging your whole family down with you. He coldly looked at the 3 who had fallen into a heap. A family should be whole. Long Chen was no saint. He disappeared into the night sky, heading towards Xiao Real Estate Group. As for the previous assassins, they had become killers, and generally, they wouldn't have families. Otherwise, family would be a weakness, making it impossible to be a professional killer. On the 3rd floor of a vast villa in the eastern district of Donglin City, Lin Yunqi looked towards the now calm direction of the north. Forest, primitive forest. There was endless worry in her eyes. What's wrong, girl? A middle-aged man beside her, waking from his shock, looked at his daughter's anxious face with confusion. Dad, the boy who saved me during the day is over there, and at that time he was heading deep into the North Forest primitive forest. With such terrifying lightning just now, could he have, already? Lin Yunqi's face turned pale at this thought, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Long Chen was not only her savior but also young, powerful, and handsome. What girl wouldn't have a crush? Naturally, she felt a deep affection for him. Seeing that Long Chen was very likely to die under the thunder and lightning, she was extremely anxious. The middle-aged man beside her was her father, Lin Ruocheng. Alas, with such terrifying lightning he might really have. But don't worry, girl, I'll call to let the rescue team and fire brigade pay more attention. Maybe he found shelter in a cave and escaped a calamity. Lin Ruocheng comforted her. Yes, young lady, the master is right. He has a good fate and will definitely escape this disaster. I'll head out to take a look right away, miss, don't rush. Old Chen walked over and said, Old Chen, I'm going with you. Lin Yunxi replied, no, girl, your injuries haven't healed yet and your ice spirit ability is very unstable. If the ice spirit ability backfires, you'll be ruined for life. You can't go anywhere right now. Not until your ice spirit ability is completely stabilized. But, no buts. Even if he saved you, it won't do any good for you to go. Just focus on your recovery. Old Chen, take a few people with you to check it out. Yes, sir. Old Chen turned and left. On the top floor of the Xiao real estate group building, Zhao Lixia quietly waited for Zhou Shetian to return his call. Or to come back in person to hand him the video. Long Chen has been missing for a few days and we still can't find his exact whereabouts. But as soon as your parents die, no matter how much you can endure, you will definitely come out to see your parents' corpses. At that time, it will surely be very painful, helpless, and regretful. Hee, this is the price for touching my son. Ants should be crushed to death. Zhao Lixia sneered as he looked out at the cityscape. Standing higher allows one to see further. There is a sense of ultimate superiority in controlling life and death. The lives of ordinary people are worth less than dogs in his eyes. However, the next moment, his smile froze. Because the lights of the building ahead caused a reflection on the glass. It was only now that he saw a person standing behind him. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Turning around sharply, he saw the familiar face of Long Chen. He was too familiar with Long Chen. This was the person he wanted to personally torture and kill. It's you? How did you get in? Zhao Lixia's eyes widened in astonishment. But soon, a wild joy spread across his face. Ha, Zhou. Lao is indeed a professional killer. He brought you here so quickly. You harmed my son, making it impossible for him to carry on the family line. You will pay the same price. I will torture you to death. Zhao Lixia hadn't finished speaking. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Long Chen raised a hand and pointed. Ah! A scream erupted. It felt like a heart-wrenching pain. Looking down, he nearly fainted. Ai Kuan was gone. He had lost the ability to love. This was even more painful than losing his own son, even worse than killing him. Ah, so that phone call was you speaking. I didn't expect you to be an ability user. Ah, it hurts so much, you better kill me, otherwise, I will make you die. Zhao Lixia howled. Is that so? With your eunuch status, what can you do? I will make you wish you were dead. I'll give you a taste of the 10 most brutal tortures. If you can endure it, I won't kill your whole family, just wipe out your 3 clans. Long Chen's words were simply devilish. It meant that whether you could endure it or not, your whole family would die. The next moment, Zhao Lixia was enveloped in a transparent airflow, suspended in mid-air. His body was being sliced and diced by air blades. Long Chen casually sprinkled mustard on top. Ah, spare me, please spare me. I shouldn't have touched your parents. Please spare me, I won't dare again. I'll give you money, a lot of money, please spare me. Zhao Lixia screamed in despair. Seeing that Long Chen remained unmoved. Come save me, Zhang Lao, I'll give you 50 million, no, 100 million, hurry and save me. Zhao Lixia struggled to press the communication button with his right hand. The next moment, a door opened in the office wall and a shadow suddenly sprang out from the dark compartment. A short knife was wielded, aimed directly at Long Chen's neck. You can't kill him. Your life ends here. The shadow said coldly, exuding an aura of a strong person. If hit, an ordinary person would instantly lose their head. Even a piece of ordinary steel plate couldn't withstand such a short blade's impact. The old man suddenly froze. A hoarse sound escaped his throat as if someone had grabbed his neck, rendering him immobile. This elder, over 70 with white hair, had eyes that were once bright but now filled with unimaginable terror, bloodshot and his face flushed. His blade halted just a meter in front of Long Chen. In the Qi refining stage, one could form a shield with Qi and transform Qi into a blade. Such a simple physical attack was naturally ineffective. Who exactly are you? The old man asked, panic-stricken, his voice hoarse. Crack! The old man's neck twisted, spinning a few times. Bang! He then exploded into a cloud of snow-like mist. This scene was too sudden, leaving Zhao Lixia unable to react. Elder Zhang is a powerful ability user. I have served him for so many years just to ensure he protects my safety at critical moments. How could he be killed in an instant? How can you be so strong? Zhao Lixia felt a sense of despair creeping in. Don't despair just yet, there are still 9 major tortures to come. Wait until your son arrives, then it won't be too late to despair, Long Chen said. What did you say? Zhao Lixia was anxious and restless, the pain of his injuries paling in comparison to the fear in his heart. As for the bodyguards outside, the area was sealed off by Long Chen's aura and no sound could escape, even if they heard something. Earning a mere 10 to 20,000 a month wasn't worth risking their lives. A few minutes later, when Zhao Lixia was barely hanging on to life, bang, the door was kicked open. Dad, the doctor said I can never again. I want to kill Long Chen. Find him, I want to personally torture him to death. Find someone from the Assassin Association, pay them, as long as the money is enough. They'll take any job. Zhao Jingrui shouted loudly, walking with a swagger. His face was pale, filled with rage, his teeth clenched. Bang! In the next moment, the door suddenly slammed shut. Zhao Jingrui sensed something was wrong. He looked up and found his father suspended in midair, already tortured beyond recognition. Dad! It's you, Long Chen. How are you here? Zhao Jingrui retreated in fear. His father was an ability user and not weak at that, yet he was suspended in the air. Tortured to this extent, he immediately sensed something was off. The door wouldn't budge. Bang bang bang. The bodyguards outside couldn't get in either. Zhao Jingrui, didn't you say that no one in the entire school would dare to provoke you? Long Chen looked at him with a smile. What do you want? I warn you, my Xiao family is not as simple as you think. Don't deceive yourself. Perhaps you have some strength, but the people around you will surely die because of you. Even the strongest have weaknesses. Zhao Jingrui threatened. In the next moment, Long Chen appeared in front of him. He grabbed his arm with his right hand and yanked it down. Ah! Zhao Jingrui screamed in agony. Did I tell you to scream? Long Chen grasped his jaw, applying slight pressure until it shattered, silencing him completely. No, don't. Kill my son. I'll give you $1 billion, just let my son go, please. Zhao Lixia cried. I told you, you won't last, not a single one of your family will be spared. Boom! Long Chen punched through Zhao Jingrui's heart, the walls crumbling like foam in his wake. He shattered the building. Outside, the 5 bodyguards trying to break in were directly obliterated. The entire floor fell silent. No! Zhao Lixia cried hysterically. His only son had died just like that, his heart twisted in agony. Blood is thicker than water. Now, with his lineage cut off, he was nearly driven mad. Even if you kill me, someone will definitely come to take revenge. On you. My 2 daughters won't let this go easily. Just wait for their retaliation, Zhao Lixia said slowly. Is that so? So you have 2 daughters, that's wonderful. As long as they dare to come, I will slowly torture them to death. As for you, Long Chen began a set of the top 10 tortures, starting with skinning and flaying. Kill me, kill me. Before it was over, Zhao Lixia had already died from the pain. Long Chen casually waved his hand, shattering the glass. He hung Zhao Lixia and Zhao Jingrui, the father and son, on a billboard. Then he left. As for the other members of the Xiao family, they would come to him willingly. To wipe out this wealthy and powerful family, it had to be done step by step. They needed to feel unprecedented fear and the sorrow of losing their loved ones. And the scene of the father and son hanging on the billboard would inevitably become the front page news the next day. While causing a huge uproar, the Zhao real estate group's stock price would plummet. The police force would undoubtedly be under immense pressure, doing everything they could to catch the murderer. That night, the Donglin City police force was destined to have a sleepless night. The North Forest primitive forest was destroyed. They had to mobilize almost everyone for a large-scale search to see if anyone had died as a result. As a result, 3 buildings collapsed at the Huafu Tianxiong construction site. The situation could not be suppressed at all. Many related videos had already been uploaded online. On top of that, the contractor's family of 3 had also died. There were even people jumping off buildings, shaking their heads in disbelief. DNA testing was still ongoing, and their identities were unknown. The police force was in a state of chaos when they received news of someone hanging dead on a roadside billboard, and the identity was extremely special. It was the chairman and young master of the Zhao real estate group. This directly alarmed the 7-star police chief of Donglin City's central district. It actually happened in my territory. This is bad. Things have escalated. Investigate this immediately. Everyone on leave must return at once. I mean everyone. The 7-star police chief shouted into the phone. It was important to note that this incident happened right after the college entrance examination of the Tailin dynasty. Just after it ended, such a big event occurred. As the 7-star police chief, he was directly responsible for this area of Donglin City. If someone died in his territory, he would bear the consequences. What a headache! Long Chen lightly landed on the rooftop of his home. At a glance, he saw 2 men in sunglasses and suits sitting in a black SUV below, occasionally glancing around. Suddenly, one of them seemed to see something shocking on his phone. He immediately showed it to the person next to him. The 2 exchanged a glance, visibly shocked and incredulous. Long Chen's gaze shifted to another corner. A van also had a few people watching the middle floors of the building. Long Chen paid no mind. Every move these people made was under his watchful eye. As long as they didn't act, Long Chen wouldn't resort to random killings. But if they dared to make a move, they would all have to die. When Long Chen returned home, he saw his parents bustling about, preparing a feast. It was comparable to a New Year celebration. Even his father, who usually only drank discounted beer, had gritted his teeth and bought 3 bottles of expensive vodka, priced at 4,000 each. It was worth noting that the monthly rent was also 4,000. 3 bottles equated to 3 months' rent. Generally, only those with an annual salary of over $1 million would splurge on such things. Yenner is back, go wash your hands quickly. Dinner is almost ready, Lin Yuyan said. Okay, why are there so many dishes today? Long Chen washed his hands and helped bring 2 plates to the table. Of course, it's to reward you, to celebrate your becoming a strong person, and to celebrate your successful completion of the college entrance examination, Long Chen said, trying to open the vodka bottle. But having never done it before, he didn't know how. Let me do it, Dad. Long Chen lightly slid his finger across the bottleneck and the top was neatly cut off, falling right into the trash can. Today is a happy occasion, I'll have a couple of drinks too. Lin Yuyan handed him a cup. Alright, then I'll pour some for Mom too. Today we can drink freely. But Mom and Dad, I actually didn't take the college entrance examination. I went for secluded training instead. Long Chen revealed the truth while pouring the drinks. Ah, you didn't take the college entrance examination? It's fine. Whether you take it or not doesn't matter. As long as you have strength, what does the college entrance examination count for? Those ability users, even the weakest among them, have higher income and social status than those who toil away and study. Unless they are the top scholars from various cities and states. Otherwise, strength is what matters. Not just in the Tai Lin Empire, but the whole world operates this way. The strong are revered. Long Jin was quite open-minded and didn't think that Long Chen's absence from the college entrance examination would affect his future. It was true that before Long Chen began cultivating, this was the case. But now that he had strength, it was different. He didn't even need to attend university. His fate was directly rewritten. That's right, your dad is right. Since you are already cultivating and your strength is considerable, it doesn't matter whether you take the college entrance exam or not. Yayan's fate is not determined by the exam. Lin Yuyan also said, showing no concern at all. Come, let's toast to Yayan, to successfully becoming a cultivator. Lin Yuyan said after thinking for a moment. Cheers. The 3 clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Come, eat, Yayan, this is your favorite spicy chicken. Lin Yuyan and Long Jin enjoyed this meal very much. All their worries were cast aside. They didn't ask Long Chen what he had been doing earlier. That was Long Chen's own business. Since Long Chen didn't say anything, as parents, they didn't ask either. Until both parents got drunk and fell asleep on the bed. Long Chen looked at his parents and smiled. He turned off the lights and closed the door. Long Chen walked to the window. He deliberately let the assassins outside see him. Sure enough, the assassins in the van instantly became restless. As for the people in the SUV, although they also moved, they were clearly paying more attention to the people in the van. Aren't they all from the same group? Long Chen thought. He closed the window. The door wasn't locked and he quietly waited in the living room. Soon, someone knocked on the door. The door opened, and 4 tattooed men with machetes rushed in. They hadn't even had time to act. Don't move. 2 middle-aged men in suits and sunglasses behind them each held a short blade against their necks. I am Long Ao, the boss of Tua Luoport. Who are you? The leading man among the 4 tattooed men questioned. What boss of Tua Luoport? A 200-meter-long port is all you can manage. You don't need to know who we are, just know that you can't touch this family. Get lost immediately, or I don't want to see you again. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be you getting kicked out. One of the suited men said. As he spoke, a red aura emanated from his blade. Ability user, you are actually an ability user? So what if I'm an ability user? It's true that you are stronger than us, but we are sent by the Xiao family. Xiao Real Estate Group, Xiao family. This matter is too deep for you to handle. The Xiao family is not someone you can offend. This family is specifically wanted by the Xiao family. Anyone who dares to protect them is an enemy of the Xiao family. Long Ao sneered. I said, get lost immediately. And don't you watch the news? Your employer is already dead. Is your phone on a 2G network? Hurry up. The suited man's words were not finished. Annoying. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen shot out 4 streams of energy. He couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly took action. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, he pierced through the foreheads of the 4 men. Their eyes rolled back as they fell to the ground, completely lifeless. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. The 2 suited men suddenly took off their sunglasses, looking at the lifeless 4. They gazed at Long Chen in disbelief, unable to suppress their fear as they took 2 steps back. Because they were wearing sunglasses, they hadn't seen the energy streams. The speed was too fast. They had no idea how Long Chen had killed them. These were 4 lives, killed just like that, without any hesitation. Even if they were both ability users, they had never killed like this. Who wouldn't be scared? Bang! The door closed gently. Sit down. Long Chen gestured. The two swallowed hard and sat at the table, understanding the situation. So, who sent you? Long Chen asked. Someone capable of sending 2 ability users to guard him and his family downstairs seemed unlikely. Moreover, this method of protection seemed a bit foolish. After all, if he went out to work, they wouldn't follow him. However, since they were willing to send someone to protect him, that was already quite good. One shouldn't ask for too much, especially since Long Chen didn't even know who they were. Before answering that question, I want to ask if you are an ability user, the man in the suit asked. I am stronger than you think, Long Chen replied. Understood, the two nodded, implicitly acknowledging Long Chen as an ability user. If he weren't, who could instantly take down 4 people just by exercising? Even if these 4 were ordinary, they were still well-versed in society and had high physical fitness. To take them down in an instant, Long Chen was undoubtedly an ability user. His strength might not surpass theirs, but his skill in killing was simply appalling. He didn't even blink. Both of them felt inferior. It was the young lady who requested the master, and the master asked us to guard downstairs to ensure your safety, one of them said after exchanging glances. Long Chen caught the key term. Young lady, someone around him who fit that description and had a good relationship with him could only be Lin Shiro. Your young lady is Lin Shiro, right? Long Chen asked. Exactly, they nodded in unison. Ah, so it's her. Thank you for your hard work. Please tell her that there's no need to protect me anymore. Of course, I really appreciate her sending someone to protect my family. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me, Long Chen said with a smile. If it weren't for the 4 corpses lying on the ground, they might have thought Long Chen was a naive high school student with clear eyes. We will convey the message as best as we can, but how to instruct is up to the master. Then we won't disturb you any longer, we will handle the bodies, they said. Alright, thank you both, Long Chen replied. It was better to have someone else handle it. He watched as they packed up the bodies and, taking advantage of the quiet early morning, loaded them into a car and left. Watching them drive away, he thought, I never expected Lin Shiro to reach out to protect me and my parents at a time like this. It seems your status is indeed extraordinary, Long Chen murmured. It was indeed unexpected that Lin Shiro asked her father to send someone for protection. After all, in his previous life he had almost no interaction with her after the college entrance examination. They had a good relationship, but it wasn't to the extent of sending someone for protection. Moreover, Lin Shiro seemed not to have survived the beast disaster that destroyed the city afterward. How high her status was, Long Chen had no idea. After rising to a high position, he hadn't looked into her identity in detail. Let's not think about that for now. If Lin Shiro encounters difficulties in the future, I will certainly help her. Long Chen took out his phone and looked at the balance. 43,002,800 yuan. The small amount was his living expenses. The rest was directly transferred from the assassins and contractors. As for the Xiao family, father and son, their money had multiple passwords, making it difficult to transfer. With this amount, he was barely okay for now. With his strength, earning more later would be easy. As long as he wanted. Becoming the world's richest man was a sure thing. After all, as long as one is strong, one can change the habit of making money with brains and hands. There would be plenty of people lining up to give money. Having power is one thing, but having strength is even better. Of course, he wasn't at the point of collecting money everywhere. Just creating a few things that overturn common knowledge could make him the world's richest man. Earning money was hard for others, but for him, it was absolutely effortless. Almost halfway to my small goal. Tomorrow, I'll take my parents to buy a house, Long Chen thought. Meanwhile, even in the early morning, the North Forest was still bustling with activity. Dozens of helicopters hovered in the air, their searchlights illuminating the surroundings. Not only that, but fighter jets occasionally flew overhead, and they hadn't stopped since the incident occurred. There were even over 3,000 soldiers and several thousand police officers conducting a thorough search and rescue operation. Once the entire area had been searched, the soldiers began to clear the scene. Residents within a 1-kilometer radius of the forest were all evacuated to temporary shelters. Although they claimed it was a search and rescue operation, in reality, how could anyone still be alive in such circumstances? It was merely a formality, just setting up various instruments. A large transport helicopter descended vertically onto a soccer field beside the forest. Many researchers disembarked, unloading various instruments. Hurry, hurry, all auxiliary testing instruments are in place, we just need to debug these devices. You few, get the auxiliary power ready, said an elderly man with white hair and glasses. Understood. Everyone was bustling with activity, not daring to slack off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An armed helicopter covered in battle armor landed. A tall army colonel with 3 stars stepped down from the helicopter, accompanied by 2 1-star officers. Hello, Dr. Jean, I am the overall commander responsible for this incident. My name is Jiang Guowa said, extending his hand politely. Hello. The two shook hands. It was evident how high Dr. Jin's status was, as even the on-site commander, a 3-star colonel, had to treat him with courtesy. Commander Jiang, you must also be an ability user, right? From your perspective, how do you view this incident? Dr. Jin asked, looking at the charred mountains illuminated by the helicopters flying overhead. Zhang Guohua fell into thought. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a scene. Although my ability level is not high, I still have some knowledge. From my speculation, this could possibly be caused by a breakthrough of a powerful ability user. Of course, this is just my personal guess. After all, I have never seen anyone's breakthrough cause such a phenomenon in reality. Zhang Guohua shook his head at the end. Clearly, even he did not believe that anyone's breakthrough could lead to such a sight. It was absurd. Then you must be overthinking it. Even if I weren't an ability user, I would know it's simply impossible. Such a large-scale impact could definitely not be caused by an ability user. Dr. Jin was very certain, handing him a tablet. Zhang Guohua took the tablet, looking at the data and images on it. According to the meteorological satellite monitoring at the time, the maximum diameter of the cloud layer reached 8,000 kilometers. It almost covered over 20 city fortresses. However, the speed at which the cloud layer formed was fast and it disappeared just as quickly. You must know that the generation and disappearance of airflow require a certain amount of time, but at that time the speed of disappearance was very rapid. From start to finish, the entire process lasted no more than 3 minutes. This is too unbelievable, Dr. Jin exclaimed. How could it be less than 3 minutes for the entire process? This is simply a miracle in meteorological history. Zhang Guohua's expression grew serious. Even a second of difficulty would not be less than 3 minutes, let alone such a large-scale cloud layer. That's right, and the higher-ups are also taking this very seriously, which is why they sent me to investigate thoroughly. What's more critical is that I suspect this is very likely related to or it could be connected to that organization. They have caused quite a stir over the past few decades, Dr. Jin said. In that case, it is essential to investigate thoroughly. We need to clarify what caused the large-scale cloud layer and lightning. Rest assured, if there's anything you need, just let me know and I will have the soldiers take care of it, Zhang Guohua said. Just then, buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of supersonic engines roared continuously. Soon, a sci-fi fighter jet circled above the soccer field, leaving everyone present in shock and awe. There was admiration, envy, and even a sense of reverence. The cabin door opened and a figure stepped out. Boom! The ground shook upon landing, an invisible, powerful pressure emanating from him, almost suffocating. It was Elder Wang from the Tai Lin dynasty, who had escorted Lin Shiro to the Sea Demon City Ability University. After safely delivering her, he immediately piloted the jet back. His appearance made all the soldiers around stand tall and salute him. Elder Wang raised his hand in response. Elder Wang, what brings you here? Zhang Guohua jogged forward to shake his hand. I happened to witness everything from above when the lightning struck, he said. I came to take a look and keep watch here, Zhang Guohua replied. In fact, it was because of his report that Dr. Jin was dispatched from above. So that's how it is. With Elder Wang here, I can rest easy, Zhang Guohua said with a smile. His words elevated Elder Wang's status. Despite being affiliated with the military, he was adept at navigating social nuances. After all, where there are people, there are social dynamics. Elder Wang, long time no see. Dr. Jin, you look well. Dr. Jin approached, and the two shook hands. As a researcher, he had little to say beyond pleasantries, mainly because of his high standing in the research community. The various weapons he had developed had already placed him above many ability users. Thus, Elder Wang also showed him respect. Elder Wang, since you witnessed it up close, did you notice anything strange? Dr. Jin asked. Strange things, indeed. At first, the lightning was chaotic, but later it became very regular. Dozens of extremely powerful lightning bolts fell one after another and then completely disappeared, Elder Wang explained. Is there a pattern to the lightning? Dr. Jin murmured. Dr. Jin, the equipment is basically calibrated. We can start comprehensive calculations soon. A young researcher ran over. Let's go, Dr. Jin said. Without further ado, jogging away. Elder Wang, your presence here must be for another reason, right? After all, with your level of power. Zhang Guohua hesitated. That's right, you guessed correctly. I'm worried that a super strong individual might appear. If that happens and poses a threat, you won't be able to handle it. Elder Wang said gravely. What do you mean, are there strong individuals here? Zhang Guohua asked, puzzled. Who knows? What if this lightning was indeed caused by a super ability user? Perhaps. Elder Wang did not continue. Let's go, we should also check the calculation results, Elder Wang said. Alright, after you. Zhang Guohua did not dwell on it further. They arrived at the temporarily constructed command center. All the soldiers saluted Elder Wang. He raised his hand in return, signaling everyone to get back to their tasks. Various equipment and instruments here were all powered up. Multiple screens displayed images transmitted from helicopters as well as from equipment placed nearby. The overall outline of The North Forest could be roughly seen: charred ground, collapsed cliffs, filled rivers, and significantly lowered mountain peaks. The North Forest covers an area of 923 square kilometers. Even if it were plowed by several tons of aerial bombs, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. The power of this lightning is truly immense. Jiang Guohua exclaimed. Activate all geological energy exploration monitoring equipment, Dr. Jean ordered. Activation complete, the operator replied. Thousands of soldiers had inserted thousands of devices into various locations in the North Forest. At the same time, they flashed green lights. The metal rods embedded in the soil emitted low-frequency waves that transmitted underground and to the surroundings, constructing models with the supercomputer. A slow projection generated a screen in the air. It was a topographic map of the entire North Forest primitive forest. As long as there were enough devices and sufficient computing power, a 3D topographic map could be generated quickly. About 3 minutes passed. The image was 100% complete. The full topographic map was presented before everyone. Next to it was a previous intact topographic map. It looked like there wasn't much difference. But with the appearance of detailed data and upon magnification, the differences became significant. The scenes were shocking. As long as it's within the range of the North Forest primitive forest, the overall height has decreased by several dozen meters. The core area is all above 100 meters. The peak of Huoming Mountain has directly disappeared by over 300 meters. Dr. Jean looked at the screen and said, "What does this mean?" Jiang Guohua asked, puzzled. "It means that the areas struck by lightning have either vaporized or turned to sand. That's why the overall height has decreased," Dr. Jean explained. "Is it really that exaggerated? Even 100,000 tons of aerial bombs couldn't achieve that." Jiang Guohua's expression was remarkable. "This is too exaggerated. Such an event hasn't occurred since records began, right?" Elder Wang said. "That's right. Since the appearance of there hasn't been such a large-scale thunderstorm striking the ground in decades. This is the first time." Dr. Jean nodded seriously. "Next, measure radiation, energy values, and energy structure. Begin," Dr. Jean instructed. "Yes, starting now." The operator clicked. Thousands of devices flickered with purple light. Beep beep beep. The radiation values, energy values, and structure displayed on the devices were divided into 3 columns. The upper limit of what could be tested was very high. The radiation values hardly showed any movement. That tiny bit of radiation didn't even register a red dot on the column. The structure didn't move at all, showing no reaction. Clearly, it couldn't be measured in a short time. However, the energy values measured in TNT units were skyrocketing. The white column rose from the bottom, while the red shot up rapidly. 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. The speed was increasing. Damn, is it really that exaggerated? Dr. Jean was stunned, unable to hold back his expletives. "What's wrong?" Jiang Guohua asked. "What's skyrocketing is the calculated energy. The unit is TNT. In simple terms, it measures the total energy that the thunderstorm's destruction possesses within the range of the North Forest primitive forest. This value is specifically calculated for this aspect," Dr. Jean explained, his eyes fixed on the screen. "So that's how it is. But it's already exceeded 300,000. Jiang Guohua was shocked. "Not just that, based on this situation, it's far from over. We're still early in the process." Dr. Jean looked serious. Elder Wang, whose face was usually calm, had furrowed his brows countless times today. His eyes were glued to the rapidly rising values. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Everyone in the command room was closely watching. 1 million, 1,008,100,000, 3 million, 10 million. After that, it simply jumped over 10 million every second. 100 million, 1 billion, 1.5 billion. Bang, bang, bang. 10 minutes later, when the data reached 1.5 billion, the thousands of small devices plugged into the ground had their values explode, shattering glass and popping screws out. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, the greatest casualties from this thunderstorm would likely not be from the thunderstorm itself, but from being accidentally harmed during the subsequent tests. The flickering purple light all went out. The data on the screen finally settled at 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion TNT equivalent. My god. That's not even the energy limit, it's the limit of the equipment. The energy hasn't all been measured yet, and the equipment can't hold up anymore. It has surpassed the critical value of measurable energy limits, Dr. Jean exclaimed. That's roughly equivalent to the yield of thousands of nuclear weapons. Is the thunderstorm energy really that strong? I've never heard of a thunderstorm producing billions of equivalent energy to destroy the ground. Jiang Guohua exclaimed in disbelief. Don't forget, 15 billion is not the limit. What a pity, we can't prepare so many advanced devices in such a short time, so we can't test it again now. However, there is no radiation in this energy. As for the structure, I estimate it can't be measured. How could this happen? If it were a thunderstorm, the energy structure should be relatively simple. It shouldn't be impossible to measure. Strange, really strange. Dr. Jean was even more puzzled. Commander, take a look at these photos. A first-star lieutenant rushed in and handed several photos to Zhang Guohua. The photos were quite large, about the size of A4 paper. They were relatively clear. On the dark stone there was a small half of a smooth and neat footprint. It was deeply imprinted into the stone. However, it was only half a footprint and it was at the heel position. Moreover, due to the excessive force applied, the size of the footprint was somewhat exaggerated. It did not match a normal person's footprint. What is this? Where did it come from? Zhang Guohua asked in confusion. This looks like a footprint, a footprint, a footprint, could it be? After flipping through it several times, the more he looked, the more alarmed he became, and suddenly he thought of something. The first-star lieutenant looked around and whispered in his ear, Commander, it's at the top of Huaming Mountain. One of our soldiers discovered it by chance during a search. I didn't dare to make it public, so I took a photo to show you first. That stone has been locked up by me. Zhang Guohua's expression changed, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. Come here. Zhang Guohua gestured. The two went to the corner of the command room. How many people know about this? Just me and the soldier who discovered it. You did well. I will remember your contribution and also report the name of the soldier who discovered it first to me. Additionally, everyone who knows about this must sign an A-level, no, an S-level confidentiality agreement, including yourself, and then submit it to me. Zhang Guohua said solemnly. Understood, Commander. Go ahead. Yes. Zhang Guohua watched him leave. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was in turmoil, unable to settle down. This matter is of great importance. I might even have to sign a confidentiality agreement myself. These photos must be submitted to the higher-ups immediately for their decision. But if I submit them directly to the higher-ups, would that be considered overstepping my authority? Yet if I don't overstep, the number of people who know will only increase. Zhang Guohua thought. He had never experienced such a situation before and felt a bit flustered. What did these 4 photos represent? As a 3-star general commanding 10,000 troops with considerable supernatural abilities, he understood the stakes better than anyone. It was precisely because he understood that he found it very tricky, and his series of actions were naturally observed by the keen-eyed Elder Wang. Let's talk outside. Elder Wang signaled. Yes. Zhang Guohua thought for a moment but still followed him out of the command room. There was no one around the basketball court next to the football field. Speak, what's going on? Elder Wang got straight to the point. This. Zhang Guohua hesitated about whether to reveal the truth. Elder Wang was indeed an elder, but this matter was significant and Zhang Guohua didn't dare to overstep directly. You are the commander, and I am an elder of the Tailin dynasty. Is there something I can't see? Elder Wang was even more curious. Elder Wang, you can see it, but it must be kept confidential. No other elders besides you can know. At least until the higher-ups give an order, you cannot leak it. Zhang Guohua said seriously. Alright, I can guarantee that I will not leak it in the name of my elder. Elder Wang nodded in assurance. Good, you can take a look. Zhang Guohua took out the photos from behind him. Elder Wang looked closely. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This is a footprint from Huaming Mountain? Elder Wang gazed seriously at Zhang Guohua. That's right, it was found accidentally on a pile of collapsed stones. Based on the traces, I have reason to believe this footprint appeared after the lightning. So our previous speculation is likely true. Zhang Guohua's expression was grave. Indeed. According to the footprint traces and the cracks in the stones, preliminary estimates suggest it appeared right after the lightning ended. Otherwise, this stone couldn't remain intact, it would have shattered into sand. If that's the case, this matter can be classified as S-level confidential. You send a team to continue secretly searching for clues, and do not disclose the specific reason. No outsiders are allowed near Huaming Mountain. I will immediately go to Tailin capital to report this to the higher-ups. Let them decide. Elder Wang said. Alright, let's do it that way. Zhang Guohua nodded after some thought. For now, this was the only course of action. After all, Elder Wang was an elder. Reporting through him was definitely better than reporting up the chain himself. Elder Wang acted decisively, bending his legs to gather strength, leaping into the air and directly entering the fighter jet. Soon, the fighter jet disappeared into the sky. Donglin City is going to be lively in the next few days. Zhang Guohua thought to himself. A ray of sunlight touched his face in the early morning. Long Chen stood on the rooftop, breathing in and out. With each breath, he could draw in spiritual energy and transform it into what he needed. Is this the method of perfect level chi refining? Practicing anytime and anywhere. Truly a bit against the heavens. Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back, staring directly at the sunlight. Then he sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. Until noon, when the sun was high, he didn't have a single drop of sweat on him. After breaking through to the chi refining stage, I can clearly feel the speed of cultivation has dropped sharply. 2. Break through to the foundation establishment stage will take quite some time, but I can't be too anxious. This cultivation speed is already much faster than on Long Yuan continent. It should be noted that only a few days had passed since Long Chen returned to this world. He had broken through the body refining stage and then the chi refining stage. This was unprecedented. It had never happened in the history of Long Yuan continent. Long Chen's fingers released an invisible stream of energy, his arm gently waving. Although chi refining can turn energy into blades, shields, and kill with energy, extinguishing life with a snap of the fingers. However, I currently lack a suitable weapon. I need to quickly gather precious materials to forge a sword to unleash my full power. At the same time, I can fly. With the sword, even if some unknown emergencies arise, I can respond quickly. It's just that materials like this might be easy to find on Long Yuan continent, but on Origin Star, it might be a bit difficult. Long Chen pondered. On Long Yuan continent, he was not only a peak powerhouse, he was also a peak weapon refiner. The weapons he used were all crafted by himself. The techniques he created were the same. As a transmigrator and a peerless genius, if he couldn't create techniques that were completely suitable for himself and only relied on the teachings passed down by predecessors, what difference would that make from being useless? The same goes for weapons. Crafting for oneself means no middleman to profit, perfectly matching one's own needs. Forging a good sword is an urgent task at hand. First, I'll buy a house with my parents, then I'll consider the materials. Long Chen leaped down from the rooftop. Finally, he gracefully entered the room. A little boy across the community, watching the enemy's Ultraman, witnessed this scene with his mouth agape, spitting out the plastic toy Ultraman's head in shock. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan had a bit too much to drink last night and slept until noon. The two had just finished washing up. Dad, Mom, let's go, we agreed last night to buy a house. Long Chen smiled at his parents. Are we really buying? I thought you were just rambling after drinking too much. But Yenner, you just became a strong person. Where would you get the money to buy a house? Lin Yuyan asked, puzzled. Since I'm a strong person, how could I not earn money? And have you ever seen a supernatural being who lacks money? Not to mention someone like me, a cultivator. Long Chen smiled. Wife, don't think too much about it. Since the child wants to buy, let's go. Yenner has grown up now, she can handle things on her own. We just need to follow what Yenner says. Long Jin said. Alright, then let's go buy a house. Oh, wait a moment. Lin Yuyan ran into the room. In a hidden compartment against the wall of the bed, she took out a black plastic garbage bag used for daily purposes. It looked like it contained something. Yenner, this is the dowry your dad and I have saved for you since you were little. We don't have much ability, so we can only save a little each month. There's a total of 300,200. Of course, if we add the 3 months' wages that the construction site boss hasn't paid yet, there could be an extra 20 to 30,000. As Lin Yuyan spoke, she opened the plastic bag. Inside were bundles of 100 yuan bills. There were also desiccants inside, keeping it well preserved. Long Chen looked at his parents, feeling an indescribable emotion. Alright, since it has come to this, I should also take out my secret stash. Long Jin said, and surprisingly lifted the old sofa. He pulled out rolls of 100 yuan bills from the gaps in the wooden boards inside. Not only that, under the table, in the steel pipe, inside the toilet lid, and under Long Chen's bed, under the cabinet, and so on in various places. The most outrageous was that there was even a stash of cash hidden in the motor of the fan on Long Chen's desk. It was quite absurd. Wow, Dad, you really hid it deep. You hid so much in my room. This secret stash is quite a lot. Long Chen was stunned. Yeah, all these years I didn't even know. Your dad is really capable. Lin Yuyan said sarcastically, glancing at Long Jin as he placed the last roll of secret money on the table, indicating that he should wait. However, his hands were quick in counting the money, finishing just as he took out the last roll. A total of 68,200. Not bad, with this salary every month, you managed to hide this much. Good. Keep up the hard work. Lin Yuyan patted Long Jin's thigh, her expression a mix of happiness and displeasure. Seeing this money, Long Jin felt a pang in his heart at his mother Lin Yuyan's rough hands and his father's head, full of white hair. His parents were actually just in their early 40s, but they looked like they were in their 50s. It was all due to the harsh conditions of working on the construction site. In such an environment, even a beautiful woman would turn into an old aunt. Dad, Mom, keep this money for yourselves. I transferred 1 million to your bank card for your daily expenses. If you run out, I'll transfer more. Don't worry about running out of money. Money is never ending. As Long Chen spoke, he transferred 1 million to his parents' bank card. Your bank card ending in 8649 has received 1 million yuan. The phone notified. This, picking up the phone to look before they could express their surprise. Also, I have a method to refine herbs into pills. Once I gather the materials, I'll refine the pills for you to take. By then, you can at least regain the appearance and skin of when you were 30. Long Chen said. Really? That's great, huh? We can become young. Lin Yuyan's eyes lit up instantly, happy like a little woman. There's nothing more attractive to a woman than this. As a woman, if possible, Lin Yuyan naturally wanted to be young and beautiful. Moreover, with Long Chen's looks, one could imagine that Lin Yuyan was very beautiful in her youth. At least she was at the level of the class. Beauty. Let's go, time to buy a house. Long Chen said. Where should we buy? Lin Yuyan was puzzled. I've thought it over carefully. The Lin Hong Villa area is quiet and has good facilities, Long Chen said. He remembered how, in his previous life, when the alien beasts attacked and flattened the city, the Lin Hong Villa area was famous for its resilience. When reporters filmed the city, other places were in ruins, while most houses there remained intact. This showed the quality was very solid. Anywhere is fine, Yenner, you decide, Longjin said. The three of them took a taxi to the sales office of the Lin Hong Villa area on the eastern outskirts of the city. This was indeed on the outskirts of the city, but it mainly featured high-end, spacious apartments and villas. The housing prices were certainly not cheap. However, Longchen had 42.5 million in hand, which should be enough to buy a house. After all, this wasn't the city center. The three of them entered the sales office, which was decorated like a five-star hotel. The plot that traversers encounter when returning to the city has indeed arrived. Longchen thought to himself. Just as he had guessed, the salespeople, dressed elegantly like flight attendants, only glanced over a few times and showed no intention of coming over to greet them. Although Longchen's height, temperament, and appearance were stunning, even standing out in a crowd, he was accompanied by his parents. The whole family was dressed quite ordinarily, looking nothing like people who could afford a house here. Naturally, they were too lazy to approach. If Longchen had come alone, even if no one thought he would buy a house, someone would definitely have come over to greet him, hoping to exchange contact information. After all, if you don't look handsome, you'll never know how proactive women can be. Yenner, why is no one coming over? Is it because we're dressed too casually? Longjin asked awkwardly. It's fine, let's take a look first, Longchen replied as they examined the model houses. The dozen or so salespeople at the counter were chatting over coffee, occasionally glancing towards Longchen's group. He looks good, no doubt about that. Alas, what a pity, it seems he came with his parents, otherwise, I would have wanted to get his contact information. It's probably because his parents are urging him to get married, and the girl must have a house, so they brought him to buy one. My parents urge me too, but they wouldn't come to such a place to buy. It's too expensive. Residential buildings start at 15 million. Are you sure you don't want to attend to them? What if they really can buy? There's no what if. Just look at their clothes and the expressions and actions of the two old folks. They definitely can't afford it. I've been selling houses for 8 years. I've seen all kinds of people, and I can read them well. At that moment, a young girl carrying a large bucket of mineral water placed it in the water dispenser, sweating profusely. She looked up and saw Long Chen and the others examining the model houses, with no one attending to them. Long Chen, wasn't he expelled from school and didn't even take the college entrance exam? How is he here? Isn't Zhao Jingrui targeting him? Why does he dare to show up? Shouldn't he be hiding? The girl murmured, somewhat confused. Just as she was about to walk over, someone called out, Hey, Xiaolu, you're not really going to attend to them, are you? Don't be silly, don't waste your time, they can't possibly buy. You're still young, this place is too deep for you to navigate. Don't waste your time. I'm thirsty, I need to pour a few cups of coffee first. That's the priority, a woman in her 30s said. Sisterly, I'll pour for you later, I want to take a look first, the girl said as she jogged over. Alas, listen to advice and eat your fill, why bother? It's just a summer job, it's normal. Everyone hopes to sell a unit to earn enough for college living expenses or to meet a rich person and get supported, saving decades of detours. Just watch. He's definitely going to be busy for nothing. Xiaolu is only 18, with little social experience, it's normal. If this continues, she'll probably be scammed for money and love. Today's youth just don't listen to advice. Let her suffer a bit, it'll be a good lesson. Houses aren't that easy to sell. The salesgirls sat on high stools, taking off their high heels and tapping their legs, looking completely relaxed. One by one, they sighed and shook their heads, none of them optimistic about her. Long Chen, what are you doing here? Xiaolu jogged over. Who are you? Long Chen and the others turned to look. With her hair styled up and her makeup done, dressed in a uniform short skirt and stockings, she exuded both youth and maturity. For a moment, Long Chen truly didn't recognize her. 100 years in the Long Yuan continent. Plus, he had barely glanced at his classmates since returning to class a few days ago, so he really couldn't recall who this girl was. It's me, we're in the same class. Gu Xiaolu. Oh, the math class representative, the one who sits behind you. Gu Xiaolu was a bit anxious. Long Chen looked completely clueless. It was unbelievable, she sat right behind him. Oh, it's you, Gu Xiaolu, I remember you now. Once you put on that makeup, I almost didn't recognize you. Long Chen suddenly recalled. Thank you for remembering me, you could think for a long time after. Sitting behind you for 2 years. I should be thanking you. Gu Xiaolu's mouth twitched in disbelief, looking a bit playful and cute. Longjin and Lin Yuyan exchanged smiles. This girl was quite interesting. Longchen smiled, remembering that in his previous life, Gu Xiaolu had confessed to him the day before the college entrance exam. However, at that time, due to his own circumstances, he had directly expressed that he didn't like younger girls, thus rejecting her. Gu Xiaolu almost broke down, insisting that she wasn't that young. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Girl, I meant your age. But later, when the beast horde flattened the city, Gu Xiaolu met a tragic end. That outfit really suits you. What are you doing here as a salesgirl? Long Chen asked, puzzled. Just trying to make some money. After all, I have nothing to do during the summer vacation. By the way, Long Chen, this isn't the time to talk about that. How come you suddenly appeared here after disappearing for a few days? You should leave quickly, go to another city, the farther the better. You hit Zhao Jingrui, he's the only son of the Xiao family in Donglin, Zhao Lisha. With Zhao Jingrui's personality, he definitely won't let you off. Are you short on money and can't leave? I still have some money here, is 20,000 enough? Gu Xiaolu said as she directly transferred money to Long Chen via WeChat. Long Chen took out his phone to check. 20,131 yuan and 60 cents. Not only was it a transfer, but there were also several messages on it. An average of one a day, almost all. Asking if he had left yet and if he was okay. Long Chen couldn't help but look seriously at Gu Xiaolu in front of him. The old Gu Xiaolu was already great. Now, she was still the same. Ever since the attack on Donglin City in his previous life, Long Chen had lost his closest family and all his classmates and teachers had died. He was all alone. No one had cared for him like this since then. Now, seeing Gu Xiaolu again, she still considered him, especially since it wasn't just a transfer of 20,000. It was a precise amount, indicating that this was all the money Gu Xiaolu had. Long Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and clicked to return the money. I'm fine, Xiaolu, you don't need to worry about me. Keep this money for yourself. Long Chen patted her shoulder. Long Jin and Lin Yan exchanged glances, quite fond of these two. In this day and age, not many girls were willing to transfer money to men. Long Chen, don't be stubborn, your uncle and aunt are here. You need to leave. Quickly, you really can't stay in Donglin City any longer. You will be in danger. Uncle and aunt, I'm Long Chen's classmate. You all heard that, right? You should persuade him. Otherwise, something really will happen. Gu Xiaolu said anxiously. Long Zhen and Lin Yuyan couldn't help but look at Long Chen. They truly didn't know about this situation. Long Chen nodded at his parents, giving them a reassuring smile. The two of them stopped worrying. Their son was already so strong now. What was there to fear from the Xiao family? Since Long Chen didn't take it to heart at all, they naturally didn't need to be overly concerned. Gu Xiaolu, right? Then I'll just call you Xiaolu, don't worry, it's all fine. By the way, aren't you a real estate agent? Come and introduce this house to us. Yener wants to buy a place, Lin Yuyan said, pulling her hand. Ah, no way. You guys are saying it's no big deal for something this significant? Gu Xiaolu was taken aback. Just relax, you just need to introduce the house. Long Chen patted her shoulder. Mom and Dad, what do you think of this one? Long Chen pointed to a villa in the area near the foot of the mountain and a lake. He had looked at this one carefully. Whether it was the feng shui layout or the gathering of spiritual energy, it was the best here. It could be said to be the focal point of spiritual energy in this villa area and even the surrounding area. This location is quite nice, with both mountains and water. Lin Yuyan nodded in agreement. It is nice, but I feel like the one on the mountain might be better from a feng shui perspective. Long Jin commented. I didn't expect you to understand feng shui, Dad. That's right, theoretically, it is like that. The large villa on the mountaintop occupies both time and place in terms of feng shui, making it an excellent feng shui location. But in reality, its feng shui layout has been completely ruined by that inconspicuous pavilion. Even some skilled feng shui masters wouldn't be able to see it. Its value is greatly discounted. On the contrary, this one has an excellent location. For those who understand, its true value far exceeds its own. Long Chen said. Is that so? The intricacies here are really deep. Long Chen wouldn't doubt what Long Chen said. After all, his son was cultivating immortality. He must know more about feng shui than he did. In Long Yuan continent, there is also talk of feng shui and treasure lands. Some major sects occupy mountains that are the gathering places of spiritual energy and dragon veins. This allows them to supply a large number of disciples with the resources needed for cultivation, leading to a growth rate far exceeding that of other places. And this villa's location just happens to be such an excellent spot. How much is this villa? Long Chen asked. Alright, after I introduce it to you, you need to leave quickly. We can't stay in Donglin City any longer. Just wait a moment. Gu Xiaolu went to the counter to get the information. Oh, I told you Xiaolu, you're just wasting your time, but you didn't believe me. Hurry up and make some coffee. Stop being busy, it's a waste of time. Before the salespeople could say anything more, Gu Xiaolu ran back. This villa has an area of 395 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 2 underground. Additionally, the 2 underground floors are complementary and not counted in the area. It's all luxuriously decorated. Because this corner is too remote, it's quite a bit cheaper, at a unit price of 100,000 per square meter. The total price is 39,500,000. There's a 3 million discount for full payment, so the total price is 36,500,000, Gu Xiaolu said, before she could continue. Persuading Long Chen to leave, he said, full payment, let's handle the property certificate now. Gu Xiaolu was stunned. Seeing her slow reaction, Long Chen didn't want to waste time. He picked up the card machine next to the sand table. Quick, swipe it. The password is 774510. Long Chen said. Oh, fine, I'll swipe it, but if it doesn't go through, don't blame me. Gu Xiaolu helplessly swiped the card. Then she entered the password. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The card machine printed out a receipt. No way, you really have that much money? Aren't you from a poor family? Where did you get so much money? Gu Xiaolu looked at Long Chen in shock. Don't worry about that. Hurry up and process it. According to the commission of 2%, you have about 700,000 in commission. Long Chen said with a smile. Oh, alright, then I'll take care of it for you. You guys wait a moment, I'll pour you some tea. Gu Xiaolu still hadn't recovered from her shock. However, she still organized the information and poured 3 cups of tea. The dozen or so salespeople immediately sprang up from their chairs, a bit anxious. Wait, look. It seems like they really are going to buy. Yeah, it looks like. They've already swiped their card. No way, are they really going to let her sell a unit? Impossible, I've never misjudged a situation. Let's go, let's check it out. Let's go. The group hurried over. Xiaolu, is this handsome guy here to buy a house? Salesperson Li Yisan asked. She was the top seller among them. Yes, sisterly, Long Chen wants to buy that lakeside villa for 36,500,000. The payment has already been processed, Gu Xiaolu said. Oh dear, Xiaolu, I forgot to tell you, you're not a formal employee yet. You can't directly help clients with property certificates. Go pour a few cups of good tea and let sisterly help you with the follow-up. Li Yisan said. Oh, okay. Gu Xiaolu nodded, completely unaware that anything was amiss. You silly girl. You won't even know when someone sells you out in the future. Long Chen shook his head. No need for you, Gu Xiaolu, you come here. Long Chen said coldly. Handsome, that's not how it works. She's just a part-time salesperson. And I'm a full-time salesperson, I understand everything she doesn't. As Li Yisan spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance at Long Chen, acting coy. Her gaze intentionally wandered to a certain spot. The meaning was clear. Although she was over 30, she still had charm. Her figure was alluring and sexy, indeed a type that young men found hard to resist. Lin Yuan, being a mother, was somewhat speechless. You really know how to play it. All this talk is just to steal the deal. Get lost. Slap. Long Chen swiftly slapped back. Li Yisan was sent spinning backward, crashing into the wooden coffee table and fainting. Just like the man who got slapped away in a martial arts movie. Long Chen's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't done anything at all. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with her. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan exchanged glances. That slap felt really satisfying. What a thrill. Sisterly, are you okay? How could you hit someone? That's too much. Where are the security guards? Hurry. A group of salespeople was in chaos. Did you hit too hard, Long Chen? Gu Xiaolu looked at Long Chen with a fascinating expression. Don't mind them, let's continue. Long Chen completed all the signatures. The property deed was in hand. The villa now belonged to Long Chen. In the eyes of a master who understands feng shui, its true value is at least over 500 million. That villa on the mountaintop can't compare. Long Chen thought to himself. It was like finding a bargain. This was a huge profit. Where are the security guards? Where have they gone? How dare he hit me? What are you all doing? Li Yisan, having been pinched on the acupoint, finally woke up. She covered her face, which bore a large handprint, and began to shout. The security guards had indeed come from outside. They were just standing in 2 rows at the entrance of the sales office, ready to welcome guests. Why is everyone standing outside? Who's coming? Gu Xiao. Lu wondered. Just got the notice, the chairman is coming. Hurry, tidy up and get ready to welcome him. The sales manager, who had just woken up from the 2nd floor, rushed down the stairs. Li Yisan and the others didn't dare to be slow and immediately cleaned up the broken coffee table. Then they prepared to welcome the guests. Hey, what happened to your face? The sales manager was startled. Li Yisan's face was swollen with a handprint. Her once pretty face was now a sight to behold. Before she could complain, the manager hurried over to greet the guests. A group of people was approaching outside. 3 men and 3 women. An elderly man walked in front. 2 middle-aged men in suits walked side by side, chatting happily. 2 women in professional attire followed behind as secretaries. As for the young woman, in her early 20s, she wore a long black dress. Tall and with well-defined features, she had a bit of beauty. She lagged behind the 2 middle-aged men by a position. Long Chen just took a casual glance and then lost interest. Instead, he chatted with his parents over tea. As for Gu Xiaolu, she was organizing the villa keys and some gifts for the homeowners, not going to greet the chairman. Mr. Lin, isn't the location of this Linhong Villa area a bit remote? Mr. Jiang, it's less than 50 kilometers from the city center, just an hour's drive, not far at all. The main thing is that it's quiet here, away from the bustling city. Isn't it being advocated to stay away from the hustle and bustle now? Mr. Lin is right, it is necessary to be away from the busy city. The city center is too crowded with cars. By the way, Mr. Lin, I brought Master Chen to take a look at the villa we discussed earlier. If there are no issues, we will purchase it in full today. The two had already arrived. In front of the sand table while talking. Master Chen, are you the feng shui master from Xiling City? Indeed. Mr. Lin's expression changed in surprise. He had felt a bit displeased seeing the old man walk ahead of him just now, but he didn't voice it. Now it seemed that the man indeed had the qualifications. So it's Master Chen, I've long admired you. Mr. Lin clasped his fists in greeting. Just a false name, Master Chen said, but his chin lifted slightly, revealing a hint of pride. Mr. Lin smiled and didn't take offense. Strong individuals are inherently respected, especially those skilled in feng shui. Almost all wealthy individuals or those in high positions believe in feng shui. People with money and power are not fools. How could they not know if it's true or not? Therefore, Mr. Lin held Master Chen in high regard. Mr. Jiang felt the same way. Master Chen is someone I invited at great cost. He came specifically for this mountaintop villa. Mr. Jiang pointed to the mountaintop villa on the sand table. It is said that Master Chen is a sea-level water system ability user, proficient in feng shui, and I really want to witness Master Chen's prowess today. Master Chen, please. Mr. Lin gestured. Master Chen nodded slightly, stroking his grizzled beard as he looked at the mountaintop villa on the sand table. The more he observed, the brighter his eyes became. What a place where all rivers converge into the sea, a dragon vein. Although the Linhong Villa area is remote, it is truly a treasure of feng shui. How much is this mountaintop villa? Master Chen asked. To receive such praise from Master Chen is my fortune. This mountaintop villa is valued at 680 million. Mr. Lin said with a smile. That's not expensive, it's worth that price. Master Chen nodded while stroking his beard. Really, Master Chen, is this villa worth buying? Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up as he pressed on. Wait. Suddenly, Master Chen's expression changed. Is that pavilion real in reality? Or is it just a decoration? Master Chen pointed at the pavilion halfway up the mountain. It exists in reality. You can drink tea and enjoy the scenery. Mr. Lin replied. Oh dear, whose masterpiece is this? The feng shui has been ruined. The person who planned and built this must have issues. Mr. Lin, you need to check your own people. Perhaps someone is deliberately causing trouble. A perfectly good villa not only fails to appreciate but might even lose at least 40% of its value. Master Chen shook his head and sighed. No way, is it really that serious? Mr. Lin's expression changed. Losing 40% means nearly 300 million. Money doesn't come easily. It's a huge loss. I guarantee with my reputation that this mountaintop villa is a waste. Even if the pavilion is removed, it won't help. The pavilion is rooted underground. It's a nail that disrupts the feng shui. Even if it's demolished, it will take a full cycle of 60 years for the feng shui to change. Those who don't know might be fine, but those who do definitely won't buy it. It's not worth it. However, those who can afford this price range are certainly not ordinary people. Master Chen reminded. The implication was that even if it were sold later, the truth must be told. Otherwise, those who could buy this villa would be hard to offend. There's no need to provoke such a person just to make a little money. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master Chen. President Lin clasped his fists respectfully. Master Chen, are you saying I came here for nothing today? President Jiang shook his head, somewhat helpless. Not exactly. If it were a 40% discount, it could be bought without considering the feng shui. After all, the feng shui is ruined, it just has no feng shui value. But the house itself is quite good, Master Chen said. Dad, if we're going to buy, let's buy the best. Since it has no feng shui value, let's not buy it and look elsewhere. President Lin's group has more than just this property, Jiang, she said. That's true. President Jiang nodded. Hey, wait a minute, this villa. Master Chen said, looking at a villa by the lake at the foot of the mountain. The location was extremely remote, tucked away in a corner. Logically, it should be the least desirable spot. But Master Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. How much is this villa? Master Chen asked. President Lin glanced at the sales manager. Master Chen, this property is in a remote area, so the price isn't high. After the full payment discount, it's 36,500,000. The sales manager said. This one, President Jiang must secure this villa. Master Chen said. Ah, Master Chen, this villa is so remote. Could there be some hidden value? Jiang Shi asked curiously. Of course, this villa has an excellent location, even far surpassing the feng shui of the mountaintop villa before it was ruined. I was just focused on the mountaintop villa, blocked by the rockery, and forgot to look. Here. Turns out this is the real treasure. Master Chen stroked his beard and smiled. Long Chen, who was drinking tea, glanced over here. It was just a quick look.
He didn't pay much attention. President
Jiang, you won't go wrong listening to me, living here will definitely boost your career.
Master Chen said.
Alright, since Master Chen has said so, I naturally trust your judgment, so let's buy this.
1. Full payment, and don't bother with discounts, it's not about the money.
President Jiang said with a satisfied smile.
Get someone to handle the contract. President Lin instructed, although he
felt a bit regretful for not selling the more expensive mountaintop villa, but it was too late to change anything now.
Yes, Chairman.
The sales manager hurried to prepare the documents.
Manager, which villa does President Jiang want to buy?
Li Yisan asked, covering her swollen face.
Number 79,
the one by the lake at the foot of the mountain, the hardest to sell.
The manager instinctively replied. But that one was just sold by the newcomer, Xiao.
The contract has been signed, and the property certificate has already been processed.
Li Yisan said. What did you say? This newcomer
really knows how to stir up trouble.
What are we going to do? If President Jiang can't buy the house he wants,
then the chairman will surely vent his anger on me. The manager was startled. Chairman, that house has just been bought by that person.
The property certificate has been processed, and he even hit me for no reason.
Chairman, look, she made my face swell.
Outrageous, utterly ruthless.
Clearly, she doesn't take our Lin group seriously.
Li Yisan seized the opportunity to fan the flames.
Her eyes were filled with resentment towards Long Chen, a beautiful woman who could send flirtatious glances, still had the heart to hit him. No wonder she was single and had to deal with things alone. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, President Lin's expression immediately turned cold. He looked towards Long Chen, who was sitting on the sofa in the distance. What did you say, sold?
President Lin, that's a bit unfair. Does that mean I really came here for nothing today? President Jiang's face was displeased.
No one would be happy about this, especially someone of his status. The feng shui of the mountaintop villa is poor, and this one just happened to be sold.
Humph. Jiang. She sneered.
Mr. Jiang, today I indeed did not consider things thoroughly. At the evening banquet, I will punish myself with 3 cups, Mr. Lin said. Since he had said that, Mr. Jiang had nothing more
to say.
However, his anger was certainly not gone.
Mr. Lin looked at Long Chen.
At a glance, he knew that Long Chen was the one in charge among the 3.
This surprised him a bit. If someone so young can rely on themselves to buy a house for their parents, they must be extraordinary.
Thinking of this, he continued, this young brother, my name is Lin Ruocheng. The Lin Hong Villa area is a project developed by my group. You are very welcome to buy a house from my group, but it is a bit excessive for you to hit my group's sales staff.
I will investigate this matter and hand it over to the
security team for fair handling.
Mr. Lin looked at Long Chen seriously. To be honest, when he saw Long Chen, he felt amazed. To put it bluntly, this young man was really handsome. Of course, since Long Chen was the one buying the house, he couldn't say anything too harsh. Chairman, are we just going to let this go? He hit me, I have to hit back. I want him to feel the same as I do, Li Yisan shouted. Unwillingly, tears streaming down her face. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of her. It was so sudden, the speed was too fast. Not a single person present reacted in time. They didn't even notice that Long Chen had come over. Get lost. Slap. Long Chen slapped her away with a swift motion. The hit was incredibly smooth. Li Yisan spun in the air and fell onto the sand table, sprawled out and fainted. She smashed several villa models. On the other side, her face was also swollen. It should be noted that although this sand table was small, it was fully equipped and quite expensive. The cost was at least over 4 million. This incident would result in a loss of at least hundreds of thousands. This does not even account for the subsequent impact on business, which would not be less than 1 million. The entire venue fell silent. Then everyone finally reacted, especially Lin Ruocheng, whose sharp gaze was fixed on Long Chen in front of him. How did he get over here? Could it be that I didn't notice earlier? Lin Ruocheng thought to himself, feeling a bit dazed. After all, he was an ability user, and his strength was not weak. He actually hadn't noticed how Long Chen had come over. He could only assume it was because he hadn't been paying attention. To easily slap someone away, could he be an ability user? But why didn't I feel the unique fluctuations of an ability user just now? Lin Ruocheng was even more puzzled. Ability users and ordinary people have essential differences. Just like how some people can tell it's a chicken kick as soon as someone strikes. The same goes for ability users. If he's not an ability user and dares to act like this, so calm, it seems he must have some backing. This person is not simple, Lin Ruocheng thought. Gu Xiaolu was just about to go over. Don't worry, Yener can handle it. She was grabbed by Lin Yuyan. This guy is really handsome. Jiang, she hadn't looked at Long Chen earlier. She didn't want to accompany her father to buy a house, it was too boring, and she was lost in her own thoughts. But at this moment, seeing Long Chen in front of her, she couldn't help but be amazed. You, how can you hit someone? The manager said angrily. This is none of your business. Have someone take this girl to the hospital. Jiang, she waved her hand. Yes, Miss Jiang. Seeing Lin Ruocheng's tacit approval, the manager sensibly picked up liaison and had the 2 female sales staff drive her to the hospital. Young brother, I am Jiang Tianhao. How about selling this house to me for 100 million? In and out, you would net over 60 million. Jiang Tianhao also saw that Long Chen was extraordinary. However, he only regarded him with a slightly higher view. He had to buy this house. Not for sale, not at any price. Long Chen merely glanced at him and directly refused, showing no room for negotiation. A firm price of 200 million, how about that? Jiang Tianhao said again. Long Chen didn't even look back and walked towards his parents. 300 million, Jiang Tianhao continued to raise the price. Long Chen still didn't care. Don't go too far, isn't 300 million enough? In and out, earning over 2 billion, 2.5 small goals, you could spend it all your life. Jiang Shi frowned and shouted. Her impression of Long Chen had dropped to the bottom. I said, I'm not selling at any price. Long Chen remained indifferent. Young people shouldn't be too young. You can't handle this house. You really think you're something? My Jiang family buying is giving you a chance. What a thing. Jiang. She snorted coldly, furious. Long Chen turned to look at her. In an instant, he was in front of her. This time, no one saw how he did it. However, they clearly saw him move directly over. The speed was unimaginable. Master Chen couldn't help but change his expression. Slap. Long Chen slapped back. Jiang Shi spun around, almost falling to the ground. Daughter. Jiang Tianhao hurriedly supported her. Her face visibly swollen. You dare hit me? Jiang Shi stared at Long Chen in disbelief. If you dare to talk back, you can just lie down. Long Chen looked at her coldly. After saying that, he turned and walked towards his parents. You, shut up. Jiang Tianhao didn't wait for Jiang Shi to finish and immediately stopped her from continuing to rant and curse. Jiang Tianhao had clearly seen a hint of killing intent deep in Long Chen's eyes just now. Although it was slight, it was very pure. Even someone like him, who had weathered many storms, felt a chill run down his spine. Little brother, I'm sorry. My daughter was rude. If you don't want to sell, then don't. Let's drop this matter here. I hope little brother won't take it to heart. Jiang Tianhao said. He actually retreated in front of Long Chen. Jiang Shi couldn't understand at all. Not to mention her, others also didn't understand. Dad, what are you doing? Shut up, he's not as simple as you think. Don't cause me trouble. Jiang Tianhao whispered to stop her. What do you mean? Isn't he just a bit fast? Even if he's an ability user, so what? At most, he just awakened his abilities. Jiang Shi was very unconvinced. What do you know? I've never seen such killing intent in anyone's eyes before. Even a 3-star assassin from the Assassin Association I met before didn't have such a gaze. My judgment won't be wrong. Don't provoke him, Jiang Tianhao said in a low voice. I don't believe it. Then what do you think his ability is? I couldn't see it at all. Jiang Shi still wouldn't back down. It should be a special ability that can hide its aura. In any case, just don't be his enemy. There's no deep hatred, Jiang Tianhao reminded in a low voice. He was able to have his current status. Besides having a good father, more importantly, he had rich experiences. He could also assess the situation and read people's expressions. Mr. Jiang, do you really not want it? Master Chen asked. I don't want it, go buy somewhere else. Since you don't want it, then I will. Master Chen looked at Long Chen. Young man, I am Master Chen of Fengshui from Xiling City. I believe you must have heard of me. This villa is a gift to me and I will take you as my disciple. You should know that many wealthy people spend huge amounts of money wanting me to teach their children, but I don't even look at them. Moreover, I am a strong practitioner of the battle body realm. I am proficient in feng shui. If you become my disciple, your future will be limitless. You will have a powerful backing. Not many people in Donglin City would dare to provoke you easily. Master Chen looked at Long Chen's back with confidence. What? Master Chen actually wants to take a disciple. This is a big deal. Is it really so hasty? Could this young man really be an ability user? There must be something about him that caught Master Chen's eye. But why didn't I see any ability fluctuations on him? Lin Ruocheng was puzzled. Long Chen sat down to drink tea, completely unaware of what Master Chen had said. The atmosphere fell into awkwardness. Long Chen really didn't hear it. He was thinking about what kind of formation to set up after moving into the villa. Not only can it gather the spiritual energy of the surrounding world, but it can also enhance the villa's defenses and early warning systems. As for what Master Chen said, it was completely ignored, as if Long Chen hadn't heard it at all. Master Chen's expression darkened, unable to maintain his composure. Young man, would you be willing to be my disciple? Master Chen said again, his tone noticeably lower. Gu Xiaolu, have someone deliver these gifts to the villa, Long Chen instructed. Alright, when I take you there later, I'll put the things in the car to bring along, she replied. Also, I've already called the housekeeping service to clean everything inside and out. If you need help moving, I can find someone for you, Gu Xiaolu added. No need for that, Long Chen said, still not realizing that Master Chen was speaking to him. Dad, didn't you say this man is not simple? How dare he ignore Master Chen's words, he's too arrogant. It's just right for Master Chen to test how capable he is. I don't believe he can be stronger than Master Chen, Zhang Shi sneered. I'm also curious about how strong he really is, Zhang Tianhao said with some anticipation. Alright, you dare to be disrespectful? I, Chen Nanxian, have never been humiliated like this in all my years. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, you disrespectful young man. Master Chen was enraged and charged directly at Long Chen. A simple slap came flying in. This was a slap from someone at the battle body realm, and its power was unimaginable. A gust of wind surrounded him, crashing forward with immense pressure. As expected of Master Chen, although he is obsessed with studying feng shui, his strength has actually reached the 9th level of the battle body. If we could invite him to help in the wilderness and high mountains outside the city, we might have a great chance of finding the ice source grass. This would completely solidify the ice spirit ability of the small stream, Lin Ruocheng thought. Slap. As a result, Long Chen countered with a slap that sent Master Chen flying. It was still as smooth as ever. Master Chen spun 6.5 times in the air before landing. Bang! He smashed 3 tiles. His head spun, and his face swelled with a handprint. Such heavy power, how is this possible? Master Chen mumbled, hardly able to believe it. He felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. It wasn't just his face, his whole body ached. He couldn't get up for a while. Teach me a lesson, just based on you? Get lost. Long Chen shot him a cold glance and then ignored him. Mom and Dad, let's go home and tidy up. We can move in today or tomorrow. Gu Xiaolu, just send those things directly to the villa, Long Chen said. Okay, I'll send them over later, Gu Xiaolu nodded. Blankly. She didn't expect Long Chen to be not only wealthy but also exceptionally strong. This so-called Master Chen was knocked down by him with a single slap, just like the saleswoman Li Yisin before. After all, it was just a matter of a slap. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan exchanged strange smiles. Their son was truly impressive. Even a feng shui master could be struck down at will. Is this the confidence that comes from strength? Long Chen and his parents left. As they exited, Long Chen did not look back but glanced at Lin Ruocheng from the corner of his eye. Although Gu Xiaolu was just a part-timer, if you dare not give her a commission. Long Chen finished and left, leaving everyone else still in shock, staring blankly, including Master Chen, who lay on the ground unable to get up. Cough. Cough, cough. After a while, Master Chen's coughing startled everyone back to reality. Master Chen, are you alright? Lin Ruocheng hurried to help him up. Wow, is he really that strong? Indeed, I never misjudged him. Daughter, did you see that? I told you he was not simple, and you didn't believe me earlier. Now do you believe it? Zhang Tianhao shook his head in amazement as he looked at Zhang. How can he be so strong? What level of ability must he have to be this powerful at such a young age? Zhang Shi swallowed in shock. I don't know, but he's definitely strong. Master Chen's strength is at the battle body realm, and he was taken out in one move. It's terrifying when you think about it. Zhang Tianhao gasped, frowning as he contemplated the direction Long Chen had disappeared. I'm fine, no need to help me. Master Chen had already forced himself to stand up before anyone could assist him. If it weren't for the injuries on his face, he would seem completely unscathed. Just a trivial skill, daring to show off in front of me. I was merely careless just now. Seeing he was a junior, I didn't use my true strength. I didn't expect this young man to play dirty and launch a sneak attack, lacking martial ethics. How despicable. Master Chen stood with his hands behind his back. If one didn't look at his right cheek, he would appear quite the master. He feigned calmness, but the sharp pain was deeply penetrating. A hint of malice flashed in the depths of Master Chen's eyes. As expected of Master Chen, truly a figure of high stature. Even when faced with such unreasonable behavior from a junior, he doesn't hold it against him. His appreciation for talent is evident. I truly admire that. Lin Ruocheng cupped his fists in compliment. His thoughts were more on his daughter at the moment. As for Long Chen, he naturally realized afterward that Master Chen had let him go. Indeed, it wasn't just letting him off easy, but rather letting him go entirely. After all, Master Chen had just wanted to take Long Chen as his disciple. As for not giving Gu Xiaolu a share of the villa, that wasn't a concern for someone of his status. There was no need to make enemies over such money. I said it, how could he be that strong? Turns out Master Chen wasn't serious. He values talent and is afraid of hurting him. Jiang Shi suddenly understood. Shut up, what does this have to do with you? Zhang Tianhao snapped directly. Jiang Shi's eyes turned red, pouting in grievance. Zhang Tianhao had never yelled at her like this. Master Chen, let's talk in the tea room upstairs. Lin Ruocheng said. Mr. Lin, Master Chen, I have something to attend to, you two chat. Zhang Tianhao left with his daughter and the secretary. Take care, Mr. Jiang, let me see you off. Lin Ruocheng instructed. Yes, Chairman. Mr. Jiang, I'll see you off. The sales manager said. Lin Ruocheng waved his hand and Gu Xiaolu along with the other salespeople left. Only he and Master Chen remained. Just say what you need. Master Chen said. It's like this, Master Chen. I urgently need a frost source grass. But this type of grass grows in a special environment and is very rare. It only has a chance of appearing in the high-altitude peaks of the Luofeng mountain range outside Donglin City. I would like to ask Master Chen to assist me in searching for one. With Master Chen's help, the success rate is at least over 80%. Of course, regardless of success or failure, I will return within 3 days, and here is 30 million as a reward, no password. Lin Ruoqing took out a bank card and handed it over with both hands. Mr. Lin underestimates me too much. That's a wilderness area with exotic beasts lurking, full of dangers. Master Chen had just said this. 50 million. Lin Ruoqing replied. 60 million. Master Chen countered. Alright, 60 million it is. Lin Ruoqing took out another card. Master Chen held it in his hand. 30 million for 3 days was enough for him to take the risk once. When do we set off? The day after tomorrow morning. Good, here's my number, call me then. Master Chen said before leaving. Master Chen, take care, I'll have the driver take you to the hotel. I'll treat you to a meal at 6 tonight. Lin Ruoqing said. No need, I'm tired and need to rest. Master Chen directly refused, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he got into the car. He watched the car drive away. Lin Ruoqing's anxious heart finally settled down. Master Chen is willing to go, that's good. With Master Chen's help, we are definitely assured this time. Lin Ruoqing thought. As for Long Chen injuring the salesperson, he couldn't be bothered to pursue it further. After all, matters concerning ability users were not under the jurisdiction of the police guard. The police guard could only manage ordinary people. In a $7 million old Rolls-Royce. Daughter, are you still angry? Zhang Tianhao looked at his daughter, who was turned sideways, gazing out the window. The swollen face made him feel a bit pained, yet also somewhat helpless. I got beaten up, and Dad, you didn't even help me take revenge. And you still favor him so much. Didn't Master Chen say that he just let it go? That guy isn't that formidable, Jiangxi said angrily. Shut up. I really spoiled you too much. You can't even tell what's serious and what's not. What do you know? He was just trying to save face, she retorted. Do you really think he was careless and didn't dodge? A body refining expert, how could he get hit without fighting back? The only explanation is that he simply wasn't a match for that young man? Just wait, based on my understanding of Master Chen's character in the industry, he won't just let this go. There will definitely be some action. Who knows, maybe. Zhang Tianhao hesitated. Dad, are you saying he will kill that guy? Jiangxi was startled. Not sure yet, maybe we'll find out tomorrow, Zhang Tianhao said gravely. That can't be. It's just a small dispute over not wanting to sell a house. Killing someone over that? Jiangxi couldn't understand. Daughter, I've protected you too well. You have no idea how treacherous this world is. Although killing is strictly prohibited in this world, ability users are different from ordinary people. With great power, grudges, and no outlet for their frustrations, fighting among themselves and deaths become the norm. It's just that it won't be brought to light. There are ability punishment teams responsible for handling and covering up the news. Ordinary people will hardly know about it, Zhang Tianhao said seriously. What? So this is how the world of ability users is. That's too brutal. Jiangxi's understanding was completely overturned. She had just finished her college entrance exams, barely 18 or 19 years old. Her abilities had yet to awaken. Hearing this news naturally frightened her. Daughter, I'm telling you this to help you adapt in advance. Although I'm not a powerful ability user, my strength is decent. You will naturally awaken your abilities. During this time, work hard to awaken your powers. When the ability user level assessment takes place on July 7th next month, if you can get a ranking, I'll make some arrangements to get you into a good ability user university. Remember, only powerful ability users are truly above others. Zhang Tianhao said earnestly. I understand, Dad. I will definitely work hard to become an ability user. By the way, Dad, what do you think that guy's specific level is among ability users? What realm? Jiangxi asked. If I'm guessing correctly, he should be at the 3rd realm, the battlefield realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to knock Master Chen down with a single slap, Zhang Tianhao said. A battlefield realm user in their 20s? Is that even possible? Jiangxi was shocked. I don't know. Don't worry, we'll find out soon. At the Huafu Tianxiong construction site, the large police guard presence from last night had been maintained until now. All ordinary people within a 2-kilometer radius had been evacuated. The police guard retreated to 2 kilometers outside the construction site, guarding all the entrances and prohibiting anyone from approaching. Everywhere were raised warning lines. Vroom vroom. The mechanical sounds of engines from a dozen desert-colored military off-road vehicles could be heard. They drove straight into the construction site. Dozens of fully armed personnel got out of the vehicles, guarding various locations. Leading them was Army Colonel Jiang Guohua. When he got out of the car, he still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Wearing sunglasses, he was followed by a few people. The deputy commander of the 6-star police protection team jogged forward to shake hands. Brigadier General Jiang, thank you for your hard work. the deputy commander said politely. What exactly is going on? Why did you insist on having us come here? Even if there are superpowered individuals committing crimes, it should be handled by the superpowered punishment team. Why call us here? Zhang Guohua casually shook hands and asked in confusion. Brigadier General Jiang, if you come with me, you'll understand. Please. The deputy commander gestured for him to follow. Zhang Guohua walked ahead. The deputy commander led the way. Zhang Guohua didn't show much respect to the deputy commander of the 6-star police protection team. He had originally been sending people to look for clues about the footprints in Huoming Mountain. As a result, he was requested to come by the 6-star deputy commander. Moreover, it was said that only he could solve this matter. Since it was said like that, he certainly wanted to see what was going on. However, if it turned out to be nothing serious, it would be a complete waste of his time. Of course, he didn't need to show respect, mainly because Zhang Guohua indeed had that confidence. After all, in the era of beast disasters, besides superpowered individuals, truth comes from the barrel of a gun. Not to mention, he was both a superpowered individual and had people and advanced weapons. He wasn't intimidated by the deputy commander of the 6-star police protection team, let alone a 7-star or 8-star. The group took a temporary elevator straight to the rooftop. Standing in front of the building, Brigadier General Jiang, what do you think of this? The deputy commander pointed to 2 columns that had been cut off and lay on the ground. Zhang Guohua squatted down to touch the cut surface of the column. The cut is neat and smooth without any burrs. It should have been done by a superpowered individual. Even high-strength reinforced concrete of this level can be cut. Their strength is not weak. The cut heights are consistent. It should have been a single sword strike that severed both columns. That's impressive. It's likely that only a battle body realm superpowered individual could achieve this. Zhang Guohua analyzed from the perspective of a superpowered individual and couldn't help but become serious. But take a look over there. The deputy commander pointed ahead. My God, Brigadier General, look quickly. A nearby 1-star officer's face changed dramatically, pointing ahead in shock. Not just him, but the soldiers following were all incredulous. Zhang Guohua stood up. Due to the sunglasses, he initially thought it was just a uniquely designed building with a slanted top. But then he felt something was off. He took off his sunglasses. Looking out over a kilometer radius, 300-story buildings were neatly severed, a shocking sight. The half of the building that had fallen to the ground had an extremely smooth cut surface. This is simply not something current technology can achieve. If it was a superpowered individual. Hiss. At this thought, Zhang Guohua gasped, his brows furrowing, no longer daring to think further. It's because of this that I don't know what to do. This is beyond my capabilities. I can only seek your help, Brigadier General Jiang. Have you ever seen anything like this? The deputy commander asked. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone who knows. If anyone dares to leak it, you handle it yourself. Zhang Guohua said seriously. Understood. The deputy commander nodded. There's something I need to tell you. A person fell to their death downstairs, and their head was severed. Preliminary conclusions suggest they were decapitated first, then fell downstairs. This is the weapon found on them. The deputy commander took out a plastic bag containing 2 sharp short knives. At this point, he almost vomited. The scene downstairs was vividly imprinted in his mind. Additionally, the contractor's family of 3 at the construction site has died, and their family members are also dead. A family of 6 was wiped out. More critically, this Huafu Sky Dome is a property project developed by the Xiao Real Estate Group. And behind the Xiao Real Estate Group is the Xiao family of Donglin City. Just last night, the chairman of the Xiao Real Estate Group and his son both died. Based on this information, I boldly speculate that it is very likely the same person who did this. Or they belong to the same organization, the deputy commander said gravely. Well, you go ahead and do your own thing, and notify me immediately if you find any clues. Avoid unnecessary details. There's no need to inform your superiors about everything. If he has any objections, let him call me, Zhang Guohua said. Understood. The deputy commander nodded seriously and then left. Zhang Guohua stood at the edge of the building, looking down below. He carefully examined the cut on the pillar and the cut on the building ahead. Hiss. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Brigadier, this is too exaggerated. Do you think it could be a superhuman? Or could it be a high-energy laser weapon that we don't know about? A 1-star major asked. It was done by a superhuman, and a very powerful one. Powerful to the point that I can't even comprehend it. Zhang Guohua's expression was serious. No way. Does such a superhuman really exist in this world? A sword crossing 1,000 meters, cutting through 3 buildings made of high-strength reinforced concrete. How strong must that be? The 1-star major was greatly shocked. In the Tailin dynasty, there are many powerful superhumans who could achieve this. But the key question is whether the person who did this was going all out or just doing it casually. The difference between the two is significant, Zhang Guohua analyzed. Brigadier, do you think there's a possibility that the thunderstorms in the Balin primitive forest are related to this mysterious superhuman? The First Star Major speculated. There is that possibility. However, until we have a real investigation, we can't be completely certain. Let's go downstairs and take a look. Jiang Guohua and his team went downstairs. They saw the assassin turned into a puddle. It was as if they were used to such sights, and they exclaimed, "Goodness!" You all search around and see if anything has been overlooked. Anyone who could be killed by such a powerful being is definitely not simple, Jiang Guohua said. After searching for a while, a soldier spotted a badge on a branch. There's something here. Look. The soldier handed it over with both hands. This badge is Assassin Association 3-star Assassin. Why would a 3-star assassin dare to confront such a powerful being? That doesn't make sense. Jiang Guohua frowned. This matter is beyond our handling. We need to completely seal off this area. After taking photos and collecting the data, immediately cover the top of the building. This construction site must block out the outside world at all times. No outsiders are allowed near. Jiang Guohua instructed. Yes. Long Chen and his parents went to the forest shop and picked out 2 cars, which would also be convenient for future travel. One was a black Pagani worth over 2 million. The other was a white Bentley worth 3 million. The balance on the bank card was less than $1 million. They had just arrived downstairs, and since it was around 5 o'clock, many people had already gotten off work. This attracted the attention of many neighbors and children. Wow, it's a Pagani Huayra. In dark night black, so cool. My dad has one too. Your dad has a Porsche, how can that be the same? That one behind is a Bentley, worth several million. How can there be such cars in our area? It must be a landlord. Some landlords have dozens of properties, casually worth $1 billion in assets. Having such a car means at least tens of millions in assets. They are really rich. Long Chen and the others got out of the car. Oh, Laojian, is that you? Sister Lin, did you win the lottery? Did you buy this car? Could it really be that you won the lottery? Someone won over 10 million at noon, and it was already on the news. I heard it was someone from this area. How much did this cost? I estimate it must be at least 5 million combined. Facing the confusion and inquiries of the neighbors, no lottery win. Just lucky. Just a bit of good fortune. Not very expensive, just a few million. Alright, let's get together another day. Long Chen smiled and responded to each one, but it was just casual banter. They were merely old neighbors. There wasn't much deep interaction usually. Most of them were envious of what you had and laughed at what you lacked. Their eyes were filled with jealousy. The darkness of human nature was vividly displayed here. Except for your closest loved ones, no one wishes you well. Of course, there were a few neighbors with whom the relationship was decent. However, they were not among the crowd around. After some small talk, the 3 returned home. Long Zhan and Lin Yuyan lay on the worn-out sofa. They felt that the day had been somewhat surreal. Just the day before, we were still struggling workers, and now Yenner has easily changed everything. Truly, the world is unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. Indeed, strength is everything. The 2 sighed in unison. Mom and Dad, you can take the important things with you. Leave the rest here, the villa has everything. By the way, when are you planning to move over? Long Chen asked. Suddenly having to leave this place, I really feel a bit reluctant. I've lived here for over 10 years through many springs, summers, autumns, and winters. Lin Yuyan expressed her nostalgia. Sigh, what's there to miss? People must look forward. Yenner, how about moving? Tomorrow afternoon? Long Zhan suggested. Whenever you want to move is fine. If it really doesn't work, I can buy these few floors, connect them all into a duplex flat. Long Chen said. No need for that, this is a modern slum. Being too ostentatious will definitely bring you trouble, Yenner. That villa is quite good. Long Zhan remarked. You two chat, I'll go cook. Lin Yuyan said. Yenner, is what that girl Xiao said about Zhao Jingrui and the Zhao family true? It is true. You fought Zhao Jingrui, but just be careful of his revenge. Don't worry, Dad, you just enjoy your retirement life. I'll handle the rest. By the way, I didn't go to work all day and forgot to call the boss to ask for leave. I'll call him now. Even if I don't go to work in the future, I still have 3 months' salary to collect. If you don't mention it, the boss won't give it. He'll drag it out as long as he can, very stingy. We can't let him get away with it. Long Zhan said as he dialed the phone. What are you doing? Ugh, you're so annoying. Ji Kuan's phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. The key was that the ringtone was quite distinctive. What's going on? Why is no one answering? Long Zhan wondered and hung up. Long Chen did not tell his parents that their boss had kicked the bucket. The family was all together. When the time came to say it, Long Chen would. If you can't get through, then don't call. Let's go visit the boss another day and get the salary settled. After all, it's 3 months' salary. Yenner, help me cut the chicken. Lin Yuyan said. Okay. Long Chen cut it neatly in an instant. Wow, you're way too fast. Lin Yuyan was greatly shocked. Mom, if you want to learn, I can teach you. But you'll have to wait until I gather all the herbs and refine the elixirs to cleanse your meridians. Then you can start cultivating. Long Chen said. No need. Your dad and I are used to ordinary life. If you don't believe me, ask your dad. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? Happy and carefree, without so many worries. Besides, with Yener protecting us, we're not afraid. Lin Yuyan said with a smile. Yes, I share the same thoughts as your mom. And even if we cultivate, our achievements won't be that high. Maybe. It will bring you a lot of trouble. Longjin said while turning on the TV. Alright, but if one day you all come to your senses, you can practice whenever you want. Long Chen replied. Okay. Lin Yuyan nodded in agreement. Here we go, spicy dry pot chicken, spicy crayfish, and black pepper fish head. Soon, Lin Yuyan brought over 3 more dishes. There were more than a dozen dishes on the table. There's a killing intent. Suddenly, at that moment, Long Chen's heart stirred as he looked out the bedroom window. A figure stood on the fire escape balcony in the middle of the opposite residential building, staring this way. It was pitch black over there, and in the night, most people wouldn't be able to see anything. But Long Chen could clearly see that figure. Although the face was covered, the shape and the killing intent were so familiar. Is that the so-called Master Chen from earlier? Disturbing my meal, seeking death. Long Chen thought. To himself, a smirk appearing on his lips. Suddenly, that figure vanished, heading this way, climbing up the balconies of each floor. Soon, it reached the rooftop. I'll be right back. Long Chen stood up and leaped out of the window. He quickly arrived at the rooftop. Master Chen stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the building, watching the rooftop door. That door led directly to the rooftop. He thought Long Chen would come up from there after seeing him. Unexpectedly, Long Chen lightly landed right in front of him, clearly having climbed up from the outside of the building. Looking at Long Chen's back, he recalled the slap he received during the day. Anger surged from his heart, and malice grew in his gut. You little brat living in this slum, just a lowly commoner dares to provoke me? I could crush you with a single finger. Now kneel and kowtow, sell your house to me for $1. You can still live. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will suffer because of you. Master Chen's threatening words were not finished. A sharp blade of energy pierced through a Kuan. Looking down, he saw. Ah! Master! Chen's scream was abruptly cut off. He was lifted by Long Chen by the throat, like a chick. You want to kill my family, you've already chosen your path to death. Not just you, your parents will also suffer. Long Chen's cold gaze fixed on him. Master Chen felt powerless, unable to resist at all. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even lift his hands. He couldn't break free from Long Chen's grip. Why you? How could you be so strong? Aren't you a battle body? Why you're a battlefield? How could you be so young and be a battlefield? Who exactly are you? Master. Chen finally showed a look of panic, his lips trembling. During the day, he really thought he had been careless. At least he hadn't taken it seriously. Although Long Chen was at the battle body level, his strength was definitely not strong. At least not stronger than him. At most, he was at the 7th level of the battle body. Still far from himself. And now he felt how ridiculous his thoughts were. What trash battlefield level, how could it be compared to me? Long Chen scoffed. As soon as these words were spoken, Master Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Long Chen. This person actually doesn't even regard the battlefield level as anything. Could he have reached that realm? Impossible, he's barely an adult. How could he be so strong? Even S-class abilities don't have such a cultivation speed. Master Chen exclaimed inwardly. If you die, will anyone take revenge for you? Long Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Master Chen's heart stirred, feeling there was hope. He must be weighing the pros and cons of the cost of killing me. After all, I am a famous feng shui master. There are countless wealthy people, powerful figures, and strong abilities who have benefited from me. If something happens to me, the impact will be huge. They might all take revenge for me. In that case, the more serious I make it sound, the better. He will definitely spare my life. Thinking of this, Master Chen felt he had seen through everything. If I die, my wife and son will not let it go easily. They will exhaust all their connections and means. After all, many influential figures have benefited from my guidance in feng shui, Master Chen said. So you have a wife and children, that's good. If you die, and they come looking for me, I will make sure they suffer to death. Just skin them alive and pull their tendons. Threaten me with my parents. Your whole family has a way to die. Long Chen revealed a cruel smile. What? Master Chen's eyes widened in fear. He thought Long Chen was weighing the pros and cons. He never expected it was a fishing law enforcement tactic, just waiting for him to mention his wife and children. Little did he know, Long Chen had a title in the Long Yuan continent, the Nine-Nethered Demon Emperor. He killed without blinking, instilling fear in all. Long Chen smiled. The consensus across the Long Yuan continent was that his family was raised for nothing. Therefore, even the villains in Long Yuan continent knew never to mention killing Long Chen's parents, even if he had none. You also have a way to die, and it would implicate your whole family. I will pull out every bone in your body. Long Chen's methods came into play. Ah! Master Chen screamed in agony, his jaw shattered, unable to make a sound. After being tortured for a few minutes, be careful in your next life. Long Chen casually threw him into the sky, tossed to a height of 2,000 meters. Then he fell straight down. Boom! The body of a battle-hardened warrior was extremely tough and resilient. But still, it was everywhere. The power was no less than that of a high-powered grenade. As for the cards on Master Chen, given by Lin Ruoqing, they were transferred directly to Long Chen's account through a killer's special phone. Since they had no password, other cards were absent. Master Chen never carried money when he went out, because wherever he went, someone would pay for him. 60 million, but that's not bad. Combined, I still have over 61 million in my bank account. Just when the money runs out, someone sends more. When I feel sleepy, someone brings a pillow. I hope more people like this come. Long Chen smiled. He didn't care about money, but if someone actively sought death by sending money, he wouldn't advise taking it all. Back home, he had dinner with his parents. Long Jin and the others didn't ask, they just served food to Long Chen, and the family chatted. Before they finished eating, buzz buzz buzz, the security team's cars flashed, illuminating the neighborhood. The old driver of the security team got out of the car. What's going on? Did something big happen? Anyway, Master Chen hasn't returned, I'll go take a look. Watching the security team cars go in, he couldn't help but rush to join the crowd. When he squeezed into the crowd in the neighborhood and saw the ground, he almost vomited. It seemed he stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a string of beards. Master Chen! The driver exclaimed, his face pale. He squeezed out of the crowd and quickly dialed a number. President Lin, it's bad, Master Chen is dead. Right in the Slum C neighborhood. The driver said, what did you say? Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Ruoqing didn't dare to delay. He rushed out of the villa where he lived. Drive to the Slum C neighborhood, quickly. The driver stepped on the gas and left. How could this happen? How could someone with Master Chen's strength die? This is too sudden. Moreover, Master Chen has made many good connections. Who would kill him? Lin Ruoqing frowned in the car, pondering in confusion. He didn't forget to call Jiang Tianhao. He originally wanted to invite Jiang Tianhao to dinner, but the latter couldn't buy a house and was in a bad mood. Plus, because of Long Chen's matter, he was not in the mood to attend the banquet. Jiang Tianhao was currently at home flipping through books. Why are you calling me at this hour? Jiang Tianhao wondered. The call connected. Hello, President Jiang, something big has happened. Master Chen is dead, right? In the Slum C neighborhood. My driver just confirmed it, it's Master Chen. Lin Ruoqing's face looked grim. Okay, I understand. I'll go over immediately. Jiang Tianhao paused for a moment, then nodded heavily. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tianhao's expression grew increasingly serious. Daughter, hurry up, we need to go somewhere. Quick. What's wrong, Dad? We'll talk in the car, something big has happened, let's go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi on the second floor hurried down the stairs without delay. The two got into the car and left. What's wrong, Dad? What happened to make you look so serious? Did our family go bankrupt? Jiang Shi asked tentatively. No, the matter I mentioned during the day has come true. Jiang Tianhao looked at her gravely. What matter from earlier? Could it be that Master Chen killed someone? That handsome man is dead? Jiang Shi inquired. It's not that man who died. It's Master Chen who is dead. But we still don't know how he died. We need to go see right away. Jiang Tianhao shook his head and sighed. After all, he was the one who invited him. Everything was fine during the day, and now he was gone. One must say that life is unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. Then who do you think it could be? Jiang Shi asked. Who else could it be? Jiang Tianhao replied. No way, that man is so strong, could he really have killed Master Chen? Jiang Shi didn't believe it. Otherwise, how do you explain Master Chen's death? I told you, Master Chen's personality makes it seem like he's amiable to those who don't know him. In reality, he holds grudges. Anyone who provokes him will definitely face retaliation. Jiang Tianhao said. If it really was him who killed Master Chen, what should we do if the security team investigates us? Jiang Shi asked. We won't know anything. We can't offend such a young, powerful ability user just because of Master Chen. He has infinite potential in the future. Offending him will lead to no good. Not only can we not offend him, but if possible, we should also try to win him over. Being so young, he might be a battlefield. Who knows, his ability level could be A level or even S level. Do you know what S level abilities mean? Jiang Tianhao's expression was solemn. What does it mean? Jiang Shi felt a bit parched. It means that among the 49 million people in Donglin City, there might not even be one S-level ability every 3 years. As long as he doesn't die midway, he will definitely become an elder in the future. At that time, his power and status will be comparable to the pinnacle of Donglin City. Jiang Tianhao spoke with great seriousness. I understand, Dad. Even if it really was him, we'll pretend we don't know. Jiang Shi nodded heavily. Long Chen threw Master Chen into the air, and he landed in the neighboring community. Therefore, it was several hundred meters away from where he lived. However, a large number of security team lights still illuminated this vast community. So, many security team cars. Did a murder happen? What kind of murder would require so many people? Long Jin and Lin Yuyan wondered at the window. It's just a small matter, let's eat our meal. Long Chen said. All right. The two didn't think much of it. After finishing their meal, Long Chen appeared on the rooftop looking down at the crowd below. Criminal investigation experts were collecting samples in preparation for the autopsy. In the distance, two luxury cars were parked by the roadside. Jiang Tianhao and Lin Ruocheng arrived together. They pushed through the crowd to see this scene. So, can we completely confirm this person's identity? How did he die? Jiang Tianhao asked a middle-aged captain of the 5-star security team. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? It's like this, I can share this with you, but since it's a serious matter, please don't let it out. This murder case will soon be taken over by the ability punishment team. Our security team will assist from the sidelines. The captain spoke politely, whispering in his ear. It was evident that Jiang Tianhao had significant influence. Even the captain dared to speak to him about such matters. The deceased is the renowned feng shui master, Master Chen. The DNA test results match his ID. Preliminary assessment indicates he was murdered and then fell from a height, because he has no bones left on him, and we are still investigating the surroundings. However, the specifics of his death still need further investigation. This is because the bodies of ability users at the battle body realm are extremely resilient. Even if they fall freely from a height after death, to be smashed to this extent is highly unlikely. At least it would have to be from a height of 1,000 meters. The surrounding buildings do not meet that height, the captain said. Are you suggesting he might have been thrown from a plane? Jiang Tianhao asked. We can't rule out that possibility. A residential building of 100 or 200 meters wouldn't cause such damage. The captain replied. I understand, you go ahead with your work. Alright, Mr. Jiang, I'll head over now. Jiang Tianhao frowned as he looked at Lin Ruocheng. It has been confirmed, it is indeed Master Chen. He was murdered and then fell from a height. Jiang Tianhao said. What? This is going to escalate. This is Master Chen. He was fine during the day. How could this happen now? Sigh. Lin Ruocheng sighed. He wasn't lamenting Master Chen's death. After all, it wasn't his doing. The innocent will clear themselves. He sighed because he had spent 60 million and the person hadn't even set off before meeting his end. With one capable assistant gone, the chances of finding the ice source grass had greatly diminished. What would he do about his daughter? It seems I'll have to seek help from other strong individuals. Lin Ruocheng thought to himself. The ability punishment team is going to take over this case. I'm afraid they will come to us for questioning. Jiang Tianhao said. After all, Master Chen is a prominent figure in the feng shui community of Xiling City, and he had many connections, so it's normal for them to be disturbed. But who could the murderer be? Could it be for money? But killing someone for money doesn't make sense. At the very least, they would have to kidnap the person and demand a ransom from the family. Lin Ruocheng was puzzled. Who knows? Jiang Tianhao said that, but he still felt it must be Long Chen's doing. It couldn't be just a guess. It was as certain as a nailed board. Dad, I'm a bit scared. Jiang Shi hugged Jiang Tianhao's arm. Don't be afraid, just get used to it. If you want to become an ability user, you need to have this kind of mental resilience. You should know that those beasts in the wilderness outside the city are even more ruthless when it comes to killing people. Life and death are just a thought away. Every year, the number of ability users who die at the hands of those beasts exceeds 6 figures. You need to be mentally prepared. Jiang Tianhao patted Jiang Shi's shoulder. I understand. Jiang Shi nodded. What about your driver? Ask him why Master Chen came here. Jiang Tianhao said. Right, how did I forget? Lin Ruocheng called the driver. I didn't drop Master Chen off at the hotel. He got out of the car as soon as we left the villa area. He said he was going to meet a friend. He told me to wait for him at the hotel. Later, Master Chen asked me to come here to pick him up. Then he sat in the car until it got dark before going out. I saw there were a lot of people here, so I thought I'd join the excitement, only to find out that Master Chen had fallen to his death. The driver recounted everything. You really don't know who Master Chen was meeting? Lin Ruocheng asked sternly. I really don't know, Mr. Lin. Master Chen didn't tell me anything. If he didn't say, how could I dare to ask? The driver looked innocent. Go on, if the police ask, just tell them everything. Understood, Mr. Lin. This night was destined to be sleepless. The entire community was under investigation. Long Chen and the others were safe and sound. After all, there were enough people in one community. Investigating 2 communities together would require a lot of manpower. Moreover, after the professional assessment by the police experts, it must have fallen from the plane. Moreover, there were no bones found around the community. This further confirms the possibility that Master Chen fell from the plane. Noon. On the top floor of a 100-story residential building in slum area C, 5 individuals dressed in black uniforms of the ability punishment team stood on the rooftop. Behind them was the smiling chief of the 5-star police protection team accompanying them.
The ability punishment team holds a much higher status than the police protection team.
Their position is extremely special.
Even the chief of the 5-star police protection team must treat them seriously and cannot afford to be negligent. The uniforms of the 5 individuals bore a special golden emblem on
the front.
Anyone familiar would recognize it as the ability punishment team, especially the number of golden stars on their shoulders.
This can distinguish their ranks. Among the 5, the highest rank is 5 stars, with 1 4-star and 3 3-stars.
Chief Chen, we investigated all night and this is basically the situation, said the chief in a low voice.
Do you see anything wrong?
We can't rashly conclude that it fell from the plane, Chen replied. Perhaps some high-altitude aircraft took the person up and then dropped them. After all, there are quite a few flights on this route.
The murderer might be trying to confuse us.
But the driver also said that Master Chen died shortly after entering the community, the chief pointed out.
From my
years of experience, the death location must be nearby. Since we can't find any bones or clues in slum area C, we should check the surrounding areas. Expand the search range and conduct a
thorough search until we find something. Do you understand? The middle-aged 5-star punishment chief Chen Kefan spoke in a commanding tone. Each 3-star in the punishment team represents
a significant rank.
4-star to 6-star are punishment chiefs. 1-star to 3-star are punishment soldiers. 7-star to 9-star are punishment generals. Although Chen Kefan, as a
5-star, seems to be on the same level as the chief, his actual authority is much higher.
He can completely command him.
After all, one manages ordinary people, while the other manages ability users, who are far superior to ordinary people. But we are short on manpower, the chief said. For a large-scale search, we would need at least 5 times the personnel.
He looked troubled. Over 1/5 of the entire East Lin City Police Protection Team was collaborating with the military to investigate the North Forest.
Additionally, many had been reassigned from the Huafu Tianqiang construction site, and many were also investigating the murder of the chairman and his son of the Xiao real estate group. It wasn't that he was unwilling, he simply couldn't spare the
manpower. If there aren't enough people, then transfer personnel from the entire city, Chen Kefan ordered.
The deceased is the famous feng shui master from Xiling City, Master Chen. This has a significant impact.
Many important figures are paying attention.
If this is not handled well, you know the consequences.
Do I need to teach you this? Chen Kefan glanced at him indifferently.
Yes, I will transfer people over for a comprehensive search right away. The chief wiped the sweat from his forehead. The saying goes that a higher official can crush a lower one. But even at the same level, he felt completely suppressed.
Isn't it just that Master Chen has a bit of a connection with you? If you didn't know him, would you be this serious?
The chief muttered inwardly.
Chen Kefan wore a proud expression, glancing sideways at the chief as he left. Ordinary people were hardly worth his attention. This matter is definitely not
that simple, Chen Kefan asserted. His gaze shifted to the area below, as well as the distant buildings and vehicles. He observed carefully until he noticed 3 ordinary-looking individuals in the neighboring community placing some items into the trunk of a luxury car before driving away in a Pame and a Bentley.
How could anyone drive such cars in this area? The slum is mostly
made up of low-rent housing for workers. Most people drive cars worth around 100,000. It's rare to see one worth 500,000.
Chen Kefan remarked.
The others beside him
also looked over.
Sir, this should be a landlord. It's quite normal for some landlords to own several or even dozens of properties. They can still afford cars worth millions, one of them said,
hands behind his back. Is that so? Chen Kefan squinted his eyes but didn't pay much attention. Without solid evidence, everything was just suspicion.
Sir,
someone from the Chen family has arrived. It's Master Chen's wife and son.
He pointed to a man and a woman getting out of a luxurious car downstairs, which was a holographic model. Behind the car, there were more than a dozen
black cars parked by the roadside. Dozens of men in sunglasses and suits got out of the vehicles.
The spectacle was undeniably grand. Sigh, what should come will eventually come.
Let's
go meet this Madame Xiao from the Chen family, Chen Kefan said.
Downstairs, upon seeing Chen Kefan, Xiao Zi's eyes immediately turned red. Kefan, how exactly did your second uncle die? Xiao Zi grasped Chen Kefan's arm, questioning him. Indeed, Master Chen was Chen Kefan's uncle.
However, due to being in different cities, they were far apart and there weren't many opportunities to
meet.
Preliminary investigations suggest he was murdered, and the exact location of death is yet to be confirmed.
The bones of my second uncle haven't been found. Moreover, he has already. And it's best if you don't go see. Chen Kefan reminded her. What? Xiao Zi's vision darkened, and she fell backward. Mom, are you okay?
Her son, Chen Keshi, quickly supported her.
Kefan,
I don't care what method you use, you must find out the real murderer.
If you find out who it is, tell me first. I'll handle my husband's matter. Xiao Zi's eyes were bloodshot
as she gritted her teeth. After thinking for a moment, Chen Kefan nodded.
After all, it was his second uncle who had died.
He had to agree to his aunt's request both emotionally and
logically. Of course, if something really went wrong, he wouldn't be in a good position either. He just hoped things wouldn't escalate. It's a pity, we should go back and gather people. Whether they are acquaintances or not, or even assassins from the Assassin Association. No matter the cost, it doesn't matter. Prepare to make the murderer pay in blood. If there are family members, I will wipe out his entire family to avenge your father, Xiao Zi said. Understood, Mom, whoever it is must pay the price. The two got into the car and left. Meanwhile, at the grand building of the East Lynn City Police Protection Team, on the 88th floor. This was the office of the 7-star commander of the Police Protection Team. The ranks in the police protection team were 1-star intern, 2-star team leader, 3-star deputy leader, 4-star captain, 5-star general commander, 6-star deputy commander, 7-star commander, 8-star deputy chief of police protection, 9-star chief of police protection. And the 7-star commander was already a high position. Yet, sitting in his place was a woman. Another woman stood by the window. The 7-star commander could only stand nervously in front of the desk. I give you 5 days. If there are no results after 5 days, your position as the 7-star commander of the police protection team will come to an end. The woman in the office chair said coldly. I understand. I will definitely find out the real murderer within 5 days. The 7-star commander assured. Long Chen and the others only brought some necessary items. They pushed open the door and officially moved into Villa number 79. Wow! Looking at the decorations in the villa, Lin Yuan opened her mouth in excitement. From a slum rental house to a standalone villa, this leap from heaven to earth made her unable to hold back her tears. Wife, don't cry, be happy. Our son has a bright future. There's no time to be sad. Why cry? Long Chen comforted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. Watching this scene, Long Chen couldn't help but smile. All the efforts were for this moment. In this life, my parents are still alive, and they are living in a villa they never dreamed of. It compensates for the regrets of the last life. So good. Long Chen felt emotional inside. Mom and Dad, let's go explore our new home together. Long Chen said. Okay. The family was extremely happy, standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor. I've noticed that the occupancy rate here isn't very high. Only about half are occupied. Long Chen said. Fewer people is actually nice. It makes it quieter. Otherwise, why buy a villa? Lin Yuan replied. This place is close to the lake, and there's a piece of land over there. It's great for growing vegetables and fishing. Long Chen became interested. You guys chat, I'm going to take a walk. Long Chen leaped down to the ground, observing the terrain here. The villas near the lake were unoccupied, because it was close to the mountains, situated in a corner by the lake. And at the foot of the mountain, very few people were willing to buy in this area. Thus, the 6 nearby villas were all empty. The surroundings were very quiet, far from the bustling city. With green mountains and clear waters, the scenery is beautiful. And it's a place where spiritual energy gathers over hundreds of square kilometers. Living here is indeed nice. Long Chen wandered around, climbing to the top of the mountain to take a look around. He contemplated what kind of formation to set up. In the stillness of the night, Long Chen sat cross-legged in the basement, his fingers moving to carve out complex Taoist seal patterns. These were the formation's Taoist seals. They slowly expanded on the ground, extremely intricate, with patterns and characters, visible no matter how much they were magnified. Quite complex. They encompassed various techniques, just like the patterns on a chip when enlarged. Long Chen focused entirely on carving the formation. Almost every second, countless characters and patterns appeared. The complexity was far beyond what a chip could compare to. Moreover, the higher the mastery of the formation, the more complex it became. This was the way of formations. In the Long Yuan continent, besides the normal cultivation path to the immortal realm, there were also alchemy, weapon refining, formation techniques, and demonic paths. Each path had its geniuses. Long Chen was also at the pinnacle of formation techniques. As the yellow formation expanded, its color became lighter, until it was almost indistinguishable. 8 directions gathering spirit formation. Complete. Long Chen finished carving, and the formation was thoroughly solidified. A slight ripple spread out. Only a very few could sense it. He had minimized the impact. Otherwise, the formation's spread wouldn't be so dim. Instead, it would radiate golden light, dazzling to behold. Many would think it was dawn. It's done, unless someone surpasses me in formation techniques, or a super earthquake causes tectonic shifts. Otherwise, the formation will endure. Long Chen exerted all his effort to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his body like a river. The amount of spiritual energy I need to elevate my level is quite exaggerated. Compared to the Long Yuan continent, this place is still lacking in spiritual energy. It seems the upcoming level up won't be too fast. Long Chen stopped overthinking. His combat power was extremely strong, and he took every step steadily and perfectly. It was better than rushing to elevate his level. Being invincible at the same level is far more satisfying than being invincible across levels. I also need to set up a safe trigger-type defensive formation to protect my parents when I'm not around. Long Chen continued to arrange the formation. The entire outer wall of the villa began to emit a faint glow. Until noon. Long Chen stood up and took a deep breath. He walked out of the basement. Yuan, come eat. Lin Yuyan called as she brought the dishes. After the meal, Long Chen looked at his parents. Mom and Dad, I've set up a formation in the villa. As long as you're in this villa, even if a powerful shell directly strikes, it won't matter. And in the rings you have, I've also set up formations. In case of danger, they will automatically trigger, protecting you when you're out. Long Chen returned their wedding rings. So it's like having a protective shield? One of those plasma shields that bullets can't penetrate in sci-fi movies? Long Chen asked. Yeah, something like that. But it's even more magical. Passive defense against unknown dangers. Active defense against known dangers. Long Chen explained. Is it really that amazing? No wonder it's Yuan. Lin Yuyan examined the ring. Yener, are you going out? Don't worry about our safety. We won't take off the ring. You can go with peace of mind. Knowing her child well, Lin Yuyan had already guessed that Long Chen's reminders were for going out. Yes, go ahead, do whatever you want boldly, your future is yours to carve. Long Chen added. Seeing such supportive parents, Long Chen smiled. Well, Mom and Dad, I am going out for a bit, if all goes well, 2 or 3 days, but it could take longer. But I will definitely be back before June 30th. Long Chen said. Is June 30th a special day? Lin Yuyan asked, puzzled. Not really, just special for me. Alright then, I'll be off, Mom and Dad. After saying this, Long Chen waved goodbye and drove away. June 30th is definitely special. That's the date when you both died in my past life. In my past life, I was powerless, but in this life, anyone who dares to touch my parents will be killed. Beasts, just wait until I gather the materials to forge a stunning sword. Then we'll see how you break the city. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He was just one sword away from being able to fly with it. Soaring through the vast blue sky. Flying would definitely be faster than running on the ground. Therefore, he needed extremely rare materials to forge a good sword. One that could grant him flying abilities and further enhance his combat power. It's relatively close, and it should have the materials I need. The Luofeng mountain range is quite suitable. It's only 800 kilometers from Donglin City, and I remember there's an abandoned mining company there that extracted ore before the beast outbreak. There might be the materials I need in the mine. Long Chen thought. He checked the car's navigation. The navigation map indeed showed that there was an abandoned Shihan heavy industry mining group in the Luofeng mountain range. It also marked the area as dangerous due to beast activity. Driving there is definitely impossible. There are no roads. It seems there's a direct flight from the Donglin Arc Military Civilian Airport. It's a special flight, provided for ability users to go out and train by hunting beasts. With this in mind, Long Chen first went to the ability user store to change into a new outfit. Casual short-sleeve shirt, sports pants, and sneakers. He spent 100,000. It was leisure wear specifically for ability users. Wear resistant, cut resistant, and high temperature resistant. The key was that it looked good. Well, with Long Chen's looks, even wearing shorts outside would look good. The female staff couldn't help but watch him for 200 meters as he left. After that, Long Chen navigated to the underground parking lot of the Arc Airport. The underground parking lot of Arc Airport was very large. Long Chen immediately noticed many people taking out various equipment in backpacks from their cars and trunks. There were even dozens of people getting off a bus, all organizing their gear. Are they all ability users? I've seen at least over 200 people on this trip. Long Chen murmured after parking the car. It's important to know that ability users are quite rare. Seeing over 200 at once is indeed uncommon, especially since they all looked very young, around 18 to 20 years old. However, Long Chen didn't pay much attention. He took the elevator to the second floor. In the elevator, 3 young people with backpacks were chatting with each other. I heard this year's ability user assessment in Donglin City is particularly difficult. Unlike previous years where they just cordoned off a beast area for the assessment. This year, not only will they test ability levels, physical strength, and speed reaction, they even have to hunt beasts directly in the wilderness. Even with strong ability users stationed, that is still the wilderness. There are too many uncertain factors. The stronger-looking young man said. You're wrong, it's not just Donglin City, but the entire Thailand dynasty. Even the assessment rules have changed worldwide. The goal is to be close to real combat. Only the most authentic battlefield can test true talent. But that's what makes it exciting. How can flowers in a greenhouse possibly grow into real strong warriors? Another person said. That may be true, but I'm sure the death rate will significantly increase. We need to quickly go to the Luofeng mountain range to hunt exotic beasts and gain experience before next month's ability assessment. I don't want to see my name on the death list when my parents look at it, said another, rather handsome man. As they exited the elevator, Long Chen listened to their conversation. He understood why he had seen so many young ability users in the parking lot. I remember in my previous life, it was indeed from this cohort that the rules for ability users' assessments changed. The probability of death for ability users increased dramatically. Many people thought their children could pass the assessment and become ability users, rising above others. In the end, all they received were death notices, and some children even died without a complete body. In the brutal era of exotic beasts, this method can indeed make ability users realize the strength and ferocity of the beasts, tightening their nerves and accelerating their cultivation to become stronger. But it also puts the lives of many young ability users from poor families at risk. Those with high ability levels will definitely attract special attention during the assessment to avoid being killed. But those with low ability levels, who have no prior experience hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, have a very high probability of death during the wilderness assessment. This rule is really. Long Chen sighed inwardly. Simply put, the children of the wealthy and powerful, after awakening their abilities, can afford to hire strong individuals or join teams to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness. They can accumulate combat experience and hone their temperament in advance. Thus, they can pass the ability user assessment more easily, with a much lower death rate. But those without resources are doomed. Let alone going out to hunt exotic beasts to gain experience. Even buying plane tickets to other cities is difficult. After all, the airfare between cities can cost hundreds of thousands. An ordinary person might only earn a few tens of thousands in a year without eating or drinking. Not to mention going to the wilderness area, which is even more expensive. Most people simply cannot afford it. Without money to gain combat experience, the death rate in the wilderness assessment is naturally high. The reason Long Chen was able to travel to other cities before the city was breached in his previous life was that he was admitted to a top university. The prestigious school provided him with free, round-trip tickets for travel. Otherwise, he would never have been able to go to other cities. Airfare in the era of exotic beasts is simply too expensive. In Donglin City, many people live their entire lives without ever having the chance to leave this city. They are forever trapped here, and 3 generations have been like this. However, after the 4th generation, it's no longer a problem. After all, if there are no descendants, where does the 4th generation come from? Long Chen stepped out of the elevator. He could see that the terminal was built extremely luxuriously. Nowadays, civil aviation aircraft have extremely high protection and even carry offensive weapons. In necessary situations, there are even fighter jets providing escort. Therefore, only those with middle to high incomes can afford to travel. Naturally, the terminal is built to be high-end, grand, and luxurious. The flight attendants passing by were also exceptionally beautiful, with an overall quality that had improved 2 levels compared to before the outbreak of the exotic beast disaster. They were the cream of the crop, 1 in 100. Uniforms, black stockings, and little high heels. Long Chen saw many young people fully armed with backpacks queuing at a special artificial ticket counter to buy tickets. Among them, many were wearing battle armor, similar to the mechanical suits of Steelman, but mostly in lighter colors. Some wore casual clothes, keeping their battle armor in their backpacks, only putting it on before reaching their destination. The battle armor for ability users also varies in quality. The more expensive the material, the more special it is, and the better the protection. The cheaper ones have poor protection. Basically made from lightweight iron sheets and mass-produced on a large scale, they offer little comfort, let alone protection. Long Chen walked over. On the 3-dimensional screen, it read, Ability User Adventure Ticket Office, Small Aircraft Zone. There was also a video introduction. Due to the already limited number of ability users, they were all transported to the adventure site by small aircraft. They would reach the wilderness training area by low-altitude parachuting. Those with better conditions could buy rocket flyers, which were somewhat safer than parachuting. Generally, the plane would only land when picking someone up. It seems this is it, Long Chen thought to himself, and he joined the queue. Just one person away from Long Chen, a commotion erupted. Everyone move aside, get the hell out of my way, I'm in a hurry to catch my flight. If you delay me, none of you can take responsibility. Get lost. A man in white battle armor charged over, knocking aside a young man who was buying a ticket with his ID. 3 burly bodyguards in battle armor followed behind him. The young man who was knocked aside slid over 30 meters on the ground before finally coming to a stop, having fainted from the impact. Get a few people to help him quickly, the security guard called for temporary medical personnel. After a few compressions, the young man finally regained consciousness. Who the hell is he, and why is he cutting in line? Is someone cutting in line? Isn't the security going to do something? Where's the security? Hurry up, this guy is cutting in line and hitting people, he's too arrogant. He seems to be young Master Gene. Which young Master Gene? My dad is a group president. Does that make me a young master? What do you know? Your dad's company is only worth 100 million, while his is worth 1,000 billion. How can you compare? What? 1,000 billion. Group isn't common in Donlin City. Could it be the Gene Pharmaceutical Group?
Exactly, it's the son of Gene Pharmaceutical Group, Gene Xingjiu, the only son of Chairman Gene.
Damn, it's him. Why didn't you say so earlier?
I hope I didn't say anything too harsh just now. Shut up quickly, the Gene family's background is very mysterious and they say they have immense power.
We can't
afford to provoke them, and our parents definitely can't either.
Don't stick your neck out.
Right. Listening to these whispers, Gene Xingjiu felt even more pleased. He loved
seeing the fearful expressions on others' faces.
It was ridiculous to see people wanting to challenge him but unable to. He enjoyed this feeling of being high above, with others afraid of him. Coupled with the strong deterrence from his 3 bodyguards, no one dared to approach him. In the distance, the security guard, under the captain's signal, didn't dare to meddle.
No one wanted to wade into this murky water. The man, upon hearing Gene Chengzhou's identity, could only blame himself for being careless after being knocked aside.
These ability users preparing for training all came from decent families, but it depended on who they were compared to. The Gene Pharmaceutical Group had a market value of 1,000 billion.
More importantly, the Gene family's identity
and background were mysterious, and Chairman Gene was very protective of his son.
Who would dare to touch his son?
Even if everyone was unhappy, they could only swallow their grievances.
Long Chen
coldly watched Gene Xingjiu, who was standing in front of him.
Why do some people always seek their own demise? Give me 4 tickets. What are you looking at? Just give them to me. With my status, do I still need an ID? My face is my ID.
Gene Xingjiu glared at the new female ticket seller. Young Master Gene, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. Another female
ticket seller quickly smiled and said.
She was very familiar with Gene Xingjiu, often seeing him and knowing his identity.
Therefore, she didn't dare to be negligent and didn't require an ID, immediately processing his request.
However, even though she didn't ask for an ID, Gene Xingjiu took out his bank card. Money still had to be paid.
No matter how arrogant and spoiled he was, he couldn't get away with not paying the airline.
After all, the background of the airline was also quite formidable.
Who told you to cut in line? Get lost.
A voice came from behind.
Gene Xingjiu
suddenly felt weightless, and then the world spun around him.
Bang! He crashed face first into the ground dozens of meters away. Ah! A scream echoed.
If he weren't an ability user, this impact would have already broken his cervical spine, leaving him either dead or paralyzed.
Young master!
The 3 bodyguards were startled and finally reacted.
No time to worry about Long Chen.
He hurried over to see how the person was doing. Give me a ticket to the Luofeng mountain range.
Long Chen took out his ID and bank card.
Oh, okay, please wait a moment.
The ticket seller stammered. Regardless of Long Chen's attire or demeanor, or his decisive manner of action, she had a premonition that Long Chen was a big shot. As for his exact identity, it was unknown.
In any case, he was a tough character.
Not daring to delay, she quickly processed Long Chen's ticket.
The fastest flight to the Luofeng mountain range departs in 20 minutes, and there's
just 1 ticket left.
Go to gate 9, there's a special car for pickup, the ticket seller reminded with a smile.
Thank you. Long Chen took the ticket and left calmly and gracefully. He
didn't even glance at Gene Xingjiu, who had fallen to the ground.
This left the crowd in line staring in shock.
I've seen people get beaten for cutting in line, but I've never seen anyone dare to hit young Master Gene.
Who is this guy? He's so fierce.
I haven't seen him either. I didn't even get a good look at his face, but he seems pretty handsome.
He seems to be going to the Luofeng mountain range too. Why isn't he bringing any gear?
Just wait, young Master Gene won't let him off. Daring to hit young Master Gene, he must be at the end of his rope.
Is it possible he has an even bigger background?
That shouldn't be the case. I've seen the young masters of the wealthy and powerful in Donlin City, and I'm sure he's definitely not one of them.
Young master, how are you?
The 3 bodyguards anxiously checked on Gene Xingjiu. A few minutes later, Gene Xingjiu managed to stand up from the ground. He twisted his neck and it felt much better. The incident had happened so suddenly that he
hadn't had time to react before being thrown out. Standing there, Gene Xingjiu only felt a burning sensation on his face, utterly humiliated.
His gaze swept fiercely around, and no one dared to meet his eyes.
How dare he hit me? In the entire Donlin City, who the hell doesn't know me, Gene Xingjiu? No one has ever dared to hit me like this since I was a child. I want to kill him. Where is he? Gene Xingjiu roared. Young master, he has already bought a ticket and left, one bodyguard replied. Useless. What good are you all?
Don't think just because you're all level 5 ability users that I won't dare to kill you.
If you can't protect me, then you have no reason to live.
Gene Xingjiu scolded with a cold expression. The 3 bodyguards looked grim but didn't dare to retort. It was true that ability users held a special status, but in the eyes of true super rich and powerful people, low-level ability users were merely hired thugs. For example, the Assassin Association, powerful ability users were just assassins making money from killing. This shows that being born into the right family is indeed a skill. What's got young Master Gene so angry? A voice came. A group of 10 people in black combat suits approached, including 2 women.
They had impressive figures but average looks. The average age of the 10 was in their 30s. Each one exuded an extraordinary aura. They were all experts among ability users. "Are you the Taotai ability team my dad mentioned?" Jin Xingjiu asked. His tone was noticeably less condescending and seemed rather friendly, unlike how he had been earlier. "That's right, Chairman Jin asked us to protect you during your training. We originally planned to wait for you at the Luofeng mountain range. But then we thought, since it's young Master Jin, it's worth our trip," the captain of the Taotai ability team said. "Thank you for your hard work." Jin Xingjiu felt quite pleased and couldn't help but smile. "We have a private jet, young Master Jin. Please," the captain said. "Good, let's go." Jin Xingjiu held his head high and walked side by side with the captain. "Young Master Jin, I'm Sun Zihu, the captain of the Taotai ability team. It seems something happened just now, right? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Captain Sun Zihu of the Taotai ability team asked. A reckless young ability user actually dared to hit me. I, Jin Xingjiu, have never suffered such humiliation from childhood to now. He must die, Jin Xingjiu declared. "Oh, really? In Donglin City there are still people who dare to hit young Master Jin. It's like looking for death in a toilet with a lantern. As for killing, my Taotai ability team can take care of it. But young Master Jin, where is this young man now? Does he possibly have any background?" Sun Zihu asked. "At this hour, there are only tickets to the Luofeng mountain range. He must have gone there just like our destination. And he definitely can't have any background. I know all the wealthy and noble young masters in Donglin City. I've met them all. Many have a good relationship with me. Even Xiao Ruaging from the Xiao family has had drinks with me a few times. This guy is definitely not one of them. He should be a middle-class poor kid who has awakened his abilities thinking he is something special. He dreams of becoming someone above others. Little does he know that ability users are also ranked by status." Jin Xingjiu sneered repeatedly. "That's good, we can take this job. But this is not within the scope of protecting young Master Jin. We also..." Sun Zihu hesitated. 10 million. "Catch him for me, I'll do it myself," Jin Xingjiu said. "Young Master Jin is indeed straightforward. Ha ha ha." Long Chen sat on the shuttle bus to board the plane. The flight to the Luofeng mountain range was on a small passenger plane. There was no direct access, everyone had to take the shuttle bus. There were a total of 20 people on the bus. Only 2 were women. One of them, seen only from the back, felt somewhat familiar to Long Chen, as if he had seen her somewhere before. However, he just glanced casually and didn't pay much attention. A shuttle bus behind them followed and turned left. A figure on the bus was startled when he saw Long Chen's profile. "Hey, isn't that the young man?" The man looked closely. "President Lin, which young man are you talking about?" The white-bearded elder beside him asked in confusion. "No, I must have seen it wrong." The man shook his head and didn't think much more about it. "Don't worry, President Lin, with me around, there will definitely be no problem. I will get what you want," the elder assured. "With old Sun taking action this time, I naturally feel at ease." The man smiled. The shuttle bus stopped. The aircraft parked at the boarding position was a vertical takeoff and landing small passenger plane. It was 25 meters long, with a wingspan of 20 meters. Its overall shape was no different from the passenger planes commonly seen. Apart from 6 fist-sized small windows on both sides and 2 small windows in the cockpit, the rest was all wrapped in lightweight metal. It had super strong defense and wouldn't exceed weight limits to fly. The small windows were also designed to better withstand attacks from flying beasts, unlike before the beast outbreak when the windows were large and numerous. At this moment, a shuttle bus had already let some people off first. Long Chen was unhurried, being the last to get off, waiting for everyone to board before going up. The small passenger plane could seat 40 people in total. The comfort of the seats was quite acceptable. It was staffed with 1 captain, 2 co-captains, and 3 flight attendants. However, the ticket prices were indeed high, more than 3 times that of ordinary passenger planes. This meant that a ticket cost at least 300,000. A window seat was 500,000. First class was 1 million. The reason for such high prices was understandable, as it was headed to the Luofeng mountain range. Flying beasts often appeared. The probability of an accident was more than 10 times that of ordinary civil aviation. This price was already worth it. Long Chen took his seat, facing the flight attendant at the entrance. He had only seen rumors about this online before. Sometimes, randomly buying a seat would land him opposite a flight attendant. Sure enough, short videos did not deceive him. Long Chen had distinct facial features and a tall, sturdy physique. Even the 30-something charming flight attendant felt shy in face-to-face interaction. Unable to help herself, she shifted her sitting position to avoid making a fool of herself. "Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? I've been frequently flying this route for 8 years since I graduated, so I'm quite familiar with it. I've never seen you before. You must be here for the first time. Add me on WeChat and you can ask me anything you don't understand in the future. Plus, if you buy tickets through me, there's a 10% discount." The flight attendant said with a smile.
You can scan it yourself. Long Chen casually added her on WeChat. Whether there was a discount or not didn't matter, Long Chen wasn't
interested in money. He just happened to have something to ask her. Are there many people going to the Luofeng mountain range these days? Long Chen asked. Quite a few.
Just yesterday, there were about 400 people throughout the day, across 10 flights. Today, even if there are no additional flights, the numbers will
be similar. Many are young people who have just awakened their abilities. Of course, there are also quite a few powerful ability users going to hunt exotic beasts for task points. However, with the ability user assessment approaching, there will be more young people during this time. But generally, only those with good conditions. Compared to the overall number of young people who have awakened their abilities, it's just a small portion. By the way, it's not just Donglin City, other cities have people going to the Luofeng mountain range as well.
So I estimate that the number of ability users there will far exceed 5,000, the flight attendant
said. More than 5,000? Long Chen pondered. Although the Luofeng mountain range covers a vast area, even larger than Donglin City, the probability of encountering 5,000 people scattered around is still significant.
He didn't want to be disturbed while gathering materials to forge weapons.
Handsome, my name is
Yang Yua, and you, the flight attendant Yang Yua asked.
Long Chen replied.
But then Long Chen realized something.
He carefully examined Yang Yua.
To be honest, she looked remarkably like someone Long Chen knew.
What is your relationship with Yang Yushi? Long Chen asked. You know my sister Yang Yushi? Yang Yua was puzzled. Of course I know her.
Long Chen shook his head and smiled.
How could he not know her?
She was his homeroom teacher, who had taken good care of him academically.
Like a kind and gentle big sister. No way. You can't be the person my sister mentioned, right?
Yushi told me she likes a guy, and it seems his last name is Long. Yang Yua looked Long Chen up and down, only to marvel at her sister's good taste.
With looks like that and being an ability user, who wouldn't be tempted by him? Oh, wait, who wouldn't like him? Then you must be mistaken. It's not me, it's someone else.
I'm only 18, Long Chen said.
Oh, then I must have made a mistake. Sorry, Long Chen. Yang Yua scratched her head. Then she became happy, thinking that meant she still had a chance. Bang bang bang. Where is everyone? Get a flight attendant to pour me a glass of vodka. Where is everyone?
The sound of someone banging on the armrest and shouting came from the first-class cabin separated by a
partition.
Sir, please don't rush.
We're currently in the ascent phase of the flight and you can't leave your seat yet.
And sir, there really is no vodka on this plane, the flight attendant serving first class explained.
Slap. Shut up and don't talk back. I want vodka. Give me vodka. The sound of a slap echoed. Woo-woo, why are you hitting people? So what if I hit you?
You're just a server.
Give me vodka, I want to drink.
Upon hearing this, no, I have to go take a look, Yang Yua said.
She stood up and headed to first class.
Sir, for the safety of all ability users in the Luofeng mountain range, there really is no vodka on the plane.
Including other
alcoholic beverages as well, Yang Yua explained.
If you accompany me, it doesn't matter if there's no vodka. The man was about to make a move. Ah! A scream
pierced the air as the man's hand flipped instantly. It was Long Chen who had struck.
Thank you, Long Chen. Yang Yua expressed her gratitude. Who are you? How dare you?
The man hadn't finished his words.
Be quiet. Slap.
Long Chen backhanded him, knocking him out cold, foam spilling from his mouth. He fell unconscious, his face swollen, several teeth lost and lodged in his mouth.
You didn't kill him, did you? Yang Yua exclaimed in shock. He won't die, he'll wake up on his own when we reach our destination, Long Chen replied. Is it you? A surprised and excited voice called out. Long Chen turned to look. There were 4 seats in first class. The
one calling him was a woman he recognized. It was Jiang Shi, the woman he had slapped at the sales office last time.
Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to her, having no deep impression, and returned to his seat. You two go about your business, Yang Yua instructed the 2 flight attendants before also returning to her seat. Jiang. She's mouth twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had been completely ignored by Long Chen. Her 2 bodyguards in first class shot him unfriendly glances as he walked away. Miss Jiang, should we teach him a lesson? Shut up, Jiang Shi interrupted them in a low voice. The 2 narrowed their eyes. When had they ever been treated like this? But then Jiang Shi felt she had spoken too harshly. I'm sorry, gentlemen. You are the ability masters my father hired to protect me. I really appreciate you taking care of my safety during this hunt for exotic beasts. I just awakened my powers and am not yet familiar with controlling my strength. I'll need your help throughout this journey. But remember, that young man is not simple. You can't afford to offend him. Even my father fears him a little. So please, do not get into any conflict with him. Jiang Shi said seriously. This young man has such a big background that even President Jiang is afraid of him. This is outrageous. The 2 exchanged shocked glances. They were well aware of who President Jiang was. Besides being a super rich tycoon, he had an extensive network of connections. Moreover, there were rumors of an extremely powerful father. If even someone like him feared Long Chen, one could only imagine how strong Long Chen's background was.
Thank you, Long Chen. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do, Yang Yue said gratefully. It should be noted that ability users often ventured out to hunt exotic beasts, lingering on the edge of life and death. In such a long-term oppressive environment, seeing a beautiful woman would inevitably lead to. Moreover, most ability users, once they finished hunting exotic beasts and returned to a safe urban environment, would indulge in nightlife, seeking entertainment and companionship. Love rises with the bell, but when the bell stops, the heart remains unsettled. In short, many ability users had unstable emotions and needed alcohol and beautiful women. Just a casual thing, Long Chen said nonchalantly. Just before getting on the plane, he had tossed a spoiled rich kid aside. It was indeed just a casual thing. Okay. Long Chen, you really exude an aura of dominance. Yang Yue's lips twitched. Long Chen acted decisively, calmly, and composedly. There was not a single flaw to be found. He radiated a sense of security. Yang Yue couldn't imagine what kind of background Long Chen had to dare knock that man out cold. By the way, aren't you bringing any equipment to the Luofeng mountain range? Yang Yue asked, puzzled. Not necessary, Long Chen replied. Oh, alright. It seems you must have made arrangements in advance, Yang Yue thought. By the way, how do you know my sister? Yang Yue suddenly asked. Warning, an exotic beast is approaching, 2,000 meters away. It is accelerating towards us. At that moment, the voice alert in the plane announced urgently. Everyone, please stay still and fasten your seatbelts. Prepare for an attack from the beasts. Yang Yue quickly said. She was the flight attendant and reacted swiftly at this moment. We just took off from Donglin City. How could there be a beast attack already? What's going on? How strong is this beast? Is it a significant threat? Is there a chance it could bring down our plane? If it gets too dangerous, we should turn back. No way, I want to hunt the beast. We can't delay any longer. That's right, we just left Donglin City. It shouldn't be a powerful beast. What about the Air Force? Let them handle it. Most of the people present were young and found it hard to remain calm. Please don't panic, trust our captain. We have one captain and two co-captains on this flight. They have over 20 years of flying experience. They are the most professional. You must believe in them, Yang Yue said, holding a megaphone. The crowd finally quieted down. However, they were still somewhat tense. The survival rate in air disasters is low, not just before the beasts appear. This is true even in this technologically advanced era. Unless one is powerful enough to withstand the impact and remain intact. Otherwise, if the plane is attacked by a beast, it's basically a death sentence. Long Chen looked out the fist-sized window. In the distance, he could vaguely see a massive flying beast weaving through the clouds. The specific appearance was unclear. He only knew it was enormous. Is that the beast? It looks to be about 5 kilometers away. Even from this distance, its size is impressive. This beast is not low in rank, Long Chen thought. How big is that beast? Long Chen asked. Calmly. This question was naturally directed at Yang Yue. Captain, how big is that beast? Yang Yue asked quietly into the communicator. There was a hesitation of several seconds. The radar shows a length of 50 meters, the captain replied. 50 meters long, Yang Yue said. Upon hearing this, Long Chen narrowed his eyes. 50 meters? This beast is far more than that. If it's not lying, then this is interesting. Moreover, the plane's intelligence says it's 2,000 meters. That means the one I see isn't even on the radar. Could it be that this small civil aircraft's onboard radar can't detect this beast? Long Chen pondered. Boom! Suddenly, a sonic boom erupted from both sides. 2 fighter jets launched missiles to drive away the beast. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions followed in quick succession. A minute later. This is the captain. Please do not panic, all passengers. The flying beast has been driven away by the Air Force jets. We are currently safe. We will continue on our scheduled route to the Luofeng mountain range. The captain's voice came through the intercom. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Finally, it's okay. That scared me. I thought I wouldn't make it back. Look, those are the Air Force fighter jets. So cool. Well done. Ha, the damn beast knows its place now, right? Beasts aren't that impressive. Once I get stronger, I'll kill hundreds of them in a year. That's a low perspective. Killing one an hour, 12 hours a day. At least 4,000 a year. Are you out of your mind? Your dad's company has a 12-hour work system for employees, and you want to kill for 12 hours? Isn't your family's billions enough? Can we not overwork ourselves? Ha ha ha. The tense atmosphere in the cabin eased, and some even started joking. It seemed the crisis had truly passed. Things aren't that simple. Long Chen looked at the beast still following the plane. 5 kilometers away, flying in the clouds. What's wrong, Long Chen? What are you looking at? Yang Yue asked, puzzled. But following Long Chen's gaze, she saw nothing. Only the constantly
drifting white clouds. In order to avoid being detected by the strange beasts, the civil aviation passenger plane flew through the clouds whenever possible to evade danger. Ask the captain. If the radar still shows any strange beasts within 5 kilometers to the left and slightly below, not just the captain, ask the military aircraft for radar feedback as well. Hurry! Long Chen fixed his gaze on Yan Yuha. Oh, okay, I'll ask right away. Yan Yuha, feeling the weight of Long Chen's gaze, did not dare to delay. She immediately used the communicator to inquire with the captain. No, there's no feedback on the radar. Did you see something? With the current radar, it's impossible not to detect flying strange beasts within 10 kilometers. Unless they have evolved to possess even more powerful abilities. Or it's a flying strange beast so strong that it can't even be detected by radar. The military also reported no sightings, only a low-level flying strange beast about 40 centimeters in size, located 3 kilometers to the right, the captain said. Yan Yuha held the communicator to Long Chen's ear. However, this was somewhat unnecessary. At this distance, Long Chen could hear perfectly well. Long Chen looked out the window at the strange beast. It was still following the plane, maintaining the same distance. As time goes by, over the decades, many flying strange beasts have evolved the ability to evade radar. It's just that some are stronger than others. Typically, as long as the strange beast isn't too strong, it can be detected within 10 kilometers. This strange beast can evade military radar, and its size is so large, its strength is definitely not weak. If we encounter danger later, I'll be fine. But the people on this plane are in grave danger, especially since Yan Yuha is still the homeroom teacher. Long Chen thought to himself. He didn't have a good sword and couldn't fly. He could only prepare for the worst. Tell the captain that the strange beast is very large and has been following us. The plane must immediately change direction and return. Otherwise, how many people on this plane will survive is up to fate. That's all I have to say. Long Chen said solemnly. I understand. Yan Yuha nodded seriously. However, when she informed the captain, all she received was a barrage of curses. The communication was unilaterally cut off. The plane continued its normal flight. Good. Words are hard to use on a damned ghost. If we encounter danger later, hold on to me tightly. Long Chen said seriously. I understand. Yan Yuha couldn't help but feel nervous. The plane flew quietly, with no further disturbances from strange beasts. Strange, how come we haven't seen a single strange beast along the way? The radar isn't showing anything either. Today has been too smooth, the captain frowned. Maybe it's just our luck today, the co-pilot said. Yeah, it really is our good luck. The captain didn't think much of it. Donglin City is only a little over 800 kilometers in a straight line from the Luofeng mountain range. At nearly supersonic speeds, and avoiding areas where strange beasts frequently appear, it would take at most an hour to reach. This flight will arrive over the northwest camp of the Luofeng mountain range in 5 minutes. The plane will open the hatch at 500 meters in the air. Please prepare for parachuting. The captain's voice came through the intercom. Long Chen, we're almost over the ability user northwest camp. It should be safe now, right? You know the northwest camp is right in the granite body of Luoxia mountain. And it said that there are powerful ability users stationed there. We should be safe now, right? Yang Yuha asked. Tell those two flight attendants to fasten their seatbelts and stop selling drinks. No one is drinking. Long Chen said. Okay. Yang Yuha did not dare to delay. Long Chen saw that everyone had fastened their seatbelts. There are strange beasts, everyone prepare to parachute. Long Chen said. The sound spread throughout the entire plane without any effort. The cabin fell silent. Everyone held their breath, unsure of what was happening. Bang, bang, bang. A tearing sound echoed. The lightweight, high-strength steel plate of the plane, 3 centimeters thick, was directly ripped open with 3 gashes over 10 meters long. From the belly of the aircraft to the top, anyone who stood up at that moment would have their upper body severed. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air was thin, and the temperature plummeted to minus 50 degrees. Coupled with the differing internal and external air pressure, if everyone hadn't fastened their seatbelts, the immense suction would have pulled them all out. Ah, help! I'm still young, I don't want to die. Someone save us, please. We're doomed, we're doomed. I want to go home, I want to go home. Wah! The cabin was filled with screams and cries. Most of them were pampered rich kids. They had never seen such a scene and couldn't remain calm at all. Long Chen saw that the beast had entered the clouds again. It seemed to be enjoying the hunt. It wasn't in a hurry to shoot down the plane. Miss Jiang, we might all die here. Damn it, what terrible luck to encounter such a large flying beast. There's almost no chance of survival when encountering a large flying beast at 10,000 meters. Jiang Shi's 2 temporary bodyguards felt a sense of despair. Dad, I'm afraid I won't make it back. Jiang Shi closed her eyes and shed tears. Everyone, stay calm, remain in your seats, and prepare for an emergency landing. I will definitely bring you all back safely. The captain's voice came through. Shut up! Long Chen shouted. The captain's voice abruptly stopped, his head buzzing. Everyone, jump out of the plane quickly. Long Chen commanded. With a wave of his finger, several air blades sliced through the automatically locked door positions, avoiding the fuel lines. The door fell away and a door was directly cut out on the right side. Now's the time, everyone jump or none of you will survive, Long Chen said. His voice boomed, resonating in everyone's ears. However, only a few ordinary ability users from regular families, along with 2 or 3 middle-aged men who had long since become ability users, jumped down without hesitation. They had already donned their gear during the flight. At this moment, it was just in time to be useful. Let's jump quickly. She didn't dare to hesitate as she trusted her father's judgment. Long Chen was not to be underestimated. Since Long Chen said to parachute, it was undoubtedly the best choice now. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances and followed suit. You two should jump too. Long Chen stood up, unaffected by the immense suction at high altitude. He threw out 2 flight attendants who had simply strapped on parachutes. Their screams faded away, directly scaring them into unconsciousness. If those 2 beautiful flight attendants fell like that, it would truly be a disaster. There was no chance to take advantage of the situation. If you don't leave now, it's a dead end, Long Chen said coldly. Everyone stay in your seats, I will ensure you are safely taken out. Do not jump, the probability of death is too high. That's right, trust us, we are the most professional, trained to the highest standards. The 3 of us will definitely bring you down safely. At that moment, the captain and the 2 co-pilots' voices came through the intercom. With the captain's words, I feel much more at ease. I want to stay. That's right, trust the captain, he can definitely land safely. I'm not going anywhere, it's too high here, jumping down is definitely death. Are you trying to kill us? Who the hell are you? Should we listen to you or the captain? Jumping from 10,000 meters, are you crazy or am I crazy? If you want to jump, you jump, I'm not jumping. The remaining people remained unmoved. Then go die. Long Chen sneered. He pulled Yang Yuan and swiftly dashed out. Long Chen was not a saint, he wouldn't go out of his way to save someone who was looking for death. Was he that idle? That guy is really asking for it. Not only is he looking for death, but he also drags along a flight attendant, jumping without any gear, truly asking for it. At this height, anyone would die from the fall. Let him die, we must trust the captain. Exactly. The people on the plane chimed in, thick with sarcasm. Long Chen and Yang Yue were standing as they descended. A protective barrier formed around them, keeping Yang Yue safe inside. This prevented them from freezing in the -40 to 50 degrees. They were at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The lowest temperature was below -50 degrees. Plus, the wind was strong. Jumping without any protection was indeed a matter of life and death. But with protection, the chance of survival exceeded 50%. For a physically strong ability user, the survival probability was over 80%. At least it was better than waiting to die on the plane. Yang Yue felt no cold at all. In fact, she felt somewhat warm. She didn't even feel the cold air. Even in the high-speed descent, it was just a slight breeze. She wasn't worried about her stylish flight attendant uniform being blown away. What's going on? It's so warm, are we going to die? Yang Yue asked, shivering. Not from the cold, but from the height, and they hadn't brought any parachuting gear. You just need to know that you won't die, Long Chen replied. Your 2 colleagues are down there. Long Chen looked at the 2 people plummeting below. With a wave of his hand, Long Yen formed a sharp cone of air blades below, cutting through the airflow and increasing speed dramatically. Soon, they caught up with the 2 flight attendants who had fainted. The airflow was too strong, and the scene was too beautiful to imagine. Just skip over that. Long Chen reached out, and 2 streams of gentle air wrapped around them. Their falling speed slowed down. With a flick of his finger, it was as if a piece of glass had condensed beneath them. They could step directly onto solid ground. Yang Yue hurriedly tidied them up. They are just frozen, they won't die. They'll wake up in no time, Long Chen said calmly. That's good. Yang Yue sighed in relief while looking at Long Chen. He seemed as if he hadn't seen anything just now. Calm, as if there was nothing in this world that mattered to him. Yang Yue felt utterly amazed. Long Chen was surprisingly uninterested. The transparent air wall formed by Long Chen below was extremely light, covering an area of about 500 square meters. This allowed them to descend at a slower speed despite the high fall. Meanwhile, the plane that had flown far away was caught by the claws of a beast that appeared from the clouds. This small passenger plane was not small in size, but in front of this giant avian beast, its claws were only as big as the plane. The size was indeed somewhat exaggerated. The aircraft quickly deformed under the beast's claws, unable to withstand the immense pressure. Everyone prepared a parachute. Quickly, the captain finally said at this moment. My God, jump, jump. No, the door is blocked, we can't get out. No, I don't want to die, wah. Someone save us, please save us. No. At this moment, facing the rapidly deformed aircraft, everyone was filled with despair. Being crushed to death was extremely tragic, but this was also their own doing. If they were unwilling to jump, then they would die. Until the plane reached its breaking point and snapped off. The wiring caught fire. Boom! The plane's fuel exploded into a fireball, diving toward the ground. Roar! The beast let out a loud cry. Then it turned to look at Long Chen below. Their eyes met. From the beast's gaze, Long Chen saw a kind of surprise and squinting that only humans could exhibit. This beast is not simple, it actually shows such an expression. It seems to have high intelligence, Long Chen thought. Just seeing the change in its gaze, Long Chen felt the power of this flying beast. It should be known that in his previous life, Long Chen's strength was not low. As a one-star tiger general, he had fought many powerful beasts. This was the first time he had encountered one with such a gaze. What? Didn't they say that the higher the intelligence of a beast, the stronger it is? And this beast is just too big. Its wings must be 200 to 300 meters wide. What should we do, Long Chen? Yang Yuho was so frightened that her face turned pale. She had never seen such a gigantic flying beast up close, so, naturally, she was terrified. Don't panic. Long Chen appeared relatively calm. He couldn't see the opponent's exact movements from the plane, but at this moment he was grounded outside and could respond in all directions. A three-clawed flying beast. Could it be the legendary three-legged red-eyed eagle? But its color is clearly wrong. The three-legged red-eyed eagle has red feathers. And it has black feathers. Long Chen pondered all the beasts he had seen. This beast resembled an eagle, but it had 3 claws. Each feather was as hard and sharp as steel, exuding a heavy and solid texture. It seemed as if its defense was unbreakable by human strength. Since the outbreak of beasts 60 years ago, most beasts had transformed from animals. Of course, the initial beasts were not mutated animals. No one knew where they suddenly emerged from, releasing a colorless and invisible special gas that caused all animals, even living beings and some special plants, to begin to mutate, ultimately becoming ferocious beasts and humanity's common enemy. Is this a completely new species I've never seen before? I just don't know how strong this beast can be. I have never fought with all my strength after breaking through to Qi. Refining. Let's try you out. Long Chen thought to himself, his face revealing deep interest. Boom! After the plane crashed, another explosion occurred. Roar! At the same time, the beast let out a loud cry and moved. Boom! With a flap of its wings, it accelerated rapidly, diving diagonally downward, targeting Long Chen. Moreover, it produced a sonic boom just 1 second after taking off, accelerating to 1,000 kilometers per hour took less than a second. In comparison, a typical supercar can only accelerate to 100 kilometers in 1 second. This shows how strong its instantaneous explosive power is. And this didn't seem to be its full speed. Facing Long Chen, its gaze remained vigilant, constantly watching for any movements he might make. Just in time, Long Chen pressed his palm down. The transparent disc formed by the air beneath him grew even larger, with a diameter of 100 meters. The descent speed decreased again. Facing the high-speed charging beast, Yang Yuho was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, praying that Long Chen could handle it. Long Chen's fingers released a blade of air, becoming sharper with each moment of accumulation. The weather was cloudy, and satellites couldn't see this area, which was also 7,000 meters high. Long Chen could unleash his full potential. I wonder if you can withstand this sword of mine. Long Chen swung his arm. Buzz! The sharp blade of air, like high-temperature air distortion, surged forward. It was visible to the naked eye. The beast squinted its eyes, seemingly shocked by Long Chen's strength. However, its response was quick. Its wings spun rapidly, and 3 black light blades were unleashed from its wings, one after another. They were devastating, each one 100 meters long and extremely massive, appearing even more shocking than Long Chen's. Clang! A crisp sound of iron clashing echoed, as if 2 swords had collided. Long Chen's blade of air had no obstacles to overcome, sweeping through effortlessly, and it managed to slice through the black light blades in an instant, only slightly weakening their power. The strange beast's eyes widened, but at this distance there was no time to evade. It could only shield itself with its wings. Bang! The massive wing was instantly severed. 1/3 of the wing was nearly torn off, leaving only a bit of bone still attached. Although it could barely maintain flight, it was severely injured, black blood continuously flowing. Roar! The strange beast let out a painful howl. It was emitting a faint red glow all over its body. Then, astonishingly, the wound began to wriggle and heal rapidly, repairing the severed wing. Such a strong self-healing ability. Long Chen was slightly surprised. However, he did not rush to take action. Jiang Shi and the others who had parachuted down were safe and sound. They had just witnessed the plane crash and explode. Now, hearing the strange beast's cries in the air, they looked at the massive black figure above the clouds, feeling an overwhelming fear. What a terrifying strange beast, we can hear its cries from so far away. We almost ended up like those people, all dead. Thank goodness we chose to parachute. What kind of realm does this flying strange beast belong to, that it can directly tear apart such a heavily armored plane? I don't know, but its realm must be high, otherwise how could it evade detection by radar? It might also be moving too fast for the radar to react. But thanks to that person who opened the hatch for us to jump, I didn't even get a good look at what he looked like. I don't know if he parachuted. We can only wish him well. If he hasn't come down yet, he probably went down with the plane. Sigh. Not necessarily, maybe he jumped late and the plane flew far away, so the landing spot is too far from us. Let's go quickly. He could easily open the hatch, much stronger than us. We shouldn't cause him any trouble. The northwest camp is still 10 kilometers away, we need to hurry. Yes, let's leave this place of trouble. The others had already left, leaving only Jiang Shi and 2 bodyguards behind. Miss Jiang, let's hurry. Yes, it's 10 kilometers to the northwest camp, and with such a commotion here, it's very dangerous, the 2 beside her said. Didn't you hear the fighting in the air? Jiang Shi asked. No, with such a powerful strange beast, no one in the plane could possibly handle it. Miss Jiang, you must have misheard, the 2 replied. That's impossible. If there was no collision, how could the strange beast's cry sound so pained? It must be fighting something, Jiang Shi asserted. Then it can only be fighting other strange beasts for territory. Exactly. After all, strange beasts don't coexist peacefully. It's a brutal world of big fish eating small fish. The 2 clearly had no intention of lingering here any longer. They were so frightened by this encounter that they just wanted to rest for a day. Alright, let's go. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Shi left. She then turned back to take another look. Could it be you? Jiang Shi thought of Long Chen. His calm demeanor on the plane had shocked her. How could someone remain so composed and emotionless in a crisis? Such a person was either a madman or a strong individual. According to what her father said, Long Chen should be the latter. If he is the one fighting against such a powerful strange beast, I can't even imagine how strong he must be. Jiang Shi shook her head, no longer wanting to think about it, and left directly. Meanwhile, the soundwave energy of the strange beast spread. Even 10 kilometers away, in the granite mountains of the northwest camp, it could be heard. Many strong individuals were watching the blurry images of the burning plane crash on the monitor. Due to the weather, there was not only some fog but also clouds in the air, resulting in very low visibility. However, they could vaguely see that it was a medium-sized passenger plane falling. Each of them felt a deep sense of worry. It seems like a small civil aviation passenger plane carrying ability users was shot down by a strange beast. My goodness! To hear the cries from this far away, how strong must this beast be? How could a beast attack in this weather? Is the radar broken? Damn beast, cursed be it! There must be someone still alive. That's right, we have to do something. The crowd, dressed in various battle armors, spoke up. Suddenly, a voice emerged. A civil aviation passenger plane has crashed. The situation is urgent, immediately. Form a temporary rescue team of 20 to search for survivors. At the same time, notify the military immediately. A commanding elder in golden armor appeared and directed. Understood, the crowd responded. Yan Yuha looked at the rapidly healing beast, unable to hide his astonishment. He was shocked by Long Chen's strength. No way, Long Chen looks so young, how can he be this strong? With a wave of his arm, he severed the beast's wing. How does my sister know such a powerful ability user? Yang Yuha thought to himself. He saw the last feather of the beast fully restored. The wound looked a bit pale. However, after a few flickers of faint red light, there was no trace left. Roar! The beast roared in anger. Shut up! Cutting off your wings won't kill you. I wonder if cutting off your head will do. The trick? Long Chen's gaze was indifferent. He waved his hand, slicing out a blade of air. Bang! The beast couldn't dodge in time, and its head was severed. Yet it continued to flap its wings. The wound writhed, and its head grew back forcefully. But it would need some time to adjust. Even with its head cut off, it doesn't die. If there's only one such beast, it might be manageable, but if there are many, humanity is in danger. I must understand how strong its healing ability is. Long Chen thought. Then I'll shatter you, and we'll see if you die. As Long Chen waved his arm, countless sword energies surged forth. It was like an ocean of swords. There was no blind spot in the attack against the beast. This beast had wings that spread 200 to 300 meters, yet it was easily covered. Long Chen's attack range was simply too vast. Roar! The beast could only let out a terrified roar, unable to evade. It was turned into a sieve by the incoming sword energies, until it was reduced to fragments. The entire process took no more than a second. Gather energy to the ground. Buzz! Long Chen raised his hand and pinched. A huge transparent disc appeared in the air, catching all the shattered beast parts. However, due to the immense weight, it fell rapidly. Long Chen pressed down, and their falling speed increased synchronously. Boom! The massive disc hit the ground, creating a tremendous shockwave. It felt like an earthquake, with the ground trembling slightly even 10 kilometers away. The flying beast, with a body like high-density steel and a wingspan of nearly 300 meters, naturally weighed an exaggerated amount. Over 100,000 tons. It was about as heavy as Godzilla from the movies. The impact from such a high drop was significant. Yet Long Chen slowed down just before landing, gently settling on a large rock without causing a ripple. This was his fine control over power. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust ahead. There were no signs of the shattered flesh on the transparent disc reassembling. Long Chen leaped up and landed on it. No reaction? Could it be that it was shattered too thoroughly and needs some time to repair? Just as he thought this, the fragments began to writhe. There were signs of reassembly starting again. Long Chen glanced over and saw a black orb the size of a head buried ahead. Long Chen raised his hand and sucked it into his palm. This orb was about 20 centimeters in diameter, extremely smooth and round. With my eyesight, I can't detect any flaws on it. Could it be that this orb gave it the ability to revive? Long Chen's finger sliced through the air, leaving no trace behind. It was known that even steel plates would be easily cut by such a strike, but the black sphere showed no signs of scratches. This orb is surprisingly hard. The hardest part of this beast is this orb. I want to see how much power you can withstand. Long Chen tossed the orb into the air. With a swift motion of his arm, an extremely sharp sword energy instantly sliced it in half. Buzz! A surge of blue electricity violently radiated from it, spreading out like an electromagnetic pulse. Long Chen looked at the cross-section of the orb. Such strong energy. Fluctuations. The energy core, the essence of life, is as important as a human brain. That's why the outer shell is so tough. No wonder it has rapid repair capabilities. It's this thing that's at work. However, this material is so hard that it could serve as auxiliary material for forging a sword. Perhaps it even has unexpected additional effects, Long Chen thought. If the core is shattered, it surely can't be revived anymore. Long Chen gazed at the fragments. As expected, those pieces of the beast that had been writhing with life just moments ago were now motionless. They had already lost their vitality. Clearly, they could no longer be repaired. To give birth to such a life core, this beast must have evolved to another level. A mutation I had never seen in my previous life after so many years. But, as the ability users progress, the beasts naturally won't remain stagnant. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been going on for 60 years without an end. Various peculiar abilities can emerge among the ability users, not to mention the numerous and often hybridized beasts. As time goes on, there will only be more and more powerful hybrid beasts, or they will evolve to possess even stronger abilities. Long Chen thought. With a casual wave, the transparent disc vanished. As for the beast fragments, they had shattered into dust and held no value anymore. Once they wake up, I'll send you to the northwest camp first. It should be relatively safe there. You can have the airline take you back. Long Chen approached the boulder and looked at Yang Yuha. Thank you, Long Chen. If it weren't for you, we would definitely be dead. Thank you. Besides saying thank you, I don't know how else to repay you. Except for something that's still relatively clean. Yang Yuha's grateful voice grew softer, her face gradually turning red. If you want to thank me, just remember that you are Yan Yushi's sister. I don't want others to know my strength yet, you understand, right? Long Chen didn't notice the meaning behind her expression and words, looking into Yang Yuha's eyes. Oh, okay, I understand. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Even if the airline investigates, I know how to handle it. Yang Yuha nodded vigorously to hide her panic, immediately responding without hesitation. She was a smart person and understood Long Chen's meaning. Long Chen nodded. Talking to smart people is convenient. Long Chen didn't want to reveal his strength just yet. At least until he could fly with a sword. He didn't want to expose himself too early. But is this beast really dead? It won't recover, right? Just now, it had its head cut off and could still repair itself. Yang Yuha asked. Don't worry, it's dead. No life response, Long Chen replied. That's good, I'll help you carry it. I have a plastic bag here. When we get to the camp, I'll buy you a backpack, otherwise, it won't be convenient for you to carry things. Yang Yuha took the black sphere. It wasn't very heavy, only about 1 or 2 pounds. This was still because Long Chen had split it open. Otherwise, in its intact state, it would weigh 1 or 2 tons. That makes sense. Long Chen nodded. This reminded him. Besides lacking a sword, he was also missing something very important. If I could forge a space ring, even just a basic version, it could hold quite a bit. Then I wouldn't need to carry everything on me. However, the materials needed for the space ring are also hard to find. Even if we lower the internal space and material requirements, it's still not easy to find a suitable one. Since we're looking for materials anyway, we might as well search for it. Long Chen thought to himself. The space ring is a necessity for all cultivators in the long Yuan continent. Even the poorest cannot afford to be without one. They would sell everything just to buy a space ring. After all, various daily necessities, money, and treasures can be stored inside. Isn't it nice to travel light? I dropped my phone, and so did they. I can't see the sun. I don't even know where we are. Yang Yuha scratched his head as he looked around. Long Chen looked up at the sun, which was almost obscured by the clouds. It's over there. Long Chen pointed to the left. I saw it from the air earlier. We deviated from the northwest camp by about 10 kilometers, not too far. It's just that a few mountains are blocking the way. Long Chen said. That's good. Although he said that, Yang Yuha felt a bit disappointed. Being so close meant they could return quickly. He wouldn't be able to stay with Long Chen for too long. By the way, Long Chen, didn't you say there was a strange beast following us from the start? Is it this one? Yang Yuha asked. That's right. Long Chen replied. Then why has it been following us all this way? That doesn't make sense. Yang Yuha was puzzled. There is indeed a problem. There must be something on the plane that attracted it, we just don't know what it is yet. Long Chen pondered. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, it was clear that something inside the plane had attracted the strange beast. This was what led it to follow them and ultimately attack the plane, causing this disaster. It seems like there's an invisible hand pushing this behind the scenes. Things are definitely not simple. However, the possibility that someone specifically wants to harm me is low. After all, if the Xiao family found out about me, they would only send someone to kill me, not create an aviation accident. This is usually the means of a conspirator or a power struggle. Long Chen thought to himself. He only regarded it with slight concern. This matter had no real impact on him. At most, it would mean the death of some wealthy young masters who didn't listen to advice. And the crew members. It could be said that those who didn't listen to advice died, while those who did were still alive. Sister Yang. The two flight attendants woke up. Yang Yuha explained the situation to them. The two felt as if they had survived a disaster. Then the four of them walked towards the northwest camp. At this moment, a white passenger plane flew across the sky. It was also a small aircraft carrying 40 people. Look, there's a plane crashing. Where? That shouldn't be possible. Wait, it really seems to be. Fortunately, we didn't buy this flight, otherwise, we would be doomed. It's all fate. Whoever bought it is finished. How could this happen? I don't know how many people have died. I hope someone managed to escape. The passengers on the plane were discussing animatedly. No matter how many die, what does it matter? It's all fate. And a plane can only hold a little over 40 people. No matter how many die, how many can there be? Exactly, every day. Because of dealing with strange beasts, the Thailand dynasty doesn't know how many people die. It's just a few dozen lives, nothing to worry about. 3. Young people in first class scoffed, completely unconcerned, while a middle-aged man in the remaining first-class seats looked out the window. A strange smile crept across his lips. If someone saw him, it would definitely be unsettling. The Zhang family in the east refuses to cooperate with us. They only have one way to go: death. Death is not the end, but a rebirth. Embrace death to have tomorrow. The man murmured, his voice extremely eerie. It was as if they had been brainwashed. Long Chen, accompanied by 3 beautiful flight attendants, was not in a hurry. However, they still reached their destination before dark at 6:30 after traveling 10 kilometers of mountain road. Today's ordinary people are not the same as those before the outbreak of the alien beasts. Their physical fitness is overall much stronger. Plus, with Long Chen around, even if there were alien beasts, they could be silently eliminated. Not a moment was wasted. Yang Yuha pressed a stone at the bottom of a cliff. A door opened in the stone. Using human fingerprints, they entered the northwest base. This base resembled a shopping mall. It felt like a large supermarket complex, but most of the shops were run by robots. All kinds of supplies were available. They could also see many people chatting and discussing. Some were purchasing equipment, preparing to hunt alien beasts. Long Chen, this is the northwest base. It's a supply base for ability users. And not just a supply base, there are also research facilities here, responsible for studying the alien beasts brought back by the ability users. Of course, the equipment here is generally much more expensive than in the city. So unless you didn't bring enough gear or your equipment is broken, it's better not to buy here easily. It's too expensive. Yang Yuha said. You two go rest over there for a bit. I'll be right over. Yang Yuha told the other 2 flight attendants. Okay, let's go. We'll leave you two some space. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but share a lewd smile. Get out of here. Yang Yua's face turned red as she pushed them away. He. The two laughed. As they left, glancing back 3 times, unable to suppress their gossiping hearts. Long Chen, don't listen to their nonsense. By the way, wait for me a moment. Yang Yuha immediately went to a nearby supply store and bought a sturdy black shoulder bag. The price was over 70,000. However, her monthly salary as a flight attendant was already 13,000, with various allowances. Especially the danger allowance, since it was a high mortality route, she earned about 60,000 a month. So buying this bag wasn't a burden. After putting the 2 halves of the black ball from the plastic bag into the backpack, she said, "Here you go. I put the 2 halves of the black ball inside. It's better to carry a bag in the wild." Yang Yuha handed the bag to Long Chen with both hands. "Thanks." Long Chen took the bag and slung it over his shoulder with a faint smile. This was the first time someone had given him a bag. Moreover, this shoulder bag looked quite expensive. "I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead." "Long Chen, aren't you going to rest for a night before going out? It's dangerous outside when it gets dark." "Alright, even if it's not dangerous for you." Yang Yua's voice grew smaller as she spoke. After saying that, she couldn't help but shake her head. Long Chen could kill even those terrifying giant alien beasts. She found it hard to imagine what alien beast could stand in Long Chen's way. At Knight, it wasn't Long Chen who needed to be careful, it was the alien beasts that should be cautious. No, I have important matters to attend to. As for you, it's not safe here. Contact the airline as soon as possible to return to Donlin City. Long Chen patted her shoulder. And wear this ring. Long Chen took out a purple stone ring he had carved from materials found outside. It was exquisitely crafted by Long Chen. Using his chi to form a sword, the precision of his carving even surpassed that of high-precision machine tools. Naturally, it looked beautiful. Upon seeing the ring, Yang Yuha was completely stunned. She had thought about pursuing Long Chen, but due to the age difference and Long Chen's excellence, she was self-aware enough to know she wasn't worthy. She could only bury her feelings deep in her heart. But Long Chen actually took out a ring for her to wear. She almost thought she was dreaming. Sisters, wake me up. Quickly, am I dreaming? The families of those who died on the plane are not doing poorly. They died, and yet you, as the chief attendant, are still alive. They dare not vent their anger on the exotic beasts, as it might be counted against you. This ring can protect you at critical moments. You can think of it as a weapon that will activate automatically. Remember, never take it off. After Long Chen finished speaking, he was about to leave. Thank you, Long Chen, I will definitely not take it off. Long Chen, when can we meet? Again? Yang Yuha asked. If fate allows, we will meet again. Long Chen said and left directly. Exiting the northwest camp was quite simple, just verify your fingerprint with your hand. In a flash, he disappeared into the night illuminated by the colorful clouds. Yang Yuha watched Long Chen leave and looked at the purple ring on her hand. Taking a deep breath, she tried not to think about Long Chen. You two come with me to see the camp manager of the northwest. Hurry, Yang Yuha said. Okay, Sister Yang. This is the supply base. For ability users. A few oddly behaving ability users were already eyeing the three with ill intentions. They dared not stay here any longer. When there are no exotic beasts, it is the people themselves who are the most dangerous, especially some ability users who like to act recklessly. Sister Yang, your ring is really beautiful. Sigh, having a brother is great, he uses all his strength for me. That's right, and he's an ability user brother, looking no older than 20. That body is really. Sigh, I guess I can't keep my womanly virtue. What's that saying? Meeting the fiercest you at the fiercest age, a mutual pursuit. He. The two flight attendants beside her teased in unison, their expressions quite lewd. I can't stand you two. Yang Yua's face turned red, and she quickened her pace. You two stop grinning like that. When we see the manager, make sure to explain the situation clearly first. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said. And contact the company as soon as possible to see what they say. We are still alive, while many passengers have died. This matter won't be so easily brushed aside. Yang Yuha said seriously. Understood, Sister Yang. But it's not our fault they didn't jump. We can't be blamed. That's right, in the end, it all depends on the contents of the black box. It's their unwillingness to jump. Who can we blame? The two said indignantly. What if there are unreasonable family members? We need to prepare for the worst. Yang Yua's tone was heavy. Long Chen moved at incredible speed, like a gust of wind weaving through the primeval forest. He stepped on the leaves while advancing on trees over 100 meters tall. With a powerful push from his calves, he leaped into the air. He landed lightly on a massive rock at nearly 2,000 meters above sea level. Watching the sunsets glow, the scenery was beautiful. Even at the horizon, many flying exotic beasts were visible to the naked eye. He could also see scenes of exotic beasts fighting in the distance. Long Chen glanced back at the northwest camp. The northwest camp is at the edge of the Luofeng mountain range. That is the Luofeng mountain range. Long Chen looked at the dark mountains in the distance. If one didn't look closely, they might think it was a mass of dark clouds. In reality, it was the mountains. They rose abruptly from a flat plain due to their height. At absolute altitude, they appeared to press down like clouds. The average altitude of the Luofeng mountain range is 6,800 meters, and it continues to rise every year. Long Chen thought. As for why he had given Yang Yuha a protective ring earlier, he naturally had to plan ahead for all aspects. He wouldn't be like other protagonists who, due to their negligence, either got someone killed or caused someone else to suffer, making those who care about him suffer and those he cares about lose their loved ones. Only after people are gone do they pretend to seek revenge. Damn it, if only they had a bit of common sense, they would have thought of the problems that could arise earlier. It's not like I'm going to slap my own face. What kind of rebirth is this for some big shot from the immortal realm or divine realm? If you can become a big shot, then the villains must be complete idiots, right? Boom boom boom. At that moment, 8 sonic booms echoed through the sky. 8 fighter jets flew overhead. Those were military aircraft from the Tai Lin dynasty. They were dispatched after a flight was attacked by a beast and crashed. That's why 8 fighter jets were sent for high-altitude surveillance, driving away the flying beasts in the vicinity. This was to buy time for the ground personnel to search for survivors and the black box.
Meanwhile, Jiang Shi and her group were hiding in a cave. Despite being close to the northwest camp, they had taken a wrong turn and were chased by a large group of beasts. Exhausted in body and mind, they could only hide in the cave to rest. Upon hearing the sound of the jets, they were filled with excitement. They signaled, believing they would soon be rescued and safely enter the northwest camp. Looking at Jiang Shi, who was safe and sound but slightly fatigued, a pair of eyes in the crowd concealed a murderous intent. If they don't die, they can only be reborn after death. I will make you reborn, the man murmured, disappearing in a flash. Long Chen looked at his phone. Aside from the northwest camp, there was barely any signal at this altitude. Long Chen opened the phone map. The old site of Qihang Heavy Industry Group is in this direction. After confirming the direction, Long Chen exerted force beneath his feet. Boom! The boulder sank down, and Long Chen shot out like a cannonball. He arced through the air, crashing down with an impact many times stronger than a 200mm howitzer. By the time he landed, he was already over 10 kilometers away. He touched down almost silently, his control over his strength extremely skillful. As he traversed the forest, beasts attacked him one after another. Each time, they were killed in a single blow, their bodies sliced apart by his sword energy. The precious materials on the beasts, such as teeth, horns, and skulls, could fetch a high price. But Long Chen didn't care at all. He moved through the primeval forest as if it were an empty realm. Almost all of them are beast soldiers, and there are quite a few beast spirits too. No wonder this is the gathering place for beasts in the Luofeng mountain range. But isn't this number a bit too much? I can't kill them all, it's simply impossible. Long Chen felt something was off. However, he continued on his path, caught up in the thrill of killing. Even if something was amiss, he didn't think too much about it. He just assumed that the survival environment for beasts in the Luofeng mountain range was exceptionally good, hence their large numbers. The beasts were classified into ranks: beast soldiers, beast spirits, beast generals, beast kings. Each rank had 9 levels, equivalent to the classification of ability users. Of course, beasts were recognized as nearly invincible at the same level. Ability users relied on the advantages of battle armor and weapons. Beasts, on the other hand, were massive, strong, fast, and had high defenses. Moreover, their intelligence was generally not inferior, often comparable to that of a 5-year-old human child. The extremely powerful ones were even on par with adults and some wise humans. Thus, beasts of the same rank held a significant advantage. Ability users could only fight against beasts of the same rank if their abilities were very high, or even kill them at a higher level. Otherwise, it was generally difficult to defeat beasts of the same rank. However, this level of disparity was a different story for Long Chen. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword energy intertwined like countless rays of light. A beast spirit of the 5th rank, as large as an elephant, was instantly shattered. Its thick, keratinized skin evolved into steel armor, which couldn't withstand the attack at all. It was as fragile as tofu. 200-meter-tall trees nearby also collapsed. Too weak, beast. Spirit beasts are too weak. Isn't there anything stronger? Long Chen continuously honed his swordsmanship while solidifying his chi training realm. In truth, he was only practicing his swordsmanship because he simply wanted to kill beasts. After all, he was a big shot from his past life who had transcended tribulations. Did he still need to hone his swordsmanship? At most, it was just about making his swordplay more perfect at this level. Long Chen shot straight up the Luofeng mountain range. Wherever he passed, the corpses of strange beasts lay scattered across the ground. Not a single valuable part was left behind. These strange beasts are too weak, and I only have one backpack right now. Carrying it around is just a waste of space, it's not worth much. Finding the materials to forge a sword is the top priority. Long Chen quickened his pace. However, what he didn't want, others shouldn't think they could take. Thus, countless sword energies slicing through was the simplest method. Meanwhile, during the day, a civil aviation passenger plane had crashed to the ground. Several helicopters were flying overhead with their searchlights on. A small number of ability users and over 200 ordinary people formed a rescue team on the ground. Among them were also dozens of soldiers. Clearly, this incident had also attracted the military's attention. On a hillside, a group of people was watching this scene. From this position, they could directly see the flickering flames of the still-burning plane, as well as everything happening around them. Among these people was even the 3-star officer Jiang Guohua. However, he was not the one in command on site. The overall commander was Wei Jianga, the deputy commander of Donglin City's Dongchuanmen Airport and an Air Force Brigade commander. Others included Zhao Guangshuan, the commander of the Northwest Camp in golden armor, and his deputy Lei Lu. There were also several aides to Jiang Guohua and Wei Jianga, holding 1 or 2 stars. Additionally, there were a few representatives from ARC Airlines in suits. There were also a couple of unfamiliar faces. In short, everyone standing here held a significant position. Guohua, why are you here too? Wei Jianga looked at Jiang Guohua. How could I not come? With such a big incident, I naturally had to take a look. I have already applied to the higher-ups to assist in command on site. Moreover, my niece was on this flight.
Zhang Guowo said quietly towards the end. Your niece was on it? What about her? Wei Jianga suddenly realized, hesitating to speak. She's fine. She's one of the survivors. She has already safely arrived at the northwest camp to rest. Zhang Guohuo replied. That's good to hear. That's already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The death probability in air disasters is too high. Even in today's technologically advanced world, once attacked by strange beasts, the death probability exceeds 95%. It's just a pity, this time, many young ability users probably lost their lives. They should have had a brighter future. Wei Jiana lamented. The others also felt heavy-hearted. Whether it was genuine or not, at least no one dared to show a happy expression. Commander Xiao, do you have any updates? Wei Jianga asked politely. Xiao Guangshuan, as the overseer of the northwest camp, was capable of hunting in the Luofeng mountain range. He was also the strongest in the northwest camp. His strength was naturally not weak. Even Wei Jianga, as an Air Force Brigade commander, had to show him respect. Among ability users, the strong are revered. This is an unchanging principle among ability users. According to the monitoring information from the northwest camp, this time, there are a total of 13 survivors, 9 men and 4 women, including 3 flight attendants. Currently, 12 are in the northwest camp, all receiving psychological counseling from dedicated personnel. However, one young man left the northwest camp, according to a flight attendant. He was in a hurry to train, but the specific reason is still unknown. I have already notified all the ability users who can hunt strange beasts. As long as they see him, they should inform him to come back, Zhao Guangshuan said slowly. He had just learned all this and had it memorized. 1 captain, 2 co-captains, and 3 flight attendants. But the flight attendants are still alive, yet the crew members are dead. It just doesn't seem right. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kong Su, the general manager of the ARC Airlines Group's strategic cooperation with Hongqing Insurance Group. Kong Su, dressed in a suit and tie, who had been standing at the back, spoke up. As the general manager of the insurance company, he represented the interests of the Hongqing Insurance Group. He had to get involved in this matter. This incident indeed has an air of mystery. Although it was an attack by a strange beast, the fact that so many people survived is quite miraculous. Assign the interrogation department to specifically handle these 3 flight attendants and remember to be gentle, Wei Jianga said. Yes, Commander. A staff member behind him nodded in response. I'm very curious about how they survived. Until we find the black box, I suggest we investigate these individuals. The general manager of ARC Airlines stated. We need to look into it thoroughly. At the same time, we must do everything possible to find the black box and analyze it as quickly as possible. Director Xiao, I would also trouble you to send more ability users to assist. Of course, the corresponding compensation will be paid by ARC Airlines, Wei Jianga said. Naturally, the money should come from ARC Airlines. They were wealthy and this was related to their flight. Plus, there was insurance. If they didn't pay, who would? The general manager of ARC Airlines squinted his eyes but said nothing. They could still afford to send more ability users for the search. Moreover, they hoped to investigate and find results quickly. Otherwise, the public pressure they would face would be immense. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, everyone should return to the camp and rest, Wei Jianga said. Everyone left one after another, leaving only him and a few military personnel, including Zhang Guohua. Is there some important discovery? Zhang Guohua asked. He was well aware that Wei Jianga was doing this to send the others away. Follow me. Wei Jianga did not explain but walked away with a serious expression. Zhang Guohua was somewhat puzzled but followed closely behind. They soon arrived at the edge of a deep pit covered by dense trees. Dozens of lights were set up around, illuminating the area. Although the lights were not very bright, they could slightly make out everything here. Is this a cave? No, the surroundings are so neat. It's not a cave but a deep pit that has been smashed out. There are even satellite and signal jammers set up here. What is this place? Zhang Guohua wondered. He could vaguely see several jammers around the pit. These jammers could block satellite imaging. Even if a satellite zoomed in on this area, it would only appear as a mosaic, completely unrecognizable. Any photographic equipment would also show a mosaic. The signal jammers meant that communication with the outside world was impossible in this area. This showed the importance placed on this location. Cover it up. Turn on the lights. Wei Jianga said, holding a special communicator. Yes, Commander. In the next moment, a piece of cloth quickly covered the deep pit between the trees. Above, due to the sudden incident, they could only use a simple black cloth to cover it. The surrounding lights gradually brightened, revealing the full appearance of the pit. This pit has a diameter of 221 meters. It's 33 meters deep, and there are remains of strange beasts inside. By comparing it with the residue on the aircraft's claw marks, it is the same strange beast, Wei Jianga said gravely. What do you mean? Even if it's a strange beast's corpse, it shouldn't create such a perfectly round pit, right? Zhang Guohua questioned. You'll know once you go down. Wei Jianga descended using a makeshift ladder. Zhang Guohua followed closely behind. What he saw in the pit sent chills down his spine. He squatted down to pick up a fragment. Is this a strange beast's corpse? Just touching it makes me feel its incredibly hard texture. It's a very high level. The cut is neat with no burrs and the sizes are almost identical. My god, what on earth is going on? Zhang Guohua was increasingly shocked. The pit was filled with fragments of strange beasts. He felt completely numb, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. I was shocked when I saw it just now. To be honest, I've never seen anything like this. That's why I brought you here to take a look. But this is a serious matter, no one else can know. I haven't reported this yet, Wei Jianga said solemnly. I know that, I'm more familiar with the confidentiality agreement than you are, Zhang Guohua replied. Indeed, he had signed quite a few confidentiality agreements during this time. He could almost recite them by heart. So you think this is man-made? Wei Jianga looked at him. I can only say that some things are confidential, but from the looks of it, I can reveal a bit to you. Anyway, I believe you'll have to sign one soon, Zhang Guohua said. What? Wei Jianga's face was full of questions. A few first and second star schoolmates nearby tactfully retreated to a distance. You know about the North primitive forest incident, right? Yeah, isn't it just extreme weather? Nonsense, have you ever seen extreme weather that extreme? Then you should know about the incident at the Huafu Sky Dome construction site? I don't know about that. What's up? 3 buildings at the Huafu Sky Dome were severed, cutting through 300-story residential towers spaced about 1,000 meters apart all at once. Have you ever seen anything like that? No, so what does this have to do with the pit and these broken beast corpses? It was only at the end that Wei Jianga suddenly realized. Are you saying all of this was done by the same person? Wei Jianga's expression turned extremely serious, his eyes fixed on Zhang Guohua. That's right, seeing this cut, I feel as if I can see the buildings that were severed. The cuts are all identical, smooth and neat, without any burrs. The North primitive forest might just be the result of this powerful individual's breakthrough. Moreover, this mysterious powerhouse left footprints at the scene. The technical department is doing their utmost to analyze the basic information such as age, height, and body type of this mysterious powerhouse. I believe we should have a result soon, Zhang Guohua said. If what you say is true, then he is indeed terrifying, an extremely powerful existence among ability users. So you suspect he is the mastermind behind the air disaster? Wei Jianga asked. What are you thinking? Would such a powerhouse go to the trouble of causing an air disaster to kill? If he wanted to kill, even if he couldn't do it openly in broad daylight, he could just do it at night and no one could punish him. What I mean is, he might have killed the beasts and likely didn't leave but instead entered the Luofeng mountain range. Otherwise, how do you explain his perfect appearance here? Zhang Guohua said. I think he might be one of the passengers. We can investigate from this angle. And we can also look out for ability users who hunt beasts, keeping an eye on unfamiliar faces in the Luofeng mountain range. Wei Jianga said. And you need to report this to the higher-ups immediately. A powerhouse of that level taking action again is a serious matter. We can't be careless, Zhang Guohua said. Long Chen was unaware of what was happening here. He had rested on the mountaintop for a night. The sunlight shone on his face. He turned to look at the towering mountains stretching endlessly. Throughout the night, Long Chen had been sitting here while beasts kept attacking. There wasn't much time to rest. It seems this black sphere attracted them. Long Chen thought of the black sphere in his shoulder bag. Does this thing really have such a strong attraction? It can drive beasts crazy for it. Long Chen opened his shoulder bag to look at the two halves of the black sphere. Since it's so special, it must have unique effects when forged into a weapon. If you want it, then come at the cost of your life. Long Chen coldly watched as another beast charged at him. With a wave of his arm, he sliced it open. Is this what Qihang Heavy Industry is? Long Chen immediately spotted the dilapidated old site of Qihang Heavy Industry Group between the two mountains below. It looked not far, but as the saying goes, the mountain is far when the horse runs. The distance was at least over 30 kilometers. Long Chen traveled through the path. Dong dong dong. A tremor echoed from ahead. Trees over 100 meters tall were pushed down to the sides. It seemed that an extremely massive beast was charging towards him. Such heavy footsteps, this beast is quite powerful. Long Chen stopped. Roar! A loud, deafening roar came straight at him. The sound waves were so strong that the grass around was uprooted. Long Chen surrounded himself with a gaseous shield which had no effect on him. A giant figure emerged from the forest ahead. It stood about 50 meters tall. With a long trunk and 2 long tusks, it resembled an elephant. However, its skin was crystal clear, resembling diamond. Even its eyelids were thick with crystal, almost achieving perfect defense. It's actually a rare and powerful diamond mammoth. This type of beast has a certain chance of growing diamond essence in its teeth. Even the top weapons of ability users are primarily made from diamond essence, but its hardness is not comparable to that which the diamond mammoth grows itself. If I could get a piece, it could serve as one of the main materials for weapons. Long Chen's eyes lit up. However, he also understood that it depended on probability. Out of 100 diamond mammoths, there might not even be one that grows it, because if it does grow, it would mean that it could become a powerful beast far beyond the Beast King. They say diamond mammoths have strong defenses. I killed one in my last life, and it was indeed very tough. But in this life, let me see how much of my strength you can withstand. A blade of air over a meter long appeared at Long Chen's fingertips, distorting the air. It was somewhat similar to the light sword of the Absolute Warrior. However, this was not something that could be compared to any light sword. Roar! Dong dong dong! The diamond mammoth charged forward with a roar. Long Chen waved his arm. A massive blade of air, distorting the air, sliced through. Bang! It sounded like steel being cut. The diamond mammoth's forward momentum did not stop. Boom! Its body, however, lost control and fell to the ground, sliding far away. Roar! The diamond mammoth struggled on the ground with its limbs severed. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Long Chen, ready to pounce. Don't look at me like that, you damned ant. You dare to attack me at the 6th level of Beast General. Who gave you the courage? Long Chen's gaze was indifferent as he walked over, devoid of any compassion. He seemed like a reaper of life. Compared to the 50-meter-tall diamond mammoth, his body was naturally insignificant. Yet, it exerted an extremely terrifying sense of oppression on the diamond mammoth. It felt as if a mountain was pressing down on it. The blood red in its eyes faded slightly. It looked at Long Chen in fear. Roar! The diamond mammoth let out a mournful cry. Bang! Long Chen directly severed its tusks. Then, with a flick of his fingers, countless sword energies sliced through, shredding the diamond mammoth's body. Beasts are cold-blooded creatures, devoid of emotions. This was a conclusion drawn from 60 years of research. The idea of taming beasts from a young age was a fantasy, and many beast tamers had died because of it. In their eyes, humans were merely food. How could they possibly submit to their food and listen to its commands? Therefore, humans and beasts could not coexist. Only one side could exist. Long Chen naturally showed no mercy, looking at the two massive tusks on the ground, each over 30 meters long. These were valuable items that nobles and wealthy people loved. They could be used to make various decorations, even home furnishings. They could fetch a good price. However, Long Chen did not care about the tusks themselves as long as he had strength. There were many ways to make money. Moreover, for him, just refining some beauty pills could drive countless wealthy women and celebrities crazy. They might even fight over it. Making money is still a piece of cake. I wonder how lucky I'll be. Can I get diamond essence gold? It feels just like opening a blind box, all depending on luck. Long Chen smiled. It felt like opening a blind box. He cut with just the right force to shatter teeth. Bang! This force could shatter teeth, but it wasn't enough to damage diamond essence gold. Yet the result was disappointing. The first one was directly shattered, solid, with nothing inside. Nothing? There's one left. Let's take a gamble and try our luck. Long Chen cut it open without hesitation. Buzz. Clang. This time, the sound was noticeably different. The former was the sound of steel being cut and breaking. The latter sounded as if a sword had struck a small iron mountain, producing a series of ringing sounds from the fine iron. When the teeth shattered, a crystal the size of a fist, resembling diamond, fell. It took on an irregular round shape. Long Chen summoned it into his hand. He weighed it carefully and examined it closely. It's very heavy, at least 200 pounds. The texture is hard. It didn't even leave a scratch under my controlled force. It's definitely diamond essence gold. What luck to get diamond essence gold, which has such a low probability, all at once. This amount is already enough. However, according to scientists, this diamond essence gold will gradually spread from the inside to the entire tooth as the exotic beast continues to grow. If it really grows to that extent, it's likely that no weapon could cut through it, relying solely on the teeth. Even if the teeth are damaged, as long as the exotic beast isn't dead, it can recover after a while. Truly a rare diamond mammoth among exotic beasts. Long Chen thought, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He placed the diamond essence gold into his shoulder bag. So far, I found 2 rare sword casting materials. To forge a good sword, at least 10 rare materials are needed. Of course, the more types of materials, the better. It can forge a better and sharper sword. With this thought, Long Chen swiftly continued towards his destination, leaving the diamond mammoth's limbs still stuck there. However, the most valuable parts of the diamond mammoth were its 2 tusks. The other parts weren't worth much. Taking away thousands of tons of limbs would be too costly, a huge loss, and no one would make that calculation. During the day, several fighter jets were still patrolling at high altitudes. The search and rescue operation was nearing its end. All the rescuers were somewhat dejected, some even sad. After all, most of the deceased were ability users, and they were all very young. Report, Brigade Commander. It has been confirmed that apart from the 13 who parachuted, all others have lost signs of life. A first star officer reported to Wei Jianga. Understood. Wei Jianga nodded heavily, his voice somber. He glanced at several media personnel in the distance, as well as several distinguished family members of the deceased. You go tell them this news first and make it public. Don't disclose anything else, Wei Jianga instructed. Yes, Brigade Commander. The first star officer walked towards the media personnel. What a pity, apart from the parachutists, everyone else is dead. All that remains are some broken equipment and a few belongings. They could have killed many exotic beasts and protected many ordinary people. They even had a chance to grow into true powerhouses. Jiang Guohua, beside Wei Jianga, sighed. Who can argue with that? Wei Jianga nodded. Brigade Commander. There's a major discovery. There are many people here, you should follow me. A second star officer said. He was a subordinate that Wei Jianga valued. Alright, lead the way. Wei Jianga, seeing the situation, didn't dare to be negligent. The three arrived at the wreckage of the surrounded plane. Commander, the rescue team found this. The two-star officer picked up a severely damaged machine from the ground. It looked quite heavy, weighing dozens of pounds. What is this? Wei Jianga asked, puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, this should be some kind of sonic induction device, right? I discussed this with Dr. Jean for 2 days and have some understanding of these things. Jiang Guohua's expression gradually became serious. That's right, what Commander Jiang said is correct. This is indeed a sonic induction device. The technical department has already looked into it, although they haven't analyzed exactly what it induces yet. But the technical department said that this device does not belong on an aircraft. The two-star officer continued. So that means this is a man-made air disaster. Wei Jianga's eyes turned angry. If someone did this on purpose, then the nature of this changes. The higher-ups will definitely get involved, and they might even send powerful individuals to investigate personally. We must investigate thoroughly. This must be a targeted and premeditated action. If we don't uncover something first, it might be hard to explain. Jiang Guohua analyzed seriously. Commander, that's what I wanted to say next. The person who found this is not one of our soldiers. He is a member of that rescue team. Before giving it to us, he had already informed the overseer of the Northwest Camp, Hongqing Insurance, and Arc Aviation Group. At least 3 hours have passed since then. The two-star officer said. What did you say? He actually bypassed me and told them directly. Why did he do that? Wei Jianga frowned tightly. What else could it be? Different parties have different interests. It's all to protect their own interests. I hate it when these interests get entangled. Jiang Guohua said angrily. Do. At that moment, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Hello, yes, it's me, but okay, I understand. Wei Jianga hung up the satellite phone, his expression grim. This is troublesome. The higher-ups have already dispatched the Ability Punishment Team and a special task force to investigate. They are all professionals responsible for interrogation. No matter how tight-lipped they are, they will talk. Although I am still the overall commander, the Ability Punishment Team and the Special Task Force have a lot of autonomy. I can't interfere too much with them. Do you understand, Guohua? Wei Jianga looked at Jiang Guohua. You mean? Not good, something's about to happen. Quickly prepare a plane to the Northwest Camp. Hurry. Jiang Guohua said sternly. Yes, Commander Jiang, the plane is over there, inside the Northwest Camp. Since the Northwest Camp has almost hollowed out a granite mountain, the internal space is vast. There are even hotels and restaurants providing accommodation and food, as well as a dazzling array of equipment stores. It is a supply base for many ability users hunting exotic beasts in the Luofeng mountain range. In a building sealed off by an iron door, the overseer of the Northwest Camp, Zhao Guangchuan, and Deputy Overseer Lei Lu were in the command room watching the interrogation footage from different interrogation rooms on the screen. The interrogators, sent by the punishment team and the special task force, were responsible for questioning the survivors of this flight accident. Each survivor was separated into different rooms. The rooms were small, only about 10 square meters, with no windows, and were closed and stuffy, making it very uncomfortable. Apart from Long Chen, the 12 survivors were all here. In one of the rooms was Jiang Shi. She sat in a chair, having been left there for an hour. However, there was coffee in front of her to help her stay alert, which was much better treatment than the others. Bang bang bang. I want to see my dad. What do you mean by locking me up here? I'm not a criminal. On what basis do you have the right to detain me? Where's my dad? Hasn't he come yet? I want to see my dad. I want to talk to my dad on the phone. Bang bang bang, where is everyone? Did you hear that? Jiang Shi angrily slammed her hands on the table and glared at the camera. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Sit down and behave yourself. I said sit down. A middle-aged man in the uniform of the Ability Punishment Team pointed at Jiang Shi and shouted loudly. Don't be like that, you'll scare her. An elderly Man from the same ability punishment team patted him on the shoulder. Playing the good cop here. Reluctantly, Jiang Shi sat down, her face dark as she looked at them. The two men took their seats across from her. Do you know what comes after confessing for leniency? The middle-aged man looked at her. Where's my dad? Get my dad here. I don't want to say anything until my dad arrives. Jiang Shi crossed her arms, furious at being treated this way. Do you know that resisting will lead to harsher consequences? From now on, I ask a question, you answer. The middle-aged man said to himself. He took out a super thin, fourfold tablet. Looking at the content on it, he didn't even listen to what she said. Why did you come to the Luofeng mountain range? The middle-aged man asked coldly. Ha, boring question. Where I go is none of your business. So what if my dad sent me? Jiang Shi curled her lips in disdain. Are you saying your dad was involved in this matter? The middle-aged man sneered at her, jotting down notes on the tablet. What matter? What did my dad participate in? Jiang Shi looked confused. There was a sonic induction device on your flight, inducing monsters to attack the plane. The device has been found and it can be confirmed it was man-made. So you're saying your dad was involved in this? Did your dad install the induction device or provide assistance? The reason you parachuted to escape is that you knew in advance? So, you could escape before the plane was completely destroyed by the beasts? By the way, I forgot to tell you, we are the Ability Punishment Team. We specialize in dealing with you ability users. So answer my questions. The middle-aged man stared at her intently. Wait, I didn't say that. My dad wasn't involved. He didn't know anything. Jiang Shi was getting anxious. Although she was angry. Earlier, it was because she didn't know what was happening. At the same time, she didn't know the identity of the other party. She had never encountered anything like this before, and now she hadn't even processed what was happening. She didn't expect to be directly accused like this. She had just awakened her abilities and had never experienced anything like this. At this moment, she was of course anxious and completely flustered. Are you saying your dad just didn't participate but he knew? Or do you know you participated, but your dad doesn't know you participated? The middle-aged man's voice grew louder. Jiang Shi felt a bit suffocated. It seemed that, no matter how she answered, it would be wrong. I don't know, it wasn't me, and it wasn't my dad. We had no idea there was any sonic induction device. It wasn't us. Jiang Shi said urgently. Oh, I see, you knew in advance, but it wasn't you who did it, right? The middle-aged man said. What? No, I. Jiang Shi's eyes widened, her face pale, completely stunned with fear. Her body was covered in goosebumps. She even trembled a little. For the first time in her life, she truly experienced what it meant to be unable to defend oneself. No matter what she said, it was wrong. Having been spoiled by her father, she also felt for the first time the darkness of human nature. Those who wronged you understand your injustice better than you do. Bang! Am I right? The middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up. Jiang Shi almost cried from fright. Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Even the door, unable to withstand the force, flew straight in. The middle-aged man reacted quickly, trying to block the door with a slap. Bang! The iron door was indeed stopped. However, the tremendous force caused him to stagger back a few steps. It was still that old man who gave him a push from behind, allowing him to finally stabilize. What audacity! Who dares to barge in here? The Ability Punishment Team is on duty. If you dare to cause trouble here, I want to see who you really are. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly. Due to the light outside, he hadn't clearly seen who this person was. You have some nerve to interrogate my niece like this. Who the hell gave you the right? The tall man stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man. Uncle. Seeing the man at the door, Jiang Shi's face was filled with excitement and joy, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, the person at the door was Jiang Shi's uncle, her father's own brother, Jiang Guowa from the 3-Star Academy. Xiao Shi, come here. With your uncle here, no one can touch you. Jiang Guowa smiled affectionately at her. Jiang Shi quickly hid behind him. Do you know you are obstructing the Ability Punishment Team from carrying out their duties? Even if you are from the 3-Star Academy, you cannot bear this responsibility. The middle-aged man glanced at his shoulder insignia and said angrily, you are from the Ability Punishment Team? What is your name? Who is your superior? Due to his height, Jiang Guowa looked up, squinting at the middle-aged man and the old man. He immediately noticed the insignias on their uniforms. One was a 2-star, the other a 3-star. His eyes couldn't help but show a hint of disdain and uncontrollable anger. My name is Qin Kai, 3-Star Punisher of the Donglin Ability Punishment Team. This is 2-Star Punisher Tan Shu Hang. Our direct superior is Chen Kafa. The middle-aged man Qin Kai squinted as he spoke. The two faced off, neither yielding an inch. It should be noted that the ranks within the Ability Punishment Team are as follows: 1-Star to 3-Star Punishers, 4-Star to 6-Star Punishment Leaders, and 7-Star to 9-Star Punishment Generals. they were neither high nor low. However, the power of the ability punishment team is significant. They are not directly commanded by anyone in Domlin City except for the superiors of the punishment team. They specifically deal with crimes involving ability users and various matters related to them. Heh, just a mere 2-star and 3-star punisher. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you know what it means to overstep your bounds? Get lost, let Chen Kaffa come personally. You two aren't even worthy to speak to me. Zhang Guo's disdainful gaze was imposing. Xin Kai and the other man exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Moreover, I have already copied the surveillance video of your interrogation of my niece. You better give me a satisfactory explanation or your positions will be at an end. Do you really think the Zhang family has no one left that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully us? Get lost. Zhang Guo's voice was like thunder. He cast one last cold glance at them. Xiao Shi, let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us. Zhang Guo then turned and led Jiang Shi away. Bang! Damn it, how did he get here so quickly? Xin Kai slammed his fist on the iron table, leaving a dent from the impact. He was nearly furious to the point of exploding. He smashed the surveillance camera. There's no helping it, after all, he commands. An army of tens of thousands as a 3-star army officer. Moreover, he himself is an ability user and a scion of the Zhang family. Even though our identities are special, we can't compare to him. Only Chief Punisher Chen can match him in a contest of strength. Tan Shu Hang shook his head, appearing relatively calm. It seems the task assigned to me by Chief Punisher Chen cannot be completed. What is going on with the commander of the Northwest camp? How could he allow the surveillance video to be seen and taken away? Was it intentional? After this matter, report the truth to Chief Punisher Chen. Let's go, let's interrogate the others. Qin Kai said in a low voice, giving a glance. Tan Shu Hang nodded. At that moment, Wei Jianga was in the monitoring room. He had obtained the copied video. Zhao Guangxuan smiled faintly at him, not stopping him. He squinted at the 2 deputy managers of the Northwest camp and then left. So, did you get it? Zhang Guohua asked as Wei Jianga approached. I got it, surprisingly smoothly. Is Zhang Shi okay? I'm fine. You all come over here. Wei Jianga signaled with his eyes. The 3 of them went to a corner without surveillance. You need to be careful. I've secretly checked some information. The manager of the Northwest camp, Zhao Guangxuan, should be from the Xiao family. You should understand what I mean. Wei Jianga did not avoid Jiang Shi, speaking seriously. What? He's actually from the Xiao family. I thought it was just a coincidence that his surname was Xiao. I didn't expect him to be from the Xiao family. Zhang Guohua frowned in thought. He didn't stop me from getting this copy. This is a plot to use a knife to kill someone, or to make you enemies on all sides. In any case, it's not good intentions. You should still be cautious. The interests entangled by this flight explosion and the deeper games. Even I feel a bit creeped out. It feels like if you're not careful, you could easily get caught in a whirlpool and be unable to escape. Wei Jianga said solemnly. Is the Xiao family's actions a sign that the old man has already started? Zhang Guo's brows furrowed, his expression serious. In any case, be careful. Every word in action must be well thought out, so you don't get caught with a handle. Wei Jianga reminded. I understand, thank you, Jianga. Only you are willing to help me like this, telling me everything. Zhang Guohua said with a grateful smile. What are we being polite about? In those years when we fought for our lives, if it weren't for you, I would have been gone long ago. Wei Jianga said. Jianga. Zhang Guohua's eyes lit up. Jiang Shi looked left and right. There's something, these two must have some kind of bond. It can't be that they really welded the damned helmet to their. Jiang Shi shook her head at this thought, wondering what she was thinking. Places like the City of Abundance are just legends. Ahem, uncle, how long are you going to watch? Jiang Shi softly interrupted them. Alright, just treat me to a drink when you have time. Let's go to a quiet place and sort out the statements first. No matter what, we still need to go through the process. Wei Jianga said. Okay, I will definitely treat you to a drink. Xiao Shi, come with us, you need to explain everything clearly. Zhang Guohua said. Jiang Shi nodded. As they passed by a room, they happened to see the Special Task Force's interrogators indifferently closing the door. Inside was a beautiful flight attendant, looking at them with some anxiety. If you don't speak, we'll just wait here until you do. Are you saying that someone made you jump and you're his accomplice? Why did you jump early? Did you install the inducing device? Then let's keep waiting, if you can't explain, I have all the time. Don't push your luck, even if you're an ability user, I have the right to keep you here for 10 days. As they walked past, every room had various interrogation sounds, with extremely poor and even harsh attitudes. Although the soundproofing was quite good, they could still hear it with their keen hearing. The ability punishment team was responsible for ability users, while the special task force was in charge of ordinary people. Uncle, they're too fierce, aren't they? Can't you manage them? Jiang Shi pleaded. Alas, there's nothing we can do, this is beyond our jurisdiction. We can only offer suggestions, but we can't intervene directly. Unless they take extreme actions, Jiang Guohua said helplessly. And even if they do act out, it seems we can't forcefully intervene. Otherwise, we might very well be labeled with an unfounded accusation. Wei, Jianya added. But uncle, you can protect me, why can't they? Jiang Shi said unwillingly. Because they have no background. It's true that in the era of exotic beasts, strength is respected. But background is also very important. An ability user who hasn't grown up is not a strong person, let alone ordinary people without a background. I can only protect you, my ability is limited, and I can't look after others. So, Xiaoxi, you must work hard to improve your strength. You have good talent. In the future, you might become a formidable ability user that others fear. Only the strong can earn more respect and have enough status to control their fate. Do you understand? Jiang Guohua said earnestly. I understand, uncle. Jiang Shi could only nod, accepting reality. What about the bodyguards protecting me? Jiang Shi asked. They're fine, with their strength they won't be directly targeted. They'll definitely be better off than others. At most, it will take half an hour. Once the questions are done, there will be no issues. Wei Jianga said. The three of them went to a sealed office. They checked around and found no listening devices. So, what exactly is going on? Jiang Guohua asked. It's like this. Jiang Shi recounted the events regarding Long Chen, including her father's speculation about Long Chen's strength, and how Long Chen directly overturned Master Chen at the sales office. As for Master Chen's death, she only mentioned that it should have been Long Chen who did it. Since it was still uncertain, she couldn't definitively say it was him. She also mentioned how Long Chen opened the cabin door on the plane, allowing them to parachute out. It was thanks to him that they survived. Long Chen single-handedly saved 12 people. So that's how it is. This young man is indeed quite impressive. Not just impressive, he acts with caution and decisiveness, has strong abilities, and his ability level is probably not low. He's a great talent. I didn't expect there to be such a young genius in Donglin City. Before this, not a single hint of information had leaked out. Jianya, do you think it's possible that? The two exchanged glances, seemingly thinking of the same thing. Regardless, this matter is basically clear now. As long as we find that young man, we should know what happened. At the same time, we need to investigate how the soundwave induction device was installed on the plane. We need to check all the maintenance personnel who were at the airport. Yes, we need to clarify this. The two thought. Xiaoxi, are you going to continue training to hunt exotic beasts, or are you returning to Donglin City? Jiang Guohua asked. Once my two bodyguards are out, I'll go hunt exotic beasts right away. There are only a few days left until the ability user assessment. I must seize every moment. Jiang Shi said. Very well, uncle supports you. Do whatever you want. But be careful on the way. Don't be reckless if you encounter danger. Go on, Jiang Guohua said with satisfaction. Got it, uncle. Jiang Shi left. Only the two of them remained in the office. Jianya, you don't think the same as I do you? Are you suspecting that this young man is the mysterious powerhouse who crushed that giant exotic beast? Jiang Guohua said. No, I'm not doubting him. He's too young. If it were him, that would be too outrageous. Even the most monstrous geniuses in the world aren't that strong. I'm suspecting that the mysterious powerhouse is his master. Otherwise, how do you explain that he is so strong at such a young age? Even Master Chen was slapped and didn't dare to retaliate, and then he died mysteriously. And this time, he survived the plane crash. Plus, that mysterious powerhouse struck at this critical moment to kill the beast. Isn't all of this enough to prove that there is some important relationship between these two? Wei Jianga's expression grew more serious. What should we do then? If he really is his master, should we still find him to ask questions? Also, should we mention this speculation to the higher-ups? Jiang Guohua asked, already uncertain. When it comes to a powerhouse of that level, he, as a 3-star school, had no right to handle it. Let's not make it public for now. We just need to keep it to ourselves. And we can't go to him to ask questions. If he really is that mysterious powerhouse's disciple, we can't afford to provoke him. Not even your father can. Let's see how the punishment team handles it. Jiang Shi took advantage of the dawn to rush into the Luofeng mountain range with 2 bodyguards. Long Chen landed lightly and arrived at the old site of Qihang Heavy Industry Group. The rusty, peeling sign displayed its former glory. The area was overgrown with weeds, and there were many ponds of varying sizes, likely created by the beasts rolling around in them. There were also many abandoned giant trucks and mining equipment. Even the giant excavator, once claimed to be the largest in the world, weighing 40,000 tons, was now rusted and worn. It was a complete apocalyptic scene. Filming an apocalyptic movie here would be absolutely authentic. Long Chen stood at the edge, looking at the massive mine pit. Roads spiraled downwards. The diameter of the mine entrance is estimated to exceed 8 kilometers. The mine is about 3 kilometers deep. No wonder it was once a mining area for various rare metals. At its peak, there were even 8,000 people working simultaneously. The pit is indeed very large. According to the records, Shihong Heavy Industry Group thrived over 100 years ago. It took decades of mining to create such a large pit. However, many people died during the beast outbreak, and this place is too remote, being a gathering spot for beasts. To build a base here for mining, many lives would be lost. Shihong Heavy Industry Group abandoned this mine. It is said that this mine can yield more than 50 types of rare ores, and only 2/3 of the total has been mined. There are still many ores left in the underground pit. Finding suitable metals here shouldn't be too difficult, Long Chen thought. The metal he wanted was not the expensive metal used for ability-enhancing weapons. It needed to be high in hardness but also suitable in other aspects. For example, it should have enough ductility and carry some properties, among other things. Suitable metals could not be found in the ability enhancer weapon shops. The metals there were all infused with technology, which was not what Long Chen wanted. Crafting a good sword was not as simple as it seemed. In short, the hope for this mine was quite large. Long Chen leaped into the air, heading towards the center of the mine pit. In the air, he saw that the bottom of the pit was filled with water, reaching a height of 500 meters. According to the records, there is an elevator at the bottom of the pit that goes straight down, but it looks like it has been completely submerged. It seems I can only dive directly. However, once I reach the Qi refining stage, I can hold my breath for a long time, Long Chen thought. Just as he was about to hit the water's surface, a dark shadow gradually became clear beneath the deep green water. Shield of Qi. Long Chen pressed down with his hand. A large, transparent circular disc pressed downwards. Roar! A giant python covered in hard black scales burst out of the water, letting out a sharp cry. Its size was so enormous that even the giant pythons in the cars of the Wind and Thunder would have to call it a professional. Boom! The giant python crashed into the transparent disc. As a result, the giant python was instead knocked back into the water. Is that the iron-armored black python? Its strength is at least at the Beast King level. A creature like this usually lurks in forest swamps to ambush prey. How could it appear here? Long Chen wondered. But this iron-armored black python is only showing its upper body and it's already this long. Its actual length should exceed 130 meters. There's a slight bulge on its head. It truly is at the Beast King realm, Long Chen thought. This creature was indeed large, but he felt no fear whatsoever. He stood lightly on the water's surface, as if there were a transparent glass panel beneath him, unable to sink at all. He released a sword aura with his fingers. Buzz! With a swing of his arm, 100-meter sword aura shot straight into the sky. Roar! The iron-armored black python burst out of the water again. Its massive mouth opened wide, viciously snapping at Long Chen. Seeking death, Long Chen waved his arm, and the 100-meter sword aura slashed towards the python's mouth. Buzz! That thick and hard armor only momentarily blocked the attack before being directly sliced open. It's worth noting that this armor was at least 10 times harder than diamond. The lower jaw of the iron-armored black python flew off. Roar! In pain, it let out a shrill cry. It plunged into the water. Rolling at the bottom of the lake, it stirred up waves over 10 meters high, showing just how much it hurt. Long Chen was not in a hurry, standing on the water waiting for it to reappear. The iron-armored black python shot out of the water again. However, it did not attack again. Instead, it coiled up on the shore. It used its body to shield a massive mining truck weighing several hundred tons. Blood dripped from its wounds, and its fierce, blood-red eyes stared at Long Chen. Its tongue flicked nervously, wary of Long Chen's every move. No wonder it's so reactive. It's in its spawning period. It's guarding its unhatched young. Long Chen saw that the mining truck was filled with densely packed eggs. Each was about 15 centimeters in diameter on average. The size was not proportional to the giant python, but the quantity was extremely exaggerated. If it were a compassionate person, they would surely feel a surge of sympathy at this moment. They would spare this pile of unhatched eggs and pity the mother iron-armored black python. But unfortunately, it encountered Long Chen. All exotic beasts deserve to die. Long Chen erupted in place, the water's surface suddenly pressing down, creating towering waves dozens of meters high. In an instant, he slashed down with his sword. Buzz! There was only a faint crisp sound, like steel being sliced open. The iron-armored black python stood still. Then its head fell to the ground. Long Chen swung his sword again, countless sword auras shredding it to pieces. However, one thing caught his attention. A snake gallbladder? It can still exist under my attack. Indeed, it's a good thing. Long Chen raised his hand and inhaled the fist-sized green snake gallbladder, landing in his palm. The texture is extremely hard, but this snake gallbladder is a bit too small. According to the recycling prices from my past life, the larger the iron-armored black python's gallbladder, the more valuable it is. One like this should at least sell for over 20 million. Easy to carry and can fetch a good price. I might as well keep it. Long Chen placed it in his shoulder bag. He looked at the thousands of eggs in the truck bed. Kill with Qi. Long Chen raised his hand and squeezed, piercing and strangling with his Qi. Bang bang bang. All the eggs, no matter how hard, could not withstand the impact and exploded. Many had already hatched but were still crushed. Only the two with the best quality were left, and Long Chen packed them away. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Iron-armored black pythons usually give birth to offspring in pairs, and only those at the Beast King level can lay eggs. It's difficult to obtain eggs from such exotic beasts. They will protect their eggs, no doubt, but once they lose hope of guarding them, they will destroy or eat the eggs themselves. But I won't give you that chance. One single egg from the iron-armored black python can sell for at least 20 million. Any more than that isn't worth much. These two are worth at least 50 million. Long Chen was quite satisfied. He couldn't be bothered to collect valuable materials from weaker exotic beasts. It would waste a lot of his space. His shoulder bag was already small. Where would he fit so much? Moreover, low-level exotic beasts weren't worth much. It was purely based on quantity. At least for him, they held no value. They were still precious to ordinary ability users. The shortcut for ordinary ability users to get rich relied on hunting large numbers of low-level exotic beasts. Aside from being a bit life-threatening, no one would say you killed too many. The reason exotic beast materials can sell for a lot of money, aside from some that are inherently precious, is that other materials are subsidized by countries around the world. The goal is to consume as many exotic beasts as possible, to prevent them from reproducing excessively and posing a greater threat to humanity. So even though recycling low-end exotic beast materials often results in a loss, it still needs to be done. However, what I have here is extremely rare, and the price is only going up. Long Chen thought about this as he looked at the lake's surface and the surroundings. Even when there were occasionally some small exotic beasts, they all ran away after seeing Long Chen kill the iron-armored black python. Exotic beasts are cold-blooded, but that doesn't mean they aren't afraid. As for stronger exotic beasts, they wouldn't easily approach the territory of the iron-armored black python, which has a strong territorial awareness. This mine pit belongs solely to the iron-armored black python. Nearby powerful exotic beasts understand this and naturally won't come close. After all, as long as they are in the water, the combat power of the iron-armored black python will soar. It can easily fight above its level. Strange, I encountered the iron-armored black python in my previous life and they were all in pairs. Why is this one alone giving birth? Or is the other one sleeping and breaking through its realm, or perhaps it has gone out? Long Chen looked at the greenish lake water. It wouldn't be at the bottom of the lake, would it? Even if it is, it doesn't matter. I might even get a bigger snake gall. A thin stream of air formed around Long Chen as he submerged into the water. His clothes remained dry. He then used the air to create a powerful thrust. His speed underwater was astonishing. The surrounding air even emitted a white glow, illuminating everything within a 10-meter radius. Long Chen found the entrance to the mine and slipped inside. He descended 1,000 meters underground. At this depth, the water pressure was immense. Long Chen protected his entire body with air, so he wasn't affected at all. Even his clothes stayed dry. However, at this depth, he had reached the bottom of the elevator shaft. To the left was the hollow space from when they mined, and to the right was a collapsed hole. Let's check this out. Long Chen entered the collapsed hole. He arrived at 2,000 meters underground, where the water gradually became clear. Long Chen accelerated and leaped out of the water. A string of flames flew from his palm, illuminating the surroundings. He could refine weapons, so creating flames was naturally simple. For him, he saw that this was a large cavern. Strange. According to the pressure, this place should be flooded with water. But the water can't rise here. That's quite peculiar. Long Chen thought to himself. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Perhaps it was due to the special magnetic field and geographical environment. After all, this was the Luophone mountain range under a special magnetic field environment. Anything unusual could happen. Long Chen looked around for the metals he needed. Ice spirit stone, black flame gold, candlefire. Gold. Ha, all of these can be used for refining. I came to the right place. Long Chen's expression brightened. He used sword energy to extract the metals he wanted. The walls of the cavern were filled with rare metals mixed in with iron ore. Most of them were things that couldn't be found in the human world. At the same time, no one considered them useful. However, as a peak expert from the Long Yuan continent, Long Chen was naturally well informed. Those things that seem useless to others are treasures in his eyes. After quickly scanning through, he collected more than 10 types. Not enough, I need more varieties. Long Chen moved deeper into the cave passage. This cave did not descend continuously but instead rose after every cavern. A typical karst landscape feature. As he continued, he found a few more types. However, their sizes were not substantial, averaging only the size of a fist. Long Chen noticed a beam of light shining down in the center of the cavern. Unknowingly, he had approached the surface. What is this? Long Chen saw that the light illuminated a massive beast, coiled together. It looked like a small mountain just by being coiled. Its entire body was covered with a layer of rock-like carapace. Male iron-armored black python. It is shedding its skin and transforming. Is it about to break through to become a beast king? Wait, what is that? Long Chen noticed a yellow stone on the forehead of the iron-armored black python. It had a metallic texture. It was hexagonal, larger than a basin. However, compared to its gigantic size, it was definitely a bit small. This iron-armored black python is not simple. I've never seen an iron-armored black python with something like this growing on its head. Could it be a special mutated form? I wonder what specific properties this stone has and if it can be used for weapon forging. Just as Long Chen thought this, the iron-armored black python's eyelids twitched, and then it suddenly opened its eyes wide. A pair of extremely sharp and bright eyes fixed on Long Chen, or rather, on his shoulder bag. That familiar scent was unmistakable to the iron-armored black python. Hiss! The roar was extremely sharp and piercing. At the same time, its body rapidly expanded. The skin that would have taken 10 days to shed was instantly burst open. Its girth expanded by more than double. Its length exceeded at least 150 meters. It was about the same length as a 40-story skyscraper lying sideways. Raising its upper body, it stared fiercely at Long Chen, its anger visible to the naked eye. So what if you break through to become a beast king? Don't look at me like that. Since your wife and children are dead, you might as well die too. Long Chen sneered. Hiss! The iron-armored black python seemed to understand his words and charged fiercely at Long Chen. Air blade strangulation. Long Chen raised his hand, clenching his palm. A transparent air current appeared around the iron-armored black python. Then, each stream of air formed spikes that pierced in all directions at an unimaginable speed. The iron-armored black python was frozen in place. Bang bang bang. At first, it did not penetrate directly. After all, it was in existence beyond the Beast King. Its defense was much stronger than that of its mate. But as the number of spikes increased, hiss, the iron-armored black python let out a miserable cry. One eye was directly pierced through. Then, the carapace on various parts of its body could no longer withstand it, and the scales flew off, leaving its body riddled with holes. However, one eye remained fixed on Long Chen. It seemed intent on devouring him. The deep hatred only grew stronger. Staring at me won't change the outcome. A family should be whole. Long Chen swung his arm, and a sword aura sliced through the iron-armored black python's head. The hatred in its eyes was frozen. It was directly strangled, its head shattered, except for the yellow hexagonal stone on its forehead. And a bright, enormous eye rolled to Long Chen's feet. It was the very eye that the iron-armored black python had just used to glare at him. Long Chen looked at this large eye. It seemed to reflect the iron-armored black python's unwillingness and its desire to devour Long Chen for revenge even in death. Be careful in your next life. If you see me, run quickly, and don't stare at me with those dead fish eyes. Long Chen dismissed it. He reached out to touch the 1-meter diameter eye, which had only slight scratches. With a swipe of his hand, they completely disappeared. This eye is quite unique, extremely hard. It's a pity its properties are not suitable for weapon forging, but it must be worth quite a bit. The Northwest Camp has a dedicated place to buy monster materials. We can sell it to them. But this thing is too big, it's inconvenient to carry. Let's find a place to store it for now. I remember that this type of crossbody bag should have an extension feature. Long Chen opened several zippers on the crossbody bag. Sure enough, the specialized outdoor crossbody bag for ability users that Yang Yuha bought for tens of thousands was worth every penny. When the zippers around it were opened, the crossbody bag could expand significantly. It could fit a large eye, with a diameter of 1 meter, along with other items. There was still plenty of space left, probably enough to hold 1/5 of a cubic meter of items. Long Chen raised his hand and inhaled. A hexagonal yellow stone fell into his hand. It was very heavy, at least 200 to 300 pounds. After examining it closely, Long Chen said, "It has an earth attribute." Reaction: this is a good find and can definitely be used for refining. He was quite satisfied and put it into the bag. This is an iron-armored black python at the level of a beast king. The snake gall inside should be quite large. Thinking of this, Long Chen chopped the iron-armored black python into pieces. As expected, the snake gall was as big as a wash basin. It was much larger than that of its mate. Indeed, the male is full of gall. One is worth 10. Long Chen's haul this time was substantial. He packed it into his backpack, which was nearly full. However, even though these items were heavy, Long Chen hardly felt their weight on his back. It felt just like an ordinary person wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Long Chen carefully searched the cave. It seems there's nothing left, but this trip has already yielded great rewards. I won't go to that mine, it probably won't have anything good left. Long Chen leaped out from the exit, standing on the bare peak of a tall mountain. In the distance, behind another mountain, was the mine. He had come through a collapsed cave. The other one was a mine excavated by machines. However, that area was completely submerged in water. This trip had been fruitful, and he had no intention of going there. The Luofeng mountain range is so vast, there must be some special metals in other places. But the bag is already full. I should first go to the Northwest Camp and sell everything I can. Long Chen thought. In a sealed room at the Northwest camp, the two 3-star interrogators, Chen Xiao and Li Yuan, were watching Yang Yuha, who looked somewhat unwell. The camera captured the scene and transmitted it to the command room. The deputy commander of the Northwest camp, Jiang Guowa, and Wei Jianga were both watching. We've learned from others that it was a person named Long Chen who first made everyone parachute. So what is your relationship with Long Chen? How did he know in advance that the plane would be attacked by monsters? It has been 3 days since the flight accident happened the day before yesterday. Are you still not going to tell the truth? Chen Chao said angrily. It has been 3 days, exactly 3 days, and from yesterday until now, you've only slept for 3 hours. If you still want to keep hiding it, we don't recommend waiting until the 5th day, making it so you can't sleep for even an hour. Li Yuan said angrily. Yang Yuha looked somewhat haggard. Only sleeping for 3 hours in 2 days was indeed exhausting. Not sleeping at all is something that humans can't manage. At least, ordinary people can't. However, she had promised Long Chen that she would never expose his abilities. So regarding this matter, she had to keep it hidden and never let go. What can I say? A monster just crashed into us. Long Chen happened to see it, which is why he made everyone parachute. He instinctively wanted to save everyone. And I'm not familiar with him. What do you want me to say? Just because you can't find the real culprit behind the placement of the induction device, you want me to confess? What have I done to offend you? Is this how you want to progress? Yang Yua's face was extremely poor as she shouted angrily. Shut up and honestly confess, or you know the consequences, Li Yuan shouted angrily. As I said, the more anxious you are, the more it proves I'm right. There was clearly so much time to investigate the source of the equipment. With so many maintenance personnel at the airport and many others who could approach the plane, aren't there enough cameras for you to find the murderer? Yet you focus solely on interrogating me. I see you can't find the real culprit, so you create a scapegoat. I've seen through your special task force. Yang Yuha spoke while looking at them, glancing at the two cameras in the corner of the room. Chen Xiao and the other person frowned, their expressions grim. Yang Yuha was indeed speaking the truth. They really couldn't find out who installed the equipment. So far, all means had been exhausted. They still didn't know who installed it. And Long Chen and Yang Yuha were the breakthrough points. With Long Chen absent, they could only target Yang Yuha. Bang! The door was opened. You all get out. I am Qin Kai and he is Tan Shuhang. From now on, the case is under the full responsibility of our ability punishment team. Qin Kai and Tan Shuhang walked in, taking out a piece of paper with a black seal. Yes. Upon seeing the black seal, Li Yuan didn't dare to delay and quickly left with Chen Chao. Since someone was in charge, they were more than happy to not get involved. The situation was too complicated and they clearly felt they couldn't grasp it. We are the ability punishment team and we will interrogate you. I believe you have heard of the ability punishment team. No need for me to elaborate. In our eyes, there is no distinction between genders. From now on, for every lie you tell, a finger will be broken. Qin Kai said coldly. What? You can't do this. Where's my lawyer? I want to find a lawyer, Yang Yuha said anxiously. How can this be? The ability punishment team can't participate in the interrogation of ordinary people. This is completely against regulations. Stop this immediately, Jiang Guowa frowned and said. That's right, and this is clearly an attempt to force a confession. How can such methods be used? Wei Jianga also couldn't stand it, and said angrily. Gentlemen, I think you still don't understand the situation, Zhao Guangchuan, the camp manager from the Northwest, said as he took out a piece of paper, black words on white paper with a black seal, especially with a complex character Zhao on the seal. So it's him. Zhang Guowa's expression darkened as he looked at Zhao Guangchuan. Don't look at me like that. With this black seal, what they do is their business. At least you don't have the authority to intervene. Just watch from the sidelines, Zhao Guangchuan said indifferently. Zhang Guowa snorted coldly. It seems the Xiao family has made a move. I didn't expect the game between the Xiao and Jiang families to unfold here. Wei Jianga also frowned, his mind racing. He had already thought of many aspects. Guowa, come out for a moment, Wei Jianga said as the two stepped into a corner outside. The Xiao family's move this time is probably not just aimed at you, but also at me, Wei Jianga said seriously. Be more specific? Zhang Guohua frowned. This flight crash, I am the overall commander, and you are considered the temporary deputy commander. The relationship between you and me, I believe the Zhao family is also well aware. Qin Kai and his companions seem to be under Chen Kefan, related to the Chen family. But in reality, they should be arranged by the Zhao family. Once they make a move on this flight attendant, Yang Yuha, they will pour all the dirty water on us. Both you and I will suffer. Of course, this is just my speculation. It could also be an attempt to test you. They know you have a sense of justice and will definitely be displeased. However, if you forcibly defy the black steel seal and prevent the ability punishment team from taking action, you will be putting yourself in their hands. They will target you even more. Your current position could be revoked. If you choose to turn a blind eye, they can also use Yang Yuha to smear you once you're in there. Grasp, whatever you say is up to them. The most likely scenario is that, whether you intervene or not, you could still get caught up in it. As an Air Force 3-star colonel, they could even use a plane crash to make a point against me. They excel at this kind of smear campaign. Wei Jianga's expression grew increasingly serious. From this perspective, it seems we're trapped in a closed loop. No matter what we do, it seems like there will be problems. That Xiao family member is indeed extraordinary when they take action. Now we can only wait and see how Qin Kai and the others will respond. If they go too far, then out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Guohua said as he quickly walked to the monitoring room. If you see it, will you really stand by and do nothing? Wei Jianga shook his head inside, following him. Wei Jianga's concerns were not unfounded. After all, the ability punishment team was not directly controlled by anyone. If Zhang Guohua chose to confront them knowing there was a black steel seal in play, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Guohua understood this, so he reminded himself to exercise restraint. However, just as he arrived at the monitoring room, his expression changed immediately. On the screen, Qin Kai pulled a dagger from her waist and plunged it into the iron table. The table was directly pierced, demonstrating its sharpness. Meanwhile, Yang Yuha had her hands spread wide, pinned down by the mechanical panel in front of the chair. Her hands couldn't be pulled back, no amount of struggling would help. This is too much. How can they do this? Since when can the ability punishment team directly use extrajudicial measures against ordinary people? Zhang Guohua finally couldn't hold back. He hadn't expected the Xiao family to go to such lengths to deal with him. Yang Yuha was innocent, even a dog could see that. Zhang Guohua, if you're not satisfied, you can stop it. Don't say I didn't warn you. What you're doing is obstructing the ability punishment team from doing their job. You're defying the Black Steel Seal. You can't afford the consequences. Zhao Guangxuan stood with his hands behind his back, watching the scene with a faint smile. But that smile was unsettling. Tell me, who instructed you to place the sound wave induction device in the plane? Qin Kai asked coldly in the room. How would I know? I'm innocent. You can't treat me like this. Yang Yuha pleaded anxiously. It seems you are unwilling to tell the truth. This ring is well made. It's a pity the material is a bit lacking. Qin Kai stood up and pulled out the dagger. She approached Yang Yuha, looking at her delicate, slender fingers, and the purple ring on her right hand's ring finger. Since you are unwilling to tell the truth, then, Qin Kai's gaze hardened and the dagger in her hand fell swiftly. Stop. Boom. The two sounds almost occurred simultaneously. Zhang Guohua kicked open the door and shouted. The booming sound was from Yang Yua's ring emitting a purple energy shield. Not only that, a beam of purple light pierced through Qin Kai's wrist before she could dodge. It interrupted the dagger's descent. Before she could feel the pain, both Qin Kai and Tan Shuhang were pinned against the wall by the purple energy shield, unable to move. The wall was dented with two human shapes. It was important to note that this wall was quite hard, yet it had been dented by their impact. Moreover, Qin Kai's wrist had a large hole pierced through it, with only two flaps of skin hanging on either side. It was a sight that was painful to behold. Her hand was essentially ruined. At that moment, the sensation of pain finally spread throughout her body. Qin Kai let out a miserable scream. What is going on? Zhang Guohua looked at the purple protective shield, utterly bewildered. He glanced at Yang Yuha. Yang Yuha is completely unharmed, so it must be coming from her. But what exactly is this? Zhang Guohua was shocked. Yang Yuha looked at the machinery that had been broken free from her hands. Then she glanced at the ring on her finger. Fortunately, my finger is still intact. Is this what Long Chen meant when he said the ring must never be taken off? Can it protect me? He really didn't lie to me. Yang Yuha was on the verge of tears. She had thought her finger was going to be severed, and she was almost terrified. She didn't expect the ring to work at such a critical moment. Yang Yuha stood up. The surrounding purple protective shield shrank to a radius of 30 centimeters, forming an oval shape. It perfectly enveloped her. Moreover, as Yang Yuha moved, it would expand and contract. This meant that even if she walked normally, the shield wouldn't hinder her. Bang bang. Qin Kai and Tan Shuhang fell to the ground, their bodies aching all over. They struggled to get up, warily staring at Yang Yuha. What is this thing? How dare you attack the ability punishment team? Are you looking for death? You won't be leaving here today. Moreover, as members of the ability punishment team, we seriously suspect that you are the main planner behind this flight. You and your family will be implicated because of you, the two men said angrily. However, for the moment, they didn't dare to move forward. Yang Yua's purple shield had not yet disappeared, and they were hesitant to act recklessly. Zhang Guohua, are you trying to protect the criminal? I will report this matter truthfully to the higher-ups. Just wait to face the wrath of the punishment team. Qin Kai, holding his almost falling right hand with his left, glared at Zhang Guowa with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Guowa kicked the door open, clearly intending to intervene in the matter. He could use this as an excuse to label Zhang Guowa as an accomplice of Yang Yue as well as obstructing the ability punishment team and defying the Black Seal. If these multiple charges were established, who could withstand? It's over, it really happened. Guowa's position is definitely not safe now. It might even implicate his father. The Xiao family will surely gain the upper hand in this collision. They might even secure victory in advance. Wei Zhenghe, who had followed behind, shook his head and sighed. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. However, now he was more concerned about what exactly was emanating from Yang Yue. It had even sent 2 ability users flying, and it had offensive capabilities. Could it be that Yang Yue was deliberately thrown out as bait and is actually one of the Xiao family? Wei Zhenghe said in a low voice. But this doesn't seem staged at all. Never mind, as long as we protect Yang Yue. If they want to smear my name, it won't be that easy. Zhang Guohuo replied. Oh really? Do you think you can take her away? At that moment, a voice came from behind them. It was Zhao Guangxuan, the commander of the Northwest Camp. Meanwhile, Long Chen, who had not been moving quickly, stopped in his tracks. His gaze sharpened. He turned to look in the direction of the night sky. Yang Yue is in danger. It was indeed right to give her the ring for protection. It played its role at a critical moment. This position is towards the Northwest Camp. Long Chen locked onto the location through his senses. Besides the Northwest Camp, where else could it be? Even those I protect dare to act, looking for death. Long Chen stomped his left foot hard on the ground. Boom! The ground beneath him, a 20-meter radius, collapsed directly, producing a violent roar. Long Chen shot out like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. Zhao Guangxuan, I don't believe you. Dare to kill us here. Zhang Guowa stared coldly at him. I wouldn't go so far as to kill you, but with your level of strength, you won't be able to take her away. Zhang Guowa, your old man can't even protect himself. Don't add to his troubles. Just obediently watch from the side. As Zhao Guangxuan spoke, a surge of ability energy suddenly erupted. Multiple streams of blue electricity appeared from within him, flowing across the surface of his clothes. What? B-class lightning ability, you're actually at the battlefield realm. Zhang Guowa's expression darkened. The battlefield realm is extremely powerful, corresponding to the beast general realm. You actually reached such a level. No wonder you can sit as the chief of the Northwest Camp. Wei Zhenghe's face was also extremely grave. Both of them were only at the battle body realm. There was a significant gap in realms compared to Zhao Guangxuan. It wouldn't be accurate to say they had no chance. It was more like there was no hope at all. If they were forced to fight, it would be a guaranteed loss. Damn it! Zhang Guowa clenched his fists, making a creaking sound. Humph! Incompetent rage. Your Jiang family has become useless in your generation, nearing 40 and only at the 9th level of the battle body. What does your Jiang family have to compete with my Zhao family? Do you have the strength to fight against my Zhao family? Just watch and see how I make her tell the truth. The elderly man in golden battle armor, Zhao Guangxuan, brushed past him, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Guowa. Despite being in his 60s, aside from a bit of gray hair, his face looked only in its 40s. He was quite arrogant. Meanwhile, Yang Yue had already stepped out. Xin and Kai could only stare, not daring to act rashly. Yang Yue, as a flight attendant, disregarding the safety of passengers. You actually set up a sonic induction device to attract beast attacks on the flight, resulting in a tragedy with dozens of deaths. You would not be enough even if you died 100 times. Zhao Guangxuan spoke passionately, as if he were the embodiment of justice. If he hadn't said those words earlier, perhaps some would have truly thought he was just. You really know how to label people. You all are more disgusting than the last, a bunch of thieves, colluding to harm good people just to frame others. Truly disgusting. Yang Yue spat, still daring to be stubborn when death is imminent. Don't think that just because you have a plasma shield installed, it can save your life. This thing is still in the experimental stage and cannot withstand attacks from the battlefield realm. Wait until I break your limbs, let's see if you still deny it. Zhao Guangxuan's expression was icy. Boom! He threw a punch. A blue lightning bolt shot out through the air. Buzz! Yang Yue was startled and raised her hand to block. The surrounding purple energy shield intercepted it. Not bad defensive capability. But how many times can you defend against absolute strength? In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant, a lowly commoner. Lightning flickered between Zhao Guangxuan's fists as he prepared a powerful move. Seeing his stance, Yang Yue's heart raced. She didn't know if the shield in her ring could withstand this attack. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and the entire Northwest Camp trembled slightly. Many people were confused about what had happened. Bang! At that moment, in the underground hall where they were, the massive silver iron door, 10 meters high, 5 meters wide, and half a meter thick, was directly split into 4 pieces. The sharp sword energy was unstoppable, not only penetrating the iron door but also directly cleaving into the hall's high-strength bulletproof concrete wall. It left multiple unfathomable sword marks. Thud thud thud. The door crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly, indicating that the door was solid and extremely heavy. This hall was where ability users would hide if the northwest camp was attacked by beasts. Therefore, the door was made of high-strength alloy, weighing at least 1 or 200 tons. Yet, such a thick iron door was still neatly cut open. Even plasma cutting wouldn't be this precise. Everyone was startled by the scene. My God, what's going on? How was the door destroyed? Who did this? That door must weigh 200 tons, not even a missile could penetrate it. How could it be cut open? Zhang Guohua and Wei Jianga stared intently at the doorway. His heart was in his throat. Zhao Guangshuan's buildup of energy came to an abrupt halt. At the moment the door collapsed and the dust settled, a figure emerged. It was Long Chen, dressed in long pants and a casual short-sleeve shirt. A shoulder bag lay on the ground beside him. Behind him was a corridor leading directly to the laboratory, shrouded by a formation created by Long Chen's aura. No one outside would know what had happened here, except for those present. Just standing there, Long Chen exuded an overwhelming pressure. What a terrifying aura, it feels suffocating. Zhang Guohua clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere recently. How can someone so young have such a strong sense of oppression? It's as if a super beast is standing in front of me. I've never felt this kind of pressure from any young person around 20. Even Elder Wang, whom I met recently, didn't have such a strong aura and oppressive presence. Wei Jianga said. That's right, although Elder Wang is powerful, his aura, pressure, and killing intent seem to pale in comparison to this young man. Who on earth is he? Zhang Guohua frowned, his expression grave. Qin Kai, Tan Shuhang, and Zhao Guangshuan were all dumbfounded, their faces showing a mix of seriousness and fear. Especially Zhao Guangshuan, the strongest among them. The stronger one is, the deeper they can feel how terrifying Long Chen's power is as he split the door open. You, who exactly are you? What do you want? Zhao Guangshuan's previously vanished lightning reappeared, swirling around him. He prepared for a confrontation, watching Long Chen warily, not daring to be careless. From Long Chen's gaze, he sensed an unprecedented killing intent. Fear gripped him. Long Chen, you finally came. They want to force a confession. Whoa whoa, Yan Yua cried out in excitement upon seeing Long Chen, tears streaming down her face. It was more about feeling wronged. Although she hadn't been harmed in the slightest, she had been unjustly accused. She had witnessed the darkness of human nature and the struggle for power. An ordinary woman had never experienced such things. Don't worry. No one here will leave alive today. Anyone who touches those I, Long Chen, want to protect is doomed. Long Chen's voice was icy. The temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped. The terrifying killing intent sent chills down their spines, with Zhao Guangshuan being the first to feel it. You are Long Chen? The one who first shouted to parachute on the plane? It seems you really are the culprit behind the soundwave induction device. You even want to kill to silence. I warn you, I am from the Xiao family. Do you dare to touch me? If you dare to touch me, there are people above who won't let you off. Zhao Guangshuan said sharply, lightning crackling around him, his eyes fixed on every move Long Chen made. Is that so? Another member of the Xiao family, are you from the same family as Zhao Lixia? Long Chen suddenly moved forward 10 meters in a strange flash, standing on the thick iron door that had shattered into 4 pieces. It was impossible to see how he moved. Why, you know my nephew? Zhao Guangshuan was startled by Long Chen's speed, his voice trembling as he asked. He probably didn't even realize that his own voice was shaking. Heh, just an ant, not worth mourning. It seems you still don't know he's dead. No worries, you'll see him soon. Long Chen said. What do you mean? Did you kill Zhao Lixia? Heh, I don't believe you. Really dare to oppose my Xiao family. The foundation of my Xiao family is beyond your imagination. Zhao Guangshuan snorted coldly. He had been staying at the northwest base and was indeed not well informed about the outside world. However, he didn't believe Long Chen would dare to touch anyone from the Xiao family. Long Chen stepped down from the half-meter thick iron door, walking as if the space beneath him was solid ground. In this height, it was easy to achieve a feeling of floating in the air. It was incredibly shocking. It left everyone dumbfounded. You're walking on air, how could you? Zhao Guangshuan was stunned, unable to finish his sentence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air blades radiating from Long Chen had already turned him into a stick figure. Ah! Zhao Guangshuan screamed in agony. Manager Xiao. Qin Kaitan and Shu Hang's faces turned pale with fear. They trembled and took a few steps back. Zhang Guohua and the others were even more horrified. Soon, this pig-like scream attracted the attention of Deputy Manager Lei Lu as well as other subordinates of Zhao Guangshuan in the command room. There were also 8 other punishment team members who had come this time, along with 4 special team members in the lounge. When they saw the powerful ability user, Northwest manager Xiao Guangchuan, being reduced to a stick figure, their feelings were unimaginable. No one dared to step forward. To hell! Long Chen didn't look at these people. They were just ants. It didn't matter how many came. If you dare to touch me, I warn you, I am from the Xiao family. You better let me go, otherwise my brother. Before Xiao Guangchuan could finish his sentence, Long Chen raised his hand and squeezed with his energy. Bang! Ikuan was gone, losing the ability to love from that moment on. He met the same fate as his nephew. No. Xiao Guangchuan's heart was shattered, his eyes bulging out. It was too brutal. There was a kind of pain that hurt just to look at. No man was unafraid of such a killing move. Please, don't torment me anymore, I beg you. As long as you don't kill me, I promise the Xiao family won't be your enemy. The Xiao family will definitely not retaliate against you, nor will they cause you trouble. Xiao Guangchuan pleaded, completely deflated. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. With today's advanced medical technology, going to the hospital might still save Ikuan. Or he could find another good one. As for losing hands or arms, with extremely precious medicinal assistance, recovery was still possible. He didn't want to die just like that. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Long Chen squeezed his hand in the air. Bang! A direct head explosion. Long Chen's face showed not a hint of emotion throughout. It was as if he killed without blinking. The entire scene was stunned. No one dared to step forward to argue. Turn around. Long Chen looked at Yang Yuha, who was covering her eyes with one hand. Oh, okay. Yang Yuha obediently turned around. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have dealt with Miss Yang. It was all the Xiao family forcing me to do it. That's right, the Xiao family is powerful. We really can't afford to offend them. This has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Qin Kaitan and Shu Hang directly knelt down to beg for mercy. Dignity was worthless at such times. Being alive was the only dignity. Yes, it was all the Xiao family forcing us. They gave us a large sum of money. They sent us to assist in dealing with the Jiang family. We were also forced into this. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. The ability punishment team, the special team, and all of Xiao Guangchuan's subordinates knelt down. They had all confessed without even being asked. Xiao Guangchuan was a dignified B-class battlefield-level powerhouse, yet he was directly tortured to death. How could they have any heart to resist? They didn't even have the courage to fight back. Since the matter has happened, I have no intention of questioning right or wrong. Go. Die. Long Chen swung his arm, and countless sword energies shattered them. Deputy Manager Lei Lu was so scared he collapsed to the ground. It was all the Xiao family forcing me. I didn't do anything. Before Lei Lu could finish his sentence, Long Chen's finger turned into a blade and struck down. Lei Lu was split in two, dying on the spot. Buzz! The indestructible sword energy penetrated the wall, leaving an ultra-thin sword mark. If one didn't look closely, it was completely unnoticeable. Even ultra-high-level bulletproof concrete couldn't withstand the power of this sword. Zhang Guohua and Wei Jianga, who witnessed the entire killing process of Long Chen, trembled in fear. The two looked at Long Chen with terror. They had indeed experienced great storms and waves to reach their current positions. Even in their youth, they had hovered on the brink of life and death multiple times while carrying out missions. But they had never seen someone as powerful and unflinching in killing as Long Chen. Even their hardened hearts were frightened to the point of losing composure. As for you two, Long Chen's cold gaze fixed on them. Their eyes met, and the two stumbled back a few steps in fright. We didn't participate. We are enemies of the Xiao family. Moreover, we were just trying to save Miss Yang. You can check the surveillance if you don't believe us, Zhang Guohua hurriedly said. That's right, Long Chen, they are good people. They just wanted to help me, but Xiao Guangchuan was too strong for them to stop. I'm begging you, please don't kill them. Yang Yuha peeked through her fingers at Long Chen. Fortunately, you didn't lie, or you would already be dead. Long Chen's killing intent receded. The temperature in the hall returned to normal. He could tell at a glance whether someone was lying. This was the observational skill of a former transcendent being. Otherwise, even if Yang Yuha said so, he would have killed the two without hesitation. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Guohua and Wei Jianga clasped their fists in gratitude, nearly gasping for breath. After taking a deep breath, they felt as if they had survived a calamity, as if they had walked through the gates of hell. Faced with Long Chen, they could not muster a shred of resistance. They could only passively await their fate. Saying thank you, my lord, was merely a respectful address to a strong person like Long Chen. The term senior felt too old-fashioned. They could only call him my lord. Is this the sense of oppression that comes from a strong person? It is said that peak ability users can render others immobile just by their aura, and before they even make a move, the outcome is already decided. Indeed, it is not just a legend. This young man's strength is terrifying. Zhang Guohua thought to himself. My lord, what realm have you reached now? Zhang Guohua asked tentatively, clasping his fists. It's better for you not to know your current strength, Long Chen replied. What you say is true. Zhang Guohua nodded in agreement. What are your names? Long Chen asked, looking at their attire. He found their clothing somewhat familiar. After all, Long Chen had been a higher-ranked one-star general in his previous life. My name is Jiang Wowo, a 3-star colonel in the army. I am Wei Jianga, a 3-star colonel in the Air Force, the two replied. Jiang Wowo, Wei Jianga, nice names. Are you affiliated with Donglin City? Long Chen inquired. That's right, my lord, we are both from Donglin City, Jiang Wowo responded. Zhao Guangchuan is a member of the Xiao family, and since he has created all these troubles for you, I assume you have a nearly equal background behind you. So, tell me, what is the situation here? Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back as if a superior was questioning them. Even without revealing a strong aura, he exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. Jiang Wowo did not dare to be negligent. My lord, the situation is as follows. Wei Jianga is the overall commander of this flight incident. I am the temporary deputy commander. The Xiao family is ambitious and wants to use this opportunity to bring us down, thus further weakening the strength of the Jiang family. Of course, this also involves deeper games and disputes with other families. I don't fully understand the specifics at the moment. In short, everyone else is merely a pawn of the Xiao family, especially Miss Yang, who was innocently caught up in the dispute. Even if she didn't install the sonic induction device on the plane, she would still be blamed. This way, they can report to their superiors. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Guohuo replied, his voice very humble, not daring to be careless in front of such a powerful figure. In the origin star, strength is paramount, and it's not just talk. Even if you have a background, you must bow your head in the face of absolute power. No wonder that beast was tracking us. It seems this sound wave induction device is integrated with the engine. The sound frequency coverage makes it hard to detect. It doesn't matter, after all, it's just a weak beast that hasn't stirred up much trouble. But we still need to find out who installed it. You two must continue investigating. If you get any solid information, notify me. Long Chen said. Understood, my lord. Rest assured, as soon as we find out who did it, we will inform you immediately. But how should we contact you, my lord? Jiang Guohua asked. Don't contact me unless it's something major. With a wave of his hand, a piece of Zhao Guangchuan's golden armor flew up. The sword energy carved out Long Chen's phone number. Got it, my lord. Jiang Guohua caught it with both hands, carefully tucking it away. No matter what method you use, explain how they died. Everything about me today will sink into the sea. Do you understand? Long Chen looked at the two. Understood. Jiang Guohua and the other nodded earnestly. Long Chen turned to look at Yang Yuha. At this moment, Yang Yuha's purple array shield had already been retracted into her ring. She wasn't hurt at all. However, after only 3 hours of sleep over the past 2 days, she appeared somewhat haggard with dark circles under her eyes. Nevertheless, she still looked beautiful in her flight attendant uniform. Thank you, Long Chen. If it weren't for the ring you gave me and your timely appearance, I might have. Anyway, thank you. Yang Yuha expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. Who told you to be her sister? Besides, such things are unavoidable. Where there is light, there is darkness. There are plenty of pests like the Xiao family in Donglin. The energy left in this ring is not much. It won't protect you for long if you encounter danger again. I'll give you a better one. Long Chen raised his hand and caught a piece of black metal. He was about to directly carve the array into the ring. No need, just this one will do. Can you add some energy to it? I like this first ring you gave me. Yang Yuha said with a serious expression. Alright, I can add energy. Raise your hand. Long Chen instructed. He raised his hand and compressed a massive amount of energy into it. To put it simply, Long Chen was storing the qi of the qi refining realm in this small ring. This qi would serve as the energy source for the array, forming a shield for continuous protection in case of danger. After a period of safety, it would automatically dissipate. In his past life, Long Chen was a powerful figure in the Dragon Abyss continent, naturally possessing unparalleled talent in the art of arrays. Such techniques were second nature to him. The energy he emitted twisted the space around him, and combined with his words, this scene shocked Zhang Guowan and the other, who were standing by watching. They exchanged a glance, their faces filled with astonishment. They had never seen such a method before. It turns out it's not the cutting-edge technology of a plasma shield, but rather Lord Long's own technique. Worn by an ordinary person, it can easily defend against the attacks of battlefield ability users. Just a single ring. Wow, this is outrageous. Zhang Guohua whispered. So young yet so powerful, with such abilities, it's hard to imagine what it will be like in a few years or even a decade. I really don't know how Lord Long cultivates. Wei Jianga also sighed. Alright, although you have the ring for protection, don't go to too dangerous places. Otherwise, if you're too far away, I won't be able to reach you in time. Long Chen said after filling the ring with energy. I understand. I won't run around, thank you, Long Chen. Yan Yuha lowered her head and said, let's go. Long Chen turned and left, speaking as he walked. The corridor is shielded by my formation. It will disappear 5 hours later before dawn, and the outside world will know nothing of what happened here. Yan Yuha was dragged into this because of your dispute. You should know what to do without me teaching you. Let me remind you one last time. If you choose sides in the end, it's best to keep your eyes wide open. Otherwise, disaster will befall your entire family.
After saying this, Long Chen vanished in
an instant.
However, the concealment formation in the corridor remained.
It could last for up to 5 hours. This time was enough for them to handle everything.
Upon hearing Long Chen's last words, different people felt differently.
Yang Yuha only felt an unmatched dominance and immense authority. In contrast, Zhang Guowa and Wei Jianga were drenched in cold sweat.
Their backs were visibly soaked with perspiration. They stared at where Long Chen had just been, unable to perceive where he had gone. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but shake their heads with a bitter smile.
The killing intent in Long Chen's words was a warning to them. How could they possibly not understand? Miss Yang,
I'm sorry for the trouble you've endured,
Zhang Guowa said with regret. It's fine, I should thank both of you for your help, Yang Yuha replied.
I feel ashamed, I wasn't able to help much.
Zhang Guowa shook his head inside. Gentlemen, I haven't slept in a long time. Is there a place to rest? Yang Yuha asked.
Of course. Take this card, you can choose any room at the hotel in the Northwest camp.
Zhang Guowa handed her a card. Thank you, you don't
need to escort me, I can go by myself.
Yang Yuha took the card and left. Miss Yang, take care.
Yang Yuha was extremely tired and just wanted to sleep. She would think about everything else after waking up. Everyone come here, I mean.
Everyone. Zhang Guowa opened the communicator. Yes, sir.
Soon, 2 2-star officers, 2 1-star officers, and a dozen soldiers rushed in. They had been staying at the hotel and were not present during the earlier events.
They had been ordered by Zhang Guowa to rest.
However, upon seeing the door cut into pieces and the hall strewn with corpses and chaos, the newcomers were stunned.
My God, how did so many people die? Who did this? This seems to be the battle armor of the chief of the Northwest camp. Could even such a powerful figure in the ability world be killed? Damn, this is Deputy Chief Lei Lu. Who could have cut him in half? Who could kill here? Could it be a powerful figure from another country?
Just as they were shocked and even felt fear, Zhang Guowa spoke. They were killed by a mysterious powerful figure. To make a long story short, delete all the surveillance footage from the hall, destroy the hard drives, and replace them with new ones. At the same time, take photos of what happened here and organize the information.
Go. Zhang Guowa instructed. Some of them were Wei Jianga's people and couldn't help but look at him. Go ahead. Wei Jianga nodded. Yes.
A dozen people hurriedly began to handle the situation without delay.
Guowa, come with me, Wei Jianga said. The two went to a viewing platform on the second floor of a hall. From here, they could overlook the entire hall.
Guowa, how do you plan to explain this to the higher-ups?
Wei Jianga asked.
Just say it was done by a mysterious powerful figure. We don't know who it is, only that they are very strong.
By the time we arrived, the tragedy had already occurred. We were completely unaware. As long as we insist that we had no knowledge, that will suffice.
There are no clues, and everyone was indeed killed.
Even if they send someone to
investigate, they will only find that this mysterious person is too powerful.
No matter how they investigate, they won't uncover anything,
Zhang Guohuo said after careful consideration.
Alright, so what should we do? But what do you think about the last thing Lord Long said? Wei Jianga's expression darkened at the thought.
Jiang, Lord Long's meaning is very clear. Zhao Ji is Zhao Lixia and his son must have been killed by him, and add in a Zhao Guangxuan. The two sides are already in a fight to the death. If it ultimately comes to a conflict between him and the Zhao family, or even stronger families,
we must firmly choose a side. Otherwise, if we stand against Lord Long, we will undoubtedly die. Not just ourselves, but it could even implicate our entire families. Zhang Guowa's expression was serious. Actually, this is a good thing, Wei Jianga said thoughtfully. How so?
Zhang Guohua asked, puzzled.
Lord
Long is warning us, which is also a form of recognition. Otherwise, he wouldn't directly remind us to think and choose for ourselves. Instead, he would wait until we stood against him and then kill us all the same.
I believe with
Lord Long's strength, he could do that. The reason he said this is to give us a choice, whether to stand with him, remain neutral, or oppose him.
Guohua, we must plan early. Wei Jianga became increasingly serious, looking at Zhang Guohua's frowning, contemplative eyes. Jianga, what do you think Lord Long's realm is? Zhang Guohua did not make a direct choice but asked. Beyond imagination. This iron door can theoretically withstand the direct attack of the
most advanced missiles. It can resist massive beast attacks. It can even defend against nuclear weapons without direct contact. Yet it was easily split into several pieces, just with a finger.
I can't imagine what realm Lord Long is in, Wei Jianga said with deep respect. I think what you really want to ask me is Long Chen that mysterious powerhouse from the North Forest primitive forest? Wei Jianga's expression turned serious. Do you think so?
Zhang Guohuo looked at him earnestly.
Actually, you already have the answer in your heart. Whether it's splitting the iron door or easily killing Zhao Guangxuan on the battlefield,
or his earlier display of stepping in mid-air, he is probably the mysterious powerhouse that caused the great destruction of the entire North Forest primitive forest.
Wei Jianga said solemnly. If that's the case, then it's terrifying. Jiang Guo's expression was grave. Long Chen had just exited the underground base and arrived at the second floor of the mall. However, he formed a formation with his aura. To outsiders, he appeared as a mysterious figure in a black robe, with only a pair of abyss-like eyes visible. The second floor was directly opposite two specialized beast material recycling stores, separated by several dozen meters. This one will do. Long Chen glanced around and finally chose a store called Black Dragon Beast Hall to enter. He had never heard of this name in his past life. He came here because the store was extremely luxurious, clearly able to afford high prices. Welcome. Two humanoid female robots greeted him at the entrance. The two beautiful receptionists, who had been resting with their heads propped up, quickly stood up. Welcome, sir. How can we assist you? However, as soon as they finished speaking, their expressions turned wary. Long Chen was completely shrouded in his black robe, with only his eyes visible, making him look quite eerie. They had never seen anyone selling beast materials like this. This person is suspicious. Even if he wants to hide his identity as a supernatural being, he could just wear a cheap, ordinary full-body battlesuit. After all, his face is covered by a mask and no one would recognize him. I've never seen anyone dressed in a black robe. Yeah, I feel like he looks like a robber. The two women whispered to each other. Sir, I am the front desk consultant. My name is Mu Yu. Are you here to sell beast materials? Mu Yu asked tentatively. That's right, materials of beast general and beast king level. Long Chen replied. His voice gave no indication of age. What? Beast general and beast king level materials? Mu Yu exclaimed. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to offend you. However, Mu Yu quickly realized her mistake and adjusted her emotions. The two women exchanged a surprised glance, even shocked and flustered. Looking at Long Chen's bulging backpack slung over his shoulder, they couldn't help but believe his words. Sir, please wait a moment, materials of this level are extremely precious. I need to call our manager to serve you personally. Xiao Meng, hurry and pour tea for this gentleman. Mu Yu's tone had become very respectful. I'll do it right away. Meng Zi didn't dare to delay. No need. Have your manager come over immediately, Long Chen said. Please rest assured, sir, it will be quick. Mu Yu, not daring to waste time, directly called the manager. It was already 1 in the morning. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up. Manager, hurry over, there's a gentleman here who wants to sell exotic beast materials. Mu Yu urged. What the hell, are you still a newbie? You don't know to let the robot handle selling exotic beast materials? If it really doesn't work, you can sell it, I'll still count the commission for you. Don't call me for everything. I'm not someone who serves just anyone. The manager sounded very impatient. Woken up at 1 in the morning, it was only natural to be in a bad mood. Manager, this gentleman wants to sell materials of the beast general and beast king level. Mu Yu, fearing the manager would hang up and offend someone, quickly added. What? What did you say? There are beast king level materials? You're not lying to me, are you? Okay, I'm coming right now. The manager jumped out of bed. The beautiful woman beside him suddenly lost her allure. Good brother, where are you going? I can't do without you. The beauty said coyly. Get out of the way, I don't have time to chat with you. The manager grabbed his clothes and left. Like a gust of wind. In sage mode, making money is the hard truth. In less than 10 seconds, he ran down from upstairs, adjusting his suit and tie as he ran. Upon entering, he immediately humbly shook hands with Long Chen. However, Long Chen had no intention of shaking his hand. The manager wasn't angry, he just thought that Long Chen had heard his impatient tone from the phone earlier. It was normal for others to be upset. I apologize, esteemed sir, for keeping you waiting. I am the manager here, my name is Yun Fan. This way, please. Yun Fan humbly guided Long Chen into the interior of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. Long Chen's huge backpack caught Yun Fan's attention, making him even more polite. As they walked inside, heavy white iron doors opened to the sides, closing again after they entered. The iron doors were about 10 centimeters thick, made of high-strength alloy. Even the anti-tank weapons designed for the 4th generation main battle tanks couldn't penetrate them. This shows how high the security level is. This is also a symbol of the soft power of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. Sir, did you hunt all these exotic beasts by yourself? Yun Fan casually asked, testing the waters. Long Chen replied indifferently, seemingly unwilling to say more. Then you must be a strong ability user to be able to hunt such high-level exotic beasts, Yun Fan exclaimed. Though he said that, he didn't quite believe that all the exotic beast materials in this entire bag were hunted by Long Chen alone. It was possible that it was a team effort and he was just responsible for disguising and selling the exotic beast materials. After winding through several turns for dozens of meters, they passed at least a dozen iron doors. Finally, a silver door appeared. Yun Fan placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. The heavy iron door, 30 centimeters thick, opened. Please, sir. The two entered. The iron door slowly closed behind them. The lights turned on, revealing a huge circular room. It was about 8 meters high, covering an area of 200 square meters, with a long white table and chairs in the center. The surrounding walls were also primarily white. There were many drawer-like structures on the walls, and there were doors on both the left and right walls. Long Chen looked towards the left door. No wonder there haven't been any ability users along the way. It turns out they are all here. Long Chen thought to himself that he could sense the presence of strong individuals behind the door on the left, and not just one. As for how many there were in their specific realms, he had no intention of probing. Sir, I believe you can see that this place is absolutely safe. You can rest assured to bring out all the exotic beast materials you wish to sell. Our Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall has more than a dozen branches within the Tai Lin Dynasty territory. Although our Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall is a privately operated exotic beast material recycling center, we do have proper qualifications. Therefore, you can be assured that we stand firm here. We are very legitimate. Our cash flow is very sufficient. No matter how much, we can handle it. Yunfan said politely, his fiery gaze fixed on Long Chen's shoulder bag. He was very curious about what precious exotic beast materials it contained. Long Chen nodded non-committally. He set down the shoulder bag and opened the zippers on both sides. Inside were smaller materials meant for sale. Long Chen retracted the pressure he had exerted over the snake gull's aura. He took out a snake gull the size of a fist. At that moment, the aura of the snake gull was fully revealed. What the hell? Yunfan stepped back in shock. However, he still examined it closely. What a powerful aura. No way, could this be the snake gull of an iron-armored black python? I've never seen a snake gull this large, and with such a strong aura. Could it be a Beast King level iron-armored black python? The iron-armored black python lives in swamps. That kind of environment is harsh, and it's the home ground of the iron-armored black python. To kill an iron-armored black python in such a place, at least several battle spirit ability users would need to cooperate, or one would need to be at a much higher realm to take it down. My heavens! Hiss! Yunfan was shocked, unable to suppress a gasp. The most he usually saw were beast soldier and beast spirit materials, because the Luofeng mountain range was mostly a training ground for newcomers who had just awakened their abilities. There weren't many seasoned ability users. Occasionally, Yunfan would see beast general materials. As for Beast King materials, he had only encountered them once in his 3 years of work. It was truly an unprecedented first. With some insight, this is indeed the snake gull of an iron-armored black python. However, its realm is only at the peak of Beast King level 1, not yet at 2. Long Chen said. Many snake-type exotic beasts had snake gulls that looked very similar. Without using instruments for detection, it was usually very difficult to distinguish them. Yet Yunfan was able to tell after just a few observations, showing that he indeed had a talent in this area. Sir, you didn't kill this, did you? Yunfan unconsciously began to use the respectful form of address. He initially thought Long Chen could only produce beast general materials. Who would believe he had a Beast King material before it was presented? Thus, although he was very polite to Long Chen, it was nothing compared to his current courtesy. That's right. Long Chen replied. Bang! Suddenly, the iron door on the left swung open. What's going on? How can there be such a powerful exotic beast aura? A middle-aged man in a suit frowned, his expression serious. He immediately spotted the snake gull on the table. With extreme speed, he approached. Looking at the fist-sized snake gull, he exclaimed, "What a powerful aura! This should at least be a beast general level 9 exotic beast. Just don't know what kind of snake it is." The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled. "Joe, why are you out here?" Yunfan was somewhat at a loss. "Someone came to sell something. Why did you, a worshipper, come out? What if they get unhappy and decide not to sell?" Yunfan muttered to himself. Zhou Kai was simply causing him trouble. He. Seeing that this person was at battle spirit level 3 yet had such poor insight, Long Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "My friend, did you hunt this?" Zhou Kai asked, somewhat displeased by Long Chen's laughter. He scrutinized Long Chen from head to toe, as if trying to see through him. "How is that possible? I can't see through what realm he is at all. This person is hiding his strength." Zhou Kai felt a bit shocked inside. "How much is this snake gallbladder worth?" Long Chen looked at Yunfan, ignoring Zhou Kai completely. "Sir, please wait a moment. Although I can tell at a glance that this is the snake gallbladder of the Beast King iron-armored black python, it still needs to go through professional testing with instruments to give the most suitable price," Yunfan said. Long Chen nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. "Zhou, I am currently attending to a distinguished guest. Please step aside for a moment," Yunfan said. "I am doing this for the benefit of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. I am more impartial here," Zhou Kai said, his tone quite displeased. He felt a bit angry at being ignored by Long Chen. However, due to not knowing Long Chen's true strength, he didn't dare to really lose his temper. Alright. Yun Fan had no choice. The battlefield ability users were not under his command. Jerry. Yun Fan spoke to the air. Jerry at your service. A mechanical arm extended from the ceiling, emitting an intelligent voice. This is the new generation of intelligent robots, named Jerry. The internal database has collected almost all beast materials and is connected to auxiliary supercomputing, allowing for quick analysis and identification. The accuracy rate for identifying Beast King level and below is as high as 99%. It almost never makes mistakes. Yun Fan explained. The robot emitted a beam of light to scan the snake gallbladder. It carefully compared the data for auxiliary analysis. A few seconds later, the material is a snake gallbladder, produced by a peak female iron-armored black python of Beast King level 1. The integrity of the snake gallbladder is 100%. Net weight is 17 pounds and 2 ounces. Jerry said. How much is that worth? Yun Fan asked. He had never seen anything of this level before. The intelligent robot would be more authoritative. At least it could serve as a reference. The reference price, converted to Thailand currency, is 39,500,000. Jerry said. Damn, no wonder it's worth so much. Being produced by a Beast King, Yun Fan exclaimed. This was nearly 40 million. For an ordinary person, it would take borrowing 500 years to earn this much money. However, sir, this is just a reference price from the intelligent robot. You also know that we need to make a bit of profit, so I can offer 37 million. Yun Fan said. That works. Long Chen nodded. This price is a bit beyond my expectations. In my past life, as a one-star general, the beasts I hunted had to be sold directly to the Tai Lin dynasty. The price would at least be discounted by more than 50%, and sometimes even 40% could occur. However, I could also gain some contribution points, which could be exchanged for weapons, techniques, cultivation medicines, and so on. Overall, when converted, it would definitely be at least 70% less than the current selling price. But contribution points are quite useful, so it has its pros and cons. However, for me, as a cultivator, contribution points are temporarily of no use. Money is still more practical. Long Chen thought to himself. You are really straightforward, sir. Alright, then it's 37 million. Yun Fan said with a happy smile. He could earn at least 200,000 from this deal. How could it possibly be from a Beast King? Can you really hunt a Beast King? Or did you accidentally find a dead iron-armored black python gallbladder in the Luofeng mountain range? Zhou Kai exclaimed in shock from the side. I've been here for a few years, and many ability users come and go selling beast materials. But I've never seen materials from a Beast King, because there are no strong individuals here who can kill a Beast King. Although the Luofeng mountain range is very large, it is set up as a training ground for ordinary ability users and new ability users. Even the camp commander in the northwest is just a battlefield. War spirit level powerhouses have never appeared. You can't possibly be a war spirit. A war spirit powerhouse would never disguise themselves in such attire. Zhou Kai stated with great certainty, his gaze fixed on the pair of eyes revealed by Long Chen. He seemed to want to discern any change in his emotions to confirm his suspicions. Zhou Feng, I ask you to leave, otherwise, I will report today's incident to headquarters, Yun Fan warned, narrowing his eyes. Zhou Kai spoke up repeatedly, worried about offending a client. It infuriated him. What do you want to say? Do you want to fight openly? Long Chen replied with a calm gaze. I, the Black Dragon Beast Hall, value integrity. I would never do such a thing. Zhou Kai retorted. He mainly felt that Long Chen could not possibly have the strength to hunt a Beast King. It must have been sheer luck that he obtained it. For instance, a powerful being might hunt a beast but ultimately die at the hands of the beast, leaving behind the materials that Long Chen happened to acquire. It was merely a stroke of luck. This was why he needed to conceal his identity. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure is a crime. When you lack the strength to protect wealth that matches your worth, that wealth will only become a death warrant. Then shut up. Long Chen shot him a disdainful glance. Sir, don't stoop to his level. Do you have anything else to sell? Yun Fan asked. Of course, Long Chen said, placing 2 snake eggs, about the size of ostrich eggs, on the table. These are the eggs laid while this snake gallbladder was still alive, Long Chen explained. Wow, this is a good item. The iron-armored black flood dragon is already a strong variant among beasts. They are rare and powerful. Their growth potential is very high, not to mention the eggs they lay. Moreover, it is said that this type of beast will immediately destroy all its eggs if it senses a significant threat. It is rare to find intact eggs. They have great research and collection value, highly sought after by top researchers and super rich individuals. Yun Fan's eyes lit up. Everyone loves good things. With so many people interested, naturally, someone would be willing to pay a high price. The price couldn't be low, it was a guaranteed profit. Jerry, quickly scan and identify them, Yunfan instructed. Yes. After half a minute of scanning, Jerry reported 2 eggs of the Beast King Iron Armored Black Flood Dragon. The shells are intact and the life status is active. The quality is top notch. What's the value? How much can they fetch? Yunfan pressed. There are no cases of this quality in my database. Preliminary estimates value them at 40 million each, totaling 98 million Tai Lin coins for both. Jerry replied. Wow, that's impressive, almost a small target. Yunfan's expression was remarkable. The so-called small target of 100 million is for super-rich individuals with ample cash flow. However, in reality, it is challenging for most wealthy people to directly take out 100 million in cash. 100 million is still a significant sum. After all, Tai Lin coins are very valuable currency among the nations of origin star. Sir, we can offer you 93 million for these 2 eggs. What do you think? Yunfan said after careful consideration. Deal. Long Chen did not hesitate at all. The price far exceeded his expectations. Keeping them would be useless. Selling them for cash was just right. Sir, you are straightforward. Yunfan smiled. Zhou Kai pondered, his eyes suddenly brightening as if he had seen through everything. Indeed, my guess was mostly correct. He just got lucky and picked up a backpack. This is why he needs to dress like this to conceal his identity while selling things. 93 million plus the previous snake gallbladder adds up to over 100 million. Even if I worked hard for 10 years, it would be difficult to earn this much. Zhou Kai's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with thoughts. Not every ability user is wealthy. Some enjoy taking risks and hunt beasts every day. If one were immortal, accumulating wealth would naturally be quick. The premise is immortality. However, some ability users are unwilling to take life-threatening risks and can only do business themselves. Or they work as bodyguards or security. He is the latter. Looking at the snake egg that could be worth so much money, Zhou Kai's heart could not remain calm. And these should be counted as well. Long Chen took out a dozen materials at the beast general level. He had killed many beast generals in the past few days. The ones that were not valuable were too large, so he destroyed them directly. The valuable ones were small in size, and he took them all away. Wow, is there this much? All of them are beast general materials. Sir, your skills are indeed extraordinary. Jerry, hurry and appraise them. Yunfan urged after being shocked. Unicorn beast, ice crystal ant, heavy armored bull. Total value is 110 million. Jerry said. Sir, how about 100 million? Yunfan asked. Long Chen nodded. After all, the Black Dragon Beast Hall deals in beast materials. Spending that much money surely requires a corresponding return. No matter how much they earn, as long as the price is satisfactory to him, it's fine. Let's appraise these 2 as well. Long Chen said. He opened the bag and poured it out. A huge black eyeball rolled out. Bang! Long Chen placed it on the table. My god, such a terrifying aura. What level of beast is this? Yunfan staggered back in shock. The moment Long Chen took it out, he also stopped suppressing the aura of the eyeball. Thus, the powerful aura it emitted was released without reservation. Especially since this eyeball still carried a trace of the iron-armored black python's spirit from its lifetime. What a terrifying aura! Zhou Kai's eyes were fixed on the eyeball. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, several sounds of wind were heard. 3 powerful figures emerged from that room. One in golden armor, one in silver armor, and one in black armor. Their helmets and masks were simultaneously removed. They revealed the faces of 3 elderly men with white hair, all over 60. However, due to their vitality, they looked only in their 40s or 50s. Such a strong and terrifying beast aura. Could this be high-level Beast King materials? It should be, but I can't tell what specific realm it is. Wait, is this an eyeball of a beast? Can you tell what kind of beast it is? I can't tell. I only know that this aura is extremely sharp and ferocious, likely the type that excels at ambushing enemies. The 3 said, their expressions extremely serious. Why have you 3 venerables come as well? Yunfan clasped his fists. Just curious, with such a powerful aura, we also want to see what level of beast it is. As they spoke, they looked at Long Chen. No matter how hard they tried, they could not see through Long Chen's true nature. The 3 exchanged glances, feeling utterly perplexed. Long Chen merely glanced at them and did not care. All right, sir, what do you think? Yunfan looked at Long Chen. It's fine, let's hurry up. Long Chen said as he placed the snake gallbladder, which was as big as a basin, on the table. With these items removed, the shoulder bag instantly flattened. After zipping it up, he hung it on his shoulder. Long Chen did not plan to sell the other items as they were all materials for weapon forging. Hiss! The 5 of them gasped in unison. They stared in astonishment at the snake gallbladder. This seems to be the gallbladder of the iron-armored black python, right? My heavens, this is too big. I've never seen a snake gallbladder this large from an iron-armored black python. Could this gallbladder and the eyeball be from the same beast? Yunfan exclaimed in shock. He had been shocked repeatedly today. He felt he had seen a lot of the world. That's right, it's a complete set. Long Chen said. If it's a complete set, the price of the gallbladder could at least double. This eyeball looks extraordinary at first glance. Yun Fan said. I've been here for so many years and I've never seen such a large snake gall. It's quite a rarity. That's right, not only is this snake gall special, but this eyeball feels extraordinary to the touch, very hard. It must be the special eyeball of the iron-armored black python mutation. I estimate the price of this eyeball will definitely exceed expectations. The three old men examined it closely, and the more they looked, the brighter their eyes became. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai squinted, a growing greed evident in the depths of his gaze. Bang bang! Long Chen tapped his fingers on the table. All right, sir, I will conduct a scan immediately. Jerry, hurry up and scan it. Yun Fan quickly responded. Yes. Jerry began the laser scan. However, this time the laser kept sweeping up and down, left and right. As a result, after a minute, it was still scanning. It felt like trying to download 100 gigabytes of a game on a 2G network. It could only be described as an indefinite wait. Jerry, what's going on? Yun Fan asked. Jerry can only scan materials from Beast Kings and below. Materials exceeding the Beast King level cannot be scanned by Jerry. Hey, higher level intelligence must be requested for scanning. Jerry explained. What? It can't be scanned? Wait, what did you say? Materials beyond the Beast King? Yun Fan's eyes nearly bulged out as he reacted. That's right, special materials beyond the Beast King level cannot be scanned by Jerry. Jerry confirmed. Alright, I understand. Yun Fan nodded heavily. Not only did he understand, but everyone present also understood. What does it mean to exceed the Beast King? The five of them were very clear on that. It represented another level of exotic beasts, an existence they could not even begin to approach. The Beast King is already formidable. It's been years since I've encountered one, and now it's materials from a beast that exceeds the Beast King. I've been here for almost 5 years, and aside from this time, I've never seen one. It's hard to imagine that materials from such a powerful exotic beast would appear here. Regardless of their value, their significance is absolutely extraordinary. I'd even be willing to sell everything I have to collect one. Come on, with your little money, you spend it all on indulgence unless you plan to stop eating and drinking. Mind your own business. The three old men sighed in unison. Zhou Kai was also shocked. In fact, he was ecstatic, with even more greed lurking in his eyes. But he kept glancing at Long Chen inadvertently. Sir, we've never encountered exotic beasts of this level here. So the existing equipment simply cannot scan it. Without knowing the level, we can't casually set a price. If we request the headquarters to send equipment over, it will take at least 20 hours. So, would you like to rest at the hotel first? You can choose any suite on the top floor. Rest assured, all expenses will be covered by our Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. Yun Fan said apologetically. No need, just estimate it based on the normal Beast Emperor material pricing. Put all the money into one card, and once your equipment arrives and the value is determined. If it's less, just make up the difference. Long Chen said. He still needed to look for refining materials. He didn't want to stay here for over 20 hours. Yun Fan hesitated for a moment. He couldn't help but look at the 4 offerings. The offerings not only guaranteed safety here but also had the responsibility of supervising Yun Fan. In simple terms, although Yun Fan was the manager here, he could manage the recycling of materials and payments, even personnel appointments. But the offerings were powerful and strength was everything. Thus, their powers were mutually balanced. Often, they had to show respect to the offerings. At such a critical moment for major decision-making, they naturally had a say. Well, what do you all think? It can be done, but it has to be calculated at the lowest price for recycling materials of the first level of the Beast Emperor. I don't think that's acceptable. The snake gall is indeed of extraordinary value, I admit that, but the eyeball is somewhat lacking. Whether this thing possesses any special value still needs to be assessed. Exactly, then it can only be considered at the price of a Beast Emperor material, with a 40% discount. Only in this way can we ensure the core interests of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. Feasible. We can just make up the money later, the 3 old men said. The reason they said this was mainly because they did not believe that this item was hunted by Long Chen himself. What does it mean to kill a Beast Emperor? Even if the 3 of them teamed up, they wouldn't be able to take a single hair from a Beast Emperor. In a place where Beast King materials rarely appear, to present Beast Emperor materials is inherently unreasonable. With their rich life experiences, they could naturally see at a glance that Long Chen had obtained ill-gotten gains, or perhaps he was helping someone else sell stolen goods. If he were truly a big shot capable of killing a Beast Emperor, he would definitely swagger in. They wouldn't just stand opposite Long Chen, at the very least they would be bowing and waiting for orders. Wait, I don't think that's acceptable, Yun Fan said without hesitation. The 3 looked at him. We must ensure this gentleman's interests. This is our first collaboration, and there are 2 pieces of Beast Emperor materials. How can we only count it as 1, and at the lowest price? I think it's best to count it as 2 pieces, and we need to ensure that the results are assessed within 28 hours and the remaining money is transferred. Yun Fan said. He was considering more about Long Chen's interests and Long Chen's view of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. He didn't want to give Long Chen a bad impression on their first collaboration. Offending the client is not a good idea. It's better not to make a one-time deal, it could lead to starvation. No way, what if it turns out to be worth less than that? We can't take responsibility. If it really doesn't work, this gentleman can wait at the hotel for a day. We'll keep the items here and the machine will arrive soon to provide results. Exactly, this is the safest method. It's just 1 day, not a long time. The 3 elders said, seemingly only concerned about the interests of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall and not caring about Long Chen's feelings. It should be said that they didn't regard Long Chen as significant. Ha! You guys are really. Yun Fan was directly angered to the point of laughter, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. How about you listen to me? At this moment, Zhou Kai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Yun Fan and the 3 elders turned to look at him. Long Chen also looked over, but his expression remained indifferent. Throughout, there are only 6 of us here, no one else. It's very quiet. Zhou Kai said meaningfully, his smile gradually turning sinister. What are you saying? Looking at Zhou Kai's smile and listening to his words, Yun Fan frowned tightly. He didn't expect Zhou Kai to think this way. Not only wanting to make a one-time deal, but also wanting to kill and rob. As for the 3 old men, they actually began to ponder, exchanging glances. 5 against 1, we have the advantage. Just with these materials alone, each person can at least get over 100 million. The key is that he definitely has a lot of good stuff in his bag and its value is absolutely not low. If we're lucky, we can each get over 200 million. The so-called fortune comes from danger, especially since there's really no threat. 200 million cash deposited in Xinjiang Bank. With an annual interest rate of 5%, an annual interest of 10 million, enough for us to retire. People like him, at a glance, have no real strength. Just lucky to have picked up a backpack left behind by a dead powerful person. Otherwise, why wouldn't he show his true face? Wouldn't a strong person like that be afraid we couldn't rob him? Something unusual must be afoot. Having a guilty conscience, naturally, he must hide his identity. A strong person capable of killing a beast emperor wouldn't appear here. So, how about it? Kill him, and we split the money from selling the materials. Zhou Kai became increasingly excited as he spoke. The temptation of 200 million was too great. Although he wanted to keep it all for himself, he knew he couldn't single-handedly kill everyone in the room. He could only share it with everyone. 200 million Tai Lin coins would be enough for him to live worry-free for the rest of his life. What are you still hesitating for? This is our territory, he won't be able to escape. Zhou Kai's battle armor extended from his back, covering his entire body, and a 4-foot-long knife appeared in his hand. The 3 elders looked at each other, unable to deny their excitement. They served as elders in the Black Dragon Beast Hall's branch. In truth, they were there for comfort, with good conditions, high salaries, and almost no danger. Each of them could earn over 3 million a year. However, even if they could earn 5 million a year in the future, they would still be working for someone else. It would take 40 years of not eating or drinking to save up 200 million in cash. With such temptation laid out before them, how could the 3 not be moved? Take a gamble, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Besides, we can get it without risking our lives. Agreed. The 3 elders. Masks gradually covered their faces. 3 elders, do you think the same way? This violates the rules of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. You can't do this. Yun Fan's face turned ugly. You'd better just watch from the sidelines, if you want to interfere, humph. The golden-armored elder snorted coldly. Yun Fan clenched his fists. He didn't expect all 4 elders to have such murderous thoughts. He had been the manager here for several years, and nothing like this had ever happened. The key was that no ability user had ever brought materials from Beast Kings or above. Other items weren't precious enough to provoke the 4 elders' murderous intent. But this time was different. As they said, a common man is innocent. But possessing wealth is a crime. When someone deems you weak and unworthy of vast wealth, your weakness becomes your original sin. Do you think the same way? Long Chen remained calm, his gaze fixed on Yun Fan, staring into his eyes. No, how could I think that? Please don't misunderstand. Sir, he is them, and I am me. Yun Fan quickly explained. Long Chen could see from his eyes that Yun Fan was not lying. Perhaps Yun Fan had his own motives, but that was for commissions or to meet big clients. Thinking long term. Long Chen laughed. Very well, I originally wanted to kill you too, but you can live for now. As for you all, go die. Long Chen's voice suddenly turned cruel, like a devil about to enjoy a feast. Ridiculous, still stubborn when death is imminent. Make your move. The 4 elders attacked in unison. Before they could even showcase Their abilities, Long Chen's terrifying killing intent swept through the entire room. It carried a spatial pressure formed by his aura. The four powerful figures were frozen in mid-air, subjected to all-around compression, as if they were in the depths of the sea. How is this possible? How do you have such strong power? You were pretending to be weak. I can't move. What realm are you at? It's over, we miscalculated this time, we've hit a hard wall. The faces of the three elders under their masks turned red, their armor gradually deforming from the pressure. However, what terrified them more was realizing they had hit a hard wall. They had misjudged Long Chen's strength. They thought he was just lucky, having picked up a backpack containing beast materials and claimed it as his own, like a little beggar flaunting a gold brick. They never expected he truly had the strength. No, how is this possible? How can you be this strong? Such a powerful person shouldn't exist here. Impossible, I don't believe it. Zhou Kai's voice trembled. The consequence of betting wrong was death without a burial place. Tears streamed down his face beneath the mask. Indeed, Sir is truly a super ability user. The four great offerings were actually subdued in an instant. Fortunately, I had no thoughts of resistance, or I would be dead for sure. Yun Fan's eyes widened, filled with fear and trepidation. His weak strength had left him terrified by Long Chen's killing intent. He couldn't help but feel grateful for his own insight and broader perspective. Thus, engaging in business should not be a one-time deal. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to end up starving or even losing one's life. My lord, I was wrong. Please spare me. I still have 20 million in savings and over a dozen properties, all for you. I beg you to let me go. Yes, I also have some savings and assets, totaling over 50 million, all of it for you. I implore you to spare me this once. I was blind, all my assets total 130 million, all belong to you. I only ask for my life in return. I have family, children, they cannot be without a father. If you let me go, this 130 million is all yours. The three old men desperately offered their wealth in hopes of being spared. In the face of absolute power, admitting defeat was the truth of survival. My lord, I have 35 million in cash plus multiple assets, which can be converted to at least 100 million in cash. If you can spare me, all of this is yours. Zhou Kai said eagerly. With the three offerings saying the same, he naturally dared not hold back. Fools, killing you means this money is still mine. Long Chen shook his head. Upon hearing this, the four men fell into despair. Go die. Air blade strangulation, Long Chen declared. The surrounding compressive force transformed into intersecting air blades that strangled them. Even in battle armor, their bodies were extremely fragile under such an attack. The scene was somewhat grotesque. No. You kill us, the Black Dragon Beast Hall will not let you go. That's right, you will die, the Hall Master will not spare you. The four were hysterical. At this moment, they could only rely on the Hall Master to pressure Long Chen. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Is that so? If he seeks death, then the Black Dragon Beast Hall has no reason to exist. Long Chen's voice was icy. He completely disregarded the Black Dragon Beast Hall. The four felt even more hopeless. With Long Chen saying that, there was not a shred of possibility left for negotiation. They were doomed to die today. I regret it. It's over. No. Bang bang bang. Three crisp sounds rang out. The three old men exploded into a mist of blood, completely dead. As for Zhou Kai, Long Chen beckoned, and Zhou Kai appeared. Before him, the facial armor instantly crumpled and fell away, revealing a pale face drenched in sweat. You deserve a better torment. An airblade pierced through his head. Zhou Kai screamed in agony. Long Chen's hand grasped. The skull exploded. With a squeeze of his palm, the body was completely shattered. The oppressive, twisted air of killing intent gradually dissipated. Long Chen stood 2 centimeters above the ground, not a drop of blood staining him. He had killed 4 people without even blinking. Yun Fan trembled as he witnessed the entire process, staring at Long Chen in terror. Just as you said before, transfer the money onto a card for me. Long Chen said. Yes, please wait. Yun Fan dared not delay, preparing a bank card to transfer the money into. Before him stood a god of death. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to his own life. Long Chen had not directly robbed him, which was already quite generous. Sir, this new Rue Bank Black Card has no password. It does not require any identity information, safe and reliable. It is specially prepared for our clients, with a total of 600 million inside. Of course, the final value of the eyeball and snake gallbladder will only be determined when I return to headquarters. At that time, I will transfer the money into this card. Yun Fan handed over a black card with both hands. Only users with deposits exceeding 100 million can obtain this black card. The card floated into Long Chen's hand. Yun Fan's way of doing things, in retrospect, Long Chen still appreciated. At least he knew not to overthink what wasn't his. He didn't engage in one-off transactions. His vision was much broader than that of the 4 offerings. Sir, here is this card for you. It's our store's supreme VIP card. As long as you hold this card, You can enjoy a 20% discount on anything purchased at any branch of the Black Dragon Beast Hall, and you will be treated as a distinguished guest. Additionally, here is my business card. If you have any requests, you can contact me at any time. Yuan handed over a supreme VIP card engraved with a golden-edged black dragon and a business card. The craftsmanship of this supreme VIP card was exquisite. It was quite valuable and had special anti-counterfeiting features, making it impossible to replicate. Long Chen took a glance at it and then placed it into his crossbody bag. As I mentioned earlier, transfer all their assets to this card. I mean all of it, Long Chen said as he turned to leave. Rest assured, sir, I will handle it well. Yuan replied. Very good. You have great vision. From now on, all beast materials will be traded with you. Long Chen left this remark. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I will do my utmost and will definitely not let you down. Yuan said, his face filled with joy and gratitude. Compared to my wife saying she doesn't know who the child's father is, that night had too many people and was too exciting. Sir, are you leaving? Let me open the door for you. Before Yuan could even input his fingerprint to open the door, Long Chen raised his hand and the door opened effortlessly. It was so smooth there was no password, yet it opened forcefully like that. Subsequently, wherever he passed, the doors were forcibly opened by Long Chen's aura. However, it did not damage the hydraulic system of the iron door. Not even the alarm system went off. It looked quite magical. Wow, this works. Yuan was shocked inside. Sir, I'll see you off. Yuan hurriedly followed. After Long Chen stepped out, he vanished in a flash. He had cut an opening in the outer wall at the entrance, allowing him to exit directly. No fingerprint verification was needed. Last time I went to the west of the Luofeng mountain range. This time, I'll go a bit further north to find suitable metals. The latitude here is different, and the climate is also different. With a higher altitude and heavy snow blocking the mountains, there should be good harvests. Long Chen thought. Watching Long Chen disappear, Yuan's excited heart could not calm down for a long time. He didn't know who Long Chen really was, nor did he know how strong he was. He only knew how significant Long Chen's statement about selling all future beast materials to him was. I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich. Sir is definitely in existence beyond the battle spirit. A true big shot. Ha, if all the beast materials Sir kills are sold to me, then I will really get rich. My performance will definitely rank among the top. In the various branches of the Black Dragon Beast Hall, I will surely have a significant position and perhaps I can rise even higher. There's even a chance I could sit in the position of the branch leader of the Black Dragon Beast Hall in the Northwest Camp. Yuan thought to himself. He was just the manager of this branch. He was not the highest position in this branch. There was actually a branch leader above him. The Black Dragon Beast Hall had a strict hierarchy. However, the branch leader above him was often away and did not concern himself with worldly matters. He would only return during critical times, such as when a big shot came or for audits, a relationship-based position. Thus, he, as the manager, became the second in command. He had to worry about many things. Wanting to rise up seemed a distant dream, but at this moment he finally saw hope. Sir, I really want to make progress. Yuan couldn't help but murmur to himself. Who doesn't want to progress? He had been a manager for so many years, always suppressed by the branch leader. Although the income was quite good, but his strength is weak, currently only at the first level of the battle body. If it weren't for his good interpersonal skills and achievements, he would have long been replaced by someone from the branch leader. As the saying goes, one should be wary even in times of peace. He must consider that he might be replaced in the future. However, this time he has a big client in Long Chen. He knows that his opportunity for progress has come. Indeed, one must have a broader perspective and not just think about immediate benefits. If I had stood with the 4 offerings just now, I would already be a corpse. No, I should say that not even a complete corpse would be found. Just thinking about Long Chen's methods earlier sends chills down Yuan's spine. It feels as if the battlefield is merely a puppet in his hands, easily manipulated. It should be noted that among them, the strongest is at the 6th level of the battle body, yet was easily killed. The gap is like a chasm. Manager, is that person really here to sell exotic beasts? The receptionist Mu asked. Yes, sir is quite an important figure. If he comes again in the future, treat him with the highest courtesy. You must be polite, not a hint of disrespect. If you receive him well, I will personally reward each of you 50,000, understood? Yuan said. Understood, don't worry, manager, we will definitely receive him well. That's right, manager, you can rest assured. The two brightened up and assured him. Well, I'll transfer 30,000 to each of you now. Consider it a red envelope. Be quicker in the future. Yuan took out his phone and transferred 30,000 to each of them. Thank you, manager. You're such a good person, manager. The 2 girls were overjoyed. I have to go out soon, and I won't be back for at least 2 days.
If someone comes to sell materials, you handle the reception and guidance yourselves. The commission will be yours.
Yun Fan said. Don't worry, manager, we know what to do. You can go with peace of mind.
The two girls replied.
Yun Fan returned
to the appraisal secret room from earlier.
Looking at the mess on the floor.
Jerry, clean this place up.
Yes.
A robot emerged from the wall and began to clean. Jerry, copy the video from all angles in the room just now and send it to me.
Yes. Soon, Yun Fan looked at the video sent to his phone. After fast-forwarding and watching it once,
he took a deep breath. The deaths were truly tragic. But dying was in vain. How could the headquarters offend such a big figure for them? Unless their brains are really messed up, or their perspective is too low to see the situation clearly.
Yun Fan sighed inwardly. As for the money in the three people's bank cards, I don't
have the means to withdraw it myself, but there are people at headquarters who have that capability.
I must immediately bring these two types of materials back to headquarters for appraisal.
By the way, apply for a higher-level appraisal robot, Jerry.
With this thought,
Yun Fan said, Jerry, put this eyeball and snake gallbladder in a shielding container. I need to take them away immediately.
Put the other items in the safe, waiting for the designated personnel from headquarters to receive them. Yun Fan instructed.
Yes,
Jerry replied.
Long Chen quickly traversed through the woods, running on the ground at an extremely fast speed,
like a gust of wind. The ball obtained from killing that flying exotic beast earlier attracts more exotic beasts below the beast general level.
Beast generals are relatively rare.
To avoid unnecessary trouble,
I need to suppress the attraction of these two half-balls to
exotic beasts first. With a thought, Long Chen wrapped the two half-black balls in his backpack with layers of air, minimizing their aura.
Unless an exotic beast is near him, it won't sense
anything.
As for why the exotic beasts outside the Northwest camp weren't attracted before, it's mainly because there are many shielding devices inside the Northwest camp preventing
the exotic beasts from sensing anything. Long Chen leaped to the top of a hill.
At this moment, the sun gradually rose and the sunlight fell on his face.
Taking out his phone to look at the map, the Luofeng mountain range is vast, and its average altitude is high.
It spans multiple climate zones.
Various different climatic environments can occur. The west is like
spring all year round, with lush trees. The east is said to have plenty of moisture, often experiencing fierce storms and high humidity.
The south has dust storms on the plateau, with hot weather and a perennial lack of water. The north is filled with heavy snow and ever-changing weather.
The center is a forbidden zone, surrounded by natural cliffs and rivers
that isolate it. From the map, there are many rivers, swamps, and lakes.
Places like this are prone to powerful exotic beasts.
However, the probability of finding the metals I want in lakes is low. It would waste a lot of time. Only the north is the most suitable. There, in the icy environment, special ores and metals can easily be nurtured. Long Chen looked towards the northern horizon. He vanished and moved through the woods.
Along the way, he encountered many ability users.
However, others couldn't detect him.
These ability users are just on the periphery. Even if they have some strength, it seems they are only heading east. The east is a region of perennial heavy rain, where the sensitivity of exotic beasts' hearing
and smell decreases. If ambushed, the chances of successfully hunting them are relatively high. It seems they are aiming for this purpose. Long Chen thought to himself. Standing on
a leaf, he took a glance and then disappeared. After all, compared to the areas with constant heavy rain, the beasts in the spring-like regions are generally too strong.
The hot, dusty
storms also lead to a severe lack of water. In such an environment, combat effectiveness drops drastically, let alone killing exotic beasts. It's uncertain whether one can even keep their
own life.
As for the north, it is all covered in heavy snow and glaciers. If an exotic beast were to ambush and attack, one wouldn't even know how they died. The central core area is also
a no-go zone.
Therefore, the eastern heavy rain environment is the most suitable for rookie ability users to hunt exotic beasts.
Bang bang bang. Suddenly, sounds of fighting came from a distance.
The battle was quite intense. More crucially, both sides in the fight were not weak in terms of ability levels.
Long Chen merely glanced over. Is it really her?
This person was known to Long Chen. It was Jiang Shi, whom he had slapped at the sales office before. She was also one of the surviving passengers from the flight.
Of course, if it weren't for
Long Chen, she would have definitely perished if she hadn't jumped from the plane. There was no way she would still be standing here. At this moment, Jiang Shi was wearing a fitted black
battle armor.
Her figure was curvaceous and impressive. In her hand, she held a 4-foot-long blue staff, similar to the ones used by wizards in comics.
Long Chen stood atop a 100-meter-high tree, arms crossed, watching. He stood on a leaf as if he were as light as a feather. Bang bang bang.
In the center of that forest clearing, 4 men in black battle armor were engaged in combat. Aside from the different styles of their armor, their auras were all between the 4th and 5th levels of combat.
Their strength and weapons were not much different. Continuing like this would only lead to a protracted battle. It would be a test of who could outlast the other. Boom! After another clash, both sides retreated several meters. Miss Jiang, you should leave quickly. The two of us will hold them off. That's right, hurry back to the northwest camp and seek protection from the camp commander. They came fully prepared, specifically targeting you. It's very dangerous for you to be here. This backpack contains a rocket flight device. Put it on and fly back as fast as you can. Remember not to fly too high, or you will be attacked by flying exotic beasts. The two speaking were Jiangxi's bodyguards for this outing to hunt exotic beasts, the brothers Bo Ku and Bo Wan. But what about you? Jiangxi quickly asked as she put on the rocket device. We'll be fine, they can't kill us. Only if you leave can we be worry-free. As long as we can hold them off for a bit longer, they will eventually give up and leave. Blog held a long knife, looking at the two people across from him who were wielding a large sickle, and said to Jiangxi, alright, just be careful. After Jiangxi finished speaking, she pressed a button, and the rocket thruster under her feet shot out flames, propelling her upwards rapidly. She had just reached a height of over 100 meters. RPG, Bowen shouted as he saw a white stream of air. What? Although Jiangxi reacted as well, it was still a moment too late. Boom! A person was directly hit and sent flying. The rocket thruster beneath her feet was damaged, and she plummeted from over 100 meters. Although she had armor protection, this impact was definitely fatal. After all, she was still just a peak level 1 warrior, a weak beginner ability user close to level 2. The armor could defend against impacts, but that was limited. Miss Jiang, Blog was about to rush forward. Your opponent is me. The armored man with the red sickle swept in with a strike. Get lost. Blog slashed back, engaging in combat. Bowen took the opportunity to dodge another person's attack and caught the falling Jiangxi. This prevented her from crashing to the ground. Are you alright, Miss Jiang? Bowen asked. Cough cough cough. I'm fine, just in a lot of pain. Jiangxi spat out blood. The power of RPGs in this era was no joke. A single shot could exceed 5 times the force of a beast's eruption. Fortunately, the armor was very strong and did not tear her apart directly. However, her whole body ached, and her head was spinning. What a couple of useless fools. You can't even take them down in half a day, and you still need me to step in personally. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind them. 2 men appeared, one a 2-meter tall, muscular armored man holding a hot weapon RPG. Even his armor seemed unable to contain his muscles. He casually tossed the RPG aside, drew out a pair of axes from behind, and stepped forward with an imposing presence. The other man, although wearing armor, was completely shrouded in a large black robe. Only his face was visible, pale as paper, looking quite eerie. It was he who spoke. He was the leader among the 4. My lord. The 2 sickle-wielding armored men knelt on one knee, placing their hands on their chests as if soldiers bowing to a king. Who are you, and why do you want to kill me? Jiangxi managed to stand firm and questioned. You should ask your grandfather and uncle about that. The old fool is stubborn and unwilling to cooperate with us, and Jiang Huo ordered a missile to take out quite a few of my men. You, the Jiang family, should all die, not leaving a single one alive. The man said coldly. So that's how it is. Jiangxi suddenly realized. She finally understood why they wanted to kill her. It turned out it was because her grandfather was unwilling to cooperate with them, and her second uncle Jiang Huo had ordered the deaths of many of their men. This was what triggered this targeted assassination. Miss Jiang, don't worry, we will protect you as much as possible. Bo Wen and Blog shielded. Horror. You two can't even protect yourselves, and you want to protect her. One is a level 4 warrior, and the other is a level 5 warrior. How can you protect anyone? The man sneered, slowly raising his hand. Suddenly, spikes made of rock shot up from the ground. In the midst of dodging, Blog and Bowen were directly immobilized. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Their bodies were completely fixed, unable to exert any strength. This is a sea-level Earth-type ability. You are actually a battlefield warrior? Blog and Bowen were shocked. Then came despair. The gap between realms might still have some possibility of compensation, but a significant gap in realms could not be reversed. They couldn't even fight back. Even if 10 warriors attacked together, the result would still be death. They are innocent, let them go. The one you want to kill is just me, Jiangxi said. After careful consideration, she had already realized how dangerous her current situation was. There was almost no hope of survival. She only hoped that the 2 bodyguards protecting her would be able to leave safely. Miss Jiang, do you think too highly of yourself? What difference does it make if I kill you and then them? Only the dead can keep secrets. The man sneered. Damn it. Jiangxi gritted her teeth. But at such a moment, no amount of anger could change the fact that she was at their mercy. The absolute gap in strength left no possibility for resistance. Don't worry, after you die, I'll send your head to your uncle, and your little hands to your father. I really look forward to seeing if they go mad when they see it. The man laughed sinisterly, even a bit perverted. He stepped forward and quickly appeared in front of Jiangxi, just as his hand was about to choke her neck. I didn't expect to encounter such a pervert in a place like this. You really deserve to die. A voice rang out. No one knew where the voice came from. It echoed deep in their minds. Who is playing tricks? Come out, show yourself. The man looked around warily. Sir, he's over there. The burly man pointed into the air. The man looked up. Long Chen slowly descended. From the sky, he landed lightly on the ground without a sound. It was as if his weight didn't exist at all. Jiangxi and the blogger also looked over. However, their eyes lit up in an instant. Who exactly are you? The man stared warily at Long Chen. From Jiangxi's gaze, the man already knew that Long Chen was acquainted with them. In the midst of speaking, the man's hand was already gripping Jiangxi's neck. This was a reflex. The moment the man saw Long Chen's entrance, he had already begun to feel a bit nervous. He couldn't afford to be careless. He could only subconsciously take Jiangxi as a hostage. It seemed that only in this way could he feel a bit of security. Do you want to save her? Do you think you're faster, or am I at killing? A mere first-level low-tier ability user, no one can save her from my hands, the man said confidently. He indeed had this confidence. After all, they were on the battlefield, and she was in his grasp. If Long Chen was here to save Jiangxi, in his view, Long Chen could only be cautious. Threatening me? How many lives do you have? Long Chen said casually. Arrogant. The man stared fiercely at Long Chen, ready to kill at any moment. Air blade strangulation. Long Chen raised his hand, and the air blade directly strangled the man. Ah! The man screamed in agony. His black robe was instantly torn to shreds, and his armor was also ripped apart. The whole person was pierced by countless blades, suspended in midair, unable to move. He was already on the brink of death. This scene happened too quickly. No one in the audience reacted in time. As for Jiangxi, she fell to the side, retreating to a distance, terrified as she watched this unfold. Why you? What level are you? Why can't I see your ability level and realm? The man spat blood as he stared at Long Chen. You're too weak, you don't deserve to know. Long Chen looked at him with indifference. Heh, even if you're stronger than me, so what? Do you really dare to kill me? Even Jiang Guohua and his superiors, not to mention the old man of the Jiang family, wouldn't dare to kill me directly. Do you dare to kill me? I am a 3-star deacon of the Spirit Fire sect. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely regret living in this world. My Spirit Fire sect will not let you go. You, including your family and friends behind you, will die in the most tragic way. No matter how strong you are, there will always be people you care about, right? There will always be times when you're not at home, right? If you're not at home, just wait and see how my Spirit Fire sect deals with your family. The man's pale face revealed a cruel smile, staring fiercely at Long Chen. Coupled with his bloodied mouth and miserable appearance, it was even more chilling. It seemed he had already figured out that Long Chen wouldn't dare to do anything to him. After all, in this world, everyone has their weaknesses. Some have parents, some have lovers, some have children. Of course, there are also those who have mentors. In short, as long as one is human, there will definitely be weaknesses. These are the ties that one cannot let go of. This is also why, in this world of supernatural beings, even the powerful do not directly kill the wealthy to amass riches, because there are regulations targeting supernatural beings, and everyone has their ties. Since there are ties, there will definitely be some reservations. Even when it comes to killing, they will consider whether it might affect their family and lead to retaliation. He intended to use this to threaten Long Chen. I originally wanted to kill you directly, but now you should be skinned and dismembered, dying a slow death. Long Chen revealed a cruel smile. It was simply more devilish than a devil. This kind of smile on his handsome face was a stark contrast. What? The man was stunned. His expression was no longer as cruel as a devil's. Instead, he was frightened by Long Chen's cruel expression. He instinctively shrank back. His heart trembled, his eyelids twitched, as if something bad was about to happen. He was terrified by Long Chen's cruel expression. It was as if he still had to practice in front of Long Chen. Long Chen flashed and appeared in front of him. His speed was as fast as lightning. Stop. Dare to harm the steward. Do you not want to live? Let's go together. The three rushed forward, attacking Long Chen from 3 different directions. 2 sides, 2 giant axes. It was almost a no-dead angle attack. They cut off any retreat for Long Chen. Long Chen raised his hand and crushed one skull. Then, with a slap, he shattered another body. Finally, the strong man was grabbed by Long Chen by the head and lifted up, utterly powerless to resist. Bang bang! The 2 heavy axes fell to the ground. They smashed into the ground, creating dents. One could see how heavy these axes were. And the strong man was like a newly hatched chick, even more pitiful than a chick. He couldn't even struggle. One could say he didn't dare to move at all, because Long Chen could explode his head at any moment. Why you? Are you really a battlefield warrior? How could a battlefield warrior be this strong? The strong man trembled all over, feeling as if he was grasped by the Grim Reaper, his eyes filled with despair. Bang! He was directly crushed by Long Chen. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, motionless. Long Chen remained calm throughout. As if he had just crushed 3 insignificant ants, it was nothing serious. One should know that even killing a chicken would make one blink. But Long Chen killed without blinking. His strikes were extremely decisive, each one a killing move. 3 moves to kill 3 people. All of them were left without a complete corpse. Seeing this scene, not only did the pale-faced Linghua sect man tremble all over, his facial muscles twitched. He was so scared that snot was running out of his nose. Jiang Shi and the other 2 were not much better off. Who could see such a way of killing and not feel fear? Moreover, the ones killed were 3 powerful battlefield warriors. Among them, that strong man had even reached the 9th level of battlefield strength. A 9th level battlefield warrior was killed before he could even display his true supernatural abilities. His strength is truly terrifying. That's right, I thought Miss Jiang just misjudged his strength, but I didn't expect him to be this strong, surpassing our guesses. Facing such an opponent is too terrifying. Bo Wen and Boku exchanged shocked and fearful glances. Is this his true strength? It seems Dad was right, he is the mysterious powerhouse who killed Master Chen. No wonder Master Chen died so miserably. To provoke such a supernatural powerhouse, it would be strange not to die a miserable death. It seems this time I won't be able to escape death. But why did he step in to save me? Jiang Shi sighed inwardly. Who would want to die if they could avoid it? But she was very curious why Long Chen wanted to save her. Was it really just because he couldn't stand it? Who are you? You look so young, how can you be so strong? The man didn't even realize his voice was trembling. No one has ever dared to threaten my family and live, those who do are all dead. Didn't you say that if you were killed, your spirit fire sect wouldn't let me go? If your family and the sect behind you want revenge, then come at me. I'll kill anyone I see, and I won't hold back. Long Chen raised his hand and pointed. The airblade sliced through the man's broken body. The taste of being flayed alive was not pleasant. Ah, no. A shrill scream echoed until his body was covered in wounds. It was a fate of skinning and muscle extraction. 10,000 words omitted here. Please, spare me, I beg you, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that, please. The man pleaded in pain, no longer possessing the arrogance and pride he had before, as if no one could punish him. Now he was just a pitiful creature wanting to survive. Be careful in your next life. Long Chen looked at him coldly and raised his hand to crush him. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, just like his 3 subordinates, dead without a complete corpse. And Long Chen's hands were not stained with a drop of blood. He turned to look at Jiang Shi, who was standing there in a daze. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life despite past grievances. Thank you, my lord. From now on, wherever I can be of use, my father and I will do our utmost. Jiang. She knelt and bowed in gratitude, regretting having provoked Long Chen at the sales office, expressing her apology and thanks. Get up. Is your uncle Jiang Guohua? Long Chen asked her. Yes, my lord, my second uncle is Jiang Guohua. Do you know my second uncle? Jiang Shi asked in confusion. I know him. Long Chen replied. As long as Jiang Guohua wasn't foolish, he was destined to be someone who would help Long Chen in the future. Moreover, Jiang Guohua had helped Yang Yue. Long Chen killing these 4 people was nothing significant. So that's how it is. My second uncle actually knows the Lord. That is truly an honor for my second uncle. Jiang Shi said, thinking to herself how fortunate her second uncle was to have such a powerful connection. Indeed, he was a real uncle, with great potential to cling to powerful allies. There are no other people around. The only ones who want to kill you are these 4. The news of their deaths won't spread for a while, so they won't send anyone else over for now. If you want to leave, you can go now. If you want to stay, try to remain in the northern outskirts of the Luofeng mountain range. Bang bang bang. After Long Chen finished speaking, the aura around him instantly shattered the rock spikes that had trapped Bo Wen. The 2 descended. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Both knelt down. Get up. After Long Chen spoke, he turned and headed north. My lord, please wait a moment. Bo Wen hurriedly got up to catch up. Long Chen looked at Bo Wen, who had come before him. My lord, I have a map here. If you are going to the extreme cold region north of the Luofeng mountain range, then you must keep this map with you. As Bo Wen spoke, a gap opened in the armor at his waist. He presented a sheepskin map with both hands. Long Chen picked it up and took a look. The map even marked special mineral areas and natural shelters, among other relevant information. It should be noted that such information could not be found on a standard map of the Luofeng mountain range. The sheepskin had a credible age of at least 30 years. Where did you get this map? Long Chen asked. My lord, I accidentally found it in a blind box I won at an auction. But with my current strength, I definitely won't need it for now. The extreme cold region is not somewhere I can go with my current strength. It's too dangerous there, Bo Wen explained. Well, this map is indeed very useful to me. What is your name? Long Chen asked. My name is Bowen, and this is my younger brother, Bowen replied. You haven't made any progress in your realm for 2 years, have you? Long Chen assessed him from head to toe. How did you know, sir? Bowen's expression changed in shock. 2 years ago, you were severely injured. and the venom from the 1,000-claw spider invaded your spine. This caused you to not only fail to progress in strength over the past 2 years but even to regress a bit. You are 2 years older than your brother, yet your strength is almost on par with his. That's the reason. Long Chen seemed to see through the issues in his body at a glance. Do you have a way? Sir? Bowen's eyes lit up. Turn around and endure it, Long Chen instructed. Yes. Bowen turned around. Long Chen's finger pressed on the spot on his back where he had been attacked. He used his qi to expel the residual venom from his spine. Bowen gritted his teeth against the pain. It felt like a needle piercing his cervical spine. However, it only lasted for a moment before it passed. As a former great figure who had transcended tribulations, Long Chen was also proficient in the medical arts. Great figures are like that, they understand and excel in all aspects. Otherwise, how could they be invincible in Long Yuan? Without some other means, one cannot be called invincible. The residual venom has been removed. As for how far you can go in the future, that depends on you. Long Chen said. Thank you, sir. I really feel lighter, I'm truly healed. How miraculous. Thank you, sir. Bowen's face was filled with joy. For the past 2 years, he had been unable to make any progress and was quite depressed. Seeing his brother's strength nearly matching his own and that he would soon surpass him, he was naturally anxious. It was impossible to let his brother stand still waiting for him. Now he could finally advance further. He even felt light and buoyant all over, giving him a sense that he could break through soon. You could say this is a blessing in disguise. As long as you don't slack off, you will definitely achieve greater heights. Long Chen said. Thank you, sir. If you ever need my help in the future, I will do my utmost. Bowen said earnestly. This was essentially another opportunity for him to improve, far more important than that sheepskin map. At least for Bowen, it was as precious as life. I feel the same way. If you have any orders in the future, please feel free to let my brother and me know. We will do our best. Bok added. Seeing his brother have a chance to advance, he was very happy. Only by working together can brothers go further. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for one person to rise high in this era. We'll talk about future matters later. Long Chen simply nodded. On the contrary, the sheepskin map was indeed very significant to him. Restoring Bowen's injuries was quite simple. Long Chen was always clear about gratitude and grudges. By the way, sir, do you know anything about the Spirit Fire sect? Bowen asked. I've heard of it, but I don't know much. Why do you ask? Long Chen inquired. In his previous life as a one-star tiger general, he spent most of his time enhancing his strength, or commanding troops to slay exotic beasts, or leading some strong soldiers to conduct raids. For example, when satellite surveillance or personnel intelligence revealed that a terrifyingly powerful exotic beast was about to lay eggs, it was necessary to eliminate the danger in its cradle. He had executed many such missions, often getting injured. He also lost quite a few friends. Therefore, he wasn't too familiar with some forces and strong individuals in the secular world. It was a case of uniting against external threats rather than internal ones. Thus, he didn't understand the Spirit Fire sect, having only heard the name. Sir, the Spirit Fire sect is quite significant. It is one of the 3 major sections. Their tenet is that the soul of a person after death will be sublimated and exist in another form. Therefore, in their brainwashing rhetoric, there is a saying, life is death and death is life. So they act very extreme. Sometimes they even help the alien beasts kill people. At times, they assist the weaker side of humanity, but once the alien beasts are eliminated, they will immediately turn around and wipe out the surviving humans. Their actions are completely unpredictable. Although the probability of such events is low, their style is notorious. Moreover, it is said that their ultimate ideology is to exterminate all life on this planet, achieving absolute equality between life and death and the liberation of souls. Only then can the world be balanced. Only then can it be better. Bowen said. At this point, his expression was extremely serious, and he was very wary of the Spirit Fire sect. What level is the strongest in the Spirit Fire sect? Long Chen asked. I don't know the specific level. I haven't had the opportunity to encounter someone of that caliber. In any case, they are very powerful, so powerful that they can rival a nation. They are not weaker than any strong country. Their people can be found in every city and fortress, strong and extremely radical. So even the member empires of the Origin Star Empire Alliance do not dare to easily unite against them. At most, they will intervene to teach them a lesson when they go too far. As long as they don't cross the bottom line, no one will easily tear their face with them. Bowen explained. I see. Long Chen nodded, pondering in his heart. Based on my experiences in the Long Yuan continent, I estimate that it is not that the Spirit Fire sect is too strong, but rather that various interests are deeply entangled. The emergence of the 3 major sects might have been supported by someone behind the scenes. When needed, they can be used as pawns. They are probably just chess pieces. Using a knife to kill someone has always been an unchanging tactic on the Origin Star. But who is the pawn and who is the piece? The benevolent see benevolence and the wise see wisdom. It's hard to say. Long Chen thought to himself. The world is an extremely complex entity. In his previous life as a one-star general, he had limited exposure to these matters, understanding them but not deeply. He was purely a military general. The years on the long Yuan continent had matured his mind. He had experienced everything. Naturally, he could directly infer the reasons for the continued existence of the Spirit Fire sect. Some forces utilize the Spirit Fire sect, but the Spirit Fire sect also uses those forces. As long as they can achieve their respective goals, that's enough. As for whether the Spirit Fire sect will be destroyed, under normal circumstances, no one would eliminate them. In the future, they won't either. But if they dare to offend Long Chen, that would be a different situation. You all leave quickly. This weather satellite can't capture anything. By the time the alien beasts eat the bodies without leaving a trace, the Spirit Fire sect won't be able to do anything in the short term. Also, do not spread news about me. After Long Chen finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Rest assured, my lord. Take care, my lord. Bo Wen and the others said. They didn't even know where Long Chen had left from. They didn't see clearly, he just disappeared so suddenly. The Lord's speed is so fast that he comes without a shadow and goes without a trace. Truly a real master of abilities. Bo Wen sighed. Among the ability users, those whose strength far exceeds one's own are generally referred to as seniors. Of course, that is aimed at the older ones. For someone as young as Long Chen, calling him my lord is the most appropriate. That's right, I've never seen a master who can kill on the battlefield as easily as killing a chicken. Brother, what level do you think the lord is? Bo Ku asked. I think he has at least reached the battle spirit level. He might even far surpass the battle spirit level. Bo Wen said solemnly. But the lord looks like he is only around 20. Is there really such a strong genius in this world? Why have I never heard of him before? Not a whisper of news. They all say that a 30-year-old battle spirit is already a dragon among men, a rare talent. 20-year-old battle spirits are hard to imagine, let alone those who far surpass battle spirits. I can hardly fathom what level of genius this must be. Is it an S-class or double S-class, or perhaps an SSS triple S-class that no one has ever reached? Blog looked in the direction where Long Chen had left, feeling emotional. Sigh, I really don't know. I've seen geniuses, but I've never seen one this genius. It's truly a blow. Sometimes, the gap between people is even greater than that between a person and a pig. Talent is something you can't envy. Of course, having talent alone isn't enough. One must work incredibly hard to reach greater heights. The sacrifices made behind the scenes by the adults are certainly beyond our imagination. Bo Wen sighed repeatedly. His respect for Long Chen came from the heart. Brothers, haven't you noticed that the adult has never shown any supernatural abilities from start to finish? At least I haven't seen or felt any fluctuations of supernatural powers. No matter how special the ability, it shouldn't be possible to completely hide it. Could it be that my experience is too limited? Jiangxi couldn't help but voice her doubts. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. I didn't feel any fluctuations of supernatural powers throughout. It's truly baffling. Indeed, that sharp white airflow also had no fluctuations of supernatural powers. What is going on? Is there an ability that can completely conceal its aura? Bo Wen and Bo Ku exchanged puzzled glances. They were somewhat at a loss. You must know that supernatural powers are easy to distinguish. It's like if someone started dancing the chicken dance. You could instantly tell that this is Akuan's little black one. As long as a supernatural user employs their powers, there will be fluctuations. Unless they are purely using their fists or employing weapons with the most straightforward attacks, there won't be any fluctuations. If you don't use supernatural powers, naturally, there won't be any fluctuations. But Long Chen's ability to kill from a distance surely wouldn't be without fluctuations. This is something any supernatural user with a bit of common sense would understand. Could it really be an extremely special ability that has never appeared before, one that can completely suppress its aura even when used? Who knows? No one knows about things that have never happened. The further north you go, the higher the altitude and the colder the weather. No wonder this is the extremely cold region north of the Luofeng mountain range. The temperature here is already around -10 degrees. It's said that the core temperature can drop to over -50 degrees. It seems to be true. Long Chen thought to himself, his speed not diminishing in the slightest. Sometimes he would step on dry branches for leverage. However, even so, the fragile dry branches surprisingly did not break. His control of strength was exquisite. As the altitude increased, the weather was certainly getting colder. Just like at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the lowest temperature can reach -50 degrees. The average altitude of the Luofeng mountain range reaches 6,800 meters. In lower areas, it usually only ranges from 3 to 4,000 meters, so the temperature is relatively normal. But once it exceeds 6,000 meters, it immediately plummets below 0 degrees Celsius. The coldness in the north is due to the high altitude. This is what raises the average altitude of the Luofeng mountain range. The center of the Luofeng mountain range is relatively flat, resembling a basin created by a meteorite impact. Even scientists have concluded that the Luofeng Basin is a basin formed by a meteorite impact
millions of years ago. Roar! The wailing of a strange beast caught Long Chen's attention.
This is. Long Chen stopped, standing on a branch, looking ahead at a gigantic strange beast.
The weather here was always shrouded in mist. Even though there were many ancient trees, many had shed their leaves and could not grow in the cold conditions.
Only a portion could grow leaves and withstand the cold.
Thus, he could see through the branches a wolf-shaped strange beast gnawing at the back of a battle armor cow.
Don't be fooled by the battle armor cow's height
of 10 meters and length of over 20 meters.
Much larger than the wolf-like beast overall.
Yet it was still breached from behind. However, the armored bull was still alive, albeit
in great pain. The heartache was so intense it felt like it couldn't breathe, wailing in agony. This is the iron-armored anal beast. They say its attack is simply the most straightforward. Anal probing. It waits for the right moment, strikes true,
and with its super strong bite force, many beasts fear it. Although I've seen it in my past life, this one has slightly
different fur.
Logically, the iron-armored anal beast should have shed its fur and grown a skin armor to adapt to the era of abilities. But it still has white fur like steel needles.
An iron-armored anal beast with pure white fur is rare.
I've never seen one before. This is the first time.
When things are unusual, there must be something amiss. There must be something good inside this beast. Long Chen thought as he quickly approached. He made not a sound.
While the iron-armored anal beast was wholeheartedly enjoying its meal, Long Chen unleashed a sword chi with a forward thrust.
A woof! The iron-armored anal beast howled to the sky, its voice extremely loud.
The sound waves were so strong they created circular ripples,
distorting the air.
It was like the shockwave produced by a grenade landing on the ground.
One could imagine how painful it was.
There's a kind of pain that hurts just to look at.
Long Chen
also felt that this must be incredibly painful, without a doubt. I know you're in pain, but hold on a bit longer, and this lifetime will pass.
Long Chen said coldly.
He had already seen that a human hand, clad in armor, was stuck between the beast's teeth. Naturally, he showed no mercy. He flicked his hand upward.
Buzz!
The bones shattered, and the sword chi directly cleaved the upper half of the iron-armored anal beast in two.
Boom! The beast's eyes gradually lost their vitality, finally turning a lifeless dark gray.
As the saying goes, the mantis
stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Long Chen gave it a profound lesson. Don't take your meal too seriously, pay more attention to what's behind you. Long Chen's attack was too strong. Normal defenses couldn't withstand his sword chi at all. As for the armored bull, its breath gradually faded, and it died.
Meanwhile, on a distant hill, several pairs of eyes suddenly focused on this spot.
The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?
In my eyes, Jin Xingjiu, everyone is a mantis.
But why do I feel like I've seen this person's back before?
Jin Xingjiu said with a puzzled smile.
Indeed, this group was Jin Xingjiu and the 10-member Tao Tai ability team.
Does young Master Jin know this person? Asked the
team leader, Sun Zihu. A bit familiar, but it's too far to see clearly, I can't recall. But that's not important. Let's show him who the real oriole is, isn't that more interesting? Jin
Xingjiu said with a wicked smile.
Has young Master Jin thought of a new game?
No matter how we play, our Tao Tai ability team will accompany you to the end. As long as young Master
Jin enjoys himself.
Sun Zihu was also quite interested. As the team leader, he knew how to flatter.
Let me see if this guy has anything good inside him.
Long Chen was about to shatter the corpse with a sword.
However, he immediately sensed someone behind him. 11 people, their strength is generally weak.
It seems they come with ill intent.
Long Chen thought.
I didn't expect to find what I was looking for without any effort. My mother tasked me with killing at least one armored bull and one wolf-like beast, bringing back a tooth from each. I didn't expect to find two ready-made ones here.
And one of them is an extremely rare mutated white-furred iron-armored anal beast.
Very good, very nice.
A disgusting voice came from behind.
Before he could say anything further, Long Chen turned around.
It's you little brat. Long Chen's gaze was cold. The person speaking ahead was Jin Xingjiu, whom he had thrown across the airport terminal. Along with him was the 10-member team of the Tao Tai abilities. However, he only recognized Jin Xingjiu. As for the members of the Tao Tai abilities team, he did not know them.
It's you! Jin Xingjiu's expression changed instantly upon seeing Long Chen's face, his voice filled with anger as he gritted his teeth. He was all too familiar with Long Chen's face. It was Long Chen who had beaten him, leaving him dazed and embarrassed in front of everyone. How could he possibly forget?
Young Master Jin, who is he? Sun Zihu asked, puzzled.
He is the one I told you to kill for 10 million, Jin Xingjiu replied. So it's really him. What a coincidence.
Now that you've run into us, you're in for a world of trouble. He.
Sun Zihu sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with malice as he looked at Long Chen. It was as if Long Chen was already trapped with no way to escape,
ready to be toyed with at will.
Very well, I was just thinking I couldn't find you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my door.
You actually dared to hit me in front of so many people. Weren't you quite capable before? Why can't you say anything now? Now I can give you a chance to live. Crawl into this armored bull's belly. Let me roast you for 10 hours. If you can still survive in there, I'll let your family go. When I return, I won't touch your family either. Or you can kneel. Jin Qingzhou crossed his arms, a wicked smile on his face, savoring his words. Ah! Suddenly, Jin Qingzhou let out a terrible scream. His ears flew off and fell to the ground, and only then did he finally feel the pain. Realizing what had happened, he covered his ears, his hands covered in blood. Blood gushed from the wound. You talk too much. You might as well not have that mouth. A blade of energy. Around Long Chen's body sliced through Jin Qingzhou's lips. This scene was indeed a bit chilling. Ah! Kill him for me, hurry up and kill him. If you kill him, I'll give each of you 10 million, just chop him to death. Jin Qingzhou trembled with rage, shouting. Who could understand the feeling of having their mouth cut off? Imagine the character in a horror movie wielding a Gatling gun. That's the kind of feeling it was. You dare to hurt young Master Jin? You're dead meat, kill him. Sun Zihu shouted in shock after realizing what had happened. The 8 members of the Taotai abilities team drew their long knives and axes from their backs, rushing at Long Chen from all directions. The remaining 2 women held heavy sniper rifles for support. Their abilities were very special. Both guns were enveloped in a layer of dark light. This was a special ability that could enhance weapons and bullets. The power would increase geometrically. In someone else's hands, these guns wouldn't be much use against a slightly stronger ability user. But in their hands, they were even more powerful than heavy firepower. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them fired at Long Chen's arms simultaneously. The 30mm bullets, combined with their enhanced abilities, were extremely powerful. If they hit, and considering Long Chen wasn't wearing armor, logically, they would instantly tear his arms apart. Even his body could be shredded. However, the bullets spun wildly in front of Long Chen, unable to get close. A special ability that can enhance weapons? But you're too weak. With just a trifling 3rd level of battle body, even with the bullets, it's only the power of a 4th level. At most, the bullets are just fast, making them hard to defend against. Too bad it's useless against me. Long Chen commented coldly. At that moment, the kinetic energy of the 2 bullets was completely spent, falling to the ground. Following that, the attacks from the other 8 came one after another. Whether it was their knives or axes, they couldn't penetrate within a meter of Long Chen. No sound was made at all. It was as if an invisible wall of air was blocking them. Everyone was taken aback. Dozens of attacks couldn't get through. How is that possible? What on earth is this thing that can't be cut? Is this a superpower? What kind of superpower is it? I've never seen one that can be released without any superpower fluctuations. Could it be some kind of plasma shield? Impossible. Plasma shields are still in the experimental stage. They are either purple or blue. There seems to be a transparent one, but once attacked, it shows color. I've never seen one that's completely transparent. So what is this? The crowd was shocked. What are you still standing there for? A bunch of useless trash? Whoever kills him first, I'll add another 10 million to their reward. Get rid of him for me. Jin Qingzhou shouted hysterically. No one had ever dared to treat him this way since he was a child. His parents wouldn't even hit him, let alone beat him up this badly. Without ears and a mouth, he had directly become a horror movie villain. Not bad momentum, but your strength is too weak. Since you've chosen a dead end, then all of you can die. Long Chen's aura shield disappeared around him. The 8 people stumbled. The shield is gone. Sun Zihu was overjoyed, reacting quickly, almost instinctively raising his long knife to strike down. Bang! Long Chen pinched the sharp long knife with 2 fingers. Sun Zihu exerted all his strength, his face turning red, but he couldn't bring it down. C-Class Amplification Superpower, Battle Body Level 9. What a waste. Trash like you only deserves to be someone else's dog. Bang! Long Chen applied slight pressure, and the long knife broke. With a speed that no one could react to, Long Chen's 5 fingers grasped Sun Zihu's forehead. At the temples. A slight squeeze would be enough to crush him. Sun Zihu didn't dare to move at all. You're still so young, how can you have such strength? How is this possible? Who are you? Sun Zihu said in fear, his previously arrogant gaze now dissipated. It felt like having a knife pressed against his neck. Any movement would mean death. I am someone you cannot afford to offend. Long Chen smiled, but there was cruelty in his smile. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their hearts. Captain, let go of the captain, or we won't spare you. No matter how strong you are alone, do you really think you can kill us all? Once we send this video back, how dare you kill a fellow superpower user? The superpower punishment. Team won't let you go, you will definitely die. Want to slaughter superpower users? What a vicious heart you have. I will let the whole world know your crimes. Everyone, look, we are hunting exotic beasts, and he actually wants to steal our spoils and kill our captain. He is simply the enemy of humanity. Let go of the captain. I command you to let go, or your crimes will be exposed to the world. Do you want to be enemies with all superpower users? The other 9 were anxious. Some even took out the cameras attached to their battle armor to start recording. They pointed their weapons at Long Chen. After all, whoever released the video first would occupy the high ground in public opinion. This is the mainstream of the current era of exotic beasts on Origin Star. At that time, even if Long Chen jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash himself clean. They could even force him to give in and let go of the captain, and this matter would be dropped. After all, in today's era, it's not about fighting and killing but about human relationships. No one would want to be pushed to the forefront of public scrutiny. Killing superpower users is not allowed. Moreover, killing your kind for exotic beast materials is even worse. Such acts will be condemned by countless superpower users. Even ordinary people will support the hunt. The superpower punishment team will definitely not let it go. Although such things happen often. But it's fine as long as it's not known. Once it's known, you're definitely finished. No matter how big your background is, this is a bottom line that cannot be crossed. Unless you have powerful connections. But can you really reach that level? Are you really fearless now? Sun Zihu looked at Long Chen and snorted coldly, growing more confident with each word. That's right, Captain Sun is not wrong. I admit I underestimated you. You are indeed strong. But no matter how strong you are, there are those stronger than you. Once the video gets out, you'll have nowhere to go. Kneel down and bow your head to me now and immediately surrender. Then I might consider not releasing the video. Otherwise, you're finished. Jin Xingji gritted his teeth. His face twisted with rage. Sun Zihu nearly spat blood upon hearing this. The other 9 team members also had expressions of disbelief. What the hell, are you an idiot? This is a total disaster. It was hard enough to stabilize the situation. Aren't you just provoking them further? But they didn't voice their thoughts, only cursing him countless times in their hearts. How can an ant know the height of the sky? Since you like to shout so much, let me give you something to shout about. Long Chen smiled. It was an extremely unsettling smile. Indeed, though it was a simple smile, to everyone else, it appeared eerily sinister. Almost in the next moment, Jin Xingji and Akoan were already sent flying. Ah! Jin Xingji screamed like a pig being slaughtered. There was a kind of pain that was painful just to watch. Any man would feel a chill run down their spine. It felt like a cold wind blowing through a certain place. I want you dead. I will definitely make you die. I am from the Jin family, and if you dare to treat me this way, my parents will surely take your life. Just wait, you just wait. Jin Xingji was hysterical. Losing a Koan drove him to madness. Ah! But in the next moment, Jin Xingji's cries grew even more intense. Akoan's left and right protectors were pierced through. Who could endure such pain? He lay on the ground convulsing. He couldn't even make a sound. And after doing all this, Long Chen appeared as if he had done nothing at all. His expression was extremely calm. You want to threaten me with a video? Do you think I would be afraid? Bang! Long Chen applied slight pressure with his fingers and Sun Zihu's battle armor helmet was dented in. His fingers penetrated the skull, even reaching into the temple. Ah! Sun Zihu screamed, a pain that no one could understand. Stop, please stop. Aren't you afraid we'll upload the video? I just need to tap the video and it will be uploaded immediately. The crowd threatened. Without hands, how will you upload it? Long Chen replied. What did you say? The crowd was confused. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, dozens of energy blades neatly severed their hands at the wrists. The phones fell to the ground along with their hands. Blood gushed out. Ah! The 9 of them screamed in agony. They wanted to upload the video but couldn't even tap it. Such videos do not support voice uploads. Their blood-soaked hands couldn't even move to upload. You can't do this, you can't kill us. If so many ability users die at once and the young master of the Jin family is also crippled, the ability punishment team will definitely investigate. Even if you are on the battlefield, you can't escape punishment. That's right, you can't escape. You might as well let us go, we can give you all our money. I have money, over 20 million, it's all yours. I also have quite a bit of money I can give you, please don't kill me, I beg you. Let me go, I beg you for my life, I can give you anything. The crowd pleaded for mercy. At this point, they had no trump cards left, only begging for their lives and offering up their wealth. Perhaps Long Chen would still be wary of the punishment team's investigation and spare them. They had always been the ones from the gluttonous ability team threatening others, taking their wealth. They had never been robbed by others. It was impossible for them to give up their wealth to seek survival. The name Glutton in the gluttonous ability team was taken by robbery. In the past, ability users who encountered them alone would suffer greatly. Now, it was their turn to face Long Chen and suffer the consequences. Killing you all, your money will still be mine. You might as well all go die, Long Chen said. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like the voice of a devil. Everyone's body trembled. Before they could turn to flee, bang! Long Chen exerted force and crushed Sun Zihu's head. His movements were as swift as the wind, crushing one person after another. Except for the 2 alluring women in their 30s from the Tiao Tiao ability team, the rest were all crushed. It was too brutal. However, the hands of the 2 women were already broken. At this moment, they were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground. Don't come over here. The helmet opened, revealing their charm, as they looked at Long Chen in terror and fear. My lord, I can do anything for you, just spare me. Yes, my lord, you must be hungry after hunting the beasts, we can all be yours. Don't think we don't have hands, but we will definitely make you. The two women flirted and batted their eyelashes, but before they could finish their words, Long Chen appeared in front of them. In an instant, with a single slap, he crushed one of them. Women are just red-skinned skeletons. In Long Yuan continent, beauties are everywhere. I have never cared for any woman, let alone you two aunties in your 30s. Do you really think I'm hungry? Long Chen's gaze was cold. Only someone truly starving would be interested in women like these in their 30s or 40s. Crushing them directly also contributes to the imbalance of men and women. After all, in this era of beasts, the ratio of men is significantly lower. The scene of Long Chen killing the two women was witnessed by Jin Qingjiu, who had just woken up. Terrified, he quickly retreated along the ground. As a result, his hand pressed against something. That's right, it was Yuan. But at this moment, he couldn't think too much. Looking at the satisfied corpses, he was filled only with fear and regret. He regretted why he had come to snatch beast materials in the first place. He never expected it would be Long Chen, and that he was so powerful. As for you, Long Chen turned to look at Jin Qingjiu. My mom is the deputy commander of the 6-star police protection team. My dad is the chairman of the Gene Pharmaceutical Group. Do you dare to touch me? If you do, my parents won't let you go. Just let me go, and I guarantee you, we'll be fine. Jin Qingjiu could only bring up his background. Indeed, it was quite extraordinary. Looking at the entire Donglan city, although he wasn't at the very top of the pyramid, he was definitely among the best. The young master among young masters. Usually, he acted with impunity and no one could sanction him. It was all because he had good parents. One was rich, and the other was powerful. Having either one could allow him to do as he pleased, let alone having both. Is that so? Then let your parents come to find me for revenge. Your whole family should come together. It's so boring to die alone. By the way, didn't you want to be roasted alive inside the armored bull's body? I'll fulfill that request for you. Long Chen smiled. That simple smile appeared to Jin Qingjiu like that of a devil. No. Jin Qingjiu screamed in fear. Long Chen incapacitated him and threw him into the armored bull's belly. The air blade cut through the trees to set up a bonfire to roast the armored bull. Ah! Jin Qingjiu screamed hysterically, but it was of no use. Long Chen used his satellite phone to call his mother's mobile. He put it on speaker next to the bonfire. Hello, son, what's wrong? Aren't you out training? Did something happen? Hello, answer me, quickly answer me. Son, why are you screaming? What happened to you? Who is it? Who is it? Who is tormenting my son? Let me know who you are and I'll kill your whole family. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone was frantic. Hearing her son's screams, how could a mother remain indifferent? Far away in a luxurious office in Donglan City, a woman in her 40s, the deputy commander of the 6-star police protection team, trembled as she held the phone. After cursing for a long time without any response, only the fading screams of her son filled the air, and she was extremely anxious. Someone, quick! Locate my son's phone, hurry! At the same time, she immediately dialed the number saved as husband on another phone. Hello, where the hell are you? I don't care which vixen's bed you're in. Our son is about to be killed. I don't care what means you use, get a plane and gather all the powerful abilities you can find to come with us. If my son dies, I won't let you off. Long Chen didn't care whether the phone was answered or what was being said. The screams of Jin Qingjiu completely drowned everything out. Let me see if this special mutated beast can produce any unique treasures. Long Chen looked at the corpse of the armored probing beast and unleashed a wave of sword energy with his fingers. Countless sword energies sliced through. Soon, it was completely shredded. Only one tooth remained intact. Long Chen beckoned, and the tooth fell into his hand. This tooth was about the size of a 2-liter bottle of soda. The texture is tough and smooth. This tooth is quite special. The sword energy just now must have sliced through the outer protective shell, revealing its true form inside. Let me see how hard it really is. Long Chen's sword energy traced over it. A fine scratch was left behind. Clearly, this armored probing beast is just a beast spirit, yet this tooth far exceeds the hardness it should have at its own level. It even reaches the hardness of a beast king's armor. Interesting, this is quite a good material. Although it can't be used for refining weapons, its value is definitely not low. It should be worth several tens of millions. Long Chen thought. He placed the tooth into a shoulder bag. With a wave of his hand, he unlocked the cash on their phones one by one using the residual fingerprints. All of it was transferred to his account through the killer's dedicated phone. The cash wasn't much, totaling 230 million. The account balance was 890,030,000. After all, most ability users tend to invest in fixed assets. They generally don't keep too much cash in the bank. The handling fee was actually 23 million, which is 10%. It seems this phone's free transfer limit has been exhausted. Long Chen looked at the amount received and the deduction notification on his phone.
After all, this money was transferred directly from someone else's account.
It's dirty money. Money must be laundered to be clean. Thus, a 10% handling fee is already very low by global standards.
Only a killer's dedicated phone could have such a low charge. In the normal black market, laundering money usually costs at least 20 to 30%.
Some outrageous ones can even reach 50%. Looks like I'll have to kill another killer from the association, Long Chen thought. As for that 10% handling fee, it was gone, and he didn't care about that little money. Beep beep beep.
His own phone vibrated.
Long Chen opened it to check.
The bank card received 21,800,000.
The balance is over 1,170,000,000. The voice prompt said. It seems Yuan Fan has completed the appraisal and sent the money over. That's over 200 million added in one go. The efficiency is quite fast, not bad. But is this amount a bit too much?
The materials from a first level
Beast Emperor shouldn't sell for this much. They must have given quite a bit extra. The Black Dragon Beast Hall is quite generous, Long Chen thought.
He wouldn't think too deeply. Yuan Fan simply played the on-site video. Those who were dismissive instantly became
serious.
Those who were angry had their eyes clear up. They indicated that more money must be sent over.
Yuan Fan directly became someone many high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Beast Hall had to curry favor with. As for the 4 offerings that had died, being enemies
with such a person is no different from courting death.
No one dares to do that. The Black Dragon Beast Hall exists solely for profit. Offending a terrifyingly powerful financier is a foolish act best avoided. Soon, Long Chen's phone rang again. Bank card received 348 million. The bank account voice prompt announced. Moreover, this money was marked as, this is the entire fortune of the 4 offerings, please accept it, senior. Looking at it this way, the scale is even larger. Even the offerings from one's own family are not favored. Better than other villains who are bent on self-destruction. The Black Dragon Beast Hall can continue to cooperate in the future. Long Chen thought. He liked this kind of grand vision. He put his phone away. He didn't pay attention to the nearly 1,465,000,000 balance.
Earning money as a supernatural being is quite simple.
A set of battle armor and a knife can kickstart a business.
Not to mention his level of strength. Long Chen didn't care about money, he had no interest in it. It was just a cold, mere 10-digit number.
Long Chen sliced a piece of battle armor beef, added some seasoning, and finished it off, replenishing his somewhat hungry stomach.
Only upon reaching the nascent soul stage can one survive without eating.
Relying on absorbing the
spiritual energy of heaven and earth is enough to sustain life. Other realms, to varying degrees, still need to eat something.
Long Chen
vanished in a flash. He continued towards the extreme cold of the north. As for the background behind Jinxingzhou, Long Chen paid it
no mind.
In front of true powerhouses, wealth, power, and background are all mere clouds.
Only one's own absolute strength matters. He didn't even take the Jin family to heart.
After crossing several mountains, Long Chen stood at the mountain peak, gazing at the majestic
plateau ahead, covered in white snow. It was as if a giant beast was blocking the way. As far as the eye could see, there were high mountains. The altitude difference between the two places was significant.
Coupled with the year-round overcast skies, it felt even more
oppressive. The average altitude here must be at least 7,000 to 8,000 meters. The highest altitude even exceeds 10,000 meters. No wonder this is a forbidden zone for supernatural beings. There must be many powerful exotic beasts here, Long Chen thought. He took out a map to take a look. This should be the mountain marked on the map. Going in that direction, according to the map, there is an underground cave with special ore. Let's go here.
With this thought, Long Chen bent his knees.
Boom! He exerted force like a cannonball.
The ground beneath him collapsed in a 10-meter radius.
A 500-meter-wide chasm spanned directly to the halfway point of the opposite slope.
He crossed several kilometers. He couldn't be bothered to take a detour. He charged straight across. As for the location of the special refuge marked on the map, he didn't pay attention. He was confident that he had no need for refuge. It should be the exotic beasts that need to take refuge. The temperature here has already dropped to minus 40 degrees. However, this temperature has no effect on me in the Qi refining stage. By releasing my Qi, I can keep the cold air at bay.
Long Chen glanced at the thermometer on his shoulder bag.
At the same time, a slightly distorted airflow surrounded him, blocking the fierce wind and cold.
Even though he was still wearing a casual short-sleeve shirt and long pants, it didn't matter. This is the difference between cultivating immortality and being a supernatural being. Cultivating immortality has no weaknesses in almost any aspect. Even if there are, one can make up for them through cultivation techniques.
For example, if one is innately unable to use fire, then one can cultivate fire-related
techniques. If one cannot use ice, then cultivate ice, and so on. However, the difficulty and level of techniques vary, and the performance after cultivation also differs. As for supernatural beings, after awakening their powers, they can only cultivate in the direction of their awakened abilities. Only then can they maximize their strength. The direction is too singular. The advantage is that they can focus on researching one direction. The disadvantage is that it is easy for enemies to figure out all their abilities and develop specialized methods to deal with them. Long Chen pondered. Regarding the cultivation of supernatural abilities, one cannot help but be somewhat indifferent. After all, supernatural powers ultimately cannot reach their peak. The limitations are too great. Long Chen stepped on the white snow, leaving no trace of footprints. The speed of climbing the mountain was not faster than running on land. The harsh environment had some impact, but it was not significant. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, at a completely frozen, low-lying lake, a group of 8 fully armed supernatural beings walked on the ice surface. If Long Chen were here, he would definitely recognize the leader. It was Lin Ruocheng, whom he had met earlier at the sales office. He was the developer of the villa Long Chen had purchased. The frozen lake surface was covered with ice crystals everywhere. There were also many icicles along the lake's edge, resembling an ice and snow kingdom. Being situated in a depression among several mountains, the lake's surface had little wind. This lake has an area of about 3 square kilometers according to the map, one of them said. The depth is unknown. No one has truly explored it yet. What do you think, old son? Lin Ruocheng asked, looking at the information displayed on the screen. He was dressed in a black battle suit, not much different from the other 6 middle-aged bodyguards. However, unless the battle suit was particularly good, it wasn't very warm. It was only relatively insulated. Therefore, they also wore extremely cold down jackets and down pants on top. They carried various backpacks filled with supplies. According to the records on Ice Source Grass, Old Sun said confidently, there must be caves or something around such high altitude, ultra-low temperature lakes. As long as we get inside, we will definitely find Ice Source Grass. Don't worry, President Lin, I will definitely help you find the Ice Source Grass you want. Old Sun was very certain. He wore a dark green battle suit, which was extremely expensive and had a high level of protection. Thus, he only casually put on a down jacket. He wasn't carrying anything, making him the most relaxed among them. With Old Sun's words, I feel at ease. After all, we have searched many places along the way these past few days and haven't found any ice source grass. If we can find it here, that would be incredibly lucky. Lin Ruocheng smiled. However, he didn't truly think so inside. Sun Zishan confidently led us to a dozen places, and not one had ice source grass. Every time he was still so confident. Now we are coming to this dangerous area in the northern part of the Luofeng mountain range. If something goes wrong, everyone could be in trouble. I shouldn't have invited him in the first place. The Taodai supernatural team might have been more reliable. At least they are a team with more experience in the Luofeng mountain range. And they wouldn't charge a commission of 100 million upfront like he did. On the surface, he said that, but Lin Ruocheng was already cursing inwardly. However, he didn't dare to voice it. It seems President Lin has something on his mind. Are you feeling emotional, son? Zishang said with a forced smile. Old son, you misunderstand. I'm just a father worried about his daughter, hoping to resolve her supernatural issues quickly. Otherwise, her future could be ruined. She might even become a useless person because of this. Lin Ruocheng shook his head sadly, using these words to deflect. This was a remote place. He didn't want to provoke Sun Zishang. Otherwise, he might end up paying the price here. He was risking everything for his daughter, personally taking action. Not finding the ice source grass was what worried him the most. Well, after all, she is your biological daughter, so it's normal to worry. President Lin, rest assured, this trip will definitely yield results. The growth probability of ice source grass in extreme cold areas is more than 10 times that of other places. This 100 million won't be taken in vain, Sun Zishang said indifferently, while looking around. Old son, you're too kind. Just do your best, Lin Ruocheng quickly replied. However, old son, this is indeed on the frozen lake surface. It seems the thickness of the ice won't exceed 5 meters. Could there be some giant exotic beast we've never seen beneath this ice? Lin Ruocheng asked. 3 feet of ice doesn't form in a day. This ice is so thick and uniform, clearly it hasn't been disturbed. Even if there are exotic beasts, they must be hibernating, so there's nothing to fear. Just don't make too much noise. No one understands this better than I do, Sun Zishang said nonchalantly. Primarily, it was due to his strength. Secondly, he was naturally confident, believing he understood everything, as if he were the king of understanding. Alright, let's hope there's really nothing. Lin Ruocheng could only trust him. What none of them noticed was that as they passed the center of the lake, a massive shadow gradually became clearer. It was swimming quickly ahead, and it took over 10 seconds for its body to completely swim past beneath them. Just how long could it be? Yet they felt nothing on the ice surface. The surroundings had only grown quieter. There was no wind or any sound, just the faint sound of their footsteps. However, they had tried their best to keep their steps light. Coupled with the soft rubber of their battle armor, fitting snugly, the noise was minimized. "It's so quiet, it feels like something's off," the captain of the bodyguard said. He had been Lin Ruocheng's bodyguard for over a decade, and his name was Wu Huiyan. "I think you're overthinking it. I haven't noticed anything wrong," Sun Zishang dismissed. "What you don't know, son, is that although Wu Huiyan's strength is only at the 8th level of the battle body, his ability is quite special and his insight is extremely sharp. If he senses something is wrong, it definitely won't be a mistake. It's because of this insight that he has saved me more than once from those who wanted to harm me. The reason I've managed to turn danger into fortune multiple times is all thanks to Wu Huiyan," Lin Ruocheng explained. Even if there is real danger, with me here on the battlefield, can't I protect you? Just walk with confidence. Look, there seems to be a cave behind that ice spike on the shore, Sun Zishang said. Everyone followed his gaze. Sure enough, behind those long ice spikes on the shore was a dark hole. There really is a cave. Lin Ruocheng's eyes lit up. With such a cave, the probability of finding ice source grass greatly increases. It seems we have a good chance of finding it. Lin Ruocheng was extremely happy. The purpose of their trip was the ice source grass. If they could find it, they could head home early. In their excitement, they forgot about the unease Wu Huiyan had sensed earlier. "Let's quicken our pace," Sun Zishang said. The group noticeably quickened their steps. Soon they reached the opposite shore. These ice spikes were both clustered together and standing alone, looking crystal clear. They obscured the straight entrance to the cave. "There's a small gap here. Let's go through here," Lin Ruocheng called to everyone. "No need to be so troublesome." Bang! Sun Zishang punched and shattered a 1-meter thick vertical ice spike blocking the way. Bang bang bang! The sound of ice crashing to the ground echoed into the cave. The huge reverberation was extremely clear. "Son, what are you doing?" The faces of Lin Ruocheng and the others were somewhat colorful. "Making such a big noise before even entering. What if there were exotic beasts?" From the hardness of this ice, it seems this ice spike hasn't been disturbed for several years. The cave inside is basically free of danger. But we still can't let our guard down. "Follow me," Sun Zishang said. "Alright, let's follow Sun." Everyone had no choice but to comply. They took out flashlights from their bags to illuminate the surroundings. Inside the cave, there were rows of ice spikes everywhere. Under the reflection of the flashlight's beam, it looked like a world of ice, stunningly beautiful. Fortunately, there were no women among them. Otherwise, seeing this scene might have caused trouble. After all, which woman wouldn't be mesmerized by such a sight? In an instant, he could think of the romantic proposals and encounters that had taken place here. Carelessly, one might just end up dead. This hole seems to gradually slope downwards. There are 5 paths here, 1 leading up and 4 leading down. And why do I feel like these 4 holes are of different sizes, and the openings are too round? The 4 paths on the ground seem to have been rolled out by something. They feel very smooth. Lin Ruocheng looked at the 4 holes. He always felt that these holes were not simple. But what they were specifically for, he did not know. "What should we do, old son? How should we proceed?" Lin Ruocheng asked. "Splitting up is definitely not an option. Let's take the upper path first. If there's no ice source grass, we'll try the others one by one," Sun Zishang replied. "Alright, I'll follow old son's advice." Long Chen arrived at the edge of the frozen lake. Looking at this vast body of water, Long Chen took out the map for comparison. According to the map, this lake shouldn't exceed 1 square kilometer. Yet now it has expanded so much. In the era of exotic beasts, even the smallest lakes can become large and deep from the constant rolling of massive beasts. The exotic beasts in here don't seem small. The cave marked on the map should be on the opposite shore. I can find it by crossing over. Long Chen put away the map. It's a place rarely trodden by human feet. I wonder if there are any strong exotic beasts in this lake. A smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Killing exotic beasts, especially the extremely powerful ones. He was not soft-hearted at all. More importantly, rare and powerful exotic beasts would inevitably yield some extremely unique materials. Some could be sold for a high price, while others could be used for crafting. Long Chen moved like a gust of wind. A blade of air sliced through a chunk of ice, sending it crashing onto the ice surface. Long Chen swiftly stood on top, hands behind his back, gliding smoothly. His speed was quite fast, very graceful. And this commotion on the lake surface was not small. From high above, a massive shadow gradually became clear. It was a gigantic, gaping maw. Yet there was no sensation on the lake surface at all. Bang! A shadow burst through the ice. The gaping maw was about to swallow Long Chen along with a large chunk of ice. This scene resembled a giant python swallowing a speeding car. Wow, not bad. There really is a powerful exotic beast. And it's a beast king. Long Chen's lips curled into a smile. His figure vanished in an instant. Crunch, crunch. The giant exotic beast took a bite of the ice block, finding no taste of meat at all. It couldn't help but feel puzzled. Long Chen landed steadily on the ice surface at the center of the lake. He looked at the massive snake-like exotic beast, half of its body protruding from the ice. Its surface was not smooth, appearing white, but its armor had a very textured quality. Just by looking, its defensive power seemed extremely strong. Judging by sight, just this half of its body exceeds 100 meters in size. The overall length must be at least over 200 meters. In terms of body length, it far surpasses the male iron-armored black gel python I encountered before. The only one comparable would be that flying exotic beast I killed. It seems its strength has reached the 9th level of the Beast King, about to break through to Beast Emperor. But I've never encountered a snake-like exotic beast that looks like this. In my past life, it's probably a hybrid mutation. With white skin, it can't possibly be Baisuzhen. Hee. Long Chen chuckled at this thought. That was just a myth. Baisuzhen couldn't grow this large. Otherwise, Fa Hai wouldn't just be talking about the great might heavenly dragon. He would have to put on his robe and run away quickly. I wonder if there are any good materials inside you. Long Chen thought. He regarded this white snake as his prey. The white snake seemed to realize it hadn't killed that human. It began to look around, its gaze searching, and finally landed on Long Chen. Their eyes met, and Long Chen's expression was incredibly calm. That composed demeanor made the white snake narrow its eyes. Tongue flicking, the white snake scrutinized Long Chen. For a moment, it not only did not advance but even swayed its tail and retreated quite a bit. Bang bang bang. It crashed through a large block of ice 5 meters thick. I didn't expect this white snake to be quite perceptive. It actually recognized that I'm not to be trifled with. Long Chen looked at the white snake with some curiosity. Generally speaking, the more intelligent the beast, the stronger its abilities, and correspondingly, the greater its sense of danger. For example, insect-type beasts have a relatively strong sense of danger. And if snake-type beasts can sense danger in advance, it proves their intelligence is quite high. This white snake is something else. Long Chen thought to himself. Hiss hiss hiss. The white snake flicked its tongue and emitted a somewhat sharp, low sound. Its tail splashed on the water's surface, seemingly warning Long Chen to leave, so they could coexist peacefully. More critically, the white snake felt it couldn't win. In a battle with no chance of victory, it didn't want to risk its life. The world of exotic beasts is also very cruel. If severely injured and discovered by other beasts in the food chain, it would almost certainly die. Do you want me to leave? Just now, you wanted to swallow me whole, and now you're afraid and want me to go. You've already chosen your path to death. You might as well keep your life. Long Chen's gaze turned cold. He would not let anyone who wanted to kill him go. He pointed his finger, and a sword aura shot out like a rainbow, extending 400 meters. A sharpness that seemed capable of cutting through anything was unstoppable. Die. Long Chen slashed diagonally downward with his sword. Hiss. The white snake's eyes changed, startled by this sword strike. This sword was beyond imagination. The white snake didn't dare to be careless and immediately spat out a frost breath. However, it was directly sliced apart by the sword aura. In a moment of extreme danger, the white snake dove into the water. Its tail couldn't be retracted in time, and the tip was severed 20 meters off. Boom! The tail crashed into the water, blood spilling out and staining a large area of the lake's surface. You think you can run? Long Chen leaped into the air, slashing down with his sword. A neat cut was made on the ice surface. Before the white snake could dive deep into the water, it was directly sliced into several pieces. Its body floated on the water's surface, pushing the ice aside. The lake was filled with bubbles mixed with blood, turning a large area red. The Beast King at the 9th level couldn't withstand Long Chen's attack at all, not even in the water. Quick reaction, but unfortunately, not quick enough. Long Chen retracted his sword aura. If the white snake had been fast enough to dive 1,000 meters deep, it could have indeed avoided the direct attack of the 400-meter-long sword aura. Unfortunately, the white snake wasn't that fast. Coupled with Long Chen's reaction speed being too quick, it was destined to be killed. Escaping was merely a wishful thought. The snake meat has a lot of bubbles, which is why it floated to the surface. Soon it will sink to the bottom. I must end this quickly. Air blade strangulation. Long Chen raised his hand and gripped the air blade, slicing through the white snake's flesh. Buzz buzz buzz. Bang bang. Something's there. Amidst the sound of cutting that seemed to disregard everything, two crisp sounds emerged, and Long Chen's eyes lit up. He inhaled, pulling the quickly sinking white pearl towards him, about the size of a fist. Of course, there was also a large snake gallbladder the size of a plate. This pearl is hard, smooth as jade, with ice attribute qualities. It's quite a good material for refining. As for this snake gallbladder, although it's not large compared to its massive size, it's already the largest snake gallbladder I've seen. In the same realm, the previous female armored black python was of similar realm, but it was only the size of a fist. A single haul of 2 excellent monster materials. This is a huge profit. Long Chen placed the pearl and snake gallbladder into his shoulder bag. There should be other exotic beasts in the water, but they're probably sleeping. First, I'll go to the cave to look for refining materials. As for here, by the time I come out, the smell of blood will definitely have attracted other exotic beasts. However, you can't kill too many powerful exotic beasts in the same place, or else it will easily provoke retaliation from the stronger beasts. They may not find me, but they will definitely target the northwest camp as well as the teams of ability users and ordinary ability users in the Luofeng mountain range. They might even attack nearby cities. You can't kill too many beast kings or those above that level. It has to be kept within limits. As Long Chen thought of this, he stepped on a piece of ice and quickly propelled himself away. What he was thinking was indeed correct. This is one of the reasons why a relative peace can be maintained between humans and exotic beasts. Human ability users can hunt exotic beasts, and in this process, exotic beasts can also retaliate against humans. This is a normal cycle of competitive consumption. Both sides are tacitly aware of this, but if a large number of human ability users are ambushed and killed by exotic beasts, humans will definitely retaliate. Regardless of how many they can kill, they will first launch a small-scale nuclear strike. It is impossible not to retaliate. This is a matter of attitude. Similarly, the exotic beasts feel the same way. If you kill many of their powerful ones, they will also retaliate. This is why there is a prohibition in hunting exotic beasts. You are not allowed to kill too many beast kings or those above that level in the same place. Otherwise, it will trigger a wave of exotic beasts, causing countless human deaths. Long Chen naturally understood this principle even better. In my previous life, the wave of exotic beasts attacked Donlin City, and in the end, no reason was ever found. Eventually, interest waned and it was left unresolved. I don't know what exactly caused it. Was it a premeditated plan by the exotic beasts to cut off the important city fortress of the Tai Lin dynasty, Donlin City? Or was it just a normal wave of exotic beast attacks? Or perhaps someone killed many powerful exotic beasts. This led to the nearby exotic beasts collectively launching a wave of attacks on a city. But regardless of the reason, this event will inevitably occur. Finding enough materials to forge a sword is the only way for me to fly with the sword and resolve this crisis, Long Chen thought. He couldn't possibly run to the television station and announce that Donglin City was about to be attacked by exotic beasts. Would he have everyone abandon their industries and hard-earned efforts, as well as ordinary people running away from decades of mortgage payments? You must know that the mortgage system in the Tai Lin dynasty is hereditary. This means that when a father dies, the descendants still have to pay. Even if a wife leaves, she still has to pay half, unless the whole family is wiped out. Therefore, with their assets in Donglin City, how many people would be willing to leave? Wealth can easily be moved, but poverty cannot. Anyone who dares to say that exotic beasts will attack the city would be treated as a fool, spreading rumors and directly sent to a mental hospital. So, only Long Chen's own strength could be a powerful means to resolve the crisis. Is this it? This map is quite interesting. I didn't expect the marked special mineral cave to be real. It saved me quite a bit of time searching for it myself. Long Chen looked through the ice cone at the straight inward cave. This place has quite a strong smell. What a strong fishy odor. This smell is somewhat reminiscent of the scent during animal childbirth. Long Chen had a keen sense of smell. He made a judgment based on the scent he detected. However, it was hard to say for sure. After all, this place is rarely visited by humans. It is the world of exotic beasts, and any kind of smell could arise. The vast majority of exotic beasts won't wash themselves, nor do they have soap for bathing. So generally, they have a strong body odor, and the smell is quite pungent. Forget it, a little smell is just a little smell. Long Chen didn't mind. Just as he arrived at the cave entrance, he couldn't help but look back at the broken ice on the ground. There are fist marks. It seems they were broken by an ability user who went in before me. It hasn't been more than 12 hours. Long Chen looked at the completely darkened sky. The Luofeng mountain range has a peculiar characteristic. At night, the clouds recede, revealing a starry sky. During the day, however, it is mostly overcast. Therefore, even if something were to happen here, satellites in the sky would be unable to capture it. Moreover, the origin star is so vast that the number of satellites is limited. It would be impossible to deploy a satellite specifically to monitor this area, only to capture nothing. Long Chen entered the cave. At that moment, waves surged on the lake's surface. A shadow emerged, its eyes bright like two luminous pearls. Roar! It let out an extremely sharp cry. However, the sound was blocked by ice spikes, rendering it nearly inaudible by the time it reached the cave. Flames burned in Long Chen's hand, illuminating everything around him. When he arrived at a fork with 4 downward paths and 1 upward, he thought, the upward path is likely a ventilation shaft, so I'll go down. I'll take this. 1. Long Chen chose the largest of the 4 downward openings. The energy beneath his feet lifted his body, and he slid down directly. The passage was round, with no protrusions, just a bit winding. It continued downward like a bottomless pit. The air gets thinner the further down I go. And there are toxic gases as well. Though not deadly, they can induce hallucinations. If you're quick, wear a gas mask, or if your battle armor has built-in protection. That would be good. Otherwise, you'll definitely get lost in here, Long Chen thought. However, the toxic gas posed no threat to his perfectly refined body, which had entered the Qi training stage. Breathing it in felt no different from inhaling air. After quite a while, he finally arrived at a vast, hollow cave. The ground was covered with many branches and leaves, forming a massive nest. The area exceeded 30,000 square meters. However, there was nothing inside. Long Chen landed steadily beside the nest. There were several cave passages surrounding this nest, intricate and interconnected. Long Chen's flames soared into the air, illuminating the cave walls that reached a height of 100 meters. Indeed, there are rare ores. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He leaped onto the rock wall, using his fingers to extract the ores like sword energy. After scouring everything, he said, "Not bad, I've found 6 types of special metal ores. I'm getting closer to the 81 types of metals. Currently, I'm still missing over 30 types. The map that Bowen gave me is quite good. Next time I see him, I should give him a little something in return." Long Chen was very satisfied. This map was incredibly useful, saving him a lot of effort. He thought about giving Bowen some benefits later. This map was worth billions in his hands. Look, there's an egg here. My goodness, such a big egg. Damn, it's bigger than me. What kind of beast could lay something this large? So many eggs, so many eggs. Wow. You guys, look, there are at least 300 eggs here. Suddenly, voices came from one of the cave passages. Looks like it's the group that came in before me. Long Chen walked toward one of the cave passages. Based on the height of these passages, this snake's diameter must exceed 15 meters. Its length is probably over 230 meters. Its strength must be at least that of a beast emperor. Long Chen speculated based on the cave's height. Ha, we're going to get rich. According to the patterns on the eggshells compared to the data, this is definitely a unicorn python's egg. Something this big must be at least a beast king or even surpassing a beast king. One egg is worth at least over 100 million. Ha, we're going to get rich. Old son, I know you're anxious, but hold on. With so many large eggs here, there must be more than one unicorn python. You mustn't act impulsively. Carrying such a large snake egg makes it hard for us to move. This kind of beast can definitely track us by scent. More voices came through. That voice sounds somewhat familiar, Long Chen thought. Who's there? Come out. At that moment, Sun Tze had keenly sensed footsteps. He shone the flashlight towards Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen dressed in a casual short-sleeve shirt, long pants, and sneakers, Sun Zishan narrowed his eyes. How could there be someone here and wearing short sleeves at that? Who exactly are you? Sun Zishan watched Long Chen's every move with caution. Bang! Sun Zishan's flashlight suddenly exploded. Don't shine the flashlight around. Long Chen said flatly. What did you say? Sun Zishan's expression stiffened and then anger surged within him. The explosion of the flashlight startled him. Wait, Sun Lao, hold on a second. I know this friend. It's completely a misunderstanding. You all mustn't act rashly. Lin Ruochen quickly said upon seeing it was Long Chen, although he was extremely shocked that Long Chen would appear here, dressed in short sleeves and long pants. My goodness, aren't you cold in this minus 40 to 50 degree weather? However, he still hurried to stop Sun Zishang from acting impulsively. He knew how formidable Long Chen was. Master Chen had been knocked down with a single slap and had died mysteriously. It was 99% likely that Long Chen was responsible. The key was that they still didn't know Long Chen's background. There was no need to offend him for no reason. The martial world isn't just about fighting, it's about human relationships and social etiquette. Lin Zong, you know him? What kind of background does this kid have? Sun Zishang asked, arms crossed, displeased. Little brother, don't be angry. After all, Sun Lao didn't mean to shine the flashlight on you suddenly. Lin Ruocheng first tried to appease Long Chen. No, next time, Long Chen said flatly. Sun Zishan was about to express his displeasure. Sun Lao, let me introduce you. This is the rising star of the younger generation from Donglin City. I can guarantee that if this little brother participates in this year's ability assessment, he will definitely amaze everyone. He is sure to rank in the top 5 of Donglin City. Lin Ruocheng said. What he mentioned as the top 5 was only because he didn't know Long Chen well enough, so he was being relatively conservative. So it's him. Upon seeing Lin Ruocheng, Long Chen understood. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It was indeed the developer of the villa he lived in, Lin Ruocheng. Oh, really? What's his name? Sun Zishang became serious upon hearing this. A genius with the potential to rank in the top 5 of the Donglin City ability assessment was indeed not to be underestimated. Even he couldn't afford to look down on him and had to take it seriously. It's important to know that the entire Tailin dynasty has a total of 69 city fortresses. Donglin City isn't large, and its population isn't many. It's just ranked at the bottom. But being able to rank in the top 5 among many new ability users every year is very significant. Nationwide, it could at least rank within the top 3,000. Definitely able to enter a first-class ability school. Such individuals are generally geniuses cultivated by prominent families. The era of commoners giving birth to ability users ended decades ago. The probability of ordinary people giving birth to ability users is minuscule. The idea of commoners becoming noble is just a wishful thinking. Therefore, Sun Zishang had to ask Long Chen's name. Sun Lao, this little brother's name is Long Chen. Lin Ruocheng said. He had seen Long Chen's name in the house sale contract, so he knew who Long Chen was. Long Chen? Could it be from the Long family in Haima City? Is he from the Long family? Sun Zishang's eyes widened in shock as he asked. He became completely unsettled. He thought of the powerful Long family in Haima City, which was indeed fearsome. No one would want to provoke this family lightly. Sun Zishang even felt that he might have spoken too harshly just now. Offending the Long family is not a wise move. The genius of the Long family is not someone I can provoke. Sun Zishang thought to himself. I don't know about that. Lin Ruocheng looked confused. Young brother Yen, may I ask if you are from the Long family? Sun Zishang was clearly more polite now, even cupping his fists in inquiry. What Long family? I don't know them. Long Chen said, ignoring them. The flames in his hand rose, illuminating the entire cave. He began searching for rare metal ores. Don't you recognize it? Then it's nothing. You scared me. I thought a genius from the Sea Demon Dragon family had come out to train. There must be a strong person secretly following behind. But it seems he is just alone. He probably has fire-type abilities, which is why he isn't afraid of the cold. But fire-type abilities shouldn't mean he doesn't wear battle armor, right? Daring to come here alone, what an ignorant fellow. Wait, why do I feel like I can't sense his ability fluctuations? What level of ability is this? It must be a very special mutated ability, one that can hide its fluctuations. Sun Zishang thought. This kid's nonchalant attitude is really annoying. With a bit of strength, he thinks he's impressive. He doesn't know how high the sky is and is practically courting death. Not even recognizing the dragon family. What use is a genius without a background? Whether he can survive to grow into a strong person is uncertain. In the past 60 years, there have been countless geniuses in the Tailin dynasty. In the end, only a few make it to the end. Too many die along the way, without a background or connections, unless he is truly a peerless genius with A-level or even S-level abilities. Otherwise, what use is it? Sun Zishang thought to himself, unable to help but relax his guard, even sneering. Old son, you look for ice source grass everywhere. I'll go over there for a bit. As for the eggs here, we really can't take them. Let's not get ourselves into trouble. Lin Ruocheng said as he walked towards Long Chen. Just because you offered me 100 million as a reward, you really think you can command me? If we throw away all the equipment, each person can at least carry 2 eggs? I must have this egg. Not even Jesus can stop me, I mean it. This thing is easy to sell. If it goes to auction, the rich will definitely fight over it. Sun Zishang thought. Selling an egg for 100 million, who could resist such temptation? That's 100 million. Small target, 2 eggs per person is 1600 million. Brother Yen? Lin Ruocheng jogged over with a smile. Long Chen looked at him. I was really embarrassed earlier at the sales office. Our service was lacking, causing Master Chen to disturb you, Brother Yen. Also, old son didn't mean any harm just now. Here, I sincerely apologize to you. Lin Ruocheng slightly bowed to express his apology, looking at Long Chen's expressionless face. Forget the apology, just mind your own business. Long Chen waved his hand. He didn't care. Lin Ruocheng observed the change in Long Chen's expression and realized he couldn't read anything. Could it be that I and Jiang Tianhao overthought it? Long Chen isn't the murderer of Master Chen. Is the real murderer someone else? Or is it that Long Chen's thoughts are too deep? Even facing casual questions he can remain emotionless. If that's the case, such a person is truly terrifying. So young yet so composed. Even the geniuses from those prominent families I've seen are completely inferior. Lin Ruocheng thought to himself. By the way, Brother Yen, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lin Ruocheng, and we are looking for ice source grass. I see. You are also looking for something, and you seem to be alone. Why don't we team up? It would be good to look out for each other. Lin Ruocheng said. He was also testing whether Long Chen was truly alone. No need, it's more convenient for me to be alone. You all can search first. Long Chen replied. Indifferently, he preferred to act alone. He really is alone. Jiang Tianhao guessed correctly. Long Chen's strength is beyond imagination. Otherwise, a person who doesn't even wear battle armor dares to come to the extremely cold northern region of the Luofeng mountain range. If there isn't strong power, then it's just luck, so lucky that they win the lottery every time. So it must not be luck but rather strong power. A genius this young and this strong must be courted as much as possible. He is definitely the dark horse of this East Lin City ability assessment. Even if he isn't from the Long family, it doesn't matter if his background isn't good. Gold will shine no matter what. If I can provide help when he hasn't yet reached his peak, it would be like sending charcoal in the snow. In the future, he might be able to assist my Lin family. Even if it doesn't work out, I can at least teach him well. Lin Ruocheng thought to himself. You said you were looking for ice source grass? Long Chen suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. That's right, Brother Yen, I'm looking for ice source grass. Is there a problem? Lin Ruocheng asked, puzzled. Ice source grass has a cold attribute and mainly grows in extremely cold plateaus. This place indeed has the possibility of it appearing. However, ice source grass is extremely rare, and finding even one requires luck. Although there are auction houses in big cities, they aren't pure, they are all mixed varieties. Moreover, once this grass is dug up, its lifespan is only 1 day. Even if you have a special container to maintain it for over 10 days, its value is greatly discounted. What do you need this for? Long Chen asked. The reason he asked this was that he had just thought about how good it would be to add ice source grass during the refining process. Ice source grass has a strong fusion ability. It can enhance the sword's frost resistance and ice attributes. Overall, it can improve the quality of the sword, making it very suitable for refining. Although it's also rare in the Long Yuan continent, you can still buy it relatively easily with money, but Origin Star is truly rare. At least in my past life on Origin Star, I never saw a proper ice source grass. Long Chen thought to himself. Lin Ruocheng looked around. Others were busy and kept their distance. Brother Yen, you truly are well informed. The value of ice source grass is indeed most useful within a day after being dug up. You're not an outsider, so I'll be straightforward. I'm looking for ice source grass to save my daughter. Sai, she has been in poor health since childhood, always weak and sickly. It was only after she reached adulthood that she awakened her abilities and gained an almost S-class ice soul ability. However, my daughter's ice soul ability is very unstable, currently only showing A-class ability reactions. Plus, she has been tormented by various illnesses since childhood and now her spirit is low. Seeing her like this, as a father, I naturally feel very pained. That's why I'm looking for ice source grass, hoping to stabilize my daughter's ice soul ability completely. We consulted a master who said that only ice source grass can stabilize the ice soul ability. There are no other methods. For my daughter, I must find ice source grass this time and bring it back. Lin Ruocheng's gaze grew more determined. Looking at Lin Ruocheng like this, Long Chen thought of his parents. They also risked everything for him. In the most dangerous times, they thought of sacrificing themselves to let Long Chen live. A parent's love isn't just words. It's a silent dedication. At the same time, Long Chen also thought of his past life when his parents passed away. During that time, he was in a state of despair. Thinking of these things, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Just so happens, I'm also looking for ice source grass. After we leave here, I'll take you. Ice source grass is very particular about temperature. Theoretically, it needs to be at -60 degrees, with no more than 1 degree variation, at altitudes between 8,500 to 9,000 meters, on cliffs that have strong winds year-round to have a chance of appearing. If it appears elsewhere, it is not pure ice source grass. It won't have any effect on your daughter's ice soul ability either. Long Chen looked at him and said, What, Brother Yen, are you going to help me? Thank you, Brother Yen, thank you so much. Rest assured, Brother Yen, no matter if it works out or not, I will give you 100 million as a reward. I can't let you work for nothing, Lin Ruocheng said excitedly. With Long Chen's words, he felt the probability of finding it was higher. Because Long Chen not only could describe the characteristics of the ice source grass but could also directly state the environmental requirements for its growth. These words were definitely not fabricated. This made Lin Ruocheng feel hopeful for the first time. Of course, he couldn't let Long Chen help for free. One must broaden their perspective. At such times, one shouldn't care about spending money. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Lin Ruocheng. A broadened perspective. Only people with such a mindset could go further. Long Chen also didn't refuse. If they could really find it, then 100 million was worth it. If not, then so be it. He wasn't lacking in that little money. Additionally, even if the ice source grass can perhaps eliminate the unstable factors of your daughter's ice soul ability, it cannot cure her frail health since childhood. For that, other medicines are needed for nourishment. Long Chen reminded him. I understand what Brother Yen said. First, I'll eliminate the unstable factors of the ice soul ability, and then I'll think of other ways for the rest. Lin Ruocheng nodded seriously. Long Chen continued searching for special mineral metals. Lin Ruocheng looked at the minerals Long Chen was searching for, puzzled. Brother Yen, why are you looking for these rare mineral metals? Are they really that valuable? Lin Ruocheng thought to himself. Long Chen dug out a piece of deep blue irregular metal the size of a fist from the wall, as well as a nearly fully embedded standard black cube metal in the rock wall. The light shining on it didn't reflect at all, indicating how dark its color was. Even the light was absorbed. Obsidian. I didn't expect to find obsidian here. and it's 20 centimeters on each side. Finding such a large piece on Origin Star is not easy. Long Chen used his sword chi to cut the surrounding rock and took it out completely. The texture is extremely hard and the density is super high. The key point is its weight is beyond imagination. There are almost no impurities in it, and it belongs to a high quality among obsidians. It can definitely be used as one of the main materials for refining weapons. Just this piece weighs 3 tons. Not bad, Long Chen thought to himself. Just as he was about to put this stone into his crossbody bag, a voice came. "Kid, let me see that stone." Sun Zishan's voice echoed. Long Chen didn't hear it and stuffed the obsidian into his bag. However, the bag was already filled with quite a few things. It was very heavy, and no matter how good the quality of the crossbody bag was, it couldn't bear the weight. Sun Zishan's words naturally drew the attention of others, and they all looked over. Good kid, finding something good and wanting to keep it to yourself. This is obsidian, one of the main materials for crafting S-level and SS-level ability armor. It can even be used to create an A-level or even S-level weapon on its own. Such minerals are controlled and only the highest secrecy level ability equipment manufacturing bases in various countries possess them. A piece this large is worth at least 30 million. That also depends on the specific density and weight, as well as whether there are too many impurities. The better the obsidian, the higher the price. Sun Zishan became more and more excited as he spoke. How could he not be excited with something worth tens of millions in front of him? If it were only a few million, he wouldn't be this way. I see. That really is a good thing. Then let's look around. This is much easier to carry than snake eggs. That's right, snake eggs are too big. This thing is much easier to carry. We've already searched here and found no ice source grass, so we might as well look for this obsidian. That makes sense. The group of bodyguards around Lin Ruocheng became excited and eager to try. They began searching everywhere. Lin Ruocheng, however, did not stop them. Long Chen had already said he would help him find the ice source grass, so there was no need to panic. After all, there really wasn't any ice source grass here. What do you want to say? Long Chen looked at Sun Zishan. Nothing. Sun Zishan didn't continue speaking, as if nothing had happened. He also began searching for obsidian on the rock wall, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. If he knows about obsidian, this little guy must have other good things in his backpack. Sun Zishan thought to himself. Long Chen didn't pay him any mind, only thinking that this bag probably wouldn't last long. Obsidian can't go in there, otherwise the bag will break. Long Chen thought, Brother Yen, I have a crossbody bag here. I was planning to keep it for emergencies and now it's just right to use. You can take it. This bag is of very good quality, made from iron armored bull skin. It's cut resistant, wear resistant, and very sturdy. Lin Ruocheng walked over and took out a black crossbody bag from his pack. Thank you. Long Chen was not polite. The flames in his hand soared into the air and fixed in place. He set the crossbody bag down and unzipped it. He took out various special rare ores and monster materials. Although the monster materials were wrapped in energy by Long Chen, preventing any aura from leaking, anyone with a discerning eye could see the different reactions of these items. Wow, Brother Yen, do you have so many things in there? These monster materials look extraordinary at first glance. Lin Ruocheng was dumbfounded. Indeed, there are good things in the bag. Hee, what a fat sheep. He must have picked up a backpack from a dead ability user. With so many monster materials, its value is definitely over 200 million. Sun Zishan watched the scene from a distance with sharp eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Just a piece of junk. Long Chen said. Lin Ruocheng was left speechless. Did you hear what he said? How was he supposed to respond? No one could handle that. After packing everything up, the damaged crossbody bag was also put into Long Chen's bag. After all, it was a gift from someone else, so it had to be kept. Long Chen searched again and found 6 types of special ores. You all stay here and don't wander around. I'll go check other caves. Long Chen was focused on finding all the special metal ores and had no time to manage them. As long as they didn't run around causing trouble for themselves, it would be fine. Sun Zishan surprisingly had no intention of arguing. After searching around and not finding any obsidian, he tried to see how many snake eggs a backpack could hold. Moreover, it had to be just right to fit through the passage, as all 4 passage entrances were not large. If he packed too many and got stuck, it would be awkward. Long Chen quickly scavenged 2 more caves, both of which were directly connected to the previous 4 passages. He also collected various special metals. This trip was worth it. I collected over 20 types of ores in one go. Just a few more types and I'll be done. This trip was not in vain. Long Chen was very satisfied. That map saved him a lot of time. Let's go. There definitely isn't any ice source grass here. I'll take you to find it. Long Chen said to them. What? You're taking us to find ice source grass? If we can't find it here, then it definitely won't be in other places and we can only give up. Lin, I promise to accompany you, but I can't guarantee we'll find it. And today is already the 5th day. I should go back. Sun Zishang frowned and said, while putting on his backpack. Sun Zishang packed 2 snake eggs. Meanwhile, the other 6 bodyguards of Lin Ruocheng also packed 2 eggs each at Sun Zishang's stern request. Only Lin Ruocheng's own backpack remained empty. He had no interest in these things, and it's really difficult to take them away. First of all, there's a high probability that there will be exotic beasts chasing after us. Whether we can escape is uncertain. Alright, do you all want to go back with old Sun? Lin Ruocheng asked. The crowd exchanged glances and then shook their heads. In reality, they didn't want to. According to Sun Zishang, even if they took the eggs back, they would be entirely his personal property. They would at most just help bring them back to Donglin City. Who would be willing to risk their lives for something that offers no benefit? The saying goes that wealth and honor come from danger. If there's no wealth, then risking one's life is just foolishness, isn't it? What, do you think that's too little? I'm just asking you to bring back 2 eggs, and there's a reward of 1 million. It's not like I'm asking you to fight. The strong ones can handle it, and the weak ones can take care of themselves. Isn't 1 million enough? Sun Zishang's expression grew increasingly grim. There was even a hint of murderous intent surfacing, as if he was ready to strike first to warn others. How about this? My brother Yen and I will continue to look for the ice source grass. But old Sun, if you can return safely, you should at least give them a bit more, right? It's very dangerous here on the north side of the Luofeng Mountains. How about this? You give them 5 million each to go with you. After careful consideration, Lin Ruocheng said. He had no other choice. If Sun Zishang really made a move, they would be no match for him. The only way to deal with the situation was to raise the stakes. That way, not only would they avoid life-threatening danger, but the 6 bodyguards would also receive 5 million each as a reward. All things considered, this was the safest and most cost-effective solution. 5 million each? Sun Zishang stared at Lin Ruocheng. Fine, 5 million it is. As long as you can safely bring them back without damaging the snake eggs, each person will get 5 million. Sun Zishang said. Although he felt pained about the money, he really couldn't carry too many himself. The snake eggs were too large. One was over a person's height. Carrying too many would easily crush and damage them, and they would be even more prone to damage in a fight. Therefore, at most, each person could only carry 2. For the sake of 14 billion, spending 30 million was something he could reluctantly accept. The 6 bodyguards looked at Lin Ruocheng. Don't worry, my brother Yen and I will be fine. Lin Ruocheng nodded at them, reassuring them. Alright then, we'll go back with old Sunday. The team leader, Wu Huiyan, said. Before we head back, Brother Longchen, I want to discuss something with you. Sun Zishang looked at Longchen. Go ahead. Longchen replied calmly. I really like the piece of obsidian in your backpack. How about this? I'll transfer 30 million to your account right now, and you let me take your backpack. What do you think? That's 30 million, enough for a lifetime for an ordinary family ability user at your age if you save it. Sun Zishang said, as if he were doing Longchen a favor. But that 30 million was just charity to him. Longchen was the one who truly benefited. What if I don't want to sell? Longchen asked with interest. Then I can't guarantee that you'll make it back to Donglin City safely. After all, it's quite normal for some ability users to die with the beasts roaming the Luofeng mountain range. Sun Zishang's face instantly twisted into a terrifying grimace. Your surname is Sun, right? Do you know Sun Zihu? Longchen asked calmly. How do you know my son? Sun Zishang narrowed his eyes. So he's your son? Longchen smiled. I didn't expect the captain of the Taotai ability team to be Sun Zishang's son. No wonder they all share the surname Sunday. But why is there no news about this in the industry? Lin Ruocheng thought to himself. What exactly do you want to say? Sun Zishang felt that something was off. Longchen's smile sent chills down his spine. Everyone else still hadn't reacted. Longchen had already stepped forward, his fingers gripping Sun Zishang's forehead, lifting him up. How is this possible? You're so young, how can you be this strong? Sun Zishang was taken aback. By the time he realized what was happening, he could no longer resist. Gripped by Longchen's hand, he felt utterly powerless. It seemed that just moving his head would cause it to explode. I killed your son. As a father, you shouldn't be allowed to live. Go down and keep him company. Bang! Longchen crushed Sun Zishang's skull. Not a speck of dust stained his body. However, Lin Ruocheng and the others were splattered with blood on their faces. It was only then that they reacted, instinctively stepping back a few paces and huddling together. My god, old Sun was actually killed? He's a battlefield level powerhouse, and he was killed without even unleashing his abilities. His head armor couldn't defend against it at all. This is outrageous. Didn't you hear him say that the captain of the Taotai ability team was also killed by him? My goodness, how strong must he be? He must far exceed battlefield level. Not just that, President Lin, where did you find such a peerless genius? No big family could cultivate someone like this. He looks to be at most 20 years old, and he crushed a battlefield level powerhouse. What does that even mean? The 6 bodyguards were terrified, their faces pale as they looked at Lin Ruochang. Gulp! Lin Ruochang swallowed hard. Jiang Tianhao and I could guess that Long Chen was the one who killed Master Chen. But we never expected him to be this strong. To him, battlefield level is just like crushing a little chick. Could it be that Long Chen is a battle spirit? My god, this year's ability assessment is going to be spectacular. With such domineering strength, he can definitely crush all the talented ability users in the country by himself. A dark horse, a true super dark horse. Thank goodness I didn't provoke him, otherwise, I'd end up like Sun Zishan. Indeed, one must not be too greedy. Lin Ruochang marveled inwardly. Brother Yen, no, Lord Long. May I ask, what realm are you currently in? Lin Ruochang asked cautiously. Even his address had changed. He had previously dared to call him Brother Yen. Now he only dared to call him Lord Long. Witnessing someone far stronger than himself being crushed was a visual feast that made him more careful with his words. It's better not to know what you shouldn't. This time, regarding my matters, do not let it leak. Do you understand? Long Chen smiled. He was still quite friendly towards these people. Understood. We absolutely won't say a word. Lord Long, rest assured, not a single word will slip out. If I let it slip, may I have a son with no anus? No? May my whole family die. Lord Long, you can rest easy. My bodyguards are very tight-lipped. They all said. You don't need to be nervous. For those who want to kill me, I naturally won't show mercy. As for my own people, you can completely relax. Long Chen's approachable demeanor did indeed ease their tension significantly. Long Chen unlocked Sun Zishan's phone with his fingerprint, transferring 40 million to his own account. After a 10% fee, 36 million arrived. The bank card balance was 1 billion and 1 million. Long Chen didn't bother with Sun Zishan's corpse. Take everything you need from him. It's a waste to leave it. Long Chen said. Alright, we'll listen to Lord Long. Huiyan, take Sun Zishan's battle armor and backpack. As for the snake eggs inside, just leave them here. We can't carry that many. Lin Ruochang said. Okay, President Lin. Wu Huiyan stripped off Sun Zishan's battle armor. Although it was damaged and not worth much, it could still sell for a few million. She emptied the eggs from the backpack and set it aside. Keep carrying the eggs, it won't be hard to leave with me. I'll give you 10 million for each egg. Long Chen said. No problem, we guarantee the eggs won't get harmed. Ha, I must take a good vacation when we get back. Lord Long is generous. Everyone was very happy. With Long Chen around, they could leave safely. Otherwise, carrying the snake eggs, they wouldn't even be able to escape this area without being killed by the beasts. The reward they were getting was already quite high. They weren't greedy, their faces filled with joy. This trip was a big win. Alright, then let's take 12 eggs. Back. Lin Ruochang nodded. He wouldn't carry them himself. 6 bodyguards could handle it. To deal with the beasts lightly, it was inconvenient for him to carry them. Long Chen didn't mind, he was just casually bringing back some eggs to sell. Besides, having too many would lower their value. Things are valuable because they are rare. Too many would make them worthless. What the wealthy want is something unique. This is also why some limited edition sports cars can sell for hundreds of millions, while mass-produced ones only sell for a few million. Buzz buzz buzz, bang bang bang. At that moment, sounds echoed from several passages around them. It sounded like marbles rolling in a tube. Long Chen looked up. From the openings in the rock wall, eggs were falling down. However, due to the hardness of the eggs, they wouldn't break from that height. What's going on? So many eggs? My goodness, so many eggs. This passage actually lays eggs? What exactly is happening? What a strange phenomenon. What is happening outside? Everyone was puzzled. No wonder. There's a strong fishy smell coming from the opening above. It's the egg-laying entrance of the beasts. They fall into 4 different nests based on their size. That explains why the 4 passages are so round. The design is very clever. Eggs of different sizes go to different passages, so they won't get stuck. Long Chen said. So that's how it is, but if the exit is blocked, does that mean we can't get out? Lin Ruochang worriedly asked. If there's an entrance for the eggs, there must be an exit. If there's an entrance, there will be an exit. The eggs can't just hatch and crawl out through the passage by themselves. Long Chen said. That makes sense. Lin Ruochang nodded in agreement. Let's destroy these eggs. Long Chen waved his hand. Buzz buzz. Buzz. Countless sword energies tore through hundreds of eggs. Many already hatched unicorn pythons were ripped apart. Damn! Is this sword energy? What terrifying sword energy! Lord Long's power is too strong. Is this the true strength of Lord Long? With this sword strike, no matter how strong the battlefield is, it would be finished. Exactly, it can't be stopped, it can't be blocked at all, it will just break through instantly. This scene stunned everyone. Although more eggs were still falling, the ground had already been sliced into sharp cones. These eggs would shatter as soon as they landed. Roar! At the same time, a roar came from deep within the cave. Thud thud thud. The various branches of the cave trembled slightly. Go this way. Up here. Long Chen led everyone to another cave. The passage above was the largest of the four. Still, no eggs had been laid here. It was evident that the beast laying the eggs had smaller eggs in general. Therefore, they could only go to the previous cave. No, if we go up here, won't we be right in front of the beast that's laying eggs? We can't take this path, Wu Huiyan said. Just kill it, there's nothing we can't do, Long Chen replied flatly. Ha! Wu Huiyan was at a loss for words for a moment. Stop dawdling, with Lord Long here, what are you afraid of? Lin Ruoqing said. Everyone followed the passage upward. After several dozen minutes, they reached the entrance. At this moment, dawn was just breaking. The ice blue python had stopped laying eggs. It was clearly somewhat exhausted. This oppressive and terrifying bloodthirsty aura. This is a Beast King level unicorn python. My god, a Beast King is blocking the exit. How unlucky can we be? Lin Ruoqing's eyes widened, and his mouth twitched. We're doomed, we're finished. This is a Beast King. It's my first time seeing one up close. The unicorn python is already rare and powerful, let alone a Beast King. A unicorn python of this level is even stronger in icy environments. Human ability users of the same level can hardly compete, and its defense is terrifying. What should we do? Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit desperate. This was still their first time encountering a Beast King so closely. If it weren't for the unicorn python being somewhat weak from laying eggs, it would have definitely sensed their presence. They probably wouldn't be here right now. The upward passage is a ventilation shaft that leads straight to the mountaintop, but behind it is a sheer cliff. We can't go that way at all, Lin Ruoqing said. Who said we have to go through the ventilation shaft? You all stay put. Just watch from here, Long Chen said. Understood. No, Lord Long, you aren't really thinking of going up directly, are you? This is a Beast King, and there might be a male unicorn python guarding outside. It's very dangerous. A Beast King is equivalent to a battle spirit level ability user among humans. Lord Long, it's better not to take the risk. We can hide in that upper passage and wait until dark to act, Lin Ruoqing said worriedly. He feared that Long Chen's youthful recklessness would lead to his demise. Over the decades, the true strong ones might not be the most talented, but they were certainly the most cautious. Otherwise, it would be hard to survive to the end and become strong. Dying midway was the fate of many proud and talented individuals. I don't have that much time. It's just a small Beast King. As long as we don't kill too many, it won't trigger a beast tide. Then let's kill a few. Long Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. The sword energy twisted the air between his fingers. Long Chen swung his arm down. Buzz. With no obstruction, he cleanly severed the lower half of the unicorn python. The thick armor seemed non-existent. Roar. The unicorn python let out a piercing scream. Long Chen's figure flashed out. Buzz buzz buzz. Continuous sword energy shattered the entire unicorn python. The flesh of the unicorn python was strewn all over the ground. The cuts were neat and uniform. Even Kung Pao Chicken would have to call it professional. The Beast King was no match for Long Chen. Damn! What the hell? Unfortunately, they were uneducated. Everyone exclaimed in shock, their mouths agape, staring at the scene in disbelief. Is Lord Long this strong? This is a Beast King. No, this is making me a bit insecure. Is this really a Beast King, or am I seeing things? Nonsense, of course, it's a Beast King, without a doubt, a true Beast King level female. Unicorn python. That's just outrageous. The Beast King has such terrifying defense that even human ability users a few small realms higher might not be able to break through, yet this Beast King was actually shredded. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would think anyone who told me this was a fool. Exactly. The crowd watched in shock, almost instinctively stepping forward. They saw Long Chen facing off against 8 Beast King unicorn pythons. Look at the characteristics, they're all female unicorn pythons. They're actually going to lay eggs collectively. If they produce a whole bunch of unicorn pythons, it would definitely be a huge threat to humanity. The ability users training in the Luofeng mountain range, and even the surrounding cities, will surely suffer in the next 10 years. This is terrifying. Lin Ruoqing's expression was grave, his brows tightly knitted. Crack, crack, crack. His fists clenched tightly, making sounds. But he felt helpless, because these were the Beast King unicorn pythons. They were not something his battle body could handle. With a difference of 2 major realms, he was not even enough to be a snack for them. It is indeed frightening. Once they all grow up, they will surely become a great enemy of humanity. And this place is too hidden. If we hadn't come here, no one would have discovered it for at least the next 10 years. Yeah, the unicorn pythons are strong in defense and extremely ferocious in cunning. If so many of them start laying eggs, with each laying 300 eggs, these 8 could have at least 2,400 eggs. If half of them survive, that's 1,200 unicorn pythons. My god, I can't even imagine what that scene would be like. We can't help at all. At most, if we can return safely, we can immediately inform the military about this. For now, we can only watch Lord Long, the crowd said. These are 8 Beast Kings. There might even be male unicorn pythons that surpass the Beast Kings. Lord Long is alone. How will he cope? Lin Ruochang worried. At that moment, Long Chen stood on the shore, locking eyes with the 8 unicorn pythons, each nearly 200 meters long. Surprisingly, he completely overshadowed them in terms of momentum. His small frame seemed to contain an unparalleled terrifying power. Even at this moment, Long Chen had not put down his shoulder bag. This meant he had no intention of unleashing his full firepower. At least these beasts were not worthy of it. As Long Chen's gaze swept over them, the 8 beast kings flicked their tongues, their eyes showing signs of wariness. They exchanged glances and, for a moment, actually retreated a bit, maintaining a safe distance of over 500 meters. At least that was the distance they felt was relatively safe. These 8 beast king unicorn pythons must have just awakened from their slumber. They've entered the egg-laying period and are all awake and starting to lay eggs. That white snake's flesh must have been eaten by them. They have accumulated enough energy to lay eggs. Otherwise, it would take at least another month to start laying eggs. What a serendipitous turn of events. If these beasts successfully lay eggs and are not discovered by humans, it will surely lead to a disaster in the future, Long Chen thought to himself. He stepped forward. Each step he took on the water did not create a single ripple. His advance forced the 8 beast kings to retreat once more, their momentum weakened even further. They retreated, they were actually scared away. One person forced back 8 beast kings. My god, Lord Long is barely 20. Right. This is just absurd. Lin Ruocheng watched, his blood boiling, his face flushed with excitement. As an ability user, which man hasn't fantasized about shaking the world alone? Just imagine how cool it would be to be so imposing that no one could stand in your way. Unfortunately, only a few can achieve this. It's just a fantasy. And now they were witnessing someone who could actually do it. And still a youth. Are you scared? Long Chen sneered. Destroy all your eggs yourself or I will do it myself. Long Chen's voice boomed, and a shockwave swept out. It was like the shockwave produced by a sonic boom. The surface of the water rippled violently. The 8 beast kings faced the impact head-on, being pushed back 100 meters once again. Even with their massive bodies, they were filled with fear. Boom! The long-standing snow on the mountain behind the 8 giant beasts collapsed due to the sound shockwave. Although it couldn't reach the lakeside, it combined with Long Chen's earlier sound wave to create an even greater deterrent. The 8 beast kings exchanged glances. Hiss. They emitted a low, sharp sound. Gurgle, gurgle. Countless bubbles rose from the center of the lake. A gigantic python slowly emerged from the water, starting from its head. Its sharp yellow horn, enormous body, and 2 massive yellow eyes revealed Long Chen's figure. More crucially, its phosphorescent color was a deep green, even greener than bamboo leaves. A terrifying sense of oppression surged instantly. A mutated unicorn python? It seems that this one and that white snake are the real pair. The other female unicorn pythons are merely tools for reproduction. Interesting, a mutated unicorn python like this must have special materials within. Long Chen thought. When the male unicorn python's upper body completely emerged from the water, it was significantly taller than the beast kings behind it and more than twice as robust. Its tongue flicked out, and its muscles tensed, radiating a sense of power. Its eyes fixed on Long Chen, the hatred within them unmistakable. Don't look at me like that. I only killed your beloved white snake. I also destroyed its eggs. So, was that noise underground just now not you? Long Chen said casually. Roar. Upon hearing this, the male unicorn python became even more furious, opening its massive jaws to roar at Long Chen. It seemed to understand what Long Chen was saying. The noise underground had indeed come from this male unicorn python. However, by the time it arrived, it was already too late. All the eggs the white snake had laid were shattered. Even those that were about to hatch were cut to pieces. They were dead beyond recovery. The male unicorn python's eyes were filled with deep hatred, which could only be washed away with blood. If you want to die, I'll grant you that. Long Chen snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi extended 400 meters. The air blade twisting through the air was visible even in broad daylight. One could feel its sharpness before it even collided. The male unicorn python lowered its head, its muscles tensed. It wasn't surrendering but rather being cautious, waiting for the right moment to strike. My god, this one is definitely a beast emperor. Damn, I actually saw a beast emperor up close. This is a genuine beast. Emperor unicorn python. And it must be more than just a first-level beast emperor. Far surpassing the beast kings. I don't know how Lord Long will deal with such a powerful beast. Lin Ruocheng watched intently, not daring to miss a single detail. This is so exciting. This is a true peak battle. 2. Witness Lord Long battling the beast emperor is worth a lifetime, but I wonder what the final outcome will be. Lord Long was able to push back the 8 beast kings, so he must be at the same level as the beast emperor. Goodness, it turns out we've spent decades just training our bodies, while they've cultivated to the level of beasts. The 7 of them stood at the cave entrance, watching. The ice spikes had already been shattered by Long Chen earlier. Their view was completely unobstructed. They could clearly see every move on the lake's surface. Long Chen faced a Beast Emperor and 8 Beast Kings. Alone, the size difference was completely disproportionate, yet his momentum was even more overwhelming. The male unicorn python's mouth shimmered with icy blue energy. The surrounding cold air was being drawn into its mouth, brewing a powerful move. Remote attack, as expected of the Beast Emperor, even though it's a close combat type, it has developed a remote attack capability, and it seems this remote attack is quite powerful. Long Chen thought. The previous white snake could do it too, but it was of no use to Long Chen, like a mere scraping. Buzz! The male unicorn python suddenly unleashed energy. The strength of this energy was so intense that it even caused its massive body to lean back slightly. The shockwave created a 10-meter-high wave. The ice blue light shot towards Long Chen at lightning speed. Long Chen swung his 400-meter sword energy. A diagonal slash cut through. Buzz! A faint, slicing sound was heard. That terrifying freezing beam was instantly severed. The beam split apart. Boom boom! One struck the shore, and the other hit the mountain behind Long Chen. Not only did the explosion create a deep pit, but it was also accompanied by countless blooming ice spikes, covering an area of 300 meters. The ice spikes were over 200 meters tall. Long Chen turned to take a look. Such destructive power. If it were to attack a team of ability users, the indiscriminate damage could wipe out a group. Is it the third realm of the Beast Emperor? Too bad, you only have this one chance. Long Chen turned to look at it. The male unicorn python's eyes clearly shrank. It couldn't help but retreat. Do you think retreating means you won't die? My sword is only 400 meters long. That's just what I want it to be. But that doesn't mean it can only reach 400 meters. Long Chen's sword energy instantly extended to 1,000 meters. Buzz! With a swing of the sword, a buzzing sound was heard, and the retreating male unicorn python continued to back away. Its body was indeed still retreating, but its head had already fallen off. Bang! It crashed into the water, creating a 100-meter splash. Boom! The body fell helplessly, floating on the water. The 8 female unicorn python beast kings were terrified. They were just about to run. I said, destroy all the eggs yourselves or you can die too. Don't challenge my patience. Long Chen's voice rumbled, adding, the white snake from yesterday and the 2 from today. He had already killed 2 beast kings and 1 beast emperor in the same place. Continuing to kill would provoke the beasts to launch a tide against humanity. Long Chen didn't want to cause the deaths of many innocent people because of this. The beasts lurked in the dark while humans were in the light. This is also why humans usually do not actively kill a large number of powerful beasts in the same area. Even in his past life as a 1-star tiger general, he only used his own hands or powerful bombs to destroy countless eggs during operations. Actively killing a large number of powerful beasts would provoke war and humanity would suffer greatly. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, those beast kings who were preparing to dive and escape all stopped. They looked at each other, seemingly discussing something. It's up to you to decide whether to protect the big or the small, Long Chen said, standing with his hands behind his back. He only gave them one choice. Choosing wrong meant immediate death. He was well aware of the cold-blooded nature of the beasts. For decades, countless naive souls believed they could reform the beasts. What they got in return was either being eaten or betrayal. Cold-blooded animals have no emotions. There is only absolute opposition between races. It's either you die or I die. Roar! One of the beast kings responded to Long Chen. It seemed to have submitted. They tightened their muscles all over. Finally, the snake eggs in their bellies were forcibly squeezed and exploded. Their bellies shrank significantly. Laying eggs was a physical task for them. However, if the eggs burst inside, they would instead become a source of nutrients. It would indeed weaken them for a year or two, but after recuperating, their strength would still be formidable. Get lost, Long Chen said. Hiss! The 8 beast kings let out a sound as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly dove into the water to escape. The massive waves washed the male unicorn python's corpse right in front of Long Chen. The water surface gradually calmed down. Long Chen looked at the male unicorn python's body, which was severed into 2 parts. Although it seemed like the head and body had separated and died, both the head and body were still moving. It had not truly died, reaching the life-level leap of the beast empress. Even if the unicorn python is beheaded, it might still survive, growing a head after several years or even a decade. The premise is that it can survive until then without being discovered by its kind. Long Chen thought, is it over, then? 7 people stepped out. They looked at the countless giant ice spikes on the shore and the mountain, and at the green male unicorn python's corpse floating on the lake's surface. The beast emperor was taken out in an instant. The beast king was forced to die in its egg. Lord Long's strength is truly terrifying. My god, slap me. I can't be dreaming, right? Smack. You really slapped me? You really feel pain? Then this must be real. We have witnessed a miracle. By the way, Lord Long should not have participated in the ability user assessment yet, right? Since Lord Long has been alone outside, he definitely hasn't participated in the assessment, otherwise he would have gone to the top ability user university. Damn, with this strength, what are you telling me to go to the ability user university for? To tell them what a true genius is. At this point, everyone exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads in sigh. Can the so-called peer geniuses in front of Long Chen still be called geniuses? That's right, even if Lord Long went to the ability user university, it would mainly be to let others see the world, to see what a genius really is. After all, the gap between geniuses is larger than that between humans and pigs. Well said, you really are a talent. Alright, I've decided, if the ability user assessment in Donglin City can be bet on this year, I will bet my life savings on Lord Long. That's a low ambition, I even bet my wife with a loan shark with a monthly interest of 30%, it's a sure win. You really are a talent, your wife is lucky to have you. Don't look at me like that, with Lord Long's strength, betting my wife is a sure thing. Anyway, my wife doesn't know. You really have a point. Alright, it's decided, even if I go bankrupt, I will bet on Lord Long. Yes, that's right. Everyone discussed, nodding emphatically. Such an extraordinarily talented young man, the future Lord Long will undoubtedly be the top figure in this world, standing at the pinnacle of the world. It seems that Lord Long's ability level is SS level, or even an SSS level ability that comes once in a decade. With Lord Long around, the girl is saved. Lin Ruoqing thought. His admiration for Long Chen deepened. If possible, he even wanted to kneel and say, Lord Long, you know, I have liked a father's love since childhood. If I could, I would like to support you in your old age. Air blade strangulation. Buzz. Long Chen raised his hand and clenched it. The snake's head and body were crushed. Only a snake gallbladder the size of a basin and a green orb the size of a plate remained. Long Chen held it in his hand and examined it. This orb can be used as auxiliary material for weapon refining. The snake gallbladder can also be worth quite a bit. Not a bad harvest. Long Chen smiled. He packed everything into his bag. With a light tap of his toes, he landed on the shore. With a pull, the crushed Beast King's snake gallbladder fell into his hand. Long Chen also casually placed it into his shoulder bag. Besides some special or metals, everything else in his bag could be exchanged for money at the Black Dragon Beast Hall. Lord Long, the seven said respectfully, their voices very uniform. It was as if they had rehearsed. Each of them had fiery eyes. It seemed that being able to be with Long Chen was their greatest honor. If everyone had an invincible hero dream in their hearts, then Long Chen undoubtedly embodied that invincible hero image. Long Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Bang! A snap of his fingers ignited flames at his fingertips, which fell to the ground but did not dissipate. Several pieces of snake meat floated above the fire, roasting. Let's rest for a bit. There's no rush, Long Chen said, sitting cross-legged. Yes, Lord Long, we will listen to you. The seven responded in unison. Don't be so serious and tense. Let's communicate more normally. Long Chen looked at them sitting cross-legged around the campfire, all stiff and proper, and shook his head helplessly. It was hard to communicate when they were so formal. Yes, Lord Long. After that, everyone tried to relax as much as possible. However, their eyes still burned with enthusiasm as they focused on Long Chen. He had gained 7 little fans. Lord Long, have you turned 20 yet? Wu Huiyan asked. 18 years. And a few months, I suppose. Nowadays, in the Tailin dynasty, anyone who reaches the age for college entrance exams is either 18 or 19. Long Chen replied. What? The crowd exclaimed, looking at each other in disbelief, staring at Long Chen. 18 and killed the Beast King, my goodness. For true geniuses, even a 1 or 2 year difference is significant. Even a few months can be very obvious. An 18-year-old at the high level of a battle king, wow. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. With this, not to mention sweeping the younger generation, even the older generation could be defeated. As expected of Lord Long, how did you cultivate? Can the gap between people really be this vast? While everyone was shocked, they also felt a bit of existential doubt. The younger one is, the stronger their power, which further proves their talent. This is a universally recognized standard, because such people inherently possess extraordinarily powerful abilities, with high ability levels, fast cultivation, and strong power. The so-called geniuses are merely a backdrop. I wonder if Lord Long will participate in the July 7th ability test in Donglin City. The entire Origin Star ability test is on the same day. Moreover, the rules for the test have changed worldwide. This time, the Donglin City test will take place in a perilous wilderness, without any prior arrangements. The specific location hasn't been finalized yet. However, the difficulty will be higher than any previous session. Of course, if Lord Long participates, I believe he will definitely be the first in the Donglin City ability test, even the top in the national points ranking. Lin Ruocheng became more and more excited as he spoke. We'll see when the time comes. Long Chen was not concerned about the ability test. With his current strength, if he participated in the ability test, it wouldn't be a dimensionality reduction strike, it would be like flipping the table. others really wouldn't be able to play anymore. It seems Lord Long really hasn't participated in the ability test before. That's great. Exactly. The crowd was thrilled. Why are you all so excited? Long Chen smiled at them. How could they not be excited? This was equivalent to them knowing in advance who the super dark horse was. Once the official betting opened, they would have insider information. No matter how much they bet, it would be a sure win. Moreover, they were also eager to see if Long Chen participated in the test. Would other ability users question their lives? Would the audience shout that it was outrageous and there was insider information? Just thinking about that scene was sure to be spectacular. Lord Long, don't mind us, we mainly want to see you sweep through the talents of Donlin City. That's why we're so excited. Lin Ruoqing said. By the way, Lord Long, perhaps you don't care about the test itself. But I heard that this time, as long as you get the national points first, you can receive a 200 million bonus and a palm-sized purple gold origin stone. 200 million is something everyone would want. After all, it's 200 million in cash, and no one would complain about having too much money. Of course, 200 million probably doesn't attract you, Lord Long, but this purple gold origin stone is very useful. Lin Ruoqing said. The purple gold origin stone is indeed interesting. Long Chen nodded. He was quite familiar with the purple gold origin stone. One could say he knew it very well. The purple gold origin stone can enhance the ability level to a certain extent. Not much use for low-level abilities anyway, they're already quite low and can't be enhanced much. But for high-level abilities, even a slight enhancement is a significant boost, suitable for S-class abilities and above. Long Chen said. So Lord Long knows. In any case, I feel that the purple gold source stone is quite important. To Lord Long, Lin Ruoqing said. In his speculation, Long Chen must be above SS-class abilities. If he could obtain the purple gold source stone for enhancement, he would surely reach a higher level. It is quite important, but Long Chen smiled at this point and said no more. The purple gold source stone, to put it simply, is similar to the spirit stones in the hard currency of the Long Yuan continent. Spirit stones can be traded and can also be used for refining and cultivation to improve one's realm. However, the Origin Star ability users are actually thinking of using the purple gold source stone to enhance their ability levels. That's really a roundabout way. It's fine if used sparingly, but if used excessively, the abilities become uncontrollable, and it's no different from being possessed. However, this purple gold source stone can indeed be obtained. It has a certain enhancement effect on my cultivation, Long Chen thought to himself. In his previous life as a one-star tiger general, he had come into contact with the purple gold source stone. It was a special reward he received after accumulating remarkable military achievements. After using it, he indeed found it quite effective for enhancing abilities. However, since crossing over to the Long Yuan continent, he learned that this thing is called spirit stone there. It is used as a cultivation aid. After becoming a tribulation transcending expert, he understood even more clearly. Once this thing is used to enhance abilities, as long as there are enough of them, it can indeed lead to a significant boost. But the dangers are also great. Once abilities become uncontrollable, it is not the person controlling the abilities, but rather the abilities controlling the person. It is no different from a powerful being walking the path of demonic cultivation. Normally, they are like anyone else, but when abnormal, they attack indiscriminately. They may even have extremely sinister and ruthless personalities with multiple personas. Coupled with strong power, that would be a disaster for everyone. Long Chen used his qi to sprinkle the seasoning on the meat, floating it in front of everyone. Eat up, Long Chen said. Alright, Lord Long, I won't be polite then. Delicious. So good. Perfectly cooked. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This is just too delicious. I didn't expect Lord Long to not only be powerful but also a top chef. Is there anything you can't do? I'm crying. After eating compressed biscuits for days, this is the first time I've had such delicious meat. This is the meat of the Beast King. We are indeed indulging ourselves. Everyone praised. But it was not flattery. It was indeed very tasty. Long Chen's skills were beyond doubt. Even just grilling a few slices of snake meat was explosively delicious. So much so that each of the 7, 8, 10 pounds before feeling full. Long Chen only had a piece. He didn't need to worry about powerful beasts on this journey. When it was time to cook meat, he cooked. He was eating the freshest, so naturally, he wasn't as exaggerated as they were, like starving ghosts. Due to the bloody smell here, low-level beasts naturally did not dare to approach the territory of powerful beasts. So it was very quiet. After resting for 2 hours, let's go to that mountain. Long Chen looked at the towering peak in the distance. This mountain is wide at the base and narrow at the top, resembling a volcano. Although it is obscured by clouds, it looks pointed from the map. I really have never been there. It seems to be the highest peak in the core area of the Luofeng mountain range, an elevation of 10,800 meters. Even for ability users, it is very difficult to reach the summit without professional equipment. Lin Ruoqing said, looking at the map. On the screen, behind this mountain is a cliff, with a high elevation and a cliff. Only this place has the greatest possibility of existing ice source. Grass, Long Chen said. This mountain was marked on his map as the location of a mineral cave. There was a chance to find ice source grass and also the desired metal ore. It was truly a 2-for-1 deal. All according to Lord Long's wishes, Lin Ruoqing said. Wherever Lord Long goes, we will follow. The others chimed in. It was a joke. Why be timid following such a big shot? Just get it done. Let's go, Long Chen said. The group quickly set off. The weakest among them were all first-level battle body ability users. Carrying 1 or 2 tons of snake eggs was no problem for them. A mountain towering 10,000 meters high. From the foot to the peak, the absolute altitude exceeded 6,000 meters. Especially since the peak was not visible at a glance. The mountain was so high that it was shrouded in clouds. It was more majestic and colossal than the surrounding mountains. Along the way, Long Chen killed quite a few exotic beasts, including several beast generals and a few beast kings. In fact, there were far more on the road. However, the vast majority of the exotic beasts were sleeping in the snow. As long as they didn't disturb them, they generally wouldn't wake up. The group stood at the foot of the mountain, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Since we got close to this mountain, the exotic beasts have decreased. There must be even stronger exotic beasts here, which is why the surrounding ones dare not approach, Lin Ruoqing said. The mountain looks close, but we've been running until it's almost dark. Yeah, I'm about to collapse. How long do we have to climb this high mountain? I can't go on. I need to rest a bit. I'm reaching my limit. Water, give me water. I need to drink. The group was panting heavily. They had hardly stopped along the way. For their level, it was a significant drain. However, safety was definitely guaranteed. They hadn't encountered any danger along the way. It was essentially a weighted cross-country trek. Indeed, at your level, you should have reached your limit long ago. To have made it this far shows great perseverance. Long Chen looked at the exhausted group and was quite impressed by their determination. Of course, this was mainly because of Long Chen's high status in their hearts. Otherwise, if someone else were in charge, they would have collapsed long ago. How about this? Let's rest here. You all stay here tonight. I'll go up alone, Long Chen said. He sliced through the base of a protruding boulder with his sword energy. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the shattered stones aside. The large internal space was enough for them to rest inside. Just cover it with some snow outside. Lord Long, we want to go with you. Yeah, we can still move. We just need some water. I'm just a bit out of breath. I'm much better now. I can climb. That's right, we're all fine. The group hurriedly got up from the ground, panting. They didn't want Long Chen to think they were dead weight. Long Chen smiled at their unwillingness to give up. There's still an hour until dark. Ruoqing, can you call a plane to pick you up in 3 hours? It will pick you up right at the top of this mountain. Long Chen looked at the towering mountain ahead. What, at the top of this mountain? But it won't even take 3 hours to reach the peak. It must be easy for Lord Long. But, at our speed, we might not make it in 2 days. Lin Ruoqing's expression was remarkable as he shook his head and sighed. This was true, they were only standing body users, and it might take them 2 days to climb. The air up there is thin. Although the battle armor has oxygen supply, it's still not enough. At intervals, we have to stop to adjust our breathing rhythm and adapt to the thin air. Only then can we continue up. Going back and forth, let alone 2 days, it might take a week to get up. Wu Huiyan added. As long as we go directly to the top, relying on the oxygen supply of the battle armor, normal breathing can last for 10 hours. And the plane will pick you up at the top to return to the northwest base. It will be safer and more secure, Long Chen said. I've already contacted a plane that can come directly. I need to give a precise reply as soon as possible, Lin Ruoqing said, while holding his phone. If we were at the mountain top, the pilot sent by the special support from the northwest camp would naturally dare to come pick us up. But the key is, Lord Long, we can't make it up there in 3 hours, Lin Ruoqing said helplessly. Everyone looked at Long Chen, curious about how he would manage to get them up in 3 hours. It doesn't take 3 hours. Those 3 hours are for them to prepare the plane and fly over. Not for you, Long Chen said at this point. Close your masks and shut your eyes, Long Chen instructed. Yes, Lord Long. The group exchanged glances, and although they were confused, they all closed their masks and shut their eyes. Long Chen moved quickly, tossing them up one by one in just a few seconds. Ah! The screams echoed as they ascended. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves rapidly moving towards the mountain top, which terrified them. Long Chen's left foot pressed down, his calf bending. Boom! The ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. Long Chen shot upwards like a cannonball, breaking through the sound barrier in succession, sending waves of sonic booms rippling out. The 7 people flying in the air broke through the clouds and saw the setting sun. It was only then that they finally stopped screaming. The scene was simply too beautiful, as if immortals were riding cranes through the clouds. However, when they turned to Look, they were horrified to find they had already surpassed the height of the mountaintop and were still ascending. Although their upward speed was slowing, if they fell, they would definitely be crushed. Use the chi shield. Long Chen followed up, raising his hand to push a massive air blade disc to catch the falling people. Everyone landed on the giant air shield. Long Chen landed steadily. He lowered his hand, and the air shield disappeared. The 7 of them tumbled onto the relatively flat stones at the mountain top. The peak was too high and the wind too strong. There was hardly any snow here. Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back as if he had just accomplished something very simple. As a powerful figure from his past life, he still had this level of control over his strength. Everyone was completely unharmed, just scared out of their wits. They were still trembling, their legs shaking as they stood up. Thank you, Lord Long," the 7 said. "All right, you all adjust yourselves quickly," Long Chen said. Standing at this height and looking at the sunset, it was truly beautiful and poetic. Long Chen felt a unique stirring in his heart. Lin Ruocheng and the others quickly adjusted their breathing. Once they were settled, Lin Ruocheng dialed the satellite phone to book a plane for 3 hours later. He finally understood why Long Chen said 3 hours was for the plane to prepare and fly over. Because they didn't need 3 hours to get up here at all. The whole journey only took a few seconds. So thrilling, even more exciting than being chased by a beast, Lin Ruocheng exclaimed. It felt like flying, as if we were riding a missile. So exhilarating, I almost peed my pants. If I had known, I wouldn't have opened my eyes just now. Now I don't even dare to look down. It's fine, below is just the cloud layer. You won't see anything if you look down. Easily tossed us from 6 or 7,000 meters high, and effortlessly caught us. This level of control over strength is simply unfathomable. This is an effect only achieved through long-term mastery of power. Is there really such a huge gap between geniuses? Lord Long is clearly still very young, yet his control over strength is so extraordinary. Lin Ruocheng thought to himself. Looking at Long Chen's back, he felt that Long Chen was becoming increasingly inscrutable. I wonder if we can find ice source grass here. This is our last hope. Lin Ruocheng looked at the clouds below the cliff. We'll know once we look. Long Chen pushed his hand forward. The massive air blade disc expanded, dispersing the surrounding clouds. You all stay here. After saying this, Long Chen jumped directly off the cliff. The crowd stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the sheer drop of over 5,000 meters. The visual shock was unimaginable. Long Chen stood firmly on the rocky cliff, his figure steady. At each height, his eyes swept around. Upon discovering no ice source grass, he would continue downward until he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind here is strong. Over there. Long Chen's heart stirred, and his eyes brightened. He spotted a piece of ice blue ice source grass. The grass had a total of 9 leaves. Even in the fierce wind, it remained completely still. It looked very sturdy, firmly rooted in the rock face. There's another one over there. Could there really be 2? Great, just enough to meet the requirements. I can also keep one for my refining, Long Chen thought. But there's no rush to pick it. I should find that cave entrance first. Long Chen continued downward. At 9,900 meters, he was just deep in the clouds. A recessed rock caught Long Chen's attention. Looks like this is the place. Long Chen descended and pushed with his hand, opening the stone door. He stepped inside. In fact, this was not a stone door, just a simple stone slab carved by hand, perfectly blocking the cave entrance. If one didn't get closer to look from above, it would be impossible to discover this place. After walking a few dozen meters inside, a whole new world opened up. A massive natural vertical shaft led straight to the bottom. However, it was pitch black, making it impossible to see the bottom. It resembled a karst landscape's Wangtian cave. Flames ignited at Long Chen's fingertips, illuminating the surroundings. There's no direct path down. Looks like I can only go straight down. According to the map, there seems to be a deep pool at the bottom. There should be the ores I want on the surrounding rock walls. With this thought, Long Chen leaped down directly. The flames in his hands surged, illuminating 100 meters below. He fell freely. Due to the height of the mountain, it felt like an endless abyss that he would never reach the bottom of. Long Chen accelerated. After several dozen seconds, he landed on the surface of the deep pool, creating a ripple. The flames in Long Chen's hand flared even higher. He could clearly see that the surroundings were a vast hollow cave, large enough to accommodate a small town. The area of this deep pool should be around 100,000 square meters. There must be powerful exotic beasts sleeping inside. But first, I need to gather the metal ores. Long Chen searched around. Sure enough, there it is, Star Moon Rock. He found a piece on the rock wall. Soon, he had scoured the area. He obtained a dozen types. Just 3 more types, only 3 more to complete the collection. Long Chen searched again. This time he was very thorough, but he only found 1 more type, still missing 2. While Long Chen was searching, a massive head slowly emerged from the deep pool. Its eyes reflected Long Chen's figure on the distant shore. Long Chen was unaware of this. He was pondering how to obtain the last two types of ores. Although some materials from the beast kings he had killed could be used, some could be used directly, while others only served as auxiliary materials. So, he was still short of two types. Buzz! Long Chen instinctively turned around in an instant, raising his palm forward. An extremely disgusting, gigantic cylindrical tongue struck against his energy shield. Long Chen's crisis awareness and reaction speed were astonishing. Such a swift, silent attack was instantly intercepted by him. The tongue quickly retracted. Only then did Long Chen see what kind of exotic beast it was. Its entire body is covered in golden armor. Could it be the recorded beast emperor, the three-legged golden toad? I can't believe it's such a rare exotic beast. This type of exotic beast is extremely rare. I never encountered one in my previous life. I didn't expect to meet one here. What a coincidence. Just when I needed two more materials. If I'm lucky, this three-legged golden toad might just satisfy one of them. Long Chen thought, unable to suppress a smile. The three-legged golden cicada saw Long Chen's smile illuminated by the flames. It felt a bit unnerving. A bad premonition arose from deep within. Why did it feel like encountering Long Chen would lead to old troubles? After all, he was just a weak human. Quack quack. The three-legged golden cicada emitted a deep and resonant sound. A sonic attack, ha, very strong, but unfortunately useless against me. Long Chen transformed into a shadow. His speed was so fast that the three-legged golden cicada didn't even have time to react before Long Chen was already standing above it. They say the three-legged golden cicada has nearly invincible defense at the same level. Let me see if you really have such high defense. Long Chen stomped down hard. Boom! The violent shockwave felt like a meteor crashing directly into its head. The three-legged golden cicada felt its brain spin. Its entire body was pressed down as if sinking into water. Quack quack! The three-legged golden cicada's expression changed. Want to escape? Can you? Long Chen looked at the three-legged golden cicada, which hadn't surfaced after a few seconds, and knew it must have fled. Long Chen unleashed a 1,000-meter sword aura from his hand. He thrust a sword directly into the water. It was clear that the three-legged golden cicada was struggling madly against the strike. Just a mere beast emperor at the third level dares to ambush me. Since you want to die, then die. Long Chen raised his arm. The sword aura slashed from the water to the wall, leaving a deep, bottomless sword mark on it. The surging deep pool gradually calmed. Gurgle gurgle. A large number of bubbles rose from the bottom of the pool. The three-legged golden cicada floated up. Its upper body and front claws were torn apart by the blade. Blood stained the deep pool. Quack quack. The three-legged golden cicada stared fiercely at Long Chen, as if having made a certain resolution. Quack quack quack. In the next moment, the frequency of the three-legged golden cicada's calls increased rapidly, and its body swelled and expanded wildly. Do you want to self-destruct and take me with you? Unfortunately, you don't have that chance. Long Chen swung the sword aura in his hand. Buzz! The three-legged golden cicada was split in half from top to bottom. Boom! The highly concentrated gas explosion had not yet fully spread. Seal! Long Chen raised his hand to grasp. The surrounding gas bags exploded, confining the explosion within a transparent sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. In an instant, the explosive energy was completely consumed. The transparent sphere also vanished. The power is decent, but the intelligence is lacking. Expanding from the bottom of the water to the surface is just right. But now that it's dead, intelligence doesn't matter. However, if it had truly gone all out to explode, the power would indeed be much stronger. Long Chen thought. The three-legged golden cicada's body was almost shattered to pieces, leaving only a huge head that fell to the shore. Long Chen looked into the water and found no special materials left behind. He landed steadily on the shore, gazing at the head. The three-legged golden cicada's eyes were hollow and lifeless. However, these two eyeballs were quite extraordinary. Buzz! Bang! Long Chen sliced through them with a sword, leaving only two eyeballs that emitted a strong and powerful sound. They blocked his attack. The eyeballs, once stripped of their outer layers, were only the size of a fist. One was blue, the other gold. One gold and one water. Two types of attribute eyeballs. Interesting. They would be suitable as refining materials. But these two are one entity, equivalent to just one material. Still missing one. Long Chen thought. There shouldn't be any other exotic beasts at the bottom of this deep pool. I can only think of a way at the mountaintop. Long Chen contemplated. He lightly landed in the center of the deep pool. Under his feet, he formed a disk of energy. Then, he bent his legs and exerted force. Boom! Long Chen shot up like a cannonball. He gracefully returned to the top. Picking a stalk of ice source grass, Long Chen stepped on a protruding rock to gain leverage and pushed upward. Chirp! A sharp, piercing cry came from the mountaintop. There are exotic beasts, and their level is not low, at least a beast emperor. Long Chen pushed down with his hand. A disc appeared beneath his feet. Long Chen stepped on it and exerted force. Boom! He shot out of the clouds at an incredible speed. He saw a massive flying exotic beast that was freezing and attacking Lin Ruocheng and the others with lightspeed strikes. Its wings spanned 300 meters. Lin Ruocheng and the others were so frightened that they didn't know what to do, only able to wait for death. Is that a second-level frost-armored dragon of the Beast Emperor? Seeking death. Long Chen unleashed a 1,000-meter sword. Aura. The head of the frost-armored dragon, which was spewing freezing beams, was directly severed. The subsequent attacks came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, the beam was already just a step away from the 7 of them. Form a shield with Qi. Long Chen raised his left hand and clenched it, forming a Qi shield to protect the 7. He swung his right hand again, and as it approached, it transformed into countless sword auras that tore through the body of the frost-armored dragon. Bang! He struck a hard object. Long Chen's body continued to ascend. During the process, he caught a blue sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. He then landed on the mountaintop, leaving 2 footprints beneath him. The core of the frost-armored dragon. This should be where it can spew freezing beams. The last missing material is just right. This weighs at least 100 tons. I really look forward to how heavy the sword made from all these materials will be. It will probably exceed 300 tons, especially the core of this frost-armored dragon. Its material is also quite suitable as the main body of a spatial ring. As for the other auxiliary materials, I have them all. The materials are complete, we just need to refine them. Long Chen smiled. He didn't expect to have such a harvest in the end. Everything was just right. Thank you, Lord Long, for saving our lives. The 7 expressed their gratitude. Just now, they almost thought they were going to die. They were too weak in front of the Beast Emperor. But then Long Chen appeared and turned the tide. He still wielded that absolutely overwhelming power to kill a frost-armored dragon. Their awe for Long Chen deepened in their hearts. It's good that nothing happened. The plane has arrived. Long Chen looked at the small vertical takeoff and landing passenger plane gradually enlarging in the moonlight in the distance. This is ice source grass. We need to return to Donglin City as soon as possible, otherwise, the medicinal effect will lose more than half after a day. Long Chen looked at Lin Ruocheng. Thank you, my lord. Lin Ruocheng was about to kneel down directly upon seeing this. No need to kneel all the time, if you feel indebted to me, you can repay me when the opportunity arises in the future. Long Chen helped him up with one hand. Under Long Chen's strength, Lin Ruocheng couldn't kneel even if he wanted to. He could only stand up helplessly. Thank you, Lord Long. This is my daughter's only hope. I thought this trip was hopeless, but I didn't expect. Thank you, Lord Long. In the future, as long as you need my help, just give the order. Lin Ruocheng expressed his gratitude. We'll talk about future matters later. Of course, you need to confirm that this ice source grass can truly cure your daughter. Otherwise, it won't only fail to solidify her ice soul ability but will also put her into a deep sleep. Ice source grass has very domineering medicinal properties, use it with caution. Long Chen reminded him. I understand, Lord Long. Lin Ruocheng nodded heavily. As for the snake egg, you can sell it at the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall in the Northwest Camp. Just say that a man in a black robe sent you to sell it. The manager, Yun Fan, will naturally understand. The money from the sale should be transferred to this account. Do not reveal my true identity. Long Chen said, carving his bank account number onto a small iron piece. Understood, don't worry, Lord Long, I will handle it well. Lin Ruocheng carefully took the iron piece. Go ahead. After Long Chen finished speaking, he stepped forward and fell into the cliff. He then entered the cave. He began to prepare for weapon refining. Long Chen was refining weapons by the edge of this deep pool. All the materials were laid out before him, a dazzling array. Remove some of the beast materials that are to be sold. The rest are all refining materials. Let's try refining a space ring first, Long Chen thought. 9 bright leaving fire technique. Long Chen's fingers moved to form complex seals. Immediately he inscribed intricate and mysterious formations in the space. Circles upon circles layered on top of each other. Finally, it formed a formation resembling a cauldron. This great cauldron was entirely composed of formations. This way, he could refine without needing a special cauldron for Qi refiners. This was Long Chen's original method. It made it convenient to gather materials for refining on site. At the same time, it also tested the fire control ability of the refiner. The more precise the control, and the more unique insights and philosophies one had in the art of refining, the more successful one could be in constructing a refining cauldron with formations while achieving successful refinement. In short, those who could accomplish this were extremely rare in the Long Yuan continent. Moreover, this was not even Long Chen's strongest refining technique. It's a pity I'm only at the first level of Qi refining now. Although I am far stronger than others at this level, I still haven't stepped into foundation establishment. I can't refine across space directly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need formations. Long Chen thought. However, using formations is actually a bit more stable. The weapons refined will also be of better quality. Collecting materials on Origin Star was not easy at all. I can't waste materials. I need to succeed in one go, striving to create the most perfect space ring that can be refined at this level. With this thought, Long Chen clasped his hands together. The 5-meter-high cauldron instantly became clear. Rise. As Long Chen spoke, more than 30 types of materials on the ground floated into the air. Then, sharp blades of energy swiftly cut a bit from each one. The cut pieces flew into the cauldron, the lid closed, and the other materials all fell back into place. Long Chen manipulated the seals, and the raging flames enveloped the cauldron. His techniques were extremely complex. It wasn't just about controlling the output of the fire. It also involved manipulating the refining techniques and observing the subtle changes inside the cauldron, all of which needed to be adjusted and controlled. Of course, it only seemed complicated to outsiders. To him, it was just a daily routine. His self-created refining method ensured that anything he refined would be of a much higher grade than what other refining masters could produce. It was a technique that even so-called masters could only look up to in awe. Time passed, though how long it was, he couldn't tell. Zila. Boom boom boom. As time went on, dark clouds gathered above the mountain, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. This scene intensified. However, Long Chen, deep within the mountain, naturally couldn't feel it. The mountain was tall and thick. Outside, let alone thunder, even the apocalypse might not be felt here, unless a super earthquake occurred, causing tectonic shifts. And this was the calamity of tools. It was a calamity that could only be triggered when the art of refining reached a very high level. Generally, refining masters couldn't produce this phenomenon at all, because they couldn't meet the requirements to attract heavenly thunder. First, to attract heavenly thunder through refining, one must achieve what others cannot. For example, if others can only refine items with 3 patterns at most, Long Chen could achieve an astonishing 10 patterns. Naturally, this would trigger the calamity of tools and heavenly thunder would descend. This was also why Long Chen chose to refine here instead of in the city. He was very clear about his methods. If he were truly in the city, just this thunder alone would likely kill countless people. Boom boom boom. Multiple bolts of lightning struck the peak in succession. This scene could be seen from far away in the northwest camp, because this thunder only targeted that one mountain. As long as the line of sight was unobstructed, it could be seen at a glance from other places. What's going on? That direction seems to be the extreme cold region in the north. How could there be thunderstorm weather in the extreme cold region? It can't possibly be going to rain, right? Yeah, it's really strange. I've never seen a thunderstorm happen in the extreme cold region to the north. It should be extreme weather. Isn't this a bit extreme? It's not just extreme, it's a bit insane. Thunder and lightning in the snowy mountains, it feels like the end of the world. Haha, stop rambling. Let's hurry up and hunt the beasts. The assessment for the ability users is coming up soon. Just watch, this time the ability assessment is said to be broadcast live. I must make sure everyone knows my name. Me too, my name will definitely be among the top 10 in Donlin City. The ability users in the northwest camp and those in the Luofeng mountain range naturally observed the thunderstorm happening in the north. However, they did not feel afraid, mainly because it was too far away. Not many people would go to that place. More so, it felt rare and somewhat novel. They even couldn't help but take a photo and post it on social media to show off. Of course, the worst off were the beasts. Under the thunder, many beasts that had been sleeping beneath the snow and ice layers woke up and fled to avoid being struck by lightning. The beasts were sleeping at home while the thunder came from the sky. They hadn't felt the sensation of being struck by lightning in such a frigid place for decades. This was their first time. Those who ran slowly were done for. Done. Long Chen opened his eyes. He raised his hand and waved, opening the lid of the cauldron. Buzz. A ring with 10 radiant stripes appeared, emitting a brilliant glow. It was entirely ice blue, resembling a wedding ring or diamond ring, but even more beautiful and grand. It didn't have the tackiness of a diamond. Long Chen spread his fingers and slipped the ring onto his ring finger. Buzz. A wave of light radiated out. Let me see how large the internal space of the spatial ring crafted for the first time in this world can be. Long Chen focused his mind and directly connected with the ring, seeing the internal space within. The internal space appeared as a white rectangle similar to a very large bedroom. 100 meters long, 60 meters high, 80 meters wide. Not bad, it's already enough for now. A normal master craftsman could only create a maximum of 5 cubic meters of space with these materials. Moreover, I'm still only in the Qi refining stage. To achieve such a large internal space already far exceeds the level of a master. It seems my crafting skills haven't declined. Long Chen smiled, extremely satisfied with the spatial ring he had crafted. Next step, crafting a weapon. Let's use my main battle weapon from the Long Yuan continent as a blueprint, and then slightly innovate and change the appearance. Long Chen thought, retrieving the ice source grass from the cliff. Rise. The materials on the ground flew up, all rushing into the cauldron. As he manipulated the incantation, flames enveloped the materials. The fire blazed higher, illuminating the entire cave. If other master craftsmen were to see this, those who knew Long Chen would be fine. They would just kneel and watch, unwilling to blink. But those who didn't know him would definitely say, "Is this really crafting? This is a hodgepodge. Please, do you even know what crafting is?" When eating, you have to eat one thing at a time. Crafting is the same. Which craftsman would be so impatient as to throw all the materials in at once from the start? To put it bluntly, the cauldron has to be heated first, right? Just like cooking, if the pot isn't hot, what are you cooking? Can it taste good? However, this is what sets Long Chen's crafting apart. It is distinct from anyone else, possessing a unique quality. Just like his personality, carefree and unrestrained, not fussing over details, bold and open. Back in the Long Yuan continent, whenever someone did this, it was definitely him without a doubt. Buzz buzz buzz. The surging flames grew hotter and hotter. Even the water in the deep pool was continuously heating up, its temperature rising. It should be noted that this pool was at least 300 meters deep. So much water was gradually being heated. It is evident how high the temperature is when Long Chen uses his fire control technique. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Suddenly, buzz. Long Chen abruptly opened his eyes. A surge of killing intent erupted from him. He suddenly had a feeling. His parents were in danger. He had given them protective rings, which guaranteed their absolute safety. At this moment, the rings had been successfully triggered. This feeling means mom and dad are in danger. Someone has activated the automatic defense array within the ring. Good, someone is looking for death. Anyone who dares to harm my parents will not live. Long Chen's killing intent soared. Buzz. In that instant, his cultivation level unexpectedly rose from the first stage of Qi refining to the second stage. The shockwave swept through the entire cave, reverberating back and forth several times before finally dissipating. The accumulation of time exploded in this moment of fury, leading to a breakthrough. The breakthrough in cultivation was only a natural progression. However, the breakthrough did not distract him. He remained fully focused. Gather for me. Long Chen brought his hands together, one above the other. He forcefully commanded the molten metal within the cauldron to merge completely, indistinguishable from one another, thus forming the shape of a sword. It was as if Long Chen could see everything inside the cauldron at a glance. He controlled the appearance of the sword, filling in the deficiencies. Boom boom boom. Almost simultaneously, outside, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Massive dark clouds gathered rapidly. As the sun set, centered around the highest peak in the northern part of the Luofeng mountain range, a thundercloud formed with a radius of 600 kilometers. Although this was much smaller compared to the 8,000-kilometer thundercloud he had encountered during his breakthrough in the Balan mountain range, it still covered nearly a quarter of the Luofeng mountain range and a significant area of the wilderness. If the thundercloud appeared at the core of the Luofeng mountain range, it would completely envelop the entire mountain. This scene terrified the Northwest camp and the scattered ability users throughout the Luofeng mountain range. After all, it had just been sunset and the sky was still bright. Moreover, the sun had not completely set. Even if it did, it would at least remain bright for another hour. Yet, in this sudden span of a few seconds, the sky darkened rapidly. The speed of the spread was so fast that those unaware might think a gigantic beast was blocking the light. By the time they reacted, they saw the extreme cold region in the north of the Luofeng mountain range, where lightning was gathering. Even from a distance, it was visible. At least in the Northwest camp and the western, northern, and eastern areas, it was clearly seen. My God, why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Could it be a solar eclipse? I checked the weather forecast, there's no solar eclipse. Look to the north, there's so much lightning. What's going on? Extreme weather? It was just clear skies, and suddenly it turned dark. Extreme weather shouldn't be this outrageous. Something unusual must be happening. Something big is about to occur. I'm sure something significant has happened in the extreme cold region to the north. I've never seen or heard of thunderstorms occurring continuously there, and this time it's so vast and terrifying. Report to the higher-ups, immediately request real-time satellite images of the northern Luofeng mountain range. As for the southernmost area, it could also see clearly. In fact, due to the distance, the outline of the circular dark clouds was even more oppressive and terrifying. Whether they were ability users hunting beasts or resting, everyone looked up. It felt as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it. In the extremely oppressive atmosphere, many felt their throats tighten and brows furrow. What's going on? What happened in that direction? Remember, that seems to be the extreme cold region to the north. Not just a coincidence, it's the extreme cold region in the north. I remember there were thunderclouds yesterday, and today it's even more exaggerated. At first glance, I thought it was an alien spaceship. The area is just too vast. It appeared in an instant, and it clearly wasn't there just moments ago. This is not simple, very not simple. I'm sure something unimaginable has happened in the extreme cold region to the north. Could it be related to the exotic beasts? After all, there are some very terrifying exotic beasts in this world. Their abilities are beyond imagination. Not sure, but there should be some connection. Stop hunting the exotic beasts, let's go to a high point and see what's going on. Okay. Regarding the events happening outside the Luofeng mountain range, Long Chen didn't care, because after his calculations, the north was sparsely populated. Even if there were a few ability users, as long as they hid in a cave, they would definitely survive. Therefore, he could act freely to attract the tribulation. Done. Long Chen shouted. The lid of the cauldron opened, and a fiery red sword shot out. It darted around the cave before finally hovering vertically in the air. Boom boom boom. Meanwhile, the heavenly thunder outside had been continuously striking the peaks, causing avalanches, until there was hardly any ice and snow left on the mountain. Even around this peak, within a 15-kilometer radius, many places were charred black. Further away, there were craters caused by lightning strikes. The impact range was quite large. Within a 15-kilometer radius, the exotic beasts that hadn't run far were suffering greatly. Light injuries were common, while severe cases were charred to a crisp. Buzz buzz buzz. Looking at the trembling sword, it seems this sword must go out and experience the tempering of thunder. Otherwise, it will still be one step short. Long Chen thought. Then let's go out. Boom! Long Chen stepped onto the lake surface and soared into the air. Then he exited through that door. The sword followed closely behind Long Chen. Long Chen ascended along the cliff and landed on the charred mountaintop. The blood-red, scalding sword flew into the sky, welcoming the baptism of heavenly thunder. Boom boom boom. Countless bolts of thunder struck the sword, making it glow even redder, as if it were about to melt. The scene of countless lightning strikes hitting the mountaintop was clearly visible to the ability users in the Luofeng mountain range. Of course, they couldn't see the people, as it was too far away. Usually, the mountaintop was above the clouds. But when the thunder clouds formed, they were even higher than the mountain. They dispersed the clouds in the mountains. Thus, it was possible to see the lightning happening at the mountaintop more clearly. Look at the mountaintop of the highest peak in the north. So much lightning. What is that? It feels like watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Could it be a lightning-type exotic beast? That shouldn't be the case. The impact is so great. How strong would it have to be? It's possible. We must investigate that area thoroughly. If an unknown super-strong exotic beast really appears, it would be a huge threat to humanity. That's enough. Long Chen saw that the timing was right. He raised his hand and inhaled. The long sword flew back into his hand. A layer of energy wrapped around Long Chen's hand, and even though the scalding sword hilt was in his grip, he felt no reaction. However, at that moment, another bolt of heavenly thunder was about to strike down. Break for me. Long Chen tightened his grip on the sword hilt, then swung the sword. He unleashed all the fiery heat in a single strike. The sword energy, like a long rainbow, directly cleaved through the descending thunder. The tribulation finally came to an end. The thunderclouds in the sky were slowly dissipating. However, it seemed it would take quite some time to completely clear. The tribulation thunder was different from the heavenly thunder during Long Chen's breakthrough. Although it was born quickly, its power was not strong. At least, compared to when he broke through, it was definitely weaker. Moreover, the speed at which the thunderclouds disappeared would not be as fast as when he finished his breakthrough. Long Chen looked at the sword in his hand. After the heat was swung out, the true form of the sword was revealed. The sword was 130 centimeters long and 4.8 centimeters wide. It matched his height perfectly. The entire body was a silvery white, looking extremely elegant and grand, without any flashy embellishments. The sword hilt has 10 patterns. This is a symbol of a perfect grade weapon. A perfect grade 4th tier 10 pattern weapon. Equivalent to the pinnacle of weapons used by golden core cultivators. Even nascent soul cultivators would be envious of a perfect grade 4th tier 10 pattern weapon. It would be more than sufficient for use by a nascent soul. For me at the moment, it's already enough. If better materials come along in the future, they can be integrated for upgrades. As for the weight, it is indeed a bit heavy, exceeding 300 tons. The ability conferred by the spherical material of the flying exotic beast gives this sword a certain repair function. Even in high-intensity battles, it should be able to continuously repair itself. As for the properties of the ice source grass, it slightly raised the sword's level during the heavenly thunder tempering. The ability of the weapon refiner is one aspect and the quality of the materials is another. Having both is what makes a true main battle weapon. Long Chen was very satisfied as he stroked the sword. As for the specific additional abilities of this sword, he would wait to discover them in the future. Come here. Long Chen beckoned. The sword sheath within the great cauldron in the mountain seemed to sense something and flew out directly. As the sword sheath flew out, the formation constructed cauldron also disappeared. The sword sheath even brought the stone door along as it flew out. It then circled in the air before landing in Long Chen's hand. Buzz! Long Chen sheathed the sword. Just right. When Long Chen forged the sword, he naturally also forged the sheath. Otherwise, having a sword without a sheath would be quite awkward. Now that the two were combined, it was finally perfect. This sword possesses a certain spirit, it just lacks intelligence, waiting for future upgrades. East Lin City is in this direction. Mom and Dad, wait for Me. Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill their entire family. A murderous aura surrounded Long Chen, resembling a demon god. With a thought buzz, the sword flew out. The sheath was stored in the spatial ring, and the backpack and other items were naturally also in the spatial ring. Long Chen swiftly stepped out and landed firmly on the sword. It was as if they were welded together. There was no risk of losing control and falling off. Finally able to fly again. Others in the Qi refining stage can't fly, but I can. Using Qi to control the sword, as long as the Qi is sufficiently vast, I can fly. Boom! With a thought, a strong sonic boom erupted. In an instant, he broke the sound barrier. The resulting shockwave spread outwards, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Then the speed increased rapidly. Due to the extreme speed and the friction with the air, a white smoke was stirred up. It was as fast as a missile. Once the speed broke the sound barrier, apart from the initial sonic boom, all subsequent sounds would be left behind. Long Chen could clearly feel that the sound could not keep up with his speed. Is this the feeling of breaking the sound barrier with a physical body in this world? It's quite marvelous. There is no concept of supersonic in Long Yuan continent. At least, it wouldn't produce such a loud sound. This is due to the different spatial rules of the world. In my past life, I never achieved the ability to fly in the air on Origin Star. So this is what it feels like to be supersonic with a physical body. Long Chen thought to himself. The scene of him slicing through the sky at high speed beneath the dark clouds was naturally noticed by people in the sky, which had not yet completely darkened. Due to the incredible speed, combined with the long white vapor trail, many people looked on in astonishment. Quick, look at that. It looks like a fighter jet. It should be a military fighter jet going to check the situation for reconnaissance purposes. No, it came from the top of that mountain. I saw it clearly. As soon as the lightning disappeared, it appeared. Could it be a super beast of extremely high realm? That's a possibility we can't rule out. My goodness, if it can fly that fast, how strong must this beast be? That direction seems to be Donglin City, right? Indeed, it's Donglin City, but it's still quite far, nearly 800 or 900 kilometers away. The beast isn't planning to attack Donglin City, is it? I hope I'm just overthinking. Could it be a new type of missile test? You know, that actually seems quite possible. The ability users speculated, each with their own opinions. No one had an accurate answer. An hour ago, Donglin City Police Guard West District Headquarters, Underground Level B2. This is a place specifically for detaining and interrogating extremely dangerous ordinary people. After all, even though we are in the era of ability users, there are still many ordinary people who are quite vicious. Even without abilities, as long as they have guns, weapons, and vehicles, they can still cause extremely terrifying destruction. Therefore, ordinary people should not be underestimated. The interrogation rooms here are quite open. Only one side has a steel fence with a door, while the rest are walls, allowing a clear view from the corridor. A white corridor leads to the end, with at least 20 of these interrogation rooms on either side. Each room is about 20 square meters, containing a table and 3 chairs. The walls inside are also blaringly white. Long Jin, the father of Long Chen, and his mother, Lin Yuyan, sit in different rooms 30 meters apart. Outside, 2 fully armed task force members stand guard, one on the left and one on the right. The couple has been separated for an hour. Although they are not restricted in their freedom and can move around the room, they can't help but feel a bit anxious and tense. After all, they have always been honest, hard-working ordinary people. They have never seen such a scene. It feels as if they have committed a grave offense. Young man, what exactly have we done? Can you please clarify? You suddenly brought us here. Is there some misunderstanding? Long Jin asked, gripping the iron bars. Step back, I said step back. The man pointed a gun at Long Jin. Ordinary people can still die under a 7.62mm bullet. Long Jin had no choice but to take a few steps back. Could it be that Yenner killed someone? Yenner hasn't shown up yet. She hasn't been caught, has she? No, it shouldn't be. Yenner's strength, while not sweeping the globe, should be enough to hold her own in Donglin City. Then what exactly is the reason for us being brought here? Long Jin couldn't understand. He could only continue to wait. Meanwhile, in the luxurious conference hall on the top floor of this headquarters building, a long table was filled with people. Among them was the 5-star ability punishment chief Chen Kefen. He sat in the main seat, exuding a stronger presence than the 7-star chief of the police guard, Zhou Jiafeng, who sat opposite him. After all, he was an ability user and the 5-star chief of the ability punishment team, not directly managed by anyone, so he certainly had that confidence. Chen Kefen pointed to the remote control on the table. A 3-dimensional projection of Long Jin and Lin Yuyan's surveillance footage appeared in the center of the long table, along with their personal information. These two are named Long Jin and Lin Yuyan. They are a married couple. They have a son named Long Chen, who is in his 3rd year of high school and, for some reason, did not participate in the college entrance examination. They have always lived in a low-rent housing in a slum. Their combined monthly salary is only about 10,000. Yet they suddenly managed to buy a villa worth over 30 million in full, and a Ferrari and a Bentley, totaling over 40 million. This family of three are all ordinary people, and suddenly they possess 40 million in wealth. Although there has never been a problem with the money on the way. But precisely because there are no problems, that makes it even more problematic, Chen said.
Everyone nodded seriously, listening to him. And I learned that when they were buying a house at the sales office, their son Long Chen had a conflict with Master Chen. Then, that night, Master Chen mysteriously died in a nearby community next to the slum where they originally lived.
The coincidence is that
the next day they moved from the original community to the newly purchased villa.
After thorough investigation, I seriously suspect
that these two are one of the main culprits behind Master Chen's death.
Of course, their son is likely the mastermind. He may
have colluded with others to kill Master Chen. Otherwise, with his identity as an ordinary 18-year-old, he wouldn't have the
capability. As long as we find Long Chen, we can know who killed Master Chen.
Of course, these two are also a breakthrough. We just need to get them to speak, Chen Kefan said.
I agree with what Chief Chen said. But there is one point. Where exactly has this young man gone? Has he not been found yet? There are no outsiders here, and the Chen family's influence in Xiling City is
vast. Master Chen was a leader in the feng shui world with a wide circle of friends. His death has a broad impact.
It has already dragged on for so many days. We must have results quickly.
Donglin City is this small. Where on earth has Long Chen gone that we
haven't found him? Chief Qixing Zhou Jiafeng asked.
This issue involves the Northwest Camp. To retrieve the surveillance data from there, we need to notify the Northwest Camp. But the Northwest Camp. At this point, Chen Kefan did not continue.
Two of his capable subordinates had died. They were the two killed by Long Chen at the Northwest Camp. Chen Kefan had already discovered a significant connection between Long Chen and Master Chen's death some time ago.
Plus, when he inquired with Jiang Tianhao and Lin Ruoqing, it was clear that these two were biased towards Long Chen. This infuriated him. He thought about sending someone to pressure Jiang Tianhao's brother, Jiang Guohua, while also aligning with the Zhao family. Unexpectedly, his people went and never returned. Jiang Guohua's reason was that the headquarters of the Northwest Camp was attacked by a mysterious powerful figure. By the time they arrived, everyone was dead. The surveillance was also completely destroyed. Chen Kefan wanted to go but was prohibited from approaching. His rank was not
high enough.
To this day, he still had no idea what the situation at the scene was. And Long Chen had gone to the Luofeng mountain range. He didn't know if Long Chen was hiding out or what he was doing.
Without the surveillance data from the Northwest Camp, it was impossible to investigate.
Seeing that Chen Kefan had not continued, Zhou Jiafeng asked, "What's wrong, Chief Chen?
What happened at the Northwest Camp?" He was puzzled as to why Chen only spoke halfway, which was infuriating. Long Chen indeed does not know where he has gone.
But we can start with his parents first, Chen Kefan said.
But what if they know nothing? What should we do? Zhou Jiafeng asked. Those who understood the implication of his words knew. Bang!
Since all the evidence points to their son as the culprit, they are the main offenders, they deserve to die, and no one can save them.
Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and a powerful, cold voice of a middle-aged woman came through. A man and a woman walked in from outside. The man was in his 20s, and although the woman was older, she still had a certain charm, and old A8. Upon seeing the two, especially the middle-aged woman, everyone around the long table stood up, including Chen Kefan and Zhou Jiafeng, because the man was Master Chen's son, Chen Keshi, and the woman was Master Chen's wife, Xiao Zi. Moreover, Xiao Zi had a terrifying identity that only industry insiders would know. She was a member of the Xiao family from Jinling City. Marrying Master Chen was actually considered a downward move for her. Everyone knows this is definitely true love. Only true love would do such a thing. After all, big families emphasize matching social status and strong unions. It's rare for someone to marry down. However, even though Xiao Zi's actions led to a significant drop in her status within the family, she is still a member of the Xiao family. That cannot be changed. What the people present fear is not Xiao Zi, but her background. Madam Xiao, what brings you here? Zhou Jiafeng quickly smiled and extended his hand in greeting. Zhou Jiafeng, you can't forget who helped you rise to this position. Xiao Zi directly admonished him, showing no intention of shaking hands. Zhou Jiafeng was not offended. After all, this person before him is a true ancestor, someone he cannot afford to offend. He was promoted to this position by Xiao Zi's father. I understand. Rest assured, I will make sure they get a death sentence. But it will take at least a month. For the process, Zhou Jiafeng said. No need for that, I will personally conduct the interrogation and handle it myself afterward. Xiao Zi coldly glanced at him. She turned to leave. But this, Zhou Jiafeng hadn't finished his sentence. If you have any objections, take it up with my father, Xiao Zi said. Alright, just don't make too much noise about it. Zhou Jiafeng was left speechless and could only agree. Everyone, what we discussed today is internal. If anyone leaks it, Zhou Jiafeng glanced at the crowd. Of course, this did not include Chen Kafa. After all, Master Chen is Chen Kafa's uncle. He wouldn't spill a word. Understood. Understood. We didn't hear anything. Right. Our ears aren't what they used to be. Everyone chimed in. No one cared about the two ordinary people. No one would want to offend the Xiao family or Xiao Zi because of them. Even less would they want to offend the 7-star police chief or the 5-star punishment officer, Chen Kafa. Chen Kafa said nothing, just followed behind. Zhou Jiafeng followed as well. The others dispersed on the spot. Xiao Zi remained silent as she took the elevator to the second basement floor. Master Chen is her beloved. He is her first love and her white moonlight. When she married down, it wasn't his ability she valued. She simply liked the person. It was mutual affection. Even now, with their son already in his 20s, her feelings have not changed. And with her husband's tragic death, she naturally harbors a deep-seated anger. She only wants to personally take revenge on her enemies. Mom, you. Chen Keshi patted her shoulder, wanting to say something but hesitating. Don't worry, Keshi, I'm fine. I just miss your dad, Xiaozi said, her eyes filled with sorrow. The elevator to the second basement opened. Xiaozi's gaze instantly turned. I see. The coldness was bone-chilling and made one shiver. She is also a supernatural being and her strength is not weak. Zhou Jiafeng commanded 50 people to guard the corridor. Tap. Xiaozi was dressed in a professional suit with long pants, and the sound of her high heels echoed in the corridor, making Long Jin and the others feel tense. This feeling was peculiar, rising from the depths of their hearts. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, in the Lin Hong Villa area of Donglin City, an old Rolls-Royce was driving down the road. Inside the car were Lin Ruoqing and bodyguard Wu Huiyan heading towards Villa number 79. Although Xiaoxi's abilities are stable, she has fainted. Just as Lord Long said, the medicinal properties of the ice source grass are very domineering, and she is likely to fall into a deep sleep. It really came true. If I had known, I should have been more cautious, and not listened entirely to that master. Lin Ruoqing shook his head in sorrow. President Lin, don't be too upset. Since Lord Long said so, there must be a way to treat her. We can ask Lord Long for help. But it's only been a few days. I wonder if Lord Long has returned. Mr. Wu Huiyan said, if Lord Long is still in the Luofeng Mountains, then I can only go directly to find him. Even if it's like searching for a needle in a haystack, I must find Lord Long. Lord Long is now the only hope for the small stream, Lin Ruoqing said with a serious expression. Mr. Lin, you mentioned that Lord Long's home is in Villa number 79, right? Wu Huiyan asked. That's right, what's the matter? Lin Ruoqing replied, puzzled. You should take a look. The security team and the special operations team have surrounded Villa number 79, Wu Huiyan said. What? Lin Ruoqing exclaimed, suddenly sitting up straight and opening the window to stick his head out. He saw that Villa number 79 was surrounded by layers of fences. It should be noted that the special operations team is the elite force of the security team. Each member is among the best of the best among ordinary people. They have almost reached the limits of what a normal human body can achieve. There were at least 3 squads with more than 30 people on site. Adding the security team members, there were at least over 70 people in total. There were even several temporary activity cabins set up, as if they were ordered to guard the place. Why do I suddenly have a very bad premonition? What on earth has happened? Lin Ruoqing said. I don't know, but it seems like a big deal. Could it be that a murder has occurred? Wu Huiyan said, shivering involuntarily. At this point, sweat stood up on his skin. Even his hands on the steering wheel began to tremble. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Ruoqing asked. What I mean is, could it be that Lord Long hasn't returned, and something has happened to his parents? Wu Huiyan said in a low voice. No way. Lin Ruoqing's voice rose a few notches. Although he hadn't spent much time with Long Chen, the terrifying strength with which Long Chen could easily kill the Beast King was unforgettable. He couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen if something really happened to Long Chen's parents. How many people would have to die? Could it be because of Master Chen's incident? Lin Ruoqing suddenly thought. After all, he was very clear about this matter. It was definitely done by Long Chen, because only he had the strength to easily kill Master Chen. Moreover, it could even cause a death that looked like it had fallen from a great height. This is bad. If it's really because of Master Chen's incident, then things are going to get serious. Lord Long is not someone they can offend. Hurry, drive faster. I need to understand the situation, quickly. Lin Ruoqing urged. Understood. Wu Huiyan did not dare to delay, stepping on the gas and rushing forward. Those who didn't know would think they were going to crash into someone. It was only when they got close that he drifted to a stop. The tires screeched, producing a large cloud of smoke and a burnt smell. Lin Ruoqing got out of the car. A 4-star security team captain saw him and raised his hand to stop others. Only then did dozens of raised guns lower. The captain ran over. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? The captain smiled and extended his hand. Lin. Ruocheng casually shook it. This is the villa area I developed. I came to take a look. By the way, what exactly happened here? Lin. Ruocheng asked. The captain looked around and said in a low voice, Mr. Lin, this couple has already been taken away. They are suspected of being one of the murderers of Master Chen. Their son is included as well. However, their son is quite cunning. He left Donglin City just 2 days after Master Chen's death and has not been caught yet. But please do not disclose what I just said. This matter is still in an absolute confidentiality stage. If it gets out, I won't be able to keep my position, the captain said with a flattering expression. After all, Lin Ruocheng was the chairman of a listed company and his identity was quite extraordinary. Plus, he was also an ability user. This 4-star captain certainly couldn't compare and could only try to please him. Heh, you actually want to capture someone? Lin Ruocheng shook his head and smiled coldly. He could only lament the ignorance of these people. Is Lord Long someone you can provoke? You still want to capture someone? Not to mention the East Lin City Police Protection Team and the Special Operations Team. Even if the entire East Lin City Ability Punishment Team were to mobilize, a large number would definitely die. To capture Lord Long and even involve Lord Long's parents, you really are brave. Lin Ruocheng shook his head, feeling emotional. He had already thought about how many people would be involved. Which district are you from? Lin Ruocheng asked. Mr. Lin, we are from the West District Police Protection Team, the captain replied. Then you should do your job well. Lin Ruocheng patted him on the shoulder and got into the car. What he really wanted to say was to take care of yourselves. If Long Chen really got angry, those of them guarding outside the villa would probably suffer too. Drive faster, go to the West District Police Headquarters at top speed. Hurry! Otherwise, something big is going to happen. I'm afraid when Lord Long returns, many people will die. Lin Ruocheng said. Understood. Wu Huiyan knew from this that the situation was very serious. He stepped on the gas and sped away, almost flooring it. Tap tap. The sound of high heels stopped. Xiao Zi walked to the interrogation room where Lin Yuyan was. Lin Yuyan looked curiously at this elegant woman who walked with an air of confidence. Do you know Master Chen? Xiao Zi asked, looking ahead without turning her head. Are you talking to me? Lin Yuyan walked over, looking puzzled. How can someone talk without looking at the person they are speaking to? Lin Yuyan couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Xiao Zi turned her head to look at her. Did you conspire with others to kill my husband? Or is it your husband or your son Long Chen? Xiao Zi stared into her eyes, observing her expressions. Sure enough, Lin Yuyan's gaze flickered for a moment. Could it be Yenner who killed him? But the world of ability users is inherently cruel. Even if my son really killed her husband, there must be a reason. Lin Yuyan pondered. However, she understood Long Chen. He would never bully or even kill someone without reason. Long Chen must have his reasons for doing so. It seems you know who did it. Xiao Zi noticed the subtle changes in her expression, and her face turned cold. There's no need to ask anymore. It was done by their family. Even if they are not the masterminds, they cannot escape responsibility. Put the couple together, Xiao Zi said. Understood, Mrs. Xiao. Zhou Jiafeng signaled with his eyes. They placed the two in the same room. Xiao Zi looked at the two sitting in front of her. My husband is already dead. He died a terrible death. I still dare not go to the funeral home to see him, and he lies in the cold morgue. Yet you are here, living well, even having bought a big villa. You lowly commoners, do you deserve to have this life? You deserve to live in a slum, struggling every day to survive. Xiao Zi mocked. I don't care why you killed my husband. I don't care about the process. I only look at the result. My husband is dead, so someone must accompany him in death. Let your whole family accompany my husband in death. I will let you see with your own eyes how your husband died. Let you feel the deepest pain. Xiao Zi's face was sinister as she looked at Lin Yuyan. However, surprisingly, Long Jin and Lin Yuyan, who were already sitting together, were not as tense. Although they were frightened by Xiao Zi's twisted and fierce demeanor, they exchanged glances at the rings on their hands and felt much more at ease. Their son was a cultivator stronger than ability users. Moreover, they had set up a defensive formation with their rings. Since that was the case, they naturally were not too panicked. It was just that the two of them were inexplicably called to a strange environment, and they were a bit unaccustomed to it. Alright, even when death is imminent, you still dare to pretend to be calm. Wait until I disable that thing of your husband's. Let's see if you can still remain calm. Bring me a knife. Xiao Zi looked at their fearless demeanor, her anger flaring, her voice rising sharply. Madam Xiao. Zhou Jiafeng did not dare to be negligent and took a sharp short blade from his subordinate and handed it over. Xiao Zi naturally did not need anyone to help hold down Lin Yuyan and the others. Xiao Zi herself was an ability user. Dealing with ordinary people was a piece of cake. What Xiao Zi wanted now was to personally take revenge on her enemies. Moreover, she was currently like a powder keg. Anyone who touched her would be doomed. Zhou Jiafeng understood this principle as well, so he refrained from doing anything unnecessary that might provoke her. What are you going to do? I warn you, even if you make a move, it won't. Hell, you can't kill us. Lin Yuyan was a bit anxious. After all, it concerned their future happiness. She couldn't afford to gamble. Go ahead and scream, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will pay attention to you. Lowly ants, go die. Bang! Xiao Zi flipped the table. She was about to sever Longjin's third leg. Bang! However, in an instant, before Xiao Zi's short blade could even touch them, she was bounced back by the defensive array in the two's rings, crashing against the iron railing. The 2-centimeter diameter railing was dented from the impact. One could see how great the force was. This scene startled everyone. Cough, cough, cough. How is this possible? They actually have a plasma shield. Isn't this cutting-edge technology? How could they have it? Chen Kishi exclaimed in shock. Open fire! Open fire! Kill them! Kill them! Xiao Zi shouted hysterically. She struggled to pull herself out. The impact from being bounced back hurt her back badly. Yes, madam. Xiao. Everyone, open fire immediately, they are murderers, don't hold back. Zhou Jiafeng ordered. Yes, commander. A group of fully armed police guards and special operations teams rushed over, forming layers around them. What are you waiting for? Open fire. Xiao Zi urged. Open fire. Zhou Jiafeng commanded. Bang, bang, bang. The machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets at Longjin and Lin Yuyan. Both of them were so frightened they closed their eyes. However, their worries were clearly unnecessary. A faint blue array surrounded Longjin and the others within a 2-meter radius, creating a defense barrier similar to a plasma shield. The bullets hitting it were completely ineffective. On the contrary, the brass bullets from the machine guns shattered violently upon impact, leaving hundreds of pounds of brass on the ground. What's going on? How can they not be hit? Are they ability users? It must be high-tech. I've never seen such cutting-edge technology. That can be transparent and stop bullets. Quick, reload the bullets. After one magazine was emptied, everyone looked at each other in confusion, but they quickly reloaded. Yayan's defensive array is really useful. Just now, I almost thought we were going to die. Longjin said, having survived a disaster. Yeah, this array is really effective. The bullets are completely useless, but I wonder how long it can hold out. And they definitely have heavy weapons. Lin Yuyan expressed her concerns. Impossible, how can this be ineffective? So many bullets can't penetrate. Has the plasma shield become this powerful? I refuse to believe that the energy of the plasma shield is endless. There must be a time when the energy runs out. Use heavy armor-piercing rounds, Xiao Zi said. 2 snipers brought over 2 rifles. Xiao Zi skillfully took one in hand, aiming at Lin Yuyan's head. The others quickly retreated to the sides. Bang, bang, bang. 10 rounds of 14.8 mm heavy armor-piercing shells were fired. The bullets were too hard to shatter, so they were instantly deflected. They almost hit her son, Chen Kishi, grazing past his ear and leaving a faint scar. Ah, damn it. Xiao Ziki was frantic. Where's the rocket launcher? I want to blow them up. Xiao Ziki said angrily. Madam Xiao, that's not possible. This is the headquarters building. We can't use such weapons here, Zhou Jiafeng quickly advised. If you say one more word, your position here will be over, Xiao Ziki replied coldly. Yes, Madam Xiao, get a few people to bring over the heavy weapons. Zhou Jiafeng had no choice but to give the order. Understood. A few people went to the armory to fetch heavy weapons. And, let me do it, Chen Kefan said. No way, even though you are also an ability user, I've tried it, and it doesn't work, Xiao Ziki replied. And, because you are only at the first level of the battle body, but I am at the 9th level, Chen Kefan insisted. Alright, just be careful. Xiao Ziki handed him a short blade. Chen Kefan took the short blade. With an extremely fast speed, he thrust it forward with all his might. This force could even damage tank armor. Bang! As a result, the short blade in his hand snapped. Such strong defensive power. This strike left no trace at all. What on earth is this? Chen Kefan was shocked. Kefan, come out. Even if I have to blow this place up today, I will kill them. Forget about the underground's 2nd floor. As long as we blow this place up, even if they survive, they will still be crushed to death by the concrete slabs once the shield energy is exhausted. They're just ordinary people, their bodies can't withstand it, Xiao Ziki said. She was now completely frantic and hysterical, not caring about the consequences. Zhou Jiafeng frowned but couldn't say much. It had to be this way. He was promoted by the Xiao family. What could he say? Besides, they were just 2 ordinary people. If they died, so be it. He could also do Xiao Ziki a favor in the process. Moreover, he could apply for a large sum of funds to repair the underground 2nd floor. It was truly a win-win situation. Alright, Aunt, you decide. even if they really ask about it later. I can suppress it appropriately, Chen Kefan said. He was the 5-star punishment chief of the ability punishment team. His power was still quite significant. Even if something happened here, it wouldn't be hard to cover it up. After all, in the era of alien beasts, transportation was only by plane. The sky was high and the emperor was far away, the sea was vast and fish could leap freely. What happened here was still up to them to decide. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao said. What a pity. Xiao took 2 rocket launchers and directly tossed one to Chen Keshi. Let's step back a bit before launching. Okay. The 2 prepared to launch at the end of the corridor, one on the left and one on the right. The others retreated to the elevator entrance. Meanwhile, outside, the entire Donglin city was sounding the air raid alarm. The sky had not yet completely darkened. Everything in the air was still visible. Countless soldiers climbed onto the city walls, standing ready. Quick, look at that. My god, what incredible speed. Is it a missile? No, it's not a missile. I can't see what it is. What do you mean you can't see? The weather is so good, how could you not see? Just say if it's an alien beast. I only see a stream of air. I don't see anything else. It's not an alien beast. Could it be some special cutting-edge technology weapon? Not sure, but it's flying really fast. What's going on? Why isn't it showing up on the radar? This is the latest radar. Not good, the radar can't display it. We can't lock onto the weapon. Look, it's already here. At this moment, a white stream of air was seen speeding past, about to enter the city walls. Just as the manual anti-aircraft weapon was about to attack, the white airflow suddenly accelerated to more than double its speed. It directly bypassed the anti-air defenses and sped towards the city. Quick, hurry to ask the strong ones from the Donglin City Council to take action. Just say something is invading Donglin City, and we don't know what it is yet, but it's very fast, and the anti-aircraft weapons can't lock on. Wait, the target has completely disappeared. What on earth is going on? Do we still need to notify the Council's strong ones? What the hell for? Before we figure out what's going on, the Council's strong ones won't just act casually. Hurry up and check, pull up the surveillance from various places. Understood. What a pity, to avenge your father, Xiao said. Alright, for Dad's revenge, Chen Keki said fiercely, pulling the trigger. Xiao also pulled the trigger almost simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rockets shot towards the interrogation room where Longjin and the others were. Boom. Suddenly, the floor of the building was directly penetrated. Boom. A car on the first basement floor exploded. A piece of flooring fell from the second basement floor. Air blade strangulation. At that moment, a deafening sound exploded, echoing in the 10-meter-high second basement. Boom, boom. 2 rockets exploded within a 1-meter diameter transparent sphere. They had no effect on the surroundings. Long Chen's figure appeared, standing on his sword, floating in the air like a deity. He emanated an unimaginable and terrifying killing intent. It was like the overwhelming pressure brought by a supermassive and ferocious beast. Even more so, this scene shocked everyone present. No one dared to move at that moment. The venue was silent, not a sound to be heard. Only the burning car outside made a little noise through the hole in the roof. Yenner, you finally came. They said they want to kill us because Master Chen is dead. Longjin and Lin Yuyan were overjoyed and hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. Anyone who dares to touch you, I won't let a single one go. You all rest for a bit, leave the rest to me. Longchen smiled and said, MHM, be careful. Longjin and Lin Yuyan reminded, MHM. A thin layer of energy covered the interrogation room. The outside situation could neither be heard nor seen from the inside. Long Chen turned to look at Xiao. Naturally, his parents had not suffered any harm. His defensive formation was extremely powerful. Unless the force exceeded Long Chen's own limits, it couldn't be broken. Including the 2 rockets just now, they couldn't harm a single hair on them. It was just that seeing them dare to use rockets to attack his parents made Long Chen's killing intent surge. You are Long Chen? It seems you are the one who killed my husband. Why did you kill my husband? What wrong did he do? Why did you kill him? Why? Xiao questioned loudly. Seeing that it was indeed Long Chen from the photo and the data, her anger surged instantly, and she could no longer think calmly about whether this person in front of her was someone she could provoke. Your husband is a worthless dog, he deserves to die. Not feeding him to the dogs is already very merciful, Long Chen said, casually, practically killing with words. What did you say? You dare to insult my husband? He is my husband, the person I love the most. You killed the person I love the most. I will make you pay with your life. I will also make you lose your loved ones, lose everything. Xiao screamed like a madwoman. Even the T0 version would call it a pro. He is your son, right? Long Chen looked at Chen Keki on the other side. Chen Keki resembled her mother quite a bit. It was obvious at a glance. What do you want to do? Xiao raised the rocket launcher. This rocket launcher had a total of 4 rounds. It could still fire 3 more. Long Chen raised his hand and inhaled. Chen Keki was uncontrollably pulled over by him, grasping her neck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaozi anxiously fired 3 shots in quick succession. Long Chen raised his hand, using his energy to contain the explosions within a 1-meter diameter. Not even a sound was made. Ugh! Chen Keki struggled weakly as he was choked, only able to emit a hoarse sound, looking at Long Chen in terror. No, don't touch my son. My name is Xiaozi, I am from the Jinling Xiao family. And my father is the current family head. If you dare to touch my son, the Jinling Xiao family will never let you go. Xiaozi threatened, her voice breaking. Just as she said this, bang! Long Chen crushed his skull, casually tossing the body aside. Boom! The terrifying speed could crush even iron, let alone a low-level ability user. Chen Keki was dead beyond any doubt. Your son is worse than a chicken, he died so easily, Long Chen said indifferently. This statement hit like a hammer to the soul, accompanied by a few drops of blood falling on Xiaozi's face. You killed my son. Pay for my son's life or I will kill you. Xiaozi snatched a heavy Barrett sniper rifle from someone nearby and charged at Long Chen. Bang bang bang. She fired continuously at Long Chen. The bullets merely hovered in front of him before falling to the ground, utterly useless. As she got closer, she emptied a magazine. Throwing the gun aside, she raised a dagger and prepared to leap at Long Chen. Long Chen grabbed Xiaozi's forehead, rendering her body limp, unable to muster any strength. Xiaozi tried to spit, but a gust of energy rebounded, and she ended up spitting all over her own face. You have the ability to kill my whole family, otherwise, my father won't let you go, Xiaozi said fiercely. Very well. I will grant your wish and then I will annihilate your entire family. Let you see with your own eyes how I kill your family and your proud father. Long Chen's gaze was icy. Bang! He casually threw Xiaozi to the ground, leaving her unable to stand. Long Chen looked at Chen Kafa, the Zhou family, Feng, and the dozens of people from the police protection team and special operations team. Just a glance sent them all into a panic. They frantically rushed towards the elevator. Press the elevator, hurry up and press the elevator. Zhou family, Feng urged. A special operations team member trembled as he pressed the elevator button, making several mistakes before finally getting it right. Long Chen landed on the ground, his sword floating behind him, walking step by step. The 52 people were terrified. Why you don't come over? I am the 5-star punishment chief of the ability punishment team. If you dare to kill me, you will be against the entire ability punishment team. You need to think this through. This is not something you can bear, even if you are indeed very strong. But the ability punishment team does not tolerate provocation. Chen Kafa hadn't finished speaking. Bang! Long Chen was already in front of him, crushing his jaw. He couldn't utter another word. Chen Kafa rolled on the ground in pain. Threatening me with the ability punishment team. You think you deserve that? Long Chen stomped and crushed his skull. In his previous life as a 1-star Tiger General, when he was framed, one of the participants executed was a core member of the ability punishment team. Long Chen wouldn't care about the ability punishment team at all. Sooner or later, they would have to settle the score. Moreover, these people dared to harm his parents. They all deserved to die. I beg you, spare me, Zhou family phone pleaded, seeing his subordinates one fiercer than the last, unable to squeeze into the elevator. He could only kneel and beg for mercy. Long Chen grabbed his head and casually tossed it, causing it to explode. Bang bang bang. One by one, they all exploded with a slap. Just as the 30-centimeter thick, bulletproof elevator door was closing, Long Chen unleashed a sword energy that sliced it open. Everyone inside was torn apart. This scene was nothing short of hell on earth. Only the still-living Xiaozi remained. There's no need for existence here anymore. Long Chen looked at the tall building above. He took his parents, holding Xiaozi, and walked to the parking lot beside the building. It was now completely dark. Meanwhile, Lin Ruocheng and Wu Huiyan, who had just gotten off the old sleigh's car, saw Long Chen, Long Zhen, and Lin Yuyan standing in the distance. It seemed they were holding someone or something else in their hands. It's Lord Long. Lin Ruocheng's face lit up, feeling that things might not be as serious as he thought. This reassured him. That's right, it's Lord Long. He just happened to return. Wu Huiyan added. We rushed over without stopping, running through more than 50 red lights, just afraid that something serious had happened to Lord Long's parents. Now it seems like nothing is wrong. Lord Long is back, everything is fine, that's great. Lin Ruocheng let out a long sigh, finally feeling relieved. Suppress with qi. Long Chen raised his hand, forming a huge transparent sphere of qi that surrounded and compressed the entire building. Boom! The entire high-strength reinforced concrete building only held for a moment before being crushed. Boom! The building collapsed into a pile of ruins. It should be noted that this was a 30-story building, quite impressive in its construction. It was designed to withstand direct attacks from powerful beasts. The whole structure was bulletproof. Yet, it was instantly crushed. However, everyone inside the building were people called in for a meeting by the Zhou family. They stood on the side of the Zhou family and the Xiao family. All of them were equally guilty. Their deaths were well-deserved. Long Chen killing so many people did not stir any emotions in him. His gaze remained indifferent. However, this was after all a 30-story building, and the tremors from its collapse were unimaginable. The expressions of Lin Ruocheng and Wu Huiyan, who had just relaxed, froze. As they watched the dust and debris rushing towards them, they had no time to dodge and were directly covered in dust. Cough, cough, cough. The two looked at the ruins of the headquarters building, their faces filled with shock and fear. Boom! Long Chen returned to the villa with his parents and Xiao Zi, leaving behind a sonic boom that dispersed all the dust. The two looked up and saw what seemed like a shooting star. As expected of Lord Long, he can destroy an entire building with just a wave of his hand. Wu Huiyan swallowed hard in shock. Even the Beast Emperor can chop through things like vegetables, so destroying a building is naturally no problem. If you provoke Lord Long, that's really like kicking a steel plate. No, it should be like kicking a super alloy plate. Lin Ruocheng's voice trembled slightly. Lord Long just left. That sounded like a sonic boom, and he flew up into the sky. Wait, could it be? Could it be? Lin Ruocheng suddenly thought of something terrifying. Could it be that Lord Long can fly? Wu Huiyan exclaimed in fear. No way, if he can fly. What level of ability would that be? This is too terrifying. We can't offend him, absolutely can't offend Lord Long. We can offend anyone, but we can't offend Lord Long. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything today. We have no idea who did it. Even if someone really comes to ask us, we won't know. Lin Ruocheng said. I don't know, I was washing my feet with President Lin, spending 38,888. Wu Huiyan replied. What the hell, trying to fleece me? Is washing feet really that expensive? Well, fine, let's create an alibi, let's go. Lin Ruocheng said. Wait a minute. That said, no matter what, regarding Lord Long's parents, we still need to negotiate with those who might investigate later. We can't let them affect Lord Long's parents. It's best to stop here and not cause any more trouble. Lord Long doesn't like being disturbed when it comes to his parents. Wu Huiyan reminded. Yeah, you're right, I need to think of a way. Lin Ruocheng nodded seriously. Long Chen flew in the air. His parents stood on the sword. This sword could be enlarged at will with a thought from Long Chen. This is the ability of a 4th grade 10 pattern perfect level sword. For other swords, it would take at least a 7th grade to possess such power. Wow, Yenner, can you actually fly now? Is this the sword flight from those cultivation novels? Lin Yuyan asked in surprise. Mom, you're right, this is sword flight, capable of traversing thousands of miles. Long Chen replied with a smile. We're flying, we're really flying, how amazing. Ha ha, we're flying. Long Jin was as happy as a child. What man hasn't fantasized about flying on a sword since childhood? Unfortunately, that was just a fantasy. After all, even in today's age of technology and superhumans, only rocket thrusters can achieve flight, but that's not flying by one's own abilities. As for superhumans, those who can fly are all top-tier figures. So, for almost everyone, flying is an unrealistic dream. Now that his son can fly on a sword, Longjin was naturally extremely excited. Seeing his parents like this, Longchen felt very happy. Mom and Dad's mindset has completely changed. Even after just experiencing a major incident, they don't seem to feel much psychological pressure. As long as Mom and Dad are happy and not thinking about anything else, that's good. Long Chen thought. As for Xiao Zi, she had already fainted from shock after Long Chen casually crushed a building with a gesture. At this moment, she was being held by her head, like a dead chicken. Long Chen quickly returned to his doorstep. At this point, there was hardly anyone left to guard the place. The headquarters building had collapsed, so what was there to guard? The warning barriers had all been dismantled and everyone returned at the fastest speed. Of course, this group of people was not from the Zhou family or the Feng family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let them do such a hard job of standing guard here every day. It was precisely because of this that they escaped with their lives. Otherwise, they would have been buried along with that building. Dad, Mom, you should rest early. I still have to go out for a bit. I'll be back for breakfast tomorrow morning. Long Chen said. Alright, Yenner, you go do your thing. Lin Yuyan replied. The two watched Long Chen leave. Long Chen ascended into the high sky. He reached over 30,000 meters in the stratosphere. Then he headed towards the direction of Jinling City. In the dark night sky, he couldn't be detected by radar at all. No one knew that someone had flown out of Donglin City. Long Chen was a cultivator. Avoiding radar was too easy. As long as he wrapped himself in chi to form a formation, the radar naturally wouldn't detect him. Jinling City is located on the edge of the Tai Lin dynasty's territory. It's a straight line, distance of 4,800 kilometers from Donglin City. But at my current speed, it won't take long. Long Chen thought. He stood on the sword, holding Xiaozi's head. Even at over 30,000 meters in the stratosphere, he could breathe normally. The strong wind blowing against him only slightly moved his casual short sleeves. As for the location of the Xiao family, it was easy to find. A quick search online would yield plenty of results. Soon, he saw a massive city circle in the distance. The entire city was surrounded by a tall, thick city wall. Inside, it was brightly lit, with thousands of lights forming a stark contrast to the pitch-black wilderness outside. This was Jinling City, one of the top-ranked city fortresses of the Tai Lin dynasty. From over 30,000 meters in the air, the entire outline of the city was clearly visible, like a supergiant beast standing on the plain. Jinling City is extremely prosperous. It's several levels above Donglin City. After all, the lights often reflect a city's economic development, Long Chen thought to himself. However, in his past life he had been here before, and he didn't feel much. At most, he just sighed that it was larger and more prosperous than Donglin City, with a larger population and more superhumans. He wasn't here for sightseeing, he was here to kill. But one thing is quite regrettable: such a large city fortress is surrounded by plains on all sides. It can be said to have no defenses at all. If it weren't for the abundance of technological weapons and ability users here, Long Chen thought, shaking his head, this place would have long been overrun by alien beasts. Although nowadays, it seems that the difference in dealing with super large alien beasts isn't that significant whether there's a natural barrier or not. But having some defense is entirely different from having none at all. For example, Donglin City has many areas surrounded by mountains, and even further out there are natural barriers. So if we were to swap the defensive forces of Jinling City with those of Donglin City, even if it were only one-third, the Donglin City of my past life wouldn't have fallen, resulting in the deaths of millions from alien beasts. Long Chen mused. This was quite frustrating. After all, cities differ, and their defensive strengths and the number of powerful ability users vary. Larger cities with more population are definitely much safer. The location and status of Donglin City make it impossible for it to be as secure as Jinling City. The risk factor is much higher. By the way, I haven't checked what day it is today. Long Chen glanced at the time on his phone. It's June 27, 2345. There are less than 3 days left until the alien beast attack on Donglin City at 9 a.m. on June 30th. That's about 57 hours. During this time, I need to see if I can elevate my strength to the 3rd level of Qi training. The higher the realm, the better I can handle the crisis, Long Chen thought. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaozi coughed a few times and woke up. Her eyes shifted from dazed to clear. Then her pupils contracted in sheer terror. Ah! She screamed like a pig being slaughtered. At that moment, not only was there wind, but she also saw the countless lights of the city below. This feeling was unmistakable. It was too high. Let me go. You let me go. I'm from the Xiao family. You can't treat me like this. My dad won't let you off. You must have family you care about, right? Don't you care about their lives? Xiao Zi screamed, threatening him. However, Long Chen only tightened his grip slightly, and she felt as if her head would explode. The pain made her too afraid to speak further. Isn't your dad very powerful? Isn't your Xiao family strong? Soon, you'll see how they die. I want to see whether your dad's bones are tougher or your mouth is tougher, Long Chen said with a smile. His voice was like that of a devil. What did you say? Is this really Jinling City? Xiaozi looked down carefully. She spotted the iconic CBD skyscraper of Jinling City. At that moment, she completely lost her composure. A chill ran through her heart. An uncontrollable fear spread. Her hair stood on end, especially when she realized that Long Chen was flying her high in the air. As for how he did it, it was too dark for her to see clearly. She only knew it was something akin to a sword. Why, you can fly? What realm are you at? Or is this just some kind of rocket jet? Xiaozi said in fear, expressing her doubts. She had no idea what was happening. Her knowledge was insufficient to understand what sword flight meant, and what it meant for a person to fly. She preferred to believe that what Long Chen was standing on was just a rocket jet, albeit a special one. She could only think this way primarily because Long Chen was too young. Just imagine, a young man who was only 18 in reality, to be able to fly in the sky relying on his own strength. What does that even mean? One must know that anyone who can achieve this is a top figure in their country. They are individuals standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Long Chen was too young. He absolutely couldn't be that kind of big shot. A 20-year-old young man, awakening his abilities from the womb, couldn't possibly be so extraordinary as to fly relying solely on his own power. You must be bluffing, using a rocket launcher I've never seen before. It's not that easy to scare me, do you think? I grew up being frightened? I want to see if your little tricks can intimidate my dad. When you meet my dad, you'll know what true fear and absolute power are. By then, it will be too late. Xiao Ziyue spoke with increasing confidence, a strong sense of pride swelling within her. Even though she had once disobeyed her father's wishes and married Master Chen, straining their relationship, she had always taken pride in her father. He was her greatest support, the reason she could still stand firm today. Long Chen's grip tightened slightly, his fingers nearly digging into Xiao Zi's bones. Ah! Xiao Zi let out a pained scream. Only then did Long Chen stop to give her a little wake-up call. I hope your father is really as you say. I don't want him to cry when he sees me. If that happens, I'll only make your family suffer even more, Long Chen said. As soon as these words left his mouth, any villain from the Long Yuan continent who had offended Long Chen began preparing for suicide. Otherwise, being caught by him would mean severe consequences. If those villains had heard Xiao Zi's words, they would surely exclaim, "You're really brave, isn't it better to stay alive than to risk your whole family's lives? This isn't just being reckless, it's courting death. Hee hee, I want to see if you can still be so arrogant when you meet my father. I don't believe you, an 18-year-old, can be that strong." These words might scare me, but they definitely won't scare my dad. He will make you realize the consequences of offending the Xiao family. Xiao Zi thought to herself. She dared not speak further, or Long Chen might crush her head. She didn't want to experience that deep, penetrating pain again. Long Chen looked down at a manor in the suburban area. It covered an area of over 1 square kilometer, a square with sides of 1,000 meters. It was entirely a single estate. In a city filled with skyscrapers and high-rise apartments, it stood out as quite unique. This is the Xiao family. Long Chen rapidly descended from the sky. The strong wind distorted Xiao Zi's face. When they reached 500 meters in the air, the 4 corners of the manor flashed red lights. Those were high-altitude warning radars installed at each corner. When Long Chen deliberately allowed the radar to detect him, it lit up with a red warning. The people in the manor almost simultaneously realized that someone was invading their airspace. Someone has entered the Xiao family. Everyone grab your weapons, hurry! All the bodyguards quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed out from the rooms on either side of the manor. The lights in the manor also brightened significantly, and many family members rushed out of the house. The manor was large enough to comfortably accommodate these people. If ordinary people lived there, it could house at least 20,000. People poured out from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, as well as the ground floor and the rooftop. Some were in battle armor, while others, including women in pajamas, rushed out. Among them, an elderly man with white hair stood on the 5th floor, exuding the strongest aura and presence. Dressed in imposing black armor that only revealed his head, he had a resolute gaze, slick back hair, and a white beard and eyebrows. His facial contours were sharp, and his skin was wrinkle-free. He looked quite youthful and robust, his skin resembling that of someone in their 40s. If it weren't for his white hair and beard, one might genuinely think he was only 40. The people around him subtly centered their attention on him, indicating his status. The warning radar. The Xiao family is indeed extraordinary to have such advanced radar. It can even counteract drones and unmanned aerial vehicles, and it can preemptively detect vertical strikes from the air. These 4 radars, even if purchased through special channels, like from a military camp, would be worth no less than 500 million, and they are priceless. Just because you have money doesn't mean others will sell. Is this the foundation of a big family? The Xiao family is indeed extraordinary, Long Chen thought to himself. A true expert can tell the quality at a glance. In his previous life, Long Chen was a 1-star Tiger general. He had seen radars of this level before and knew very well. It's not a matter of price. In any case, the cost wouldn't be too high. The key is that this thing is not for sale. You need exceptionally strong power and background to buy it. Buzz. At that moment, 2 high-altitude searchlights on either side of the manor shone extremely brightly. As the radar warning synchronized with the specific location, it was as if stage lights followed Long Chen's figure, seemingly welcoming his arrival. Long Chen was the protagonist, and the high-altitude searchlights became the best backdrop. Long Chen descended above the huge fountain in front of the manor's luxurious building. His figure came to an abrupt stop. A wave of air swept around, exuding immense dominance, falling at super high speed, yet stopping so steadily. Even the arrogant Yun Tiandi had to call it professional. Everyone was fixated on Long Chen, including those bodyguards with guns, their bullets already chambered. There were even grenade launchers and rockets. However, one person's gaze was particularly grave. That was the black-armored, white-haired man standing in the middle of the 5th floor. His eyes revealed apprehension, and even a barely perceptible fear spread deep within them. Dad, Chen was killed by him, but unfortunately, he was also killed. Dad, that was your grandson died, killed by Long Chen. He killed your grandson, Dad. Kill him to avenge your grandson. The moment Xiao Zi saw her stern and authoritative father, tears couldn't be contained, and she screamed hysterically. Bang! Long Chen casually threw Xiao Zi, and she crashed into the ground, creating a pit. Puff! A mouthful of blood splattered all over her face. Her eyes glazed over, her internal organs once again injured. She convulsed and struggled in the pit. This was an almost top-spec old A8. Anyone who had been starved would surely exclaim it was a waste. Yet Long Chen showed no mercy. It was as if he was just tossing a chicken. Look, that's Miss Xiao Zi. What? It's actually the young lady? Hasn't she been gone for many years? I remember she hasn't been back for at least 3 years. Not just that, she hasn't returned since my daughter was born. It's been at least 5 years. Regardless, she is still the young lady of the Xiao family. Even if she made a mistake, that's our family's business, and outsiders have no right to bully her. Who is this person to descend from the sky? Does that sword beneath him have rocket thrusters? How dare this thief insult our young lady on the Xiao family's territory? You are courting death. The Xiao family members condemned angrily, their fury uncontrollable. Family matters are best kept behind closed doors, and outsiders don't know. But if outsiders bully them at their doorstep and beat their young lady to such a state, they cannot tolerate it. It concerns the family's face, they must seek an explanation. Buzz buzz buzz. Long Chen lightly waved his arm. Those who had just spoken disrespectfully were all shattered. Due to the speed, no one had time to react. By the time they did, it was already too late. Ah, he's killing people. How dare he kill in the Xiao family? Damn, too damn much. What does he take my Xiao family for? I'll go meet him. A silver-armored warrior was about to step forward. Everyone, be quiet. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out. It was the black-armored, white-haired man in the middle of the 5th floor, head of the family. Everyone immediately fell silent, showing their compliance. Indeed, this white-haired man was the current head of the Xiao family, the highest authority of the Xiao family, and also Xiao Zi's biological father. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Wanyan. I've brought this woman back to you. She says she has a very powerful father, the head of your Xiao family. That must be you, right? Come, let me see how strong you are. Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wanyan. He looked down at him from a height. As their eyes met, Xiao Wanyan couldn't help but feel beads of sweat forming beneath his armor. A chilling sensation arose within him. What a terrifying gaze. Is this person named Long Chen? Why have I never heard of this name before? And he looks so young, could it be a false name in disguise? Is he flying with the help of technology? Or is he relying on his own abilities? I can't see through him. I can't see through him at all. Xiao Wanyan thought to himself, growing increasingly serious, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Would this senior be willing to reveal his true form? I don't know where my daughter has offended you. If you reveal your true form, we can sit down and talk. Xiao Wanyan clasped his fists in a relatively friendly manner. Since he couldn't see through him, he chose to take a step back, retreating to advance. As a father, seeing his daughter in such a state naturally made him furious. But as the head of the family, he had to prioritize the bigger picture. Dad, he's just like this. Why are you afraid of him? Kill him to avenge your grandson. Avenge! Xiao Zi shouted again. The word avenge screamed out. The result was that she was held in Long Chen's hand. Bang! Her right hand was forcibly torn off by Long Chen. Ah! The scream was as heart-wrenching as that of a slaughtered pig. Everyone present was filled with fear, their eyelids twitching at the sight. It was too tragic. This scene was too tragic. Moreover, Xiao Zi was still their young lady. You are seeking death. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wanyan finally couldn't hold back. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 4 words. For the sake of the family, he could endure. After all, he didn't understand his opponent. But now he couldn't endure any longer. I don't care who you are, or what background you have. My Xiao family fears nothing. If you dare to touch my daughter again, I, Xiao Wanyan, swear I will kill your entire family. Xiao Wanyan's voice was like a thunderous bell, exuding extraordinary dominance, surrounded by swirling blue flames. At this moment, he was just a father trying to save his daughter. He didn't care about the bigger picture. Moreover, his true strength was finally revealed. A heavy sense of oppression swept through the area. Everyone around was pushed back a step by the shock. An A-level fire-type ability. First level of the battle. King. He. Long Chen laughed. What are you laughing at? Xiao Wanyan's voice boomed, accompanied by flames swirling into the air. A hatch opened beneath. His battle armor and rocket thrusters propelled him into the air. He wanted to stand at the same height as Long Chen. The family head is about to make a move. It's been many years since I've seen the family head fight personally. I didn't expect the family head to have broken through to the first level of the battle. King. That's right, such terrifying strength. I actually feel like I'm standing next to a super mutant beast. Is this the terror of the battle, King? Battle. King ability users are so fearsome. The family head is mighty. In front of the battle king, this ignorant guy is no match. That's right, he can't even withstand a punch from the family head. Just as everyone was filled with excitement, thinking that the family head Xiao Wanyan would sweep Long Chen away. With overwhelming force, Long Chen vanished. He appeared before Xiao Wanyan at an unimaginable speed. Xiao Wanyan's domineering gaze widened in an instant. Before he could react, Long Chen grabbed his forehead. His fingers sank into the bone. Xiao Wanyan couldn't move at all. You are too weak, even the beasts I casually kill are much stronger than you. In my eyes, the battle king is not even as good as a dog. Long Chen coldly looked at the terrified, wide-eyed, trembling Xiao Wanyan, who was unable to resist. Xiao Wanyan was like a chick being held up. The vast gap in strength made him not dare to move at all. How can you be so strong? Who exactly are you? Xiao Wanyan exclaimed in terror. Is this your invincible father? Long Chen looked at Xiao Zi, whose neck was gripped by his left hand. How is this possible? How can you be stronger than my dad? You. Xiao Zi gazed at her invincible warlord father, who was utterly powerless, and despair washed over her. If her father had previously been her spiritual support, her greatest reliance, now Long Chen had undoubtedly shattered her most cherished belief. When a woman's pride is crushed, it delivers the greatest blow to her heart. In that moment, Xiaozi finally realized she had provoked someone she should not have. Not only her father, but it would also bring disaster upon the entire family. The onlookers, who had been so excited moments ago, believing their family head would showcase the terrifying power of a warlord and sweep away his opponents, were now frozen in shock. The family head has lost. He is a warlord. How could a warlord lose? No, I don't believe it. Warlords are invincible. He actually lost to him. Could he be in existence beyond a warlord? It's over. It's all over. The crowd fell into chaos and fear. Your good daughter, if it weren't for her, your Xiao family wouldn't be facing annihilation. Dare to touch my parents, your Xiao family has already chosen the path to death, Long Chen said. You really are my good daughter. Why did you have to provoke someone else's parents? Damn it, do you want to kill your dad and destroy the entire Xiao family just to feel happy? Xiao Wannian glared fiercely at his good daughter. After years of not returning home, he came back with a living ancestor. Thanks a lot, Dad. I didn't know he would be this strong. I really didn't. No. Xiao Zi trembled and cried. From today on, there will be no more Xiao family. Long Chen's words were icy, causing the temperature around to plummet. A terrifying, sharp aura swept across the entire estate. No, you can't do this. If you kill us, the ability punishment team will definitely investigate. You will also be implicated. I know you are strong, but can you be stronger than the ability punishment team? Xiao Wannian panicked and hurriedly said. His life was in Long Chen's hands. If he didn't act quickly, it would truly be over. Moreover, from Long Chen's tone, it seemed he wouldn't spare the entire Xiao family. This friend, no matter who you are or what your purpose is, please stop immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoed from beneath the luxurious estate. The voice traveled far and wide, clear enough for the entire estate to hear. Bang! A figure broke through the roof and stood firmly on the 5th floor. The aura of the person was extremely powerful. It was an old man, dressed in dark golden battle armor, exuding an imposing presence. The old family head has emerged. The old family head was a warlord 5 years ago. Now that he has emerged, he must be even stronger. Ha, the old family head is here. We are saved. The crowd cheered. In that moment, the oppressive atmosphere was alleviated. Dad, Xiao Wannian said excitedly. But Long Chen shook his head. Another Halua saves grandpa. Scenario. Beat the young, and the old come. Beat the old, and even older ones come. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Bang! Long Chen exerted force, causing Xiao Wannian's head to explode. Dad, no! Xiao Zi cried out, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. Long Chen looked at the still alluring Xiao Zi. Is this the father you relied on? Quite weak, isn't he? You can die too. Long Chen exerted force again. Xiao Zi's body was torn apart in agony. Boom! She was casually thrown to the ground, scattering everywhere. Only her high heels and the silk from her pants remained hanging on the fountain's decoration. As for the brothers, they might as well give up. There was nothing left. You seek death. The old family head, Xiao Shuofan, roared in anger. Drawing out the long knife from behind, he leaped and slashed down towards Long Chen. The momentum was extremely strong. B-level fire ability, Battle King 2nd level. Another piece of trash. Long Chen waved his arm. Bang! How is that possible? Xiao Shuofan's eyes were filled with terror. This sword severed not only the knife but also Xiao Shuofan's body. Boom! His head and body fell to the ground. No, the old family head is dead. The family head is dead. It's over. Our Xiao family is finished. Run fast. Split up, he can't catch us all. That's right, there are so many of us, and he is just one person. As long as we escape separately, he definitely won't be able to kill us all before he exhausts his strength. The Xiao family members were in chaos. Some, wearing battle armor and equipped with rocket propulsion devices, flew into the air to escape. Others fled in all directions. Want to run? Can you really escape? Why bother chasing to kill you? Long Chen shook his head and sneered. These people really overestimated themselves. Long Chen didn't need to chase them one by one to kill. He simply extended his fingers, releasing a blade of air. Buzz! A sword aura split into countless sword auras. It shattered everyone in the manner, including their battle armor and various firearms. Just like a kitchen knife slicing through tofu, the entire Xiao family was slaughtered. Even though there were many beautiful women among them, including those pure and innocent types like Bai Yuan, Long Chen showed no mercy. Bang bang bang! Corpses fell everywhere. The Xiao family was henceforth removed from the list of Jinling. Long Chen's gaze showed no signs of emotion. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touching them means death. Family was Long Chen's reverse scale. Long Chen had killed far more on the Long Yuan continent than this. This was just the beginning. After finishing all this, Long Chen entered the Xiao family's basement. There was a vault similar to a bank's underground vault. The door alone was a meter thick. Please enter your fingerprint and 16-digit password and open your eyes for verification. The intelligence system on the iron door prompted. Bang! Long Chen sliced through the iron door with a sword. Enter a password? No way, he could open it directly, absolutely not entering a password. At the same time, he destroyed the entire intelligence system. However, this triggered the alarm system. The security team and special operations team would arrive soon. The lights turned on. Inside the vault, there were 10 piles of cash, each pile worth 100 million. However, taking this money was useless, it was all numbered. It wasn't worth causing unnecessary trouble for this little money. A sword aura shattered it. Long Chen didn't care. It mainly blocked his line of sight. However, on the innermost platform, there was a pile of gold. Long Chen placed it all into his space ring. Just about 1,000 pounds. Calculating at the current gold price of 800 per gram, it's roughly around 400 million. Long Chen was quite satisfied. Gold was hard currency. Moreover, this stuff had no markings. Who would know whose it was? As for the various battle armors displayed on the wall, they were all used by ability users. These battle armors are all A-grade. Materials, they must have been very expensive when bought. But if sold, they wouldn't fetch a good price because they might not fit. Wearing them could be too big or too small, so they would hardly sell for much. They would almost have to be sold at a third of the price. If damaged, even at a fraction of that. Long Chen didn't care about these battle armors. There was no use in taking them. His gaze gradually swept across the other wall. This is Qingyan grass, Xiansu fruit, and Mengsui fruit. There are actually 2 of each. Qingyan grass and Xiansu fruit are good things. They can be used to refine beauty pills for my parents. As for Mengsui fruit, its effects are quite special and rare in this world. To find 2 at once, the Xiao family's collection is indeed impressive. Long Chen thought. He placed the herbs into his space ring. These gains are not bad. It's time to head back now. After Long Chen swept through, there were no other valuable items left for him to take. He glanced at the time, it was already quite late. Long Chen flew into the sky on his sword, looking down at the manor. Below, 2 kilometers away, the security team's vehicles had just arrived. Suppress with chi. Long Chen raised his hand, forming a massive transparent sphere. Then, he suddenly compressed it inward. Boom! The manor's structure only held for 2 seconds before it was crushed and collapsed to the ground, just like the headquarters building in Donglin City before. Long Chen then left. After entering the stratosphere at over 30,000 meters, boom, he broke the sound barrier and sped away. The security team and the special operations team had just reached the manor. Buzz! A large cloud of smoke rushed towards them. A woman stepped out of one of the vehicles. She was dressed in the special operations team's uniform, with 5 stars on her shoulder insignia. She took off her coat, revealing a tight combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Buzz! She waved her hand, and a gust of wind swept through, blowing the smoke and dust quickly to the sides. It turned out to be a B-level wind-type ability, and her strength had reached the 5th level of the battle body. Soon, the ruins of the manor were revealed. Upon seeing this scene, her eyes widened, her brows furrowed, and her expression turned grim. How could this happen? The Xiao family's manor has been destroyed, the woman exclaimed in shock. A large group of fully armed security team members and special operations team members got out of the vehicles. Behind her, one by one, they removed their masks, all stunned by the sight. My God, how could such a large building just disappear? There was clearly no explosion just now. How could the manor collapse? What on earth happened? Could it be the enemies of the Xiao family? What should we do? There must be many casualties. The Xiao family is powerful, and it seems this matter is going to escalate. Who on earth dares to attack the Xiao family? I remember it has been many years since something like this happened to an entire family. Isn't that obvious? Even the death of a single ability user can cause a big incident, let alone the Xiao family of ability users. The crowd murmured among themselves, shaking their heads and sighing. Make way, make way. A man in his 30s, wearing a 6-star security team uniform, said from the back of the crowd. Commander Xiao, the crowd saluted, parting to make a path. Although a 6-star security team member is a deputy commander and the 7-star is the commander, when the commander is not present, they must address the deputy as commander. This is called the art of language. The man merely nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the graceful woman in front. Jiang Buhui, your strength has improved again. Seems it won't be long before you become a powerful ability user in the battlefield realm. The man's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. I thought who it was. Turns out it's you, Zhao Jingxia. I'm not as good as you. After all, you became a 9th level battle body man at 35. And I'm only 23. This year. I really can't compare to you, I still need to train. Jiang Buhui retorted with a slightly sarcastic tone, not backing down in momentum. Her voice carried even more mockery, causing those behind to want to laugh but not daring to. It's just a war of words. I don't have time to discuss this with you now. Immediately search for survivors. Zhao Jingxiu ordered. Yes. Over 100 members of the security team responded heavily. As for the 50 Members of the Special Operations Team, they did not move. The Special Operations Team is quite unique. In fact, it operates separately from the Security Team. The two do not conflict with each other. However, issues that the Security Team cannot resolve need to be handled by the Special Operations Team. Of course, as long as the stars on their shoulders are numerous enough, theoretically, the Special Operations Team must also listen to the Security Team. However, these Special Operations Team members are Jiang Buhui's people. Now, I definitely won't listen to Zhao Jingxia. No need. Let's take a break from the search and rescue, and let the funeral home's vehicle come over first. There isn't a single living person here. Jiang Buhui shook her head affirmatively. How do you know? There isn't anyone? This is the Xiao family, a prominent family of Jinling. What if someone is still alive? Are you saying we shouldn't search just based on your word? Ha, ridiculous. Start the search immediately, Zhao Jingxia said coldly. Yes. The others did not dare to delay and quickly began the search and rescue operation. At the same time, some were on guard at the perimeter, setting up satellite detection covers and signal jammers. At least until the situation was clarified, they couldn't let the outside world know about what happened here to avoid unnecessary chaos. This had already become routine. Captain Jiang, should we also conduct a search? The vice captain of the Special Operations Team asked. No need, let them be busy. We'll investigate the surroundings and gather clues. My ability is wind, and it's a B-level ability, so my perception is quite sharp. How could I be wrong? There isn't a single breath of a living person here, Jiang Buhui said. Alright, then let's go gather clues, the vice captain replied. With a gesture, the others hurried off. Look, there's someone here. No, wait, it's not a person. No, it is a person. Is it a person or not? Can you be clear? It is a person, but they've turned into a puddle. My god. They're all dead. Ugh. Those who were searching quickly began to vomit. The Xiao family is a prominent family of Jinling. What kind of offense could such a big family have committed to attract such a disaster? To wipe out a family like this is not permitted in the Tai Lin dynasty. Who did this? What kind of grudge or hatred could lead to the extermination of a family? There must be some reason behind this. Jiang Buhui didn't even glance at those who were vomiting, or the pale-faced Zhao Jingxia. She walked to the back of the ruins and saw an underground entrance that had clearly been opened. Without hesitation, Jiang Buhui jumped in. She found herself in a completely metallic corridor. At the end, she could see a huge vault door shattered into several pieces on the ground. What is this? Jiang Buhui bent down, her hand brushing over the 1-meter-thick alloy door's cut edge. This cut is so neat, not a single burr. What on earth was used to open it? Laser cutting or plasma cutting? I've encountered both of these methods. Current technology shouldn't be able to cut through a 1-meter-thick alloy so smoothly. It can cut, but there will always be some burrs and flaws. Jiang Buhui murmured, becoming increasingly puzzled. Do. Her phone rang. It was on a special satellite communication channel, unaffected by the external signal jammers. Hello, Dad, why are you calling me before dawn? Oh, right, I forgot it's already bright over in Donglin City. Jiang Buhui glanced at her watch and remembered. It was already 5 o'clock. Jinling City hadn't brightened yet, but Donglin City was already illuminated. After all, the straight-line distance between the two places was over 4,000 kilometers. What? You want me to come back now? Why should I go back? Donglin City is so far away, and you know I'm very busy right now. I can't get away. You don't want me to go on a blind date, do you, Dad? I'm only 23, not 33. Jiang Buhui rolled her eyes, holding the phone a bit farther away, as if she didn't want to hear her father's voice. Hey, Buhui, listen to me. You need to return to Donglin City immediately. I'll take you to meet a big shot. You wanted to meet a powerful ability user, right? This person is definitely stronger than anyone you've ever met. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly grew louder. There was even a hint of a little fanboy's crazy infatuation with the strong in his words. Donglin City isn't exactly a big city. How strong can the ability users in the mountains really be? Can they be stronger than my teacher from the Ability University? Can they? Jiang Buhui said up to this point, her hand brushing over the cross-section of several iron doors. There were still no barbs at all. Smooth and polished, as if crafted by a precision machine. Can anyone be stronger than the one who split this door? Jiang Buhui murmured, shocked. She suddenly realized that this door was likely split open by a person, not any weapon, because she had already seen several fine horizontal lines on the alloy walls flanking the large round iron door. She had noticed them earlier but thought they were just lines drawn on the wall. Now she realized that these lines were the gaps created by the splitting. Upon closer inspection, the wall's thickness was at least 2 meters. Made of high-strength alloy, the door seemed insignificant in comparison as the wall was even harder. As a result, one could directly see the lights in the vault through the wall. Damn, who could be this strong? The alloy material level is at least B-grade battle armor standard. 2 meters thick B-grade alloy was actually cut through. My god, Jiang Buhui was left dumbfounded. What are you talking about, Buhui? What alloy? What 2 meters? What was cut through? The person on the other end of the phone was confused. Dad, something big has happened here, Jiang Buhui said. What exactly happened? You must not let this leak. This matter is of great importance. Alright, go ahead. The Xiao family of Jinling has been wiped out. The manor was demolished without a trace, and the exact number of dead is still being counted. Jiang Buhui's voice grew more terrified as she spoke. Mainly, the scene of the door and wall being cut through had frightened her. Even someone as worldly as she was felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be him? Who, Dad, who are you talking about? It's nothing, are you alright? I'm fine, I just arrived. Zhao Jingxia is still here. Jiang Buhui replied. Good, you are in charge of the special operations team. This matter is not your concern. It will definitely be taken over by the ability punishment team. Hand over the situation to the vice captain and come back immediately. This is an order. Alright, Dad, I understand. Jiang Buhui hung up the phone. Who could have done this? Who could be this strong? No wonder the entire Xiao family was flattened. With such strength, it is indeed possible to annihilate a family. This clean cut, even my teacher probably couldn't do it, Jiang Buhui thought. Never mind, many of the dead were ability users. We can't do anything about it. Book the next flight home. I haven't been back to Donglin City to see Dad for 2 years. It's just the right time to check on how this old man is doing. The annihilation of the Xiao family naturally caused a huge stir among the ability punishment team in Jinling City. Members from the entire city's ability punishment team were mobilized to conduct a thorough investigation. All core members of the Xiao family were dead, because this day happened to be the time for the clan meeting. All core members were present, and unexpectedly, they were all caught in one fell swoop by Long Chen. Aside from some collateral members handling business in various places, the rest were indeed all wiped out. A total of over 200 people died. Under pressure from above, the ability punishment team could only work overtime to find clues and confirm who the murderer was. However, that was all for later. Long Chen didn't care about any of this. He had even returned before dawn. After making breakfast for 3, he thought, while Mom and Dad are still asleep, I can refine some beauty pills to help them maintain their youthful appearance around 30. Long Chen went to the basement to prepare for refining the beauty pills. He began to construct the formation with his fingers in the air. A cauldron the size of a water tank soon appeared. For relatively tender herbs floated in the air from the spatial ring. It's been a long time since I last refined any pills. I just returned to this life not long ago. This is my first attempt. I aim to refine an absolutely perfect beauty pill from herbs of this level. 2 qingyan grasses and 2 qiansu fruits, since they were well preserved, have not lost much of their efficacy. If luck is on my side, I might be able to refine 2 pattern beauty pills, but that's for a master alchemist. For someone like me, a master of alchemy, I should be able to produce at least 6. Let's set a small achievable goal, say, 8 patterns would be fine. Long Chen thought. If a master alchemist heard this, they would surely be furious. It's important to know that while weapon forging has patterns, alchemy has pill patterns as well. The same pill can vary greatly in price with each additional pattern. Let's get started. Long Chen controlled the 4 herbs to enter the cauldron from a distance. The lid was closed. Flames erupted from his fingertips, surrounding the cauldron as it burned. He began refining the pills. The array of the cauldron was relatively transparent. The outside world could see everything inside quite clearly. The herbs spun rapidly, gradually melting. The 4 types of herbs fused together. Finally, under careful control, they slowly condensed into shape, resulting in 6 pills with a diameter of 1 centimeter. They rotated in alternating patterns. At last, the cauldron opened, and 6 bright green pills landed in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen picked one up and examined it. The shell is crystal clear and flawless. The internal color is uniform and smooth, surrounded by 8 patterns. Not bad, I actually produced 6 second-grade 8-pattern pills. Given the properties of these 4 herbs, refining these is already the limit. I can't be too demanding. Long Chen was still quite satisfied. The reason they were second-grade 8-pattern pills was due to his many years without refining pills in his previous life on the long Yuan continent until now. There was no necessary connection in between. The main reason was that the properties of the herbs were limited. No matter how high his alchemy level or skills, this was the limit. As for why there was no pill tribulation, second-grade pills do not have tribulations. It's only at the 4th grade that they appear. Moreover, it must be 4th grade with 7 patterns or more. Otherwise, tribulations only occur at the 7th grade. If every pill refined had tribulations, the thunder would be too busy. The Long Yuan continent would be struck by thunder every day. Let's give Mom and Dad a surprise. Long Chen smiled as he returned to the living room on the 1st floor. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan were having breakfast. Long Chen had only spent a little over 10 minutes refining the pills. Yenner, are you done? Come eat breakfast, Lin Yuyan said. Okay, Dad, Mom, do you want to stay forever young? Long Chen sat down with a mysterious smile. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan exchanged glances. Yes, of course we do. They both nodded vigorously, their faces filled with excitement. Staying forever young is hard for anyone to refuse. They certainly wanted it. This is the beauty pill I just refined. Eat it while it's hot, it works quickly. Mom and Dad, each of you take one. Long Chen handed one beauty pill to each of them. Alright, let's give it a try. They both unhesitatingly popped the pills into their mouths. Oh, I thought it would be bitter, but it's actually apple flavored. Mine is strawberry flavored, it tastes pretty good. They chewed and swallowed as if they were eating candy. I added a bit of your favorite flavor, but it doesn't affect the efficacy. Long Chen said. Buzz. Soon, a faint golden halo spread over Long Jin and Lin Yuyan's bodies. Their once rough hands, some white hair, wrinkles on their faces, and slightly sallow skin all changed. From head to toe, every part of their bodies was rejuvenated. Even their bones were transforming. Years of hard labor had worn down their bones, but at this moment, they returned to their youthful state. This feeling is so magical, I can even feel my skin pulsating. That's right, I feel stronger and stronger, my hands have become fairer, and even the calluses are gone. Honey, you've become younger. Just as handsome as before, no, even better. Wife, you too, you're so beautiful, just like when we first met. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan looked at each other in surprise, holding each other's faces. Their gazes gradually softened and became moist. Over the years, life had worn down their edges. The youthful beauty and handsome man had turned into an aunt and uncle. There were even many times when others would call them grandma and grandpa. It was evident that they had aged a lot, but now their skin had returned to that of around 23. They looked about 30. Compared to before, they had become much younger. If someone didn't know them, they would think their ID photos were taken too old, the technology too poor. Clearly, they were two charming individuals. I still have something to do, I might be back late. If I don't come back, you guys eat first, Mom and Dad. Long Chen sensed something was off and prepared to slip away. He wanted to create some space for the two of them. Just as Long Chen stood up. Thank you, Yenner. Thank you for your hard work, Yenner. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan hugged Long Chen. It's no trouble, who told you to be my parents? Long Chen smiled. At that moment, the family was extremely happy and warm. Alright, I'll head out first, you two get busy. Long Chen hurriedly left, closing the door behind him to give his parents some space. After all, they had just rejuvenated and it wouldn't be good to interrupt. The two exchanged glances for a while. As emotions deepened, they couldn't help themselves. What if there's a younger brother? A brother would be nice, but a sister would be even better. Yes, a sister is better. Long Chen strolled along the villa area, deep in thought. His mood was extremely relaxed. Beep beep beep. An anonymous call came in, and Long Chen answered. This number was also anonymous, so he wasn't worried about being tracked. Hello, sir, this is Yuan Fan. Last time, you had someone bring 12 eggs. Since there were too many eggs, we couldn't offer a very high price. I hope you don't mind. A total of 1 billion has already been transferred to your account. Did you receive it? Yuan Fan asked. Long Chen hadn't really paid attention to that. He had been busy refining weapons at the time. After returning, he was focused on killing, so he hadn't noticed the messages. After checking, he indeed found 10 billion had arrived. Currently, he had a cold 25 billion and 1 million cash sitting in his account. I received it, Long Chen nodded, his deep and rich voice still not revealing his exact age. Here's the thing, sir, our Black Dragon Beast Hall is temporarily holding a large auction in Donglin City. It's happening tonight. Some of the items you sold before will also appear at the auction. I wonder if you would be able to attend. I will personally welcome you. I'll give you a heads up, I've heard this auction will feature perpetual motion crystals. You know, these things are extremely rare, and have enhancement effects on weapons and armor for ability users. Especially if they can be incorporated during crafting, it can double the effect of S-grade materials. Yuan Fan said. Perpetual motion crystals? These are relatively common in Long Yuan continent, but here, they are indeed very rare. If the size is large enough and the quality good enough, perhaps they can be fused and refined to enhance the quality of the Long Yuan sword. Even if it's not large or pure, it can still improve a bit. This is something I can acquire. Long Chen thought to himself. He had already named his sword Long Yuan. This sword was one he intended to use continuously in the future. Because the Long Yuan itself had been crafted with room for upgrades, materials could be continuously added for enhancement. Theoretically, there is no upper limit as long as the materials are good enough. Also, Long Chen's realm must keep up, otherwise there won't be enough power to maintain the upgrades and refining. Alright, I'll come over tonight, Long Chen said. Great, I'll definitely be waiting for you at the door, Yuan Fan replied excitedly. Or I can drive to the airport to pick you up. No need, Long Chen said. Alright then, sir, the address is Lingyan Pavilion. I'll be waiting for your arrival. After Yuan Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lingyan Pavilion, I've never heard of that place. Long Chen thought. In his previous life he had spent many years in Donglin City, but in reality, he had only been to a few places. After all, many places are not accessible to ordinary people, and the entry threshold is quite high. Naturally, he was even less familiar with Linyan Pavilion. Let me check the map to see if it's marked. Long Chen opened his phone's navigation and searched. The search showed no results for that location. It's not showing up on the map? Just as Long Chen thought this, an old Chrysler with a leopard emblem drove up and stopped beside him. Two people got out of the car. It was the developer of this villa area, Lin Ruocheng, and his driver and bodyguard, Wu Huiyan. Lord Long, it's great to see you back. Lin Ruocheng clasped his fists, looking somewhat surprised. It was as if he hadn't seen Long Chen at all yesterday. Weren't you there yesterday too? Have you forgotten so soon? Long Chen smiled at him. Hee, well, as expected of Lord Long, you noticed us back. Then, Lin Ruocheng scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. He had been quite far away at the time and thought Long Chen hadn't noticed. He didn't expect that even without looking, Long Chen had already discovered them. Lord Long is truly powerful, instantly destroying a building. But they still don't know who did it. Moreover, since the air raid alarm was sounded throughout the city yesterday, they will probably suspect that it was done by an external superpower. I will also intervene on my side. I won't let them affect Lord Long's parents. Lin Ruocheng said. Well done, Long Chen nodded. This Lin Ruocheng was quite capable. Long Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, it was just killing, after all. He just didn't want anyone to disturb his parents and disrupt their peace. As for whether there was anyone truly capable of moving Long Chen's parents, so far, no one had that ability. Long Chen walked forward, and Lin Ruocheng followed. Wu Huiyan, being perceptive, drove closely behind. Looking at Long Chen's back, his eyes were filled with admiration and worship. Who wouldn't want to roam the world with a sword? Who wouldn't want to live a carefree life? One person, one sword, dominating the four corners, with no taboos, wielding the sword for slaughter. Long Chen undoubtedly embodied the plot of a novel. Wu Huiyan naturally held him in immense admiration, treating him as a spiritual leader and idol. Speak, is there anything else? Long Chen knew he must have come for another matter. Well, Lord Long, you might not be very familiar with Master Chen's background. Let me give you a detailed introduction. Master Chen's family and his wife's family are quite extraordinary. Lin Ruocheng's expression became serious as he said this. Go on, Long Chen said calmly. Master Chen is the youngest son of the prestigious Chen family in Xiling City. However, due to his lack of talent, he wasn't valued in his youth. But later, Master Chen relied on his special abilities to achieve great heights. In feng shui, many wealthy and powerful people have benefited from his guidance. Thus, his reputation is very high. It even far exceeds the abilities he possesses. Now, he is definitely the most favored son in the Chen family. Therefore, the Chen family will not let this go easily. Unless they encounter obstacles they cannot afford to offend, they will definitely pursue the matter to the end. Lin Ruocheng looked at Long Chen's reaction as he spoke. He found that Long Chen had no reaction at all. He was just calmly walking forward, completely indifferent. And then there's his wife, Xiao Zi. This woman is quite something. She is the eldest daughter of the Jinling Xiao family, the current head of the family's eldest daughter. Moreover, it is said that the Xiao family has a powerful ability. User at the War King level. Master Chen marrying her is truly a high climb. The two families are not a match. However, although the father-daughter relationship is not good, if Xiao Zi asks her father for help, the Xiao family will definitely take action. Of course, a War King is equivalent to a Beast Emperor, so he shouldn't pose much of a threat to the adults, just a bit of trouble. After all, the Xiao family is both wealthy and powerful. And Lin Ruocheng hadn't finished speaking. The Xiao family has already been destroyed by me, so we can skip this part. Long Chen said calmly. Oh, destroyed? That's good. Wait, Lord Long, what did you say? The Xiao family was destroyed? How were they destroyed, and by whom? Lin Ruocheng exclaimed, hardly believing his ears. Last night, while you were still sleeping, I casually went over and wiped them out. Calculating the time, the news should have spread by now. But the matter must have been suppressed. It will probably be a long time before the outside world knows. Long Chen said, as if discussing something very normal. So, is the Xiao family strong? Are War King level ability users strong? Lin Ruocheng was stunned for a few seconds, then, with difficulty, swallowed hard in shock and couldn't help but ask. It's all a matter of a single move. I can't really feel how strong they are. However, that green unicorn python Beast Emperor in the lake could wipe out their entire family. Long Chen said, as if discussing something trivial. Have you heard what people say? Damn! Lin Ruocheng couldn't help but curse, his expression extremely vivid. What does it mean to say it's all a matter of a single move? So, the War King is only worthy of a single move, huh? Does that mean anyone below War King isn't even worthy of being human? Whoa, this is the real big shot, so domineering. Ha! Lin Ruocheng looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. It's normal, feeling dizzy is normal. However, one thing Long Chen said was correct. The Xiao family is indeed not as strong as that green beast Emperor Python. After all, one family has peak combat power, one is a first-level war king, and the other is a second-level war king. In the human world, they are naturally very powerful, even if they bully men and women and do all sorts of evil. Unless they announce it to the world, no one can sanction them. And the number of powerful beasts far exceeds that of humans. If they were to compare with the beasts, their strength wouldn't count for much. There is one thing that will always remain unchanged: being dominant in one's own territory. Since the Xiao family has been destroyed, then it's all good. As expected of Lord Long, your strength is beyond imagination. Lin Ruocheng sighed. Besides these, you should have other matters, right? Long Chen turned to look at him. The two stopped. Lord Long, I indeed have something to ask of you. Lin Ruocheng clasped his fists and was about to kneel down. Long Chen grabbed his arm with one hand, preventing him from kneeling. He was directly pulled up by Long Chen. Speak if you have something to say, don't kneel down at every turn. A man's knees are worth gold. Long Chen said somewhat speechlessly. Even in Long Yuan continent, he didn't like people kneeling before him casually. It's not a feudal dynasty where people kneel at every opportunity. The ancestors wanted you to stand up, not to kneel. As a modern person, he didn't like others kneeling before him casually. I understand, Lord Long. The situation is like this. Master Nya from the medicine pavilion told me not to hesitate. Only by consuming all the ice source grass can it be effective. So, I made that ice source grass into soup for my daughter to drink. However, I remembered Lord Long's words, so I only served a small bowl. As a result, my daughter drank it and now sleeps without waking up. Master Nya said he has no way. My daughter might never wake up in her lifetime. So I want to ask Lord Long for help. Lin Ruocheng hadn't finished speaking. This so-called Master Nya from the medicine pavilion is truly a talent. I thought someone here would know how to use ice source grass. I didn't expect it to be just eaten. The medicinal properties of ice source grass are very domineering and pure. Just squeeze out the juice and mix it with pure water to apply on the skin. The skin will naturally absorb it, improving and stabilizing the ice soul ability. After all, the ice soul ability is released by the body, not by the internal organs. Drinking it for the stomach to absorb is unnecessary. It's not a great tonic. It will only lead to a prolonged sleep due to its domineering properties. Sigh, forget it. Let's go take a look. Long Chen patted his shoulder and prepared to get in the car. Lin Ruocheng was taken aback, then overjoyed, quickly going to open the door for Long Chen. Lin Ruocheng was a person of great vision. Someone like him could become Long Chen's ally. Since that was the case, helping out was just a matter of convenience. Lord Long, rest assured, as long as you can cure my daughter, you can set any conditions. Lin Ruocheng was excited. Let's see how it goes first. Long Chen said nonchalantly. The car soon arrived at a manor. The manor covered an area of about 10,000 square meters. This level of wealth could be considered quite standard. The gate opened and the vehicle drove in. Lin Ruocheng guided the way. Long Chen walked ahead. They arrived at a luxurious bedroom of 70 square meters on the third floor. There were many expensive medical facilities here. 3 gray-haired chief physicians in white coats were discussing something. They were all top experts from various hospitals in Donglin City. There was also an elderly man with gray hair, eyebrows, and beard, sitting on a mahogany chair, sipping tea. His face was lined with wrinkles and he was at least 70 years old. He wore a sharp black suit. A special badge hung on his chest, which was the emblem of the medicine pavilion. It was also a symbol of status. Long Chen knew at a glance that this was the master Nye Lin Ruocheng had mentioned. And now, the old butler Chen, who was specifically responsible for protecting Lin Ruocheng's daughter, was doing a part-time job serving tea to Master Nye. Didn't President Lin say he was going to find a lord to save the young lady? Could it be this one? No way, he looks too young. Old Chen was quite puzzled to see Lin Ruocheng bring back such a handsome young man. Lord Long, this is Master Nye from the medicine pavilion. And these 3 are the chief physicians from the major hospitals in Donglin City. Lin Ruocheng introduced. Long Chen just nodded and didn't pay them any mind. He walked towards the bedside. President Lin, who is this person? Master Nye noticed that Long Chen didn't seem to care about him. His eyes narrowed slightly, feeling displeased. When others hear the name Master Nye, they would come to flatter him. After all, everyone gets sick, and especially those with abilities are more prone to injury. Therefore, the status of the medicine pavilion is extraordinary. But Long Chen didn't care about him at all. This made him very unhappy, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shoo, Master Nye, don't speak, Lin Ruocheng said with a stern expression. He raised his hand to stop him from continuing. I want to see what you're going to do. Master Nye coldly snorted and walked over. He glanced at Lin Ruocheng with a grim expression, then looked at Long Chen. Lin Ruocheng shook his head helplessly. He just hoped this guy wouldn't court death. Otherwise, if Long Chen made a move, it would either be death or serious injury. Lord Long, this is my daughter Lin Yunxi. She has been in a deep sleep for several days. She can only maintain her basic bodily functions through nutrient infusion. Lin Ruocheng looked at his daughter with sorrow. He gazed at Lin Yunxi, who lay on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Long Chen instantly remembered who she was. So it's her. I didn't expect she would be your daughter. Fate is indeed a strange thing. Long Chen smiled and sighed. That's right, he knew this woman. She was the one he saved when he was cultivating in the North Forest. At that time, he had just helped her out of convenience. He never expected to meet her again in such a way. Lord Long, do you know my daughter? Lin Yunxi? Lin Ruoqing asked, puzzled, and then his face and heart filled with joy. He instantly thought of countless possibilities. For instance, they could have fallen in love at first sight, or perhaps they were childhood friends who had feelings for each other since they were young. They had just not seen each other for many years, until now. Emotions surged in his heart, and longing turned to frost. It was just like a scene from a melodramatic novel. So her name is Lin Yunxi, I suppose we know each other, Long Chen said lightly. They had only met once, for less than a minute in total. They could indeed be considered acquaintances, but not familiar. Great, knowing each other is good. Lin Ruoqing exclaimed joyfully. Long Chen did not catch the meaning behind his words. He was mainly observing Lin Yunxi's current condition, not paying attention to anything else. Long Chen's fingers rested on Lin Yunxi's neck. This action attracted the attention of 3 chief physicians and Master Nia. The temperature of the neck is below 5 degrees Celsius. Long Chen lifted the blanket slightly. His hand rested on Lin Yunxi's stomach. Although there was a layer of sleepwear, he could still feel the temperature. The temperature of the internal organs is below 0 degrees Celsius. Long Chen's fingers moved to Lin Yunxi's. The heart's temperature is below -3 degrees. Long Chen said. Calmly. Hiss. Old Chen gasped, feeling a mix of emotions. Young man, you are really bold. The young lady's father is right beside you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? However, Old Chen was surprised to find that Lin Ruoqing had no intention of stopping him. In fact, there was anticipation in his eyes. Old Chen was somewhat bewildered. He was very curious about who Long Chen really was. Not only could he make Lin Ruoqing call him Lord Long, but he was also allowed to treat his daughter. Long Chen withdrew his hand. However, this action provoked Master Nia's strong dissatisfaction. Who the hell are you putting your hands everywhere? If you don't understand, just stay aside and don't do anything inappropriate, or don't blame me for being rude. Master Nia said coldly, extremely displeased. Lin Yunxi was the woman his son had his eyes on. Even though she was now asleep, he did not want someone like Long Chen to touch her. In his eyes, Long Chen was definitely not pure in intention. Slap! Long Chen swiftly slapped back, sending Master Nia flying. Bang! He crashed into a mahogany chair, knocking himself out. Where did this fly come from? Why is there so much nonsense? Throw him out. Long Chen said without even looking. Yes, Lord Long, throw him out. Lin Ruoqing nodded firmly, signaling Old Chen. Understood. Old Chen's eyes lit up. He had long been displeased with Master Nia. Not only had he put the young lady into a deep sleep, but he had also been arrogant for too long. Old Chen had wanted to teach Master Nia a lesson for a while. He grabbed Master Nia and threw him out. He landed in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Although he didn't use much force, he fell face down in a very awkward position. His swollen face was still in a state of unconsciousness. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked and furious. After all, this was Master Nia from the Medicine Pavilion. His medical skills were extremely high, and many ability users from Donglin City who were injured, while hunting beasts had been treated by him, benefiting from his care. They would treat him as a guest of honor. How could anyone dare to throw him out? The 3 chief physicians were also taken aback. They had originally wanted to say something to please Master Nia. However, upon seeing him being slapped and knocked out by Long Chen, they immediately shut their mouths and dared not say anything. The 3 of them were just ordinary people and couldn't withstand such a forceful slap. Lord Long, can Xiao still wake up? Lin Ruoqing asked. Although she didn't drink much, it still caused internal injuries. I told you the medicinal properties of the ice source grass are very domineering, and it must be used with caution. Even for external application, it needs to be diluted with pure water. And even if applied all over, it wouldn't take much. Using it all at once would harm the body. Moreover, using a medicine meant for external application internally, the fact that she is still hanging onto life can only be attributed to you feeding her less. If it were any more, she would have frozen to death inside and her life would be over. Long Chen said. So that's how it is. Fortunately, I didn't feed her much. That damned Master Nia actually patted his chest and assured me that feeding her all of it would be more effective. If it weren't for him saying that Xiaoxi's ice soul ability could withstand it, I wouldn't have really boiled soup for her to drink. Lord Long, is there still a way to treat her? It doesn't matter whether the ability is still there, as long as she's alive. Lin Ruoqing said. It's not difficult, a 2nd-grade breaking body pill will do. However, there are 2 herbal ingredients involved. One is the dream-shattered fruit. The other is the 1,000 silver grass. I have 2 dream-shattered fruit herbs here, which is more than enough. Unfortunately, I'm still short of the 1,000 silver grass. Without the 1,000 silver grass, the breaking body pill cannot be refined.
If you want to heal her and preserve her ice soul ability, this is the only method.
Long Chen said. Refining second-grade pills was easy for him. The key was the herbs. Without the herbs, naturally, the desired pill couldn't be refined.
Lin Yunqi's current situation required the breaking body pill to dispel the cold energy freezing her internal organs.
Only then could Lin
Yunqi truly absorb the medicinal effects of the ice source grass. This would stabilize her ice soul ability completely, and it wouldn't harm her body, nor would it cause her to lose her ability.
For an
ability user, losing their ability and becoming an ordinary person is worse than death.
As long as there's a way, that's good. But Lord Long, why have I never heard of this 1,000 silver grass? What exactly is this herb? Do you have a picture, Lord Long?
I'll send someone to the apothecary to buy it immediately. Lin Ruocheng seemed to see hope and said excitedly.
Long Chen suddenly remembered that 1,000 silver grass was just a term used in the long Yuan continent.
It seemed that this world didn't have such a name. Perhaps this herb existed but was called something else.
The 1,000 silver grass is entirely emerald green, with a total of 199 leaves, 9 of which have barbs. Long Chen said. What a peculiar herb, I really haven't seen it. Lin Ruocheng could tell just from the
description that he had never encountered this herb.
We haven't heard of it either, Chen Lao and Wu Huiyan said.
Of course, you haven't heard of it, you are ability users and wouldn't understand this
aspect. Even we three have never heard of it.
That's right, I've never seen such a strange herb that can grow 199 leaves.
This isn't an herb, it's a large flowering plant. Is it really confirmed to exist?
The 3 chief physicians said, even doubting the authenticity of such a herb.
Long Chen was too young. They felt that Long Chen was just showing off. He clearly didn't
understand but pretended to know, fabricating a herb out of thin air. It must be because he liked Lin Yunqi that he wanted to show off in front of Lin Ruocheng, to avoid feeling embarrassed. Although they thought this, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Hee, my apothecary does have this herb, but you might as well give up. This herb is extremely special and very valuable.
Our apothecary has already
decided to auction it at tonight's Black Dragon Beast Hall auction.
If you had asked me before this, I could have helped you. But now, with the way you treat me, I will never let you have it. At that
moment, Master Nia walked in, his hand touching his swollen face as he spoke fiercely.
President Lin, is this how you treat me? You actually threw me out. Very well, I will remember this grudge. Today.
From now on, you can forget about buying even a single herb from the medicine pavilion in Donglin Lin family. You are directly blacklisted from my medicine pavilion. In the future, even if you or your loved ones fall ill, don't think you can come to me. Master Nia was seething with anger, glaring at Lin Ruocheng before fixing his gaze on Long Chen.
As for you, how dare you hit me? I've lived for over 70 years, survived from the era of abilities until now. No one has ever dared to hit me.
I don't care who you are, I will make you pay the price. You must have family you care
about, right?
Believe it or not, in Donglin City, with just one word from me, I can make it so they can't even buy medicine when they are sick.
Getting into a hospital will be even more impossible. My medicine pavilion has that kind of influence. This is the price for hitting me,
Master Nia said viciously. Buzz buzz buzz.
Ah!
The next moment, Master Nia's scream was chilling. His hands and feet were neatly severed, his body suspended in the air like a human stick. The blood dripping from him also floated around, not touching the ground or anything nearby. It was Long Chen who made his move. He merely raised his hand and gestured slightly. No, please spare me, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. I'm begging you, I have an 8-year-old grandson to take care of, don't kill me. Master Nia pleaded, his eyes filled with terror and fear. He had never encountered such a decisive and ruthless person,
directly taking action without any verbal sparring. Logically, everyone should be a person of status. Shouldn't there be some human decency?
Long Chen completely disregarded the rules.
This frightened him. Dare to threaten my family, you have chosen the path to death, Long Chen said. Bang! Master Nia's head exploded.
Then all the blood droplets merged together. After being violently compressed, his body was reduced to the size of a fist. It flew out the window and smashed into a
distant open space. Thus, Master Nia was left without a complete corpse.
There was not a trace left behind. It was as if he had never existed here at all.
Seeking death, Long Chen's gaze was indifferent,
as if he had merely crushed an ant. The others at the scene couldn't help but swallow hard.
A dry and parched feeling.
It felt as if the person standing next to them was not a human, but a god of death. Especially for Elder Chen and the 3 chief physicians who did not know Long Chen well. Elder Chen was somewhat okay, after all, he was an ability user, and Long Chen was brought by Lin Ruocheng. Although shocked by how strong Long Chen was at such a young age, easily killing Master Nia, who was at the first level of the battle body, it was still within an acceptable range.
More shocking was Long
Chen's decisiveness in killing. He acted as soon as he said he would, directly killing someone. This required not only strength but also background and courage. As for the 3 chief physicians, they felt nothing but fear, a sense that their lives were not their own. They could hardly imagine what kind of background Long Chen had to dare kill Master Nye of the Medicine Pavilion. What do we do? The Medicine Pavilion is very powerful. Killing Master Nye will definitely bring big trouble. This is bad. We, who witnessed it, will probably be blacklisted by the Medicine Pavilion. The three were in a panic. You all can leave. The money will be transferred to your accounts shortly. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't say anything. Even if the Medicine Pavilion comes looking for trouble, it will be directed at me. I invited Master Nye here, Lin Ruoqing said to the three. The situation had shifted dramatically. Alright, President Lin, take care of yourself. Sai, we'll leave first. What is this all about? The three of them quickly left, even forgetting to take those expensive medical instruments. Have someone send these instruments back later, Lin Ruoqing instructed old Chen. Understood, President Lin, old Chen replied. Rest assured, Lord Long, I will handle the follow-up. I will do my utmost to ensure they do not disturb Lord Long. Lin Ruoqing took all the responsibility upon himself, not wanting to trouble Long Chen. One could say he didn't want too many people to die. It was one thing to provoke him, it would only lead to a moment of anger. As long as it didn't escalate too much, it would be manageable. However, if Long Chen was provoked, it was uncertain whether the Medicine Pavilion could continue to exist. The Xiao family had already been wiped out. Lin Ruoqing had every reason to believe that as long as the Medicine Pavilion dared to target Long Chen's family, Long Chen could do anything. What kind of force is the Medicine Pavilion? Long Chen asked. He had never heard of this force before. In his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to these secular powers while in the military camp. Moreover, at that time, Donglin City had been destroyed. The founder of the Medicine Pavilion is said to have connections with the Gene family of the Gene Pharmaceutical Group in Donglin City. The Gene Pharmaceutical Group is a publicly listed company worth hundreds of billions. And the Gene family is not just limited to this one company. They have numerous industries under their control. I suspect the Medicine Pavilion is likely one of their enterprises. The Medicine Pavilion is similar to a pharmacy and a hospital. It sells medicine and can also treat illnesses. However, the medicines they sell are almost monopolized. They occupy a significant market share among ability users in Donglin City. As far as I know, the Medicine Pavilion also has some branches in other city fortresses. More importantly, the pharmacists gathered in the Medicine Pavilion are indeed renowned divine doctors. They hold a great reputation in the ability user community. Moreover, with the Gene family as a vague backing, few dare to offend them. After all, Donglin City is just this big. Once offended, ability users who get injured can only go to other cities for treatment. Additionally, the Gene Pharmaceutical Group monopolizes the entire ordinary pharmaceutical industry in Donglin City. Ability users always have family members who are ordinary people. Having family means having ties, so they cannot afford to offend the Medicine Pavilion. This is also why Master Nye dared to be so arrogant just now. The Medicine Pavilion may not have much influence in other cities, but in Donglin City, he indeed has that confidence. With the Gene family of Donglin backing him, he is quite formidable, Lin Ruoqing said slowly. So what realm are the strongest members of the Medicine Pavilion and the Gene family? Long Chen asked. It seems there are battle spirits within the Medicine Pavilion, but there might also be battle spirits. As for the Gene family's strength, I don't know. They have money and power and won't easily reveal the strength of their strongest ability users. Maintaining mystery is a consistent style of these big families. Until the last moment of their clan's destruction, no one knows how much strength they are hiding. Even if the city is breached by alien beasts, those with money and power will be the first to flee. Therefore, they are unlikely to reveal their true foundation. At least, with my network, I can't find any information about the strongest members of the Gene family, Lin Ruoqing said. Then there's nothing more to it. I thought there might be someone surpassing the Battle King, and I could just try my sword. It seems there's no difference from the likes of the Xiao family, or they might even be worse. If they dare to send someone to threaten you, Long Chen said, looking at him, just call me directly. After all, he was the one who had killed those people. Lin Ruoqing was shielding him, so he naturally had to give the other party some reassurance. Otherwise, who would dare to associate with him? If he couldn't even protect those who were with him and even harmed those who helped him, Long Chen would not play the role of such a protagonist. Oh, okay. Lin Ruoqing was a bit slow to respond, still in a daze from Long Chen's mention of surpassing the Battle King to try the sword. Thank you, Lord Long. Thank you, Lord Long. However, once he realized it, his eyes lit up and he felt a surge of excitement and joy in his heart. He was an old hand at this. Long Chen's words were a roundabout acknowledgement of him. In other words, he would be considered Long Chen's person in the future. It was equivalent to having a powerful background to rely on. How could he not be excited? In the era of supernatural beings, having a background made all the difference. It could be said that this is true in any era. Supernatural beings are more noble than ordinary people. However, there are distinctions in strength among supernatural beings. The stronger ones naturally hold a higher status, as long as one does not reach the pinnacle
of this world, often relying on the strong is the way to survive. With Long Chen as a backing, Donglin City could be traversed with ease. Lord Long, I will bid for the 1,000 silver grass at this auction. I hope Lord Long will definitely lend a hand to save my daughter when the time comes. Of course, I will pay double for the herbs that Lord Long provides, Lin Ruocheng said, immediately, transferring 50 million to Long Chen via his phone. The price of dream-shattered fruit is about 10 million per plant. A total of 2 plants. Lin Ruocheng directly gave 50 million, more than double. Long Chen's phone vibrated. Your account ending in has received 50 million. Lin Ruocheng acted decisively with a swift and resolute manner, not dragging his feet. The transfer was done in an instant. This was a full 50 million, equivalent to spending an extra 30 million. Saving your daughter is just a casual matter. I hope you can really bid for the 1,000 silver grass, Long Chen said. He glanced at Lin Yunqi on the bed. After speaking, he vanished in a flash and returned home. Lord Long, take care. Watching Long Chen suddenly disappear, Lin Ruocheng hurriedly said. Wu Huiyan was a beat slower. He was mainly thinking about Long Chen's earlier words. What are you thinking about, Huiyan? Lin Ruocheng asked. Lord Long said to try the sword with the Super War King, that is, just too domineering. My idol is indeed so cool at all times. Wu Huiyan sighed, looking like a little fanboy. Yeah, until now, I still don't really understand what realm Lord Long is in. Lin Ruocheng lamented. I wonder what kind of woman would be worthy of Lord Long. Wu Huiyan looked in the direction where Long Chen had disappeared. Why are you thinking about this? Your daughter is still young. Lin Ruocheng shook his head and laughed. By the way, Mr. Lin, who exactly is this Lord Long? Old Chen was still in the dark. Although he could tell that Long Chen was very strong, he wasn't clear on just how strong. However, Long Chen's earlier statement about trying the sword with the Super War King had indeed shocked him. What kind of existence is the War King? That is something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Yet Long Chen actually dared to say such a thing. It was simply astonishing. Old Chen, you're not an outsider, so I'll lay it all out for you. Lord Long's strength is beyond your imagination. Even looking at the entire Donglin City, I estimate he can at least rank in the top 3. Or to be bolder, aiming for second place and vying for first. Lin Ruocheng said. After all, Donglin City is a place where dragons hide and tigers crouch. He had already put it quite mildly, mainly because he didn't truly understand Long Chen's strength. What? So strong, but how old is he? He shouldn't be over 20, right? Even if you add up the strongest geniuses from all the past supernatural assessments, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Old Chen was shocked. Long Chen returned to his doorstep. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his father, Long Jin, leaning against the wall. No, he shouldn't say father because he looked very young now. He was only about 30 years old. Yan, when did you come back? Long Jin looked up and was startled to see his son. Instinctively, he felt a bit guilty, as if he were a thief. Long Chen looked at his father, hesitating to speak. It's getting late, I'm going to cook. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, oh, okay. I just fell and hurt my back a bit, so I won't help you this time, Yan. Long Jin forced an explanation. It's fine, Dad. If your back hurts, just take a rest. Long Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Long Chen returned from the Luofeng mountain range yesterday, having killed a few exotic beasts along the way. He happened to leave behind the corpse of a mutated male double-winged donkey. There were many valuable parts all over its body, especially some that were quite nourishing. Long Chen cut off a few pieces from the space and began cooking. After a sumptuous dinner, Long Chen felt invigorated, as if he could take on 10 times the usual workload. Long Chen stood on the surface of the lake. Ever since I set up the 8 directions gathering spirit array and absorbed the energy last time, he thought, after these few days, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here has condensed quite a bit again. Let's absorb it all at once. Let's see if I can break into the 3rd level of Qi training. Long Chen contemplated. Suddenly, a twisted wave of energy emanated from his body. It was as if he had become a black hole, absorbing a vast area of the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surged towards him like a tide, until finally, it was all absorbed. The process took no more than 10 minutes. The speed of absorption was simply astonishing. No, I still need a bit more. It seems I won't be able to break through in a short time, but I can't be too eager for success. It's only been less than half a month since I returned to this world. Long Chen thought. The auction at the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall should be starting soon. According to Lin Ruocheng, the Linyan Pavilion is right in the center of the misty water lake. It's only 80 kilometers, it won't take long. I should head over now. Long Chen checked the time. It was just before 6:30. He flew off on his sword, disappearing into the night sky. Long Chen had already asked Lin Ruocheng where the Linyan Pavilion was while in his car. He just didn't expect it to be right in the center of misty water lake. Soon, from high above, Long Chen looked down at the Linyan Pavilion on the lake's surface. Misty Water Lake was about 20 square kilometers in area. It was an irregular circle with an average depth of over 30 meters. The Linyan Pavilion at the center of the lake was a particularly large pagoda-shaped building. The only way to get here was by boat. At this moment, several wooden boats were coming and going, docking at the shore to pick up and drop off those attending the auction. This is a wetland park, and since it's remote, there aren't many people at night. Holding an auction in such a secluded place feels a bit shady. Moreover, if any valuable treasures are auctioned off, he thought it might provoke some violent theft. If it were in a densely populated area, people would be cautious due to their identities and influence. But here, it was different. The surrounding area was a wetland park. The center of the lake was at least 2 kilometers from the shore. In other words, even if something happened here, it would be hard for the outside world to know. Long Chen saw many luxury cars and vehicles with covered license plates parked along the shore. Some license plates were even untraceable. It was clear that many people wanted to conceal their identities. Of course, there were also those who were confident enough not to need any disguise. None of the cars here were worth less than 2 million. Some cars, with special license plates and unique numbers, further showcased their owner's status. For instance, a luxury car with a special number plate attracted many gazes. Stepping out of the car were Lin Ruocheng and his bodyguard Wu Huiyan. As for Old Chen, he wasn't with them. Old Chen had more important matters to attend to, ensuring Lin Yunxi's safety at home. President Lin has arrived. Long time no see. President Lin. Yes, it has been a while. I didn't expect you all to come all the way from another city. This auction is quite special, so I came to join the excitement. After the event, will you all head to the brothel to listen to some music? No, I'm going to find my number 88, 22, and 79. I miss their techniques. Ha, I knew President Liu would love that. One luxury car after another arrived, and the number of people on the shore increased. There were already hundreds of drivers, some sitting in their cars or stepping out for some fresh air. People had already formed teams at the shore to board the boat. At this moment, a man stood at the bow, appearing quite imposing. Under the lights on either side, the boat approached the shore. After docking, many couldn't help but look over. Look, that man's clothes have a symbol that seems to be from the Black Dragon Beast Hall's branch leader. I know him. He is Yun Fan, the manager of the Black Dragon Beast Hall branch at the northwest camp of the Luofeng Mountain Range, not a branch leader. Are you from a second-rate internet cafe? Your information is so slow. Yun Fan has already been promoted to the branch leader of the Black Dragon Beast Hall at the northwest camp some time ago. So that's how it is. I learned something new. The position of branch leader is already quite high. No kidding, this is the Black Dragon Beast Hall, which specializes in collecting beast materials. With over a dozen branches nationwide, their annual revenue should be at least 500 billion. The branch leader is already considered a core figure. More than half of the beasts hunted in the Luofeng Mountain Range are sold through him. Let's go, let's greet him. The crowd surrounded Yun Fan. During their exchanges, they regarded his status with great importance. Although Yun Fan's income was certainly not as high as theirs, that was beyond doubt, but his status was there. How could the Black Dragon Beast Hall, which could handle beast material recovery, be simple? Moreover, Yun Fan was the branch leader. However, Yun Fan did not act arrogantly. He responded to everyone's greetings one by one, displaying his demeanor. This was somewhat different from the proud demeanor of other branch leaders. At least he was not unpleasant. Is it really him? I didn't expect him to rise so quickly. He jumped straight from manager to branch leader. I've investigated him. He has no background and isn't a member of the founding team of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. Such a rapid promotion is quite unusual, Lin Ruocheng said in surprise. Yeah, I remember the last time we went, he was just a manager, and he even came out to greet us and gave me a business card, Wu Huiyan added. It seems that with his rapid rise, there must be some benefactor helping him, Lin Ruocheng asserted. He was seasoned in the industry and understood the workplace well. After all, he owned multiple companies, including a publicly listed one. Without a background, even with outstanding abilities, it was very difficult to climb to management. In this world, there were plenty of capable people without backgrounds. There were simply too many people. If you couldn't do it, someone else would. Unless what you were doing was irreplaceable. Let's go, we should also greet him, Lin Ruocheng said. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Yun Fan responded, but he was more focused on looking around, seemingly waiting for someone. Long Chen descended from the sky. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not land directly at the Lingyan Pavilion. Instead, he distorted the surface space of his body using qi to make himself appear in a black robe, with only a pair of sharp eyes barely visible. He landed outside the crowd, and no one noticed him. Long Chen walked towards Yun Fan. As soon as Yun Fan saw him, his eyes lit up and his expression filled with joy. He hurriedly jogged over. Just the act of jogging and the brightness in his eyes were enough for many to learn from for a lifetime. Sir, you have arrived, Yun Fan said happily, lowering his posture significantly. He dared not be disrespectful in front of Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had previously produced materials from beast kings and even beast emperors, instantly defeating 4 battlefield offerings. Long Chen was at least a peak warrior at the 9th level of battle spirit. For someone of that caliber, he naturally had to show utmost respect. To put it bluntly, a battle spirit could crush him with just a finger. Long Chen replied in a deep voice. Please, this way, sir. There are some matters regarding the auction that I will explain to you in detail on the boat. Yunfan guided Long Chen onto a ship. The entire process was like that of a follower. This scene left the wealthy, powerful, and influential people around them dumbfounded. Who is that man in the black robe? Do you know him? I must have seen it wrong. He actually made Yunfan, the branch leader, so respectful? It's already dark. And he's wearing a black robe. I can barely see anything, making it all too mysterious. Keep your voice down. Don't casually discuss someone whose background you don't know. Could he be some esteemed figure from the Black Dragon Beast Hall? Is he a vice branch leader or even the branch leader? That's impossible. Someone like that wouldn't come unless this auction is very important, like if it's going to sell for over 2 billion. Let's go, we should head over too. Long Chen turned back to glance at Lin Ruoqing while standing at the bow of the ship. Lin Ruoqing nodded and smiled kindly. Why is this mysterious person looking over here? Lin Ruoqing couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. That gaze should be directed this way, someone replied. Could he know you, President Lin? Wu Huiyan asked. Curiously. I don't know. Dressed like that, even if he might have seen me, I wouldn't recognize him. But that gaze does remind me of someone. Lin Ruoqing said. Who does it resemble? Wu Huiyan asked, intrigued. It's probably just an illusion. Lin Ruoqing thought for a moment before responding. Let's go, we should head over too. The two quickly boarded the ship. Sir, the auction will start before 8 o'clock. During this time, more people will arrive one after another. The preliminary estimate, including bodyguards, will exceed 500. The actual number of influential figures attending will be over 300. However, some of these people are anonymous, so many identities are confidential. These individuals have quite extraordinary backgrounds. Even our Black Dragon Beast Hall wouldn't easily offend them. Yun Fan explained while looking at the crowd on the shore. In fact, he was subtly reminding Long Chen. Even though Long Chen was powerful, there were still people here with significant backgrounds. It was best to avoid conflicts with those of higher status whenever possible. Even if one isn't afraid, it's wise to avoid trouble. Long Chen was strong and decisive in battle. But after all, society isn't just about fighting, it's about human relationships and social nuances. At least, that's how Yun Fan felt. Long Chen noticed quite a few people wearing masks. Some even wore very common battle armor with a suit and trousers over it. Their faces were completely hidden. Some cars had their license plates completely covered. Bodyguard drivers stood by, guarding the vehicles. Especially a few black 9-ring sedans. The drivers looked up at people with an air of superiority. The masked individuals stepping out of the cars exuded an aura of authority. Sir, look at those few people. Their identities are definitely not ordinary. But they all seem too afraid to show their true faces at the auction. They can only cover their faces. Yun Fan said. Long Chen's voice was deep, revealing no emotional change. Long Chen didn't care about these so-called powerful figures. No matter how powerful or wealthy you are, if you dare to provoke me, I will cut you down with a single sword. Long Chen's sword is an equalizer for all beings. No, it should be said that it is a judgment tool for all beings. Yun Fan observed Long Chen's calm reaction. Hearing me say all this and remaining unfazed, you truly are extraordinary, sir. I just wonder if you have stepped into that level. If the Beast King was personally slain by you, then that's the peak level of battle spirit. If the Beast Emperor was killed by you, then you must at least be at the Battle King level. I wonder what realm you truly belong to. Yun Fan thought to himself. Sir, this auction will be hosted by the third elder of our Black Dragon Beast Hall. His status is completely above us branch leaders. He is almost equivalent to a vice branch leader. Even I, the branch leader, have to listen to him at this auction. Yun Fan said as he approached Long Chen, cupping his fists and bowing. Sir, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have risen so quickly to my current position. Please allow me to pay my respects. Yun Fan said respectfully. An invisible aura from Long Chen lifted him up. Stay true to your original intention, and you will achieve your goals. If you are as greedy as those people, you will only find yourself on a dead end. Fortunately, you are a wise person. Long Chen said. Your words are thought-provoking, and I will certainly keep them in mind. Yun Fan nodded earnestly. I wonder if there is anything you desire, sir. I can give you a hint about the items you might be interested in at this auction. Yun Fan said. The perpetual motion crystal is quite good. As for the others, I am more interested in items that enhance metals and herbs with special medicinal value. Long Chen said. Items that enhance metals? I'm afraid we don't have those. However, there is something called the Exhaustion Crystal, which was mined from deep within the ore. Even in the Tai-Lin Empire, it is extremely rare and can weaken the strength of metals. But this is a weakening effect, not an enhancement. It's not what you want, sir. Yunfan shook his head after pondering. Long Chen, however, felt a stir in his heart. A crystal that can weaken the strength of metals. In my past life, I encountered weapons forged with exhaustion crystals. They indeed had a strong weakening effect on enemies' metals. The same metal material, yet with a stronger armor-piercing capability. However, this thing requires at least S-grade materials to fuse a little. Otherwise, it will not only be ineffective, but will also weaken the strength of the weapon itself. This item can be obtained with the strength of the long Yuan sword. Refining it into the weapon will have no weakening effect. Instead, it will enhance the armor-piercing ability during attacks. Long Chen thought to himself, what number is the exhaustion crystal in the auction? Long Chen asked. Sir, the exhaustion crystal is item number 19. Because of its high value, it is placed relatively early. Are you particularly interested in the exhaustion crystal? If you are interested, feel free to bid during the auction. This item will definitely belong to you. Of course, we won't charge any fees. Consider it a gift. I can still make that decision. Yunfan said. No need, I'm not short on money. Long Chen replied. Owing a favor is always something to be repaid. Once this favor is owed, it is equivalent to being indebted to the Black Dragon Beast Hall. There is no need to owe someone a favor for a small amount of money. Long Chen is not lacking in funds. Even if he were short on money, the simplest way would be to go outside the city and kill a few beast emperors for cash. Anyone can be short on money, but a powerful ability user is absolutely not short on money. Beast materials are like a money printing machine. With a little diligence, one can never be poor. Alright, this amount is indeed nothing for you, sir. Although Yunfan didn't quite understand Long Chen's thoughts, after careful consideration, he should not want to owe any favors. Yunfan decided not to insist. That would only annoy people and be counterproductive. Sir, we do have a few special herbs if you're interested. One of them was sent by the medicine pavilion for auction, and it is very rare. We named it the 100-leaf grass, because it has many leaves, and after sampling and research, it seems to have a good effect on vegetative patients. Moreover, it also has excellent efficacy for strokes. It can prevent strokes and Alzheimer's. However, the price for such items might be a bit high, because older wealthy individuals will definitely want it. As one ages, all sorts of ailments arise. Among those wealthy individuals, some worked too hard when they were young, and now in their old age, they suffer from strokes and cognitive decline, like dementia. So the final transaction price will definitely not be low, Yunfan said. What else? Long Chen naturally understood he was referring to the Qianin grass. However, this was something Lin Ruocheng would handle himself. Moreover, its value was not as simple as they claimed. They hadn't researched it thoroughly enough. Qianin grass had many effects and could be combined with various herbs to refine different types of elixirs. It could be said to be quite versatile. 1,000-year Ganoderma and 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng. Although one has only 800 years and the other over 700 years, they are definitely rare treasures that are very nourishing for the body. The transaction price will also definitely not be low. As for other herbs, while there are some, none are particularly valuable, Yunfan said. One has 800 years and the other over 700 years. Although the years are not long, it still depends on the variety. There might be unexpected surprises. Let's see how it goes at the auction. If it's good, it can be bought. It can be used to refine elixirs to nourish my parents' health and improve their constitution, which is a good choice. Long Chen thought to himself. Don't be fooled by the appearance of those 700 or 800-year-old Ganoderma and old mountain ginseng. In reality, the spiritual energy in Blue Star is scarce. 700 or 800 years won't yield any high-quality Ganoderma or ginseng. However, it would be different in the Long Yuan continent. The quality would be much higher. Basically, several decades would already be quite good. There are even 10,000-year Ganoderma and ginseng. Long Chen had even eaten an 8,000-year-old Ganoderma before. It's worth noting that surviving a tribulation means living for at least over 10,000 years. That means this Ganoderma has lived through the lives of 8 cultivators who have undergone tribulations. Now that is truly nourishing. Soon, the ship docked at the Lingyan Pavilion. From a distance, the Lingyan Pavilion didn't look large, but up close, it was quite spacious. The base and the building were both circular. The base had a diameter of over 50 meters. The building had a diameter of 45 meters. The surrounding corridor allowed for a scenic walk. Upon entering the interior, it felt like stepping into another world. The first floor was extremely luxurious, with chandeliers handcrafted by masters worth millions. There were service staff, drinks, and food. It resembled a large banquet hall. If one got hungry, they could eat something on the first floor and have a drink. After all, there was still about half an hour until the auction started at 8 o'clock. However, eating here was secondary to the taste. It was definitely expensive. Just like in a bar. A bottle of red wine that costs 20 outside could easily be sold for 2,000 here. And a random steak could cost over 10,000. Sir, would you like to dine? There are very quiet private rooms on the second floor. And on the third floor.
At this point, Yunfan smiled knowingly, revealing an expression that any man would understand.
Long Chen immediately understood what he meant.
It wasn't that Long Chen understood instantly because of his experiences, it was mainly because he had lived over 100 years in two different worlds.
Having seen
and experienced much, he naturally understood. As for practice, Long Chen had no interest in women. Drawing his sword was his only focus. Women would only affect his
sword drawing speed. The most important thing for a sword is to stay away from emotions. Are you still forcing? Long Chen asked. He was testing the waters. This was a matter of principle.
If the Black Dragon Beast Hall dared to do such a thing, then there would be no need for its existence here.
How could that be? My lord, please don't misunderstand. Absolutely green, Yunfan said.
Long Chen glanced at him.
He wasn't lying. There was no need to continue focusing on this aspect. Everyone has their own ambitions. Long Chen wouldn't meddle in everything.
My lord, let's go to the 6th floor. There you can overlook the entire scenery of the Misty Lake.
And it's quieter there too, Yunfan said.
What are the 4th and 5th floors for? Long Chen asked as he walked up the stairs. It was quite troublesome with just 2 elevators.
Going up and down, it was better to take the stairs.
Those are guest rooms, for guests to rest. But generally, very few people stay here.
Usually, there are only guests during parties or auctions.
Most of the time, it's just some staff members, responsible for maintaining the daily operations, Yunfan explained.
As they walked, some passers-by greeted Yunfan politely and exchanged a few pleasantries. The two arrived on the 6th floor. This was a relatively large observation deck. It offered a 360-degree view of the entire smoke water lake. There weren't many people here, only about 20. More than half of them were women.
They were usually the concubines, daughters, or wives of the wealthy and powerful, gathered here to chat.
How long for your husband?
Not bad, just about 30 minutes.
Impressive, my husband only takes 2 minutes.
My husband doesn't even touch me. It's fine, I found a personal trainer myself. That feeling, TSK.
You're impressive, just be careful. Your husband doesn't find out or you'll be in for it.
Long Chen and the others had just arrived when they heard these voices. What kind of wolfish words were these?
However, Long Chen didn't pay much attention, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the lake scenery.
Under the moonlight, the view was quite nice.
This place has much higher spiritual energy than other areas, and this Lingyan Pavilion is the center. Is it a coincidence, or did someone deliberately build it here from a feng shui perspective?
But no matter what, if I could buy this place, I could set up a gathering array for spiritual energy here. That way, I would have 2 places to absorb spiritual energy. Maybe I could reach the 3rd level of Qi training by tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is when the exotic beasts from my past life attack the city. The stronger I am before then, the better.
Long Chen thought. Is Lingyan Pavilion built by your Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall? Long Chen asked. No, this is the
property of the Tai Lin dynasty, managed by the East Lin City Lord's Mansion. We just signed a lease agreement.
It's only a 1-year contract and it could be terminated at any time, Yunfan replied.
If I want to buy this place, who should I contact?
Long Chen asked. Well, Yunfan looked at Long Chen in surprise. He didn't expect Long Chen to suddenly want to buy Lingyan Pavilion.
Sir, based on the feng shui layout, the building itself, and the surrounding environment, it definitely won't be cheap.
Of course, it won't be outrageously expensive, since it is quite remote. If you really want to buy it, I can help you inquire. Only the people from the city lords
mansion can make the decision here, Yunfan said. Sir, please wait a moment. That lady's husband has an extraordinary background.
I'll go ask and see what I can find out.
Yunfan noticed a middle-aged beauty among the group of gossiping women. This woman might not be powerful herself, but her husband was holding a high position.
Go ahead, Long Chen said.
Yunfan adjusted his tie and smiled as he approached to greet her.
It's quite fortunate that Lingyan Pavilion is built right at the center of the spiritual vein.
This planner's level is top-notch even in this world, Long Chen thought to himself.
Long Chen suddenly saw several figures flash across
the water's surface in the distance, or rather, dozens of them.
They then disappeared into the night.
This was due to his keen eyesight. Others would have never noticed. More than 30 people in black. These individuals exude a faint killing intent.
Although it's not obvious, it's very pure. Their movements are synchronized. They
are all quite professional assassins.
It seems this auction will definitely not be peaceful, Long Chen thought. Bang, the auction is about to begin. Please enter one after another.
The voice came from the broadcast.
Long Chen and Yunfan walked down the stairs. Sir, I have inquired, and in principle, Lingyan Pavilion is not for sale. But in reality, it can be sold. It's just that the price is a bit high.
Yunfan's expression was not good, looking somewhat troubled.
He was just angered by that woman earlier, acting all high and mighty. What's wrong? You look pale? Long Chen asked. Sigh, these people, when they need something from you, they can call you Dad. But when you show interest in their things, she thinks you are begging her and she acts all high and mighty. What a joke, she's just a discarded woman, even her husband wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. What a mouth, Yunfan said indignantly. So that's why. Then let's give her husband a wake-up call. Long Chen's voice was calm and steady. It's just how it is when someone relies on their power. Some women, relying on their husband's status, can be so arrogant. When something happens, they always say, "Do you know who my husband is?" Acting all haughty, thinking they are the experts. Some of these arrogant second and third generations, you think they are enough to be arrogant. In reality, the most arrogant are still their mothers. In such situations, others would only get angry for a moment or find something to vent their frustration, or maybe create some small trouble for the other party. But if Long Chen encountered it himself, it would be either death or serious injury. Sir is right. It needs to be dealt with. If she and her husband want something later, let them not win a single bid. Yunfan made up his mind. But speaking of which, she actually said Linyan Pavilion is selling for 2 billion, and the property rights are only for 10 years. That's equivalent to 200 million a year. We only spend 20 million to rent it for a year. She opens her mouth to ask for 2 billion, that's really a ripoff. Yunfan said angrily. Poof. Long Chen sneered, but he didn't care much. After the auction, we can set up a 8 directions gathering spirit array here. Suck all the spiritual energy dry at once, and it won't recover for a year or two. Then remove the array. Whether we buy it or not doesn't really matter. Long Chen thought. This way, money can be saved, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He initially thought it would cost at most 2 or 3 billion to buy it. Not that he couldn't afford it. Of course, he could afford 20 billion. But being able to afford it and being a fool are two different things. Sir, you are a distinguished guest of our Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall, so you can sit in the front. You can also choose a VIP room. Here is your seat card. Yunfan handed over a card. The front showed a row of seat number 9. The back was the VIP room number 8. Thoughtful. Long Chen took it. I have some matters to attend to, call me anytime. Yunfan said and left. Linyan Pavilion had a basement level 1 for storage and a basement level 2 for the auction hall. As for basement level 3, it indeed existed, but it couldn't be accessed at all. The stairs were sealed off by a thick iron door. No one knew what was on basement level 3. The second basement was 8 meters high, with seating for over 1,000. Even if everyone was seated, there would still be a third remaining. Long Chen did not go to the VIP room. Although the VIP rooms were at higher positions on both sides of the auction hall, they were actually farther away and harder to see clearly. They were just more comfortable environments. Long Chen took a seat in row 9. At that moment, Lin Ruocheng happened to be sitting next to him. In seat 10. What a coincidence, I'm lucky to sit with you. Lin Ruocheng nodded at him. Long Chen nodded back. The bodyguards all sat in the designated corners of the auction hall. Accompanying family members or relatives all sat in the back. The arrangement was quite reasonable. One can't just bring a little lover and a whole entourage of relatives and have them all seated at the front, can they? That would surely offend others. A charming auctioneer in her 30s, dressed in a fitted teal qipao, stepped onto the stage. With her hair styled in a bun, she had a tall and intellectual figure. Her long, snow-white legs were subtly visible, attracting the attention of many wealthy men. At this age, she was not too old, yet exuded femininity, skillfully captivating men of all ages. Of course, men remain youthful at heart, very devoted. At a certain age, the allure of being eternally 18 is the most enticing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction hosted by the Black Dragon Exotic Beasts Hall. I am the auctioneer, Zhou Xiao, and I will be your host for the entire auction. The first item up for bid is the Eastern City Blue and White Porcelain. This is a piece from the Eastern City period, dating back 1400 years. As you all know, the Tailin dynasty has a long history, with its civilization traceable back 12,000 years. It is extremely rare to find a piece of blue and white porcelain from the Eastern City period in such pristine condition. After all, following the Beast disaster over 60 years ago, the number of well-preserved blue and white porcelain pieces has drastically decreased. Its value is immeasurable. It is undoubtedly the best choice for hedging against inflation, investment, and passing down through generations. The starting bid for the blue and white porcelain is 5 million, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000. Let's begin. Zhou Xiao announced. 5,300,000, 7 million, is there a higher bid? 7,500,000, 7,500,000 once, 700, good, we have a bid of 8 million. 8 million, is there a higher bid? Long Chen remained calm. He had no interest in such antiques at all. Boring. To put it bluntly, it's just a way for the wealthy to wash money among themselves. When someone gets tricked into paying a high price, they'll realize what it means to take a loss when they try to sell it later. In times of world peace, antiques might still hold some value, but once the beasts attack, they're worth nothing. Long Chen thought to himself. He didn't participate in the previous items, which were all antiques that many desired. The prices remained high, with even the least fetching 2 million. But Long Chen was uninterested. The 18th item up for bid is the 100-leaf grass. This is a newly discovered herb, and there is only this one specimen. After examination by the masters at the medicine pavilion, it has shown strong efficacy and preventive effects for vegetative states, strokes, and dementia. I believe everyone trusts the professionalism of the medicine pavilion. I need not elaborate on the value of this herb. The starting bid is 5 million, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000, starting now. Zhou Xiaoyi stated. Lin Ruocheng, beside Long Chen, instantly brightened up, becoming much more spirited. He came specifically for this. That's why he hadn't participated much in the earlier items, merely raising his paddle symbolically. This was also to prevent any scheming individuals from thinking he was very eager for the 100-leaf grass, which could lead to a bidding war. Participating in an auction is sometimes a psychological game. 5,100,000, 5,300,000. The price soared. 6 million. Lin Ruocheng shouted. Meanwhile, in a high-end private room behind the auction stage, the glass allowed a direct view of everyone outside, while those outside could not see in. The high-level staff responsible for maintaining the scene at the Black Dragon Exotic Beasts Hall were all present here, including Yuan Fan, who served as the branch leader. Aside from a few beautiful female staff members in fitted skirts, there were 6 men and 1 woman in the high-level team. Except for Yuan Fan, the others were older, around their 40s or 50s, consisting of 2 deputy branch leaders and 2 branch leaders, and the manager and deputy manager of the Linyan Pavilion. Due to its unique position as an auction hub in Donglin City, the manager and deputy manager hold statuses equivalent to the branch hall master and deputy branch hall master. As for the woman, she was dressed in a black bodycon dress and black high heels. Her entire demeanor was extremely cold. She was quite attractive, enough to be considered a classic beauty, an old A8. With the added aura of someone in a high position, she could even be rated as an old R8. Standing prominently at the front, everyone centered around her, one could imagine her status. Yuan Fan, that man in the black robe is the mysterious powerhouse you mentioned, right? The woman said. That's right, Third Elder. He is the one who sold me many exotic beast materials at the Northwest Camp, Yuan Fan replied respectfully. Since the auction started, I've been observing him, and I can't see through him at all. This person is not simple, Third Elder commented, her brows slightly furrowed. What do you think his realm is, Third Elder? The manager asked. Everyone was curious, especially one branch master named Hai Mo, who was originally supposed to be Yuan Fan's direct superior. After all, he had connections. But later, Yuan Fan, as the manager, ended up on equal footing with him. The reason for this was the mysterious powerhouse. He certainly wanted to know how strong this mysterious man in black was. If I can't see through him at all, he should at least be at the battle spirit level, Third Elder said. The crowd exchanged glances. Although shocked, this was already within their speculations. The battle spirit is the 4th realm. Apart from Third Elder, the highest any of them could reach was the 3rd realm, the battlefield realm. Yuan Fan was even only at the battle body realm. As for the exact strength of Third Elder, they had never seen her unleash her full power, so they didn't know her realm. In any case, she must at least be a battle spirit, otherwise, how could she become an elder? Long Chen's strength was also at this level. No wonder Yuan Fan could be directly promoted to branch hall master with such a long-term client. Having a long-term client at the battle spirit level can bring substantial benefits to the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. If I could secure this client resource, wouldn't I be able to advance further? Even if I can't become an elder, my status in the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall would be higher. Hai Mo thought to himself. From my observations, this gentleman is very likely a battle king. Moreover, even among battle kings, he is exceptionally powerful. Just the last time, he had Lin Ruocheng bring back 12 peak beast king eggs to sell to me in one go. I am somewhat certain that his strength is at least at the battle king level, because those are special python-type exotic beasts that only exist in the extremely cold regions north of the Luofeng Mountains. To dare to bring Lin Ruocheng and his group, who are only at the battle body level, to that place. If he weren't a battle king, he wouldn't have that confidence. Yuan Fan said. A battle king? Ha! If he is a battle king, then we must win him over. Now is a time of turmoil. I feel something big is about to happen. Being on good terms with such a powerhouse would be very beneficial for our Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. Third Elder's expression was worried. Are you referring to the destruction of the headquarters of the guard team? Yuan Fan asked. Not just that. The current world situation is very complex. The more comfortable humanity becomes, the more collisions will occur among them. Our Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall can stand firm, of course, because we have a background. But we must be vigilant. If that figure behind us falls, the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall must have enough support to continue existing. Otherwise, with such a large piece of fat meat and exotic beast material recovery, do you think no one is watching? You all know the principle that a common man is guilty of possessing a jade. It's no longer a rare thing to pick peaches when the fruit is ripe. This has already happened on Origin Star and even in the Tai Lin dynasty. Third Elder's words were somewhat pointed. So, it's very necessary to win over strong individuals who can help the Black Dragon Beast Hall at critical moments. Elder San said heavily. Everyone nodded in agreement. Elder San, due to his high status, had to think more about the future of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. Meanwhile, these individuals, because of their positions, were more focused on enhancing their competitive performance and seeking promotions. Different statuses led to different perspectives. Yunfan, make sure to engage well with this mysterious strong person. If he really wants something, you can just give it to him directly as a meeting gift. Elder San said. I've already mentioned it, but the gentleman said he doesn't need it. He's not short on money. So I was thinking, we could approach his associates. For example, Lin Ruocheng. If he can represent the gentleman to sell the egg to me, he must be someone close to him. We can see what Lin Ruocheng wants and offer him some discounts. Or we could look into things the gentleman likes, observe the characteristics of the items he bids on. After collecting the information, we can sell it to the gentleman at a suitable price. This way, we won't annoy him, and we can further strengthen our relationship. Yunfan whispered in Elder San's ear. You make a good point. You take charge of this matter. Elder San looked at him with newfound respect. Yunfan was quick-witted and had a broad vision, promoting him to the position of branch hall master was indeed quite fitting. Additionally, after the auction ends, I want to meet this mysterious person up close. Elder San said. Sure, I'll make arrangements on the ship back. Yunfan replied. 24 million. Lin Ruocheng said. 30 million. At this moment, an elderly man in the central row, looking to be in his 90s, raised the bid. The old man appeared somewhat frail and unwell, yet his eyes were bright and fixed on the auction stage's 100 leaf grass, exuding a determination to win at all costs. The entire venue fell silent. After all, this price was indeed too high. Every item has its price. Just like gold, it can't be too expensive because its circulation value is evident. The same goes for herbs. No matter how rare, over 10 million is already the ceiling. Extremely rare ones might be worth over 20 million, but a price of 30 million, unless one is particularly desperate, would be considered foolish. It's just a plant, and it's already reached 30 million. Are they crazy? This old man can't be a shill hired by the auction house, can he? Very likely, otherwise, who would be foolish enough to spend 30 million on a herb? Even if they have money, they shouldn't waste it like that. Lower your voices, don't you see who he is? He's Old Master Yang Wujue, a legendary figure from the Shilingyan family. He became an ability user at 30 and has fought through the era of ability disasters. He has killed more beasts than I've had meals. So it's Old Master Yang Wujue. He's indeed famous. He must be around 90 years old. Now, isn't it said that the stronger the ability user, the longer their lifespan? Why does Old Master Yang look like he's on his last legs? After all, Old Master Yang became an ability user at 30 and he has been fighting throughout the Beast era, accumulating many injuries. In his old age, he suffered a stroke that can't be cured. It's said that doctors have issued a critical illness notice and he won't live for many more years. What a pity. Listening to the crowd, many began to realize who this elderly man was. Most of the audience were from Donglin City. People from other cities didn't see him often and didn't know much about him. However, the name Yang Wujue was indeed well known. So it's Yang Wujue, no wonder he wants this 100-leaf grass. He's currently suffering from a stroke and is in dire condition. What he desires most is this 100-leaf grass. Moreover, the Yang family is very wealthy, and with Yang Wujue's years of killing beasts, he must be quite rich. What should I do? Lin Ruocheng murmured. Then let's see who has more money. Why think so much? He's almost dead. Even a deity would find it hard to save him. Long Chen couldn't help but interject. Yes, then let's see who has more money. I don't believe he would be willing to stake all his assets for a slim chance of survival. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Lin Ruocheng's eyes lit up. He was initially a bit flustered, but now he was calm. 40 million. Lin Ruocheng said. He directly raised the bid by 10 million, showing his determination to win. Young man, you look so robust. Why buy this herb? Why not let it go to this old man? Consider it a favor owed by the Yang family. Yang Wujue said. After all, he was an old powerhouse of abilities. And even though he was now gravely ill, his aura remained strong. The entire venue was filled with his commanding presence. Not only that, but the two bodyguards who were permitted to stay beside him also stood up. They too exuded a strong aura. Even without displaying their abilities, the pressure from these powerful ability users was immense. Moreover, it wasn't just them standing up. There were also a few people in the back family seating area. Clearly, they were all members of the Western Ling Yang family. Feeling the atmosphere in the room, others fell silent. This included the few masked men in the middle of the front row. Even those in the VIP room were quiet. No one wanted to offend the Yang family at such a moment. They say the Western Ling Yang family is a powerful clan of abilities, and it seems they weren't wrong. Although Lin Ruocheng is also quite strong, he can't afford to offend them. Indeed, why does President Lin have to fight? Backing down now would be the wisest choice. If it were me, I would just say a few polite words, letting the Young family owe a favor. Wouldn't that be better? Society is about human relationships, not fighting and killing. The Young family is determined to win. President Lin can't compete. I'm quite curious about what Lin Ruocheng will do. Whispers rose and fell. The higher-ups of the Black Dragon Beast Hall and the private room were also watching this scene. Third Elder, what should we do? Yang Wujue is not to be trifled with. Why don't we use some tricks to let the Yang family win the bid? This way, we can also build a good relationship with the Yang family. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, if Yang Wujue recovers from his illness, his power will be unfathomable. Hai Mo said at this moment. No, Lin Ruocheng is under the master's protection. Offending the master for the sake of the Yang family is absolutely unacceptable. You must know that Yang Wujue's illness has lasted many years, and now he is beyond saving. Are you willing to take responsibility for offending the master for him? Yun Fan argued fiercely. I only know that the Yang family is very strong. They are a big family, and Yang Wujue's network is vast. Those brothers he had in his youth are not to be trifled with. Can you, Yun Fan, bear the consequences of offending the Yang family? Will you take responsibility if something goes wrong? Hai Mo scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. If you had seen the master kill and his methods, you wouldn't be arguing with me here. Is it just because I pushed you out of the position of the branch leader of your Northwest camp? You want to take revenge by pushing me out of the branch leader position. But what good does it do to say these things? The decision still lies with the third elder. Yun Fan said coldly, glancing at the third elder. Ultimately, the decision rested with her. Let's wait and see, the third elder said. She was also deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Ruocheng's expression was grim. Each of these people was stronger than him. It could be said that any one of them could easily defeat him. The overwhelming pressure was evident. Clearly, this was no longer a discussion, it was outright coercion. In simple terms, you have to agree whether you want to or not. You have no right to disagree. Old Yang, are you trying to negotiate? Lin Ruocheng asked coldly under pressure. I am negotiating with you. I said, give it to me, you have no use for this thing. Yang Wujue said coldly, the sense of oppression he brought growing stronger. What if I refuse? My daughter also needs the 100-leaf grass. She is waiting for this medicine to save her life. And it is her only hope. I cannot watch my daughter die. Lin Ruocheng responded coldly. For the sake of his daughter, he was willing to offend the entire Yang family. Your daughter needs it too? Yang Wujue asked, puzzled. That's right, the 100-leaf grass is my daughter's only hope. She is only 23 this year, I cannot lose her. Lin Ruocheng said heavily. What does that have to do with me? I am a powerful ability user. Once my illness is cured, I can live at least another 120 years. That means I still have 30 years of life left, during which I can kill many exotic beasts and indirectly save many people. Can your daughter do that? If she dies, so be it, no one will care. Only someone like me living is what everyone hopes for. The more Yang Wujue spoke, the more agitated he became. His desire to survive was strong, and he was determined to obtain the 100-leaf grass. How do you know my daughter won't surpass you? It's pointless to say more. Then let's see who has the skills. The highest bidder wins. Whoever has the money takes it. Lin Ruocheng replied with a cold laugh. Oh really, the highest bidder wins? Do you think you can get it? Aren't the people from the medicine pavilion going to say something? You are the ones who invited me to participate. Now that it has come to this point, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yang Wujue's voice echoed throughout the auction hall. The auctioneer, Zhou Xiaoi, was very aware and did not dare to call for the hammer without orders from her superiors. 3 middle-aged members of the medicine pavilion's management dressed in black suits stood up. Old Yang, the 3 said. Among them was a manager with 2 deputy managers on either side, as indicated by the pins on their suit lapels. I will give you 80 million, give me the 100-leaf grass, and consider it a favor owed to me by the medicine pavilion. Yang Wujue said. 100 million, and the 100-leaf grass belongs to old Yang. The Yang family owes us a favor. The manager in the middle clasped his fists. That's fine, but you first need to convince the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall. After all, the items sent for auction are being taken back. On site, the penalty for breach of contract is not small. Yang Wujue said with a faint smile. As long as he could get the 100-leaf grass, 100 million was nothing to him. That's natural, we will pay the full penalty. But after all, it is our issue. We will give the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall double, a total of 20 million, as an apology. The manager said. His words were naturally meant for the higher-ups of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall behind this auction. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed from the VIP passage beside the auction stage. A figure flashed and was already on the auction stage. Dressed in a black bodycon dress and black high heels, her legs were stunning even without stockings. Her face, still charming, was quite beautiful. You say you send it for auction, and then you take it back just like that. Isn't what the medicine pavilion is doing against the rules? The woman said expressionlessly. I am the general. Manager of the North District branch of the Medicine Pavilion. My name is Jin Yenjia. May I ask how to address you? Jin Yenjia clasped his fists. Third Elder of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall, Zhou Fengyi. Zhou Fengyi said. So it's Elder Zhou. I have heard of your great name. Today, your elegance is as impressive as ever. Jin Yenjia said, not daring to be negligent and becoming even more polite. The elder level of the Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall held considerable power. This was clear to anyone present who had a high status and strong ability. Since Elder Zhou is personally overseeing the auction, then I might as well be straightforward. Lin Ruocheng killed our Medicine Pavilion's divine doctor, Master. Nya, is that reason enough? Jin Yenjia said. What? My god, Master Nya is dead? No way, Lin Ruocheng is so bold that he actually dared to kill Master Nya? Is this for real? Is there solid evidence? Is Lin crazy? Isn't this openly declaring war on the Medicine Pavilion? Master Nya has saved many ability users, many owe him a favor. If this gets out, it will be a huge deal. It's over, it seems something big is going to happen today. This will be interesting. The people around whispered, all expressing shock. How did the news spread so quickly? This is bad, it seems we won't be able to bid on the 100-leaf grass today. What should we do? If we can't buy it, Lord Long won't be able to save my daughter. Lin Ruocheng thought to himself that things were not looking good. We have a life sensor installed on Master Nya's suit. Master Nya died in Lin Ruocheng's home. No matter how Master Nya died, he died in Lin Ruocheng's home. To say it has nothing to do with Lin Ruocheng, I doubt even a ghost would believe it. This 100-leaf grass will never be sold to Lin Ruocheng by our Medicine Pavilion. I hope Elder Zhou understands. Jin Yenjia said. Zhou Fengyi frowned and thought. Horror. Gaze inadvertently fell on Long Chen, who was beside Lin Ruocheng in the front row. Ha, this is interesting, truly interesting. It seems the matter has been settled. 100-leaf grass is mine. Lin Ruocheng, you think you can compete with me? If it were 10 years ago in the wilderness, even 1,000 of your lives wouldn't be enough for me to kill. If you want to save your daughter, wait for your next life. Yang Wujue said coldly, clearly disdainful. Being publicly humiliated by Lin Ruocheng, a 90-year-old seasoned ability user, he was naturally very displeased. Now seeing that Lin Ruocheng had likely killed Master Nya and directly offended the Medicine Pavilion, he felt even more pleased. You, Lin Ruocheng, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. However, he was utterly powerless, he was just a weak battle body. Even with Wu Huiyan, he was still at a disadvantage. To live long without dying is to be a thief. At your age, you should just die. Long Chen's voice echoed throughout the auction hall. What? Who dares to say such things? Damn, is he that fierce? This is going to turn into a fight. Everyone turned in shock towards the source of the voice. No one expected that at this moment, someone would dare to confront the Yang family, let alone Yang Wujue. They all wanted to see who this bold person was. Long Chen's sharp eyes flashed momentarily. Buzz. Long Chen merely raised his hand. Then, Yang Wujue, seated in the center of the back row, felt an indescribable force squeezing him madly. What a terrifying power it was! He was instantly immobilized, as if thrown into a 10,000-meter deep sea. The pressure came from all directions. Yang Wujue's head instantly filled with blood. His eyes turned blood red. Ah! He let out a piercing scream. Crack, crack, crack. His limbs twisted and deformed. What's happening? What kind of power is this? My god! The two bodyguards beside him were so frightened. They stumbled back and fell to the ground. Yang Wujue's relatives turned pale. Their father, who had always been strong and had never lost in front of them, was being tortured like this. They felt both heartbroken and angry, yet terrified. Because no one understood their father's strength better than they did. Even if he had suffered a stroke and was somewhat incapacitated, he was not someone an ordinary strong person could compare to. At this moment, Yang Wujue was in great pain, his body nearly twisted into a pretzel. This scene terrified everyone present. Even those high-ranking individuals wearing masks, as well as those in the VIP room, including the third elder Zhou Fengyi, were left dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? I am a battle spirit, how could I possibly, Yang Wujue's voice erupted in a desperate cry as he unleashed his own abilities. Look, that's old Master Yang's ability, the B-grade gun system ability, soul-breaking gun. A single soul-breaking gun specializes in breaking defenses. Old Master Yang's reputation was built on this. So impressive, a powerful battle spirit, truly worthy of old Master Yang. Terrifying, a battle spirit is simply terrifying. The crowd was shocked by Yang Wujue's strength. Just when everyone thought Yang Wujue could break free and counterattack, he cried out, I was wrong, spare me, my lord, I was wrong. No. Bang! Yang Wujue was brutally crushed. All the blood around him froze in midair, eventually condensing into a sphere the size of a fist. A person as large as Yang Wujue was reduced to just a ball. Boom! The sphere smashed into the wall above the exit, sinking 20 centimeters into it. Cracks spread 2 to 3 meters around the wall, showcasing the immense force. Throughout it all, Long Chen never turned his head. After finishing off his opponents, he simply lowered his hands and sat quietly with his arms crossed, as if he hadn't done anything at all. For a battle spirit who was merely incapacitated, Long Chen could easily suppress him with a raised hand. This was the absolute difference in strength. He could kill a beast king in an instant, let alone a battle spirit. The venue fell silent, a deathly silence. Lin Ruocheng witnessed everything, his mouth agape as he stared at Long Chen beside him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and it was the only possibility. Decisive in action, killing without blinking, yet willing to help me. It must be Lord Long. Previously, Lord Long asked us to sell the egg to Yun Fan, saying it was a black-robed man who entrusted us with the sale, and Yun Fan was extremely respectful, serving tea and pouring water. Seems the black-robed man is Lord Long, and Lord Long is the black-robed man. Lin Ruocheng thought, his heart racing with excitement. Thank you, my lord, for your help. This kindness Lin Ruocheng will never forget. Lin Ruocheng stood up and cupped his fists in gratitude. No need, just a damned fly. If it wants to die, let it die. What is a battle spirit? Just barking madly. Long Chen's voice was calm and unruffled, but since the venue was very quiet, everyone could hear his words. Many couldn't help but swallow hard, their mouths dry and parched, intimidated by Long Chen's dominance. On stage, Zhou Fenyi looked at Long Chen. The strength of this black-robed man is terrifying. He killed an old battle spirit, Yang Wujue, without even a direct confrontation. At his peak, Yang Wujue was someone I would have to avoid. Even now, incapacitated, he is still not something an ordinary battle spirit can compare to. To raise a hand and kill like this, such strength is too frightening. Although I can't sense his ability level, he is very likely a genuine battle king, and not a low-tier battle king. I never expected the mysterious black-robed powerhouse to be a battle king. With my strength, I can't suppress the situation. Zhou Fenyi thought, her brows furrowing, her expression extremely grave. For a moment, even she didn't know what to say. Grandpa is dead. Grandpa, no. Dad has been killed. He is a battle spirit. How could this be possible? A few relatives, realizing what had happened, collapsed into their chairs, fearfully gazing at Long Chen's back. I will avenge Grandpa. A young man hadn't finished his sentence. Shut up, we're leaving, take my dad away. A middle-aged woman suddenly yanked the young man beside her. Yes. The two bodyguards hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Hurry up and take down the round ball embedded in the wall that belongs to Yang Wujue. It's not exactly a complete corpse, it's still there, just a bit smaller. As the middle-aged beauty turned to leave, she glanced back at Long Chen. Her expression was extremely complex, with a hint of resentment deep in her eyes. But it was just a fleeting moment. She didn't leave behind any harsh words. Just like that, she forcibly took away the angry young man from the Yang family. Watching them leave, the crowd exchanged glances, feeling that today's auction was too thrilling. Is that it? They just left like that? Yang Wujue is dead, and the Yang family didn't dare to make a sound. This isn't the strong demeanor of the Yang family. What else can they do? Old Master Yang was killed from a distance, with no ability to resist. They can't afford to offend anyone. No, the Yang family isn't a clan that easily admits defeat. They will definitely take action, they're just temporarily retreating. Yang Wujue's little daughter is quite remarkable. She remains calm in a crisis and doesn't act recklessly against overwhelming odds. She's a tough one. Women like her are the most dangerous. A direct attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden strike is hard to defend against. Once she seeks revenge, it will definitely be extraordinary. By the way, who is that man in the black robe? Do you know him? He's too strong. Is he a high-level battle spirit? Not just that, he could possibly be a battle king. Damn, a battle king. How will the Yang family retaliate? With their lives? The crowd began to murmur quietly. Even the people around instinctively made way. There was no one beside or behind Long Chen anymore. Who would dare sit next to such a killing god? It felt like they could die at any moment. The few masked individuals with considerable power didn't dare to say anything either. Their identities were special. Just being in a place like this was unreasonable. If they took off their masks to speak at this moment, it would undoubtedly give others leverage against them. Besides, who the hell would dare provoke someone who seemed to be a battle king? No one wanted to create trouble for themselves. That wasn't just trouble. It was courting death. The three members of the medicine pavilion looked as if they had eaten something terrible. The key was that they were now in a difficult position. They had stopped Lin Ruocheng from obtaining the 100-leaf grass, and Long Chen was clearly helping Lin Ruocheng. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that, especially since Yang Wudi had been killed. They feared they would be next, so they didn't dare to speak. Even Jin Yanjia, who had a strong background, didn't dare to say anything. With no strong allies around, it wasn't wise to be enemies with someone who could kill without blinking. Lord Long is truly imposing, Lin Ruocheng thought, as she looked at Long Chen. Only she dared to continue sitting next to him. Could it be that this black-robed big shot is Lord Long? Absolutely, just look at President Lin's expression, it's unmistakable. I said it, no one can be as decisive and unrestrained as Lord Long. Besides him, who else could it be? In the distance, Wu Huiyan thought, feeling even deeper admiration for Long Chen. Perhaps this is what they call charisma. Just like some charismatic figures on the battlefield, some people are even willing to die for them without regrets. Now that the person is dead, I believe no one will use their power to oppress others, right? It can be hammered down now, Long Chen said in a deep, resonant voice. Only then did the crowd realize that the auction could indeed continue. The pause had lasted too long. 3 prompts for the hammer to fall, and now it was more than 300. Zhou Fini looked at the 3 members of the medicine pavilion. They didn't dare to have any opposing opinions. They avoided Zhou Fini's gaze, even deliberately taking out their phones to make calls. People often feel flustered in awkward situations. Zhou Fini knew very well that. They had no objections. Alright, then I won't waste everyone's precious time. Let's continue the auction. Zhou Fini smiled. Xiao, please continue. Zhou Fini looked at the auctioneer, Zhou Xiaoi. Okay, third elder. Zhou Xiaoi took a deep breath to adjust her emotions. Zhou Fini glanced at Long Chen, and their eyes met. Zhou Fini's gaze froze for a moment, and she nodded at him. In a flash, she disappeared. His eyes are so terrifying. At that moment of eye contact, Zhou Fini felt a pang of anxiety. Bang! Congratulations to this gentleman for bidding 40 million for the 100-leaf grass. Zhou Xiaoi's auction hammer fell. As for the medicine pavilion wanting to take it back and not sell it to Lin Ruoqing, the 3 managers of the medicine pavilion acted as if they had never said anything, sitting there in silence. Manager Jean, what should I do? Master Nye has been killed. We can't just do nothing, can we? This matter will definitely spread quickly, and it will be our medicine pavilion that loses face, the deputy manager whispered. That's right, we have to do something, otherwise, everyone will think our medicine pavilion is weak and easy to bully, another manager also whispered. Do you need to tell me that? But you all saw his strength. That mysterious man in the black robe doesn't even take the Shilin Yang family seriously. Old Master Yang, a formidable battle spirit, was killed just like that. What can I do? Right now, it's just the 3 of us. How about you 2 go up and fight him? Jean Yanjia said irritably. Manager Jean, who doesn't know you're from the Jean family? With the Jean family's background, you're definitely far superior to the Yang family, and wouldn't fear that mysterious man. Moreover, we are not enemies with him. What we need to deal with is Lin Ruoqing, Master Nye died in his house, so we must give our medicine pavilion an explanation. As long as we get an explanation, that's enough. We don't need to offend this mysterious man, and I believe that as long as Manager Jean states he is from the Jean family, that mysterious man will definitely not dare to oppose the Jean family. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the Jean family? Society is about human relationships, not just fighting and killing. When encountering someone far beyond oneself, even the strongest will have to be cautious. The deputy manager's lips curled up at this point. That makes some sense. My Jean family is indeed not something he can compare to. Lin Ruoqing is at most just his little follower. It's not worth it to go against my Jean family for a little follower. I may not dare to offend this mysterious man, but what if Lin Ruoqing is offended? He's just a small fry from the Lin family. Jean Yanjia smiled, feeling flattered by this praise. He suddenly felt invigorated. As for whether Yang Wujue was dead, would the ability punishment team intervene in this matter? Theoretically, they would, but in practice, they wouldn't. Unless the Yang family reported this matter and requested a higher-level ability punishment team to intervene. After all, once one's strength reaches the battle spirit level, it is no longer something an ordinary ability punishment team can handle. Although they have special powers, they wouldn't recklessly offend people. As long as it doesn't involve ordinary people, the ability punishment team sometimes just turns a blind eye. As for whether they could ultimately punish Long Chen, it all depended on whether the Yang family was prepared to report this matter or whether they planned to take revenge themselves. And right now, the happiest person was probably Yun Fan. When he saw Long Chen's terrifying method of killing again, he couldn't help but sneer at Hai Mo. Did you see that? This is the gentleman's method. Old Master Yang Wujue of the Yang family only had the fate of being killed. The battle spirit had no ability to resist at all. If you had really stood on the side of the Yang family just now, could you bear that responsibility? Yun Fan sneered. It's just killing a battle spirit, Yang Wujue, who was already on his last legs. That doesn't mean anything. At most, it's just an unusual ability. With this alone, it can't prove he is the battle king. Moreover, him killing here is just slapping my black dragon beast hall in the face. Ha Mo still refused to back down. Shut up. Zhou Fengyi, who entered from outside, looked at Ha Mo with cold eyes. Don't think that just because your father is the Grand Elder, you can look down on everyone. Put away your words and those little schemes. If you offend this gentleman, even 10 of your lives won't be enough. If you dare to say such things again, even if your father protects you, I will still have to remove you from your position as branch leader. Zhou Fengyi said coldly. She had long been displeased with Ha Mo relying on her father being the Grand Elder. He acted arrogantly. Clearly lacking in ability, he still insisted on occupying the position of branch leader. The achievements that others worked hard to achieve became his credit instead. Connections can exist, after all, subjectively they may not, but objectively they always do. However, she extremely despised those who had connections but lacked ability and loved to stir up trouble. Even the best team could be brought to its knees by just one person like him. I've noted what the third elder said. Haimo replied with his head down. As for what this statement truly meant, whether he noted the words or the grudge, only he knew. Humph. Zhou Fengyi glanced at Haimo disdainfully. Yunfan, you were right before, this gentleman is quite terrifying. We must build a good relationship. If we get along well, there might really come a day when we need to seek his help, Zhou Fengyi said. Understood. Yunfan nodded seriously. Previously, it had all been antique porcelain, but after the leaf grass, they quickly arrived at something Long Chen was interested in. The decay original crystal. Weighing 1 kilogram, starting bid of 500,000, each increment must not be less than 10,000. Now we begin. Zhou Xiaoi said. 3 million. Long Chen's deep voice echoed. It was just a simple bidding call, without any intention to intimidate everyone. He wasn't at the point of scaring people over something worth this little. Moreover, his opening bid was already close to the estimated price of the decay original crystal. Normally, this thing was worth about that much, any more would be for something particularly desired. However, once Longchen called out his price, no one dared to raise the bid. All eyes were on him, their gazes as clear as freshly graduated college students. No one dared to compete with him. 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the decay original crystal, Zhou Xiaoi said. No one actually bid. Was it that easy? It seems everyone was intimidated by my earlier move, which is why no one dared to bid, Long Chen thought to himself. However, the price he offered was reasonable and not bullying. After several rounds of bidding, 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, starting bid of 1 million, each increment must not be less than 10,000. Zhou Xiaoi said. 8 million. Long Chen offered what he considered a normal price. After all, this thing was actually only 700 or 800 years old, at most 10,000 a year. He wasn't taking advantage of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. As soon as he spoke, no one else opened their mouths to bid, and the scene was very quiet. Just when Zhou Xiaoi thought there would be no bids again. 10 million. Jin Yanjia declared, determined to win. One of the reasons they came here was for the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. If it were before, he indeed wouldn't have dared to bid against Longchen. But after thinking it through, he felt that he was, after all, a member of the Jin family. In a normal bidding situation, Longchen definitely wouldn't do anything to him. 11 million. Longchen said. 12 million. Jin Yanjia quickly called out, closely following. 13 million. Longchen's voice remained calm, revealing no joy or anger. No one could sense his true emotions. 15 million. Jin Yanjia followed closely. It seemed this was still far from his bottom line. 18 million. Longchen said. This gentleman, I am a member of the Jin family. If it's a matter of financial strength, my Jin family will accompany you to the end. 30 million. Jin Yanjia added. He was already getting a bit carried away. At the same time, it was also a way to bolster his own courage. After all, the Jin family was a prominent family in Donglin City. In this small piece of land in Donglin City, even the War King had to give the Jin family some face. Wait a minute, Manager Jin, this is too expensive. This thing isn't worth that much. The deputy manager quickly intervened. Having money and being a fool are two different things. Normally, 1,000-year-old ginseng sells for 10 million at most. And who knows if it's really 1,000 years old? There's no way to verify it. Even if it truly is 1,000 years old, 10 million is the ceiling. What do you know? My grandfather is about to celebrate his birthday. 1,000-year-old ginseng is a great tonic. I must get it to present to my grandfather. As long as it makes my grandfather happy, he might promote me or let me manage more properties. That would be a return of more than 10 times. Don't you have any vision? Jin Yanji said in a low, angry voice. Fine. The two deputy managers lowered their heads and fell silent. They wanted to say that they could fulfill their filial duty, but don't be a fool. Who would believe that this thing is worth tens of millions? So it turns out the Jin family is full of fools. With money, I really see it now. This 1,000-year-old ginseng is 30 million for you, Longchen said in a low, indifferent voice. But to Jin Yanji's ears, it felt like a mockery. Even many people on the scene couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some even shook their heads in sight and disdain. 30 million? 30 million for a ginseng? Are you out of your mind? TSK, even I, an outsider, know that this quality is worth at most 10 million, anything more is just an IQ tax. It's not some particularly rare 1,000-year-old ginseng variety. Is he from the Jin family in Donglin? Of course, besides the Jin family in Donglin City, who else would dare to claim they are from the Jin family? It must be a powerful family to say that. Since he is from the Jin family, then it's no problem. The Jin family has plenty of money. Having money and being a fool are two different things. This is a business deal, not a solicitation, and certainly not a groveling. Paying more than 3 times the price is a loss. Is this the intelligence of the Jin family? Shoo, keep it down, don't let him hear you. Listening to the discussions around him, even if Jin Yenji had poor hearing, he could still catch some of it. His face turned red. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it seemed he had indeed acted like a fool. He had shouted the price in a moment of excitement, but words once spoken are like water spilled, they cannot be taken back. He could only finalize the deal at 30 million. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million 3 times, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Bang! Zhou Xiaoyi's hammer fell. Do you really want the 1,000-year-old ginseng? I can go to other cities to collect it with my money later. Lin Ruoqing said softly. If I can buy it, that's great. If not, it doesn't matter. Long Chen replied. Understood. Lin Ruoqing said. Since Long Chen wanted it, he would find a way to get some. As long as there was money, with some effort, he could definitely acquire it. Next up for auction is the 1,000-year-old ginseng. It has extremely high medicinal value. I believe the gentleman present will be quite interested. Zhou Xiaoyi said, casually unveiling the cloth covering the ginseng. A ginseng root, measuring a total length of 1 meter, was displayed in a glass case. Its long beard was dense, with several hundred strands, and the length was impressive. Under the ambient lighting, it looked exceptionally perfect. The big screen displayed high-definition images from multiple angles. Many people couldn't help but become interested. The effects of ginseng and lingji are different. Ginseng is particularly impressive for men. Many wealthy individuals immediately sat up straight, their eyes shining with excitement. Long Chen's calm gaze suddenly brightened. Observing closely, he could even smell the aroma. Interesting, is this an 800-year-old Highland blood ginseng? Only because of the cold weather, a layer of white protective coating has formed on the surface. So, it obscured its original blood-red appearance. Moreover, to preserve its integrity, none of the ginseng roots that were dug up were damaged. Thus, the appraiser from the Black Dragon Beast Hall only considers this to be an ordinary 1,000-year ginseng. Such a rare plateau blood dragon ginseng is enough to refine many elixirs, which can enhance my parents' physical condition. And if this thing is consumed by an ability user, the enhancement to their physique is extremely exaggerated. The stronger the ability user, the harder it is to improve their physique. Once the plateau blood dragon ginseng appears, it is definitely a treasure that all ability users want to obtain. This kind of thing is worth 800 million, a billion, or even several billion. Its value completely depends on how much the wanting ability user is willing to pay. However, in my estimation, if sold, the starting price would be at least 880 million. Long Chen thought to himself. The growing environment of the plateau blood dragon ginseng is too harsh, requiring the right timing, location, and people. Moreover, the enhancement to the physique of ability users is extremely exaggerated. Whenever it appears, it will definitely be snatched up frantically by ability users. It could even trigger a war. Even in Long Chen's previous life on Origin Star, he had never encountered it. He had only heard of it. It is extremely rare. Of course, this thing is not uncommon in Long Yuan continent. The starting price for the 1,000-year ginseng is 1 million, and each bid must be no less than 10,000. Now we begin. Zhou Xiaoyi said. 2 million, 3 million, 3,500,000, 4 million, 10 million. Is there anyone higher? 10 million once, good, this gentleman bids 12 million, 12,100,000. The price kept rising. 15 million. Jin Yenjia said. This price stunned everyone. He raised it too much, forget it, I won't compete. The 1,000-year ginseng is at most 13 million, the young master of the Jin family is going to be a fool again. Unless he really wants it, otherwise it's unnecessary to go that high. If you seriously search the market, you can still easily find a 100-year level 1, eating a bit more, the effect is about the same. I can't keep up, forget it. Everyone sighed helplessly. The 1,000-year ginseng is also very good, combined with the 1,000-year Ganoderma. It's perfect for celebrating Grandpa's birthday. Grandpa is still strong at his age, and he is also a powerful ability user. And he has a great fondness for 18-year-old girls. The 1,000-year ginseng, Grandpa will definitely love it. Jin Yenjia thought, a lewd smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. He was also determined to get this 1,000-year ginseng. 20 million. Long Chen suddenly said at this moment. As soon as this price was announced, everyone was stunned. They all looked at him. Jin Yenjia's expression changed even more. Is he trying to trick me again? Any slight increase is just throwing away money. And I don't have much savings. I can only add a little more. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have raised the bid for the 1,000-year Ganoderma so aggressively, leading to not enough money now. No matter how good the 1,000-year Ganoderma is, it definitely can't attract Grandpa as much as the 1,000-year ginseng. Jin Yenjia thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful. 21 million, Jin Yenjia said. However, there was a hint of lack of confidence in his words. 22 million, Long Chen said without hesitation. Sir, please give the Jin family some face. How about you? Let me have this ginseng? I am from the Donglin Jin family and I am also the manager of the North District branch of the Medicine Pavilion in Donglin City. As long as you give me some face and do not compete with me in bidding. Whenever you consume at the North District branch of the Medicine Pavilion, mentioning my name will get you a 10% discount. Otherwise, it would be against my Jin family. Jin Yanjia said up to this point, and the assistant manager beside him hurriedly pulled him. He did not finish his sentence. Otherwise, what would happen with my Jin family? Long Chen's calm voice said. Nothing much, just hoping you could give me some face. 2,210,000. Jin Yanjia said, puffing out his chest. Fortunately, the deputy manager beside him pulled him back, or he would have spoken out of turn. This was all the cash he could muster. He truly had not a single cent left. 2,211,000, Long Chen said. He had already guessed that the other party was out of money. He only needed to add 1,000. You? Jin Yanjia's face turned red with anger. With his status, no one had ever dared to compete with him like this. He had indeed been afraid of Long Chen before, because he had witnessed Long Chen's bizarre way of killing. But Donglin City was after all the Jin family's territory. A city was only so big. In his view, Long Chen should have considered the Jin family's power. Yet he showed him no respect at all. He was furious but couldn't express it, feeling stifled. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Millennium Ginseng, Zhou Xiaoi said. No way could this mysterious powerhouse really be spending so much just to annoy Jin? Yanjia, this ginseng looks like it will lose at least 8 million. With that much money he could go to a big city and maybe buy 2 at once. Who says otherwise? But he's a supernatural powerhouse, making money is too easy for him, so this amount surely isn't much. The money isn't much, but it does seem a bit like he's being a fool. In the end, the profit still goes to the Black Dragon Beast Hall. Isn't this a case of the clam and the snipe fighting, while the fisherman profits? Lin Ru watching beside them was somewhat puzzled as to why Long Chen would be willing to spend so much. Could it be that Lord Long really just wants to annoy Jin Yanjia? That shouldn't be the case. From what I know of Lord Long, there must be a reason behind this. Could it be that this Millennium Ginseng has some unknown secret? Lin Ru watching thought. Humph. Congratulations to you for buying a ginseng for over 2,200,000. Although Jin Yanjia didn't dare to say anything too excessive, he still had the audacity to make a sarcastic remark. It's just a pity that you all are so narrow-minded. You've never even seen the extremely rare and highly medicinal plateau blood ginseng. Let me show you what it looks like today. Long Chen raised his hand and pointed. With a surge of energy, he instantly sliced through the white protective layer on the surface of the plateau blood ginseng. Inside the glass case, as the surface peeled away, the blood-red appearance of the plateau blood ginseng was revealed. Under the glow of the white ambient lights, it appeared even more vibrant. The large screen displayed it even more clearly. The surface was merely a protective layer. There was still skin underneath, so it did not affect its medicinal value. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the venue stood up. This included the VIP rooms and the higher-ups of the Black Dragon Beast Hall, Zhou Fini, and the others. My god. No way, this looks like the plateau blood ginseng recorded in books. Not just looks like, this is the plateau blood ginseng, an extremely rare and uncommon variety of ginseng. It's my first time seeing one this big. What use does this thing have? Is its effect on kidney tonification and vitality better? These are all additional medicinal values. The real power of the plateau blood ginseng is that it can significantly enhance the physique of supernatural beings. Even more exaggerated is that it has enhancement effects on almost any realm. A millennium-level plateau blood ginseng's effects must be terrifying. My heavens, how much is this thing worth? Let's put it this way, I'm on the battlefield, and I would be willing to trade my entire fortune for it. If it were before the old master Yang Wuju fell ill, he would definitely have traded his entire fortune without hesitation. Wow, this is a huge score. At this moment, the entire venue went wild, especially the supernatural beings present. They all knew what the plateau blood ginseng represented. Their eyes narrowed, and greed began to stir within them. However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. Alas, forget it. To dare to compete with a war king for something, one must indeed be a war king. This is the territory of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. They certainly won't allow anyone to kill or seize treasures. And who here can match a war king? What a windfall. This round will earn at least 1 billion. 1 billion. That's enough to last a lifetime. If I could get it, maybe I could reach the war king realm before I'm 50. This mysterious powerhouse has an eye beyond imagination. He deserves to profit. As everyone sighed in admiration, they all sat down. Envy aside, they were well aware that the war king was someone they could not afford to offend. Unless one was a powerhouse of the same level, no one could contend with a war king. Naturally, they only thought about it in their hearts and wouldn't dare to entertain the thought of seizing treasures. It was like a little beggar flaunting a gold brick while riding in a golden car next to the world's richest person. The former would quickly evaporate from existence, while no one would dare touch the latter. Innocent bystanders suffer for the guilty. To possess a treasure of immense value, one must first have the strength to match it. Long Chen just happened to have that. Damn it! He tricked me. He must have known that this ginseng is Actually the plateau blood dragon ginseng. He deliberately made me spend a fortune on the previous Lingji, leaving me unable to compete with him now. It's infuriating, it's driving me crazy. Jean. Yan Jia was seething with anger. A treasure worth over $1 billion floated right before him. Just a little more, and it would have been his. The deputy manager beside him pulled him back. He couldn't let him do something foolish to provoke Long Chen. As expected of Lord Long, he truly won't make a losing deal. While others couldn't see it, he recognized it at a glance. This round will earn him at least $1 billion. Lin Ruochen sighed inwardly. My goodness, this! Zhou Xiaoyi exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. It's actually the plateau blood dragon ginseng. Even our people didn't notice he found it, and his strength and vision are extraordinary. He's becoming more and more mysterious. Zhou Fengyi lamented. Looking at the plateau blood dragon ginseng, she also wanted it. However, she was self-aware and knew she couldn't covet what wasn't hers. Third elder, this is the plateau blood dragon ginseng, worth at least over $1 billion. If he takes it, our black dragon beast Hall will suffer a loss of 10 billion. That's 10 billion. We absolutely cannot let him take it. Hai Mo said excitedly. This was a treasure that no ability user could refuse, and he naturally felt the same. However, he spoke with a sense of righteousness. He was talking about the black dragon beast Hall's loss, not his own desire. An auction is a matter of willing to gamble and accepting the loss. We didn't notice this beforehand, that's our oversight. Besides, no one would think that the white protective layer concealed the plateau blood dragon ginseng. Since the gentleman could see it, that's your skill. Moreover, we bought it for just over 7 million, that's already a huge profit. Our Black Dragon Beast Hall has always valued integrity in business. It's better not to make a one-time deal, or we might end up with no food to eat. Yunfan glanced at him. The other senior executives remained silent. However, it was clear they all felt that 10 billion was too much of a loss. They were somewhat reluctant to give it to Long Chen. Integrity is fundamental. After the auction, we will conduct normal transactions in the background, Zhou Fengyi said. But Hai Mo didn't finish his sentence. Did you not understand what I said? Zhou Fengyi looked at him with a sharp gaze. Understood. Hai Mo lowered his head in response. The gap in strength was too great, and with his father not present, he didn't dare to confront Zhou Fengyi directly. Humph. Just wait, I will definitely report you to my dad for easily handing over the Black Dragon Beast Hall's massive assets. Even if you are one of the founders of the Black Dragon Beast Hall, you will surely be marginalized. Hai Mo thought viciously. In one of the VIP rooms, 7 or 8 people sat at a table watching the auction outside. Everyone was wearing masks. The air around them was slightly distorted, creating a sinister and eerie atmosphere. Inform the people outside that the plateau blood dragon ginseng has appeared. Get ready to make a move on the lake. Outside. The opponent is a battle king. Remember, our goal is the plateau blood dragon ginseng, so make it quick. A person holding a black rose, inhaling its fragrance, spoke in a voice that was indistinguishable in gender. Understood. The voices of the crowd echoed lowly in the room. The subsequent auction items were basically the eggs that Long Chen had previously sold to the Black Dragon Beast Hall, along with some rare and special beast materials that could be used as decorations. They all fetched high prices, especially the eggs of the White Serpent Beast King. Although only 2 were put up for sale, the wealthy attendees went wild with bidding. The price for a single egg exceeded 150 million, far beyond expectations. The auction was a bloodbath of profits. After deducting various expenses, it amounted to nearly 40% profit returns. The last item was a perpetual motion crystal. Its price also remained high, 120 million. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the perpetual motion crystal, Zhou Xiaoyi announced. Long Chen spent 120 million to buy it. The price was considered reasonable. After all, being able to use such high-level auxiliary materials to fuse and refine weapons meant that the user had to be of a very high realm. Ordinary strong individuals would find it useless. Therefore, the price wasn't outrageous. This auction has concluded successfully. Please proceed in an orderly manner to the backstage to pay and collect your auction items, Zhou Xiaoyi said. Long Chen stood up and headed to the backstage. Lin Ruocheng followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Zhou Fengyi and her group also arrived at the backstage to keep watch. This was to prevent anyone with ill intentions from taking advantage of the situation or simply refusing to pay and slipping away. If such a situation arose, Zhou Fengyi's presence would serve its purpose. Anyone involved in auctions must have strong abilities on site to maintain order. Sir, our third elder from the Black Dragon Beast Hall would like to speak with you shortly. I wonder if you are available? Yunfan approached cautiously to ask. Just a chat, there's nothing inconvenient about that. Long Chen replied. Alright, sir, I'll inform the third elder right away. Yunfan left. Long Chen swiped his bank card at the counter. Over 145 million was gone. However, it was worth every penny. Nothing was a loss. Sir, here are your Millennium Blood Dragon Ginseng, Perpetual Motion Crystal, and Decay Origin Crystal. Zhou Figgy smiled as she personally handed the items to Long Chen. These items were already packed into a convenient tote bag. Long Chen merely glanced at them and knew the items were genuine and had not been swapped. This surprised him a bit. He couldn't help but look at the middle-aged beauty in front of him. She should be the one in charge here. Previously, she displayed a battle spirit realm. She has quite a vision and didn't attempt to swap or play tricks. Long Chen thought to himself. He had considered that the Black Dragon Beast Hall might play tricks or even swap items. That was why he had previously revealed that it was a Millennium Plateau Blood Dragon Ginseng to see how the Black Dragon Beast Hall would react. If they tried to play dirty by raising the price, or simply refused to sell, then there would be no need for future cooperation. At the same time, there would be no reason for their existence here. Fortunately, they had a broad perspective and did not do so. As the highest authority in this auction house, Zhou Figgy certainly played a key role. Sir, I'll escort you. You all maintain the order here, Zhou Figgy said, then followed Long Chen. Lin Ruocheng and Wu Huiyan lagged 3 meters behind. The two in front were big shots, so they would stay behind. Lin Ruocheng, take care of yourself. Zhao Yanjia sneered as he brushed past Lin Ruocheng. He then went to collect his auction items. It seems the medicine pavilion won't let this go easily. Lin Ruocheng turned to look at him and shook his head. It's fine, even if we really can't handle it, isn't there still the adult? Wu Huiyan said. Zhao Yanjia couldn't help but glance back at the Highland Blood Dragon Ginseng in Long Chen's hand, feeling envious but not daring to act. He could only grit his teeth in frustration, regretting missing out on $1 billion. At that moment, 8 tall men in suits wearing masks followed behind Long Chen and the others. After the 4 of them entered the elevator just as the doors were about to close, killing intent. Long Chen thought, casting a glance at them from beneath his black robe. They naturally turned and took another elevator. Zhou Figgy didn't notice anything unusual. Does the gentleman live in Donglin City? Zhou Figgy asked with a smile. I suppose so, Long Chen replied ambiguously, unsure if it was true or not. With so many Beast King and Beast Emperor materials, do you often hunt exotic beasts? I also frequently go to the wilderness area. Why don't we form a team next time, sir? Although I'm just a battle spirit, I definitely won't hold you back, Zhou Figgy inquired. Her words were also a test to see if Long Chen was truly a battle king. Hunting a Beast Emperor alone and hunting one with a group are two different concepts. There is a significant difference between a battle spirit and a battle king. Long Chen's displayed strength showed no signs of any supernatural abilities. She couldn't figure out Long Chen's exact level of power. If possible, she certainly hoped Long Chen was a battle king, as that would make it even more important to build a good relationship. You want to know my strength, right? But that's normal. Collaborating with stronger individuals brings more benefits, Long Chen stated directly. He didn't like beating around the bush. The Black Dragon Exotic Beast Hall was primarily profit-driven, which was very normal. Only the strong would earn their greater respect, and cooperation could open many doors. You really are straightforward. Zhou Figgy didn't expect Long Chen to be so direct. However, this way of speaking was indeed straightforward and uncomplicated, making interactions simple and not tense. You'll know soon enough, Long Chen said. What do you mean by that, sir? Zhou Figgy looked at Long Chen in confusion. The elevator opened. Wearing this can protect your safety. Long Chen gave Lin Ruocheng a knowing glance and handed him a ring. Lin Ruocheng held it in his hand. The entire action was seamless and unnoticed by others. Lin Ruocheng seemed to understand something, and he quickly left with Wu Huiyan. What's going on? Aren't we waiting for Lord Long? Wu Huiyan asked, puzzled. Lord Long means we don't need to wait for him. Plus, with Lord Long's words, it seems someone is going to try to kill him, Lin Ruocheng affirmed. What? Aren't we going to help? Oh, fine, we can't really help much, but we can collect the enemy's corpses. Wu Huiyan was about to turn back when he suddenly thought of Long Chen's strength. It seemed there was nothing to worry about. Let's head back first. After all, Master Nia died on our watch. I'm afraid someone might come looking for trouble and retaliate against Xiaoxi, or they might come directly for me. And Lord Long even gave me this. As Lin Ruocheng spoke, he took out the ring from his hand. It was exquisite, made of black crystal, somewhat resembling a black gemstone. Lord Long said this can protect our safety. Lin Ruocheng directly put the ring on his thumb. It fit perfectly. Is it really that magical? But if it's given by Lord Long, it must be extraordinary. If it says it can save lives, then it definitely can, Wu Huiyan believed. I wonder how many people will die tonight. It definitely won't be few. The two glanced at the distant Linyan pavilion. Let's go, get in the car. After docking, the two quickly drove away. Long Chen stood on the top floor of the Linyan pavilion, gazing at the scenery. Under the moonlight, the gentle breeze added a unique charm to the view. There were no industrial areas around Yanchue Lake, and it was a wetland park, so the environmental protection was excellent. The water was drinkable, and the air was fresh with a pleasant environment. Zhou Figgy had been following closely beside him, lost in thought about the meaning of Long Chen's earlier words. She completely failed to notice that Long Chen's tote bag had disappeared at some point. He had already placed it into his spatial ring. The spatial ring had this advantage: there was no need to carry everything around, which could be quite cumbersome and unsightly. Storing things in the spatial ring was simple and made one feel light and unburdened. "What are you looking at, sir?" Zhou Fengyi asked curiously. "Those who should leave have left, and those who should come are about to arrive," Long Chen replied casually. With his keen eyesight he could naturally see the situation on the shore at a glance. Other vehicles had gradually departed, leaving only 8 cars parked without any response. "Are you saying?" Zhou Fengyi began to say. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of someone stepping on the water's surface rapidly approached, as if running swiftly across the water. There were also faint footsteps on the wooden stairs of the Lingyan Pavilion, making their way up. Ordinary people might not hear it, but both of them were powerful beings with astonishing hearing. Light footsteps, even breathing. Could it be a professional assassin? And their strength is definitely not weak. Zhou Fengyi's expression turned serious. "Miss, these are definitely not our people. Please don't misunderstand. We're not involved in such dealings," Zhou Fengyi hurriedly explained, turning to watch the stairway with vigilance. In a swift motion, a golden mechanical retractable long sword appeared in her hand, seemingly pulled from nowhere. The sword was an inch wide and 4 feet long. She held it with one hand, the tip angled slightly, ready for battle. However, due to her fitted skirt and high heels, even though the skirt was specially made with cut-resistant and bulletproof capabilities, it was certainly not as protective as battle armor. Facing someone weaker would be fine, but fighting against someone of similar strength or stronger would put her at a disadvantage. "If it were you who did this, you would already be dead, and there would be no need for you to exist here," Long Chen said, still looking at the scenery, speaking nonchalantly. "Ah?" Zhou Fengyi was momentarily stunned, a bit bewildered. Long Chen's words were blunt and direct, leaving her somewhat at a loss for a response. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not only were there dozens of men in black around the Lingyan Pavilion, but 8 masked men in suits also appeared at the stairway entrance. These people are like phantoms. They give off an inscrutable feeling. "Very formidable," Zhou Fengyi whispered. "Who are you?" "The Lingyan Pavilion is the territory of my black dragon beast, Hall. Are you all looking to be enemies with my black dragon beast, Hall?" Zhou Fengyi dared not be careless, gripping her sword tightly and keeping a close watch on the movements of the 8 men ahead. She did not defend her back, trusting it to Long Chen. In her view, Long Chen was definitely much stronger than she was. She only needed to focus on the enemies in front of her, leaving the rest to him. Of course, if they could intimidate the opponents into retreating without a fight, that would be even better. "Heh, is the Black Dragon Beast Hall really that powerful? Why should we be afraid to be your enemies? However, this time I don't want to conflict with your Black Dragon Beast Hall. Our only target is the Highland Blood Dragon Ginseng in his hand. You can leave, but he must stay." One of the masked men in a red mask holding a rose spoke, his voice sinister with a sharpness that seemed to penetrate. "You arrived so quickly. It seems you already knew that this auction had the Millennium Highland Blood Dragon Ginseng. Regardless of whether the Sir wins it or not, you will still take action to reap the benefits." Zhou Fengyi frowned slightly. "Except for roses, I really don't want to use any other means of communication. If you don't leave, out of respect for the Black Dragon Beast Hall, I will personally go to the Black Dragon headquarters." Buzz. In the midst of speaking, his abyss-like dark eyes suddenly brightened. A powerful aura surged towards Zhou Fengyi. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Fengyi retreated 3 steps in succession, her expression more serious than ever. There was even an unprecedented fear deep within her gaze. It was more shocking and terrifying than when she saw Long Chen raise his hand to kill Yang Wujue from the Yang family. "What, such a powerful aura? Are you a war king?" Zhou Fengyi exclaimed in shock. She could still fight against a battle spirit. After all, she didn't think she would lose to any expert of the same realm. But a war king was truly beyond her capability. Only Long Chen could handle that. The key was that Zhou Fengyi was also hesitating now. Should I stand on the same front as him or consider the Black Dragon Beast Hall? This person feels even stronger than the Hall Master. If he really goes to the Black Dragon Beast Hall, the consequences will be severe. Zhou Fengyi's heart was in turmoil. Buzz. Just then, a black-clad expert leaped up from below and appeared in front of Long Chen, swinging a sharp knife towards Long Chen's neck. If hit, it would definitely result in decapitation. The next moment, the masked black man was grabbed by the neck by Long Chen. His throat emitted a hoarse sound, and he didn't dare to move at all. The knife stopped in mid-air, unable to descend further. C-class ability, Battlefield Realm. With your strength, you dare to sneak attack? Seeking death. Bang! Long Chen exerted force and directly crushed the opponent's neck. Not a speck of dust touched Long Chen. The corpse fell into the lake. Even seeing a companion die like this, those black-clad men surprisingly had no reaction at all. They were like puppets on strings. "You will only slow down my killing speed. Step aside, just watch from the side." Long Chen patted Zhou Fengyi's shoulder. "What, sir, are you alone? There are so many people on the other side, and they even have a war king." Zhou Figgy turned to look at Long Chen in surprise. They are here to snatch the plateau blood dragon ginseng. They don't want to directly clash with your black dragon beast hall. Killing outsiders is the most cost-effective. Just a bunch of clowns. I want to see how many moves you can make against me. Long Chen walked in front of Zhou Figgy. His eyes under the black robe showed no ripples from beginning to end, calm as if the opponent didn't exist at all. Alright, then be careful, sir. Zhou Figgy retreated to the side. The reason roses are beautiful is that they are as red as blood. Kill him. The man in the red mask said wickedly. Yes. The 7 men beside him were covered in battle armor beneath their suits, even their eyes completely covered. Buzz. As the battle knives were drawn, a sharp and intense killing intent swept over. It gave a feeling of cutting everything down. Not just the 7 men, but everyone around rushed in to attack. Their coordination was very professional, with no blind spots in their assault. At this moment, their abilities and realms were all revealed. My god, there are actually 7 battle spirits, and the rest are all from the battlefield. Plus that war king. What kind of force are they? This strike would absolutely be an instant kill for anyone. How will the sir respond? Zhou Figgy was astonished just as she thought of this. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the knives and swords that struck within a meter of Long Chen were stopped, having no effect at all. It was as if there was a layer of transparent plasma shield. What is this thing? An advanced plasma shield. Such a level of technological defense, it can even block our battle spirits' attacks from a distance. Any plasma defense requires massive energy support. If one hit doesn't work, then 10 or 100 will. I don't believe we can't break through. That's right, attack. A group of people was about to continue their assault. You are too weak. I originally had expectations for you, but it seems I overestimated you. As Long Chen spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed the face of a suited battle spirit in front of him. Bang! He directly blew its head off before the others could react. Bang bang bang. Long Chen swiftly took out 5 battle spirits' heads in succession. It was only 3 seconds. So fast that the others couldn't even respond. Even if they did react, there was an invisible energy shield around Long Chen, making their swords and blades ineffective. They could only watch as the last battle spirit was lifted by Long Chen by its face. Crack crack. The battle armor's visor collapsed, fingers digging into the bone, ready to explode its head at any moment. Even the other warriors, no matter how indifferent they were to life and death, were completely shocked by this scene. This is too strong. Even a battle king couldn't kill a battle spirit so easily. What kind of power does he have? Why can't I see his ability level and specific realm? We are no match for him. Retreat quickly. Dozens of people trembled, not daring to advance any further. If you don't act now, your people will be wiped out. Long Chen moved his hand away from the battle spirit, looking at the man holding a rose in front of him. Death is another form of rebirth. Their deaths will only exist in another way. It makes me stronger. I am strong, so they are strong. As long as I exist, they exist. This is also the meaning of their existence and the ultimate truth of death. Do not fear death. Embrace it. Death is not the end, but a rebirth in another form. The rose man spread his arms wide and proclaimed, more absurd than a pyramid scheme. As a result, those men in black really weren't afraid anymore. There was even a kind of eager impulse, like moths to a flame, knowing they would die but unable to resist the urge to dive in. Are you from the Spirit Fire sect? Long Chen asked. He had killed people from the Spirit Fire sect before, and they looked just like this. However, their ideology seemed slightly different. The Spirit Fire sect is not worthy of being compared to us. They are just a bunch of rabble, the Rose Man said. Bang! Long Chen crushed the battle spirit in his hand. I don't care what you are, if you provoke me, you all will die. Buzz buzz buzz. As Long Chen spoke, he waved his hand. A powerful sword energy directly tore through all the black-clad warriors around. Although their strength was at most the second level of battle spirits, in one move he tore through all of them. This scene was still extremely shocking. My god, he killed 7 battle spirits in an instant and shredded over 30 warriors in one move. A battle king shouldn't be this outrageous. Even the hall master isn't this strong. Zhou Figgy gasped internally. Very good, you did exceptionally well. Only death can merge with me. Come here. As the Rose Man spoke, a wave of black energy surrounded him, possessing a strong black gas flew out from the dead bodies, madly rushing into his body. Ha ha ha, merge with me. His laughter was extremely flamboyant and unrestrained, and his power was rapidly increasing. How is this possible? To absorb the power of dead ability users, who exactly are they? Zhou Figgy was shocked. So that's how it is. Long Chen seemed to see through the components of this black gas and understood. Soul-eating worms, a type of parasite that can consume souls. They are produced from extremely powerful exotic beasts. If they continuously consume living beings, they will gradually occupy the brain. In the end, they become puppets, and even after death, their power will be absorbed by the one who controls the worms. However, they can only consume a small portion of soul power. But with enough people, they can temporarily become very strong.
Afterwards, if the power can be converted, a large portion can be retained.
However, the immense power generated from consuming others' souls requires a very high physical strength.
After all, if the body cannot withstand the impact of the energy, one might end up crippled or even burst.
No wonder they want the plateau blood dragon ginseng.
Rare medicines that can enhance physical strength are a
significant boost for them, highly tempting, Long Chen said.
In his previous life, he was a one-star tiger general, having killed many exotic beasts. He had learned about this rare exotic beast. He had even teamed up with other powerful
beings to kill one in a battle.
Thus, he recognized it at a glance.
So it's like this, another damned cult organization that brainwashes people in the apocalypse. But I wonder which faction it is. There are 3 known and recognized most powerful evil cults in the world. They should be one of them, or perhaps another smaller evil cult.
In the apocalypse, such perverse cults are proliferating more and more, each one more damned than the last,
Zhou Figgy said,
angrily. Hearing Long Chen's words, the man revealed a strange smile.
Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to know all this, but what does it matter? You can't stop me now that I've started. Even if you are a war king, the gap between war kings is significant. Moreover, I am several levels higher than you. Today, you have only one way to die.
The rose man was very confident. He held the rose in his hand, looking like an elegant gentleman. Meanwhile, he had already nearly finished absorbing the soul power. B-level ability, War King 3rd level. After absorbing this soul power, I should barely be able to step into War King 5th level. If I'm lucky, I might reach 6th level.
After all this, is this it?
I was looking forward to it for nothing, just go die. Long Chen raised his hand. The sharp energy twisted and killed him as if a sharp cone pierced through his body.
Ah, how is this possible? No. Before he could
finish his scream, he turned into a puddle. It was somewhat disgusting, acting like he's so powerful with his lines.
In the end, just a waste.
What's with saying he doesn't want to use other means of communication besides the rose?
Wasting my time. Long Chen's voice was full of disdain.
To be honest, he had really expected something from the other party's momentum earlier. He thought he had finally encountered a strong opponent who could make him draw his sword. In the end, the opponent didn't even qualify to make him draw his sword.
A rookie, a little trash who was both weak and loves to play.
With a casual wave, Long Chen shredded all those people into pieces that fell into the misty water
lake, directly feeding the fish.
The big black fish exclaimed, "Heavens, the court has sent disaster relief grain."
Gulp. Is this it?
This was a war king at the 5th level, even close to the 6th level.
He was actually killed in an instant? Zhou Figgy swallowed in disbelief.
Her eyes were nearly popping out. Breathing heavily, her body rose and fell violently. Wearing a tight-fitting skirt accentuated her mature womanly charm. With a flick of her hand, the sword was hidden somewhere unknown. Zhou Figgy knelt on one knee in a patch of white snow. "Sir, your strength is astonishing. You must have noticed that Figgy has had no master since childhood, which is why at nearly 40.
She is only at the war spirit realm. If you don't mind, Figgy wishes to take you as her master,"
Zhou Figgy said sincerely. The sight of her kneeling on one knee displayed her charm, her figure nearly perfect.
Truly an old A8, even an old R8. Definitely the type that young men cannot resist. Get up, you are not worthy of being my disciple.
Long Chen turned to look at her and said flatly. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well.
Long Chen had seen all kinds of storms.
Each place nurtures its own people. There are plenty of beauties in the long Yuan continent.
Countless stunning women want to be his, even wishing to take him as their master.
Not a single one succeeded as they wished.
Long Chen only
believed in the divine nature of the sword drawn without a woman in his heart. He didn't care about women, he had no interest in them.
Even less did he want disciples. This is my unworthiness making it difficult for you, sir? Zhou Fengyi's eyes were filled with disappointment. What happened? How could there be such strong fluctuations of battle and screams?
Yun Fan and the other high-ranking members rushed up the stairs. They had been maintaining order in the
soundproof underground 2nd floor, unable to sense what was happening above.
It was only when someone discovered and reported it that they arrived late. They only saw the 3rd elder Zhou Fengyi kneeling on one knee, and there was still a lot of blood on the ground. The blood was secondary, they didn't see any corpses. The main issue was that the 3rd elder Zhou Fengyi was actually kneeling before Long Chen. This left them dumbfounded, momentarily frozen in place. They felt like they shouldn't have rushed up at this moment.
Having seen what they shouldn't have seen, would they be in trouble? The 5 of them couldn't help but think. If someone comes looking for you because of these people, just say, "It was the mysterious strongman in the black robe."
"You all go down, I want to stay here for a while," Long Chen said.
"Yes, sir.
I'll give the order to ensure no one disturbs you, sir," Zhou Fengyi replied. She exchanged glances with the others. They understood and left, closing the stairway door to the top floor. Only Long Chen remained on the rooftop. As for the 4th and 5th floors, there wasn't a single guest. Everyone was eager to return and put the treasures they had captured into the safe.
No one would be waiting around. Even the third floor, which claimed to be a healthy green place to listen to music, had no one at this moment. Having witnessed Yang Wuju's murder, no one had the heart to play here. Why are there only 5 of you? Where's Hai Mo? Zhou Fengyi asked expressionlessly. He left right after the auction ended, saying he had urgent matters to attend to, Junfan replied. He left without asking me? Ha ha, what a big show of authority for a branch leader. Zhou Fengyi's expression turned cold. She was quite displeased. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. By the way, third elder, what happened up there just now? Why is there so much blood? Yunfan asked. A group of assassins wanted to steal the Millennium Highland Blood Dragon ginseng from the Sir. They have already been killed by the Sir. Yunfan, you were right before, we need to get closer to the Sir. The Sir is extraordinary. Not only is he a war king, but he also kills war kings of the 5th level as easily as killing chickens. Remember, from now on, wherever you see the Sir, be respectful and greet him. The Sir is someone that all the high-ranking members of my Black Dragon Beast Hall combined cannot provoke, Zhou Fengyi said solemnly. Calling him Sir so frequently, one should know she wouldn't have spoken so smoothly and with such reverence before. Understood. Wait, did the third elder just say the Sir kills war kings of the 5th level as easily as killing chickens? No way, did one of the war kings of the 5th level already die just now? My goodness, what on earth happened in such a short time? It feels like we missed a peak battle. Don't worry, third elder, when I see the Sir in the future, I will definitely be more polite than when I see my father. Right, the 5 of them chimed in. As long as you understand. But that was not a peak battle, it was merely a one-sided massacre. Zhou Fengyi murmured as she recalled what had just happened. The others were even more terrified. Just hearing about it sent chills down their spines. What about the bodies? Why didn't I see any bodies? Don't we need to deal with that? Yunfan couldn't help but ask. No need, they've all been fed to the fish by the Sir. If you go throw out some nets now, you should be able to piece together a few complete ones. Also, make sure to instruct no one to approach the rooftop. No matter what happens above, don't go up. Wait until the Sir leaves before cleaning the floor up there, Zhou Fengyi said. Understood. The 5 nodded heavily. Since we can't buy this place, let's set up an 8 directions gathering spirit array to drain the spiritual energy from here. However, even if the spiritual energy is depleted, it won't have much effect on the Black Dragon Beast Hall. As long as the feng shui pattern remains unchanged, their business won't suffer. Long Chen thought of this and sat cross-legged at the center of the rooftop. As the air currents surged, the rooftop lights dimmed, and nothing could be seen. It was as if the lights had gone out. The moonlight was bright, yet it still couldn't illuminate this area of the rooftop. Soon, the array was set up. The spiritual energy from dozens of square kilometers gathered here. At the same time, the spiritual energy from hundreds of square kilometers was also being mobilized. It was equivalent to the entire wetland park and some residential areas being completely enveloped. The spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide. However, it was invisible to the naked eye. Spiritual energy was formless and intangible. Only cultivators like Long Chen could sense and absorb it. Ability users could not absorb spiritual energy. Not enough, still lacking some. The spiritual energy from dozens of square kilometers isn't sufficient. I need to absorb energy from a wider range. Long Chen connected the array with his body as the core. He forcibly absorbed spiritual energy from a farther range. Centering on the Lin Yin Pavilion, the surrounding spiritual energy was drained. It would take at least a year or 2 to recover. The area of depleted spiritual energy grew larger and larger, until the spiritual energy from hundreds of square kilometers was completely absorbed by him. Buzz! An energy wave trembled within Long Chen. It swept across the entire 5 square kilometers of the lake surface, causing the calm water to ripple outward. The lights of the Lin Yin Pavilion instantly went out. Zhou Fengyi and the others, who were still discussing matters in the office on the second basement floor, felt the lights go out suddenly. It was too abrupt. What happened? Why did the lights go out? Isn't there a backup generator? What kind of fluctuation is this? Could it be something the master caused? Be bold, it must be the master. Just as they said this, the lights in the Lin Yin Pavilion lit up again, starting from the second basement floor. Let's go, we need to check it out. Zhou Fengyi and the others quickly ran over. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black room of the tightly sealed third basement floor, a pair of eyes opened. They appeared extremely bright in the darkness. Such a strong fluctuation, no ability aura. Could it be a technological weapon? But no matter what it is, this is not something an ordinary ability user could unleash. Its strength is so formidable that even if it doesn't surpass mine, it can't be much weaker. I have guarded Donglin City for many long years. Having not stepped out for years, could it be that a new powerhouse has emerged in Donglin City? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. There will still be someone to protect Donglin City. If it weren't for my inability to break through now, I would have perished due to old injuries. I really want to see who it is. Forget it, let's talk about breaking through and surviving first. The old voice echoed in the silent third basement. No one would have thought that the sealed-off third basement of the Lin Yin Pavilion would hide someone who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. I've broken through to the third level of Qi refining. I can clearly feel my strength has increased significantly. As for how strong, I haven't even tested the limits of my previous strength. Tomorrow is the beast outbreak. I can use those beasts to test my sword and see how strong I am at the third level of Qi refining. Long Chen thought. The ring I gave to Lin Ruoqing actually triggered the active defense array. Could it be the Jin family's Jin Yen armor from the auction? Forget it, I'll know when I go take a look. The Long Yuan sword flew out of Long Chen's spatial ring. He stepped on the Long Yuan sword and flew into the air. Boom! After flying a few hundred meters, he instantly broke the sound barrier, disappearing at super high speed. A path was carved on the lake's surface, with waves rushing away on both sides. Under the moonlight, he looked incredibly handsome. Indeed, being handsome is a lifelong affair. Flying with a sword is super cool. When Zhou Fengyi and the others opened the door to the rooftop, they only heard a roaring sound of a dragon. Long Chen had already vanished. What's going on? That sound is so loud, it feels like the sonic boom of a plane breaking the sound barrier, Infan said. Such a loud sound requires a particularly massive object to create it, like a fighter jet. Could it be a fighter jet? But the master has disappeared. Could it be something he caused? Everyone speculated. A true powerhouse can easily surpass the sound barrier in an instant. For example, when running on the ground. But this doesn't seem like a sonic boom from running. The sound is too loud. Regardless of what it is, the master will always be the most esteemed guest of my Black Dragon Beast Hall. Just remember, you should be more respectful to him than to me, Zhou Fengyi said. Elder San, rest assured, we all remember, they replied. Meanwhile, in the third-floor bedroom of Lin Ruoqing's mansion, Lin Yunqi was surrounded by Lin Ruoqing, Elder Chen, and Wu Huiyan, forming a defensive formation to protect her on the bed. Lin Ruoqing and Wu Huiyan were fine, but Elder Chen had been stabbed in the shoulder. Blood flowed down his arm. Lin Ruoqing activated a transparent defensive array with his finger snap, covering a 3-meter radius around them. It was just enough to protect Lin Yunqi on the bed. A circle of black-clad individuals armed with daggers surrounded them, and a few more stood on the balcony, blocking their escape route. Unless they could instantly run through the walls, there was no way out. This thing given by the master is really effective. It can actually save lives. Lin Ruoqing was excited. Just moments ago, there were only 3 black-clad men. Elder Chen had been stabbed in the shoulder. Luckily, they arrived in time. The 3 of them worked together to subdue the 3 black-clad men. Suddenly, a group of people surged forward. They could only shrink their defensive circle. At the most critical moment, they successfully triggered the active defense array within the snap. It blocked all attacks. Otherwise, they would have been chopped into meat paste. Indeed, as expected of the master, this thing is too effective. It's somewhat like the military's advertised cutting-edge weapon, the plasma shield. Wu Huiyan exclaimed. I wonder how long this thing can hold out. They've jammed the satellite signals, and satellite phones can't get through at all, Lin Ruoqing worried. How could they have a plasma shield? Isn't that still in the experimental stage? One black-clad man said solemnly. Under their black stealth suits, they were all wearing lightweight battle armor. This allowed for movement while minimizing noise. The plasma shield consumes a lot of energy. It's only in the experimental stage. I don't believe he has a constant energy supply. The satellite and electronic signals here have been completely jammed. Let's attack together. The energy of this plasma shield will definitely be exhausted quickly, another black-clad man said. You must be assassins from the Assassin Association. Why do you want to kill my daughter? Lin Ruoqing looked at the badges on their outfits. The lowest among them was a 1-star assassin, with some being 2-star and 3-star assassins. 1-star assassins correspond to combat soldiers. 2-star corresponds to battle bodies. 3-star corresponds to battlefields. Lin Ruoqing was only at the 5th level of battle body. Wu Huiyan was slightly stronger at the 8th level. Elder Chen was also at the 8th level. Compared to the opponents, it could not be said that they were incomparable. It was more like a guaranteed defeat. Someone wants your daughter's life, and your life is worth some money too. Taking people's money, doing their dirty work. Since we accepted the bounty, this task will definitely be completed. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. The 3-star assassin on the balcony outside stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the moonlight. A calm and composed demeanor that seemed to control everything. It was clear at a glance that this person was the leader of the operation. Can you tell me how much the bounty is for my daughter and me? Lin Ruoqing asked. It doesn't matter if I tell you, you're both dead anyway. Lin Ruoqing, 20 million, Lin Yunqi, 100 million. As for your other daughter, you can ask her in the underworld after she's killed. If you two choose to leave, we won't kill you. You're not part of the mission, you're not worth anything. The Assassin Association never makes a losing deal, said the 3-star assassin. He was referring to Wu Huiyan and Old Chen. The two exchanged glances but showed no intention of leaving. Who would believe the words of an assassin? If they stepped out of the defensive circle, they would surely be dead. To think they put such a high bounty on my daughter. It seems the one who issued the bounty doesn't want the Lin family to rise, nor do they want my daughter to grow. If it's not an enemy nation, stifling talent, then it must be the business rival, the Donglin Lu family. Lin Ruoqing furrowed his brow, unable to think of any other possibilities for now. Make your move, the three-star assassin said coldly. The circle of assassins was about to attack. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept in. They found themselves unable to move. It felt as if they were trapped in quicksand, followed by a crushing force enveloping them. This included the three-star assassin leader. Standing on the balcony with his hands behind his back, he wasn't just pretending to be aloof, he was truly immobilized. What is this? What kind of power is this? Why can't I move? The three-star assassin exclaimed in shock. No. Ah! The assassins let out horrified screams. Bang bang bang! They all exploded into a mist of blood. Then, the blood coalesced and floated in the air. 13 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star assassins died just like that. Lord Long has arrived. Lin Ruoqing's face lit up with joy. Who else could achieve this but Long Chen? The remaining 3-star assassin leader on the balcony, though unable to turn his head, could still hear the screams and catch glimpses of the people next to him exploding into blood mist. A man who often licked blood under the knife, cold and ruthless, widened his eyelids twitching, and his lips trembling. He wasn't wearing battle armor. He was simply overconfident, believing he could easily handle this mission. Now exposed to the unprotected pressure, his facial bones were deforming. Suddenly, the moonlight was blocked, and his gaze shrank. He saw Long Chen descending from above. From this angle, he could clearly see that Long Chen was standing on a sword, not a rocket launcher. A flying ability user. This. The 3-star assassin was nearly scared out of his wits, his eyes almost popping out. If the fluctuations of abilities among ability users reflected their strength, then the ability to fly was an even clearer indicator of power. Being able to fly in the air was a hallmark of peak strength. The 3-star assassin knew this all too well, plunging him into despair. I shouldn't have come. I never expected Lin Ruoqing to have such a super strong backer. Damn it, the anonymous bounty is just over 100 million, even if you offered me $1 billion. It wouldn't matter, the 3-star assassin despaired. Can you tell me before I die? What level are you at? The 3-star assassin leader asked in fear. What a trivial battlefield, where does all this drama come from? Die. Long Chen raised his hand and squeezed. Bang! With a burst of energy, the 3-star assassin leader exploded. He coalesced into a ball, then merged into the massive blood sphere. Boom! Then Long Chen casually waved his hand, sending the blood sphere flying at high speed into the ground outside the manor. Throughout the entire process, neither the room nor the ground was stained with a drop of blood. As for questioning, assassins have their code of conduct. Absolutely. Will not reveal who the employer is. Moreover, the assassin himself said it was an anonymous bounty. He doesn't even know who it is, so asking is pointless. Thank you, Lord Long, for saving our lives. Lin Ruoqing and the others clasped their fists respectfully. Just happened that the formation was triggered, so I came over to refine pills for your daughter. This ring's defensive formation can still be used 2 more times, Long Chen reminded. Thank you. Lord Long, this ring has saved our lives, it's truly amazing. Lin Ruoqing looked at the ring with excitement. He even wondered if the ring could shoot hidden weapons or poison. But he never expected it to be such a powerful protective measure. Do you know who wants to kill you? Long Chen asked. It could be the Lu family from Donglin. They have always been in competition with me in business. It's been going on for 2 generations. They might have learned through special channels that Xiao is an A-level top-tier ability. That's why they issued an anonymous high bounty. Xiao has an A-level top-tier ice ability, but unfortunately, she has been weak and sickly since childhood. If she could stabilize it, she might even hope to reach S-level ability. The Lu family from Donglin might be envious and jealous, wanting to eliminate a rival threat in advance. Of course, there's also the possibility of a foreign country wanting to eliminate a genius. I can't conclude who exactly issued the bounty at this moment, Lin Ruoqing said. A foreign country wanting to eliminate a genius? That possibility does exist. Given the current world situation, it's not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. The hidden mutual checks and countless confrontations are innumerable, Long Chen said. Yes, that's right. Lin Ruoqing and the others nodded heavily. When humanity is relatively comfortable, it's among the same kind that one must be most vigilant. Beasts are terrifying, but human hearts are even more fearsome. Moreover, I experienced multiple assassination attempts when my origin star rose in my previous life. Each time I turned misfortune into fortune, ultimately becoming a strong person. Before a genius grows, they only have a chance of becoming strong. Only a small portion can make it to the end. Long Chen thought to himself. If you feel very comfortable, either you are an ordinary person or you have not yet attracted attention for your abilities. The assassination of unparalleled geniuses is quite common worldwide, especially those without a background who don't know how to restrain themselves. Those without strong guardians are destined to fall. In times of peace, foreign countries will not allow you to monopolize the emergence of geniuses. In short, the collisions and competitions involved are Very complex. You don't need to worry, the other party prioritizes killing your daughter. You're just collateral damage. Once she wakes up, I'll give her a protective ring. It will be enough to ensure her safety, Long Chen said. Then thank you, Lord Long. I've transferred 200 million to your account. This is my heartfelt intention. Please don't refuse. Lin Ruocheng directly transferred the money using his phone. He knew Long Chen's bank account. Your bank card has received 200 million. A text message notified. Alright, I'll accept the money. Take out the 100-leaf grass. I need to start refining pills. You all wait downstairs, it won't take too long. Long Chen said. Yes, Lord Long, the 100-leaf grass is here. Lin Ruocheng opened the box of 100-leaf grass on the table. Then he and Wu Huiyan hurried downstairs to wait. Long Chen raised his hand to set up the pill refining formation. Fortunately, I can refine the 1000-year dragon blood ginseng into pills as well. Although it won't be of any use to me, it will definitely be a miraculous medicine to improve my parents' constitution. First, lay a good foundation for their constitution. Only then can they have the ability to cultivate immortality in the future. Long Chen thought to himself. Cultivating abilities is definitely impossible, as Long Jin and Lin Yuyan have already passed the age of awakening abilities. Even if they could awaken later, there wouldn't be much potential for long-term development. They could only attempt to cultivate immortality. Of course, he couldn't compare to Long Chen, but at least he was stronger than the average ability user. The stronger Long Chen became, the more resources he could provide for his parents. Only then would they have a chance to become stronger. Otherwise, with their talents, they wouldn't get far. Of course, Long Chen mostly hoped for his parents to be happy. If they didn't want to cultivate, he wouldn't force them. It was just about crafting better defensive array rings for them. He could make as many of those as needed. Long Chen placed the Millennium Plateau Dragon Blood Ginseng, 100-leaf grass, and Dream-Shattering Fruit into the alchemy furnace together. Flames shot out from his fingers, surrounding the alchemy furnace. With his superb alchemy skills, he simultaneously refined 2 different types of pills in one furnace. It was just a normal operation. If he couldn't even separate the effects of the medicine, how could he refine good pills? Buzz! Soon, the furnace emitted a clear sound. With a wave of his hand, the lid opened, and pills floated out, hovering in front of Long Chen. They were divided into red and blue colors. The shells were crystal clear and glossy, clearly indicating high-quality pills. 800 years of plateau. Dragon Blood Ginseng refined 10 second grade 7 pattern body tempering pills. That's not bad. This is the limit of the medicinal materials, not my limit. If I had only refined 2, they could reach 3rd or even 4th grade. But that would be too potent for my parents' bodies to handle. As for the 100-leaf grass and Dream-Shattering Fruit, I refined 5 second grade 3 pattern body-breaking pills. But Lin Yunqi only needs 1, and that's already enough. Long Chen thought. Come up. Long Chen's voice reached the first floor. Lin Ruocheng had just finished bandaging Old Chen's wound and administering an injection when he heard Long Chen's voice. Old Chen, thank you for protecting Sosi. Lin Ruocheng expressed his gratitude. Old Chen had been their family's steward for many years. He could be considered family. Protecting his daughter like this, Lin Ruocheng was naturally grateful. It's nothing, Lin, this is what I should do. Old Chen shook his head, moving his arm and immediately grimacing in pain. Your shoulder was stabbed deeply with a dagger, but fortunately, it didn't hit any vital organs. A good rest for a month or 2 should be enough. Lin Ruocheng said. Let's go upstairs first. Once this is over, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup and ensure you recuperate for a while. Lin Ruocheng said. But what if there's no one to protect the young lady? Old Chen asked anxiously. There's no but. You focus on recovering first. Lin Ruocheng supported him. The 3 of them went upstairs. 5 body-breaking pills hovered in the air. As for the body-tempering pills, Long Chen had already put them away. She just needs to take one, and she will wake up. Long Chen said, sitting at the table and pouring himself a cup of tea. Is this really a pill? That was so fast. As expected of Lord Long, it feels like there's nothing he can't do. Lin Ruocheng marveled. The 3 of them looked at the pills in amazement. Lin Ruocheng carefully picked up a body-breaking pill. He walked to the bedside to check on his daughter, Lin Yunqi. He stood there for a long time without any reaction. What's wrong, Lin? Old Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiaoxi can't move, and I don't know how to feed her? Lin Ruocheng said awkwardly. Right, the pill is quite large, and the young lady can't move. How do we feed it to her? Old Chen was also troubled. There is a way, unless someone can feed her with their mouth. Wu Huiyan said. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of them almost simultaneously looked at Long Chen, who was drinking tea. Under normal circumstances, this was his precious daughter, his beloved child. Who would dare to say such a thing? Lin Ruocheng would have slapped them away immediately. But surprisingly, when Wu Huiyan said this, Lin Ruocheng's eyes lit up, feeling it made a lot of sense. Long Chen turned his head and saw their synchronized gaze. Especially the somewhat expectant look from Lin Ruocheng. What was that about? Forget it, I'll do it. Long Chen stood up and took a step to the bedside. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Long Chen pinched Lin Yunqi's small face with his fingers. Her little mouth opened and the pill floated directly inside. Long Chen's fingers released a gentle energy, directly pressing the pill into her stomach. His expression was calm. Meanwhile, the three people who were full of expectation had their expressions freeze. Lin Ruoqing couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Is that it?" No, Lord Long is not following the plot from the TV dramas at all. As expected of Lord Long, truly a man with no women in his heart, drawing his sword naturally like a god. Lin Ruoqing sighed inwardly. But it's fine, let's take it slow, after all. Lord Long is still very young. I have 2 daughters. My dear daughters, you should strive a bit. If I were a woman, I would chase after such a man. Lin Ruoqing thought to herself. Before their eyes, Lin Yunqi, who had no color in her face, gradually regained her rosy complexion. It was summer, and the cold temperature that could be felt even from a distance was also dissipating. Almost visibly, Lin Yunqi's complexion was getting better and better. How amazing! She's recovering, she's really recovering. This pill is too miraculous, you know, even the people from the medicine pavilion couldn't do anything. The three exclaimed. Lin Yunqi's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Previously, due to the low temperature in her body, her heart only beat 10 times in a minute. Now, it was gradually returning to a normal rhythm. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Her fingers also began to move, until the medicinal effect filled her body. A faint blue light shimmered on the surface of her skin. Then it gradually disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yunqi suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Then she saw everyone in the room. "Ah, Xiaoxi, you finally woke up. You scared your dad to death." Lin Ruoqing said happily. "Dad, I had a very long dream, but I just couldn't wake up. It scared me to death." Lin Yunqi clutched Lin Ruoqing's hand, her face full of fear. "It's all right now. Xiaoxi, you drank the medicinal soup made from ice source grass. That's why you slept so deeply. But fortunately, the pill refined by Lord Long saved you. Otherwise, you might never wake up in your life. Hurry up and thank Lord Long." Lin Ruoqing looked at Long Chen. Lin Yunqi turned her head and then noticed Long Chen by the bedside. Especially when she saw Long Chen's handsome face, she instantly remembered something. "It's you? You were the one who saved me in the North Forest." Lin Yunqi exclaimed, her face filled with surprise. Could it be that the mysterious young powerhouse who saved the young lady back then is Lord Long? So that's how it is. That explains it. How could 2 unparalleled geniuses appear in the same city? Old Chen realized. Lin Yunqi had been in a dangerous situation at that time. If it weren't for Long Chen's timely intervention, by the time Old Chen arrived, her body would have surely been cold. Moreover, those killers who often licked blood on the edge of a knife might have been thinking of taking advantage. After all, this is the usual style of many killers. The consequences would be unimaginable. Ha, such a thing happened. This is fate. Lord, you saved my daughter twice. Let me bow to you. Lin Ruoqing said as he was about to kneel. No need, stop saying kneel and kneel. A man's knees are worth gold. Long Chen raised his hand, and a force prevented him from kneeling. Yes, what the Lord says is right. Lin Ruoqing nodded heavily. Thank you, Lord Long, for saving me twice. Thank you. Lin Yunqi expressed her gratitude. She had been observing Long Chen with a look like that. It was hard to believe there was a woman who wouldn't like him. Rest well. Although you're fine now, it's best to rest for a night to adjust and then eat something to replenish your nutrition. Long Chen reminded. I understand, Lord Long. Thank you for your concern. Lin Yunqi nodded heavily, her voice very obedient. Lin Ruoqing couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wow, he couldn't help but sigh that his daughter wasn't like this before. She even spoke with a lisp. Alright, take these pills. Each of you can easily break through 1 or 2 levels. It will also pave the way for you in the future, making breakthroughs in battle much simpler. If you work for me, your strength can't be too weak. Long Chen said. 3 breaking pill floated in front of them. What's wrong, afraid to eat? This isn't specifically refined for Lin Yunqi. The effects include breaking through realms and solidifying your certain upper limits of abilities. The pills I refine have no side effects. Long Chen said. No, we're not doubting Lord Long's methods. We just think these pills are too precious. If these were taken to an auction, the value is unimaginable. Eating so much money in one go is too extravagant. Lin Ruoqing said. Exactly, it feels like we're not eating pills but stacks of cash. Moreover, our talents are limited. It's too wasteful to use such pills. Chen Laowu and Huiyan also said. Just eat if I tell you to eat. Why so much drama? Long Chen raised his voice a bit. Alright, Lord Long. The 3 of them picked up the pills and swallowed them in unison, very neatly. How amazing, my ability level is actually rising. Mine too, the level is increasing very quickly. I actually broke through, but I'm still a bit short of breaking into the battlefield. Me too, I'm already at the peak of the 9th level of the battle body. I reached the 7th level of the battlefield. How exaggerated, I jumped 2 levels at once. Not only is my level increasing, I feel like my abilities have improved. This feeling is very clear. Exactly, my ability level has also increased a bit. Not only that, the pain in my shoulder is gone, look, it's already starting to scab. It really is, how amazing. The three were incredibly shocked. The increase was significant. After clenching their fists, they could clearly feel a substantial increase in strength, their faces filled with surprise. This saved them a lot of training time. They were all at least in their 30s or 40s now. Chen Lao was even in his 60s or 70s. Considering they awakened their abilities at 18, even the fastest, Wu Huiyan, only improved about one level a year. Not to mention Chen Lao, who almost took 2 to 3 years to improve a level. This undoubtedly saved them a lot of time. It changed their training limits. Moreover, Chen Lao's injuries had also healed. Thank you, Lord Long. Thank you, Lord Long, the three said excitedly. This is just the beginning. The road of cultivation is long. Keep working hard. Long Chen said calmly. Seeing the changes in her father, Lin Yunqi was also stunned. She didn't expect the pills Long Chen provided would have such an enhancement effect, and she had taken the pills herself. She carefully sensed and found that her abilities had indeed undergone a huge change. My abilities have actually stabilized. I've never felt this way before. It's as if they truly belong to me now, and I can clearly feel that the level of my abilities has changed. This is so amazing. Lin Yunqi raised her hand and condensed a 30-centimeter diameter ice crystal. It was incredibly smooth and effortless. This aura is S-level ability. It really is S-level. Oh my, we originally said that the ice source grass had a certain hope of helping Xiaoxi reach S-level, but it was only a slight hope. Could it be because of the pills? It must be. Lord Long's pills can enhance even us, let alone Xiaoxi, who is still so young and has much higher talent than us. It must be the pills that helped her reach S-level. Ha, that's great, that's great. This is S-level ability. There might not even be one in the entire Donglin city every year. Lin Ruochang was extremely happy. Long Chen glanced at the ice crystal in her hand. Under the enhancement of the elixir, it's only just reached S-level, a beginner S-level ability. Lin Yunqi, remember this, a genius is not necessarily a true strong person. There are plenty of geniuses who die midway at S-level or even SS level. A genius who hasn't grown is just a genius, not a true strong person. You're still young, only 23. Although you might be starting a bit later than others. But as long as you work harder than others, you might not be weaker than other S-levels. Long Chen said, looking at her. I understand, Lord Long. I will definitely remember everything you said and won't forget. Lin Yunqi promised with a melodious voice. Lin Ruochang's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Daughter, why have you suddenly become so soft-spoken? Long Chen nodded. As for the remaining one, you have another daughter, right? Just give it to her. After saying this, Long Chen left. This elixir was of no use to him. First, he certainly wouldn't need it himself. Moreover, he had prepared a better body-refining elixir made from 800-year-old plateau dragon blood ginseng for his parents. The breaking elixir he gave to Lin Ruochang and the others was also to ensure they could work more diligently for him in the future. Lord Long, take care, the three of them said. Lord Long, take care, Lin Yunqi echoed, though her voice still sounded soft. The three exchanged glances and shivered slightly. When Lin Yunqi got angry normally, her voice could be quite loud. Today, however, she had turned soft-spoken. They were really having a hard time adjusting. Dad, how did you guys meet Lord Long? Lin Yunqi asked curiously. Come on, Lord Long has already left. Xiaoxi, just speak normally, don't be so soft. I'm getting goosebumps. Lin Ruochang rubbed his hands, feeling a bit unaccustomed to his daughter's suddenly gentle tone. This is just how I speak, Lin Yunqi replied. Lin Ruochang couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm your father and I don't know you? But despite thinking this, he didn't continue to criticize. We met Lord Long while searching for ice source grass in the Luofeng mountain range. Lord Long is truly one of a kind among the geniuses I've ever seen, Lin Ruochang murmured. Long Chen returned home, and it was already 2 in the morning. Arriving in the basement, Long Chen took out the Decay Origin Crystal and the Perpetual Motion Crystal. From his spatial ring, the Long Yuan sword floated in front of him. Tomorrow, the beasts will launch a massive attack. Before that, I have already raised my realm to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Naturally, the Long Yuan sword needs to be enhanced a bit more with these two metals. The stronger the power, the more secure it is. Long Chen looked at the silver Long Yuan sword. There wasn't a single flaw, it was extremely beautiful and grand. Long Chen then slid his fingers in the air, starting to set up the furnace array. After completing the array, Long Chen arranged a soundproof array around it. Only then did he throw the Long Yuan sword and the 2 metal materials inside. Flames ignited fiercely beneath the furnace. Under Long Chen's exquisite manipulation, the 2 metals slowly melted into the sword body. Without changing the original size of the Long Yuan sword, he compressed and integrated them into it. Otherwise, if he kept adding materials, the sword would only get bigger and bigger. In the end, it would really become a huge sword. He couldn't just carry it on his shoulder, that would greatly affect the sword cultivator's demeanor. Soon, the forging was complete. With a thought, the Long Yuan sword flew out of the furnace and hovered in front of him. The furnace also disappeared. Long Chen grasped the hilt of the sword. Normally, the temperature at this time would still be very high, but when Long Chen held it, he felt no reaction at all. It was quite miraculous. The bright red color of the Long Yuan sword gradually transformed into silver. He looked at the fine patterns that had appeared on it. Is this the change after adding the two materials? Although it's just a slight change, I can clearly feel that this sword is a bit stronger in terms of armor piercing than before, and it can also reduce the defense of the battle armor to some extent. The lower the level of the battle armor, the better the effect. As long as the level doesn't reach that of the Long Yuan sword, it will be weakened to some extent. One material enhances the Long Yuan's offensive capability, while the other reduces the opponent's defense. With this mutual reinforcement, the increase for the Long Yuan is not small, but how much of an increase it can achieve, we'll find out tomorrow. These two materials are indeed good, worth the price. Long Chen looked at the sword with satisfaction. He retracted the soundproof array and stored the sword back in his spatial ring. Long Chen walked out of the basement. The sun had just risen, and sunlight poured into the living room. Yener, come have breakfast, Long Zhen called out. Long Zhen looked in good spirits. Although he had slight dark circles under his eyes, he appeared energetic. Dad looks so spirited. It seems the extra ingredients I added yesterday really worked. The double-winged donkey stuff is indeed extraordinary, Long Chen thought to himself. However, he hadn't eaten any himself. He had just made sure his dad had a bit more. Where's Mom? Long Chen asked as he sat down to eat breakfast. She's washing up, not out yet, Long Zhen replied. Oh no, I slept wrong and now my back and waist hurt, Lin Yuyan said as she leaned against the wall, coming out. Slept wrong and now your back and waist hurt. Isn't sleeping wrong supposed to mean a sore neck? Long Chen's mouth twitched, not even blushing while lying. Lin Yuyan sat down to eat breakfast, giving Long Zhen a fierce glare, but then she smiled again. The couple shared an unspoken understanding. Dad, Mom, this is the body refining pill I prepared for you. It can improve your physical condition. To put it simply, eating this will make your body stronger. You will possess strength beyond what you usually imagine, surpassing the physical limits of ordinary people. That is, reaching the physical quality standards of an ability user. Long Chen held a red grade 7 pattern body refining pill in one hand. Long Zhen and Lin Yuyan were both ordinary people. He couldn't be sure what effect it would have, but at the very least, one pill would allow them to reach the standards of an ability user. Such pills, if placed on the market, could easily sell for hundreds of millions each. Even some wealthy men with poor health would be willing to spend any amount of money to buy them. After all, nothing is more demoralizing than the simple phrase you can't. And once this thing is consumed, it not only enhances physical quality but also makes the impossible possible. This is an 800-year-old Highland blood ginseng. Some medicinal qualities of ginseng can be reflected in it. Long Zhen and Lin Yuyan exchanged glances at the pill. Let's wait a bit longer. If we improve our physical condition too quickly, we might not be able to adapt. That's right, let's first live as ordinary people for a while. And when we want to change our lives, we can talk about it then, they said. Alright, I originally wanted to say that it contains a 1,000-year-old ginseng component, which is very nourishing. But if you want to wait a while before taking it, that's fine too. You can keep it for now. As soon as Long Chen said this, the two of them instantly felt awake, exchanging glances that sparked with excitement. I'm going for a walk, Long Chen said, finishing a glass of milk, leaving the two pills on the table and directly heading out for a stroll. Long Zhen and Lin Yuyan exchanged a look, each swallowing one pill in one go. Their physical condition rapidly improved, reaching the normal range for ability users. However, the effects of the medicine were continuous. For a long time afterward, their bodies would continue to improve. Long Zhen felt an endless surge of strength. Honey, how about we have a daughter? Long Zhen said, gripping Lin Yuyan's arm excitedly. But the information says you can't exceed 7 times a day, or else your body will. Lin Yuyan said, lowering her head. At the pavilion on the top of Longchen Mountain, he was taking a walk. Sitting cross-legged there, he practiced his breathing. Soon, he noticed it was almost noon. Longchen walked along the road in the villa area. There wasn't a single person on the road. At that moment, a $4 million Bentley approached him. It stopped beside Longchen, and the window rolled down. Inside was a wealthy woman in her 30s. She wasn't old, more like an older sister type, looking relatively young. Aside from her skin not being as good as an 18-year-old girl's, she was indeed the type that young men liked. After all, there were quite a few young people these days who didn't want to work hard. Sister doesn't want to work hard anymore. Where is the handsome young man going? How about I give you a ride after I'm done with my business? Sister isn't a bad person, she just feels sorry for you walking alone. The wealthy woman's voice was sweetened. She tried to appear gentle, like a caring older sister. Wow! To be approached like this, being handsome really can be a meal ticket sometimes. Longchen thought to himself, turning to look at her. It was refreshing. Wow! The wealthy woman exclaimed, thinking Long Chen's profile was handsome, and his front face should be normal. It might even be a letdown, but she didn't expect his front face to be even more handsome. She also caught a glimpse of the muscles subtly showing under his casual short-sleeved shirt in the sunlight. At that moment, her heart raced. Handsome young man, how old are you? Are you an adult? Do you want to be my boyfriend? The wealthy woman couldn't help but ask. Before Long Chen could say anything to refuse, two cars drove up from the front. One was a $12 million black Rolls-Royce Phantom with a license plate number that was a lucky number. Following closely was a black Yuan car. Although it was only worth $1 million, it exuded an extraordinary presence, giving off a feeling of calm and grandeur. In terms of aura, it even overshadowed the $12 million black Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing the cars behind her, the wealthy woman realized what was happening and was about to drive away. Two people got out of the two cars behind her. Long Chen recognized almost all four of them. Stepping out of the luxury car was Jiang Tianhao in a suit, along with his daughter Jiang Shi, who wore a pink bodycon dress, sheer stockings, and white sneakers. She looked sexy yet retained a sense of innocence and liveliness. From the Zhouhuan car emerged Zhang Guohua, also in a suit, and a young woman in her 20s whom Long Chen had never seen before. Dressed in a white long-sleeve bodysuit, a floral short skirt, and high heels. Her figure was quite perfect, and her long legs were a pity not to be shown off. Judging by her looks, she should be Zhang Guohua's daughter. She appeared somewhat spirited. The outfit that highlighted her figure and her high heels seemed a bit mismatched with her personality. Hey, what are you all doing here? The wealthy woman leaned her head out of the window, looking puzzled and a bit guilty, as she was currently flirting with the handsome young man. Lord Long, Zhang Guohua, Jiang Tianhao, and Jiang Shi greeted respectfully with cupped fists. As for the young woman in her 20s, she only cupped her fists and remained silent. Oh no, I think I've caused trouble. The wealthy woman was shocked, looking at Long Chen with disbelief. What are you all doing here? Long Chen asked. We came to visit Lord Long, to discuss some matters with you, and we also prepared a small gift for you, and we especially want to thank you for saving my daughter. Otherwise, my daughter would probably have, Jiang Tianhao said, his eyes filled with gratitude. At that critical moment, if it weren't for Long Chen's timely intervention, his daughter would have undoubtedly died. Yes, Lord Long, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have made it back alive. Jiang Shi expressed her gratitude. It's nothing, just a casual act, Long Chen replied, not feeling it was a big deal. Mainly, it was because if Zhang Guohua became one of his own, it is only right to save his niece, just as he said, a simple matter. Lord Long, this is my daughter Zhang Buhui. Buhui, quickly greet Lord Long. Zhang Guohua introduced, giving his daughter a knowing glance. Lord Long, hello. Jiang Buhui hesitated before speaking. She felt it was quite awkward to address someone younger than herself as Lord. Generally, in the circles of ability users, those older and stronger are called senior, while those younger and stronger are addressed as Lord. However, she had yet to see Long Chen's strength. So, before understanding his power, she opted for Mr. It felt easier to say. Long Chen glanced at her. Zhang Buhui was quite beautiful among the women of Origin Star. However, she was somewhat proud and defiant, clearly due to her own considerable strength. She tended to be a bit tsundere. Unless you could defeat her or conquer her with strength, she would not let go of that prideful mindset. Buhui. Zhang Guohua shot her a stern look. What? I'm not being rude. Zhang Buhui retorted defiantly. You? Zhang Guohua was nearly driven to exasperation by her. After countless reminders, she still acted so proud. There was even a glint in her eyes that suggested she wanted to challenge Long Chen. Zhang Buhui sized up Long Chen. So young, really too young. Are you even 18? Though you do look good. But you're too young. How could someone so young be that strong? Dad, calling him Lord right off the bat, you really haven't seen much of the world. If you met a powerhouse like my teacher, you'd probably be dumbfounded. Zhang Buhui shook her head inside. Just that simple action of shaking her head was enough to reveal her impressive figure. There's a saying that some people are just born to be the main character. Shut up. Zhang Guohua snapped. I'm just speaking the truth. It doesn't help to be so fierce, Zhang Buhui said with a haughty tone. Zhang Guohua was speechless with anger, even feeling a bit of an impulse to kick her back into the car. Lord, please don't mind, my daughter hasn't seen much of the world. I apologize for her disrespectful words. Zhang Guohua clasped his fists respectfully. It's fine, I'm not that petty. She's just a young girl, her horizons are still too narrow, Long Chen said nonchalantly. What? Zhang Buhui stomped her foot in anger, just as she was about to say something else. Shut up, don't cause trouble for me. Can't you see your cousin is being respectful? If you keep talking, you'll go home, Zhang Guohua said sternly. Zhang Buhui stomped her foot, and just that action could teach an airport a lifetime of lessons. By the way, do you know her? Long Chen looked at the wealthy woman in her 30s driving the Bentley. Oh right, I forgot to introduce her to Lord Long. She is my sister. Jiang Linger, the fifth among our siblings. Jiang Tianhao said. Linger, hurry and greet Lord Long. This is the Lord Long I told you about that we are here to meet, Jiang Tianhao reminded. Oh, okay. Jiang Linger was startled to hear this. She quickly opened the door and stepped out, her long legs in black stockings visible. Standing at 1 m, she wore a black lace bodycon dress and flat shoes. Her hair was styled in a bun, secured with a wooden hairpin. She had a great figure, and her attire and accessories were extremely tasteful. It was evident that the Jiang family had good genes, as they all looked quite good. Lord Long, Jiang Linger said nervously, clasping her fists respectfully. Her face was flushed, turning bright red. So, you're his sister. Long Chen smiled. At Jiang Linger. Jiang Linger looked up at Long Chen, their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze, wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was awkward, too awkward. I never expected that the handsome guy who had the courage to flirt would turn out to be the important person we were visiting this time. Embarrassed, I felt like I was digging my toes into the ground. Looking at my sister, Jiang Tianhao and Jiang Guohua exchanged glances. Even a fool could see something was off, let alone them. Linger, what have you done? Jiang Guohua glared at her with the authority of an older brother. Nothing, your sister is quite interesting. No need to be nervous, let's go, we can sit at home. Long Chen smiled at the flustered Jiang Linger, her face flushed. He got into the passenger seat of her car. Alright, Lord Long. The others quickly got in the car. After Jiang Linger got in, she bit her lip nervously. She pressed the gas a few times. Huh, why? Isn't the car moving? Jiang Linger was puzzled. Long Chen pressed the start button. Roar! The V8 engine roared to life. Jiang Linger covered her face, feeling extremely embarrassed. She quickly pressed the gas pedal, almost overshooting. The parking space next to Long Chen's house was so wide that she managed to park perfectly on the line. Did you buy your driver's license? Long Chen shook his head as he got out of the car. Of course not, I'm just a bit nervous. Jiang Linger explained. A group of people carried large and small bags into the villa. Yenner is back. Huh, who are they? Lin Yuyan and Long Zhun were in the open kitchen, on the first floor preparing lunch. They looked at the group curiously as they entered. Brother Long, Sister Lin, I'm Jiang Tianhao, this is my younger brother. That's my sister, and this is my daughter and my niece. We are here to visit Lord Long. This is a small gift for both of you, please accept it, Brother Long and Sister Lin. Jiang Tianhao naturally tried to get closer. At this moment, the way he addressed them was crucial. After all, although these two looked young, they were about his age. Calling them too old would definitely not do, and calling them too young would make him seem pretentious. Therefore, addressing them as brother Long and Sister Lin was best. He presented 2 violet jade bracelets and a limited edition watch worth 10 million. This gift was certainly substantial. One must know that violet jade bracelets are rare and highly sought after in wealthy circles. Moreover, the color was so pure. Wow, these bracelets are beautiful, they must be very expensive. Lin Yuyan's eyes lit up as she asked. Whether they are expensive or not is secondary, the main thing is that they match Sister Lin's temperament. Very well, Jiang Tianhao replied. This was not untrue, Li Yuyan had great skin and was quite young. She could be considered a beauty. The bracelets indeed suited her very well. Lin Yuyan really liked the pair of violet jade bracelets. Long Zhen also liked the limited edition watch worth millions. But they couldn't help but look at Long Chen. When it comes to receiving gifts, once accepted, others would definitely have requests from their son, or other matters. So it depended on Long Chen. Dad, Mom, please accept it. He means well, Long Chen said. Alright, thank you for your gift. The couple accepted it, clearly pleased. Long Chen could afford these things. As long as his parents wanted something, Long Chen's card could be used anytime. But buying and giving felt completely different. Then you all sit down first, I'll finish cooking and we can have a simple meal together. Honey, go pour some tea, Lin Yuyan said. No, we can do it ourselves, Brother Long. Sister Lin, you just carry on with what you're doing, don't mind us. Bu Hui, hurry and pour the tea, Jiang Guohua politely urged Jiang Tianhao first. It was as if they were competing in a quiz. Jiang Tianhao secretly regretted being a beat slow, as he was outpaced. Oh, that's fine, the tea is over there, you can pour it yourselves, Lin Yuyan said. Alright, Brother Long, Sister Lin, you carry on. Jiang Guohua smiled and quickly gave his daughter a knowing look. I got it, Dad. Jiang Buhui obediently went to pour the water. She was just unconvinced that Long Chen's strength was exaggerated and bragged about. But does that mean she lacks family education and manners? Jiang Buhui just felt that her father was too respectful towards Long Chen. This made Jiang Buhui very angry. I really don't understand, my father is at least from a 3-star academy, a person with real power commanding tens of thousands of troops, and my grandfather is of that caliber. The family's strength is also extremely formidable. Why should my dad be so respectful to a young man? Even if Long Chen saved Jiangxi's life, there's no need to be this respectful. A life-saving grace is a life-saving grace. They shouldn't be confused. I really don't get it. My dad is driving me crazy, and I came back just to see him. What's so special about him? Can he be stronger than my senior brothers, or even stronger than my teacher? Haha, that's definitely impossible. It's absurd, utterly ridiculous. Jiang Buhui thought to herself. She opened a box of expensive Longjing tea and placed it in the teapot. She began to brew tea on the tea tray. Make yourselves comfortable, Longchen said. Their group sat on the sofa in the living room. The living room was large, and the TV cabinet on the wall displayed some decorative items. Among them were the rare materials, teeth and scales of the Beast Emperor that Longchen had killed. That day, due to her parents' defensive formation being triggered, Longchen had returned at high speed while flying with his sword. In the air, he encountered quite a few Beast Kings and Beast Emperors, all of whom he slaughtered in a fit of rage. Some of the materials were stored in his spatial ring. He didn't sell them to the Black Dragon Beast Hall. Instead, the materials from the Beast Emperors were simply displayed as decorations in the living room. There were also some on the second floor. There were too many Beast Kings, and he was too lazy to display them. Besides, the Beast Kings were too weak, and it wasn't worth decorating with them. Wow, the teeth of the flying armored golden dragon, and the feathers of the silver armored eagle, the scales of the unicorn python. Beast Emperor, all Beast Emperors, Zhang Guohua exclaimed in shock. Since it was a 3-star academy, he often needed to oversee the defense of certain city lines, exterminating the beasts attacking the cities. Therefore, he was well informed and could tell at a glance what kind of beast materials they were. He couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone else also looked over. Although some of them couldn't identify them, anyone with abilities could sense the aura. It really is the Beast Emperor. All of them are Beast Emperors. My goodness. Jiang Shi was astonished. This is outrageous, having so many of the best and most expensive materials from Beast Emperors. How much did this cost? Jiang Linger looked shocked. She also had considerable ability, so she could naturally tell. Jiang Buhui, who had just brewed the tea and was serving it to everyone, turned her head curiously to look around upon hearing this. She hadn't noticed before, but once she looked, her eyes suddenly widened, and then she stared in shock. Her small face was filled with astonishment. No way, this is the most beautiful and hardest feather of the iron-armored golden-winged beast. My teacher told us about it when we were hunting beasts in the wilderness, and we encountered one at that time. If it weren't for the teacher's full effort, we would have almost been wiped out. This kind of beast is very cunning, can fly, and easily reach supersonic speeds. It's a very strong type of beast. Human ability. Users at the same level can't kill it. It requires a group of people with flying rocket launchers working together to have a chance to kill it. I didn't expect there to be feathers of the iron-armored golden-winged beast here. Jiang Buhui swallowed hard. She stared at the 3 huge feathers inserted in the vase. The colors were slightly different. She couldn't tell what the other 2 types of beast materials were, but they were definitely from Beast Emperors. That aura couldn't be mistaken. Wait, these are the hardest scales from the unicorn python in the extreme cold land, 7 inches long. And this aura is from the Beast Emperor. Even this is here, my heavens. Jiang Buhui was completely shocked. This scene refreshed her worldview. The tea is brewed well, and the timing is just right. Long Chen commented calmly while drinking the tea. Truly worthy of Lord Long, even a single beast material is probably more expensive than this villa. Wait, did Lord Long kill all of these? Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and asked. Long Chen nodded. What? Zhang Tianhao's eyes widened. The others were similarly shocked. Zhang Tianhao had previously speculated that Long Chen was very strong. From Long Chen's ability to easily kill Master Chen, to saving his daughter from the battlefield, it further indicated that Long Chen was at least at the battlefield level. What does it mean for an 18-year-old to be at the battlefield level? It can only be said to be infinite possibilities. As long as one doesn't die, they will eventually become a super big shot. This is a certainty, without a doubt. But Zhang Tianhao absolutely did not expect Long Chen to be powerful enough to kill the Beast Emperor. What does that even mean? That is the Beast Emperor, 2 major realms above the battlefield level. Could it be that Mayan Wei Jiang's speculation is correct? He is the mysterious powerhouse that caused a massive thunderstorm in the Balan primitive forest. Zhang Guohua thought to himself. He hadn't shared this speculation with Zhang Tianhao and the others. After all, it would be hard to believe that a mere 18-year-old could cause such a commotion. But Long Chen actually admitted that all these beast materials were killed by him. Zhang Guohua now seriously suspected that Long Chen was that mysterious big shot. Have some tea, Long Chen said. Okay. Everyone picked up their teacups to drink. Jiang Buhui, however, frowned. You say you killed these? I don't believe it. You are so much younger than me, it's impossible for you to kill the Beast Emperor. These are at most things you bought at the auction. That only proves you have quite a bit of money. Jiang Buhui expressed her doubts. What exactly do you want to say? Long Chen asked while drinking tea. I want to challenge you. There's a lake right beside us, let's fight by the lake. If anything gets damaged, I'll compensate. Jiang Buhui said. You can move first before we talk. Long Chen raised his hand and pressed down. What? Jiang Buhui was puzzled, and the next moment she felt an overwhelming gravity on her body. She was almost about to kneel. Her hands couldn't be lifted, let alone fight Long Chen. In her eyes, Long Chen seemed like a giant, while she was just an ant. This feeling is the same as what my teacher gives me, even stronger in terms of sensation. How is that possible? He is clearly not even 20. Could it be that he is using a mental type ability, creating an illusion that traps me in it? No, this feels too real. Jiang Buhui's knees bent under the pressure, her body bending down. Everything around her turned white. Long Chen stopped, and only then could she stand up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She was already drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Thank you, Lord Long, for your mercy. Jiang Guohua quickly said. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you, you are stronger than me. But I still can't feel how much stronger you are. Anyway, you are definitely not as strong as my teacher. Humph. After apologizing, Jiang Buhui stomped her foot in a haughty manner. The astonishing career fluctuations would make countless women envious. Long Chen shook his head. This girl had no bad intentions, she was just a bit proud. Being able to serve tea was quite polite. She even knew to admit her mistakes after losing. Pour the tea. Long Chen said. Oh. Jiang Buhui bit her lips lightly, reluctantly pouring tea for Long Chen. She lost too quickly. As someone who considered herself a genius, she couldn't accept losing before even making a move. This was a huge blow to her. Only Lord Long can handle her. It seems bringing Buhui here today was the right choice. Jiang Guohua thought to himself, smiling at the scene. Cici, hurry and help your cousin pour tea for the Lord. Jiang Tianhao signaled to his daughter. Oh, okay. Jiang Cici's eyes lit up as she was about to take the teapot from Jiang Buhui. Lin saw, you are too polite, bringing so much fruit. Jiang Guohua quickly spoke up to draw everyone's attention. Of course. Come on, everyone, have some fruit. Lin Yuan brought out 2 plates of assorted cut fruits. Buhui, hurry and help Aunt Lin. Jiang Guohua said. Okay. Jiang Buhui handed the teapot to Jiang Shi and went to help Lin Yuan with the fruit plates. Jiang Tianhao frowned and glanced at Jiang Guohua. The two exchanged a look as if their gazes sparked. Jiang Linger shook her head helplessly. Could she not understand this scene? Her daughter was dressed so beautifully, there was definitely something going on. But understanding or not, she wouldn't expose it. She just observed Long Chen closely. He just suppressed Buhui, who was at the 5th level of the battle body, in an instant, leaving her with no ability to resist. His strength should at least have reached the 9th level of the battle body. Only a gap of more than 4 levels would create such absolute suppression. There's even a slight possibility he has reached the battlefield level. No, my brother said he could save Xiaoxi, which means his strength is at the battlefield level. And he must be outstanding even among those at the same level. A battlefield level under 20, tall, handsome, and charismatic. No wonder my brother and second brother brought their beautiful daughter over. This is clearly not just about the wine. Jiang Linger thought. She completely understood why her brother and second brother had been subtly at odds. But why did Lord Long just nod and admit that he killed those exotic beast materials? How could a battlefield level kill a beast? Emperor, could it be that he has a powerful master behind him? These exotic beast materials were hunted by him and his master together. That would count as his hunting. It must mean that. But no matter what, having a master who can hunt a beast emperor indeed indicates a significant background. No wonder my brother and second brother call him Lord. Jiang Linger pondered. This fruit is cut well. Yes, and Lin cuts well, it's delicious. Jiang Guohua and Jiang Tianhao said while eating the fruit. As long as you like it. Yenner, you better not bully the girl. I saw you scared her just now. Lin Yuan looked at Long Chen. Indeed, Jiang Buhui had been scared to the point of sweating. It felt like encountering a terrifying exotic beast. Lin Yuan had seen it all. Don't worry. Mom, I was just sparring with her. I won't hurt her. Long Chen smiled. Alright, just take it easy. Such a good girl might get scared by you. Lin Yuan patted Jiang Linger's head. It's fine, Aunt Lin. Buhui has been unruly since she was little. Just right, Lord Long is helping me a lot. Jiang Guohua stood up and laughed. Jiang Buhui rolled her eyes. You old man, you really are a true father. Hee, alright. Lin Yuan smiled and went back to cooking. The others continued to eat fruit, and the atmosphere quieted down. Let's get straight to the point. What is your purpose for coming? Long Chen looked at Jiang Guohua. Jiang Tianhao's main purpose was, of course, to thank his daughter. But Jiang Guohua definitely had other motives. Lord Long, you are straightforward, so I will be direct. Lord Long, the air raid alarm was sounded throughout the city the night before last. An unidentified object flew into Donglin City. As of now, we still don't know what it is. However, shortly after, the entire headquarters building of the West District of the guard team collapsed. Many people died, including a 7-star commander and the 5-star punishment leader of the ability punishment team. 2 major figures in power are dead. Although this news has been sealed, so far, no information has leaked online or to the public, but it has had a significant impact within the upper echelons of Donglin City. Moreover, many of their deaths were due to being chopped to pieces. Therefore, I suspect. Zhang Guohua paused here and looked at Long Chen. Until now, he still couldn't be sure whether the mysterious powerhouse of the North Forest Primitive Forest was indeed Long Chen. Long Chen was strong, but in his view, he wasn't powerful to that extent. The most likely scenario was that Long Chen had a powerful backing, namely his master. And this matter was very likely orchestrated by Long Chen's master. From the information he currently had, it was inextricably linked to Long Chen. Who do you suspect? Long Chen asked flatly. I suspect it's a very skilled swordsman. And he might be able to fly. He possesses extremely special abilities in cutting-edge technology that can conceal his presence, Zhang Guohua said. He was observing Long Chen's reaction, trying to determine if it was indeed Long Chen. However, he found that Long Chen remained as calm as a still pond throughout. He couldn't discern what Long Chen was thinking or whether he was related to this matter at all. So young yet so composed, Zhang Guohua felt as if he were facing a super big shot. He could remain unfazed and calm upon hearing anything. So what do you think this mysterious person's strength is? Long Chen asked. Zhang Guohua was observing him, and he too was observing Zhang Guohua. He liked talking to smart people and preferred dealing with those who had a broader perspective. He was assessing whether Zhang Guohua was a smart person and what kind of perspective he had. As for the mysterious intruder who can fly at high speeds, I can't be sure, because I don't know how he flies or even if he is human. However, a powerhouse capable of easily destroying a building and killing so many people must at least be at the battle spirit level. It could even be a battle king, Zhang Guohua said. What will happen after we catch him? Long Chen asked. That's not within my jurisdiction. This matter will be handled entirely by the ability punishment team. My thought is that this mysterious person must have a reason for killing. As for what that reason is, it's still unclear, Zhang Guohua said. Lord Long, may I have a word with you? Zhang Guohua asked. Long Chen stood up and walked to the second floor. Zhang Guohua followed closely behind. The second floor also had a living room, and a large glass window provided a great view. Long Chen looked out the window, sunlight spilling onto his face. Lord Long, I know about that mysterious entity that invaded our airspace, and the mysterious person who destroyed the headquarters of the West District Guard. It's not Lord Long but the powerful backing behind you. Even though I know this, I won't report it to the higher-ups. Let's just pretend this matter never happened, Zhang Guohua said. Long Chen revealed a slight smile. This Zhang Guohua is indeed a smart person. However, due to the limitations of his thinking, he isn't bold enough. The one who did all this is me, Long Chen thought to himself. Looking at Long Chen's calm smile, Zhang Guohua felt he had guessed correctly. Lord Long, you and the Xiao family are currently in a life and death struggle. It's just that they haven't found anything on you yet and haven't made their move. My Zhang family also has a grudge against the Xiao family. The two families have been at odds for 2 generations. In this generation, it's either their demise or ours. So my Zhang family is willing to stand by Lord Long's side. We will help you conceal the matter of killing the Xiao family members. You can focus on your cultivation without worrying about the troubles brought by the Xiao family's crazy retaliation. Of course, whatever Lord Long wants, just let me know, and my Zhang family will do our best to assist you. I only hope that Lord Long can lend a helping hand to my Zhang family at a critical moment. That level of conflict cannot be resolved with an apology. It's a fight to the death. Once we lose, it could very well mean the extermination of our family. So I earnestly request that Lord Long help my Zhang family through this disaster. Zhang Guohua clasped his fists and knelt on one knee. You are mistaken, Long Chen replied. What? Zhang Guohua was puzzled. If the Xiao family wants to take revenge, let them come. They are just a small family. What waves can they stir up? As for what you said, your perspective is quite good. You should be grateful that it is you from the Zhang family who is here to talk to me. I will protect your Zhang family, Long Chen said. Since Zhang Guohua had already made such a clear statement expressing his allegiance to Long Chen, and with such a grand perspective, Long Chen naturally wouldn't mind taking the Zhang family as his own. It was fortunate that Zhang Guohua had such foresight and a broad vision. Otherwise, if it were someone else using threats and temptations to try to bind their fates together, it would only lead to death. Thank you, Lord Long. Zhang Guohua stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. When Long Chen uttered the words, "You should be grateful," Zhang Guohua felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and an extremely terrifying killing intent. It felt as if he were just an ant looking up at a giant. The extreme horror experience was like being trapped in hell. Jiang Guohua felt increasingly unable to see through Long Chen. Have there been any unusual movements from the beasts outside the city in the past 2 days? Long Chen asked. Not at all, at least within 100 miles of the city, the alert range is quite normal, Jiang Guohua replied. Who is responsible for the city defense of Donglin City? Long Chen inquired. It is the 2-star Tiger General He Shisheng of the Donglin Legion. He is in charge of the entire city's defense layout. He is the highest military authority in Donglin City. His position is even above that of the city lord. Even I have to follow his orders and dare not disobey him. Why do you ask this, Lord Long? Jiang Guohua was curious. Do you believe that a large-scale army of beasts will suddenly attack soon? Long Chen asked. That shouldn't happen. Large-scale beast tides are extremely rare in Donglin City. Most are small-scale. The last large-scale beast tide occurred 5 years ago, Jiang Guohua said. Even he didn't really believe it. After living in comfort for too long, he found it hard to believe that a large-scale beast tide would suddenly occur, as there should be some signs beforehand. There is no need for concern, my lord. Although I don't know how you or the people behind you successfully avoided radar detection and entered Donglin City's airspace. But the beasts definitely cannot do that. They have not evolved such abilities. Otherwise, the whole world would have already fallen. There are high-precision satellites monitoring from outer space. Alert radars, drones, and fighter jets monitor a radius of 100 miles, or even further. Under such tight surveillance, it is absolutely impossible for a beast tide to suddenly attack the city, Jiang Guohua assured. If it is truly impossible, how did Donglin City fall so quickly in the previous life? Long Chen thought to himself. If Donglin City wants to enter the highest level of combat readiness, whose direct order is needed? Long Chen asked. Well, I'm afraid even the 2-star Tiger General He Shisheng cannot directly order the city to enter the highest level of combat readiness without a beast attack. It requires approval from above. And there must be sufficient reasons. After all, unless there is a large-scale beast tide attack, sounding the highest level of combat readiness will cause great panic among the people. It could even impact the city's economy. The listed companies in the entire city might face a drop, which would greatly affect the city. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, they would not easily enter a state of special combat readiness. At least, looking at all the city fortresses of the Tai Lin dynasty at present, never has a city entered a state of top-level combat readiness without any major events occurring. Usually, the highest we go is to sound the B-level combat readiness alarm when training the city defense soldiers' reaction times. An A-level combat readiness state is basically impossible to appear in daily life, Jiang Guohua said. So, there's no way. Long Chen replied. Yes, top-level combat readiness is simply not feasible, and A-level is also very difficult. Jiang Guohua continued. It really is unsolvable. No one believes it, and even fewer can directly put Donglin City into a state of top-level combat readiness. Even A-level combat readiness is basically not possible. Then even if B-level combat readiness can be activated, it's of no use. After all, an occasional special training is just a B-level state. It makes no difference whether it's activated or not. Indeed, this time the disaster in Donglin City still relies on my own strength to turn the tide. Long Chen thought to himself. The combat readiness status of all nations on Origin Star is divided into 4 levels, C, B, A, and top-level combat readiness. A-level rarely appears, let alone top-level combat readiness. A-level involves disasters affecting the entire city. Top-level combat readiness poses a huge risk of city destruction. Naturally, it cannot be entered casually. Otherwise, the financial system of a city would collapse immediately. It would take many years to recover. The reason large city fortresses are economically strong and populous is not only due to geographical location but also because of their strong defenses, which do not easily enter A-level or even top-level combat readiness. Thus, the financial system is not easily collapsed. On the contrary, the economy grows stronger over time. However, for a small city like Donglin, if it experiences several instances of top-level combat readiness over consecutive years, the economy would collapse directly. After all, who would want to invest in a city that lacks a sense of security? If the city were to fall one day, not only would they be ruined, but all industries would also be destroyed in an instant, turning them into paupers. Without investment, the economy cannot operate, and a city is basically doomed. Lord Long, are you asking these questions because you think there will be a beast attack on the city? You can rest assured, Lord Long, there are people monitoring, day and night. In unseen places, countless soldiers are protecting the lives of tens of millions in the city, Jiang Guohua said solemnly. You're right, but Long Chen stopped there, not continuing. There was no point in saying more about such matters. After all, no one would believe it if he spoke out. Since that was the case, he could only prepare himself. One person guarding a city. This battle concerns the lives and deaths of tens of millions. Although some of them deserve it, the vast majority are ordinary people. They shouldn't just lose their homes and lives to be killed and eaten by beasts. Long Chen thought, his gaze incredibly resolute. From midnight tonight until noon tomorrow. Have your people stay alert. Once anything seems off, immediately sound the top-level combat readiness alarm. This is something only the two of us know. Do you understand? Long Chen stared into his eyes. Seeing that Long Chen was not joking at all, Zhang Guo felt that Long Chen seemed to know something in advance. Or perhaps he suspected that beasts would attack. Understood, Lord Long. I will have my people keep a close watch on the radar and various monitoring stations throughout the night until noon tomorrow. However, the range of city vigilance my people can manage is limited. I can only say I will try to expand the range as much as possible, Zhang Guo assured. That is already enough. Also, have Wei Zhangya pay attention as well. Given your relationship with him, he should listen to what you say. Don't mention that it was me who said it, Long Chen added. Understood, I will. Go right away. After Zhang Guo finished speaking, he was about to leave directly. Wait, let's eat before you go. You all came so early, you must not have eaten yet. Let's go. Long Chen walked ahead. Alright, Lord Long, then I'll finish eating before I go, Zhang Guo said with a smile. Being able to eat at Long Chen's home was precisely proof that Long Chen acknowledged him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited to stay for a meal but rather shown the door. Lord Long, is there anything you desire? My Zhang family will do our best to get it for you, Zhang Guo asked as he followed behind, going down the stairs. Do you know of any places with excellent feng shui, ones that even feng shui masters praise? Long Chen asked. Well, I do know of a place nearby, the ruins of the southern water city, Zhang Guo replied. The feng shui there is quite good for most of the city. That's why. The housing prices back then were particularly outrageous. Even the cheaper suburbs were 100,000 per square meter. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, the city fortress was breached and it completely became a den for alien beasts. Oh, by the way, I have a satellite map taken not long ago. Would you like to see it, Lord Long? Zhang Guo took out his encrypted phone and opened a reduced map. The entire cityscape was visible. Long Chen picked up the phone, zoomed in and out to take a look. Water City, huh? Interesting. The feng shui layout here is excellent. If I could set up an 8-direction spirit gathering array here, at least it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred square kilometers. My body hasn't reached saturation yet. I can absorb as much as possible. Maybe I could directly break through to the 4th level of Qi training in one go. Long Chen thought to himself. He returned the phone to Zhang Guo. Every time Long Chen broke through a small realm, he had to digest for a while. It wasn't just about having spiritual energy to break through without limits. His breakthrough difficulty was much higher than others. For example, from absorbing spiritual energy last night to now, his internal spiritual energy still hadn't saturated. And once he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy to break through to the 4th level of Qi training, he would fall into saturation. It would take a long time to digest and consolidate the realm. It wasn't something that could be broken through just because he wanted to. Long Chen thought about taking every step steadily, striving for perfection in every realm. Only in this way could he maintain an incredibly formidable combat ability across realms. Come on, everyone. Let's eat first, Lin Yuan called out. Alright, just in time to taste Brother Long and Sister Lin's cooking. Yeah, it looks very appetizing at first glance. Zhang Guo and Zhang Tianhao, the two atmosphere creators, immediately chimed in. After the meal, Long Chen sent his guests off, watching them drive away. Zhang Guo didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately began to follow through on what Long Chen had said. He always felt that Long Chen wasn't joking. Besides, there was only from midnight until noon the next day, just 12 hours. Since it was Long Chen's instruction, he naturally took it seriously. Both girls are quite good. Although Jiang Linger is 5 years older than Yenner, she has fair skin, a good figure, and is very diligent. Especially her figure is particularly good. Yenner definitely won't go hungry, Lin Yuyan commented as she watched the car disappear. What? Long Chen reacted and looked at his mother. I mean, the child won't go hungry, Lin Yuyan quickly explained. But it's all the same. Of course, you're still young now. Do you want to marry one of them, or are you not considering it for now? Your dad and I both support you, Lin Yuyan said. That's right, Long Chen nodded seriously. Alright, Long Chen shook his head. He took out his phone to check the weather forecast for Water City. According to the weather forecast, Water City is currently experiencing heavy rain and thunderstorms. There's even a typhoon. Great, that's exactly what I want, Long Chen said. Dad, Mom, would you believe me if I told you that countless alien beasts will attack the city before noon tomorrow? Long Chen asked. Of course we believe it, we definitely trust what Yenner says. Long Chen replied directly. What's wrong? Is a large-scale beast tide about to attack the city? Lin Yuyan asked. That's right. It will indeed happen before noon tomorrow. Dad, Mom, what you need to do now is buy more groceries and stay at home. Don't go out. As long as you stay in this villa, it is the safest safe house. I need to go out for a bit. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to you. This city won't fall either. You have to trust me. Long Chen looked seriously at his parents. We trust you, Yenner. Yenner, do whatever you want, we'll stay at home and won't run around. No, first we'll go buy some groceries and after that we'll stay at home with the doors tightly shut. You come back, and then we'll open the door. Long Jin said to Lin Yuyan. Long Chen nodded. The long Yuan sword flew out of the spatial ring. Long Chen stepped onto the sword. Be careful, Long Jin and Lin Yuyan said. Long Chen turned back and smiled at his parents. Then, he seemed to merge with the air and disappeared. After ascending to 3,000 meters in the air, boom! A violent sonic boom erupted as he sped away. The stronger the power, the more assured I am. I must break through to the 4th level of Qi training, Long Chen thought. He headed towards Water Domain City at super high speed. On that black Jiuhuan car, the driver's cabin and the back seat were completely separated with excellent soundproofing. Zhang Guowo looked at the map on his phone, focusing on the wall defense points he was responsible for, as well as various alert zones. His mind was pondering what Long Chen had said. Dad, what did you talk about with him on the 2nd floor? Zhang Wuhui asked. You're still young, that's not something you should be asking. What you need to do now is to practice your abilities well and stop wasting time with the Special Operations team. Once your strength increases, there will be plenty of people inviting you. Zhang Guohua said. I got it, can't I just not go? But what do you mean by I'm still young, and it's not my place to ask? Isn't he young too? Pretending to be so mature, but he's only 18, I thought he was in his 20s. Zhang Wuhui said angrily. She was still mad about how Long Chen had suppressed her in an instant. What do you know? From now on, remember to call him Lord Long when you see him. Lord Long is the future hope of our Jiang family. Only Lord Long can protect us after the competition between our Jiang family and the Xiao family. If you dare to disrespect Lord Long again, you won't be my daughter. Zhang Guohuo said coldly. What? Can he really have such great power? The competition between our Jiang family and the Xiao family is not something a young person like him can interfere in. I don't believe he has the power to protect our Jiang family. Zhang Wuhui crossed her arms, pouting, with a look of disbelief. You'll know in the future, Lord Long's power is beyond your imagination. Not only his personal strength but also the background he has. That's something even our Jiang family can't compare to. Zhang Guohua said. Seriously? What? Does he really have some big background? Zhang Wuhui's expression changed, puzzled. It was the first time she had seen her dad with such an expression, valuing a young person so much. Terrifyingly strong. I can't even find the right words to describe it. Zhang Guohua thought of the energy value measured in the billions of TNT equivalent. After the destruction of the Balan primitive forest, and the mysterious footprints on the rubble of Huaming Mountain, even if it wasn't Long Chen, it definitely was someone powerful behind him. Zhang Guohua had completely confirmed this from Long Chen's words, so he has a powerful backing. No wonder there are so many Beast Emperor materials at home. But that's just because his backing is strong. He may be strong, but no matter how strong he is, he definitely can't compare to my teacher. My teacher is not only very beautiful and charming, her strength is particularly formidable. With a 4-foot-long sword that can cut through iron like mud, she has an extraordinary demeanor. She is a specially invited teacher at the University for Abilities before I graduate. She occasionally teaches us classes. Even the principal has to be polite when he sees her. Zhang Wuhui thought of his teacher, speaking endlessly with pride. It's just that she hasn't taken me as her disciple, only considering me her student. Unless I break through to the 9th level of the battle body, there's no hope of becoming her apprentice. Zhang Wuhui felt a bit discouraged. Alright, I contacted my teacher this morning, and she said she is currently in Donglin City. It seems to be a place called Linyan Pavilion. Dad, do you know where Linyan Pavilion is? I can't find it on my map navigation. Zhang Wuhui asked. Oh, you mean Linyan Pavilion? I've heard of that place. It's the territory of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. It is occasionally used as an auction site. It's right in the center of Yanshui Lake. It seems your teacher's identity is quite extraordinary. But before you go, it's best to greet her first, otherwise it seems there are usually no boats to get there. Zhang Guohua said. Alright, then you stop here. I'll take a taxi myself. Sure, say hello to your teacher for me. Got it, bye, I'm off to find my teacher. After getting out of the car, Zhang Wuhui bounced away. Where it needed to be detailed, it was detailed. Where it needed to be proud, it was proud. This caught the attention of a few taxi drivers, almost causing a chain collision. The straight line distance from Water Region City to Donglin City is over 2,000 kilometers. Along the way, he encountered quite a few exotic beasts. However, Long Chen remained in a concealed state due to the formation, and the exotic beasts did not notice him. Soon, a typhoon with a diameter of about 600 kilometers, wrapped in clouds, appeared within sight. First, there were thunderstorms and lightning, followed by a torrential downpour. Long Chen sped along without slowing down. He even directly passed through the lower clouds. When he vaguely saw the outline of Water Region City, the wind suddenly intensified and the heavy rain poured down as if the heavens had opened. Water Region City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a plain on one side. The eye of the typhoon just can't get out here. It even accelerates continuously due to geographical and climatic reasons. The wind speed in the center of the eye here has reached at least level 13, about 40 meters per second. Long Chen felt the wind speed and already knew the level of this typhoon. It was roughly around level 12 to 13, classified as a strong typhoon. The number of exotic beasts flying in the sky was very few. After all, no one wants to be blown away. Surrounding Water Region City were many broken steel city walls and a vast number of destroyed buildings in the city. It was evident how fierce it had been back then. Nowadays, Water Region City is covered by many plants and trees. Among them, many exotic beasts have made their nests and homes. It can be said to be fraught with danger. However, sometimes powerful ability users come here to hunt exotic beasts. Generally, they must be quite strong. Newcomers wouldn't dare to step in here. This is a paradise for exotic beasts. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is indeed much better than in other places. It truly is a place with a decent spiritual vein. Time waits for no one. Let's set up the 8 directions gathering spirit array immediately. Long Chen arrived at the center of the city's spiritual vein. This city is not large, only about 5,000 square kilometers. About 3/5 of it is a feng shui treasure land. There are also some good feng shui places outside the city. Setting up the 8 directions gathering spirit array here, if luck is good, it can draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from hundreds to thousands of square kilometers. Long Chen's fingers glided through the air to set up the formation. Despite the howling winds, only his clothes fluttered slightly. Not a single drop of rain fell on him. The formation gradually resonated with the earth's spiritual veins below, until finally, the 8 directions gathering spirit array was fully set up. At this moment, the sky was also darkening. Due to the typhoon, it was already dark by a little past 5 o'clock. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth come to me, Long Chen thought. His body was crazily absorbing massive amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. As time passed, he was gradually approaching the 4th level of Qi training. Qi training stage, absorb spiritual energy, transform it into a sea of Qi, refine Qi into a vortex, 3 steps in total. Each 3 levels represent a stage. The 4th level is to transform into a sea of Qi, gradually turning the floating Qi in the dantian into a liquid state. The dantian is the sea, which is the container. This is what it means to transform into a sea of Qi. In the 3 stages of Qi training, the gap in combat power between each 3 levels is significant. As long as I break through to the 4th level of Qi training, my true combat power will advance even further. I must break through, no matter what. Long Chen's will was firm, and his goal was clear. The massive spiritual energy from heaven and earth in Long Chen's dantian was gradually approaching saturation. At the same time, the speed of transformation into liquid was also accelerating. This allowed the sea of Qi in the dantian to store more Qi. Thus, he could sustain high-intensity battles for a longer time. However, it also meant that the next breakthrough would become more difficult, requiring far more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The so-called sustained combat refers to the ability to fight under extremely high intensity for a period of time. The Qi training stage does not mean one can fight at high intensity indefinitely without exhaustion. This is impossible. Even during tribulation, there will come a day when one exhausts their strength from continuous high-intensity battles. Humans are not perpetual motion machines. As time passed, Long Chen's absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth approached saturation. Almost there, just a little more to break through. Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body emitted a faint glow. Then, he suddenly increased his absorption. This was the pull of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, not like a black hole that sucks everything in. Thousands of square kilometers of spiritual energy surged into his body, filling the last bit of vacancy. Buzz! A wave of tremors surged within Long Chen. Break for me! Long Chen's voice boomed. Bang! A shockwave swept through his body. Very good. The realm has successfully broken through to the 4th level of Qi training. At this stage, I must first completely stabilize my 4th level of Qi training. As for the 5th level, that will take some time. With my current combat power at the 4th level of Qi training, even if the alien beasts attack the city tomorrow, I want to see if they have the ability to withstand my attacks. It's time to head back. I'll circle around the outer perimeter of the East Lin City alert zone to see if there are any special situations. With this thought, Long Chen quickly returned to East Lin City. After breaking out of the typhoon zone, he gradually felt the wind disappear. He could see a bright moon and the dazzling vast starry sky. The scenery was beautiful. It was now around 2 or 3 in the morning. At this hour, flights had all stopped, except for fighter jets and military reconnaissance planes and drones. There were theoretically no civilian flights flying around East Lin City. However, after Long Chen flew over this area and disappeared, several private planes unexpectedly left East Lin City following this flight path. Long Chen flew around 100 kilometers outside the East Lin City alert zone. East Lin City was divided into 3 alert zones, 100 kilometers away. Regardless of whether it was sunny or rainy, fighter jets patrolled. 50 kilometers away, some vibration frequency monitors were installed underground. Once a large-scale alien beast appeared, the ground would shake. The monitors would send the data back. However, every so often, a new batch had to be reinstalled. After all, there were alien beasts underground that could damage these monitors. There were also underwater monitors in the rivers. Like underwater mines, they would react as soon as an alien beast touched them. They transmitted data in real time. However, these underwater monitors could also be easily attacked by alien beasts. So, a new batch had to be replaced periodically. Additionally, there was the alert zone within a 5-kilometer range. This is the range that the radar on the city wall can detect most accurately. As long as one is within this distance, no exotic beast can hide. The reason it is 5 kilometers is that exotic beasts are also evolving in their battles with humans. Many exotic beast carapaces possess capabilities far beyond those of stealth aircraft coatings. The radar cross-section is very small. If one is too far away, even the top radar cannot detect accurately. But as long as one is within 5 kilometers, there is absolutely nowhere to hide. This is also why human cities can remain relatively safe. Without these technologies constantly updating and keeping pace with the times, a certain degree of balance with exotic beasts would not be possible. Relying solely on the abilities of the ability users cannot possibly stop the countless and continuously evolving exotic beasts. Long Chen flew at high speed, looking at the land under the moonlight. The field of vision was excellent, able to see dozens of kilometers at a glance, until the moon was gradually covered by large clouds. After circling around, Long Chen did not discover any abnormal situations. And just in the area he had just flown over, in a wide, meandering river, underwater monitors emitting a barely visible faint purple light suddenly changed color to deep green at the same time. The calm river began to ripple from a distance, then gradually settled down, as if nothing had happened. There have always been exotic beasts around the city, but their numbers are not enough to trigger a beast tide. It seems the exotic beasts are coming from farther away. But now my line of sight is obstructed. If I expand the range and circle around, it will waste a lot of time. I can only wait for dawn. Long Chen landed on the treetops outside the city, quietly waiting for dawn. Soon, a few hours later, dawn broke. However, the sky was overcast, not good weather. On such a day, no matter how high-tech the satellites are, they cannot capture the ground. Meanwhile, the 40 million people in Donglan City were busy with their own tasks. Some were at construction sites, some were tightening screws, some had worked all night and were still on overtime or reinforcing the city walls, etc. There were also elites in suits from the financial sector, white-collar workers sipping coffee in offices, and ability users training in practical combat at the Ability University. People from all walks of life were relatively busy. Many were just trying to survive. As for whether they lived well or whether their lives were exciting, they did not care, because there was not enough time to think about these things. Long Chen opened his eyes as an exotic beast walked past him. However, there were hidden formations around him. The exotic beast could not detect him. Long Chen glanced at the time on his phone. June 30th, 7:30 a.m. There is still an hour and a half until the large-scale attack on Donglan City by the exotic beasts at 9 o'clock in my previous life. Long Chen thought, I should circle around and take a look. Long Chen circled around 100 kilometers outside the city wall of Donglan City. The time reached 8:30 a.m. Long Chen looked at the sky, which was already windy and about to rain heavily. Still no reaction, unless the tragedy of my previous life does not happen. Otherwise, if the exotic beasts do not launch a large-scale attack from the land, then they must be coming from the water. Long Chen looked at the river below. The investigation results of the destruction of Donglan City in my previous life actually ended up inconclusive. No one knows the real reason, and no one cares. In the apocalypse, ordinary people used all their strength just to survive. And those who indulged in luxury, how could they care about the lives of others? After a year of investigation with no results, it was gradually forgotten. By the time I had enough strength to investigate, it was already too late, and nothing could be found. There must be something wrong with this. Unless it was led by a group of highly intelligent super exotic beasts, it would be possible to launch a large-scale attack on the city without being detected by humans in advance. Or it could simply be a result of human planning. Long Chen's eyes turned cold at this thought. In his previous life as a one-star general, he had not considered these deeper aspects. More often than not, it was an endless cycle of killing exotic beasts. Kill, kill, kill. After experiencing 100 years on the long Yuan continent until he became invincible, he had gone through far too much during that century. Intrigues, deceit, and various schemes. Therefore, he could now think on a deeper level, whether it is a natural disaster or man-made calamity. In this life I, Long Chen, will cut it down with a single sword, Long Chen declared. At that moment he exuded an imposing aura, as if to say, who else but me? Do. Long Chen's phone rang. This was his encrypted anonymous number. He had given it to Jiang Guohua yesterday. Long Chen answered the call. Lord Long, this is an encrypted communication line, no one will know we are on the phone. There is something strange I want to discuss with you, Jiang Guohua said. What happened? Long Chen asked. It's like this, I am responsible for the eastern defense of the city wall in Donlin City. As you know, there are some small rivers here and a few large rivers that have been expanded by exotic beasts. Just at midnight, the monitor placed in the water experienced a momentary glitch. Although it was only for 0.1 seconds, my team managed to detect it. Of course, if it weren't for your reminder, we wouldn't have paid attention to such minute details. After all, machine malfunctions are common, Jiang Guohua said. Just as I thought, it seems there is indeed a problem in the water. Long Chen replied, his eyes narrowing instantly. Do you have the authority to order a large-scale weapon attack on your own? Long Chen asked. Well, I can use some small-caliber city defense weapons. For large-caliber ones, unless it's a super exotic beast or a wave of exotic beasts attacking, I cannot use them directly. I don't have that authority. Only Lord He Shishang has that power. But it must also be confirmed that there is at least an exotic beast attack before it can be used, Jiang Guohua said. Boom! Long Chen created a sonic boom as he shot towards the east. However, the call was unaffected by the sound. Can the small-caliber weapons you mentioned cause damage in the water? Long Chen asked. C-class underwater mines, although they are just conventional weapons, are simple and cheap to make but have great power. They can cause significant damage to exotic beasts in the water. After all, the power of a bomb in water is far greater than in air, Jiang Guohua said. You throw the remote-controlled underwater mines into the nearest river. When I say detonate, you detonate immediately. Remember to mark the throwing spot with a red signal, Long Chen instructed. Understood. Although Jiang Guohua didn't know what Long Chen was planning, he indeed had the authority to use the underwater mines. Even if there was no reaction in the river, he could call it a temporary training exercise. He wouldn't need to take any responsibility. Jiang Guohua picked up the command communicator. Prepare to launch 10 C-class remote-controlled underwater mines into the nearest river. Mark with red smoke, Jiang Guohua ordered. Yes, Brigade. Commander, preparations are complete. Launch. Yes, launching. 10 large underwater mines, each 1 meter in diameter, were launched from the launch tube extending from the city wall. They were aimed at the far end of the river, which was blocked by reinforced concrete permanent fortifications, as well as the massive river and tributaries ahead. At the same time, a red guiding shell was also fired, emitting red smoke visible from a distance. Lord Long, 10 underwater mines have been launched. I marked it with red smoke, Jiang Guohua reported. Long Chen glanced at the time. It was getting closer to 9 o'clock. In any case, even if we enter a state of top-level readiness a few minutes early, it is definitely better than being besieged, Long Chen thought. The speed increased again. Soon, he arrived outside the eastern defense city wall. At this moment, even the top radar detection at close range could not see Long Chen at all. It was impossible to discern him with the naked eye. Seeing the red signal smoke, Long Chen flew over and hovered above the area where the underwater mines were being thrown. Long Chen looked at the deep black river. The saying goes, shallow water is clear, deep water is green, and abyssal water is black. The water was so dark that one could not see beneath the surface. It was evident how deep the water was. I want to see if anything is lurking down there. With that, Long Chen unleashed a sword chi from his fingers. Detonate. Long Chen commanded. Yes, Lord Long. Detonate. Jiang Guohua ordered. Boom. The 10 underwater mines exploded simultaneously, causing the sounds to overlap. The effective damage radius was 300 meters, and a water column shot up 100 meters into the air. This was the explosive power of a sea-level underwater mine. At the same time, Long Chen also unleashed a sword chi. That sword chi spanned 1,000 meters and landed at the end of the concrete dam by the river. It only created a slight disturbance upon hitting the water. It was as if a fishing line had dropped into the water, going unnoticed. This demonstrated the sharpness of the sword chi. The spot where one underwater mine exploded was also where Long Chen's sword chi landed. Gurgle gurgle. A large amount of blood surged from the bottom of the river. Soon, the water was a vivid red. As for the other underwater mines that exploded, there was no reaction in the water at all. The reason Long Chen had Jiang Guohua deploy the underwater mines was that Jiang Guohua could not use high-powered weapons, and sea-level underwater mines would definitely not harm the exotic beasts. They could only inflict some damage on weaker ones. Unless it was a close-range explosion or a large-scale indiscriminate bombardment, it was unlikely to kill many. Therefore, Long Chen's sword chi landed precisely where a sea-level underwater mine had exploded, aiming to lure out the exotic beasts, while Jiang Guohua could prepare the city's defenses for battle. Sure enough, the exotic beasts are all concentrated in the water. Do they want to break through from the water? Sea-level underwater. Mines can't harm them. These exotic beasts in the water generally have strong defenses. Just as Long Chen thought this, a massive three-colored scaled python beast's head emerged from the water, rising several dozen meters. Its tail, measuring dozens of meters long, floated up. It turned out that Long Chen's sword chi had just severed its lower half. In pain, it could not help but burst out of the water and howl. A rare three-colored scaled python, Beast King level 8. Long Chen thought to himself, there really are exotic beasts lurking here. A large amount of blood and the appearance of the three-colored scaled python. This is a Beast King level exotic beast. Jiang Guohua stood at the top of the city wall, shocked as he observed everything through binoculars. The soldiers on the city wall also heard the cries and looked over. However, due to the weather, they could only see clearly through binoculars from several kilometers away. Suddenly, at that moment, the three-colored scaled python's body plunged down, and then it sank into the water. In that instant, its eyes were filled with terror. The waves swept outward, and the river returned to calm. There are even more powerful exotic beasts underwater. Could it be that they didn't want the three-colored scaled python to affect the ambush plan, so they consumed it? The intelligence of these exotic beasts is quite high, Long Chen thought, and then unleashed another sword chi. This sword spanned 1,500 meters. Roar! The giant exotic beast that had just swallowed the three-colored scaled python, with only its head not fully consumed, roared as it shot out of the water, head raised to the sky. With the three-colored scaled python in its mouth, it looked somewhat gruesome. The sound it emitted was somewhat muffled, yet deep, and seemed to be in great pain. A mutated horned giant armored crocodile. No, it's a double-horned giant armored crocodile, a completely new mutated species I've never seen before. Its realm has reached Beast Emperor level 7. This is the strongest exotic beast I've encountered since returning to Origin Star. Long Chen thought. He saw that his previous sword had left a deep wound on the indestructible armor of the double-horned giant armored crocodile's back. It had cut diagonally through its back armor, almost revealing the bright red flesh beneath. If it weren't for the thick armor it evolved, it would have already been split in two and its insides would have spilled out. The double-horned giant armored crocodile almost completely emerged from the water. Its body had a black texture resembling alloy. The armor on its back averaged 3 meters thick, with the thickest parts reaching 5 to 6 meters. At nearly 180 meters in length, it was incredibly massive, like a small mountain. To put it in perspective, a typical residential building has a floor height of 3 meters. The double-horned giant armored crocodile, at 180 meters, was equivalent to a 60-story building. Boom! The double-horned giant armored crocodile crashed into the water, creating huge waves that surged toward the shore. Using the force of its impact, it vented its pain by biting down on the triangular-scaled armored python's head, crushing it, and swallowing it whole. Beast Emperor level 7 mutated double-horned giant armored crocodile. Oh my god! Ordinary weapons can't harm a beast of this level. First it was the Beast King, now the Beast Emperor. There must be other exotic beasts in the water. Jiang Guohua exclaimed in shock. That's right, immediately enter combat readiness. Hurry! Long Chen commanded. I understand, my lord. With the appearance of a Beast Emperor level 7 double-horned giant armored crocodile, there may be other powerful exotic beasts accompanying it. All soldiers on the Eastern Front, immediately enter A-level combat readiness status. Immediately enter A-level combat readiness status. Also, notify the other 3 defensive lines to enter alert status. Jiang Guohua said into the walkie-talkie. Yes, Brigade Commander. Almost simultaneously. Beep beep beep. The A-level combat readiness alert echoed throughout the eastern defensive city walls. Soldiers who were on break, training, or even at home with their families all rushed back to the walls fully armed as quickly as possible. Fighter jets and drones took off. Laser cannons, howitzers, and 150mm double-barreled anti-aircraft guns, among others, rose from within the walls. Radar detection power was set to maximum. At the same time, soldiers donned simple battle armor, wielding heavy machine guns and heavy anti-tank sniper rifles. They were armed to the teeth, resembling a forest of steel weapons. The impregnable Maginot Line. However, only the Eastern Defensive Line entered A-level combat readiness. The other 3 defensive lines merely entered alert status. Watching the weapons on the walls being loaded and the aircraft taking off, Long Chen felt a bit more at ease about the Eastern Front. After all, the entire city couldn't rely solely on him. These soldiers needed to contribute as well. They had to keep the exotic beasts outside the walls as much as possible. Once the exotic beasts broke through the defenses and entered the city, it would be like a dam bursting. The entire city would be beyond saving. Commander. Jiang Guohua connected the communication. It was his direct superior, 1-star General Fan Wuxin. Jiang Guohua could indeed command the Eastern Defensive Line, but in reality, he was the deputy commander. The true overall commander of the Eastern Defensive Line was 1-star General Fan Wuxin. What's going on? Why have we directly entered A-level combat readiness? If it were just one Beast Emperor, there would be no need for such a big fuss. Once A-level combat readiness is initiated, it will have a significant impact on the financial stock market of Donlin City, Fan Wuxin said. Seriously, it's not just the Beast Emperor, there are other exotic beasts in the water, all gathered together. This will be a disaster. We must enter A-level combat readiness, Jiang Guohuo said gravely. Alright, it's best if it's as serious as you say, otherwise, you can wait to explain to the higher-ups, Fan Wuxin said before hanging up. He was also on his way to the city walls. He had originally planned to attend a banquet, but now he had to cancel it at the last minute. Lord Long, I have ordered the A-level combat readiness. You seem to know the situation on site very well. May I ask where you are now? Zhang Guohua asked in confusion. He had felt that Long Chen was fully aware of everything happening on site, as if he were personally there. Just now, the double-horned giant armored crocodile had burst out of the water with its belly facing the city walls. Zhang Guohua hadn't seen the wounds on its back. Otherwise, he would definitely suspect it was done by Long Chen. Immediately launch a concentrated attack with water mines. Long Chen did not respond but said, understood. Immediately throw B-class water mines towards the direction of the double-horned giant armored crocodile. Zhang Guohua did not dare to delay and immediately replied, yes, Brigade Commander. Bang bang bang. Dozens of B-class water mines arced through the air and landed in the bloodied water. Boom. They detonated simultaneously. A water column hundreds of meters high shot up into the sky. Roar. The double-horned giant armored crocodile was blasted out by the massive shockwave. Not just the double-horned giant armored crocodile, but various other exotic beasts as well. Two-headed golden armored turtles, giant rock pythons, three-legged silver armored toads, and so on. All were beast kings and beast emperors. In the wide river several kilometers away, a giant figure poked its head out. Roar! A loud, piercing roar spread out. It hit like a shockwave from a bomb, visibly impacting the surroundings. This sound exceeded the speed of sound. It's not that the speed of sound is the only thing that matters. At least for special exotic beasts, it's not the case. Their sound transmission speed can far exceed the speed of sound. This is how they can quickly command the army of exotic beasts. Otherwise, if it were at the speed of sound, it would take half a minute for his roar to be heard. In that case, let alone commanding, by the time the sound reached them, the flowers would have wilted. Roar! A massive number of exotic beasts suddenly surged out of the river on the eastern defense line, densely packed. Every river and tributary was filled with them. They charged towards the city walls. The entire ground trembled. Since the nearest river was only 5 kilometers away, the soldiers on the city walls had very little reaction time. What a sharp penetrating sound. This exotic beast's strength has far surpassed that of a beast emperor. Long Chen thought to himself, and just as he turned around, that exotic beast had already submerged into the water, quite cunningly. Long Chen did not see what kind of exotic beast it was. The visibility was only about 5 or 6 kilometers. Moreover, after that exotic beast roared, it directly dove back into the water, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It would be quite difficult to find it. My God, so many exotic beasts. Beast spirits, beast generals, beast kings, and even beast emperors. The worst are beast spirits, and I've already seen nearly 10 beast emperors. This is a disaster, a real disaster. It shouldn't be A-class combat readiness, it should be special combat readiness. What on earth is going on? So many exotic beasts lurking. Why didn't the underwater monitors detect them in advance? Heaven, if this is a dream, please let me wake up. Everyone, prepare for battle, load your weapons, and the logistics department must be fully prepared. Behind us are thousands of homes. Even if we die today, we cannot let them cross over. The soldiers on the city walls were terrified at this scene. All weapons were loaded, waiting for the commander's order. How can there be so many? Zhang Guohuo was also stunned at this sight. The exotic beasts themselves were large, and there were so many that it was impossible to count how many there were. Moreover, even more were emerging from the water. Immediately enter special combat readiness. Everyone, coordinate in groups to strike the exotic beasts. At the same time, request the assistance of all ability users in the city. Request the strong from the Donglin City Council to come for support immediately. Zhang Guohua ordered. Yes, Brigade Commander. Everyone did not dare to delay. In such a crisis, there was no need to consult higher-ups. Special combat readiness could be activated directly. A huge voice echoed throughout the streets and alleys of Donglin City. All the command personnel in the command rooms were fully engaged. The command room served as the central dispatch center, directing the operation from a macro perspective. Meanwhile, groups were designated for targeted strikes and clearing, along with rear fire support, with fighter jets covering bombers for carpet bombing. This was destined to be an extremely brutal battle. No one knew how many would die as a result. At 7:50, this life has advanced by about 10 minutes under my influence. So many exotic beasts, no wonder Donglin City fell in just half a day in my previous life. If we hadn't prepared a few minutes in advance, it wouldn't take long for them to close the distance. By the time we react, it will be too late. The city walls will definitely be breached. Once the city walls are breached, no matter how strong the weapons are, they won't stop the army of exotic beasts from charging in. Long Chen thought. At the same time, special combat readiness alerts sounded simultaneously on the northern, southern, and western city walls. Originally, only the eastern city wall had triggered a special combat readiness that mobilized the entire city's response. This meant that logistical resources would need to be heavily supported to the eastern front. But now it was different. Special combat readiness had appeared on all fronts. This meant that almost simultaneously, all exotic beasts had surged out from the river channels to launch an attack on the entire city. Not only that, but a large number of exotic beasts were also galloping in from the distant forests and wilderness. Long Chen felt the vibrations from afar and turned to look. No wonder the clues about the exotic beasts appearing from the water in my previous life were all destroyed. It turns out they were completely erased by the exotic beasts on land. With so many exotic beasts charging in, any traces would have to be destroyed. Long Chen thought. Beep beep beep. The alarm for special combat readiness rang out in every street and alley of Donglin City. Everyone in the city panicked. Everyone knew what special combat readiness meant. This is special combat readiness for the entire city. Donglin City hasn't seen special combat readiness in many years. Once it appears, it means the city is at risk of being breached. Under special combat readiness, aside from ordinary people, all ability users and soldiers, whether they have retreated or not, must all join in. Wife, quickly take our daughter to the underground shelter. Although I've already withdrawn from the soldier ranks, I need to join the fight now. No. What will happen to me and our daughter if you die? The rise and fall of the city is everyone's responsibility. We have no way to retreat. Xiao, find a good man to marry and forget about me. No. Donglin City has our relatives, friends, and loved ones. Damn it, let's fight the exotic beasts. At this moment, ordinary people quickly entered the underground shelter. Because they often conducted drills for this, their speed was quite fast. Meanwhile, those who had retired from the military, as well as young and strong men, female ability users, and male ability users, all rushed to various fronts in Donglin City to provide support. Advanced weapon manufacturing plants were accelerating the production of ammunition and weapons in preparation for emergencies. Yenner, Longjin and Lin Yuyan listened to the alarm for special combat readiness, watching luxury cars drive to the underground shelter. The two felt heavy-hearted. A mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. They understood very well what special combat readiness meant. Long Chen would face a massive number of exotic beasts. Even though they had confidence in Long Chen, they couldn't help but worry. The height of Donglin City's walls exceeded 1,000 meters. But those seemingly high walls didn't seem so tall in front of the gigantic exotic beasts. Just as the exotic beasts approached and the laser weapons on the city walls were about to launch an attack, whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of blue energy balls shot in from different places over 10 kilometers away. Buzz. The air defense alarm sounded. Various short-range air defense missiles were launched to intercept, but before they could get close, they lost power and fell. This is an electromagnetic pulse, Long Chen said. Although this thing was fast, he immediately reacted. Suppress with Qi. Long Chen instinctively raised his hands to control the dozens of electromagnetic pulse bombs on both sides, restricting and crushing them until they disintegrated and disappeared. The others, having spread out too far, were already too late. Boom boom boom. All the attacks hit various parts of the city walls. The blue shockwave, mixed with subtle currents, spread as an electromagnetic pulse. All electronic devices in its path were rendered inoperative. The laser weapons that were charging were extinguished immediately. All electronic devices on this stretch of city wall, extending for dozens of kilometers, were paralyzed. However, the aircraft in the sky were largely unaffected. As long as they did not descend below 4,000 meters, they would not be impacted by the electromagnetic pulse. Bang! Damn it, it's an electromagnetic pulse bomb. How could the beasts evolve such a capability? Zhang Guohua slammed the table. He did not dare to delay and picked up an old-fashioned wired loudspeaker. All soldiers, attack with any available weapons. Zhang Guohua commanded. Yes, everyone responded. Sea mines, rocket launchers, howitzers, anti-aircraft guns, machine guns, and so on. These did not require electronic control. The 36-tube 50mm close-range defense system could not rotate on its own, but it could still be manually turned to shoot normally. It was just that the laser weapons were unusable. Of course, the large radar on the city wall was still operational. Currently, the radar had reached a level where it was unaffected by the electromagnetic pulse. However, with all electronic devices down, the radar could rotate and scan, but the screen was black and radar information could not be displayed. It could only automatically report coordinates through voice announcements. The manually operated large-caliber anti-aircraft guns would intercept based on the announced coordinates. This method was certainly inefficient, but it was the only option available. It's the giant-toothed snail that has evolved to emit high-energy electromagnetic pulses. This beast has a massive shell on its back that stores energy, and once opened, it will fire an electromagnetic pulse bomb, paralyzing electronic devices. However, after each launch, it must wait several hours before it can fire again. The power of the electromagnetic pulse can completely burn out and paralyze ordinary devices. Military equipment is only affected for half a day, but half a day is still a long time. I encountered this kind of beast in my past life, but I didn't expect to see dozens of them appear on the eastern front line. Could there be more in other areas? Or are they concentrating their forces to break through the eastern defense line? Is that why all the high-end combat power and giant-toothed snails are stationed here? Thinking of this, Long Chen hurried to the command tower on the city wall. Zhang Guowa asked the other 3 defensive lines if they have any beasts that can emit electromagnetic pulses. Long Chen said, just a few kilometers away. He could transmit his voice directly into Zhang Guowa's ear. Lord Long, where are you? Zhang Guowa was startled by the sudden voice. It was known that all smartphones had already been rendered useless. Where did this voice come from? Answer me, Long Chen said. Okay, Lord Long. I contacted them through a landline. The other 3 defensive lines also have some, but there are only a dozen on each side. Although there aren't as many as here, many devices have also been paralyzed. The pressure from the beasts they are facing is immense, and over time, they may not be able to hold on. Especially since Wei Jianga is the deputy commander defending the western line. At least the eastern line has a mountain range to block the large-scale gathering of beasts. But the western line is a vast plain with many rivers outside the city. The beasts could very likely break through the western line quickly. This is also why a heavy Air Force brigade was arranged close to the western line. However, the Dongshuanmen airport has already been hit by an electromagnetic pulse bomb. All aircraft can no longer take off. The western line is in urgent danger, Zhang Guowa said gravely. Although Zhang Guowa was shocked at how Long Chen had contacted him, he could not see where Long Chen was. But this voice appeared in his ear, no, in his mind. However, he had no time to think too much. Understood. Long Chen frowned. All 4 fronts are under attack. The western line is in urgent danger, and the eastern line is under immense pressure. We can only quickly resolve the battle on the eastern front and support the western front. Otherwise, even if I can kill all the beasts here, once the western front is breached, the beasts will charge in, and by then, even if we kill them all, we won't be able to save the countless lives lost. Long Chen thought. He looked at the 2 sides already engaged in battle. Aircraft bombed from the sky. Rocket artillery, anti-aircraft guns, and torpedoes unleashed a frenzied barrage. Even torpedoes used by submarines were launched from the launch tubes on the city walls. It was similar to the way rockets were fired. The power was immense. It should be noted that before the beast outbreak, a heavy torpedo could incapacitate a 10,000-ton warship. A single hit to the soul. Moreover, now the gunpowder composition was different, and the power had increased several times. After a round of bombardment, they managed to hold off the charging beasts for a few seconds. But it was only a brief stalemate. The fire coverage after the electronic devices were paralyzed had gaps. Without laser weapons and missile strikes to fend off the powerful beasts, it was impossible to repel them from the front at close range. It was only a few kilometers, and the reaction time was too short. Soon, the beasts adjusted and charged to attack the city walls. Bang bang bang. The entire city wall shook. Once the beasts reached the base of the wall, they dared not attack recklessly, because high-powered weapons could damage the wall. Instead, it would help the beasts breach the city faster. This situation could only be dealt with by the ability users. However, there were no ability users present capable of handling so many beast kings and beast emperors. At this rate, the city wall would likely be breached in less than a minute. Disaster. This is a true disaster, far beyond any previous one. Donglin City is unlikely to hold. Even if we really can't hold on in the end, I will share life and death with the 40 million people of Donglin City. Zhang Guowa stood on the platform, looking at the massive beasts outside the city. His mood was extremely heavy, but his gaze was very firm. He was not afraid of death, only afraid of dying without value. Even if he died, he had to take down some beasts with him, and saying it was slow was faster than doing it. First, eliminate all beast kings and above on the eastern front, then immediately support the western front. Long Chen raised his hand and waved, flames igniting on his body. Starting from his feet, a form-fitting silver battle armor gradually covered him entirely. This was the flame armor. The armor was constructed from formations, extremely flashy and imposing. Standing on the sword, it had both a modern mech style and the momentum to cut through everything. He removed the invisibility formation. Long Chen's figure gradually appeared. Die! Boom! Long Chen unleashed a strong sonic boom. The shockwave swept through, attracting the attention of several beasts below. Long Chen's fingers directed the sword energy skyward, the 2,000-meter sword energy sharp to the extreme. With a swing of his arm, buzz, several beast kings were directly cleaved in half. Who is that? Such powerful strength, easily killing beast kings. Could it be a strong figure from the Donglin City Council? Jiang Guowo was shocked at this scene. Quick, look who that is. What a terrifying sword. What level of ability user could this be? Wearing silver armor, standing on what seems to be a sword. Anyway, it should be. The speed is too fast to see clearly. Ha, it must be a peak powerhouse from Donglin City making a move. Don't celebrate too early. There are too many beasts. We can't kill them all. Attack, quick, attack. Countless soldiers and ability users on the city wall were also shocked. What did it mean for Long Chen to easily kill several beast kings with a single move? It should be noted that even with the recent massive firepower bombardment, it only caused the death of a small number of weak beasts. Beast kings and beast emperors had tough hides and were not so easily killed. Die, all of you. Long Chen's speed exploded in an instant. He flew close to the ground. With both hands releasing sword energy, he swept through a large area of beasts, neatly cutting them apart. The beast kings and low-level beast emperors could not withstand him at all. The surrounding beasts were all intimidated by his aura. Roar! The two-horned giant armored crocodile, injured by Long Chen, roared. The beasts on both sides quickly made way. At that moment, several thousand-pound aerial bombs fell from the sky, bombarding the head of the two-horned giant armored crocodile. It was as if it was just a tickle, merely causing it to blink. The two-horned giant armored crocodile fixed its gaze on Long Chen. From Long Chen's earlier performance, it knew that he had definitely heard it. How could it tolerate such a sneak attack? Buzz, buzz, buzz. It opened its massive mouth, gathering blue high-temperature energy. Buzz. A beam of blue high-temperature energy was spat out towards Long Chen. You think you can play with energy? You're not worthy. Long Chen swung his arm diagonally. Buzz. A sword directly cleaved through the blue high-temperature beam, simultaneously splitting the two-horned giant armored crocodile in half. Another wave of sword energy split into countless strands, landing on the crocodile's head. Long Chen drew in a rare golden bead made of special material into his spatial ring. Meanwhile, his actions of killing the beasts did not slow down at all. The Beast King was merely a side kill. The main targets were all beast emperors. At the level of beast emperors, their intelligence was already quite high. Upon seeing the two-horned giant armored crocodile easily slain by Long Chen, the surrounding beast emperors were filled with fear. Cold-blooded as they were, it didn't mean they wouldn't feel fear. The higher the intelligence, the less they wanted to die for no reason. Roar! It howled to the sky, seemingly seeking support. Useless barking. Long Chen paid no attention to this. He continued to slay all the beast kings and beast emperors attacking the city wall. Wherever the sword energy passed, it would not harm the wall. Beasts with good luck might even be left with intact corpses. Those with bad luck would be shattered. Such a powerful slaughter of beasts left the soldiers and ability users on the city wall dumbfounded. Long Chen was single-handedly wreaking havoc in front of the 10-kilometer city wall defense where the beasts were most concentrated. My god, this is too strong. Can someone tell me who this senior is? Such a powerful ability user can't possibly be nameless, right? Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. One person can be this strong. Killing beast emperors is easier than me killing chickens, and beast kings die just by touching him. This is too invincible. Does our Donglin City really have such a powerful ability user? Wait, why can't I feel any fluctuations of ability? What level of ability does this senior have? What realm? If that's not a rocket launcher, then a flying strong person. It's terrifying to think about. You all can imagine for yourselves. Could it be that a strong person from the Elder Hall of the Lin Dynasty just happened to be in Donglin City and acted directly? No way, the elders aren't that strong, right? Ha, our Donglin City is saved. The ability users watching this scene were the most excited. As ability users themselves, they understood what this level of power meant. They couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. With morale high, weaker ability users picked up heavy firepower to attack. With the strength of ability users, they could easily control it. Stronger ones, like battlefield-level ability users, stepped on rocket launchers and joined the battle outside the city. However, they could only deal with some beast spirits and beast generals at the foot of the city wall. The more capable ones could barely handle the beast kings. The true strong ones of Donglin City had not yet arrived. After all, this beast tide had occurred too suddenly. It would take some time for them to arrive. If it weren't for Long Chen taking action to prepare the special level combat readiness a bit earlier, by the time those powerful ability users arrived, the eastern city wall would have likely been destroyed, turning the entire city into a hell on earth. Even if they did arrive, their impact would be minimal. Unless a strong person above the Battle King level came, otherwise, just the dozens of beast emperors that Long Chen had just killed. At least dozens of Battle Kings would barely be able to fight back. Not to mention the vast number of beast kings. Without Long Chen, Donglin City would be destroyed just like in the last life. There are no exceptions. Who exactly is this senior? It can't possibly be Elder Wang. Elder Wang hasn't returned since he left last time. Zhang Guohua thought. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the ground in the distance began to tremble. The sound was so loud that it weighed heavily on the heart. It was as if a gigantic creature was stomping towards them, shaking the earth with its terrifying weight, bringing an immense sense of oppression. A dark shadow appeared at the edge of the mist, the vaguely revealed massive figure sending chills down the spine. The pressure from the giant was overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the giant figure began to move faster and faster, until it appeared within a visible range of 5 kilometers. It was a gigantic humanoid beast, its bright golden fur, each strand, as indestructible as a metal rod. Its muscles bulged exaggeratedly, with 8-pack abs and biceps as robust as a professional bodybuilder. The exposed chest and abs were covered with a thick layer of fine hexagonal yellow armor plates. All vulnerable spots on its body were covered with armor plates. Even its eyes had a thick transparent protective layer. The evolution was nearly perfect, with defenses armed to the teeth. Its height exceeded 160 meters. What does that mean? To put it in perspective, a skin-tight warrior like the Ultraman is only about 40 to 50 meters tall. This beast was 3 times the height of Ultraman, about the height of a 53-story apartment building. The previous 2-horned giant armored crocodile was just long, not particularly tall, only over 30 meters. In front of this giant beast, it seemed a bit small. Its running speed surpassed the speed of sound. Even with rivers in the way, it could leap over them in a single bound. The sense of oppression was overwhelming, as if a mountain was charging forward. The Titan Diamond Beast's gaze was fixed firmly on Long Chen. It seemed intent on seeing through him. The target was clear: to kill Long Chen, to prevent him from causing greater harm to their side. Titan Diamond Beast. And it's a very rare golden-furred Titan Diamond Beast. It has tried to conceal its aura as much as possible. Quite cunning, hiding its true aura until the last moment. Long Chen slaughtered the surrounding beasts, waiting for its arrival. Not good. It's a powerful Titan Diamond Beast with exaggerated strength, speed, and defense. Senior is in danger. Aim, quickly attack its head. Understood. Many people operated rocket launchers and multi-barreled anti-tank artillery, all aiming at the Titan Diamond Beast's head to fire. Boom, boom, boom. Striking its face, the Titan Diamond Beast didn't even blink. It jumped over 1,000 meters in a single bound, dodging all attacks. At the same time, its massive fist smashed towards Long Chen. Long Chen was busy slaughtering the surrounding beasts, and in the Titan Diamond Beast's eyes, Long Chen's attention was distracted. This was the best time to strike. Just as its fist was about to fall. Let me see just how strong you are, Titan Diamond Beast. Long Chen turned and threw a punch in response. Boom! The two fists collided, and the Titan Diamond Beast felt a tremendous force coming from Long Chen's punch. Its expression changed instantly. It involuntarily rolled back, flying out. It landed steadily 1,000 meters away, crushing a beast general beneath its feet. If it retreated any further, it would stumble and fall into the water. The Titan Diamond Beast was shocked, its expression very human-like. However, the killing intent in its eyes did not diminish, it was just more cautious. Above Beast Emperor, Beast Sect Level 3. You are too weak. Long Chen's voice boomed, making it impossible to discern his exact age. He had completely gained the upper hand in strength. It should be noted that the Titan Diamond Beast was the one jumping to attack. Power, speed, explosive force, and gravity pressed down. That power was absolutely terrifying. Opponents of the same level were no match for it. After all, size is also a part of strength. The larger the body of a beast, the stronger it is compared to others of the same level. This is a well-accepted fact. Unless the ability level of the ability user is exceptionally high, they can only minimize the gap between sizes to a certain extent. So strong, the Titan Diamond Beast, surpassing the Beast King, was actually sent flying with a single punch. What terrifying power is this? My goodness, it seems impossible for any top-tier ability that doesn't primarily enhance the body to compete physically with the Titan Diamond Beast, right? It's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. Either the realm is far superior, or it's the same realm but with top-tier physical enhancement abilities. Otherwise, how could anyone possibly compete physically with the Titan Diamond Beast? This senior's strength is even greater than we imagined. With this senior around, our Eastern Front defense has hope. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. The Titan Diamond Beast pounded its chest with its fists. It seemed to be showcasing its strength, yet it did not continue to attack. Instead, it walked back and forth, observing Long Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Long Chen ignored it, continuing to slaughter the Beast Emperor while taking the life of the Beast King. The Titan Diamond Beast saw another opportunity and was about to leap up to attack again. Buzz. Long Chen's sword energy rampaged, blood and flesh flying everywhere, and a casual glance from him made the Titan Diamond Beast suddenly retreat a few steps. There was an unprecedented fear in its eyes. It felt as if it would surely die if it had attacked just now. Roar! The Titan Diamond Beast roared, seemingly trying to bolster its courage. It pulled out a sharp bone spike sword from its back. Originally soft, it became extremely hard with a flick. The bone spike was over 100 meters long. Gripping it in its hand, it charged towards Long Chen. Annihilate. Long Chen's finger unleashed sword energy over 1,000 meters long. Before it could leap, its head was already severed. The head rolled on the ground a few times, looking at the bone spike, sword in its hand, feeling somewhat unwilling. Who would have thought Long Chen had a sword over a kilometer long? Who could withstand that? Taking advantage of the bombing, with dust rising, Long Chen swiftly flew to the riverbank, storing the bone spike sword in his spatial ring. At the same time, he emptied out some useless items from the spatial ring to make more room. Countless sword energies shattered the Titan Diamond Beast's body. There was nothing of value. That bone spike sword was the best material on it. Long Chen continued his slaughter. Roar, roar, roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sword energy crisscrossed. A massive number of beasts could only scream in despair before being cut down. Wherever he passed, it was as if entering a realm devoid of matter. At least for the next 6 hours, the giant tooth snail won't be able to launch a second electromagnetic pulse. Let's not worry about them for now. Kill as many surrounding beasts as possible. Make them too afraid to attack. Long Chen flew into the air 5,500 meters high. He charged his sword energy and struck out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The beasts outside the city walls for over 10 kilometers were nearly wiped out. Only a dozen or so beast kings and beast emperors remained. Long Chen deliberately severed their limbs without killing them to intimidate the beasts that still wanted to attack. The beast emperors are basically all killed, and there aren't many beast kings left. As for the other areas on the eastern front, the beasts are relatively scattered and can't attack for now. That beast that commanded all the others to attack was very strong. However, it has already submerged in the water and is nowhere to be found. It will definitely reappear to command a second attack, Long Chen thought. Jiang Guohua, organize all soldiers to attack all the waterways. Force them to not dare approach, and try to buy time. How are the other fronts doing? Long Chen asked. Directly. His voice was thunderous, with a magnetic quality, making it hard to tell who it was. Don't worry, senior, I understand your meaning. As for the other fronts, both the north and south lines can still hold, but we've lost contact on the west line. I haven't been able to reach them for 30 seconds. Jiang Guohua said loudly. More than half of the strong from the eastern Lin City Council have already rushed over to the west line. However, given the situation, even if there are strong ones, they probably won't be able to hold on much longer. Jiang Guohua added. Have we even lost wired communication? It seems the situation on the west line is quite severe, Long Chen thought. It's important to know that wired phones are the oldest form of communication. Currently, only the military in eastern Lin City uses them. They are connected by telephone lines laid underground. This way, they won't be affected by electromagnetic pulses. They can still keep track of how the battle is developing. However, when wired communication is needed, it already proves that all normal wireless communications have been cut off. They can only use emergency backup wired communications. And if even wired communication is down, one can imagine how intense the battle is. Boom! Long Chen instantly generated a sonic boom, as fast as a bullet, landing above a river several kilometers away. We must immediately support the west line. As for the eastern battlefield, we can only let them buy time as much as possible. But before leaving, we need to deter the beasts. Long Chen looked at the land beasts on the other side of the river several kilometers ahead. There were many of them, all staying in front of the river that spanned 500 to 2,000 meters wide, seemingly waiting for a charge order. Long Chen's fingertip sword energy became even more piercing. The sword energy crisscrossed, cutting through everything. The sharp cold light was chilling. The tens of thousands of soldiers and ability users on the city wall who could see all this were filled with admiration and awe. At the same time, they were very curious about what Long Chen was going to do next. What is Senior doing? Jiang Guohua asked, puzzled, holding a telescope. Long Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. At the same time, he swung his arm. Buzz! The visible white sword energy carried the sound of dawn as it flew away. The sword energy was astonishing, spanning 10 miles. Boom! This sword fell into the wide river, stirring up a 1,000-meter-high splash. The sound was as loud as thunder. Long Chen's sword was more about the shockwave. Yet even so, the splash still mixed with a massive amount of blood. Roar! Countless beasts in the river were either killed or maimed, howling in pain. Everyone witnessing this scene was dumbfounded. Long Chen's sword had dispersed the mist in the air. Everyone on the city wall could see the 1,000-meter waves created by this astonishing sword strike. They were all stunned, amazed by the spectacle. And it wasn't over. Before they could even express their astonishment, Long Chen swung his arm for another sword. Strike! Buzz! This sword made a very small sound, but it was exceptionally sharp, and its speed was more than doubled. It directly cut through the still falling 1,000-meter waves, landing on the row of land beasts at the shore that were already terrified and panicking. Thud! One sword strike extended 5,000 meters, and dozens of beasts didn't have time to dodge before being sliced in half. The massive, neatly split gap looked shocking. Long Chen then followed up with a downward sword strike. Buzz! Thud! It perfectly intersected with the previous sword strike, cutting through the 1,500-meter wide river at the waist. Oh! This sword also killed dozens of beasts. Some were still alive but screamed in agony. Among them were not a few beast generals, beast kings, and even beast emperors. As the splash finally settled, everyone could see the complete scene. The cut river had formed two spectacular waterfalls flowing towards the gap in the middle. My heavens, what a powerful sword! It must be several kilometers away, yet it still has such destructive power. This senior's strength is truly terrifying. Unmatched and invincible. I've never seen such a powerful ability user. Please, stop calling him an ability user. A single sword can span thousands of meters, a single sword can sever mountains and rivers. You call this a mere ability? I didn't even feel any ability fluctuations. If it's not an ability, then what is it? This must at least be a top-tier S-class ability user. When did our Donglin city get such a fierce person? I really want to see what this senior looks like. With this senior around, we have nothing to fear. The beasts won't dare to take another step forward. Senior, you are magnificent. Cheers erupted on the city wall. Countless people were swept up in the excitement, their emotions running high. A single sword spanning thousands of meters, a single sword, severing mountains and rivers. This kind of powerful strength. Who exactly is this senior? Jiang Guowo murmured, equally excited and fervent, his eyes shining with golden light. What man hasn't fantasized about wielding a sword to conquer the world since childhood, slashing through the heavens with a blade? Even finding a long, beautiful piece of wood as a child could keep one entertained for a day, showing off to the wildflowers by the roadside. The scene that Long Chen displayed naturally inspired immense respect and longing. With these three swords, Long Chen greatly intimidated the land and the beasts in the river. Even the beasts in the sky dared not cross this river as a boundary. Who dares to cross this line? I will kill every last one of you. Long Chen's voice boomed like thunder. The airwaves rolled away. His overwhelming might shook the earth, like the shockwave of a massive bomb sweeping in all directions. Many beasts were frightened and took a few steps back. Fear was evident in their eyes. The Beast King was no exception. Completely intimidated by Long Chen's immense strength and aura, Long Chen coldly glanced at them. Boom! It landed above the city wall. Wow! Cheers erupted from the top of the wall, wildly waving at him. The excitement was beyond words. The Western Front is in urgent need. Even if the beasts launch another attack, you must hold on until I return. With me here, Donglin City will not fall. Your families will never die. Long Chen's voice thundered, transmitting his extraordinary might for dozens of kilometers. Senior, go with peace of mind. The warriors on the Western Front need you more. Even if it costs us our lives today, we will never let them cross here. My 876th Brigade has no cowards. If the beasts want to pass, they must step over our corpses. Senior, go ahead. We will guard this place. That's right, we will not take a single step back. Tens of thousands of warriors shouted. They were completely driven to the peak of morale by Long Chen's presence. Their spirit soared, fearless of death. Only the belief in protecting the city, guarding their families, and safeguarding countless homes burned in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Long Chen nodded. Boom! Long Chen created a sonic boom and shot away at high speed. A visible shockwave rippled behind him, incredibly shocking. Everyone cheered as they watched him leave. Senior, the Western Front relies on you. Jiang Guowo murmured as he watched Long Chen depart. Just those few swords earlier, why do I feel they resemble Lord Long a bit? Could it be that the senior is the mysterious powerhouse behind Lord Long? The mysterious person who caused the complete destruction of the Balan primitive forest? Jiang Guowo thought. Let's not think about that for now. There are still many things waiting for me to do. Commander Fan Wuxin, where on earth have you gone? Why haven't you shown up yet? Jiang Guowo thought of his superior, who still had not appeared. Logically, the city center is relatively close to anywhere. It would take at most 20 minutes by helicopter. However, he didn't have time to think too much. In any case, he couldn't get in touch, so he could only command on his own for now. Jiang Guowo immediately dispatched personnel to transport ammunition and establish defensive lines. At the same time, he increased manpower in areas where defenses were weak and arranged the regions that the ability users were responsible for. Everything had to be organized properly, otherwise, it would lead to major problems. The workload was considerable and required a lot of mental effort. As for his direct superior, the one-star General Fan Wuxin, due to the sudden incident coupled with the electromagnetic pulse affecting almost all normal communications in the city and burning out a large number of electronic components, communication was currently chaotic everywhere. The helicopter he was on had a black screen interface and was flickering. It lost control and crashed into the lake. His fate was unknown and he was unreachable. Therefore, as the deputy commander of the Eastern Front, Jiang Guowo had to take on the heavy responsibility of full command. The pressure was immense. It was important to note that there were nearly 900,000 troops in Donglin City. Currently, the 200,000 troops on the Eastern Front were all under his full command. The workload was unimaginable. No one could guarantee when the next wave of beast attacks would occur. As long as they did not cross the river that Long Chen had cut open, Jiang Guowo would not easily order an attack on the beasts on the shore. he would only attack the beasts within a 10-kilometer range of the river. The eastern and western fronts faced each other directly, with only a little over 180 kilometers in between. Long Chen flew directly across the city. He watched as many people in the city gradually hid in underground shelters. However, there were still quite a few people waiting outside to enter the shelters. There were many underground shelters in Donglan City, but with a population of 40 million, and with less than 20 minutes since the disaster began, it would take a considerable amount of time for everyone to hide in the basements. Quick, look at that. Is it a missile? What incredible speed. Aren't all the electronic components affected? How can that missile still fly? No, that's a person. I saw it, that's a person. How can a person move at such speed? He's right, that's a person. I have binoculars and I can see clearly that it is indeed a person. Could it be one of the top experts from our Donglan City Council? Ah, so cool. Kill those damned beasts. Countless ordinary people in the city cheered. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. Long Chen, still dozens of kilometers away from the western city wall, could already hear the distant sounds of cannon fire and the roars of the beasts. The sounds rose and fell. The battle was exceptionally fierce. However, the visibility in this weather was too low. Anything beyond 5 kilometers was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Moreover, the fog grew thicker as one moved toward the western front, with visibility gradually decreasing to 4 kilometers. At this moment, the western city wall was exceptionally brutal. Some flying beasts had already reached the wall and were fighting against human ability users. Outside the wall, a pile of beasts had accumulated to a height of a kilometer. Beasts kept charging forward. Soldiers operated cannons, rockets, and other heavy firepower, coordinating with ability users to prevent the beasts from breaking through. There were more than 30 battle spirits and 8 battle kings. Among them was a voluptuous battle spirit whom Long Chen would recognize at a glance, the third elder of Lingyan Pavilion, Zhou. At this moment, she wielded a 4-foot green sword, her strength reaching the 9th level of battle spirit, killing many low-level battle kings and beast generals. However, as time passed, she gradually felt overwhelmed. Boom! She was hit on the back by a fireball from a flying beast and fell to the edge of the city wall. Zhou nearly fell off the 1,000-meter wall. She didn't have a rocket flying device. Falling from this height would either mean death or severe injury. Teacher, are you okay? Jiang Buhui, who was frantically firing a heavy cannon, shouted anxiously. He approached while shooting, supporting Zhou with one hand. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Those damned beasts have actually evolved electromagnetic pulses. Our laser weapons are completely useless, and conventional weapons don't deal fatal damage, Zhou said angrily, struggling to stand with her sword propped against the ground. Can't we use nuclear weapons? Blow them all up? Jiang Buhui exclaimed in frustration. No, the power of nuclear weapons isn't as strong as you think. Unless it explodes right in their faces, the ultra-high temperature would annihilate the beasts. Otherwise, it's about the same as a super-heavy aerial bomb. Moreover, radiation will make the beasts stronger, even evolving them into something with even greater abilities. They would love for us to use nuclear weapons. And if it's a hydrogen bomb, the effect is the same. Once we use such weapons, they seem to be able to absorb the elements within, only giving rise to even stronger abilities. Even if we can destroy some, it will lead to even greater troubles later. And once nuclear weapons and hydrogen bombs are used on a large scale, beasts everywhere will go crazy, attacking cities. They are clever enough to bind humanity in such a way that we dare not use nuclear weapons, unless it comes to a day when both races perish together. Otherwise, humanity will absolutely not use them on a large scale. And even if that day truly comes, even if we really wipe out all of humanity, we still won't be able to kill all the beasts, Zhou said heavily. So that's how it is. No wonder. Damn, those cursed beasts. Absolutely, we cannot let them rush in. Jiang Buhui continued to load the cannon and attack. As for the other ability users, they were already exhausted. Logistics and transport were cut off by flying beasts, and the supply of ammunition couldn't keep up with the consumption rate. It was clear that this section of the city wall was about to collapse. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, boom, 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 an 80-meter tall beast emperor, a 9-tier diamond mammoth, was madly crashing into the 100-meter thick city wall. This was a diamond mammoth, after all. Even those one realm higher wouldn't easily break through its defenses. Not to mention it was already at the base of the wall, crashing into it. Weapons like high-power underwater mines and heavy torpedoes were not to be casually thrown down. Otherwise, they would only help it break through the wall faster. Attack its eyes, disrupt it. We can't let it break the city. Yes. Soldiers with conventional weapons and ability users on rocket-powered devices launched various disruptive attacks, but they couldn't break through the diamond mammoth's defenses at all. It didn't even blink. It seemed to regard the attacks as nothing more than a swarm of flies. Its only focus was to break through the wall. Boom! After gathering strength for a crash, the base of the wall cracked on a small scale, its teeth embedding 30 meters into the wall. The city wall of Donglan City averaged a height of 1,000 meters and a thickness of 180 meters. However, it wasn't solid, it was a multi-layer hollow structure. Concrete combined with steel fibers and alloy steel frames. This reduced construction costs and materials while still maintaining strength. However, after multiple impacts from the diamond mammoth, its teeth still penetrated. Although it seemed insignificant against the 180-meter thickness, the cracks that continued to expand to 600 or 700 meters showed that this section of the wall's supporting structure had already been damaged. It wouldn't hold for much longer. Roar! A sharp roar echoed from 4 kilometers away in the mist. The diamond mammoth took a step back. Boom! A blue frost beam struck the point of impact on the wall. A 200-meter radius was covered in frost. Boom! Immediately after, 2 flame beasts, the beast emperors, spewed fire at the wall. With ice and fire clashing, the injured wall couldn't withstand the thermal expansion and contraction. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures spread continuously until they reached the top of the wall. I will deal with the diamond mammoth. You all hold them off. Don't let them rush in. An elderly man with graying hair, wrinkled face, and pale complexion said. All right, Elder Wei, rest assured. Even if it costs us our lives, we will hold them back. That's right, Elder Wei, with us here, we won't let them breach the city. Elder Wei, be careful, that's a beast emperor at the 9th level, on par with you. The 7 battle kings beside him assured, their faces filled with concern for his safety. The 7 shifted their formation, 4 inside and 3 outside, creating a coordinated attack to block the oncoming beasts as much as possible. The old man instantly withdrew, leaping into the air. He dove down, aiming for the diamond mammoth. Elder Wei isn't even thinking about surviving, Zhou Fengyi remarked, her expression shifting as she saw the old man's resolute gaze. She had only learned this a few dozen minutes ago. It turned out that the underground 3rd level of the Lingyan Pavilion, which had been sealed off, hit a super big shot from Donglin City. The legendary figure who had protected Donglin City for decades was this old man, who was now nearing the end of his life. His entire life had been dedicated to safeguarding this city, bearing countless old wounds. Yet even at this moment he was determined to exert his remaining strength. He wanted to do something for this city. It was admirable. Zhou Fengyi dared not slack off, dragging her injured body to continue the fight. Despite the old man's extreme age and poor complexion, clearly on the brink of death, he still stood tall, his eyes resolute. He had been at the forefront from the very beginning, blocking those rushing beasts. Among the piled-up beast corpses, many had been killed by him, including several low-level beast emperors and even those at the 6th level. He knew he was facing certain death, yet pressed on. There was an unstoppable momentum about him. Even in death, he would have no regrets. Such a person's will is unshakable. He would not live in cowardice, nor would he fear death. Grandpa Wei Jianya was personally operating a 300mm caliber cannon to attack. At that moment, seeing the old man jump off the city wall, his expression changed and he shouted loudly. Indeed, this old man was his grandfather, Wei Yunxia. Jianya, you must hold the city wall for me, or I will die with my eyes closed. Wei Yunxia's voice came through. Don't worry, Grandpa, even if it costs me my life today, I won't let them in, Wei Jianya promised. Looking at his grandfather's frail figure, tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly wiped them away and continued to operate the cannon. He was the deputy commander on the Western Front, with a 1-star general above him. However, at this moment, beasts were everywhere. There was no need for command anymore. The only goal was to block the beasts' attack and keep them outside. The 1-star general, including him as the deputy commander, had already personally joined the battle. As for the 2-star general He Shishang, the overall commander of the Donglin army, communication had been cut off and no one knew where he was directing the fight. Die for me! Wei Yunxia wielded a blue long knife. With both hands tightly gripping it, he slashed down. It crackled with blue electricity, looking incredibly powerful. The target was the diamond mammoth's eyes. The diamond mammoth had relatively low defenses only around its eyes. Everywhere else was nearly impenetrable. Its tough skin and thick flesh made it hard to break through. Bang! A clash of fine iron echoed. What? Wei Yunxia's expression changed. The diamond mammoth's trunk suddenly blocked his attack. The speed was simply too fast and the force was terrifying. Even though they were in the same realm, Wei Yunxia was sent flying by this power. In the air, Wei Yunxia felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his hands. It gives me an overwhelming feeling of being unable to resist. Truly a diamond mammoth, the top defense among beasts of the same realm. But this isn't over. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Wei Yunxia stepped a few times on the vertical city wall, using the momentum to dive down again. Boom! He reached supersonic speed, creating a sonic boom. Thunder! Domain Wild Blade, 3rd level. Wei Yunxia's strength surged dramatically. His entire body shimmered with thick blue lightning. Thunder intertwined in his eyes. With a relentless momentum, he swung his blade forward. No defense, it was success or death. Boom! The diamond mammoth stomped the ground fiercely, its knees bending. Its long trunk hung down to the ground. Just as Wei Yunxia's attack was about to descend, the diamond mammoth suddenly lifted its head, its trunk whipping away. Bang! The two collided. The diamond mammoth's body pressed down hard, but that was all. Ah! Wei Yunxia couldn't help but let out a scream.
The tiger's mouth in his hands exploded and the armor covering his arms shattered. His arm bones were completely crushed, hanging limply.
The blue battle knife couldn't bear the weight, its tip breaking off and flying upwards in two halves. Wei Yunxia was also propelled upwards by the immense force, soaring like a cannonball. He shot up to over 2,000 meters high before finally beginning to free fall. So strong, I have no strength left to fight. Who will save the 40 million citizens of Donlin City?
Wei Yunxia fell helplessly, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. It wasn't the fear of death that troubled him, but the dread of 40 million lives being lost to the beasts after the city fell.
Boom boom boom. The diamond mammoth violently crashed into the city wall. The already expanding and contracting wall couldn't withstand the pressure.
The diamond mammoth smashed a hole about 100 meters in diameter.
The diamond mammoth charged through like a hot knife
through butter, only stopping when it reached a 2-meter-thick inner wall. The upper city wall swayed precariously.
Boom!
A fireball exploded in the distance.
Boom!
Ultimately, the city wall collapsed, burying the diamond mammoth beneath it, forming a pile of reinforced concrete over 200 meters high. A gaping hole about 200 meters wide appeared in the wall, shocking to behold.
The sound
of the wall collapsing could be heard from dozens of kilometers away, causing all soldiers and ability users to change their expressions drastically.
Morale plummeted. Everyone understood what it meant for the wall to be breached. Roar! The beasts roared, originally charging towards the pile of their fallen kin.
At this moment, the vast majority turned towards the gap. The beasts could easily surge
through here. The current weapons and ability users simply couldn't stop them.
Wei Yunxia looked down at all this, his life nearing its end. Falling from this height onto the concrete pile, then being
trampled by countless beasts, was undoubtedly fatal. Grandpa! Old Wei!
No, the wall has been breached.
Quick, hold the gap. No way, we can't get away. It's over, Donglin City is finished.
At this moment, despair was etched on everyone's faces. Since they could participate in this brutal battle, they were naturally not afraid of death.
But being unafraid themselves didn't mean they
weren't terrified of their loved ones being slaughtered by the beasts.
Beasts loved to eat humans.
Once they broke into the city, there would be no survivors. The city would fall and families would
perish. Who will save us? Save Donglin City. Who can save the millions of innocent lives?
Just as countless people felt despair, with a massive horde of beasts about to rush through the city wall,
looking for death,
a domineering voice rang out, a powerful sound wave visibly sweeping across dozens of miles.
Buzz! A sharp buzzing sound came.
It was the sound of sword energy.
A white, astonishing rainbow arched across the sky. Boom!
It struck the ground outside the wall, carving out a bottomless trench 5,000 meters long and about 10 meters wide. The earth trembled, as
if shaken by a nuclear explosion.
Everyone on the human side was dumbfounded, shocked beyond measure.
Hundreds of beasts on the trench were instantly slain. The subsequent beasts abruptly halted in their tracks.
The rushing beasts were blocked by this sword, momentarily daring not to advance. They looked up in terror at the sky. The mist in the sky was cleaved apart by this sword.
The shockwave
swept across a radius of 10 kilometers. At this moment, visibility gradually reached 10 kilometers.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, just as everyone was still trying to figure out who it was.
Wei Yunxia's falling figure was firmly caught by a powerful hand around his waist. This person stood on a sword, clad in silver armor, exuding an extraordinary aura.
It was Long Chen.
Wei Yunxia stared at that astonishing sword, remaining in a state of shock. It was only at the moment he was caught by Long Chen that he suddenly realized he hadn't fallen to his death.
As he looked up, Long Chen gently set him down on the ground.
At that moment, within a 10-kilometer radius, whether it was the soldiers on the city walls, the ability users, or the beasts outside the city, all were watching in
shock and disbelief. Even the beasts showed no intention of continuing their attack.
You've worked hard, you've done your best in this battle, Long Chen said. Take this pill to recover from your
injuries.
Wei Yunxia had fought to the brink of death to protect the city.
Long Chen admired such people. Thus, he gave him a body-refining pill. Wei Yunxia was in a daze, shocked, and almost instinctively opened his mouth to swallow it.
His arm bones had completely shattered, flesh torn apart. His hands were utterly useless. He couldn't even lift his hand to eat.
Long Chen had to place it directly into his mouth.
The next moment, the pill began to take effect within his body. Wei Yunxia felt a surge of power fill him. The bones and flesh that had originally been shattered in his hands were visibly healing at an astonishing speed.
What kind of medicine is this? The effect is incredible.
Even the old injuries in my body are healing.
This is simply amazing. Watching his fingers
gradually regain sensation and the long-standing injuries and toxins in his body quickly returning to normal, Wei Yunxia was astonished.
Thank you, senior. Thank you for saving my life.
Wei Yunxia hurriedly expressed his gratitude.
This was a life-saving grace.
If it weren't for Long Chen, he would have already fallen to his death, trampled into a meat pie by the beasts.
Long Chen nodded slightly, feeling reassured. Although the body-refining pill was only of the second rank, it was of the 7-pattern variety, incomparable to ordinary second-rank pills. "Leave the rest to me," Long Chen said. He stood up at the edge of the gap in the city wall. The silver long Yuan sword floated beside him. Just standing there, his presence was as deep as the abyss and as vast as the sea, intimidating. All around, it was as if a magnificent sword stood there, unmoving like a mountain, bringing an unprecedented sense of pressure to the massive beasts ahead. Some beasts even lowered their heads deeply, in fear. The soldiers and ability users on the city wall, witnessing this scene, snapped out of their shock. Wei Jiang was so astonished that he nearly cried tears of joy. Grandpa is alive. He was saved by this mysterious powerhouse at a critical moment. But who exactly is this senior? Wait, could it be the silver-armored senior that Zhang Guohua mentioned before the communication was cut off, the one who was rampaging on the eastern front? It's over 180 kilometers from here. Did he actually fly over? Flying while standing on a weapon, a powerhouse with flying abilities must be at the elder level. No, it seems even elder-level beings don't possess such strength. Wei Jiang's face was filled with shock. So powerful. This sword is more spectacular than anything I've seen in my life. Who is this silver-armored senior? Do you know him? Never seen him. Could he be an elder from my Tai Lin dynasty? I've never encountered such a being, but just based on this sword strike, even the peak ability users battling beasts live on television seem less outrageous. The might of this sword is terrifying. He has definitely surpassed the War King level. I don't know what realm he truly is. I can't tell, even just now, I couldn't sense what kind of ability he possesses. Inconceivable, overwhelmingly powerful. The 7 elders of the council, all at the Battle King level, sighed in awe. When a person's strength reaches an unimaginable level, their identity, background, and family heritage become irrelevant. Power itself is identity, the greatest background. This path is blocked. Get lost or die. Long Chen's voice reverberated like a lion's roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Some weaker beasts were so frightened that they collapsed, losing control of their bowels. Roar! The Beast Emperor, a 9-layer diamond mammoth trapped under the rubble, let out a deep growl. The heavy debris was lifted by its strength, showcasing its immense power. Suppress with energy. Long Chen's left hand reached down. With just this one motion, the diamond mammoth felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on its body. Roar! It emitted a painful low moan. Crack, crack, crack. Its bones shattered, crushed by an unparalleled force. Roar! The cries of agony echoed, and it was clear to everyone, even humans, how much pain it was in. As Long Chen raised his hand, the 80-meter-tall giant mammoth was forcibly pulled from the rubble. However, at that moment, the massive diamond mammoth had been compressed into an unrecognizable form, suspended a kilometer in the air, squished into a 10-meter diameter sphere. The sight sent the other beasts into a panic. Long Chen's palm clenched into a fist. Boom! The diamond mammoth exploded, blood raining down on the ground. Long Chen had actually crushed a powerful beast emperor, a 9-layer diamond mammoth, from a distance. This scene was shocking, leaving everyone and the beasts in awe. To think that an 80-meter-tall diamond mammoth with an extremely high body density, weighed over 60,000 tons, could be crushed and exploded by Long Chen in midair was beyond imagination. Too terrifying. He just crushed the top defensive beast, the 9-layer diamond mammoth, to death. Teacher, what realm is this senior in? Zhang Buhui couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. I only know he's incredibly strong, far beyond the Battle King level. Zhou Fengyi said, her heart racing, swallowing hard in affirmation. This technique of crushing the diamond mammoth from a distance suddenly reminded her of someone. Could it be him? But he shouldn't be this strong, Zhou Fengyi thought to herself. She recalled the figure in the black robe from the auction house, who might be the support they would rely on in the future. At that time, he had used a similar technique against Yang Wujue of the Yang family, though it was nowhere near as visually shocking as this. So strong, senior is mighty. Senior is invincible. Ha, our Donglin city is saved. On the city walls, tens of thousands of soldiers were filled with fervor, and many ability users joined in the cheers. The momentum was unprecedentedly high. Although the city wall had been breached with a massive 200-meter gap, no beast dared to cross the chasm that Long Chen had carved. With just a few hundred meters distance, they could have charged in and destroyed the entire city, yet it became an insurmountable barrier for them. Many beasts even began to retreat, wanting to withdraw. Long Chen was able to intimidate thousands of beasts with his own strength, undoubtedly proving his power once again. The status of these soldiers and ability users on the city walls rose even higher in their hearts. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from afar. 10 kilometers away, amidst the mist, a massive shadow howled at the sky. The sound was like the roar of a V-16 engine, only amplified thousands of times. Even from a distance, it was extremely shocking. What was even more critical was that the sound arrived almost instantaneously. It was not so much a threat as it was a command. This was a message being conveyed to all the beasts. The beasts that had been retreating suddenly halted, gradually becoming somewhat agitated. They even began to move forward, quickly parting to create a path. In the distance, a gigantic beast gradually came into view. It stood about 100 meters tall and measured over 250 meters in length. Its physique was robust, with clearly defined muscle lines. Each muscle was interspersed with extremely hard armor. Every hair was like a needle made of alloy steel. The fur on its neck was particularly thick and sharp. Its claws were as sharp as alloy, and the soles of its feet were covered with dense hexagonal armor. It was completely armed to the teeth, with no defensive gaps. Its fur shone a golden yellow, even comparable to the brilliance of gold. Golden battle armor lion. No, it has a pair of wings. This is the winged Lion King, but the winged Lion King is white, not golden. Could it be a rare special mutation? Long Chen thought to himself. Indeed, this winged Lion King had a pair of wings, the kind that could fly directly in the sky. Senior, be careful. This is the golden winged Lion King. Beast-type creatures are inherently cunning and possess high intelligence, with strength, speed, and defense all maxed out. The winged Lion King can even stay submerged in water for long periods. It can fly in the air with its wings. It is almost omnipotent across land, sea, and sky. A powerful all-rounder beast. It absolutely surpasses the War King. Senior must not be careless. Wei Yunxia couldn't help but say. Long Chen did not pay much attention to this remark. These beasts seem to have become resolute and fearless because of the winged Lion King's roar just now. Could it be something akin to frenzy, or can it directly control these beasts? Quickly resolve this, and then I need to check the eastern battlefield. Long Chen thought. He stepped out of the city. The Long Yuan sword instantly appeared beneath his feet. Boom! Long Chen generated a sonic boom in an instant. At the same time, the winged Lion King accelerated towards him. Boom! It directly surpassed the speed of sound, creating another sonic boom. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the air, increasing its speed even further. Roar! With a furious roar, the multitude of beasts became even more agitated, charging madly towards the gap. The winged Lion King, however, had only one target, Long Chen. With the imposing demeanor of a king, it lunged forward with its front claws. Its nails extended over 100 meters in an instant. A powerful shockwave accompanied this strike, as if it aimed to tear apart anything that obstructed it. Moreover, in addition to this claw, its wings were extremely sharp, slicing through the air with a razor-like edge that followed closely behind. If one focused solely on the attack in front and neglected the rear, they would be torn apart in an instant. At this moment, its true realm strength was revealed. Just a first-level beast sect, seeking death. Long Chen's fingertip sword energy spanned 2,000 meters. With a single swing, countless sword energies were unleashed. Buzz! It was as if something had been severed. The winged Lion King, charging forward, came to an abrupt halt. Its body shattered and fell from the sky. Its indestructible wings were also cleaved apart. However, a golden orb fell from its head. Long Chen swiftly collected it into his spatial ring, with no one witnessing this scene. His speed was simply too fast. Long Chen adjusted his stance. Buzz buzz buzz. Several sword energies sliced through the ground. Those beasts that had not yet managed to cross the abyss at the forefront were all killed. Not a single one could ultimately step over that chasm. Long Chen stood on the gap, his feet on the Long Yuan sword, facing the relentless swarm of beasts charging towards him. Waves of sword energy slashed out. No matter how many beasts there were, they could not advance a single step. The beasts suffered heavy casualties, leaving a field of corpses. Meanwhile, the subsequent beasts charged in like moths to a flame. My heavens, to be able to easily kill an existence surpassing the Beast King, it seems the senior's strength far exceeds that of the War King. Sigh, I was just worrying for nothing earlier. Truly my perspective is too limited. Wei Yunxia sighed. His body had recovered about 50%. With some more time for recuperation, he would be completely restored. However, even though he had already recovered quite a bit, his hands were still trembling. It wasn't because his injuries hadn't healed. It was the way he watched Long Chen kill the alien beasts that frightened him. Old Wei, your hands are shaking. Are you alright? Zhou Fengyi came over to support him, worried. I'm fine, but I must admit, I'm trembling from fear. The medicine the senior gave me has helped my body recover quite a bit. I was terrified by the senior's strength. It's just too horrifying. Wei Yunxia said solemnly. Yes, easily killing the winged Lion King, who is at the same level as other ability users, is something that is almost impossible to achieve. The gap in strength between the two is just too great. I can't even dare to imagine what realm the senior is at. Zhou Fengyi said. One person with one sword guarding a city, even if faced with thousands of alien beasts, they absolutely cannot cross this gap in the city wall. The crisis in Donglin City has been resolved. Wei Yunxia exclaimed. Old Wei, is your body alright now? Yes, after such a heavy attack just now. Are you okay? Old Wei, what should we do now? We can't just stand here and watch, can we? How about we charge down and have a big battle? 7 war kings came over. Each of them had sustained serious injuries and had expended a lot of energy. Their strength was less than half of their peak. After all, no matter how strong a person is, their stamina can run out. The massive army of alien beasts could wear them down to death. This is the limit of human strength. Moreover, just considering that Diamond Mammoth at the Beast King level could easily take care of the 8 War Kings present. I'm fine now. I took the medicine the senior gave me and my body has recovered a lot. As for whether we should charge down, going down would only delay the senior's efficiency in killing the alien beasts. These Beast Kings and Beast Emperors can't stop the senior at all. Wei Yunxia said. Yes, that's right. Indeed, I've never seen a battle as spectacular as the senior's in my life. To see the senior's astonishing sword strike, even if I die, I would have no regrets. I wonder if the senior has any plans to take on disciples. If I could become the senior's student, my ancestors would be proud. Just thinking about it is enough. We're already so old, our potential is almost exhausted. How could the senior possibly take notice of us? I'm just thinking, is it wrong to have dreams? Long Chen's sword energy surged like a bamboo shoot, unstoppable wherever it went. After killing this large group of alien beasts that charged up, boom, Long Chen flew out of the city. Almost skimming the ground, he slaughtered the alien beasts. By this time, there were no more alien beasts surfacing in the river, because after the Winged Lion King roared, the alien beasts that had gone mad were all killed by Long Chen. They were so terrified they didn't dare to show their heads. He even launched indiscriminate sword energy attacks into the river. The alien beasts coming from afar were frightened and dared not charge anymore, their eyes filled with terror. It was as if they had seen their nemesis, a devil who killed alien beasts. Without blinking, get lost. Long Chen's voice boomed like a bell, resonating with the earth, the sound highly penetrating and destructive. It was like the shockwave produced by a small-yield nuclear weapon exploding in mid-air. Boom boom boom. The alien beasts on land turned around and scattered in all directions. The alien beasts in the distant river also turned into waves and retreated. As for the flying alien beasts, Long Chen had casually killed 20 Beast Kings and Beast Emperors. The flying alien beasts were the most cautious, soaring in the air to survey the situation. Seeing that things were not right, they dared not continue attacking and turned to flee without hesitation. Long Chen stood in the air, his breathing still even. He was not gasping for breath. Like a god of war, he swept away thousands of alien beasts with his own strength. It should be noted that among them, the number of Beast Emperors was at least over 200. All were slaughtered to the last. 200 Beast Emperors were equivalent to 200 War Kings. Killing a Beast Emperor was like killing a chicken. This also meant that a War King in Long Chen's hands was no different from a little chick. It was merely a slight difference in strength. What difference did it make to have killed to this extent? There shouldn't be any more alien beasts attacking here, unless they truly fear nothing. The special roar ability of the Golden Winged Lion King should be fearless. It can boost the morale of our side, temporarily, losing the emotion of fear. Of course, it's only theoretically fearless. Once time passes, they will still be afraid. From the reaction I observed when I killed the alien beasts just now, this time is about 3 minutes. But since I've killed it, I don't believe another will pop up. Thinking of this, Long Chen rushed back to the city wall at high speed. He listened to the distant sounds of cannon fire fading away. It seems all the alien beasts on the western front have fled. I can clearly hear that even dozens of kilometers away, the cannon fire has ceased. Long Chen thought. The western front stretched over 140 kilometers, facing a vast plain. Sounds propagate quickly without obstruction. But now, even in the high air, there was no sound of cannon fire. This proved that all the alien beasts had retreated. The alien beasts on the western front mainly concentrated their attacks on the place where Long Chen killed the alien beasts. Other areas only engaged in small-scale distractions to divert human soldiers' attention. The main battlefield was still at this breach. Even the large-scale alien beasts here had been scared away. Naturally, this would lead to a mass retreat in other areas as well. People would run, let alone alien beasts. The reasoning of leaving the Green Mountains behind is well understood. Long Chen couldn't help but ponder. First, the alien beast army suddenly emerged from the water to launch a surprise attack, drawing attention to the frontal firepower. Then, the giant tooth snail evolved to unleash an electromagnetic pulse, catching everyone off guard. Next, they concentrated their forces to breach the city wall and surged in. Originally, they were indeed on the verge of success. The city wall had already been breached and the alien beasts charged in, sweeping everything away. Almost a done deal. If it weren't for my appearance, Donglan City would now be a hell on earth. However, according to my past life, their attack speed would only be faster. They would definitely breach the city in less than 10 minutes, followed by the destruction of the entire city. This time, the biggest variable was undoubtedly me, which advanced the battle readiness by about 10 minutes. This is why the Western Front was able to hold out until I appeared. But the most bizarre thing is how the alien beasts in the water evaded the underwater monitors. Clearly, the underwater monitors were lit up the whole time. Was it human intervention, or a new type of electromagnetic interference from mutated alien beasts? In my past life, although there were alien beasts capable of such means, that was after Donglan City was destroyed. At this time, there shouldn't be any alien beasts able to directly evade underwater monitoring. There is something very complicated behind this. It seems like an invisible hand is manipulating all of this, Long Chen thought.
But no matter who it is, whether alien beasts or humans,
in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is a joke. Once I resolve the alien beasts in this crisis, I will then deal with the hands behind this, Long Chen thought to himself.
He was filled with immense confidence. Strength was the foundation of dignity, the assurance
to fear nothing.
Long Chen stood above the breach. At this moment he was looked up to by tens of thousands. In everyone's eyes there was a mix of longing, respect, excitement, and joy. Wow! Countless people cheered with excitement. Ah, we won, we won. Long live the senior. Long Chen was the center of attention, with countless people shouting excitedly. Whether they were ordinary soldiers, 3-star officers, 1-star generals, or even ability users, and even the battle spirits and battle kings, everyone was celebrating and shouting in excitement. At this moment there was no difference in status, only the shared survival after life and death. Although the Western Front had lost many soldiers, ability users, and even ordinary people transporting ammunition, and the city walls had been breached by 200 meters, Long Chen's efforts ultimately saved the city. The sacrifices were worth it. At least the vast majority of people had no regrets. Of course, those who had died were loved ones, family, and comrades to many. After the joy, there was an endless sadness. Long Chen witnessed all of this. In his previous life, as a 1-star general, he had been ambushed during a mission, leading to the death of all his soldiers. Therefore, he could fully understand the pain of seeing comrades die in battle. Among the fallen soldiers were children and the elderly, and those who had just married. How heartbroken their parents must be to see their son's body. Everyone, silence. Long Chen's voice resonated, his presence overwhelming. Everyone quieted down to listen intently. The surroundings were very quiet. After collecting all the corpses of the beasts I killed, all the money from their sale will be used to compensate the families of the fallen soldiers, and to distribute bonuses to all the soldiers who fought bravely. If anyone dares to embezzle this money, once I find out, I don't care what background you have or what abilities you possess, I will wipe out your entire family without leaving a single one. Long Chen's voice thundered, shaking the ground. He then pointed his finger, unleashing a sword-like energy. Boom! A bottomless trench 5,000 meters deep was left on the ground 3 kilometers outside the city. Such powerful force, terrifying indeed. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Tens of thousands of soldiers cheered hoarsely. Long Chen was thinking of them, thinking of the fallen soldiers. They were naturally deeply moved and grateful that Long Chen could consider them. And Long Chen did not lack the money from these beast materials. He had already collected the special ones. As for the normal materials, even if there were many that could sell for a lot of money, he didn't care. If he really wanted to make money, it would be a matter of minutes. He preferred to leave this money for the soldiers who died protecting the city and their loved ones. As for the ability users, they had high compensation, and their parents and relatives received substantial subsidies after their death, which no one dared to embezzle. However, ordinary soldiers were not necessarily the same. Therefore, Long Chen was also warning the higher-ups present. Anyone who dared to greedily take this money should prepare for their entire family to be buried with them. Long Chen would not care about your background. No matter how powerful your background, he would still kill your entire family. Until safety is truly confirmed, everyone will take turns on duty. As for this breach, Long Chen said, turning to look outside the city. Suppress it with energy. He raised his hand, forcing the soil and stones on the ground to combine and compress. As the saying goes, great strength brings miracles. He directly forced out pillars, each one 1,200 meters long and 10 meters in diameter. Boom, boom, boom. They deeply penetrated 200 meters into the breach, forming a gate. The strength of this thing is comparable to that of alloys. It won't hold for too long, but at least it can block potential attacks from the beasts for a while. It buys time for the city wall to be repaired, Long Chen said. However, this terrifying method once again shocked everyone. Wow, he can compress so many high-strength pillars with just a wave of his hand. That's incredible, simply incredible. Is the strength comparable to alloys? This is just made from mud and stones. How much pressure must that be? It's absurd. I can no longer imagine the strength of the senior. He's just like a god. Countless people marveled. Boom! Long Chen sped away towards the northern front. The crowd cheered as they watched him leave. From then on, deep in their hearts, they all had a true idol hero. Apart from the eastern front, the situation on the western front was tense. The pressure on the north and south fronts was considerably lighter. At least the existing weapons and the addition of ability users could still handle it. However, since they had to return to the eastern front to guard against the appearance of that mysterious beast, Long Chen simply took the northern route, casually attacking and killing a large number of beasts before heading to the eastern front. He came quickly and left quickly, but his powerful strength shocked the soldiers and ability users on the northern front. For a moment, they were somewhat taken aback. At this moment, the battlefield on the eastern front erupted into battle once again.
A massive number of land beasts continued their assault. Outside the 5-kilometer fog, a giant beast's appearance was unclear, but it was evident that its form was exceptionally large. Long Chen approached at high speed. As he passed over the heads of the crowd, they exclaimed, "Silver battle armor, the senior has arrived. Ha, the senior is back. The end of the beasts has come." A chorus of hoarse shouts and cheers erupted. These beasts had not yet reached close, they had only just launched their full-scale attack. Long Chen had already arrived. Just as he was about to swing his sword, he saw a massive figure standing in the fog 5 kilometers away. Long Chen's gaze instantly turned icy. "It's this guy. My parents were eaten by it in my past life. If it weren't for my parents calling out loudly to attract its attention, I would never have been able to escape into the basement and hide in the drainage hole. I wouldn't have survived until the subsequent rescue team found me." Long Chen looked at the enormous black shadow in the fog that resembled a long-armed monkey from a distance. He would never forget who it was. In his past life, when Donglin City fell, Long Chen returned with the rescue team and found his parents trapped under the concrete. Then this giant beast jumped down from the sky. That scene of despair, Long Chen could still recall the helplessness he felt at that time. A humanoid beast 300 to 400 meters tall, ferocious and ugly, with long arms. The overwhelming sense of oppression. Even after he became a 1-star general, he never found this beast again. He had no idea where it had hidden. This was also a regret from his past life. Now that Long Chen encountered it in this life, he naturally wouldn't let it off easily. Regrets are meant to be compensated. 4. Long Chen would not have any regrets in this life. "Let's settle the score from my past life right now. You once devoured my parents. I will make you feel what true despair is. What it means to wish you were dead. All the beasts here today, including you, must die." Although the smile beneath Long Chen's mask was calm, anyone who saw it would surely break out in a cold sweat, feeling a sense of dread. Only the strong from the long Yuan continent understood the terrifying consequences brought about by this expression from Long Chen. He would slaughter everything, even torment you to the point of annihilation, making you regret ever living in this world. Compared to that, the 10 great tortures seemed trivial. In his past life, his parents sacrificed themselves so that Long Chen could live. He could never forget the smiling faces of his parents at the moment of their death. Long Chen had regretted for over 100 years across 2 worlds. This was also the reason he would not let his parents suffer even a scratch in this life. Thinking of this, Long Chen's anger had reached its peak. "Everyone, cease fire." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Long Chen stood at the forefront of the city wall, his voice booming like a small nuclear weapon exploding in the air, sending shockwaves. It was even more powerful than that. However, the human side was not greatly affected, it mainly targeted the beast army ahead. Under the shockwave, one by one, they stopped. Many beasts in front were even blown away. Tens of thousands of soldiers and ability users on the human side ceased fire and stopped fighting. Long Chen's voice echoed for miles, lingering for a long time. The white mist within a 10-kilometer radius was completely dispersed. Even the dark clouds that blotted out the sun were reduced to a thin layer. A faint ray of sunlight fell upon Long Chen. His silver armor was exceptionally eye-catching. He was the most dazzling presence here. All the humans looked at Long Chen with admiration and longing, listening intently to his next words. "From now on, no one is allowed to fire a single shot. I will kill all the beasts here." Long Chen's voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of time. The powerful sound wave energy completely overwhelmed the massive momentum of the rushing beasts. An unparalleled killing intent directly masked the battlefield stench of blood, intimidating all the beasts, as well as the soldiers and ability users on the city walls. My God, is the senior planning to face the beast tide alone? What terrifying killing intent. I've never seen such a frightening aura. To intimidate all the beasts with just his voice, truly worthy of being a senior. Since the senior has said so, what should we do? Are we really not going to fire a single shot? Nonsense, can't you see the senior's intense killing intent? Even I, an ordinary person, can feel it. I don't want to bear the senior's wrath. Can one person's strength really deal with this even larger number of beasts? Who is he? That killing intent and momentum are so terrifying, it feels like he could kill me in an instant. Old son, you just arrived and don't know. The senior kills beast emperors like killing chickens. He's incredibly strong. No way. Is he that strong? I'm only at the 3rd level of the War King. Could it be that a powerful elder from the Tai Lin dynasty has descended? Regardless of whether they were soldiers or ability users, the humans consciously put down their guns and cannons. They were afraid that in a moment of excitement, they might accidentally fire a shot. Zhang Guohuo was also very perceptive. He immediately instructed people to run and spread the word that no one was allowed to act rashly. Meanwhile, the giant beast standing 200 to 300 meters away, 10 kilometers out, remained unmoved under the shockwave. Its appearance finally became clear. It stood about 280 meters tall, almost equivalent to a 70-story skyscraper in the city center or a 90-story super high-rise residential building. Just by its size, it was the largest beast in this current attack on Donglin City. There was no second. Its arms nearly touched the ground, with its arms close to 90% of its height. Its hands were extremely large. Its legs were only 100 meters long, but its body was long and massive, with a head that appeared somewhat small. Its fur was brown, resembling steel needles. Beneath the fur, it had evolved a thick armor covering. The fur grew out from the seams of the armor. The lengths of its limbs appeared very uncoordinated, but its solid muscles were extremely prominent. It liked to show off its signature eerie grin, with teeth like saw blades that were unsettling. Ha ha ha! The giant beast's body trembled as it emitted a strange laugh, baring its teeth at Long Chen. This scene was straight out of a horror movie. Laugh, and when I rip your tongue out, will you still be able to laugh? A cruel smile appeared beneath Long Chen's silver armor. My heavens, what a massive beast! This is the largest beast I have ever seen. It must be incredibly strong. What a terrifying smile. Even from this distance, it makes one feel uneasy. Its strength definitely surpasses that of a beast emperor. Unless it's a laser weapon, otherwise conventional weapons are of little use against such a beast unless it gets you up close for a bombardment. Everyone who saw this beast felt a sense of panic. Even the two war kings from the Donglin City Council felt a deep-seated fear. I remember reading an old book that described a beast somewhat like this one, just not as large. It seemed to be named a mimic beast. Its actions are just like a human's. It can even imitate humans, with an intelligence level comparable to that of an adult. 60 years ago, it appeared once, and at that time, it was already the Beast Emperor, having slaughtered 2 cities with populations in the millions. It was bombed once with a yield of 12,000 tons of nuclear weapons. Since then, it has never appeared again. Everyone believed it was dead, because it is the only one of its kind in the world. That's why it was not recorded in the Beast archives. An elder war king said solemnly. His voice was loud, meant for both the crowd and Long Chen to hear. A pseudo-beast, ha! Its intelligence is on par with that of an adult, and it has slaughtered 2 cities with millions of inhabitants. It even survived a nuclear bombing. Now, it has reappeared after 60 years. Today, your journey ends here. Boom! Long Chen broke the sound barrier in place. He charged towards the ground, flying 3 meters above the surface. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His fingers unleashed sword chi, slicing in all directions. With each swing, every strand of sword chi could kill a group. Roar! The pseudo-beast let out a furious roar, saliva flying everywhere. The sound wave energy quickly spread across the battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. A massive horde of beasts surged forward. The ground shook violently. Beasts in the water also rushed out of the river to join the charge. They swarmed like locusts crossing the land. Those watching felt their scalps tingle. My God, there are just too many. Countless, simply countless. If it weren't for the Elder, Donglin City would have been doomed long ago, let alone this time with even more beasts. Look, the Elder is going crazy. My God, this combat power is terrifying. Doesn't the Elder ever get tired? Invincible, too powerful. Everyone was shocked, feeling a mix of fear and excitement. Their emotions were completely stirred. They even couldn't help but want to rush down and fight alongside Long Chen. But it was just a thought. Without the power of a war king, facing this horde of beasts head-on would mean certain death, even for a 9th-level war king. Long Chen charged through like a hot knife, through butter. Every beast that charged from the front or flanked from the sides was cut in half. It was as easy as slicing tofu. Only the stronger ones among the beast emperors could endure a bit longer. They were cut but not immediately dead, still able to struggle for a while. Centered around Long Chen, all beasts within 12 kilometers on both sides were killed. The beasts ahead also shattered one after another. Long Chen spun his body. With a powerful swing of his arm, buzz, a visible sword chi of 6,000 meters surged forward. This strike used more power than any he had unleashed before. Thus, the sword chi spanned 6,000 meters. The sound of the blade whistling echoed across the battlefield. Nothing could stand in its way. Roar! A woo! A woo! A woo! A large number of beasts charging head-on were neatly severed, howling in agony. Due to the beasts blocking the view ahead, those behind had no idea what was happening until they were cut. By then, it was already too late. Tens of thousands of soldiers on the city wall stood at the edge, watching this scene. From their elevated position, they could see the shocking sight of the massive sword chi pushing through. They had no idea how many beasts died under this strike. The sword continued to push until it reached 6 kilometers into the river before finally exhausting its force. Even the river was stained a deep red. Boom! Long Chen came speeding in. Currently, only the beasts in the river and on the opposite bank were still alive. The open ground in front of the city wall was already a sea of corpses. The remaining beasts still howling would soon die from their wounds. Adding to that, Long Chen had already killed many before. The pile of beasts was quite a spectacle. Long Chen flew into the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dozens of strands of sword chi struck the water. An indiscriminate attack on the surrounding river. The already crimson river became even redder, continuously bubbling with blood. The phrase blood flowed like a river was no longer sufficient to describe it. Blood will soon flow like a sea. Before witnessing this scene, the expression of the simulated beast, which had been smiling oddly, froze. Thud, thud, thud. It turned around and ran away. Want to escape? It's too late. Long Chen charged forward at high speed. Upon seeing this situation, the beasts on the opposite bank no longer dared to continue their charge. Their leader had fled. Why should they stay behind? With faces filled with terror and frantic steps, they turned and scattered in all directions. Any ordinary person could see their visible panic. Long Chen unleashed his sword energy with both hands. Then, with a fierce swing of his arms, buzz, buzz, two streams of sword energy sliced through the air. They surged forward with unstoppable momentum, far exceeding the speed of sound. There was no way to dodge. It pushed through until the last visible beast on land was slain. Within a radius of 10 to 20 kilometers, there were corpses of beasts everywhere. At the same time, Long Chen also vanished into the mist. The visibility was only about 10 kilometers. The people on the city wall could no longer see Long Chen. They could only hear the frantic footsteps of the simulated beasts running away, gradually fading away, except for the cries of the beasts that had not yet completely died. The scene became relatively quiet. Tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of ability users were all dumbfounded. Is it over? Damn, this is just too absurd. So, the senior could handle it all alone? The number of beasts killed is at least 8,000, if not 10,000, and the senior did it all by himself. But why can't I tell what realm the senior is in? Strange, I can't see the abilities or the realm. Could it be some special technological means hiding the abilities and realm? Isn't that technology still in the verification stage? Do you think the senior can kill the simulated beasts? After all, this creature even ran away from a nuclear strike. I don't know. The simulated beasts are very cunning and will definitely leave themselves an escape route. Long Chen pursued relentlessly. The simulated beasts could easily run on land at speeds far exceeding the speed of sound. When the simulated beast looked back, it saw that it was about to be caught. It pushed its arms against the ground and then lunged forward with all its might. The speed increased once again. Ahead was a river over 20 kilometers wide, with the widest part exceeding 100 kilometers. The entire river stretched for thousands of kilometers. This was the paradise of the beasts. The water appeared black, indicating its considerable depth. Buzz. Just before it plunged into the water, a stream of sword energy shot towards it. The simulated beast spun to evade, but a patch of fur on its head was sliced off before it fell into the water. He. The simulated beast looked at Long Chen with a strange smile and laughter. Boom! The simulated beast plunged into the water, creating towering waves, disappearing without a trace. I told you, you can't escape. Long Chen stood above the river, coldly watching the water. At that moment, a massive golden figure suddenly burst forth from the water, opening its enormous mouth. It was 350 meters long and over 30 meters in diameter. Titan golden armored python. Buzz. Long Chen slashed its mouth open, eviscerating it. Just a second-tier beast seeking death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Long Chen's sword energy split into countless streams, forcibly shredding the Titan golden armored python's body. He absorbed a 2-meter-wide snake gallbladder and a 1-meter-diameter golden pearl into his spatial ring. Suppress with energy. Long Chen grabbed downward with his left hand, compressing the river water within a 5-kilometer radius inward. Thud, thud, thud. Long Chen sensed movement beneath his left side. The simulated beast is frantically crashing against the incompletely formed energy suppression. It actually broke through. Its reaction is so fast, and it swims faster in the water than on land. It seems that the special call commanding the beasts at the beginning was made by it. There are tributaries everywhere. Why did it choose this place? There must be a hidden return entrance here. I want to see where you can run to. If you're trying to return to your nest, you should have a mate and cubs, right? After all, you've been gone for 60 years. Long Chen flew into the water based on the direction the creature was trying to escape. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. Although the creature had never revealed its strength, it seemed to be luring him in, trying to force Long Chen into the river to be killed by a powerful beast. But who was Long Chen? He had reached the 4th level of Qi training, holding the pinnacle 4th grade 10 pattern Long Yuan sword. Even knowing that the creature wanted to use the beasts in the river to kill him, Long Chen still directly entered the river. Standing on his sword, he could move swiftly through the water. As of now, no one could make him use the Long Yuan sword. Long Chen wanted to see if he could take out everything when following the creature back to its nest. He didn't just want to torment the creature. If it had a female partner and offspring, he wouldn't mind slaughtering them. Long Chen chased and killed, feeling the water currents stirred by the creature, staying 3 kilometers behind. During this time, several beasts at the 9th level of the Beast Emperor, even at the 1st and 2nd levels of the Beast Sect, were all slain by Long Chen. He took important materials from their bodies. At this moment, Long Chen concealed his figure, his aura seemingly vanished. No more beasts attacked. The creature was forced to think that Long Chen had been killed. After circling around the bottom of the exchange, it moved a 100-meter giant stone aside and entered a hidden cave. The cave's diameter was only about 50 meters. The creature shrank its body and entered. Then it closed the stone behind it. Long Chen followed closely, remaining undetected. Soon, he emerged into a massive hollow cave. All around were glowing golden ores and luminous crystals. The further he walked, the larger the space became. In the center of the enormous karst cave, in a nest covered with branches and flowers, lay a slender, 150-meter-tall white-haired golden ape. Beside it were 8 cubs, each 20 meters tall, playing joyfully. Countless human bones and beast bones were piled up nearby. The creature approached the cubs with an ugly smile on its face. It nuzzled against the white-haired golden ape. The family of 10 was quite warm. Hee. So you already have cubs, very good. Long Chen's laughter echoed throughout the cave, causing the temperature to drop from 25 degrees to -3 degrees. Even his breath produced mist. The sound was chilling, as if he were the real villain. Long Chen, known as the first Tribulation Master of Long Yuan continent, also called the Nether Demon Emperor, was not joking. The creature suddenly turned around. Long Chen appeared in the air ahead. The creature stared at Long Chen, arms wide open, shielding the female white-haired golden ape and the cubs behind it. I told you, after 60 years, you would surely have a mate. I didn't expect you to have cubs. Don't you love eating humans? Then I'll eat your cubs and kill your mate. Long Chen's voice was cold, like that of a devil. Upon hearing this, the creature seemed to understand. Its fierce face bared its teeth as it glared at Long Chen. Its arms spread wide, muscles tensed. Bang bang bang! Roar! The white-haired golden ape pounded its chest, producing a loud sound and roaring at Long Chen. Woo woo! The creature blocked the white-haired golden ape, emitting low growls. The white-haired golden ape showed a worried expression, but ultimately, it still picked up the 8 cubs in its arms and was about to flee immediately. Roar! The creature's cruel face bared its teeth. This expression was extremely detestable. A family should stay together. Better not run, just stay here. Long Chen unleashed a sword chi. The creature had just jumped up, intending to smash the sword chi with a slap. Buzz! Ah woo! The creature let out a miserable scream, its face twisted in pain, clearly feeling real hurt. The massive hand was neatly severed from the palm, the intense pain causing it to howl in agony. With only 4 fingers left, it was as if the hand had been completely lost. This hand was rendered useless. Boom! The sword energy struck the top of the cave. A huge rock fell, blocking the escape route. The white-haired golden beast had nowhere to flee. Roar! The pseudo-beast howled at Long Chen. It then picked up the enormous horn of the armored rhinoceros on the ground and thrust it directly at Long Chen. Upon seeing this scene, Long Chen merely pointed with 2 fingers. Bang! The 100-meter-long horn exploded completely. A sharp sword energy shot towards the pseudo-beast's left hand, piercing through the entire arm and emerging from the shoulder. Roar! The pseudo-beast let out another miserable cry. Its left arm hung limply, the hard bones shattered and penetrated. That hand was utterly ruined. Awoo, awoo. The 8 cubs screeched at Long Chen like monkeys. Inheriting the appearance of the pseudo-beast, they could be described as quite ugly. Their fierce looks were carved from the same mold as the pseudo-beast, only their legs were shorter. They jumped around, looking extremely annoying. Roar! The white-haired golden beast also roared, realizing it could not escape, and decided to fight back. You like to scream, huh? You'll have your turn to scream soon. Suppress with energy. Long Chen raised his hand and clenched it. The pseudo-beast felt its body go out of control. A pressure far beyond what it could bear confined it. It was forcibly made to raise its arms. Then Long Chen waved his left hand. Boom! The pseudo-beast slammed into the rock wall in a spread eagle position, creating a dent. Long Chen's right hand wrapped several armored rhinoceros horns with energy. Bang bang bang! Awoo awoo! The pseudo-beast howled in agony. 7 horns pierced through its limbs, shoulders, and stomach, deeply embedding into the wall. Blood flowed out. It wanted to move but couldn't at all. It was firmly pinned down. The beast's sect's 3rd level is nothing like this. Do you think you deserve to slaughter cities and kill people? Long Chen's silver armor vanished, revealing his true appearance. The pseudo-beast's eyes widened in visible shock, followed by panic and disbelief. However, no matter how many expressions it showed, that face was still very ugly. Human, how can you be so strong at such a young age? The pseudo-beast emitted a low voice. It still bared its teeth, but the sound came from its throat. It sounded somewhat awkward, as if it hadn't fully learned the language and was just starting out. So you can talk. That's wonderful. No wonder you're a rare mutant. If we don't count your cubs, you're the only one of your kind in the whole world. But you're too weak, not even qualified to make me draw my sword. Long Chen said. Alright, we'll chat later. First, let me show you a feast. Being pinned there is so boring, we need some entertainment. Long Chen said. The pseudo-beast was visibly panicked. It guessed what Long Chen was about to do. Suppress with energy. Long Chen raised his hand to restrain the white-haired golden beast, forcibly pulling it over to float in mid-air. Awoo awoo awoo. The 8 little cubs, seeing their mother floating in the air, all screeched. They rushed over. The white-haired golden beast hovered in front of Long Chen. Roar! The white-haired golden beast roared at Long Chen. You like to scream, huh? Then scream to your heart's content. Long Chen's sword energy sliced out, directly skinning the white-haired golden beast. The speed was slow, but absolutely unbearable for a beast. Oh woo oh woo oh woo. The white-haired golden beast cried out in pain. The sound echoed in the vast cave. Let it go, let it go. Roar! The pseudo-beast's eyes widened, bloodshot, its voice a twisted, furious roar. But it could only rage helplessly. It was pinned down so tightly that even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through it. There was simply no way to break free. Moreover, even if it had the ability to escape, it would be treated even more cruelly. Don't worry, wait until I skin it, then it will be your turn. What are you so anxious about? Just keep your eyes wide open and watch, Long Chen said. The next actions caused the white-haired diamond beast to faint from the pain. 1,000 words omitted. The pseudo-beast was in unimaginable agony, but it was merely suffering from the fate of its mate. It would not realize how helpless those it had devoured were, just like it was now. In fact, it was even worse than that. The alien beasts were cold-blooded, they had feelings, but not many, unless they were of high intelligence. For example, the pseudo-beast. But that was only for what it cared about. The death of humans had nothing to do with it. Below, the cubs were howling angrily, throwing stones at Long Chen. However, their aim was a bit off. Of course, despite being cubs, their 20-meter height was already quite large. But compared to the pseudo-beast's 280 meters, they were indeed just cubs. Boom! The white-haired diamond beast crashed to the ground. Next to it lay its intact skin, tortured to the brink of death. The fall woke it up in pain. It looked weakly at its 8 cubs. Little ones are really naughty. Come, let me check your health. Long Chen picked the one that looked the fiercest and threw stones the hardest. With a gentle lift of his hand, he pinned it to the ground, unable to move. Roar, roar, roar. The little cub struggled wildly and howled. Long Chen landed on its head. So fierce, your brain should taste delicious. Long Chen picked up the long Yuan sword and directly plunged it into its head, turning it around. The little cub had never experienced such a scene, crying out in pain. Human, I will not let you go, I will not let you go. Roar, roar, roar. The pseudo-beast howled in agony. This was not the end. Long Chen, in front of the pseudo-beast and the white-haired diamond beast, either roasted their cubs over a fire or ate them. He even forced them to eat. Otherwise, he would slaughter the rest. The 2 alien beasts had no choice but to endure the pain. To be honest, the taste of the roasted cubs with barbecue seasoning and cumin was indeed different. Although it was painful, there was surprisingly a delicious aroma. After about an hour of torment, it was almost over. This is the price for eating my parents in my past life, Long Chen said, finishing off both alien beasts. The torment they endured was beyond imagination. 1,000 words omitted here. Long Chen took the important materials from their bodies. He also searched the cave thoroughly. To his surprise, there were quite a few good things. For example, some rare materials were hidden within the skeletons of alien beasts. After searching through everything, he found 8 types of special materials. Meteor grass. I didn't expect to find this herb here. Long Chen found a special herb on the wall, its leaves as crystal clear as water. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This is one of the main herbs for refining the breaking boundary pill. If I collect enough and later find other matching herbs, I can refine quite a few breaking boundary pills. Even if I need a massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to break through compared to others, the demand for the breaking boundary pill is the same. But as long as the quantity is sufficient, I believe I can break through. It's just a matter of spending some time to stabilize my realm afterward. Great, there's another one here, and there are so many. Long Chen continued to search, and to his delight, he found a total of 9 meteor grasses. 9, ha! This is the biggest gain of this trip. This journey has been a blood profit. It seems that following the pseudo-beast to its lair was the right choice, Long Chen thought. He stored the white-haired diamond beast's skin in his spatial ring. Such a complete skin was very rare. It should be noted that this white-haired diamond beast had reached the first level of the beast sect. Moreover, it was a mutated white-haired diamond beast. Quite rare indeed. It would definitely fetch a sky-high price at the auction. It's time to go back. I've been out for over an hour, Long Chen thought. He retrieved the mangled head of the simulated beast. Covered in silver battle armor, he soared back at high speed on his sword. He burst through the river, cutting through the air with a white stream. Tens of thousands of soldiers and ability users on the city wall were anxiously waiting. Although the white mist had gradually dissipated and visibility had improved to over 10 kilometers, Long Chen still had not appeared at the far end of the endless pile of beast corpses. It's been almost 2 hours. Why hasn't the senior returned? Could something have happened? Don't talk nonsense. How could something happen to the senior with such strength? Isn't it said that the simulated beasts are very cunning? Perhaps it set an ambush, waiting for the senior to walk into the trap. If that's the case, it really is possible. Otherwise, why hasn't he returned after nearly 2 hours? Should we send military aircraft to take a look? No, the aircraft are out of fuel and can't land in the city. They can only hover at high altitude, waiting for the electromagnetic pulse to completely dissipate before they can land safely. The city is still affected by the electromagnetic pulse and hasn't fully recovered. Moreover, some aircraft without fuel have already chosen to divert to airports in other cities. What should we do then? We can't just wait here. The senior must be in trouble. We have to do something. If it comes to that, the two of us old fellows can go take a look. We are battle kings, we can at least protect ourselves. Look, what is that? Suddenly someone pointed to the sky outside the city. A massive head was seen arcing downwards. Everyone quickly moved aside. Although it was falling towards a spot on the city wall that was slightly behind and unoccupied, they were still afraid of being affected. Boom! The wall was dented by 2 or 3 meters. Everyone stared at the broken head. Although it was in a terrible state, it was still recognizable. This is the head of a simulated beast. That's right, it's the head of a simulated beast. My god, what a terrifying aura. Even in death, it gives off a sense of overwhelming pressure. No wonder it can command a massive horde of beasts. It must at least surpass the Beast King. But how did this head come flying over? As everyone marveled, boom! At that moment, a figure sliced through the air, leaving a white stream behind. Long Chen stood firmly atop the simulated beast's head, the long Yuan sword hovering behind him, looking incredibly imposing. All eyes were on him. At that moment, he seemed like a deity in the hearts of tens of thousands of soldiers. Ha ha! The senior is back. The senior has killed the simulated beast. Long live the senior. The senior is invincible. We won, we won. Ha, we won, we won. Cheers erupted in waves. The cheers of tens of thousands were quite overwhelming. Everyone looked up at Long Chen with reverence, eager to see the true face behind the mask. What kind of existence was he? However, they would be disappointed. Long Chen did not remove his mask. He swiftly appeared in front of Jiang Guohua. Have the casualties been counted? What about the other fronts? Long Chen asked. The war had ended nearly 2 hours ago. Jiang Guohua, as the temporary commander on site, should have a clear understanding of these situations. Senior, currently on the Eastern Front, over 500 soldiers have been injured, 35 seriously, and the rest have minor injuries. The death toll is 95. There were 35 ability users lost, with over 100 injured, both seriously and lightly. This is already the least casualties we've had in such a large-scale beast attack on the Eastern Front. If it weren't for the senior, not only would we all be lost, but the entire city would have fallen. Jiang Guohua expressed his deep gratitude. As for the other 3 fronts, we can currently contact them via landline. The reason there have been no more exotic beasts appearing 10 kilometers outside the city wall is due to the timely support from our seniors. We are currently accelerating the repair and cleanup of the battlefield. The northern front is also in the process of cleaning up. On the southern front, due to its proximity to the mountains, some exotic beasts have not yet had the chance to retreat and fighting is still ongoing, but it will end within an hour. Overall, there have been almost no casualties on the northern and southern fronts. The exotic beasts are mainly concentrated on the eastern and western fronts. The western front has suffered the most casualties, with over half of the 200,000 troops lost. 20,000 are seriously injured. The death toll has already exceeded 8,000 according to current statistics. There will be more to come, Jiang Guohua said heavily. Long Chen nodded solemnly. The casualties on the western front were much greater than he had anticipated. After all, even the city wall had been breached. Moreover, a large number of flying exotic beasts attacked the soldiers on the wall from various angles. Even though large-caliber anti-aircraft weapons caused damage or shot down flying exotic beasts, the casualties inflicted by the flying exotic beasts were still immense. The Western Army suffered heavy losses. Of course, the entire Donglin city must thank our seniors. If it weren't for our seniors turning the tide and fighting on 2 fronts, Donglin city would have fallen and 40 million people would have died. It was our seniors who saved everyone, Jiang Guohua exclaimed loudly. The scene erupted in cheers. Silence. After a while, Long Chen's voice rang out. Everyone quieted down to listen. Long Chen walked to the edge of the city wall and looked outside. All eyes were fixed on him. Long Chen gazed at the endless corpses of exotic beasts. All the materials from the exotic beasts I have killed will be sold for money to compensate the soldiers. This includes not only the Western Front but also the Eastern Front and the other 2 fronts. There is something I have already mentioned. To the Western Front. Here, I want to emphasize it even more. This money is for compensating the soldiers and their families, anyone who dares to hoard it for themselves, once I find out. Buzz. With a wave of his arm, Long Chen unleashed a sword aura that spans 6,000 meters. Boom! The sound echoed as it struck the ground in the distance. It cleaved a bottomless trench 10 meters wide and 6,000 meters long from 5 kilometers outside the city wall to the opposite bank of the river 11 kilometers away. The earth split open directly. The river was severed in half. The water surged back, creating a spectacular sight of twin waterfalls. Watching Long Chen unleash the sword strike up close, tens of thousands felt a chill run down their spines. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was enough to make one's scalp tingle and hair stand on end. Even if it didn't cut into them, it felt as if they would be torn apart by it. Gulp gulp. Everyone struggled to swallow, their movements synchronized. It was as if they had rehearsed it. Only at such close range could one truly feel Long Chen's power. It was a strength that could push back 10,000 troops with a single sword. No matter what tricks you had, I would cut them down with one sword. Many felt a deep-seated fear. No one would dare to claim they could survive this sword strike. It was unthinkable. They etched Long Chen's words deeply into their minds. Rest assured, Senior, I will do everything in my power to prevent such a thing from happening. Jiang Guohua said. Wow! Long live our senior! Our senior is invincible, our senior is mighty. Instantly, tens of thousands of soldiers cheered. Long Chen nodded as he watched the scene. The ability users had their guarantees, but these soldiers guarding the city had none. Because this was a world on the brink of collapse. Only the strong had dignity and would not be exploited. Long Chen did not want to see these fearless soldiers sacrificing their lives and paying a heavy price to protect the city, only for their families to end up in a dire situation. They might even have to live in a slum, crying over 3 pounds of ashes. This was not what he wanted to see. Long Chen did not care how much these exotic beast materials could be sold for. If he wanted to make money, he could go to the Great River and specifically hunt the beast sect. In just a few days, earning hundreds of billions is not a problem. He just didn't want to see these soldiers bleed and cry. Clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. You'll have enough to keep you busy in the coming days. Work hard, and your future will be limitless, Long Chen said to Jiang Guohua. Rest assured, Senior, I will clean up the battlefield at the fastest speed, Jiang Guohua replied respectfully with a fist salute. Afterward, investigate thoroughly who was involved in this matter. This is not just a simple beast attack, there must be human involvement. Start from the underwater monitor that showed no response. Long Chen's voice directly entered his mind. I understand, Senior, don't worry. Jiang Guohua nodded heavily. Buzz. Long Chen suddenly appeared 500 meters outside the wall. The long Yuan sword appeared beneath his feet. Boom! An instantaneous sonic boom erupted as he flew rapidly towards the city outskirts. He soon vanished into the horizon. Everyone watched Long Chen leave, their emotions stirred and unable to calm down for a long time. Is the senior really that mysterious person? The backing behind Lord Long, the strongest background behind him? Jiang Guohua thought to himself. Moreover, this sudden beast attack is too strange. It was able to approach silently without triggering the underwater monitor's response. If it were just the eastern front, that would be one thing, but the western front is the same. Although the underwater monitors on the north and south fronts also showed no response, the situation is somewhat better. Most attacks were from land beasts, with only a few in the rivers. It's as if they only appeared to block the escape route of humans from Donglin City, using electromagnetic pulses to seal off the entire Donglin City. The plan is very meticulous. I have no doubt that there are extremely intelligent beasts capable of this. It's the lack of response from the underwater monitor that is the biggest point of suspicion. If it were an electromagnetic pulse, the monitor should have completely shut down, rather than just remaining lit but unresponsive. There must be something wrong here, Jiang Guohua thought, and then he stopped dwelling on it, quickly adjusting his mindset. He would set this matter aside for now and investigate later. The war was over, and the battlefield needed to be cleaned up quickly. At the same time, defenses had to be reorganized to prevent any potential future beast attacks. Although the possibility was small, but it was still necessary to guard against it beforehand. More critically, the destructive impact of electromagnetic pulses on many weapons needed to be addressed. This would require a lot of money for replacements and repairs, as well as targeted upgrades to new weapon systems, to guard against future attacks from beasts that launch electromagnetic pulses, and there were many other things to be busy with. Jiang Guohua would have to work tirelessly for the next couple of days. The subsequent issues were not something Long Chen needed to worry about. Cleaning up the battlefield was something they could handle themselves. After traveling more than 20 kilometers outside the city, the silver armor gradually disappeared, revealing his original appearance. Casual short sleeves, sports long pants, wearing a ring on his hand, he flew swiftly on his sword. After making a turn, he shot into the sky, then concealed his figure among the clouds as he returned to Donglin City. This time, the beasts launched a four-front surprise attack, with 2 fronts on the offensive. There must be an invisible hand behind it, but Donglin City has not been breached. I believe the truth will soon be revealed. I want to see who it is that dares to joke with the lives of 40 million people in a city. As Long Chen thought of this, a killing intent flickered deep in his eyes. In the era of the beast apocalypse, there is no absolute unity among people. Perhaps it was indeed like that at the beginning when they united against the enemy. But as cities were established and humans gradually became safer, they gained the ability to stalemate with the beasts. Once life becomes comfortable, infighting begins. With nations rising, competition and clashes among them are rampant. But for someone to do such a thing, dying 1,000 times would not be too much. Long Chen thought as he passed over the slum area where he had previously lived. Long Chen looked at this scene, feeling a surge of emotions within. This is the place where my parents were killed by the beast in my last life. In this life, I will not repeat the same mistakes. The beast and its offspring have already been killed by me in the most brutal way possible, so this grudge is avenged. Long Chen said. This obsession that had existed since his previous life completely vanished at this moment. His state of mind had become much clearer. Now that my state of mind is different, I feel my realm has loosened up. Moreover, after continuous battles, my Qi refinement level 4 has been completely stabilized and level 5 is within reach. In that case, let's break through. Long Chen thought. After his body absorbed the thin spiritual energy around him, he instantly touched the threshold of Qi refinement level 5. Boom! His body erupted with a surge of energy. Like a bomb shockwave sweeping through, the sound rolling away. In a moment of thought, he broke through to Qi refinement level 5, his strength becoming even more formidable. I've broken through to Qi refinement level 5. I didn't expect it to be so quick and smooth. It seems that obsession indeed has a significant impact on one's state of mind and cultivation. When one's thoughts are clear and interconnected, a breakthrough is merely a fleeting moment. Long Chen mused. He no longer looked at the slum community. This was just the path he had taken, a road from the past. Now, it was merely history. All regrets in this life would eventually be compensated. Long Chen tore through the sky and returned home. Due to the impact of the electromagnetic pulse, the entire city's communications were affected. The mobile phones were either out of signal or in a black screen state. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan sat on the living room sofa, staring at the screen of the transparent television that had gone dark. It wouldn't turn on and showed no response. They couldn't help but show anxious expressions, their hearts burning with worry. I wonder how Yenner is doing. This is a special level combat readiness. All able-bodied young people in the city must join the logistics and frontline battles. The frontline battlefield must be extremely dangerous. Our son won't be in any trouble, right? Yenner is strong, but he is still very young and just starting out. What if something happens? Lin Yuyan became even more anxious as she spoke. Honey, don't worry, just believe in Yenner. He will definitely come back alive. Long Jin comforted Lin Yuyan as he held her. However, despite his words, worry was evident on his face. How could a father not worry about his son's safety? But that was the path Long Chen chose. He had to support him. They couldn't jump to conclusions until the last moment. Their son Long Chen would definitely not die so easily. Bang! At that moment, the door was pushed open. The two stood up to look. A gust of wind blew into the living room and Long Chen walked in. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Long Chen said with a smile. Yenner, are you okay? You scared Mom to death. You were gone for so long, I thought something happened to you. Yeah, your mom and I were both worried sick. The whole city is on special level combat readiness, usually, indicating a risk of city destruction. It's really great that you're okay. Long Zhen and Lin Yuyan rushed over to hug Long Chen, their eyes slightly moist. I'm fine, not a scratch on me, didn't I tell you? I'm a cultivator, completely different from a superhuman. Anyone could die, but I won't. Long Chen said, and at that moment the family felt very warm. After a while, by the way, Yenner, what's the situation outside? Long Zhen asked. There are beast attacks on all fronts against the city, especially severe on the east and west lines. Many people have sacrificed. But all of this is over. All the beasts attacking the city outside have been killed by me. The millions of people in Donglin City will be safe. Long Chen looked at his parents and said, this was not a lie. He had killed everything that could be seen on the battlefield. The number he killed alone accounted for more than 95% of the total. What? You killed them all by yourself? Long Jin and Lin Yuyan were shocked. That's right, I believe news and various reports will come out soon. But I hid my identity, and no one knows it's me, Long Chen said. Right, Yenner, you did the right thing. You have to hide your identity. It's better to keep a hand in this world. People's hearts are hard to gauge, and you can't be sure about such things, Long Jin said thoughtfully. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since the matter is settled, Yenner, you must be hungry. I'll make you something to eat, Lin Yuyan said. That works. Long Chen wasn't actually hungry. He had roasted some young beasts earlier. Although he didn't eat much, he had eaten some. His stomach wasn't empty. But since his mother said so, he might as well eat a bit. Soon, a table full of sumptuous dishes was laid out. Yenner, do you have any money? Can you lend me some? Long Jin asked. There's no such thing as lending. I'll transfer you some. Is 100 million enough? Long Chen took out his phone to prepare for the transfer. However, he found that the impact of the electromagnetic pulse on his phone hadn't ended yet. Due to the previous electromagnetic pulse attack from the beasts, the electronic components in the city are all malfunctioning, including phones. The electromagnetic pulse lasts about 6 to 12 hours. In another 2 hours, once the phone is back up, I can transfer it. Dad, I'll transfer it to you then, Long Jin said. Alright, Long Jin nodded. By the way, Dad, if you need it urgently, I have gold bars here. Long Chen thought. Of the 1,000 pounds of gold bars he had taken from the Xiao family's underground vault, Long Chen took out 2 gold bars, each weighing 40 pounds. Together, that was 80 pounds. At the current price, 1 gram is worth over 800 to 1,000 Tai Lin coins. That amounts to about 35 million. So much gold. Long Chen was seeing 80 pounds of gold up close for the first time. The weight in grams was clearly marked. You have to know that in the era of Origin Star, antiques were valuable and gold was not just talk. In the apocalyptic era, the price of gold has remained very stable. In some countries, gold is directly used as hard currency. Many large transactions are settled in gold. Using currency, unless it's a particularly strong country, there's always the risk of being wiped out by the beasts. Therefore, currency is very unstable. Gold is something everyone likes. No need. I was thinking of donating in cash. Those soldiers who died to protect the city and everyone, their parents must be heartbroken. I want to do something for them. After all, Long Zhen's voice grew quieter as he spoke. Yes, if you can donate, then donate a little. Do what you can, Lin Yuyan said. Alright, but you too should keep this gold. I'll transfer you 100 million to use first, and if that's not enough, I'll transfer more. As for the donation, even if the money is donated, it won't reach their hands. People's hearts are hard to gauge. There are too many who see money and act. Who dares to donate these days? Of course, Dad, you don't have to worry. The total number of beasts I've killed exceeds 95%. Selling the materials can bring in quite a bit of money. I've already warned them that all the beasts I've killed will be used to compensate the soldiers. If anyone dares to make a fuss about it, then don't blame me for being merciless. Long Chen said. That's good. Long Zhen's face brightened as he nodded. Since Long Chen had already made this decision, as a father, he certainly wouldn't stop him. Moreover, making money was too easy for Long Chen right now. Since Long Chen had decided this, he definitely hadn't cared about those beast materials. Today is June 30th, and it will take a long time for the city to return to normal, especially the stock market in Donglin City. I estimate it has already hit the limit down, and July 7th is the assessment for the ability users. It seems that the assessment for the ability users in Donglin City will be delayed this time. Yenner, if the assessment for ability users is held as scheduled, will you participate? Long Zhen suddenly thought of this question and couldn't help but ask. With the current technology and the speed of manpower repairs, the city walls can be basically restored in about a week. Donglin City will return to normal within a month. The stock market will indeed face major issues. As for such an important event as the ability user assessment, it will definitely still take place. After all, no matter what, the ability user assessment is held every year without fail, unless the city is destroyed. Otherwise, it will start on time. I wasn't planning to participate before, but this year, one of the rewards for the first place in the Tai Lin Dynasty assessment is a piece of purple gold ore. This thing is very useful for my cultivation. I must get it. Long Chen said. The purple gold ore is judged by its size and purity. If it is large enough and pure enough, it might even allow him to break through to a new realm. Alright, Yenner, do whatever you want. We will support you no matter what. That's right, just do what you want. First place will definitely be a piece of cake for you. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan laughed. By nightfall, the effects of the electromagnetic pulse had completely disappeared. The mobile phone signals in Donglin City were restored. Of course, many electronic components of devices closest to the electromagnetic pulse were destroyed and needed to be replaced. Once the signal was restored, the news of the beast attack on Donglin City quickly spread worldwide. There were videos and news reports everywhere, but they all used images from previous events. The events that occurred in Donglin City could not be transmitted in photo form yet. As soon as they were posted online, they would be deleted immediately. Thus, everyone knew that Donglin City had entered a state of emergency preparedness, but the specific casualties were still unclear, leaving various parties to speculate. Moreover, during this time, it was night in Donglin City. Even flights passing by from a distance could not capture the specific damage situation. Meanwhile, supplies to support Donglin City were being airlifted from surrounding cities. The city walls were being repaired at an accelerated pace. The stock market in Donglin City plummeted, hitting the limit down. If there were no concrete good news from Donglin City before the market opened the next day, the stock market would be basically finished. In the apocalyptic era, the financial market of a city fortress depends on its stability. If the city is overrun by beasts, it goes without saying that the financial market system of that city would be completely destroyed. However, if the city has not been occupied by beasts but has already lost the ability to defend itself, or even if it has defensive capabilities, it would definitely not hold up against the next beast attack. Then the financial market would also face a collapse. So whether the financial market of Donglin City will collapse depends on what announcement will be made before the market opens tomorrow. This will determine whether Donglin City's future will plummet or remain unchanged. It is important to know that this concerns the lives of tens of millions of people. Without the support of the financial market, the city's economy cannot operate. A massive number of companies would go bankrupt, and many people in Donglin City would be left without jobs and unable to earn money, forced to beg. The chain reaction would affect millions of households. At midnight, someone knocked on Long Chen's door. Long Chen opened the door to find Wu Huiyan, Lin Ruocheng, and his daughter Lin Yunxi. Seeing that they were all injured, it was clear they had also participated in the battle during the day. Long Chen waved his hand to isolate his parents' bedroom with energy. They wouldn't hear the conversation here and wouldn't be awakened. Have a seat. What brings you here? From the looks of you, you must have participated in the battle during the day, right? Long Chen got straight to the point. That's right, but our strength is weak. We were outside the core defense on the western front. I heard that there was a mysterious silver-armored powerhouse who stood on a sword and killed the exotic beasts on the western front. Otherwise, Donglin City would have already been occupied by them. Tens of millions would have almost all died. So we suspect. Lin Ruocheng hesitated at this point. We suspect it is Lord Long, which is why we came to visit you, Wu Huiyan quickly added. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her idol, feeling quite excited. Especially when she thought that the mysterious silver-armored figure could possibly be Long Chen, her excitement grew even more. Is it you, Lord Long? Lin Yunxi couldn't help but ask. What is your true purpose for coming here? Long Chen did not answer directly but smiled slightly and asked. Lin Ruocheng and Wu Huiyan exchanged glances. They seemed to have understood something. Here's the thing, after the news of the incident in Donglin City spread, the whole world already knows about it, and the stock market in Donglin City immediately hit the limit down. If this continues, when the stock market opens tomorrow, all related financial stocks in Donglin City will collapse immediately. Many people will go bankrupt. And once the chain reaction starts, it will affect thousands of households, leaving many without jobs and food. There will even be many who take the opportunity to bottom fish in the stock market. Many listed companies in Donglin City will have to change ownership. Funds will flow out, and major companies in Donglin City will definitely lack capital, leading to a severe economic downturn. Even Lin Ruocheng explained the seriousness of the situation in detail. I understand what you mean. Donglin City needs to give everyone a reassurance. Otherwise, once the stock market crashes, countless companies in Donglin City will go bankrupt, millions will be unemployed, and the urban system will collapse. If it really comes to that, the impact will indeed be enormous. Long Chen pondered. After all, Donglin City was where he grew up, his hometown. He naturally did not want to see countless people displaced in the entire city, becoming like some weak countries' urban fortresses, with people begging on the streets, everywhere filled with stinking ditches, even people starving to death in waves. The rich remain very rich, while the extremely poor account for over 98%. It would be a hell on earth, a catastrophic start to life. You should go back, Long Chen said. But Lin Ruocheng hesitated. What he wanted to say was that apart from Long Chen, no one else could possibly turn the tide. I know, with me here, the financial system of Donglin City's stock market will never collapse. All order will be restored quickly. You all should go back and rest well, Long Chen said. Lin Ruocheng and the other two, as supernatural beings, had all participated in the war, which made Long Chen feel gratified. Even if they were not on the main battlefield, it was because Wei Zhenghe had arranged it. The Western Front was over 100 kilometers long. There needed to be supernatural beings responsible for defense everywhere. Alright, Lord Long, we understand. You should rest, Lord Long, we will take our leave now. The three nodded heavily and then left. Long Chen watched them drive away. Dad, do you think Lord Long is really the silver-armored powerhouse? Lin Yunxi couldn't help but ask in the car. I think it's highly likely. Lin Ruocheng replied. If it really is Lord Long, then it makes sense. When Lord Long saved us, he was also flying while standing on a sword. It was so cool. Wu Huiyan said. So does that mean the stock market in Donglin City won't crash tomorrow? Lin Yunxi asked. If Lord Long dares to say so, then the stock market will definitely be fine tomorrow. I just don't know what Lord Long will do. In the era of exotic beasts and apocalypse, the stock market and finance are essentially related to a sense of security. If a place is very safe, then the stock market will thrive, because it has strong risk resistance and great investment value. Conversely, if a place loses its sense of security, it loses its investment value. Investors and shareholders won't pay for the financial stock market in a place like this. Lin Ruocheng explained. So that's how it is, I understand now. I just can't imagine what Lord Long will do to turn the tide. Given the situation, the stock market will definitely crash tomorrow. Even our Lin family's listed company will be affected. Lin Yunxi frowned and thought. I don't know, but Lord Long must have his ways. The rise and fall of the entire city, the chain reaction affecting millions of families, even tens of millions of lives, all depends on Lord Long. This is the only hope. Lin Ruocheng said heavily. That's right now only Lord Long has that capability. Wu Huiyan also said solemnly. Long Chen stood on the third-floor balcony, looking at the city in the distance, where large areas of lights had already been restored. he felt the gentle breeze blowing towards him. The lights of 10,000 homes are the support of the economic system. Once the system collapses, it can only lead to food distribution. At that time, it will be like those weak national city fortresses, turning people into true slaves with food and water. There's no difference from animals. The reason why the Tai Lin dynasty and the top 10 powerful national city fortresses have better economies, even very developed ones, is because of a stable financial system, a developed machinery manufacturing sector, and numerous jobs that can create high employment rates. Only with a large flow of funds can a city prosper. Otherwise, once the financial system collapses and affects manufacturing, Donglin City will be finished. If that's the case, then stabilizing the situation in Donglin City is all that matters. Everyone must clearly understand one principle: Donglin City will not decline, nor will it perish. Long Chen murmured. It seems that the mastermind behind the beast attack on Donglin City must also be related to this financial storm. Even if there's no direct connection, they must be able to profit indirectly, along with other greater benefits. Long Chen thought. But no matter what tricks you have, in the face of absolute strength, conspiracies can be cut down with a single sword. Long Chen remained extremely calm, as if everything was under control. Soon, in the early morning, images of the current situation in Donglin City were spread widely. They appeared in large numbers across various networks. There was no way to delete them all. Among these images were photos of large groups of people emerging from underground defenses, walking on the streets with their heads down. There were also pictures of a few small ruffians loitering on the streets. Additionally, there were images of fighter jets, helicopters, and passenger planes that had fallen in the city due to electromagnetic pulses, engulfed in raging flames. Smoke billowed from multiple locations in the city, creating a desolate, war-torn appearance. There were even photos of a 200-meter gaping hole in the western city wall of Donglin City after its collapse, photos of numerous bodies covered with white cloth on the city walls, and many images of destroyed weapons. All of these were disseminated. As the saying goes, there are no walls that don't let the wind through, let alone in a city fortress with a population of 40 million. Once this news spread, those who held stocks in various listed companies in Donglin City, as well as the financial capital entrepreneurs who invested in various companies in Donglin City, all had a very bleak outlook on the city's future. Many had already decided overnight to withdraw their investments and sell all stocks related to Donglin City as soon as the market opened, trying to protect their interests as much as possible. Many people had this thought, almost everyone. Soon it was 7:30 in the morning. The stock market opening time was 9 o'clock. Various messages online were expressing concern for Donglin City. Does anyone know how Donglin City is doing? I don't know. I have a relative over there and I can't even reach them by phone now. It seems like many people have died. It's at a special combat readiness level. I estimate that over 1 million have died. My God, is it that serious? Otherwise, what do you think? This is a state of emergency, which means the city could be attacked at any moment. I wouldn't be surprised if more people die. So how did they manage to hold on? They say a super strong person appeared, but there's not even a photo. Who knows if it's true? No way. Where would a super strong person come from in Donglin City? Able to turn the tide against the beast tide during a state of emergency? It's just a small city. Stop talking nonsense. Those with money should donate, and those with strength should lend a hand. I'll donate a month's salary. If you're going to donate, you donate. This money will definitely go to waste. I no longer trust these so-called donation channels. The overwhelming discourse led many to start donating spontaneously. As for how much money could actually be put to use, it would surely be like a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. And anything related to the stock market and finance was all singing the blues for Donglin City, completely pessimistic. They all felt that with such a huge breach in the city wall from the beast attack, it would eventually be breached, and there was no future left. Such a big breach, my God, how could such a high city wall be smashed like this? By beasts? Didn't they fight back with weapons? They say it's because the beasts launched a lot of electromagnetic pulses right from the start. It's a new ability they evolved, capable of paralyzing electronic components and all electronic devices. Is it really that outrageous? If our city encounters such special beasts, wouldn't we meet the same fate? Not the same. Donglin City doesn't have many strong fighters, and the beast horde's ambush was too sudden, so there was no time to react. What if Donglin City is breached by beasts in the future? All the investment money would go to waste. I estimate the stock market and finance in Donglin City are doomed, and many wealthy people will definitely flee. Exactly, Donglin City is no longer suitable for living. Just watch, once the stock market crashes, all the rich will run away. Without job opportunities, Donglin City can't hold on for a few years, and many people will even starve to death on the streets. There were also many discussions regarding the stock market. It was normal for them to be pessimistic about Donglin City. After all, even the city wall had been breached with a huge hole. There was absolutely no sense of security. It would be strange if the wealthy didn't flee. As the saying goes, poverty cannot be moved, but wealth can be moved. and it can be moved at will. They wouldn't be like ordinary people with no way out, forced to defend the city. Most of these super rich came to Donglin City merely to invest and make money. Since there was no sense of security here, coupled with the financial market crash, it would naturally lead to a mass exodus of wealthy individuals. Under the butterfly effect, in the end, factories, investors, enterprises, and finance would all leave. Donglin City would continue to decline, with no money to maintain the city's weapon defense system. There would be even less money for upgrades. In the end, tens of millions would still have to die. It's cruel and very real. This is the era of the beast apocalypse. On July 1st, the day began with clear skies and no clouds. One could see for dozens of kilometers. At the same time, at 8:30 a.m., in the central square of Donglin City. At this moment, over 200,000 people gathered in the central square. This doesn't even count the people standing on the distant streets, as well as those on rooftops and inside houses watching this scene. If added together, there were at least hundreds of thousands. With 10,000 people, it's a sea of people. With hundreds of thousands, it's an endless expanse. And the scene was not just ordinary citizens. There were also many television stations from various cities and major media outlets. Drones were capturing the scene from all angles. 1,000 soldiers were responsible for maintaining order on site. One by one, the big shots of Donglin City appeared. First was the two-star General He Shisheng, the commander of the 900,000-strong army of Donglin City. The deputy commander, two-star General Su Tianchen, along with the commanders and deputy commanders of the 4 major battlefronts in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. A total of 9 people were present. This is because the Eastern Front commander, Fan Wuxin, died in a helicopter that fell due to an electromagnetic pulse. Therefore, he was not present at the scene. In fact, the 900,000 troops in Donglin City had 2 deputy commanders. Another deputy commander was held by the city lord of Donglin City. However, the city lord, along with several high-ranking officials from Donglin City, had important matters to attend to in another city a few days ago. They were on the fastest flight back. Thus, the highest-ranking official present at the scene was the two-star General He Shisheng. In the era of exotic beasts, strength is revered, and truth comes from the barrel of a gun. The position of He Shisheng, who commands 900,000 troops, is self-evident. He stood in front of the microphone while others stood in a row behind him, all looking serious. There was no stage, no flashy decorations, just a small platform with a few high-definition microphones. First, let us observe 3 minutes of silence for all those who have died this time, He Shisheng said. Everyone lowered their heads voluntarily. At this moment, anyone who dared to look up would surely be beaten to death. Therefore, everyone consciously bowed their heads in silence for 3 minutes. This was a solemn tribute to the unprecedented disaster. 3 minutes later, He Shisheng picked up an A4 sheet of paper from the podium. In this special-grade combat readiness disaster caused by the wave of exotic beasts, 900,000 soldiers from the 4 major fronts, north, south, east, and west, fought bravely and fearlessly against the exotic beasts. Especially the pressure faced by the eastern and western fronts was unprecedented. We even sacrificed a 1-star General Fan Wuxin. At the same time, here are the casualty numbers from the 4 major fronts. Eastern Front battlefield. Western Front battlefield. As each shocking number came out of He Shisheng's mouth, everyone at the scene felt a heavy heart. In this battle, nearly 9,800 people had already died on the Western Front alone. This does not include those who would die from severe injuries later. This is just the current count. The losses on the Western Front were devastating. The Eastern Front also suffered significant losses, but relatively speaking, it was better. Only the Northern and Southern fronts had minimal losses. At least compared to the Eastern Front, they were much better off. The number of injured on the Western Front was simply too high, with over half of the 200,000 troops injured. It was quite serious. Many people couldn't help but cry upon hearing this. Those were 10,000 precious lives lost. Behind them were tens of thousands of families. They all fought bravely and fearlessly to protect the city, to safeguard the homes of millions and the lives of tens of millions. They are all true heroes, and I am proud to have such soldiers. He Shisheng's voice was powerful. Many were moved by his words, wiping away their tears. The 1,000 soldiers maintaining order had red eyes. Among the deceased were their close comrades, friends, and brothers from school. Even if they didn't know each other, they were all heroes who protected the city together. In such an atmosphere, no one could help but feel sorrowful. Heroes, heroes, heroes. At this moment, hundreds of thousands shouted. It was quite shocking. And this scene was broadcast live across all the cities and fortresses of the Tai Lin dynasty. Countless conscientious people watching the video were in tears. Of course, it wasn't just the Tai Lin dynasty. Many people in cities and fortresses around the world were also watching the live broadcast. As the shouts gradually subsided, He Shisheng was about to speak about the deeds of the mysterious silver-armored powerhouse. Mr. He, please wait a moment, suddenly interrupted a male reporter from the United Alliance dynasty with blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin. His Tailin dynasty language was somewhat awkward, sounding unpleasant. He rudely interrupted Yi Shishang, displaying a natural air of superiority and ingrained arrogance that made him feel above others. Moreover, he had even shown some impatience when bowing just now. If it weren't for the fear of being beaten, he wouldn't have wanted to bow at all. What do you want to say? Yi Shishang asked. Expressionless, he was not polite at all. If the other party were not a powerful reporter from the United Alliance dynasty, he wouldn't even bother to respond. I am a reporter from the United Alliance dynasty. My name is Ijixi. I have some photographic materials here for everyone to take a look. As Ijixi spoke, he placed several high-definition photos the size of A4 paper in front of the camera and circled around. All the cameras could capture them clearly. Yi Shishang narrowed his eyes. I believe everyone has seen it. The western city wall of Donglin City has been breached by a beast, creating a gap of 200 meters. Moreover, the western battlefield has suffered heavy losses with an army of 200,000. The combat effectiveness has directly halved. Defensive weapons have also been mostly destroyed. So I want to ask, what will you do if another beast attacks the western front during this time? How will you respond? Is there anyone who can protect Donglin City? No. No one dares to say they can. Because the city wall is no longer impregnable. The defenses are no longer reliable. Tens of millions of lives are at stake. Who can guarantee that the beasts won't rush in and kill everyone? Just like all the cities that have been destroyed before, becoming food for the beasts. What do you have to protect this city? Ijixi became more and more agitated as he spoke. It was as if this blue-eyed, white-skinned person from the United Alliance dynasty was genuinely worried about the 40 million people in Donglin City of the Tailin dynasty. Yi Shishang's gaze hardened. The expressions of Jiang Guohua and Wei Jianga, along with other high-ranking officials behind him, changed simultaneously. This Ijixi has no good intentions at all. He is inciting extreme panic among the hundreds of thousands of citizens present in the 40 million people in Donglin City. He is undermining the morale of the four major battlefronts and the safety of Donglin City's defenses. He is causing a huge impact on the stock market of Donglin City, which is about to open. His intentions are extremely malicious. Damn it, I don't know who sent him, but to stir up trouble at this time, he wants to ruin Donglin City's economy. Jiang Guohua said angrily in a low voice. If it weren't for the nationwide broadcast, even a global broadcast, if so many people weren't watching, I would have shot him 100 times already. Disturbing the military's morale. People like this should be shot on the spot. Wei Jianga also said angrily in a low voice. There are less than 10 minutes until the stock market opens at 9. It's over. The financial market of Donglin City is finished. Once the massive companies in Donglin City are maliciously shorted, in the end, it will just be low-price acquisitions, fund transfers, and cashing out, leaving a mess for Donglin City and tens of millions of citizens. In the apocalypse, after the danger of beasts, the greatest threat is indeed humanity. When it comes to uniting to kill beasts, there are no ideas, but when it comes to turning on their own kind, they are quite adept. Wei Jianga glanced at his watch. Damn dog. In the crowd below, Zhang Tianhao and Lin Ruocheng were watching this scene. Ijixi's words made them extremely angry. Ordinary people might not yet realize what would happen next. They would only worry about whether Donglin City's safety was reliable upon seeing these photos and alarming statements. But Lin Ruocheng and the others were well aware of Ijixi's malicious intentions. There are still 9 minutes left. Only 9 minutes, Lord Long. What method will you use to stop this financial storm targeting Donglin City? Currently, there is no hope for Donglin City at all. Lin Ruocheng murmured, his brows furrowed and his face full of worry. We must believe in Lord Long. Until the last moment, no one can say for sure. Since Lord Long said that as long as he is in Donglin City, the stock market will not crash, then it must be fine. I believe in Lord Long the most. He will definitely keep his word. Wu Huiyan's eyes were resolute. As Long Chen's #1 fan, his confidence in Long Chen was no less than Long Chen's own. Only 9 minutes left. Can it really be done? Lin Yunxi looked on with anticipation. Wei Yunxia, Zhou Fini, Zhang Buwei, and others known to Long Chen frowned. Damn it, is this reporter from the United Alliance dynasty trying to ruin the economy of Donglin City? Especially Wei Yunxia couldn't help but curse under his breath. However, he had to admit one thing. As a battle king at the 9th level, he had guarded Donglin City for decades. He could guarantee that he would fight until the last moment, even if it meant death. But he couldn't guarantee that he could turn the tide. He knew he didn't have that ability. If it weren't for Long Chen's efforts to turn the situation around in this war, even 100 battle kings at the 9th level would perish. Because there was an absolute gap between battle kings and beast sect. Human ability users could only contend at the same level or one level higher. Even if they could pile up a massive number of battle kings to overwhelm the enemy, they simply didn't have that many battle kings. If only that senior were here, with their peak strength, they could definitely dominate the scene. Alas, it's a pity that the senior has already left. Wei Yunxia sighed to himself. Respected commander of the Donglin Legion, please answer. my question directly? There are hundreds of thousands of people here and countless more watching the live broadcast. Tell me, how can you ensure the safety of tens of millions of lives? How can you guarantee that the city won't be breached? How can Donglin City ensure the interests of investors and shareholders? AI Jieshi said sternly. He Shishang pondered, momentarily at a loss for words. As soon as AI Jieshi's words were spoken, chaos erupted around them. Yeah, what will Donglin City do? That huge gap is terrifying. I saw it online in the middle of the night. It's true, there really is a super big gap on the western front. Do we even need to check online? I live on the 68th floor, and this morning, with clear weather, I saw the gap at a glance. It's about 200 meters wide. No way, I didn't see a gap. It was just that one section of the city wall looked different from usual. The city wall is broken, but it's just that the Western Army has blocked it with something. I saw it clearly through my binoculars. How could they possibly repair a safe and reliable city wall in such a short time? Donglin City is finished. We are all going to die. If there's another beast attack, we will all die. No ability user can withstand it, let alone the military. What to do? What to do? Where there is one person in fear, there will be two, and the panic spread among hundreds of thousands, and among the tens of millions watching the live broadcast in Donglin City. Poverty cannot be moved. They couldn't go anywhere else but Donglin City. Once the beasts attacked again, the city would fall, and death would be the final outcome. Once fear and panic emerged, it was hard to suppress. The scene was in chaos. Voices rose and fell. Everyone, quiet down. He, Shishang shouted. However, instead of calming the chaos, it only intensified. It was clear that control was about to slip away. In extreme despair, many would surely resort to extreme actions, killing or looting everywhere. Even with 1,000 soldiers maintaining order on site, it would be impossible to completely prevent such a level of chaos. AI Jieshi revealed a slight smile. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Donglin City was absolutely doomed after this wave. The economy wouldn't be able to recover. It seems the commander can no longer respond. The outcome is obvious. You have no way to protect the city. You're just stalling for time, giving the powerful a chance to evacuate, right? Once they leave, the rest won't matter. No one will care if they are abandoned. Am I right? AI Jieshi questioned loudly. No, our Donglin army of 900,000 will fight until the last moment. We will do our utmost to protect the safety of 40 million people, even if it means fighting until only one person remains, together in life and death. He, Shishang's voice was high and solemn. At that moment, the chaos seemed to calm down a bit. Many were moved by his words. The 900,000 troops would protect everyone's safety, even if it meant fighting to the last person. What a heavy promise that was. Commander, you still haven't directly answered my question. How will you ensure that Donglin City won't fall and that 40 million people won't die? Ijixi's voice grew sharper. Shishang furrowed his brows, feeling an urge to beat Ijixi to death. But reason told him that doing so would only play into her hands and create even bigger problems. It seems you can't protect the city at all. No one can guarantee that this city won't be breached by the tide of alien beasts. 40 million people will still die. It's just a matter of living a little longer or a little shorter. Alright, I understand now. This is the helplessness of ordinary people. Ijixi feigned a sigh of sadness. Just as the scene was about to descend into chaos again, with only 7 minutes until the stock market opened. As long as I'm here, Donglin City won't fall, no matter how many alien beasts there are. A loud explosion echoed from afar, sweeping across the central square for dozens of miles. Hundreds of thousands could hear it clearly. One by one, they looked up in shock. They saw what seemed to be a fighter jet speeding through the clear blue sky, leaving a long white trail behind. The speed was astonishing, looking quite spectacular. My god, that sound is so loud. Who is it? Quick, look at that. It looks like a fighter jet. Is a fighter jet really that fast? Could it be a missile? Is it possible it's a flying alien beast? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, buzz, buzz, buzz. The short-range air defense missile radar stationed in the central square detected a target and locked onto it. I am Jiang Guohua. Quick, turn off the air defense missiles. It's that senior who's arrived. Jiang Guohua excitedly picked up the intercom. The soldiers in the air defense missile vehicle immediately turned off the radar lock. Jiang Guohua certainly remembered that magnetic and imposing voice very clearly. Not just him. Wei Jianga and others who had met the owner of that voice were also thrilled. It's the senior. The senior has come. Ha ha. Wei Jianga couldn't help but express his excitement. It's the senior. The senior has come. Donglin City is saved. Wei Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Could it be that the senior is truly Lord Long? Lord Long is the senior. That's wonderful. Lin Ruocheng thought to herself, overjoyed. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom echoed in the sky. Long Chen soared above the central square and shot straight up to 9,000 meters. My heavens, that's a person. He can actually fly. I saw it clearly. That's not a rocket, it's a sword. He's flying on a sword. A flying powerhouse, I've only seen that on TV. What level of ability does this person have to be able to fly? So shocking, a powerful flying ability user has descended. To witness this in person is worth it. I didn't come here for nothing today. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Chen dove down and landed steadily in the square. A gust of wind swept past. Everyone felt the strong wind rushing towards them. They quickly looked closely. They saw a powerful figure in silver armor standing on a sword. Under the sunlight, he looked extremely imposing. Commander he is the mysterious senior who will save Donglin City, Zhang Guohua said to He Shishang. I understand. He Shishang nodded heavily. Long Chen hovered in the sky, standing on his sword. He Shishang could tell at a glance how powerful the other person was. The ability to fly without relying on a rocket vehicle already indicated the strength of a formidable opponent. Flight was a hallmark of peak power. Even an ordinary person would know this. Ijixi's expression was grim. He never expected that a flying powerhouse would suddenly appear. This was clearly beyond his expectations. Long Chen stepped down from the long Yuan sword, walking through the air as if he were stepping on solid ground. This scene stunned everyone present, leaving them all wide-eyed and speechless. At the same time, it shocked countless viewers watching the live broadcast. Floating in mid-air, stepping on space as if it were solid ground. To be able to walk on air required an extremely high level of power. So anyone with a bit of basic knowledge understood what this truly meant. It was even more shocking than when Long Chen had flown over earlier. Super strong individuals from around the world, who would normally not pay attention to the live broadcast from the center square of Donglin City, were quickly stirred. Sakji, quickly turn on the Tai Lin Dynasty's live broadcast. Hurry! What's wrong? I don't care about the Tai Lin Dynasty. Don't disturb my cultivation unless it's important. You need to see this. Another person has appeared in the Tai Lin Dynasty who can fly and step on space. What? Let me take a look. It really is. Dressed in silver armor I've never seen before. Who on earth is he? Such events were happening all over the world. Some powerful individuals who rarely got stirred were awakened after receiving the news. The number of viewers for this live broadcast in Donglin City surged to unprecedented heights. If the server had been any weaker, it would have crashed. Comments flashed in the barrage below. What does it mean to have a powerhouse who can fly and step on air? Can any superpower experts explain? Yeah, what does it represent? Can any big shots come out to explain? I'll send you 10 yachts. Let me put it this way, I'm already at the 9th level of battle spirit. He could probably kill 10 of me with a single slap. What are you bragging about? Even I, a battle king, would be killed 10 times. Over with a slap. Are you saying your battle spirit is stronger than mine? Oh my god, is it really that absurd? So basically, if you can fly, you're a big shot? Of course. Just look at the big shots who could fly in past broadcasts. They were tactical forces among the nations. Let me put it this way, flying powerhouses far exceed battle kings, and battle kings are at the 5th realm. As for those who can step on air, they are comparable to tactical nuclear weapons. My heavens, could it be an elder from the Tai Lin dynasty? The comments in the barrage were scrolling rapidly, showing the shock of witnessing such a powerhouse. Meanwhile, the countless people present at the Donglin Central Square were even more astonished. Long Chen looked at the blonde man, Ijixi. Ijixi's gaze flickered, unable to meet Long Chen's eyes. You want to incite everyone's distrust of Donglin City and undermine its economic system. I don't care who is behind you, stop your little tricks. I can assure everyone right now. With me guarding Donglin City, what does it matter if there are 100,000 beast armies? Long Chen's voice boomed as he stopped, standing 20 meters in the air with his feet on space. At this height, he formed an air shield beneath him, allowing him to step on space as if it were solid ground. The long Yuan sword floated behind him, exuding an unimaginable aura of dominance. I admit you are strong, but you are not at a level where you can turn the tide of battle. And how can you guarantee that your strength alone can protect the entire city? It's a fantasy, a delusion. Everyone, don't listen to him. Donglin City absolutely cannot hold out until the next beast disaster arrives, Ijixi shouted. He felt that given the current situation and his special identity, although he couldn't afford to offend Long Chen, but as long as he doesn't say anything excessive, no matter how strong Long Chen is, he definitely can't do anything to him. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of people watching, and it's a live broadcast. Long Chen can't just slap himself to death, right? But no one can withstand this kind of public pressure. Ijixi has a microphone on him, connected to the speakers in the shadows, so his voice is very loud. He deliberately wants hundreds of thousands of people to hear. This plunges the scene into panic and makes the entire defense of Donglin City no longer trusted. Looking for death. Long Chen raised his hand and the surrounding air squeezed Ijixi. This reporter from the United Alliance Dynasty was crazily squeezed, suspended in the air, unable to move. What are you going to do? Do you dare to kill me in front of so many people? How dare you do this? Ah, no. Ijixi screamed in disbelief and pain. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking and shattering echoed through the hidden microphone on him. It was a painful sound to hear. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, boom! Ijixi's body was directly crushed, exploding into a mist of blood that scattered on the ground. Those who were close got a bit of blood on their faces. This scene was witnessed by countless people both on site and in the live broadcast. Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back, completely unconcerned, as if he had just done something trivial. It didn't provoke any emotional fluctuations in him. Dead, someone died. He actually killed reporter Ijixi. Ijixi is a very famous global reporter from the United Alliance dynasty. He dared to kill such a famous person in front of everyone. That's ruthless. No wonder he's a peak powerhouse of the Tailin dynasty. Deserved it. Heh. I've long disliked that guy's face. It feels great, but this is a national live broadcast and other countries are also watching. There will probably be a lot of protests, and things will escalate. I don't care, he deserved to die. Let him stir up trouble here in Donlin City. So satisfying, decisive in killing and settling scores. This is a true powerhouse. This is what a novel promised me. I didn't expect there to be such a satisfying moment. The vast majority of people on site felt exhilarated. The way he killed a troublemaker without any hesitation was simply shocking to them. They had never seen anyone so decisively ruthless. And Long Chen did it. Of course, some people felt it was inappropriate. After all, this was a national live broadcast. People from other countries were also watching, and the number of viewers online was definitely not small. Haha, well done, senior. Wei Yinxia's face was filled with joy, feeling a sense of exhilaration. However, those watching the live broadcast from the United Alliance dynasty were getting furious. Bastard, how dare you kill our people? He absolutely cannot be spared, even if he is strong. Our country has super strong individuals. I don't believe we can't sanction him. Everyone, let's jointly request the deployment of strong individuals to sanction him and bring him back. Damn Tailin dynasty people, how dare they kill our people? It's too arrogant. Deploy troops. Fight fiercely, wage the battle of the apocalypse. Just watch, our United Alliance dynasty's powerhouses will definitely not sit idly by. The live broadcast comments from the Tailin dynasty exploded. Long Chen was rubbing their faces in the dirt. This was a matter of face, it had to be reclaimed. Ijixi is a celebrity. Many of the people he has interviewed are big shots, and he is known for his humor, boldness, and ability to speak loudly in the industry. I didn't expect him to be directly crushed by the senior from afar. Even dogs can't tolerate this, let alone the powerful United Alliance dynasty. But what if they can't tolerate it? They still have to hold back. The senior is not someone you can provoke. To offend a senior for a clown like him, that would cost them their lives. Haha, serves him right. Wei Jianga couldn't help but sneer softly. That's right, he deserved to die. Jiang Guohua added, feeling quite uncomfortable. He usually wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Long Chen was as indifferent as if he had just crushed an ant. There was not the slightest hint of emotion. Only a floating badge at the spot where Ai Jieshi had died caught his attention. Is that the badge of the Spirit Fire sect? Long Chen said. He had seen a badge identical to this one when he saved Zhang Shi from killing the deacon of the Spirit Fire sect. Look, that's actually the badge of the Spirit Fire sect. I didn't expect that the well-known reporter Ai Jieshi from the United Alliance dynasty was actually a member of such an evil cult. No wonder he stirred up trouble here. His intentions are indeed malicious. It seems Ai Jieshi has no connection to the United Alliance dynasty. If he did, that would be a huge problem. Jiang Guohua said sarcastically, his voice loud. This was a live broadcast. Once he said that, combined with the genuine Spirit Fire sect badge, it further solidified Ai Jieshi's identity as a member of the Spirit Fire sect. If the United Alliance dynasty dared to cause trouble, it would only confirm their connection to this evil, anti-human cult. Therefore, the United Alliance dynasty would quickly choose to distance themselves. Of course, whether they caused trouble or not was irrelevant to Long Chen. If they had the capability, they could come at him. However, it was unfortunate that even if Ai Jieshi wasn't a member of the Spirit Fire sect, no one in the United Alliance dynasty dared to easily provoke a powerhouse like Long Chen. In the era of abilities, strength was paramount. Moreover, he had killed a member of an evil cult. Killing him was like killing a worthless insect. Even if the United Alliance dynasty had a real connection to the Spirit Fire sect, they couldn't openly tell everyone that they were associated with an evil cult that everyone wanted to eradicate. That would undoubtedly place them in opposition to the vast majority of humanity. The United Alliance dynasty was not yet at a point where they could ignore everything. I live 500 miles outside Donlin City. I will guard Donlin City if anyone dares to stir up trouble again. As Long Chen spoke, he stepped on the long Yuan sword and soared upwards, looking towards the North Forest primitive forest 10 kilometers away. There was a prominent mountain 2,000 meters high, with an 800-meter vertical cliff stretching nearly 4,000 meters in length directly facing the central park. It looked quite spectacular. However, the mountain had a somewhat black hue, which was due to being struck by lightning when Long Chen broke through. Even after the rain washed some of it away, it still retained some darkness.
Long Chen extended his finger, unleashing sword energy, his arm sweeping across like 1,000 troops. Buzz! A white, terrifying sword energy spanning 5,000 meters swept across, unstoppable. It emitted a loud, cutting wind howl that was extremely piercing, giving people a tingling sensation on their scalps. Everyone couldn't help but watch as the white blade struck the mountain at an incredible speed. Boom! The entire granite mountain was marked with a visible sword scar. Even from 10 kilometers away, it could be seen clearly. The whole mountain shook. The power was unimaginable, shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Annihilate his entire family. Boom! Long Chen left behind 4 words. After doing all this, he stepped on the long Yuan sword and instantly surpassed the speed of sound, disappearing at high speed into the horizon, leaving a long white trail of air. Everyone watched him leave, their emotions unsettled for a long time. The power of Long Chen's sword and the sonic boom shocked everyone present, as well as countless viewers before the live broadcast. Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned, and their eyes filled with disbelief. My god, what terrifying attack power! I've never seen an ability user so strong. A sword crossing thousands of meters to attack a mountain 10 kilometers away. What does that even mean? Is there anyone who understands? Quick, hit me. I feel like I'm dreaming. I can't believe there are such powerful guardians in Donglin City. How strong must he be? I have a feeling he could single-handedly break through the beast tide. Countless people at the scene gasped in shock. The live stream's comments were like a tidal wave. Quick, quick, quick. Can a powerful ability user tell me what level of strength this is? Whoever tells me, I'll immediately transfer them 300,000 as a thank you. Let me put it this way, I'm at the 8th level of the War King, and in front of this senior, I still need to practice. This sword strike is because I wasn't on site. What's wrong, big shot? What would happen if you were on site? If I were on site, I would kneel down and call him dad right there. Wow, is it really that outrageous? A War King level ability user in the comments calling a senior dad? Is the War King really that shameless? What do you know? This War King is just too eager to improve. I want to improve too, but unfortunately, my potential isn't high. The senior probably wouldn't look at me. Alright, got it. I'm following you now, and I've transferred the 300,000 to you. Remember to check. Wait, so you're saying Donglin City is currently very safe with the senior guarding it? Of course. With such attack power and the ability to fly, what do you think? Even if he shifts to the 4 major battlefronts, it wouldn't take much time. After all, Donglin City is just that small, and didn't the senior say he lives 500 miles outside the city? The straight line distance to Donglin City is at most about 250 kilometers, and at supersonic speed he would arrive in 10 minutes. Strange, why can't we see his ability level and realm? It must be hidden by some special ability. The senior truly deserves to be called a senior. With such a strong ability user stationed in a small city, it must be as solid as a fortress. The stock market in Donglin City in the future. The live stream comments from the Tai Lin dynasty went completely wild. Meanwhile, the comments from other countries were filled with envy. I admit he's strong, but he definitely isn't as strong as the experts from our United Alliance dynasty. What era is it? Still using swords? Times have changed, senior. Now it's ability users with high-end weapons. Our cosmic dynasty isn't weak either. Just pick any elder from the dynasty council, and they are about as strong as him, if not stronger. That's right, your cosmic dynasty is invincible, the #1 in the universe, right? A tiny place boasting every day. The Tai Lin dynasty has an old saying, those who are diligent are the true heroes. My Amazon dynasty is far stronger than your cosmic dynasty and Tai Lin dynasty. Ah, yes. You 3 parties are not wrong, but all of you have been beaten by the peak ability users of my Tai Lin dynasty. Don't deny it, that's a fact. That was just the past. We are not what we used to be now. Exactly, if you don't believe it, let's have a one-on-one. No need for a one-on-one. The ability assessment time is about the same worldwide. Just watch, this time, the genius from my Tai Lin dynasty will definitely crush you with talent. Heh, dreaming. The comments from other countries were especially filled with envy. However, no one dared to insult, tease, or curse a powerhouse like Long Chen. It was fine to say it offline since no one would know. Otherwise, the internet has a memory. It could trace you through the network and take you down. Therefore, it is understood by everyone in the era of the beast apocalypse that ability users must not be insulted. There are 3 minutes left until the stock market opens. Zhang Guowo glanced at his watch. Sir, let me speak. Zhang Guowo looked at Yi Shisheng, whose face still bore traces of blood from Ijia. Alright, you speak. Watch your words, Yi Shisheng reminded. After saying that, he stood aside. He didn't want to wipe his face with paper. Otherwise, he would just smear more blood on his face. Yes, sir. Zhang Guowo nodded seriously. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me first. The crowd quickly quieted down. Remember yesterday morning around 8 o'clock when the Beast Tide launched a massive attack on Donglin City?
Although we fought tenaciously, we still struggled to withstand after the alien beasts evolved to launch electromagnetic pulse attacks, resulting in massive casualties. And just when we were in a dire situation, the silver-armored senior appeared. Over 95% of the Beast Kings and Beast Emperors on the eastern, western, and northern battlefields were slaughtered by this senior alone. This even includes several powerful alien beasts from various beast sects. The senior single-handedly swept through tens of thousands of alien beasts. He blocked a massive number of alien beasts at the breach, not allowing a single one to enter the city. Sweeping through the army, pushing everything aside, Jiang Guo's voice was high and resonant. As he spoke, he had someone project a three-dimensional image into the space above the square. The display effect was comparable to a high-definition LCD screen. This statement undoubtedly shocked the entire audience, especially when they saw several photos of Long Chen in battle displayed on the screen. They were even more astonished. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, not blinking. These photos were all taken with a very old-fashioned instant camera. After all, this device was unaffected by electromagnetic pulses. Fortunately, the battlefield's real-time recorder captured a few precious photos, showcasing the particularly imposing and visually stunning scenes before everyone. These moments had a tremendous visual impact. It even included the cuts on the ground and high-definition satellite images taken from the sky. There weren't many photos, about 10, yet they left everyone in a prolonged state of calm. My goodness, this is too strong. Killing the beast sect so easily, truly worthy of being a senior. With such a super powerhouse guarding Donglin City, we definitely won't have any issues. Needless to say, the senior is so close. If anything happens here, he can rush over immediately, providing a full sense of security. The senior must be quietly cultivating in the mountains. A powerhouse of this level is indeed working hard to improve every moment, which is why they are strong. Slaughtering tens of thousands of alien beasts, even numerous beast kings and beast emperors. How terrifying is that? Killing a beast emperor is like killing a chicken. Does that mean the senior could easily kill a war king as well? Be bold, not just could, but definitely. With the senior here, who would dare say Donglin City is unsafe and could be breached by alien beasts? That's a joke. This place is the safest. The scene erupted in cheers. The previous panic and worry seemed to vanish as if they wouldn't survive for a few more days. At this moment, there was a full sense of security. There was no worry at all. It was all because of Long Chen. Although no one knew Long Chen's true identity, since he spoke the language of the Tailan dynasty, he was naturally a person from the Tailan dynasty. That was already enough. As for identity, some reclusive experts preferred to hide their identities. Ordinary people had no intention of probing into others' true identities. 1 minute left. Seeing that everyone on the scene was no longer worried, Jiang Guo couldn't help but glance at his watch. There was 1 minute left until the stock market opened. Would the stock market in Donglin City plummet to the bottom, leading to a financial collapse? Or would it rise against the tide? Jiang Guo was also looking forward to it. Not just him, but the listed companies in Donglin City and various major companies were all anticipating it. After all, this concerned tens of millions of people and the prosperity of a city. It should be noted that it wasn't just about the stock market. The main concern was whether outside investors would dare to invest in Donglin City and do business here. The more people willing to invest in Donglin City, the better the economy would be. Ordinary people's incomes could also be higher. Otherwise, if people were looking for jobs instead of jobs looking for people, their incomes would only be further squeezed down. There's a saying, if you don't work, there are plenty of people who will. It's very realistic and quite helpless. However, in the era of alien beast apocalypse, making money to survive is the most important thing. Soon, the stock market opening time arrived. Many people took out their phones to follow the stock market. They saw that the stocks of various listed companies in Donglin City, which should have plummeted to rock bottom, not only did not fall but instead soared straight up. And it was a universal rise. It's rising, it's really rising. The crisis in Donglin City is over. As expected of a senior, just showing up can have such an impact. Jiang Guo said with a happy smile. With a single effort, the situation has been turned around. Lord Long truly lives up to his name. Miracles can be created at any time. Just as Lin Ruoqing thought of this, his phone received several calls. After answering the calls, they were investors from other city fortresses, ready to invest in the companies under his group and to develop related cooperation. They were also looking to jointly acquire land for real estate development. Among them were even previous investors who had called him in the morning to say they wanted to withdraw their investments. After all, according to the contract, if Donglin City suffered a large-scale attack from alien beasts, it would no longer be safe. The safety assessment would fall far below the threshold. Therefore, previous cooperating investors, under certain conditions, were not required to continue fulfilling the contract. This clause was signed in many city company group collaborations. It was also for the benefit of many companies. After all, in the era of alien beasts, no one could guarantee when a city would be destroyed. Cities with more powerful individuals would have greater safety and thus would not have this clause.
Otherwise, other small cities, medium-sized cities and even large cities would have this clause. This was also why Lin
Ruocheng said last night that only Long Chen had the ability to turn the tide. Otherwise, the entire city would rapidly decline in the future, leading to economic collapse until the city disintegrated.
Only super strong individuals could
stabilize a city's economy.
After chatting for a while, Lin Ruocheng hung up the phone. He could clearly feel the politeness from the other side. Lin Ruocheng couldn't help but think he preferred their unruly demeanor from the morning. Please revert back. This morning you were still telling me to reassess the risks and withdraw investments.
Now everyone is coming to invest.
Sigh, the safety of a city is indeed very important.
Lin Ruocheng sighed. Father, it seems the financial storm in Donglin City has passed, right? Lin Yunxi asked.
That's right, it has passed. A peak ability user who can walk on air and fly at high speed guards a city. Such safety cannot be provided by any weapon or a million troops. For a city to prosper and attract a large number of investors, the key lies in safety.
The more guaranteed the safety, the more people will be willing to invest. These investors calling are the best proof. Look, someone is calling again.
Lin Ruocheng said, calmly answering the phone. This time he also wanted to play a little, to tease the other party. Soon, the stock market opened and in less than 5 minutes, it hit the limit up.
It's hit the limit.
At this rate, not only will it not fall tomorrow but it will also rise. And even if it drops a bit later, in the long run it will definitely stabilize at a high level. Donglin City will surely welcome more investors.
Jiang Tianhao said happily.
The stock market has a daily limit on the extent of rise or fall. Nowadays, in the Thailand dynasty, if the increase exceeds 20% in a day, it will stop. Before the market opens the next day, stocks cannot be bought or sold. This is also a rule set to prevent some people from speculating and harvesting profits excessively.
That's great, this is really great. The livelihoods of tens of millions of people in Donglin City are secured. Zhang Guohua sighed in relief. Yes, after the senior appeared and said he would guard Donglin City. Even if it was just a single sword strike before flying away. The whole process took only 2 or 3 minutes. But the significance it represents is extremely profound.
With one's own strength to turn the tide, this is the terrifying influence of a peak superpower. Such strength is too frightening. I really don't know what realm the senior is at. Shisheng looked at the granite mountain in the distance, which had been cut with a sword mark. Even from over 10 kilometers away, it was clearly visible. That strike had caused the earth to tremble, comparable to a small-scale earthquake. Power is certainly captivating, but true strength is what people truly yearn for. I wish I could possess such power too. As the commander of a 900,000-strong army, Shisheng had an infinite longing for Long Chen's strength. If possible, he would even want to exchange his current position for such power.
Unfortunately, that was just a thought. It shows how mesmerizing strength can be to people.
Everyone, please exit in an orderly manner and head home safely. With our 900,000 troops and the senior here, Donglin City will be fine, Shisheng said. Subsequently, the crowd, filled with joy and lingering shock, dispersed in an orderly fashion, just like after a concert.
No one felt anxious or panicked anymore, because Donglin City was now almost absolutely safe. At least, it was much safer than many medium-sized city fortresses. It could even be compared to large city fortresses to some extent.
There was no need to worry about
life safety being threatened.
Naturally, everyone no longer had concerns and returned home at ease.
Guohua, where exactly is the senior outside the city? The senior mentioned it was 500 miles outside the city, Wei Zhenga asked.
I'm not sure. The area 500 miles outside the city is too vast. There are many mountain ranges that fit the criteria.
How could I possibly know where it is? But in any case, it's just over 200 kilometers. If
anything happens here, the senior could fly here in at most 10 minutes.
In fact, it seems the senior's flying speed hasn't even reached its limit.
If he really flew at full capacity, he could probably arrive in just 3 minutes. With the senior here, we don't need to worry about the city's defense. Of course, we also need to hurry and request an upgrade for our equipment to see if we can defend against electromagnetic pulses. The electromagnetic pulse evolved
from that giant tooth snail is really too strong. If we can't defend against it, laser weapons will just be for show in the future.
Also, we need to find better replacements for the underwater monitors. The ones we are using are
already outdated, Zhang Guohua said. Indeed. Wei Zhenga nodded emphatically. You all go and seal off that mountain. Don't let anyone get close. Send experts to study it.
I'm very curious about just how strong the energy impact of that sword strike from the senior is, Shisheng thought.
Understood, Commander. Zhang Guohua and Wei Zhenga exchanged a glance and left. Naturally, the uproar over this matter couldn't end so quickly.
After all, a mysterious silver-armored superpower who could fly was guarding Donglin City. Moreover, he had publicly crushed the well-known reporter Ijixi from the United Alliance dynasty. And Ijixi was a cultist of the evil sect, the Spirit Fire sect. Each of these incidents was explosive, especially for those superpowers. They were all very curious about who this silver-armored powerhouse really was.
No one knew his true identity, which was quite baffling. Various speculations about his identity began to rise online. The Thailand dynasty could not remain indifferent to such a powerhouse.
They immediately sent a superpower over to understand the situation. Zhang Guowo was originally examining the sword mark that Long
Chen had cut into the mountain.
Suddenly, his phone rang, startling him so much that he nearly dropped it.
Hello, Elder Wang, what brings you to call me? Is there something going on? Okay, I'll come to pick you up right away. Zhang Guowo did not dare to delay. Long Chen returned home, looking at the stock trends of Donglin City on his phone. All stocks are limit up. It seems the entire city's economy will flourish. Long Chen thought. Yenner, you were so cool just now. Your entrance was simply amazing. Look, every frame could be a wallpaper.
Lin Yuyan happily swiped on her tablet, pausing the replay of the live broadcast.
It was the scene of Long Chen soaring up and then descending from the sky.
One could only say it was incredibly handsome.
It was okay. The filming was quite good. Long Chen smiled. To be honest, the footage was really captivating. No wonder it was a professional team. At that moment, a car stopped outside.
Long Chen waved his hand, and the door opened. It was Lin Ruocheng and the others who came in. Lord Long, Brother Long, Sister Lin.
Lin Ruocheng greeted them familiarly. He, along with Wu Huiyan and Lin
Yunqi, were carrying many exquisite gift boxes.
A total of more than 20. Why so many gift boxes? Come in and sit down. Lin Yuyan invited. Hubby, go pour some tea. Okay. No need, Brother Long, Sister Lin, don't be
polite, we just brought some herbs for Lord Long. Lin Ruocheng hurriedly said.
Lord Long, didn't you want the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma at the auction? I had someone find it in the big city.
There are also some other herbs, all
quite rare.
I was supposed to deliver them yesterday, but it was delayed because of the beast incident. However, because of how domineering Lord Long was this morning, the situation in Donglin City stabilized.
He immediately delivered them to me in person.
He even signed a cooperation agreement. With Lord Long's move, everything was resolved. Lin Ruocheng said with a smile, while Lin Yunqi began to open the boxes one by one and place them on the table.
I also live in Donglin City. Doing this was just a matter of convenience. I didn't expect you to bring back so many herbs.
There are Ganoderma from 985 years, and 600, 500, and 300 years.
These are all quite good. Long Chen smiled as he looked at the Ganoderma in the boxes. Breaking grass. I didn't expect to find this as well. Long Chen picked up the two most inconspicuous transparent boxes on the table. Breaking grass can be used to refine the Breaking Realm pill.
Along with the previously found falling grass, they are the main materials for the Breaking Realm pill.
I didn't expect to have two at once.
Lin Ruocheng really knows how to get things
done, very reliable. These items would definitely be inconspicuous in Long Yuan continent, but they are quite rare on Origin Star. It's hard to obtain without the right channels. Long Chen thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied. Is Lord Long interested in this kind of herb?
I heard them say that this herb can enhance certain physical qualities.
However, the enhancement is limited and only works for ordinary people. If Lord Long is interested, I can ask him if he can get more.
Lin Ruocheng said. Sure, I want as many of these herbs as possible. The price is negotiable.
Long Chen replied, as he indeed needed them.
Moreover, places where this grass grows usually have falling grass to
some extent. He might even be able to gather the remaining main materials for the Breaking Realm pill. Okay, Lord Long, I'll ask him right now.
Lin Ruocheng said as he made a phone call.
Lord Long, he said there are, and quite a few, but that place is too dangerous. He said he can sell me the address for 5 million.
Lin Ruocheng said.
Give it to him. Long Chen said without hesitation. How dangerous could it be?
This was an opportunity to obtain the main materials for the Breaking Realm pill.
5 million is just a drop in the bucket. All right.
Lin Ruocheng quickly transferred the money to the other party and received a map.
Lin Ruocheng sent the map to Long Chen. Is it really here? Long Chen looked at the information on the map. I went there once during a mission in my previous life.
I didn't expect there to be such herbs in this mountain. It's about 2,000 kilometers away from Donglin City.
I could go take a look later. Long Chen thought. How much are all these? I'll transfer the money to you. Long Chen said.
The 20 or so boxes added up to at least over 40 million.
Plus the 500,000 for the address fee. That's quite a sum. Lord Long, there's no need to pay. This is what I should do.
Lord Long saved my daughter and even enhanced our abilities.
That's something money can't buy. It's just a small amount as long as you like it and it's useful to you.
Lin Ruocheng quickly declined with a smile. That may be true, but I can't just take it for free. How about this, Lin Yunqi? I'll give you a ring, wear it on your hand.
Long Chen looked at Lin Yunqi.
A ring made from a beast. Emperor's shell appeared in his hand.
Ah, Lord Long, is this for me?
Lin Yunqi was stunned. Lin Yuyan smiled helplessly beside her. With her son doing this, the girl was left speechless.
Who gives a girl a ring as a gift? Lin Ruochang was also at a loss. He almost forgot his grandson's name and was ready to change the company chairman's shares to Long Chen. This ring, once you wear it, never take it off. It can save your life at a critical moment. Long Chen said. He had already given one to Lin Ruochang. Naturally, he had to give one to Lin Yunqi as well. This way, it could better protect her safety. Lin Ruochang was mingling with him, and he had a decisive character. In the future, Lin Yunqi would definitely face retaliation or something. That's how it goes in novels. Long Chen would not allow such foolishness to happen. Lin Yunqi wearing the ring could defend herself. Oh, so that's how it is. Cici, quickly accept it. This thing is good for you. If you encounter danger in the future, it will definitely save your life. Lin Ruochang suddenly realized and hurriedly said. He almost misunderstood himself. Thank you, Lord Long. Lin Yunqi thanked him as she put the ring on her hand. Her face turned a bit red. To be honest, even she had misunderstood a little. It was quite awkward at that moment. Her toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Today is really lively. Everyone is here to visit. Long Chen waved his hand, and the door opened. 2 women walked in. Long Chen recognized them. It was Jiang Shi and Jiang Buhui. They both looked a bit angry and anxious, as if they had encountered something. Hello, Lord Long. Hello, uncle and aunt. Jiang Shi said obediently. She had also seen Lin Ruochang and the others. Although she was curious about how they were here, she didn't dare to ask directly. Good. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan exchanged glances and greeted with smiles. There's a saying that when you have a daughter, everyone else seems like a bad person. When you have a son, everyone else looks like a daughter-in-law. Lord Long. Jiang Buhui felt a bit awkward saying it, but she still spoke up. Long Chen nodded, looking at the 2 cousins. You two come sit down, don't be so reserved, just like you're back home. Lin Yuyan invited. Okay, Aunt Lin. The 2 girls said almost simultaneously. Today, they both wore simple skirts and white shoes. There was a sisterly vibe, like a pair of moonlit flowers. However, Jiang Buhui undoubtedly had a more prominent figure. How did she grow up? Why is she so big? Lin Yunqi couldn't help but think. By the way, this is a gift from my father and my second uncle. Inside are thunderflame crystals and 500-year-old Xiao Wu. Jiang Shi said. The 2 took out the gifts and placed them on the table before sitting down. Why is she here? Could it be that she has a good relationship with Lord Long, allowing them to come into the house? Xiaoxi needs to be a bit more vigilant. Jiang Shi indeed looks impressive, and comes from a good family. Lin Ruochang looked at Jiang Shi, feeling puzzled while also becoming more alert for his daughter. There's no helping it, fathers tend to worry unnecessarily. As for Jiang Buhui, Lin Ruochang didn't know him. He had only collaborated with Jiang Shi's father, Jiang Tianhao, and had known him for a long time in the business world, so he only knew Jiang Shi and had never met Jiang Buhui. Naturally, Jiang Shi noticed the items Lin Ruochang brought. Although what she brought was a bit less in comparison, they were all good things. Thus, she opened the box and said, "This is the 500-year-old Xiao Wu my father sent, and this is a thunderflame crystal from my second uncle." After opening the box, Jiang Shi showed it to Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes revealed an interesting glint. So it's a thunderflame crystal, and a rare 500-year-old Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu is common, those over 100 years are different. Moreover, this one is 521 years old. Especially the thunderflame crystal, a rare material for forging SS level or even higher grade weapons. This stuff only appears in the manufacturing of precious high-level main battle weapons for ability users. It's something you can encounter but not seek on Origin Star. It could be refined and integrated into the Long Yuan sword to enhance its quality a bit. Long Chen thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied with these 2 items. I'll accept these. Looking at your faces, tell me what happened. Long Chen said straightforwardly. Just a glance at the 2 women's expressions told him something must have happened, and they were seeking his help. The 2 women exchanged surprised glances. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Lord Long. The situation is like this: the number of injured and severely injured on both battlefronts has exceeded 100,000. We urgently need a large amount of medicine to treat the wounded. However, at this critical moment, due to the stock market surge, the Jin family and the medicine pavilion have jointly monopolized and inflated the prices of almost all medicines in Donglin City. Not only that, but they also claim that there is a shortage of medicine, with prices only going up and not down. They've skyrocketed by more than 10 times. The Jin family has a significant background. Even if we pressure them, they have already prepared excuses, saying that the cost of goods has risen sharply and there's nothing they can do. If this continues, if we can't get the required medicines, by tomorrow night many soldiers won't be able to hold on. Even if we send them all to other cities for treatment now, the time and cost will be even higher. So my second uncle and the others are quite worried. When Jiang Shi said this, everyone in the room was filled with anger. It's truly despicable. The soldiers have already sacrificed so much to protect the city. I never expected that in the soldiers' time of urgent need for medicine, such scoundrels would monopolize and inflate the prices. These people deserve to die, Long Jin said angrily. That's right, what Brother Long said is true, such people indeed deserve to die, Lin Ruocheng also said angrily. Long Chen, however, remained calm and collected, but at this moment he was actually the most terrifying. Those who knew him understood that the more composed and unruffled he appeared, the harsher his actions would be. Many people would die this time. My teacher is also trying to buy a large amount of medicine from the Black Dragon Beast Hall branches in other cities. However, the Jin family's influence is great and they will likely obstruct and delay. My teacher is worried about not making it in time and went to the Loxi Mountains a few hours ago. She said she knows a place there where a large amount of healing herbs grow. Unfortunately, it's too dangerous. She said she could only go herself and didn't take me alone. Jiang Buhui said, somewhat regretful, as she had wanted to see it for herself. The Loxi Mountains? Could it be the same place shown on my map? Or maybe the two places are very close. Long Chen looked at the map that Lin Ruocheng had just sent to his phone. It showed the Rocky Mountains. Moreover, the map marked 5 types of herbs, but there was none specifically for treating injuries. I just hope the teacher can bring some back. That way, we won't have to spend a fortune buying medicine from the Jin family and the medicine pavilion. Just as Jiang Buhui said this, Jiang Buhui's phone rang. She immediately answered the call. Hello, teacher, how is it? Did you find the herbs? Jiang Buhui stood up excitedly. Buhui, there's a 5-star assassin from the Assassin Association trying to kill me. I think it must be a bounty sent out by the Jin family. You, hurry and find Wei Lao, only he can save me. Teacher, how are you? Teacher? Jiang Buhui said anxiously. The voice was intermittent before the call dropped. Given the situation, it's clear that there's strong interference in the communication. It can only be man-made. To prevent her from contacting the outside world so they can quietly deal with her. Long Chen said, what should we do? The teacher is being hunted. It must be the Jin family's doing. Damn the Jin family, a bunch of dogs driven by profit. I'll have my dad send a tank to blow them up. Jiang Buhui clenched her fists angrily. Right, I need to contact Wei Lao quickly, only he can save my teacher at this time. Jiang Buhui said as she was about to make a call. Her hands were trembling. It was evident how important the teacher was to her. No need, I'll go instead. Long Chen stood up. You go? Are you kidding? You'll die if you go. They have a 5-star assassin from the Assassin Association among them. That's a Battle King level. I don't want to get you killed. I'll ask Wei Lao to go. Wei Lao is a 9-layer Battle King expert. He can definitely save the teacher. Jiang Buhui was extremely anxious and was about to dial the number. Buhui, don't worry, let Yenner go, your teacher will be fine. Lin Yuyan walked over and patted her shoulder. But Aunt Lin, Jiang Buhui was about to say something. Buhui, just rest assured, if even Lord Long can't save her, then no one in Donlin City can. Lin Ruocheng added. Alright. Jiang Buhui nodded heavily. She had no other options. Since Lin Ruocheng said so, she could only place her hopes on Long Chen. However, she was thinking more about the background Long Chen had. Someone who could mobilize that background, rather than Long Chen's own strength. Mainly because Long Chen was too young. Among the geniuses she knew, reaching the battle body at this age was a prodigy, an unparalleled talent, let alone being able to contend with a battle king. Her understanding did not allow her to believe without having seen it with her own eyes. Give me the last known location. Long Chen said. Here. Jiang Buhui operated her phone and replied. Long Chen nodded. It's over 2,000 kilometers from here. I can have Uncle Wei Jiang send someone over by fighter jet. If they fly at full speed without being obstructed by beasts, they should arrive in about an hour and a half. When will your people arrive, Lord Long? I'll arrange for the airport fighter jets immediately. Jiang Buhui said. No need, just wait, your teacher will return safely. Long Chen said as he stood up, putting all the items on the table into his spatial ring and heading for the door. Everyone only had time to stand up and walk out of the living room together. They didn't even notice when the items on the table disappeared. Jiang Buhui was puzzled about what Long Chen was going to do. However, she didn't insist. Long Chen should have his own methods. Perhaps the people behind Long Chen were already on the plane, ready to rush over directly. Lord Long, what about the Jin family? Lin Ruocheng asked tentatively. I can make their stock market rise and I can also make them fall into hell. If the Jin family wants to seek death when I return, not a single one will be spared. Long Chen's effort to save the stock market financial system of Donglin City was for the sake of millions. Of course, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. Long Chen did not suggest clearing out this trash. I understand, Lord Long. Lin Ruocheng nodded heavily, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. He knew that within Long Chen's calm words lay a cold killing intent. Long Chen would definitely follow through on his words. Based on what he had done in the past, the Jin family was bound to suffer greatly. Lord Long, this is a locator. You can give it to the person behind you and make sure he keeps it safe. Just press it once and I will know synchronously and immediately send someone to pick you up with a private jet, Zhang Buhui said. Long Chen took the round locator device from her hand. It had a protective shell that could be opened to press. Then Long Chen disappeared from the spot. Indeed, he vanished into thin air. At least, that's how it appeared to them. Hey, where did he go? Where did Lord Long go? Zhang Buhui was puzzled. He was just here, how did he suddenly disappear? What kind of ability is this? Jiang Shi was also taken aback. Lord Long has already left. Brother Long, Sister Lin, then I will take my leave. There are still many matters to handle, Lin Ruoqing said. Alright, you go ahead. Come by when you have time, Long Jin and Lin Yuyan said. Lin Ruoqing and Lin Yunqi left. Then uncle and aunt, we are leaving too, Jiang Shi and the others said. Although she didn't know how Long Chen disappeared, she thought it might be some special ability. After all, there are many types of abilities, and some indeed have invisibility-like powers. Given Long Chen's strength, it was quite normal. You all go ahead, Lin Yuyan nodded and smiled as she saw them off. The two girls just got in the car and were on the road. Boom! A sonic boom sounded from above. Hey, is that a fighter jet? Wasn't it said that a big shot was coming and that there would be a curfew in the sky, not allowing fighter jets to go supersonic in the city? Zhang Buhui was confused. I don't know either. It shouldn't be a sonic boom, maybe it was a big truck tire exploding. Jiang Shi said. Maybe. The two didn't think much of it. Long Chen flew at high speed in the air at 5,000 meters. He then continued to ascend until he reached 10,000 meters. It was now 5 in the afternoon. Usually, in summer, it doesn't get dark until around 7:20. There were still nearly 2 hours until dusk. The sky was clear with no clouds, and the weather was very good. Long Chen's concealed formation did not trigger any radar response. The faster I reach Zhang Buhui's teacher, the more likely he is to survive. Going alone to find herbs is indeed quite bold. There must be powerful exotic beasts guarding herbs that can heal injuries. Otherwise, how could there be a large number of herbs gathering in one place in the wild? But it's really unfortunate, instead of encountering powerful exotic beasts first, the deadly assassins came first. The Jin family is truly unscrupulous in trying to make more money at a time like this. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Since you love money so much, then I'll send your family on their way. If you're lucky, someone might even burn paper money for you. A denomination with dozens of zeros would be fine, you wouldn't be able to spend it all. Long Chen thought, his expression cold. People who are unscrupulous in making money exist in every era. For them, profit and wealth are paramount. After all, aren't there plenty of people profiting from war? Just like in a war between exotic beasts and humans, the ones who most hope for the war to end are the ordinary citizens and the parents of soldiers. And the ones who least want the war to stop are the arms dealers. In war, medicine, food, weapons, and so on can all bring in huge profits. There are quite a few people looking to make money in this area. North Forest, Primitive Forest. At the enormous sword mark on the vertical cliff, Zhang Guohua accompanied Elder Wang, clad in dark armor, as they looked up at the sword mark. Although they were looking from the base of the cliff over 300 meters below the height of the sword mark, it was still a visual feast. Are you sure this was done on the spot by that silver-armored senior? And not just a trick prepared in advance? Elder Wang, after staring blankly for half a minute, finally asked seriously. Yes, it was a direct attack, I saw it clearly at the time. And basic tests have been conducted. It is a newly appeared sword mark. It's very fresh, not something prepared beforehand, Zhang Guohua replied. However, he was surprised to find that Elder Wang had even changed how he addressed the silver-armored figure at this moment. His eyes had also cleared up. It should be noted that when Elder Wang first got off the plane and mentioned this mysterious powerhouse, he referred to him simply as the silver-armored powerhouse. Now, he directly called him the silver-armored senior. The contrast was so great that it was amusing to think about. Indeed, only the strong respect the strong. Zhang Guohua thought to himself. Gulp! Elder Wang swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. He hadn't watched the live broadcast in the morning as he was busy with something. By the time he finished and was reminded to watch the replay, he no longer felt the same shock as during the live broadcast. After all, things that one does not see with their own eyes cannot be truly confirmed. The saying seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving is based on this principle. Now, seeing it with his own eyes was profoundly shocking. He felt that the live broadcast had not fully conveyed the power of this sword. How long is this mountain? Elder Wang asked. Elder Wang, you want to know the length of this sword mark, right? The length of the sword mark on the mountain is 4,135 meters. But this is not the limit of this sword, it's just that the mountain is that long, Zhang Guohua explained. What about the actual length? How long is it in reality? Elder Wang pressed on. The actual length is almost exactly 5,000 meters. Some sword energy struck empty space and landed on the mountain behind, Zhang Guohua said. Let's go, let's check behind the mountain. Elder Wang seemed to want to confirm his suspicions. he moved quickly on his feet. Zhang Guohua followed closely behind. Elder Wang, you want to know how deep the sword mark is, right? Zhang Guohua asked. You don't need to tell me, I can see for myself, Elder Wang replied. As they weaved through the foot of the mountain, the enormous sword mark remained just as shocking. Until they circled around to the back of the mountain, they saw the neatly severed charcoal trees on the slope. A flat area was extremely smooth. Elder Wang stood on the cut charcoal. The reason it was charcoal was that this place had been struck by lightning. Although it was on the outskirts of the North Forest primitive forest, it had been completely devastated. Not a single blade of grass remained, nor a single good tree. Everything had turned to charcoal. Zhang Guohua did his best to keep up, nearly out of breath. The key was that Elder Wang's strength was completely different from his own. Elder Wang wouldn't tire, but that didn't mean Zhang Guohua wouldn't. Ever since he became a 3-star general commanding tens of thousands of troops, he hadn't run this desperately in a long time. After all, cultivating abilities is one thing, but no one would run around the mountain for no reason, especially at such high speed. However, he also knew that Elder Wang had slowed down, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep up at all. Elder Wang looked at this scene with a heavy expression, and one could imagine his mood. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This sword actually cut through the entire granite mountain completely? How is that even possible? What kind of immense power would it take to achieve this? Is this really something that human strength can accomplish? Elder Wang looked at this scene, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Guohua, who exactly is this senior? Do you know him? Elder Wang looked sternly into Zhang Guohua's eyes, as if trying to discern something from his gaze. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang Guohua gasped for breath, finally managing to compose himself. I don't know, I can't think of who it could be. However, among the soldiers in the army, the most speculation is that it was an elder from my Tai Lin dynasty who took action. But information about a strong figure at the elder level is simply not available online, let alone being able to recognize them directly. Without seeing their face, no one can confirm whether it is indeed an elder. Zhang Guohua said. He suspected it was the strongest backing behind Long Chen, the mysterious figure who had destroyed this forest. Moreover, his Zhang family was now completely aligned with Long Chen. Therefore, many matters had to be considered for Long Chen. So he didn't speak the truth. At least, he didn't voice his inner suspicions. Besides, he was now exhausted and panting. Elder Wang couldn't discern anything at all. If it weren't for the previous thunderstorm that caused the granite mountain to become brittle, then this mysterious person's strength would be quite terrifying. The key is that we still don't know their true identity. I know all the elders. Even if some have been in seclusion for many years, they wouldn't act without notifying us. If it isn't an elder, could it possibly be? Elder Wang suddenly thought of a possibility. However, he didn't dwell on it further. Seal off this mountain completely, allowing no one to approach except for relevant personnel. At the same time, install signal jammers and satellite blockers. Elder Wang said sternly. Understood, Elder Wang. I've already notified everyone about this. Zhang Guohua replied. Guohua, the reason I came this time, aside from confirming the strength of this mysterious senior, is also for you. Elder Wang said, turning his back to him. Elder Wang, what exactly is it? Zhang Guohua asked, puzzled. You were able to command the army to defend even without a commander on the Eastern Front. You've made quite a contribution. At tonight's banquet, I will personally award you the title of 1-star Tiger General. Of course, in addition to you, there is also Wei Zhanga. Both of you fought bravely in this battle, one on the Eastern Front and one on the Western Front, successfully protecting Donglin City. Although this senior played a huge role in this war, your contributions cannot be overlooked, especially since you were able to be the first to discover the beast's impending attack. Thus, you issued the citywide battle readiness in advance. You secured a precious few minutes of golden time. You did very well, Elder Wang affirmed him. Before coming, Elder Wang had already reviewed the report Zhang Guohua submitted to the higher-ups. He also had the war reports from the other 3 fronts. Some elders and important figures had seen them. Zhang Guohua's contributions were undoubtedly significant, especially for discovering the beast's attack in advance. This played a crucial role in the city's defense. Just this achievement was enough for Zhang Guohua to rise rapidly. Of course, Zhang Guohua knew very well that these were actually Long Chen's contributions. Long Chen had known in advance that there would be a beast attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. However, there was a deeper layer to this, as Long Chen had intentionally set up a situation to allow Zhang Guohua to anticipate the enemy's moves in this war. Thus, he could control the greatest contributions outside of Long Chen himself. After all, they were on the same side. The Zhang family was completely aligned with Long Chen. Naturally, Long Chen had to take care of Zhang Guohua. Zhang Guohua understood this as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the greatest contributor in this war, aside from the mysterious silver-armored strongman, and received such a swift promotion opportunity. Zhang Guohua's expression brightened, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lord Long, I really want to make progress. It should be known that before this, Making progress was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, the competition between the Jiang family and the Xiao family had left him with no opportunity for advancement. Now that he was taking a step further, it would undoubtedly give him greater power to contend with the Zhao family. At the very least, the strength of the Jiang family would be further enhanced. The more critical point is, do you know who proposed to promote you to a one-star tiger general? Elder Wang turned to look at him. Who is it? Zhang Guohua asked, puzzled. That person from the Zhao family. Elder Wang said earnestly. What? He actually made such a suggestion. Zhang Guohua was shocked. According to past practices, the Xiao family has always been the one to kick us when we're down. Just like this time, even though I have merit, that person from the Xiao family will definitely jump out and point out many of my faults. There's no way he would help me. Unless the Xiao family is playing a bigger game. What on earth is he thinking? Zhang Guohua felt a sense of vigilance and doubt in his heart. Guohua, there's no one else here, so I'll speak frankly with you. Your Jiang family is now in a precarious situation, and many people have already taken sides. I don't want to help anyone, nor do I care to. I'm telling you this just to let you know that I won't help either side. I don't want to get involved in your family's troubles. However, I must remind you that your Jiang family has no cards left to play. Although your promotion can have some effect, it's only a little. Unless you become a 2-star tiger general, no, at least a 3-star tiger general. And you need the full support of 2 elder-level combatants to possibly turn the tide. It's a pity. Sigh. If possible, leave a spark behind. After Elder Wang finished speaking, he vanished and reappeared dozens of meters away. He was carefully observing the cut in the mountain. After all, that was his primary task at the moment. Elder Wang means that my Jiang family might be finished. Does leaving a spark mean arranging for the next generation to escape? Zhang Guohua thought to himself. But Lord Long said he would protect my Jiang family. Lord Long stands behind that mysterious powerhouse. A super backing standing at the peak. My Jiang family might not necessarily lose. Zhang Guohua pondered. Long Chen was moving very quickly. He was flying in a straight line through the air, without any turns. Coupled with the concealment of the formation, there were no beast attacks along the way. In an unobstructed situation, he reached the sky above the Lucy mountain range in no time. Following the positioning that Zhang Buhui had shown him, Long Chen arrived at a volcanic crater at an altitude of 5,000 meters. According to the positioning, at that time, it should be this location, and there was vaguely the sound of flowing water during the call. Looks like this is it. Long Chen looked at a stream at the foot of the volcano where there was a small waterfall. He descended to a height of 2,000 meters above the ground, carefully observing and listening to the sounds below. There was still quite a bit of time before dark. The sky was clear with no clouds. He could see for dozens of kilometers. At this height, he could naturally survey the area below for dozens of kilometers. I didn't take long to get here. Based on Zhang Buhui's teacher's strength, even if being chased, they could only run out to a maximum range of 20 kilometers. Long Chen thought. Bang bang bang. At that moment, Long Chen heard the sound of weapons clashing. Over there. Long Chen looked towards the dense forest in the distance. The forest below was all primitive, with any random tree being over 100 meters tall. Some could even grow to 200 meters, which was extremely exaggerated. Just looking at the movement wasn't enough, he had to listen to the sounds as well. Long Chen's ears were very sensitive, accurately pinpointing the location. Boom! He shot off at an extremely fast speed, creating a sonic boom. Hee hee, little beauty, no, old beauty, just immediately let us brothers have our way. We can also give you a decent way to die. A 4-star killer at the 8th level of battle spirit crazily swung his large blade while grinning wickedly. You must be dreaming. Even if I die today, I will definitely tear that mouth of yours apart. Zhou Fengyi's arm exerted force, and with a vigorous swing of her 4-foot green sword, she pushed them back. Her face turned even more furious. The key was that the other party's words were too damaging. Calling her old beauty was simply outrageous. She was only a bit older, not yet 40. She could still be considered an old A8 or even an older 8. Definitely the type that still had charm. That one phrase old beauty boosted her combat power by 3 points. Besides this 8th level battle spirit killer, there were also 2 4-star killers at the 7th level of battle spirit and 1 5-star killer at the 1st level of battle king. However, the battle king was just lurking nearby, waiting for the opportunity to strike after Zhou Fengyi's crazy counterattacks. This made Zhou Fengyi feel somewhat on the verge of collapse. Every time she launched a furious counterattack, it would all be intercepted by this battle king, inflicting injuries on her. However, they were not fatal. He had no intention of killing her directly. It was as if he was toying with his prey. He seemed to have some reservations, preparing to kill her without injury after she was exhausted. After all, a crazy counterattack from a 9th level battle spirit was definitely extremely powerful. If you want to die, don't forget that even if you die, we can still take advantage of it. Ha ha ha. Several killers laughed even more recklessly. The killer association is actually filled with scum like you. I am the third elder of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. If you want money, I can give it to you. Just name a price. Zhou Fei stared at them fiercely. Right now, I can only try to buy time, delaying until Old Wei arrives. Jiang Buhui will definitely be able to invite Old Wei. I must survive. Zhou Fei thought to herself. She took deep breaths, her chest heaving violently. Her expensive B-grade black battle armor had multiple tears all over. The armor covering her head was shattered and she could only pull it down to her neck. Especially that patch of snow-white skin. With red lips and white teeth, her charm was still evident. It was no wonder these killers had such thoughts. Hee, as killers of the Killer Association, we uphold professional ethics. It's not that you can live just by giving us money. If everyone did that, we wouldn't be called the Killer Association. We would be like your auction house where the highest bidder lives. Everyone, attack together, don't let her buy time. Even if someone dies, we can still take advantage. Everyone line up, said the Battle King Killer. Ha, thank you, big brother, the three killers said happily. Then the four of them launched their attacks simultaneously. I'll fight you to the end. Even if I turn to dust today, I won't let you succeed. Zhou Fei tightened her grip on the sword with her black armor. She unleashed the strongest power she could muster. She was about to sweep her sword across all directions. However, facing the Battle King leaping down from the tree for a surprise attack and the three battle spirits charging at her head-on, she was practically facing certain death. The absolute gap in strength was insurmountable. Just as Zhou Fei was ready to go all out without any defense, about to be killed in a head-on clash, buzz, a silver long sword fell from the sky at super speed. Boom! This sword carried an overwhelming shockwave. What's going on? Who is it? There's actually a master. If I had known, I would have acted faster. Damn it. It directly knocked the three battle spirit killers and one battle king killer back. The four of them looked at the silver long sword hovering above the ground with suspicion in their eyes. Zhou Fei also staggered back several steps, her attack interrupted. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning even paler. She was shocked as she recalled the moment she had just seen the sword. It felt familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. No, it was more than that, it felt very familiar. Just as she was about to look up to examine it closely, she heard, "You should be glad you didn't act quickly. Otherwise, you would only die more miserably." Long Chen had already landed, standing in front of Zhou Fei. The long Yuan sword had vanished into thin air. There was no cliché where the protagonist had to be at a specific moment. There was no dramatic scene of the severely injured woman being caught mid-air, spinning a few times before slowly descending to gaze at each other. No pretending to be foolish, no showing off. Long Chen didn't have such melodramatic plots. He simply revealed himself. Ha. I thought a powerful expert had appeared, but it turns out to be a young lad who hasn't even matured yet. Hey, have you reached adulthood? At such a young age, you're trying to be a hero saving a beauty. Do you know that? Being a hero comes at a cost? The cost of life, said the warrior at the 8th level of battle spirit, licking his large blade. Who exactly are you? No matter who you are, you should run. Their target is me, you need to leave. Quickly, I'll hold them off. Zhou Fei shouted at Long Chen's back. Then she swiftly moved to Long Chen's side. Didn't you ask your student Jiang Buhui to call for help? Long Chen asked. What? But I told her to call Wei Lao. You're so young, are you really going to throw your life away? There are 3 warriors and 1 battle king, even I can't handle them. You need to leave now, or it will be too late. Zhou Fei said angrily. She didn't expect her student Jiang Buhui to be so reckless. Calling such a young person to face death against 5-star assassins was something Zhou Fei hadn't thought through. Just moments ago, Long Chen had repelled all 4 of them. How could he be an ordinary young man? Even the 4 assassins had forgotten this point. The main issue was that Long Chen's age was too misleading. Youth was often equated with weakness, a universally accepted fact on Origin Star. It was no wonder they underestimated him. Still thinking of running? With such a handsome young man, you can run, fly, but you can't escape. The Battle King licked his lips. I didn't expect you to have such a preference. Zhou Fei's expression changed. Suppress with chi. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen directly immobilized the 4 of them. What's happening? Why can't I move? No, my head is about to explode. What kind of power is this? Crack, crack, crack. Ah! The 4 screamed in agony. Their battle armor was creaking under the pressure, and the protective gear beneath the black clothing had reached a critical point of severe damage. You actually like this so much? Then I'll let you enjoy it. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! The Battle King's limbs shattered, bones crushed, and his head fell to the ground. Long Chen raised his hand and grabbed a 3-ton heavy armored donkey from a distance. With a stroke of sword energy, a branch fell, completely blocking the way. No. In short, the Battle King died a miserable death. Zhou Fei watched in horror, her scalp tingling. The 3 battle spirits were drenched in sweat, trembling all over. They wanted to run but couldn't escape, feeling a pain that was painful just to hear. Don't kill me. No. Bang, bang. 2 of them had their heads crushed from the pressure. Only 1 8th level battle spirit remained. Crack, crack. Ah! His leg bones were completely shattered. Bang! Long Chen raised his hand and grabbed him, sending him crashing to the ground, lying on his back. I'll leave him to you. You should want to kill him more. Long Chen looked at Zhou Fengyi indifferently, as if he had just killed 3 chickens rather than people. He was colder and more ruthless than a professional assassin. Only then did Zhou Fengyi realize. She nodded vigorously. All right, thank you, my lord, I'll take care of him. Zhou Fengyi looked at the assassin lying on the ground. No, please don't kill me. No, you can kill me, but can you make it quick? The battle spirit's voice grew smaller, trembling with fear. He saw the deadly intent in Zhou Fengyi's eyes. Die. Ah! Zhou Fengyi struck with her sword, ending the battle spirit's life. A chill ran through somewhere deep inside. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead. I owe you a life. From now on, no matter what you ask of me, as long as I don't have to sell my soul, I will do my best. Zhou Fengyi knelt, planting her sword in the ground. Whether it was Long Chen's strength or the fact that he saved her, she felt this bow was warranted. As for calling him my lord, that's how it is in the ability world. The young and powerful are called my lord, while the older and stronger are referred to as senior, Mr. or my lord. Long Chen looked at her. Due to the severe damage to her battle armor, her kneeling caused it to crack. It was quite a sight. Zhou Fengyi didn't even notice. Let's not talk about what I want you to do for now, just look down for yourself. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. Ha! Zhou Fengyi looked down. She quickly turned around, wanting to find a place to hide. Her face turned bright red. Zhou Fengyi is quite interesting. As the 3rd elder of the Black Dragon Beast Hall and a battle spirit at the 9th level, she even risked herself to gather a large amount of herbs for the soldiers. She truly has a genuine character. She could be of great use in the future. Long Chen thought. I just didn't expect her to be Jiang Bu Hui's teacher. That incredibly powerful teacher of hers. Long Chen chuckled to himself. But I didn't bring any clothes. I only wore this set of battle armor. Zhou Fengyi said softly. Here, take this and make do. Long Chen handed her his clothes. He had plenty of clothes in his spatial ring, but none for women. What could he do? A big man doesn't carry women's clothes. Oh, thank you, my lord. Zhou Fengyi quickly put on the white casual short-sleeve shirt and long pants. They were a bit big on her, but better than nothing. Did you gather the herbs for healing your injuries? Long Chen asked. Not yet, I was just about to gather them when they suddenly appeared to kill me. I had no choice but to run. Zhou Fengyi replied. How did you get here? Long Chen asked. I was sent here by the battle machine. Zhou Fengyi said. It seems they know your whereabouts. They sent assassins to kill you. The 5-star assassin must have come from another city. Which direction is the herb gathering place? Long Chen asked. Just keep walking that way. Zhou Fengyi pointed in a direction. You have a tracking device on you. It must have been installed when the medical staff checked your body. You should just throw away this battle armor. Long Chen said as he headed towards the direction of the herbs. What? I have a tracker on me? No wonder they found me. It must have been the people from the medicine pavilion who secretly installed it during my checkup. Wait, my lord, please wait a moment. Zhou Fengyi panicked as she saw Long Chen about to disappear into the jungle. She hurriedly took off her battle armor, put on her clothes, grabbed her sword, and followed him with her retractable backpack. Long Chen ran quickly on the ground. With a few swift movements, he vanished. Zhou Fengyi had no choice but to run with all her might to barely keep up. She was still injured. Although not severe, it was not light either. After a long period of exertion, she couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood. She pushed herself to match Long Chen's pace. His strength is incredible, even his speed is so fast. He must be a battle king. When did such a young battle king appear? Jiang Buhui is truly impressive. She managed to find such a powerful young ability user to save me. He's so young and already this strong. He must at least be an S-level ability user. Zhou Fengyi thought. S-level ability? No, it's not just S-level. Even I can't discern his ability level. It's definitely more than S. Killing a battle king of the 1st level so easily. Plus, he looks like he can't be over 20. At most just over 20. He should at least be SS level. A battle king in his early 20s with SS level abilities is indeed a bit outrageous. I've never seen a genius like him. There shouldn't even be a top-tier ability user university that has someone like him. Zhou Fengyi pondered. The two crossed dozens of miles, during which Zhou Fengyi ran with all her might. This caused her injuries to worsen. Her vision became increasingly blurry. Just as they were about to reach their destination, she leaped onto a tree branch, but as soon as she exerted herself to jump off, her eyes rolled back and she fainted completely. She was about to fall to the ground. Just before she hit the ground, Long Chen turned around and reached out, catching her to prevent her from crashing down. Zhou Fengyi was moved over, suspended in midair. Long Chen used his energy to create this floating effect. Zhou Fengyi's eyes widened slightly. Clearly, she had almost reached her limit and she had lost quite a bit of blood. Her injuries, which were not serious at first, had now worsened dramatically. Even her white clothes and pants were stained red. Injured like this, and with so much blood lost. That's enough. Long Chen looked down at Zhou Fengyi and said, What? Zhou Fengyi replied weakly. Only in this state will taking this body-refining pill double the benefits, and it won't be too much either. Long Chen said. A red gold patterned pill appeared in the space ring. It was the body-refining pill made from the Highland blood dragon ginseng. Long Chen placed it in her mouth. Zhou Fengyi had no strength to swallow it. Her face was as pale as paper and her breathing was weak. Long Chen used a stream of energy to push the body-refining pill into her stomach. Soon, a layer of faint golden energy enveloped Zhou Fengyi's entire body. An indescribable feeling of comfort washed over her, as if she were bathing in a hot spring in winter. One moment she was cold all over, and the next she felt warm throughout. Her complexion quickly turned rosy, no longer the pale shade it had been. Her wounds began to heal rapidly. The body-refining pill naturally had some healing properties. Moreover, it wasn't a fatal injury. All the wounds on her thigh, shoulder, arms, and waist visibly healed. Finally, they scabbed over and then fell off. Only faint traces remained, but they were also slowly recovering. In a few hours, she would be completely back to normal. Zhou Fengyi suddenly opened her eyes wide. She sat up and looked at the injuries on her arm. I'm fine now. The wounds are gone. This feeling seems to indicate that even my ability level has changed significantly, and my physical strength is stronger than before, more resilient. My goodness, is this really my body? Zhou Fengyi was astonished. Of course it's your body. After taking my pill, you could be considered reborn. Your potential has been raised. As for how far you can go, that depends on you. As it stands, if all goes well, you could break through to Battle King in a month. Long Chen said. Thank you, my lord, for saving me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. And there's hope for me to become a Battle King. Thank you, my lord. From now on, whatever you command, I will obey. Zhou Fengyi jumped down and half knelt on the ground. Respectfully. The pill Long Chen had given her was too precious. She could feel it most clearly. It was a rebirth of her new self. It felt as if she had suddenly grown from a 15-year-old child to 18. The leap in her physical quality was something she had never dared to imagine. Not only did she save herself, but she also gained such a significant enhancement. Zhou Fengyi naturally had no hesitation in following Long Chen's orders from now on. If you follow me wholeheartedly, your future will not be limited to just being a war king. You continue to be the third elder of the Black Dragon Beast Hall. Do as you see fit when I need you, Long Chen said. As he spoke, he walked towards the herb garden surrounded by bamboo groves between the two mountains. Understood, my lord. I am always waiting for your command. Zhou Fengyi hurriedly followed. Although her clothes were stained crimson, they had already been wrung dry by Long Chen's aura. Wearing them was not uncomfortable. My lord, how should I address you? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Zhou Fengyi asked softly as she walked beside him. Long Chen, he replied. Then I shall call you Lord Long. By the way, Lord Long, there are beasts nearby. If we walk openly on the path trodden by the beasts, we might easily run into them. There are not only beast kings here, but even high-level beast emperors. I came in secretly just now, Zhou Fengyi said, nervously, gripping her sword and looking around. The path they were walking on was the only passage through the bamboo forest nestled between the two mountains. The bamboo grove was interspersed with trees that were 100 or 200 meters tall. Thus, this place was heavily covered. Only a small amount of light could filter down. The key was that the path they were on was one used by the beasts. The enormous footprints on the ground were shocking. It's fine, it's just a beast. Emperor, just kill it, Long Chen said nonchalantly. Kill it just like that? It's a high-level beast emperor and you think it's that easy? Zhou Fengyi stood frozen in place, bewildered. Seeing Long Chen walk further away, she hurried to catch up. Lord Long, your skin looks so good. What kind of supplements do you use? Zhou Fengyi continued to grip her sword, remaining vigilant of her surroundings as she asked. You want to know how old I am, right? I look just like you see me. Long Chen observed the surroundings calmly. It was as if he was strolling in his own backyard without a hint of tension. What? You really are that young, both young and handsome, and with a good personality. My goodness. What kind of family raised you? Zhou Fengyi exclaimed in shock. Shut up, Long Chen said. Oh. Zhou Fengyi quickly covered her mouth with her hand, following behind without daring to make a sound. She thought Long Chen was worried that her voice would attract powerful beasts. Lord Long, look quickly, there's a green armored bamboo beast over there. By size, it must be at least a 5th level beast emperor. The toxicity of the green armored bamboo beast is very strong. Once bitten, even a war king would faint and their whole body would swell. It's a very powerful rare beast. Zhou Fengyi pointed quietly at the green armored bamboo beast coiled around a large tree in many bamboo stalks thicker than water tanks. Its length exceeded 30 meters. Although it seemed small, this size was undoubtedly that of a beast emperor. Poisonous snake-like beasts are usually much smaller than python-like beasts. However, under normal circumstances, they are stronger at the same level. Long Chen merely glanced at it without paying much attention. He took out his phone to check the map. This is about 5 kilometers from the herb field I'm looking for. We just need to cross this bamboo forest. Long Chen thought. Quick battle, quick resolution. Long Chen said. What? Zhou Fengyi looked confused. Long Chen had already disappeared. Buzz. A faint sound of a sword ringing was heard. The green-armored bamboo beast hadn't even had time to awaken and unleash its venom before it was sliced into several pieces. Bang bang bang. The severed pieces fell to the ground and its head rolled to Long Chen's feet. Just the head was the size of an off-road vehicle. It looked shocking. Dead? This is at least a 5th-level beast emperor green-armored bamboo beast. It was killed just like that? Lord Long's strength must be at least above the 7th level of the Battle King, right? There's only a 2-level difference to create such a huge gap in strength. Lord Long is not only a Battle King but also a high-level Battle King. My heavens, a high-level Battle King in his early 20s. I feel like none of the students I've taught over the years can be called a genius anymore. Zhou Fengyi exclaimed in shock. The green-armored bamboo beast's eyes were fixed on Long Chen. It was still alive. Serpentine beasts have incredibly strong vitality. They can survive for several days or even over 10 days after having their heads cut off. If lucky, and not eaten by their kind, they might even be able to grow back together with their bodies after a long time. Of course, that is nearly impossible. The act of beasts eating each other is common. There's no way to give you a long time to recover. Taking advantage of your illness to take your life is an unchanging cruel rule among beasts. The green-armored bamboo beast was just about to bite Long Chen. Long Chen waved his fingers, unleashing sword energy. Buzz! It directly tore its head apart. Even the sharp, hard poisonous fangs were reduced to powder. A green orb the size of a fist fell into Long Chen's hand. With a flick of his hand, a snake gallbladder flew over and was directly stored in his spatial ring. Where did Lord Long put this orb and snake gallbladder? Zhou Fengyi asked, somewhat puzzled. But she didn't think to ask further. Perhaps it was a special ability that was hidden. Hiss! A thicker green-armored bamboo beast stuck out its tongue, watching Long Chen from the front. It's a male green-armored bamboo beast. The male's toxin is more than twice as strong. If bitten. Zhou Fengyi hadn't finished her sentence. Kill with chi. Bang! Long Chen raised his hand, forming a transparent sphere. Under countless blades of chi, the green-armored bamboo beast was turned into a pile of meat paste, riddled with holes. There was no green orb, but a large snake gallbladder was retrieved by Long Chen into his spatial ring. Ah, what? Zhou Fengyi was left speechless. She hadn't even finished her introduction when Long Chen had already finished killing. The efficiency was simply astonishing. Why do I feel like I've seen Lord Long somewhere before? This sword energy technique, could that mysterious expert from yesterday be Lord Long? No, that's impossible. The voice is completely different. Moreover, that person's strength was terrifying. At least an elder level of the Tai Lin dynasty. With battle armor, he also appeared quite strong, definitely a muscular elder with 8-pack abs. Zhou Fengyi thought as she followed along. Long Chen continued to kill his way through, until he entered the herb garden. The ground on both sides was littered with beast corpses. This was an irregular herb garden with a diameter of 200 meters. There were many beast footprints around. Some herbs had already been taken. Clearly, many beasts would also come here to gather medicine for healing after being injured. It was like how a stray dog would go out to find herbs to detoxify itself after eating poison food. Beasts are the same. There are various healing herbs here. Taking them back would be very useful for the injured soldiers. Zhou Fengyi said happily. So many? Long Chen's eyes lit up. Taking all of these would be enough. Leave a little for the beasts. Come back to collect more after they grow some more. You can't harvest all the leeks at once. Long Chen said. Understood, I'll do it, Lord Long. Zhou Fengyi said as she carefully began to dig with her sword. No need to be so troublesome. Rise. Long Chen raised his hand, using chi to sever the roots of most of the herbs. With a clap of his palms, all the herbs stacked together and then disappeared. Where did so many herbs go? Where did Lord Long hide them? Zhou Fengyi's eyes widened in confusion. Vroom vroom vroom. At that moment, the sound of an airplane engine came from the distance. A military vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft was hovering in the air. That was quick. It seems she went to get the transport aircraft right after I left. This girl is quite reliable. Long Chen looked up at the transport plane hovering above through the gaps in the tree shade. Although it was already evening, he could still see it clearly. Long Chen had pressed the location button given by Jiang Buhui as soon as he arrived. He didn't expect the plane to come so quickly. Beep beep beep. Zhou Fengyi's phone rang. She answered the call. Teacher, are you okay? I'm here to pick you up. Yes, I'm fine. With Lord Long here, I'm very safe. Lord Long? Which Lord Long are you talking about? Jiang Buhui sounded confused on the other end of the line. Didn't you ask Lord Long to save me? Long Chen, Lord Long. Zhou Fengyi was puzzled. This child can't be that foolish, forgetting the powerful person she sought out? Ha! Long Chen, wait, Lord Long came to save you? That's impossible. How could he fly faster than me and come to save you? Forget it, let's not discuss this for now, we'll talk about it later. Find a flat area, there must be exotic beasts nearby, I can't land here. Jiang Buhui's voice was clearly a bit panicked. It was obvious she was piloting the transport plane herself. No way, you flew here yourself, and you can even pilot a military transport plane? How did I not know this before? Zhou Fengyi was greatly shocked. Her student has some skills. Being able to fly a military transport plane. To pick someone up is impressive, especially since she can actually do it. Hee, teacher, you don't know a lot of things about me. Jiang Buhui sounded a bit proud. But you don't need to worry, all the exotic beasts around have been killed by Lord Long. Just feel free to land, open the hatch near the treetops, and we'll go straight in. As Zhou Fengyi spoke, she glanced around the herb garden. There were exotic beast corpses everywhere under the trees, on the bamboo, and along the roadside. 9 beast kings and 3 beast emperors. There couldn't possibly be any other exotic beasts nearby. Alright, let's hope there aren't any. Jiang Buhui sighed deeply. She brought the transport plane down close to the treetops. You can come up now, Jiang Buhui called out over the phone. You go back first, I'll refine the medicine and bring it back before midnight. Don't rush, wait for me to return. Long Chen said as he walked towards the direction blocked by trees and bamboo. I understand, Lord Long. Zhou Fengyi nodded seriously. Also, don't let anyone know about my situation. You can say I saved you, no need to go into details. After Long Chen finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. I understand, Lord Long, I won't say anything recklessly, Zhou Fengyi promised, only to realize Long Chen had completely disappeared without a trace. Zhou Fengyi took one last look in the direction where Long Chen had vanished and quickly climbed up the tree branches. She drove a sword into the tree for leverage and finally climbed to the top. Standing on the dense leaves, she stepped firmly into the open hatch of the transport plane. I'm in, let's go, Zhou Fengyi said, looking outside. Alright, teacher, hurry into the cockpit, I need to accelerate, Jiang Buhui replied. Okay. Zhou Fengyi hung up and entered the cockpit. Jiang Buhui piloted the transport plane into the sky. Then, the 4 vertical takeoff engines on both sides of the wings transformed into thrust engines. Along with the engine at the tail, all 5 engines powered up simultaneously, increasing speed rapidly. After ascending to an altitude of 11,000 meters, Jiang Buhui looked at her teacher, Zhou Fengyi. Oh, teacher, you have so much blood on you, are you okay? Jiang Buhui was startled. Zhou Fengyi's clothes and pants were stained red with blood. I'm fine, I bled a little earlier, but after taking the medicine Lord Long gave me, I'm all better, Zhou Fengyi replied. That's good, you scared me. From your earlier call, I thought you would be killed by the assassin. I'm fine, that's what matters. By the way, teacher, are you alone? Where's the person who saved you? Jiang Buhui curiously looked around. Lord Long has his own matters to attend to and will return before 12. All the herbs are with Lord Long. By then, the soldiers will be saved and you can rest assured. Zhou Fengyi comfortably lay in the passenger seat. It felt like a second chance at life. By the way, what does this Lord Long look like? He shouldn't be the Lord Long I know. Jiang Buhui asked, feeling it must be a coincidence with Long Chen's name. After all, it had barely been 15 minutes since Long Chen left. She had asked Wei Jianga for permission to fly a newly repaired transport plane. In such a short time, even if Long Chen could fly, he couldn't possibly be faster than her. Unless he was in a fighter jet. Lord Long is very tall, handsome, wearing casual short sleeves and long pants, with a great demeanor, Zhou Fengyi said, glancing at her own clothes. Those were indeed Long Chen's clothes. No way, it really is him. How could he be so much faster than me? How did he even get here? And teacher, are you sure he saved you by himself and not with someone else's help? The one who wanted to kill you was a 5-star war king. Assassin. He definitely couldn't have saved you alone. Jiang Buhui questioned. It was Lord Long who came alone. You seem to have some bias against him. Don't judge him just because he's young. Lord Long is stronger than you think. Even a war king can be killed in an instant. He is the most talented genius I've ever seen. Even during these years teaching part-time at the Ability University, I've never seen anyone who could compare to Lord Long. You shouldn't be biased. After all, Buhui, the gap between you and Lord Long is greater than that between a person and a pig, Zhou Fengyi said earnestly. Jiang Buhui's mouth twitched, looking at her teacher in confusion. As expected of my teacher, you really don't hold back when it comes to criticism. I know he's strong, I just didn't expect him to be this strong. At worst, I'll just be respectful from now on. Who told him to hide so deeply? How was I supposed to know how strong he was? The last time I visited him, he suppressed me once, and I thought he was just a battlefield or mental type ability user. I didn't expect he could kill a war king. He's so young, this talent is just too insane. Jiang Buhui sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. Just as Zhou Fengyi said, sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between a person and a pig. Lord Long must have an unimaginable background to cultivate such a genius. Maybe he has an incredibly powerful teacher, Zhou Fengyi said with great certainty, especially when she thought of the mysterious silver-armored figure on the battlefield yesterday. She felt there must be some connection with Long Chen. For example, a master-student relationship. If that's the case, it makes sense. After all, both use sword energy as their means of attack. Although there are many sword masters, the probability of a super genius and a super strong person appearing in a small city at the same time is already low. If one were to say there was no connection between the two, Zhou Fengyi wouldn't believe it. By the way, teacher, why are you so biased today? Oh my god! Jiang Buhui exclaimed, her eyes wide as she looked at Zhou Fengyi's clothes. She examined her from head to toe, her face full of shock. What? Zhou Fengyi felt a bit guilty under such scrutiny. I knew it. Teacher, no wonder your bias is so obvious, just say it. You have a lovely student. Turns out, it's because you already. Jiang Buhui looked at the bloodstains on her pants, hesitating to finish her sentence. Her mind was already imagining countless possibilities. What are you thinking in that head of yours? Zhou Fengyi blushed in embarrassment and anger. I guessed right. A hero saving a beauty, a lonely man and woman, the tropes of a light novel do not deceive me. Ah, Lord Long is really hungry, isn't he? He can eat anything. No, my teacher still has her charm, and there are plenty of people who like her, so she's not really hungry. The teacher is just like an iron tree blooming. TSK. Jiang Buhui pouted and shook her head in exclamation. Buhui, you little brat, just wait until I beat you to death. No, it tickles. I was wrong, okay, teacher? I was just joking, don't hit me. Long Chen was now standing at the entrance of the cave at the foot of the mountain. According to the map, this is it. Long Chen entered. The cave was circular, getting larger as he went deeper. A gigantic spider-like beast hung in the middle of the cave, its web connecting to the top. It remained motionless there, even covered in dust, as if it were already dead. The 10-clawed spider queen's mother body, it's actually this kind of beast, and it's already prepared to lay eggs. Once this kind of beast starts laying eggs, there will be at least 30,000 at a time. Even if only a third of them survive, that's still 10,000. It must die. Long Chen's gaze turned cold. He unleashed a sword chi. Buzz. It directly sliced the 10-clawed spider queen into pieces. Even at the last moment, the 10-clawed spider queen reacted. Its 10 incredibly hard claws taking a defensive posture. Yet, it was still cut in half. Countless shiny black eggs spilled out from its belly. The 10-clawed spider queen had a characteristic: even if the eggs left the mother body, they could still eventually hatch. Moreover, their growth rate was extremely fast. This was also the reason why anyone who saw this kind of beast would do everything possible to kill it. Even if one couldn't kill it, they could immediately call for stronger help or directly notify the military for long-range strikes. Buzz. Long Chen sent out another sword chi, which split into countless sword chi's, tearing apart the tens of thousands of eggs that fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, a black pearl from the 10-clawed spider queen's corpse landed in his palm. The core of the 10-clawed spider queen, all the accumulated energy is here. This is also the energy reserve that allows it to bear offspring. This thing is hard in texture, and it contains a significant amount of energy. It can definitely be used to upgrade the Long Yuan sword, Long Chen said as he stored it in his spatial ring. The 10-clawed spider queen can produce a litter every 6 months, equivalent to the lifetime reproductive speed of 10,000 human couples. And there are quite a few mother bodies like this. This is also the reason why humans can never truly compete with the beasts. In the face of absolute numbers and strength, we can only try to exhaust them as much as possible. Only with ability users and technological weapons can we barely maintain a relative balance. However, if a peak beast with even more powerful abilities evolves among the beasts, by that time, the living space for humans will be wiped out. Long Chen thought, but he didn't dwell on it further. There really is broken life grass here. And there's also meteorite grass. And quite a bit of it. Wait, this is golden cicada flower, which is also a main material for refining breaking boundary pills. There are so many. This time, I really came to the right place. Long Chen rummaged around and found a lot of good things. Aside from some ordinary herbs, the most precious were the meteorite grass, broken life grass, and golden cicada flower. Of course, these things individually didn't have much effect. To an ordinary person, they seemed of little use. For the wealthy, they were merely for health maintenance. Although expensive, they weren't outrageous. But for Long Chen, they were very precious. I've gathered all 3 main materials for the breaking boundary pill. I'm getting closer to having all the materials needed for the breaking boundary pill. This trip has been very rewarding. Long Chen smiled. Not only did he save Zhou Fengyi, but he also obtained a large amount of herbs, making the trip absolutely worthwhile. I need to refine those healing herbs into pills to bring back for the soldiers. However, these pills must have a legitimate source. It seems I should ask my parents if they are interested in starting a pharmaceutical company in their spare time. In the future, these pills will be the company's top secret formula, a treasure of the store, so to speak. We should aim to expand to all the city fortresses in the Tai Lin Empire, even to all the city fortresses on the Origin Star. After that, we can consider launching some other medicines as well. Of course, once we do that, there will definitely be people who will be envious. But that's fine, the talismans I gave my parents are absolutely safe. Whoever dares to be envious, I'll just kill them. In the Long Yuan continent, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. However, no one dares to have ideas about my things, Long Chen. The same will naturally apply to the origin star. Long Chen thought. In Long Chen's plan, this would be a long process. It wouldn't be possible to open the company all over the origin star in one go. Therefore, he wasn't worried about rapid expansion attracting more powerful individuals. Attention! Strength is respected. Whoever has the bigger fist controls everything. This is an unchanging truth. Long Chen was never afraid of anyone. Of course, it also depends on whether my parents are willing. If they aren't, then forget it. Whether or not to open a company is the same for me. I could also find other reasons to distribute these healing pills. Long Chen thought. I should head back. Long Chen flew out of the cave on his sword, returning at high speed. Meanwhile, in the lobby of an ordinary hotel in Donglin City, a promotion banquet was taking place. Since the war had just ended, it was kept very simple. There weren't many guests present. They were mostly people of some status in Donglin City. All the powerful members of the Donglin City Council were also there. Elder Wang, a figure of that level, personally attended. Naturally, they had to be present, although each of them had injuries to some extent, with some even bandaged or in casts. But they all came. Elder Wang personally promoted Jiang Guohua, Wei Zhenghe, and others who had excelled in this war. After saying a few simple words, Jiang Guohua was promoted to a one-star Tiger General. Looking at the insignia of the one-star Tiger General, Jiang Guohua couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thanking Lord Long for his help. Lord Long, I really want to improve. Elder Wang did not give him a smile. It seemed he was deliberately distancing himself, to avoid making it seem like he supported the Jiang family. Wei Zhenghe was also promoted to a one-star Tiger General. Logically speaking, the losses on the Western Front were severe. As long as someone deliberately made things difficult, Wei Zhenghe would definitely not be able to rise. At most, he would be a one-star quasi-Tiger General, one step short of a one-star Tiger General. And that step would be nearly impossible to cross in a lifetime. But this time, he was unexpectedly promoted directly to a one-star Tiger General. Wei Zhenghe himself felt it was somewhat unbelievable. It was as if a pie fell from the sky and just happened to hit him. Strange, why was I promoted? I have a good relationship with Jiang Guohua. Logically, I should definitely be targeted. But I was able to be promoted at the same time as him. Why is that? Wei Zhenghe was very confused. He put on his signature smile to welcome the applause. Afterward, Jiang Guohua and Wei Zhenghe sat together. This promotion ceremony was not over yet. The banquet would officially start only after the final remarks. They would have some snacks. As for the alcohol, it was available, but not everyone dared to drink it. The war had just ended, and if they were seen drinking here, wouldn't they be criticized? So, the vast majority of people would only choose soda and drinks. The food was also simple meals. Not luxurious, but definitely filling. Guohua, what do you think is going on? Why was I promoted alongside you? This completely defies logic. It's too fast. It's only the second day since the war between Donglin City and the alien beasts ended. And considering the relationship between you and me, I will definitely be targeted by the Xiao family. It's even less likely for me to rise up. Strange, too strange. Wei Zhenghe frowned and whispered. Only the two of them could hear. Who says otherwise? Moreover, the information I received is that the Xiao family member not only did not oppose it but actually supported it. This is not simple. I always feel like there's a bigger conspiracy waiting for us. It's not just targeting me, it includes you as well. Jiang Guohua said solemnly in a low voice. What? He actually supports it? There's definitely a problem. Something is off. I can't pinpoint exactly where the problem lies. The more Wei Zhenghe thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. There was always a sense of being schemed against. Clap, clap. Elder Wang finished speaking. Everyone stood up and applauded. Of course, there's a problem. At that moment, a voice appeared beside them. It was an old man with white hair, dressed in a suit, standing tall, his gaze strong and looking very capable. If it weren't for his gray hair, eyebrows, and beard, he could easily pass for someone in their 50s just by looking at his face and complexion. Grandpa, why are you here? Are you feeling better? Wei Zhenghe said with a joyful expression. Hello, Elder Wei. Jiang Guohua greeted politely. Indeed, the old man standing beside them, applauding and speaking to them, was Wei Zhenghe's grandfather, Wei Yunxia. He was the war king of the 9th layer, who had been at the forefront of the battlefield on the Western Front yesterday. Wei Yunxia nodded at Jiang Guohua. Well, after a night of rest, not only am I better, but I'm also in great shape. The things that Senior in silver armor gave me were simply miraculous. It made me feel like I was young again. I really don't know what kind of medicine that was. Wei Yunxia was not only spirited but also felt a sense of rejuvenation. He felt like he could take on 10 people. That's great. With Grandpa's recovery, my Wei family will be even stronger. We will still stand tall in Donglin City. With you guarding Donglin City, it will be much safer. It's just a pity that the senior has already disappeared without a trace. If we have the chance to meet again, we must thank him properly, Wei Jianga said happily. He certainly appreciated the senior in silver armor. After all, Wei Yunxia was his grandfather, the pillar of the Wei family. He was also recognized as the strongest in Donglin City, a figure at the peak of the war king of the ninth layer. As long as his grandfather was around, at least in this small piece of land in Donglin City, a city with a population of 40 million, everyone had to give his family face. They wouldn't bully anyone. But no, one should think they could easily bully them. By the way, could it be that the reason I was promoted this time is because Grandpa is still alive and has recovered? After all, as long as Grandpa is healthy, you are still the strongest in Donglin City. You still have enough deterrent power. Wei Jianga speculated with a glimmer in his eyes. While speaking, under Wei Yunxia's gaze, the three of them took a drink and went to a corner to chat. Jianga, you're thinking too simply, Wei Yunxia said as he took a sip of wine. With his strength and status, having a drink was no problem. Let me put it this way, originally, they wouldn't target you. But because of me, you are also going to be targeted. Your promotion might actually be a trap. My old injuries have healed, and I've returned to my peak. Not only can I not help you, but I might also endanger you. I haven't returned to the council for several years, and I can clearly feel their estrangement from me. People's hearts have changed. They have already chosen sides, and even if I return to the council, I will be sidelined. Do you know? Just last night, after deep contemplation, I was already preparing to send you away, out of the Tai Lin dynasty's range. As for the reason, it's because you suffered heavy losses in the western front of Donglin City and resigned from your position as a 3-star Air Force colonel. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to resign in a few days. I'll send you out then. That's the only way to ensure your safety. But this promotion came too quickly and unusually, Wei Yunxia said, taking another sip of his drink. Although his face showed little, his voice was thick with worry. He didn't want his grandson to fall victim to a sinister plot. Zhang Guohua and Wei Jianga fell silent. Wei Yunxia's words made them feel an unprecedented pressure, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. No matter how much they resisted, they couldn't break free. It felt like their fate was being manipulated, a very unsettling feeling. After all, they could fall into a trap at any moment. It was enough to make one uneasy even while trying to sleep. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Jiang wouldn't have been dragged into the power struggle between the Jiang and Xiao families. I've harmed Jianga, Zhang Guohua said, filled with self-reproach. Guohua, I'm not blaming you. I want to inform you. You are currently being schemed against. I still don't know what the other party's true intentions are, but there will definitely be movements soon. You need to be cautious in everything you do during this time. I can protect you in Donglin City, but what about outside this place? Or like now, with Elder Wang, a powerful elder, arriving, even I can't handle that. Wei Yunxia spoke earnestly. I understand, Grandpa. Wei Jianga nodded heavily. Thank you for your guidance, old Wei, Zhang Guohua also said solemnly. Now our two families are like grasshoppers, tied to the same string. One prospers, all prosper, one suffers, all suffer. Sigh, Wei Jianga said, taking another small sip of his drink. Jiang Guohua and Wei Jianga raised their cups to drink some beverage. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, a tiny camera in the corner was capturing the scene, especially the close-up of the three of them drinking. Long Chen returned home. His parents were cooking. Long Chen went to the basement to refine pills, throwing all the various healing medicines he had brought back into the alchemy furnace. However, that was only a portion, less than a third of the total. The rest, Long Chen stored in his spatial ring. The spatial ring had the added benefit of preservation, keeping the medicinal materials fresh. Of course, this was because Long Chen's spatial ring had many golden patterns, giving it this function. Otherwise, spatial rings made by other alchemists wouldn't have this capability. Get a few containers to store the pills later, Long Chen thought, taking out a piece of Beast Emperor materials from the spatial ring. Soon, he skillfully carved it into small gourd shapes. Open. Long Chen waved his hand. The alchemy furnace opened its lid, and a mass of pills flew out, densely packed. They were very small, about the size of fast-acting heart-saving pills, divided into two colors, light yellow and deep yellow. The deep yellow ones were relatively fewer in number, just enough to fill 11 bottles. Each bottle contains 10,000. However, these two bottles are for the seriously injured. Lightly injured people can just take the ordinary ones, Long Chen thought. He walked out of the basement. Long Jin and Lin Yuyan had already prepared a feast. While eating, Long Chen looked at his parents. Mom, Dad, would you like to start a company for fun? Long Chen asked. Lin Yuyan and Long Jin exchanged glances, and their eyes suddenly lit up at the same time. Yenner, you really shouldn't say that. Your mom and I have always been workers. But working is impossible. We could never work for someone else in this lifetime. If you are willing to invest in us, your mom and I wouldn't mind starting a company. Staying at home all day can be quite boring, Longjin said. Enthusiastically. Yes, starting a company feels incredibly rewarding just to think about. Just like the richest family in Donglin City, the Jin family. Just one pharmaceutical company seems to be valued at 1 or 200 billion. It's currently the highest valued company in Donglin City. I don't know if it's the most profitable, but the valuation is indeed high. If I could establish a company that reaches a valuation of 100 billion in the future, that would definitely be an incredible achievement. Lin Yuyan fantasized excitedly. So, what do you think about starting a pharmaceutical company, Mom and Dad? In addition to drugs, we would also need to develop hospitals and pharmacies and other related industries. Long Chen asked. Starting a pharmaceutical company? Lin Yuyan and Longjin exchanged glances. But wouldn't that mean competing with the Jin family for business? The Jin Pharmaceutical Group is already a very mature pharmaceutical company. It's also the largest pharmaceutical group in Donglin City. I suspect that other small pharmaceutical companies are just subsidiaries of it. Moreover, they are already the industry leader. Competing with them would definitely be difficult. And more importantly, neither of us knows anything about pharmaceuticals. If we invest money, it would be like throwing it away for love. Yeah, we would definitely lose a lot of money. Lin Yuyan and Longjin said. It doesn't matter how much we spend, it doesn't matter how much we lose. As long as I kill a beast, there will be a steady stream of money. As for not knowing about pharmaceuticals, Mom and Dad, you don't need to understand. You just need to do business and handle the broad strategic planning. And don't forget, Mom, I am a cultivator, not a superhuman. The pills I gave you before were made by me. How did you feel about them? Long Chen asked. They were excellent. Not only did they taste good, but they also made me feel refreshed and significantly stronger. Longjin reminisced. Right, we've already broken 2 beds. Just as Lin Yuyan said this, she noticed Longchen picking up a cup to drink water. Longjin's eyes were fixed on her. He immediately sensed something was off. No, what I meant was that while washing the dishes, both the cup and the bowl were accidentally broken a lot. In short, I just couldn't adapt to gaining so much strength all at once. You see, the bowls we are using are already from the 3rd batch we bought. I don't even dare to buy ceramic bowls. In any case, the effect is really good. Lin Yuyan explained forcefully. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was others who would be. If the pills Yenner produces can be mass-produced, they would definitely sell very well. Even if they can't be mass-produced, we could use scarcity marketing to exploit those wealthy people. Lin Yuyan stated. These pills cannot be sold. The main raw materials are too scarce. We still haven't found a second plant. Even if we had the raw materials, we still couldn't sell them. What I want to sell are other medicines. Long Chen said. That's fine, as long as Yenner can produce these medicines. Good things will definitely sell. But Yenner, the Jin Pharmaceutical Group is a 100 billion listed company. The Jin family's influence is enormous. If our products are too good, it will definitely lead to conflicts with them. What will we do then? Lin Yuyan asked. Yes, the Jin family is very powerful, dominating Donglin City, belonging to a few families at the top of the pyramid. They might even be the #1 family. If we start a company in Donglin City to compete for their market share, it will definitely lead to conflicts. Even if they don't dare to do anything openly, they will definitely create obstacles through various public opinions. The business world is like a battlefield. Longjin said. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, you just need to consider whether to start a pharmaceutical company. You don't need to worry about anything else. And don't forget how strong your son is now. Any means are a joke in the face of absolute power. The strength of Origin Star is the true voice. Dignity only exists at the edge of the sword, and truth is always within the range of cannon fire. Long Chen said confidently. Lin Yuyan and Longjin exchanged a glance. Alright, then let's start a pharmaceutical company. Let's get to it. Tomorrow, I'll go with your dad to find a suitable company location. We need to find a good factory and office space. It will take quite a bit of effort, but this is exactly the feeling I want. I'm really passionate about starting a business right now. Yes, the 3 of us will get the company up and running. Lin Yuyan and Longjin said happily. Making money isn't the main goal. As long as you are happy, that's what matters. Longchen smiled. Don't worry, we definitely won't lose money. That's right, not only will we not lose, but we will definitely make a lot. We are very confident. Yenner, you should have confidence in us too. Lin Yuyan and Longjin said with smiles. Of course, I have confidence in you. By the way, let me transfer some money to you, Mom. And Dad, you can use it first, and if it's not enough, just let me know. Longchen said as he took out his phone to transfer money. Your new Rue Bank card ending in 6887 has received 1 billion yuan. Lin Yuyan's phone notified her of the bank transfer. 1 billion, that's way too much. Lin Yuyan exclaimed in shock. Not too much, this money might not even be enough to start a pharmaceutical company, so just make do with it for now. Do whatever you want. If anyone gives you trouble, just let me know. Longchen said. Okay, Yenner, you can rest assured, if there's any trouble, we will definitely tell you. By the way, Yenner, what do you think the company's name should be? Lin Yuyan asked. Let's call it Long Lin Dan Pavilion. What do you think? Long Chen thought for a moment and said, sounds good, it has both Long and Lin, perfect, let's call it Long Lin Dan Pavilion. Right, dear? Lin Yuyan nodded emphatically. I think it's good too. Long Jin also agreed. Alright, then it's settled, Long Lin Dan Pavilion. What do you think of this office building? No, it's too remote. That's true, let me look again. Lin Yuyan and Long Jun were already busy. Long Chen watched his parents with a smile. As long as they were happy, it didn't matter how much they fussed. After all, he was never short on money. Long Chen was like a walking money printing machine. Just by killing a few stronger beast emperors, he could cover all the workers' salaries and company expenses for a year. Moreover, he could tell that his parents would definitely put their heart into it. After all, this was their first time starting a company, which held significant meaning in their lives. Everything was filled with longing and motivation. Long Chen stood up and looked out at the moonlit sky through the large glass window in the living room. After tonight, there will no longer be the Jin family in Donglin City. Naturally, there won't be any competition with Jin family's products. Even if the Jin family is wiped out, many pharmaceutical companies will spring up like mushrooms after rain. But normal competition is certainly acceptable. However, if they dare to use underhanded means, then they can be wiped out along with the Jin family. Long Chen thought to himself. A faint smile held a chilling murderous intent. On a dark and windy night, it was the perfect time for killing. Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a bit. Long Chen flew out the door. The two wouldn't even think to ask where Long Chen was going. Where he wanted to go was his freedom. As parents, they wouldn't pry. Lin Yuyan and Long Jin were busy looking for office locations through a mobile app. Their busy appearance made them feel very happy. This is similar to why some old men and women have sons who are billionaires, while they, as parents, live in a 1,000 square meter villa and still grow vegetables at home. The reason is that they can't sit still. Being busy makes them feel fulfilled and happy. Lin Yuyan and Long Jin were the same. And just as Long Chen had just left, a few photos appeared on the family TV news showing Jiang Guohua, Wei Jianga, and Wei Yunxia chatting and drinking to celebrate. However, the volume was turned down too low. The two didn't notice at all. Long Chenfei was in the air. I don't actually know where the Jin family's address is, he said. You could ask Lin Ruocheng, he must know. Long Chen thought to himself. He dialed Lin Ruocheng's number. Hello, Lord Long, what can I do for you? Lin Ruocheng, who had been in his study reviewing company reports, immediately stood up to answer the call. This is called having keen insight. After all, the tone is different when sitting down to make a call versus standing. Even if Long Chen wouldn't care about such things, Lin Ruocheng still did it. Send me the Jin family's location, Long Chen said in a flat tone. The Jin family's location? If Lord Long wants to go to the Jin family, I can drive you there right away. No, it's too late for you to go to the Jin family. Lin Ruocheng suddenly realized, glancing at his watch, it was now 8:30. At this time, what could Lord Long do with the Jin family? Could it be? Lin Ruocheng suddenly thought. He immediately recalled the battlefield expert Sun Zishan he had previously invited to the Luofeng mountain range, who was killed by Long Chen. The related Sun Zihu had died alongside the Jin family's young master. Ordinary people might not know, but as a prominent figure in Donglin City, Lin Ruocheng certainly had some insider information. Putting it together, the person who killed the Jin family's young master must be Long Chen, there was no doubt about it. Annihilation. The two words from Long Chen sounded like thunder in Lin Ruocheng's ears. He was completely stunned. Long Chen didn't say anything more and directly hung up the phone. Lin Ruocheng instantly stood up, looking at his phone in a panic. Taking a deep breath, feeling dizzy was normal. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. It's over, the Jin family is finished. But if it's just the Jin family's young master being a wastrel, it shouldn't come to this. After all, Lord Long hadn't wiped out the Jin family before. Could it be because the Jin family raised the drug prices in Donglin City, creating scarcity? Even causing the medicine pavilion and all its affiliated hospitals to report a shortage of drugs, resulting in soldiers not receiving timely treatment and being unable to afford medication. So Lord Long would take action to eliminate the Jin family. That's definitely it. I need to quickly send the address to the Lord. The Jin family has more than one villa and estate. Lin Ruocheng didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly marked all the villas and estates where the Jin family had residences in Donglin City on a map. Then he sent the text to Long Chen. The Jin family's stock market is soaring and they're still so greedy, they deserve to be wiped out. With Lord Long taking action, do you still have lives left? Lin Ruocheng sighed while also thinking about the feast. No, there wouldn't even be a feast to eat. After all, if the whole family was gone, what was there to celebrate? Moreover, even if there was a feast, he wouldn't dare to eat, as offending Long Chen would truly be fatal. After receiving the message, Long Chen looked at the map. Is it just these places? Tonight, we will wash the Jin family in blood. Long Chen headed towards the nearest location. Donglin City was only this big. It was over 180 kilometers from east to west, and about the same from north to south. In this small area, Long Chen could reach anywhere quickly. Boom! Long Chen sped away at high speed. Just 500 meters below him, a somewhat sci-fi fighter jet had just flown by, crossing paths with him. Huh, why is there a sonic boom? Didn't I say there was no need for fighter jets to escort us? Elder Wang in the plane was puzzled. Although the sonic boom wasn't very loud, he was sure it was a sonic boom. Could it be a routine night training? Whatever, let them be. Elder Wang simply didn't think much of it. He glanced at the news on his phone. Sigh, I said the Xiao family wouldn't be so kind. Turns out they were waiting with their tactics in this regard. So quick to act. Zhang Guohua and Wei Zhengya. I wonder if you can get through this hurdle. Elder Wang closed his phone, shaking his head and sighing as he looked at the moonlight outside the transparent glass of the fighter jet. Long Chen descended and looked below. This was a manor covering about 200,000 square meters, nestled between mountains and water. The building area was around 10,000 square meters, with a small mountain over 300 meters high behind it. The manor was built against the mountain. The so-called reliance on the mountain means that having a mountain behind you makes you more stable. The feng shui layout was excellent. Within a kilometer radius, there was only this one manor. Around the circle of fountains in front of the manor, dozens of luxury cars were parked. The most eye-catching was a limited edition model from the Bu family, with only 10 in the world, priced at a staggering 130 million. And there was actually one here. There were also several million-level sports cars. The Laosi Lai Si illusion was quite common. Among them, 2 black million-dollar unknown sedans were the most low-key. But relatively speaking, they still had a strong presence. Looks like they're having a family gathering. How nice, a family should be together, that's what family is. It saves me from running around. Of course, if there's a fish that slipped through the net, a trip wouldn't matter. Long Chen directly entered the first-floor hall of the manor. No one could see him. Long Chen confidently walked into the huge living room. At this moment, a family dinner was being held here. The long table was almost filled with people on both sides. Only a few seats were vacant. The number of people is 37. As a family that has survived the beast disaster until now, 60 years, a cycle of time, having 37 people in the Jin family is not bad. This is already considered a relatively small family. Some families that branch out quickly have no problem with 200 people. There are even families that have completely avoided the beast disaster and have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. Such families have more direct descendants and their internal structure is more complex, with stronger foundations. However, it's impossible for all members of a family to gather together. There are certainly some who have to handle various affairs. The total number should be more than 37. Long Chen thought. He directly landed in the main seat. Yet, no one noticed him. They were all sitting upright, whispering to each other. No one was sitting in the main seat. Clearly, the most crucial person among them had not yet arrived at this family dinner. To the right of the main seat, there was a woman in her 50s or 60s, dressed in a very capable suit. She was definitely not aging gracefully. At this age, her appearance could only be considered as an old beauty. The left side of the deputy seat was missing one person. Everyone on site was waiting for the arrival of the key figure. Is he here too? So it turns out to be a direct descendant of the Jin family. Long Chen saw Jin Yinjia, who had competed with him during the auction at the Black Dragon Beast Hall. He was the manager of the Medicine Pavilion branch. This woman keeps glancing at the seat next to her, her eyes filled with sadness. It seems to be the mother of the Jin family young master I killed. Long Chen looked at the second position in the left row. A woman in her 40s, wearing a black body-hugging evening gown and high heels, looked sadly at the seat beside her. Deep in her eyes, resentment occasionally flickered. The middle-aged man sitting next to her also had a heavy heart. He seemed to have no interest in this family gathering. This time, our Jin Pharmaceutical Group's stock market surged 20% in just 3 minutes. It's so exciting. Yes, originally a stock market value of 175 billion surged by 35 billion, and it directly hit the limit. It's too exaggerated. If I sell the stocks I hold now, plus the previous gains, I would make a profit of 500 million. Haha, I hold more than you do, at least I can earn 1 billion, but at this rate, whoever sells out first is the fool. I really have to thank that mysterious senior, such powerful strength. One person can support the entire stock market of Donglin City. That's right, but the money in the stock market isn't much. The real profit comes from the medication and medical care for the 100,000 injured soldiers. That's pure profit, and it can further boost the stock price of my Jin Pharmaceutical Group. Exactly, I calculated that if they all get their medicine and treatment from us, we could earn nearly 11 digits in profit. The family head has arrived. Someone shouted. The door was pushed open by a beautiful staff member, dressed in a maid outfit. Each one was a flight attendant level beauty. They might not all be stunning, but their demeanor was absolutely excellent. An elderly man in his 60s or 70s, with half of his hair white and wearing a white suit, walked in. Family head. Everyone in the room stood up respectfully. The man in the suit sat in the left deputy position next to Long Chen, raising his hand to signal everyone to sit down. Everyone took their seats. Then the door closed, leaving only their own people. Family head, aside from a few who couldn't make it, everyone else is here for the family gathering, said the woman in the right deputy position. I believe everyone knows today is my 70th birthday. However, due to the recent end of the Donglin City War, we will keep it simple. It will just be a meal for the members of the Jin family. The elderly man said. Indeed, he was Jin Tianchen, the head of the Jin family in this generation. However, even he could only sit in the left deputy position. The right deputy position was clearly occupied by his wife. After so many years of marriage, they had long turned into familial affection. Usually, they acted like a loving couple of decades, but at other times, they lived their own lives separately. Chuan Shang, avenge him. Jin Tianchen looked at his eldest son Jin Chuan Shang and thought of his eldest grandson Jin Chengjiu. The position was vacant, having died in the Luofeng mountain range. Moreover, he was roasted alive after being stuffed into the belly of a strange beast. The scene, he had seen in photos and videos, nearly made him faint from anger. After all, it was his eldest grandson. Blood is thicker than water. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, let alone a grandparent. He still didn't dare to go to the funeral home to see his frozen grandson, fearing it would make him so angry he would end up hospitalized. Father, today is your birthday, let's not talk about this. Jin Chuan Shang said. Why not talk about it? Dad, you must avenge Chengjiu. With my strength as the deputy commander of the 6-star police protection team, I still can't find out the true culprit. The person behind this must be extraordinary. Jin Chuan Shang's wife, Wei Yuner, said. Indeed, it's not simple. I still haven't figured out who did it. Moreover, the surveillance at the northwest camp of Luofeng Mountain was formatted during that time. No one is allowed to view it. Even I can't find out who could be related to this matter. I can only vaguely narrow it down to a few people, Jin Chuan Shang said. Who are they? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me, I would have investigated each one. I personally will take action. I don't believe we can't uncover anything. Wei Yuner immediately became furious. It had been about 10 days since their son died. Even now, they hadn't found the murderer. As a mother, she was driven to madness. Today is Dad's birthday, can you not be so crazy? Jin Chuan Shang frowned. Others also cast strange glances. Although everyone could understand a mother's pain of losing a son, Wei Yuner questioning the next family candidate, Jin Chuan Shang, in front of everyone was a bit too much. Long Chen, however, watched the still charming woman with great interest. He loved watching the helpless rage of his mother, whom he had killed. It's fine, I can understand. I feel terrible about losing my grandson too. So, what exactly is going on? Who are these people, and what backgrounds do they have? Jin Tianchen saw through the surface to the essence. He knew these people had extraordinary backgrounds. Otherwise, his son wouldn't have waited until now to speak. First, there's Jiang Tianhao's daughter, Jiang Shi. We are also working for the Xiao family, and at that time, Jiang Shi was in the Luofeng mountains. So I suspect she and her bodyguard killed Chang Ji. Jin Chuanxing said gravely. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Everyone knows who Jiang Shi's grandfather is. Even though the Jiang family is weak now, and Jiang Guowo is facing great trouble because of the news we released. But they are not someone our Jin family can directly provoke. Unless we have the Xiao family's strong support, we cannot directly interrogate Jiang Shi. The one who sticks their neck out can do so, but it also depends on the timing. Jin Tianchen said. Seriously, considering both the interests and the family perspective, there was no need to offend the Jiang family at this time. Even if the possibility of Jiang Shi killing Jin Xingji was high. After all, everyone knew that Jin Xingji got excited when he saw beautiful women. It was possible he offended Jiang Shi first. Even if Jiang Shi did it on purpose, intending to kill Jin Xingji to intimidate their Jin family, they couldn't just tear the facade apart now. Wei Yuner frowned in thought but remained silent. The second possibility is Wei Jianga. He was at the northwest camp at the time, serving as the commander during the plane crash disaster. His relationship with the Jiang family makes it very likely he could have acted. Jin Chuansheng continued. The old man of the Wei family is recovering from his illness, and is at the peak of the 9th level of the War King. Jin Tianchen shook his head at this point. Even though the Jiang family was powerful, these two families were not to be trifled with. The Jiang family and the Wei family can be ruled out. The troubles they are facing now are beyond imagination. Whether they can escape this calamity is another matter. Until the dust settles, we cannot directly cause trouble for them because of Qingji's death. Jin Tianchen said. Everyone nodded. In agreement. Are Jiang Guowa and Wei Jianga in trouble? It seems the Jin family is scheming and stirring the pot in this matter. Long Chen thought. However, he remained calm. Any problem was no longer a problem in the face of absolute strength. Strength could solve 99.9% of the troubles in this world. The remaining issues were simply due to insufficient strength. As for the third possibility, it's Lin Ruoqing from the Lin family in Donlin City. Jin Chuanxing said. Alright, then. I'll bring Lin Ruoqing over, including his daughter. I've never liked that guy, my son's death must be related to him. I remember Qingji even liked his daughter, Lin Yunqi, but he kept blocking it. He must have killed my precious son to protect his own daughter. That old man is simply asking for death. Wei Yuners. I suddenly lit up, then turned fierce. She didn't dare to capture the Jiang or Wei families, but did she fear Lin Ruoqing? As the saying goes, one should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. No, we can't touch him because of his daughter. Jin Chuanxing shook his head. Why not? What's wrong with his daughter? Is she dating some rich and handsome guy? Wei Yuner was now acting like a shrew, frequently lashing out at Jin Chuanxing. Even the family head, Jin Tianchen, narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. No matter how one looked at it, Jin Chuanxing was still his eldest son. Wei Yuner was being disrespectful in front of so many people. Naturally, he felt anger in his heart. According to the information I received, his youngest daughter is nearly S-class in abilities. Not long ago, she was personally escorted by Elder Wang to the top ability university in Haima. Even if she hasn't truly grown yet, but as long as she doesn't fall midway, it wouldn't be wise to easily provoke Lin Ruoqing. Jin Chuansheng said solemnly. What, is it close to S rank? It's still Elder Wang personally escorting her. That's quite a big deal. But thinking about it, it's normal. Being close to S rank indeed warrants Elder Wang's personal escort. Jin Tianchen's expression changed as he said seriously. I've heard that someone has put a bounty on the heads of his father and daughter trio at the Assassin Association. I don't know who exactly, but quite a few people have taken up the bounty. Maybe in a while they will be killed. Or as long as that genius daughter of his is killed, there won't be any worries. They can be dealt with directly. Jin Chuanshan continued. Forget it, let's not provoke Lin Ruoqing for now. Let's continue the investigation and talk about it after this period. Jin Tianchen said after some thought. Everyone nodded seriously, except for Wei Yuner, whose expression was dark. Let's not talk about this for now. Today, the stock market of the Jin family has surged, which is worth celebrating. At the same time, cut off all the drugs coming to Donlin City. Raise the prices of the medicines by another 2 times. I've heard from Chuandang that the beast corpses from the eastern and western battlefields can sell for at least 300 billion, plus the 200 billion allocated for treatment and compensation from the Donglin City Treasury. That totals 500 billion. Am I right, Chuandang? Jin Tianchen looked at his second son, Jin Chuandang, sitting in the first seat on the right. Everyone turned to look at him. Jin Chuandang is the most promising in their family's political career. He is currently one of the deputy city lords. There are only 10 deputy city lords in total in Donglin City. He manages the Donglin City Treasury. He is also a strong candidate for the family head. Of course, Jin Chuansheng has opened branches in several city fortresses, so his capabilities are not to be underestimated. Plus, he is the eldest son, so it's almost certain he will inherit the position of family head. The only one who can compete with him is Jin Chuandang. Yes, father, and the total value of the beast corpses is only going to increase. Currently, the commander of the 900,000 troops in Donglin City, 2-star General He Shishang, is considering which buyer would be more profitable. Moreover, there are simply too many beasts. Not all have been collected yet. From the internal information currently leaked, it's worth at least 300 billion, and that's already based on the lowest estimate. Jin Chuandang said. Did everyone hear that? As long as we cut off all the drugs coming to Donglin City, inflate the drug prices and raise the treatment costs, that 500 billion will all be earned by our Jin family. The profit will be at least 480 billion or more, plus the stock market gains during this period. We can at least make nearly 1,000 billion in cash. By then, there will be enough funds to support Chuandang in competing for the position of City Lord of Donglin City. Although I can't say it's 100%, at least it exceeds half the probability. Moreover, we can also seek support from the Xiao family. In short, this 480 billion is already in the bag for my Jin family. Jin Tianchen said with a smile. Yes, this is a profit of 480 billion, a blood profit. That's right, even if we have to smooth things over a bit, it won't cost much. My Jin family can completely handle it. I think it's not just 480 billion, after all, when they see the treatment funds are insufficient, they will definitely continue to allocate more funds, and these seriously injured soldiers are like printing machines. Exactly, they can be cured, but we just drag it out. Anyway, we decide how the medical records are written. At least within a year, it can bring continuous huge income to my Jin family. If that's the case, I estimate we can earn over 550 billion in the end. Ha, as expected of my son, calculating it so quickly. Ha, this money is definitely worth earning. First, earn some money. Then take a portion to support Uncle Heir. He will definitely rise to the position of city lord, and my Jean family will be more prosperous than ever. Yes, yes. The scene was filled with laughter and joy. Every face radiated happiness, except for Wei Yuner. Watching this scene, Long Chen, sitting in the main seat, wore a faint smile. At this moment, any strong person from the Long Yuan continent who saw him would surely commit suicide in apology. This included other tribulation experts, because only in this way could they die with dignity, free from torment. Come, let us celebrate the 48 billion in advance. Celebrate the soaring stock market of my Jean family. My Jean family will definitely break through to 1 trillion market value, reaching new heights. My Jean family is not only doing well now, but will only get better in the future. Jean Tianqian raised his goblet, stood up, and said loudly with a smile. Everyone on both sides stood up, raised their cups, and celebrated with smiles on their faces. May Father have blessings as vast as the East Sea and a life as long as the South Mountain. I wish Father a long life and a constant smile. I wish Grandpa. A group of people each took turns offering birthday wishes. It was a scene of great joy, resembling a happy big family. It was even livelier than the New Year. Come, everyone, cheers! Cheers! Jean Tianqian raised his cup high, and everyone was about to drink joyfully together. Your Jean family really deserves to die. Long Chen's voice echoed through the 6-meter-high living room. The voice was loud, but only those in the room could hear it. Everyone, who had originally been joyful and ready to drink, froze in their actions. They looked around in anger, searching for the source of the voice. Long Chen slowly revealed himself, starting from his feet. Leaning against a chair, he tapped his fingers on the armrest. This bizarre scene stunned the 38 people present. Each one stared intently at Long Chen. Who the hell are you, daring to sit in the main seat? That is my great-grandfather's position. Get down now. Jean Yenjia saw an opportunity to assert himself and shouted angrily. Ah! However, he had barely finished speaking. Jean Yenjia's ears were severed by a blade of air. His whole body floated in the air, twisting in an extremely bizarre posture. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking made the listeners' scalps tingle. Ah! Dad, save me, please save me. Mom, it hurts so much, please save me. No, kill me, just kill me. Jean Yenjia screamed in agony. The listeners felt their hair stand on end, terrified. It was more horrifying than a horror movie. It's you who did this? Jean Tianqian stared hard at Long Chen, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Even retreating felt incredibly slow. From Long Chen, he sensed an unprecedented sense of oppression. Although Long Chen did not display any aura of realm or fluctuations of ability levels, he still felt this way. The young man before him was likely an existence beyond his imagination. Let go of my son. Jean Tianqian's sixth son gritted his teeth and said angrily. Jean Tianqian had a total of 8 sons and 2 daughters, 9 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. However, after Long Chen killed one, Jean Xingji, only 8 grandsons remained. It could be said that the family was full of children and grandchildren. Plus, there were 8 granddaughters-in-law and 2 grandsons-in-law. Along with Jean Tianqian and his wife, there were 38 people present. It could be said that the closest relatives were all there. Shut up! Jean Tianqian shouted loudly. Dad? His 6th son looked at Jean Tianqian in shock. When did his father become so submissive? Even at this moment, he still wouldn't take action and was even fierce towards him. Jean Yenjia was his own grandson, although a bit useless and not favored. But blood is thicker than water. How could he act like this? Who exactly are you? You dare to kill in my Jean family? Aren't you being too dismissive of my Jean family? My Jean family is, after all, one of the top families in Donglin City. Do you at least have an explanation for me? Jean Tianqian clasped his fists. Introducing himself felt like a threat, yet it didn't quite come off that way. Because while the words sounded threatening, there was no authority in his voice. He lacked the commanding presence of a head of the family, the kind that exuded power with every step. Now, all that remained was caution. Long Chen seemed to ignore his words entirely. He raised his hand and clenched it. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! The spacious living room echoed with Jean Yenjia's heart-wrenching screams. His limbs were nearly shattered, broken beyond recognition. The pain of broken bones is not something an ordinary person can endure. Wan Yunshan's suffering from the pain of scraping bones is already legendary, let alone bones reduced to dust. Jean Yenjia fainted from the pain, only to wake up again. He was tormented repeatedly, living a fate worse than death. Enough! If you dare to torment my son again, I'll fight you. Jean Tianqian's 6th son shouted angrily. You little brat, let go of my son. If you touch my son, I'll kill your whole family, Jean Yenjia's mother screamed. She had completely lost her sanity. It must be said that the daughters-in-law of the Jean family are all quite beautiful. But that's normal. Anyone with money, as long as they aren't married to a self-made wife, usually has a stunning partner. After all, who doesn't like young and beautiful when they have money? And a beauty in her youth, even as time passes, never loses her charm. Even as they age, they still retain their allure. Long Chen's expression was indifferent. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the redwood long table compressed into a sphere. All the delicious